Chapter 1. Another Overtime. In the year 1520 of the Hyuan calendar, at the North Sea Naval Base, in the lieutenant's office, Morse reclined with his legs propped on the desk, listening to the rhythmic ticking of the clock. Leaning back in his chair, he swayed gently, humming an indistinct tune, utterly at ease. The clock continued its relentless ticking, and at the moment it struck 12, a small bird suddenly sprang forth from the tiny door atop the clock, chirping incessantly. With a resounding bang, the sound echoed from the lieutenant's office throughout the entire administrative area. However, the naval personnel outside remained unperturbed, diligently engrossed in their respective tasks without a moment's pause. Like a tea that moment, a swift white figure darted through the crowd, moving with such speed that it did not disturb anyone. The figure burst out of the naval base's administrative building, the sound of the closing door lingering in the corridor. An elderly sailor observed the fleeting silhouette and, with a faint smile, turned to the slightly astonished young sailor beside him, saying, "Lieutenant truly possesses boundless energy. Just look at that speed, it's quite enviable. You, my boy, ought to focus on your training when you ascend the ranks. Do remember to lend a hand to this old fellow." "Haha, Uncle Heyman, please don't tease me. You know my capabilities all too well. I'll likely spend my life just running errands at the base. By the way, Lieutenant Moore's clocking out time is remarkably precise." Bang! The old sailor sprang up and delivered a sharp tap to the young sailor's head, causing a noticeable bump to form. Observing the young sailor's aggrieved expression, the old sailor, now quite irate, remarked, "Impudent lad, mind your words. The lieutenant's status is beyond your critique. It is the treatment that a strong individual deserves. Train hard if natural talent eludes you. Perhaps effort will bridge the gap. Who knows? One day you might be fortunate enough to savor the same devil fruit as the lieutenant and become a capable individual as well." The nearby sailors chuckled at the scene, for only those who had served over 3 years of the 76th Division understood the old sailor's sentiments. Morse dashed out of the naval base, propelling himself at full speed into the only tavern in town. He reached his usual spot and exhaled deeply, languidly resting his arms on the table while casually waving towards the bar. The tavern owner, having spotted Morse's entrance, skillfully gathered the drinks and roasted meat that had long been prepared, effortlessly navigating through the not overly crowded patrons to Morse's table. He gently placed the laden tray before him, shaking his head with a smile before retreating back to the bar. Morse's nose twitched slightly, and as if jolted by an electric shock, he instantly perked up, expertly lifting the wooden tankard and downing a hearty gulp of ice-cold beer, exclaiming, "Refreshing." The other patrons in the tavern, hearing this sudden exclamation, displayed no surprise, as if they had grown accustomed to it. After all, such occurrences took place daily at the same hour, and who would still be astonished? As Morse leisurely savored his beer and the barbecued meat on his tray, Hammond rushed into the tavern in a state of panic, hurrying to Morse's side, breathless as he stammered, Sir, something terrible has happened." Noticing Hammond's distress, Morse gently offered him his drink and patted his shoulder, his tone imbued with a hint of reassurance as he softly said, "Uncle Hammond, do not rush. Have a drink first and speak slowly." With a face full of respect, Hammond accepted the cup, feeling the strength from Morse's shoulder, and gradually calmed himself. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he urgently conveyed the purpose of his visit. "Sir, Lieutenant, the base commander Kevin has been attacked by pirates and is now gravely injured and unconscious. The officer has ordered me to summon you back immediately." Morse cast a reluctant glance at his beer and barbecue, letting out a sigh of regret as he muttered, "More overtime? How troublesome." Although he expressed his unwillingness, his feet moved without hesitation. With a light press of his palm against the table, he swiftly passed Hammond, and in the blink of an eye, he burst out of the tavern. An observant eye, it would be evident that his movements were extraordinary, employing a technique only available to naval officers, the 6 powers of the Navy, Suru. In no time, Morse arrived back at the naval base, where he spotted Kevin lying on a stretcher, about to be carried to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Kevin's aide hastily approached him, concern etched on his face as he pulled Morse aside, quickly explaining the situation. Commander Kevin was ambushed by the pirate crew under the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo while escorting captured pirates. Not only did they seize the pirates we were transporting, but they also stole a devil fruit designated for the celestial dragons. The assailants were devil fruit users, and Kevin was caught off guard. In his effort to protect us, he sustained serious injuries. Had their primary objective not been that devil fruit, our return would have been uncertain. It seems the responsibility now falls upon you, Morse. We must retrieve that devil fruit, otherwise the entire branch will be implicated, and your days of ease will come to an end. As for those pirates, you may handle them as you see fit. At this point, the aide's expression was grave, Yet his tone carried no doubt regarding Morse's capabilities, as if proclaiming the devil fruit was but a trivial task for him. Morse looked at the aide in disbelief, and upon hearing that his days of comfort were numbered, he opened his mouth, ultimately nodding in resignation. Although his voice held a hint of impatience, he earnestly replied, "Understood. I will retrieve it. Just remember to log my overtime. I intend to use it for time off." With that, he waved to the nearby Navy personnel accompanying Kevin, signaling for them to lead the way ahead. The Navy officer observed his gesture and swiftly approached, offering a solemn salute without waiting for words to be exchanged. "Take me aboard. We shall set sail to pursue those audacious pirates who brazenly attacked the Navy." "Yes, sir. Please follow me." The aide watched as Morse's figure gradually receded into the distance. A hint of a knowing smile gracing his lips, he sauntered over to the base commander, Kevin, who lay on a stretcher, bending down to whisper gently in Kevin's ear. "Sir, Morse has already departed. It appears our plan has succeeded." As Kevin lay on the stretcher, a faint smile slowly appeared on his lips, which then faded as he slipped into unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, the aide felt a flicker of concern rise within him as he gazed at Kevin, recalling the moment when they were ambushed, and Kevin, with a look of hesitation, shared his thoughts. "Laurel, ever since the Pirate King was executed, the seas have grown increasingly chaotic. The emergence of the 7 warlords of the sea has only fueled the fire. Pirates now brazenly assault the Navy. More strength must not be squandered here. He should venture forth upon the seas to defend the justice of the Navy." It was precisely for this reason that Kevin had deliberately allowed the enemy to seize the devil fruit with ease, even sustaining severe injuries in the process, leading to laurels. Subsequent words to Morse. Morse followed the guiding Navy personnel swiftly aboard the warship, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he quietly urged the sailors, "Set sail and hasten. We must locate those pirate scum." It had been a considerable time since Morse had felt such anger his hand tightened around the slender white hilt of his sword at his waist. Chapter 2. Scatter, Thousand Cherry Blossoms. The warship sped across the surface of the sea, with Morse standing alone at the bow. The iconic Navy cloak of justice casually draped over his left shoulder, his upright figure instilled a sense of reassurance among the bustling Navy personnel aboard, as if they had forgotten the recent defeat. Facing the sea breeze, Morse reflected upon his naval career. Jones Morse, age 22, had served in the Navy for 8 years. Through diligent attendance, he adhered to the principle of never working overtime, spending his idle hours in the North Sea dealing with minor pirate nuisances, rarely leaving survivors in his wake. It was only this year that he had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant, being the second in command of the 76th TH Division. In a previous life, Morse had been a proud IT worker in a large corporation. Although he was assured by HR upon joining that the company never required overtime, he soon realized he was naively optimistic. The notion of not working overtime translated to an insurmountable workload each day, compelling him to extend his hours voluntarily, leading to almost no days free from overtime. Sometimes just an hour, other times an all-nighter. It was during one such night, after laboring until the early hours on a critical project, that he returned home with a spicy hot pot he had bought as a reward for his arduous day, only to collapse onto his bed before he could even take a bite. Upon awakening, he discovered to his dismay that he had lost the ability to speak. The moment he opened his mouth, he was met with the cacophony of a child's wailing nearby, which left him too frightened to utter a sound for quite some time. It took him 5 years to comprehend the world in which he found himself. When he learned that he had arrived in the realm of One Piece, despair washed over him. The world of pirates, where one could shatter mountains with a punch and slice through oceans with a sword, was rife with bizarre powers and chaos. The seas were a battleground for marines and pirates alike, while on land, nations, the world government, and revolutionary armies were locked in perpetual conflict. The sheer scale of destruction was eclipsed only by the prowess of individual warriors, who, even after sustaining grievous injuries, could restore their vitality with a mere meal, leaving him in a state of dread. The mere thought of this reality sent a sharp pain through Morse's head. After 5 years of traversing this world, he had yet to uncover any extraordinary abilities, systems, or beginner's gifts. His talents were, at best, mediocre. He could be considered one of the most underwhelming individuals among those who had crossed over. Morse had resigned himself to living a mundane existence in this new world, akin to his previous life, when a pivotal twist of fate arrived at the age of 14. That year, his parents embarked on a sea voyage to deliver goods, only to meet with tragedy in a maritime disaster. The entire cohort of townsfolk who had set sail perished in the calamity. Upon receiving the news, Morse was utterly shattered, consumed by grief as he wept bitterly. With the assistance of his parents' friends, he managed to hold a simple funeral, using their clothes to represent their bodies, creating a modest grave. For 3 days and nights, Morse knelt in a daze before his parents' tombstone, refusing sustenance, until he finally collapsed beside it. Had it not been for the concern of his parents' friends, who noticed his absence and sought him out, he might have quietly succumbed to despair at his parents' grave, unnoticed. His parents' friends took him to a clinic, where they tended to him with care. Upon regaining consciousness, they offered him words of encouragement to live well, but he merely nodded mechanically, unable to absorb their sentiments. They could only shake their heads and smile wanly as they returned him home. As Morse watched their retreating figures, he mustered the strength to rise unsteadily and staggered to his personal safe. With trembling hands, he retrieved an exquisitely crafted box and slowly opened it to reveal a cherry blossom-shaped devil fruit. Gazing at the fruit, Morse mocked himself. What right do I have to hesitate? The tides of this sea are about to surge, leaving no room for the weak. With determination, he consumed the entire devil fruit, the repugnant taste failing to alter his expression. After devouring it completely, a sudden jolt struck his mind as if it had been struck by a colossal hammer, and he immediately lost consciousness. The following day, upon awakening, a flood of unfamiliar memories began to emerge within his mind. Slowly, Morse sat up, expending every ounce of his strength to lean against the safe, gradually organizing this inexplicably acquired knowledge. As time progressed, the corners of Morse's mouth slowly curled into a complex expression, one that seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears. It turned out that he had traversed into this realm with an auxiliary system. Yet it was unclear whether the elevated power dynamics of the One Piece universe had caused his system to malfunction following his successful transition, leaving only a novice gift pack, the contents of which were entirely random. However, to unlock this gift pack, a modicum of energy from the current world was required as a key for activation. Unfortunately, due to the system's failure, his physical capabilities were also constrained. No matter how diligently he trained, little progress was made. Moreover, lacking formal training rendered the development of Haki utterly impossible. By chance, he had recently consumed a devil fruit, which was neither of the Logia type, nor did he ascertain its abilities. Thus he had kept it securely locked away until the tragic fate of his parents compelled him to take a gamble. That moment, he realized that the fruit he had ingested was the Parameshi type Hana no Mi, a variant of the flower fruit possessed by the infamous Nico Robin, the child of the devil. Morse chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he silently accessed the legacy left by his defunct system and novice gift pack and mused. Does this count as the system working itself to death like I am? Had the system been alive, it would undoubtedly have berated him with expletives. What a disaster! Not only did it overwork itself to death, but it managed to drag along its auxiliary system to share the same fate. As the gift pack gradually opened, a scythe-like weapon materialized at Morse's waist, a pristine white instrument from the realm of the Grim Reaper, adorned with a charming cherry blossom tassel at the hilt. Evidently, influenced by the powers of the devil fruit, the random attributes of the gift pack were surprisingly harmonious with the fruit's capabilities. Thank you, system, Morse thought to himself quietly. Fast forward 8 years, as he braved the winds and waves, the silhouette of a pirate ship gradually emerged on the horizon. With a voice laced with lethal intent, he commanded, "Accelerate forward, pursue those wretched scoundrels of the sea." Since consuming the devil fruit, Morse had deliberated for a considerable time among various factions, including the Navy, pirates, the world government, bounty hunters, and the underworld. Though the pirate life promised freedom, it also entailed relentless wandering and the constant threat of pursuit, which did not align with his character. The world government seemed intellectually inadequate for him to attain power. As an outsider, he would likely be dismissed, and the prospect of serving the celestial dragons was far too miserable. The bounty hunters and underworld figures were equally unappealing, given their notoriety and disdain. The Navy, however, offered systematic training in the 6 styles and Haki, along with the presence of formidable allies. Though it might involve some overtime, it was a stable career, a far cry from his previous life, where he had failed to become a civil servant. This time, he could indulge that aspiration. After a tumultuous internal struggle, frankly, merely seeking a place to indulge in idleness, Morse ultimately resolved to enlist in the Navy, proceeding to the local 76th branch to register for military service. Being a local resident with an unblemished background, he faced no rigorous examinations and was promptly approved for enlistment. Upon his induction, he was under the guidance of Kevin, who cared for him as a father would. Even after Morse ascended to the position of base commander, Kevin generously imparted formidable training methods he had acquired from unknown sources. It had been a long time since Morse felt such a strong desire to engage in violence. The flamboyant flamingo, Don Quixote, it seemed, was destined to cross paths with him soon. As the warship surged ahead, it did not take long to catch up with the opposing vessel, whereupon he beheld the pirate flag emblazoned with the emblem of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, adorning the ship from bow to sail. The figure of Morse, standing at the bow of the ship, gradually transformed into delicate cherry blossoms, swiftly dancing towards the opposing vessel, slowly reconstituting into his corporeal form. Akin to the elemental manifestation of a natural fruit, a truly wondrous spectacle. The pirates aboard, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Navy at their bow, were startled. The lookout, upon discovering the Navy warship not far off, shouted loudly, "Captain Rowell, trouble is brewing. The Navy is in pursuit." Wolfsbane Krell Rowell, hailing from the North Sea and proclaiming himself a pirate of the new age, set sail alongside Bellamy, the captain of the Bellamy pirate crew. Like Bellamy, who scorned unrealistic romance and dreams in favor of immediate pleasures, Rowell harbored a different aspiration: to amass wealth rapidly and join the family of Don Quixote Doflamingo, thereby becoming one of its officers. This ambition elucidated his reckless decision to ambush the Navy upon hearing that a devil fruit was being transported aboard Kevin's ship. Despite the inherent dangers, having finally shown a fleeting sense of compassion by sparing a Navy soldier's life, Rowell now found himself pursued by a mere lieutenant, an audacious act that could only be deemed suicidal. With that thought, Rowell's form rapidly expanded. His upper body sprouted thick black wolf fur, his hands morphed into clawed paws, his head transformed into that of a black wolf, and even a wolf's tail emerged. He metamorphosed into a werewolf, charging at Morse with great speed. "Wolfsbane Claw!" he roared, but in an instant, Rowell was sent hurtling backwards, his body colliding violently with the deck. Before the surrounding pirates could react, a low growl, laden with murderous intent, accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through the air, echoed, "Trash of the sea. Return to the embrace of the ocean. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." Morse drew his sword, gripping it firmly in his right hand, the blade's tip unwaveringly directed towards the front of his body. "How utterly grotesque you are, you wretched detritus of the sea. Return to the depths from whence you came." Chapter 3. The workday concluded. Shall we indulge in libations at home? The blade in Morse's hand gradually disintegrated into countless cherry blossoms, which gently swirled throughout the entire vessel. Just as Lowell awkwardly extricated himself from the deck, he was mesmerized by the sight of the fluttering cherry blossoms filling the air. In a moment of distraction, he found himself murmuring, "Such beautiful cherry blossoms. I truly wish to share another hearty drink with you, Balar." Simultaneously, he curiously extended his right hand, now transformed into a wolf's claw, to grasp the drifting blossoms. As Morse beheld this scene, a hint of derision crept upon his lips. The cherry blossoms, which had been gracefully dancing in the air, suddenly quickened their pace, swiftly slicing through the bodies of each pirate. The moment Rowell's right hand grazed the blossoms, a sharp pain coursed through him. Just as he was about to shout a warning to his comrades about the perilous blossoms, he witnessed the hastily accelerating petals pierce through his companions, blood splattering in their wake. Accompanied by a guttural roar, Rowell, disregarding the wounds on his hands inflicted by the blossoms, lunged towards Morse with his razor-sharp claws, his focus solely on Morse, oblivious to the swirling cherry blossoms surrounding him. Morse gazed calmly at him, his right hand gripping the hilt of a blade now devoid of its edge, gently slicing downward. Sakura Falls. The air was filled with swirling cherry blossoms that rapidly coalesced above Lowell's head, cascading down like a waterfall, mercilessly crashing onto his half-wolf form. With a thud, Lowell slowly knelt before Morse, his body gradually reverting to its human shape due to the multitude of slashes he had sustained. In his final moments, he did not ponder his unfulfilled ambition to join the 7 warlords of the sea under Don Quixote Doflamingo, but rather his dear friend Bellamy, with whom he had parted ways due to divergent beliefs. "Bellamy, it seems I cannot return home with you. How I long to sit beneath the cherry blossom tree, sipping Aunt Belle's sake." As the cherry blossoms slowly dispersed, Morse delicately brushed his fingers across the blade of Senbenzakura, performing a flourish before sheathing it and turning to gaze at the horizon. Before long, a naval ship anchored beside the pirate vessel. The Navy officer who had led the way rushed to Morse's side, stumbling over his words in a fervent expression of admiration. Though he had often heard the old sailors proclaim that Lord Morse was the strongest of the 76th Division, this was his first time witnessing the Lord's prowess firsthand. "Quickly, clear the battlefield and check for any survivors. Pay attention to the pirate who was previously escorted by the base commander. Ensure he is alive. Additionally, Retrieve the devil fruit as soon as possible. With a casual command, he leapt back onto the naval ship, expertly unfolding a deck chair and lazily reclining under the sun, as if the one who had just fought was not he. Lieutenant, the abducted pirate has been located, but he has already been tortured to death. The devil fruit is still intact and has been found. The leading Navy officer, filled with admiration, handed a box containing the devil fruit to Morse. With a casual wave of his slender fingers, Morse replied, "Put it away. Draft a battle report and prepare for our return." Another day of forced overtime lay ahead. The battlefield was cleared, not a single survivor remained, and under the direction of the navigator, the Navy prepared to sail home. Just as Morse, clad in sunglasses, lounged on his deck chair, basking in the sun, contemplating how to convert the hours of relentless pursuit from the previous evening until noon into vacation time. The ship's communications officer hurried towards him, clutching a transponder snail linked to Captain Kevin. A sense of foreboding inexplicably arose within Morse. "Sir, the call from the base commander." "Hello, little Morse. You have performed admirably, as always, providing a sense of reassurance. Hee. You know that I am advancing in years and intend to fight until the very end of my life here at Branch 76. Therefore, I have already reported this achievement to headquarters. I have just received confirmation from them. You have been promoted to lieutenant. And they have also invited you to join this session's elite training program at headquarters, where you will finally have the opportunity to learn the 6 techniques you have long desired." Morris was taken aback, his mouth agape, as he prepared to speak. "Oh. By the way, please deliver that devil fruit to Logtown in the East Blue. The government SCP personnel will be awaiting your arrival. Alas. It's time for another injection. Nurse Laura, do be gentle with me," he added, without waiting for Morris's response. He abruptly ended the call and proceeded with his nurse to receive the injection. Morse, in a fit of fury, leapt from his chair and angrily hurled the innocent communication device aside. With a defeated expression, he bellowed, "Change course, destination, Rogtown in the Eastern Sea." As his anger subsided, Morse gradually reclined back into his seat, murmuring in a voice only he could perceive, "Rogtown, is it? Uncle Kevin. It seems you too sense the impending tide of this vast ocean. But alas, the great waves hold little relevance for one like me, a mere sailor of the lower ranks. I shall simply bask in the sun instead." Morse, stifling a yawn, opened his bleary eyes to the cacophony on the deck, his expression somewhat displeased. "Rocco, what on earth are you rascals up to?" Rocco, the naval officer who had previously led the way, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "You lot, quiet down. You've awakened Lord Morse," he called out to the other sailors as he approached. "My lord, we have discovered an island ahead, and the crew is deliberating whether to land for supplies. Our departure was rather hasty, and the provisions aboard are insufficient. However, we hesitated for 2 reasons. First, you were resting, and it would be improper to disturb you. Second, there are currently no naval forces stationed on that island. Third, it falls within the territory of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, according to the treaty we signed with the warlords. We cannot enter their domain without permission." "How fortuitous," Morse remarked. "We have just vanquished the pirate crew under that Valbird's banner, and now we find ourselves at his doorstep. Rocco, signal them and inform them of our intent to land for our mission." "Mission? My lord. What task are we to undertake?" Rocco inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face as he regarded Morse. Bang! Upon hearing this, Morse raised his light bat and struck Rocco's head with just the right amount of force. "Oh, I see, my lord. I shall attend to it at once." As if a light had been ignited in his mind, Rocco suddenly comprehended the situation and promptly informed everyone to prepare for their journey to the island. Morse, feeling utterly speechless, shook his head in resignation. He rose, stretching languidly, and navigated past several sailors on the deck to lean against the bow of the ship. Slowly, he retrieved an exquisitely crafted cigarette case from his pocket. With a gentle flick, a slender cigarette gracefully ejected from the case, tracing elegant arcs in the air before landing between his lips. With a casual strike of a match, he ignited the cigarette, savoring a deep inhalation as the sea breeze embraced him and the rhythmic sound of the waves serenaded his senses. Exhaling, he released a few delicate smoke rings, shifting his body comfortably against the ship's railing. He hoped it would not be so fortuitous as to encounter that wretched bird. Otherwise, he feared he might be unable to resist administering a well-deserved reprimand to the creature. Once on the island, he yearned for a splendid feast, pondering whether there would be chilled beer available. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, vibrant cherry blossoms unexpectedly appeared around him. In the novice gift package bestowed upon Morse, there exists not only the shallow strike, but also another external aid, which significantly contributed to his remarkable transformation within a mere 8 years, from an ordinary individual incapable of wielding a blade to one of the world's foremost powerhouses. This invaluable asset is the training memories, combat consciousness, and experience of Mr. Byakuya Kichiki, the captain of the 6th Division of the Godi I-13 and the 28th head of the illustrious Kichiki clan. It was only 2 months prior that Morse, after 8 years of diligent practice, successfully integrated this precious knowledge with the Sakura fruit, mastering it with remarkable proficiency. He can now effortlessly employ all techniques, excluding the final release, Sirai, Hakatiken, while the capabilities of his fruit have reached the precipice of awakening. His observation haki can effortlessly extend over an entire small island, albeit lacking the awakened special abilities. Nonetheless, its range and intensity remain adequate. His armament haki can also envelop his entire body with commendable strength. Seizing the opportunity presented by his upcoming journey to the headquarters, he intends to consult the legendary Marine, Garp, on methods to augment the potency of his armament haki. Scatter. Senbenzakura. This is his primary technique for clearing away weaker foes, serving as an area of effect opening move. In contrast, Sakura Cure is a single-target technique he developed by merging his Sakura fruit with Senbenzakura. The effect manifests as he manipulates the cherry blossom-like blades formed by Senbenzakura, descending rapidly upon his foes from above, delivering slashes that penetrate even the heaviest armor. This prowess is precisely why he could effortlessly vanquish the werewolf, Lowell, with ease. Last year, Morse fortuitously encountered Admiral Aokiji, who was passing by Base 76 on a mission. Through his perception, he realized that he had barely reached the admiral level of strength. It was at that moment that he understood he no longer needed to fear becoming cannon fodder. Thus, Morse resolved to clock in daily for a meager salary, determined to avoid overtime at all costs. Chapter 4. A pre-meal warm-up with overtime. Sir, we have arrived. We can now disembark the island. Ah, quite efficient, young Rocco. It seems that the vile bird is not present on the island. Truly fortunate. Upon hearing this, Rocco broke into a cold sweat, hesitating to voice his thoughts, pondering. But that is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, among the strongest individuals in these waters. Is the sir not taking this matter seriously enough? Yet, he ultimately refrained from expressing his concerns. Morse observed the conflicted expression on Rocco's face and, with a gentle smile, lightly patted his shoulder. I understand. Don't worry, he is not here. What is there to fear? I shall head to the island first. You can organize everyone to embark and procure supplies in an orderly manner. As he spoke, Morse's form gradually transformed into cherry blossoms, and then slowly faded away. Rocco, in utter astonishment, gaped with disbelief, rubbing his eyes in an effort to comprehend the scene before him. He soon realized that Morse had traversed the expanse of sea, now standing at the harbor of the island. When had he made that journey? Just a moment ago, he had been conversing and patting Rocco's shoulder. Morse seemed to sense Rocco's confusion, gently tilting his head and silently parting his lips. The empty cicada, developed through the fusion with cherry blossom fruits, has transformed its effect from merely allowing one to swiftly depart the original location, leaving behind only an outer garment, to instead manifesting a body composed entirely of cherry blossoms. However, upon contact, this form dissipates into petals. He lightly patted the hilt of his Zampiket, the permanent Shirkai state of Senbenzakura, and observed the bustling crowd at the port. Skillfully placing a cigarette between his lips, he approached a middle-aged man who was resting and smoking. Excuse me, could I borrow a light? Being a seasoned smoker himself, the man, upon seeing a remarkably handsome Navy officer asking for a flame, smiled amiably, seemingly devoid of any suspicion, and casually produced a matchbox. Striking a match with his left hand, he shielded the flame with his right to prevent it from being extinguished by the wind, offering it to the officer's mouth to assist in lighting his cigarette. Where did you come from? It's been a while since we've seen the Navy around here. Considering this is the territory of the Don Quixote family. I'm from the 76th Division, dispatched to the East Blue for a task transfer. Our ship is low on supplies, so we were compelled to procure some essentials. The man mused. It seems you've not encountered the Navy's presence on the island in quite some time. Why is that? Although they are under the influence of the 7 warlords, there should still be regular naval patrols each year, shouldn't there? Patrols? What for? The last Navy that came by didn't even set foot on the island before departing. You, my friend, appear quite youthful, yet your timing is fortuitous. The island's annual auction is about to commence. You may wish to participate, as the Navy might offer some discounts. The man seemed knowledgeable, suggesting a notable status. An auction, you say? I shall certainly attend, hoping to find some fine wines and cigars. Nothing extraordinary, merely the town's security officer. However, ever since Lord Don Quixote took over, there have been no issues with local law and order, hence my role as a night watchman at the port. Oh, so the situation improved under Doflamingo's leadership? How intriguing. Well, it has improved somewhat. After all, the troublemakers have all been dealt with, after a few incidents. Who would dare cause a ruckus again? The two seasoned smokers, one older and one younger, engaged in light-hearted conversation while exhaling clouds of smoke, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Well then, I shall head into town for a drink before attending the auction later. Make sure to visit the Rose Tavern. Just mention that the security officer recommended you, and you'll receive a discount. Their roasted meats are truly exceptional. Morse gestured an okay sign, and then turned to walk towards the town. The sheriff, observing his gesture, was perplexed. Although he did not fully comprehend its meaning, he vaguely grasped its essence. After taking a final puff from a cigarette that had dwindled to a mere stub, he exhaled a large smoke ring and muttered to himself, wondering if he had forgotten to inform that naval lad of something important. As he pondered, a fleeting glance at a pirate flag adorned with a smiling face and a diagonal line suddenly reminded him that Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was scheduled to personally oversee today's auction. The naval officer seemed to be in imminent danger. Contemplating this, he hesitated, gazing at the retreating figure of the naval officer, torn between whether to warn him. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he decided against it. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He would quietly guard the port. As long as the young officer did not provoke anyone, he should be safe, the sheriff reassured himself. Meanwhile, Morse wandered about, eventually arriving at the Rose Tavern, recommended by the sheriff. The half-swinging saloon doors, reminiscent of a Western film, swayed gently, and the cacophony of voices within suggested a lively atmosphere. He was curious whether the uncle's recommendation of barbecue and beer would indeed be delightful. Pushing open the swaying tavern doors, he made his way to the bar, where a balding, portly man was diligently polishing a glass. Morse couldn't help but feel bemused. Was this really called the Rose Tavern? It seemed more akin to a wilting wild rose. Boss, I'll have an ice-cold beer and a serving of your signature barbecue, he ordered. The sheriff had mentioned that the barbecue here was delectable. Understood. Find a place to sit. I'll bring it over shortly. The tavern owner replied without lifting his head, just as Morse was about to look for a seat. The owner glanced up and was taken aback to realize his customer was a naval officer. Naval officer, please take a seat by the window. The view there is the finest. The owner promptly directed Morse to the left side of the tavern, where a window seat awaited him. Morse nodded with a smile, refraining from inquiring further. Upon his approach, he discerned a crooked sign inscribed with Navy exclusive hanging beside the seat. A casual glance around the patrons revealed their faces adorned with mocking expressions, as if they awaited an entertaining spectacle at his expense. At that moment, he comprehended that this island, much like the malevolent bird, harbored an air of superiority, utterly dismissing the Navy. He hoped that no trouble would find him, for he had little desire for a vigorous pre-meal warm-up. Alas, some individuals possess a remarkable lack of awareness. As Moles languidly rested his chin on the table, awaiting his beer and meal while gazing out at the bustling crowd, a sudden thud resounded. A wooden beer mug filled to the brim crashed onto his table. Slowly, he turned to confront the unexpected visitor, a disheveled figure with shoulder-length hair, a semicircular black eye patch over his left eye, and a prominent belly, glaring intently at him. Hey, Navy brat, drink this beer for me, he bellowed, before turning to the other patrons in the tavern and erupting into laughter. Ha ha. The stingy fat man Naji rarely treats anyone to a drink. Down it quickly. Let us see if the Navy has any manly spirit to invade Lord Doflamingo's territory. The tavern patrons joined in, jeering at Moles. Indolently, he turned back toward the window, casually waving his left hand, signaling Naji to depart promptly. The onlookers, especially Naji's companions, erupted in derisive laughter, sensing that the Navy had little regard for him. Provoked by the mockery, Naji furiously raised the mug from the table and swung it down towards Moles. Just then, a breeze swept past the back of his head. Suddenly, 2 hands formed from cherry blossoms appeared on either side of Naji's raised arm, gripping his wrist and halting his motion, forcefully bringing the mug crashing down upon his own head. Bang! Thud! A lump instantly swelled on Naji's head, and he collapsed heavily onto the tavern floor. Naji, you wretched fool! What have you done to Naji? Nagi's companions, witnessing his abrupt fall, hastily drew their weapons and rushed toward Moles, brandishing knives and guns. Truly a nuisance. It seemed a warm-up before dinner was unavoidable. Sighing in exasperation, he rose to his feet. An 8 million bounty on the hyena pirates, is it? Looks like they can afford an auction visit. Such bravado. If you have the guts, come at me. But let your life be the compensation for Nagi's injury. A middle-aged man, slightly hunched and bearing numerous scratch marks upon his visage, brandished a single-barreled shotgun, directing it menacingly at Morse while his expression twisted into a grimace. This was Drebak Hyena's soul, hailing from the North Sea, suspected to be a user of the dog fruit, hyena fruit, and currently the captain of the hyena pirates under the infamous warlord of the sea, Flamingo. You seem to know quite a bit, young one, but alas, it is too late. Your life shall be forfeited here today. Men, advance. Let us claim this Navy wretch's life to celebrate the successful commencement of Lord Doflamingo's auction. With that, Soul fired the first shot. Ha, splendid, boss. Brothers, charge forth. The members of the hyena pirates brandished their swords and surged towards Morse. Swiftly drawing his blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he effortlessly cleaved through the bullets aimed at him. Scatter now. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever witnessed the funeral of cherry blossoms? Please, behold the soul burial of Sakura. In the hands of Morse, 1,000 cherry blossoms were raised high, transforming into a flurry of petals that swiftly enveloped every member of the hyena pirate crew. The crew, taken aback by the sudden appearance of these peculiar blossoms, instinctively brandished their swords in a frantic attempt to fend off the unknown terror that surrounded them. As Morse's words resonated in the air, the blossoms accelerated, piercing through their bodies in an instant. Moments later, each individual began to spout blood before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 5. The encounter Soul observed in horror as his subordinates were annihilated in the blink of an eye, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. He instinctively clenched his fists, only to quickly force a sheepish grin. Haha, dear naval officer, my men lack discernment. Consider today's tab on me. Oh, how awkward. Perhaps it would be better to let your bounty cover the bill. Upon hearing Morse's words, Soul realized that there was no turning back. He decided to take the initiative. Bending low and crossing his arms to mimic a set of teeth, he lunged fiercely at his adversary, intent on tearing him apart with his own hands. As Morse beheld Soul charging towards him, he extended his left hand into a pointed gesture, his wrist executing a delicate flick. A flurry of cherry blossoms swirled through the air, transforming rapidly in accordance with his pointed direction, coalescing before him into a formidable wall of blossoms. Soul, propelled by his momentum, found himself unable to evade in time and was left with no choice but to grasp the cherry blossom wall with great force, intending to shatter it and subsequently tear apart the navy hidden behind it. A cry, laden with anguish, erupted from Soul's lips as his hands plunged into the wall of blossoms, blood beginning to trickle down. These cherry blossoms, as sharp as blades, were beyond the reach of hands untrained in the mastery of hockey. Morse emerged slowly from behind the wall, gently leaning against the cherry blossom wall. His head tilted as he quietly gazed at Soul, whose face was etched with pain and desperation. Navy, you would do well to release me. I am a pirate under the command of Lord Doflamingo. This is his territory. Do you wish to tear asunder the accord between the Navy and the 7 warlords? Soul shouted, his voice trembling with uncertainty. He feared that the Navy officer might strike him down, just as he longed to do to his adversary. Should he meet his end, Lord Doflamingo would scarcely take notice. His demise would be in vain, for there existed countless pirates like him, never regarded with any seriousness. Though he claimed to be part of Doflamingo's crew, in reality, he merely paid tribute, enjoying the fade of sanctioned plunder. The cherry blossom vulture observed as the cherry blossom wall gradually transformed into a coffin, encasing Soul within. Inside, the blossoms surged through his body, and anguished cries echoed, gradually fading into silence. Boss, please expedite my drink and food. I intend to collect my bounty and attend the auction. The voice of Morse drifted slowly through the now silent tavern, as if he had pressed mute on the establishment, rousing the pirates from their astonished stupor. This Navy officer is formidable. The Soul pirate crew has been annihilated. Quick, inform Lord Buffalo. With Soul's demise, does the Iron Fist pirate crew have a chance? The patrons of the tavern shouted fervently, rushing towards the exit in a frenzy, even dislodging the already precarious swinging door. They feared that the Navy inside might mistake them for members of the hyena pirate crew and enact a brutal reprisal, which would be most unjust. Moreover, This presented an opportunity to align with Don Quixote da Flamingo. Observing the crowd surge out of the tavern, Morse paid them no mind, instead returning quietly to his seat to await the arrival of his meal. It will be ready soon. Our roast requires considerable time to prepare. By the way, you may leave Sol S remains to me, and kindly fill out the necessary forms. The losses to the tavern and the cost of your meal will be deducted from your bounty, young Navy officer. The proprietor's voice softly reached Morse's ears. He paused momentarily, a smile of understanding gracing his features, shaking his head in amusement. It seemed the owner was indeed a man of the Navy, revealing the fragile nature of the relationship between the Navy and the 7 warlords of the sea. The tavern server swiftly began to clear away the bodies and the bloodstains that marred the establishment, and from his adept movements, it was clear he was no stranger to such grim tasks. Morse nonchalantly snapped his fingers, causing the cherry blossom coffin enveloping Sol to gradually disperse, transforming into petals that gracefully returned to his hand, resting delicately upon his shallow blade. With his left hand, he gently caressed the blade's surface before deftly sheathing it at an angle beside the table. Casting a glance at the bounty application form just handed to him by the server, he skillfully inscribed his name, rank, number, and department, setting it aside afterward. Over the years, as he honed his skills while quelling pirates, this process had become second nature to him. Before long, the tavern owner approached, one hand clutching a black leather case while the other balanced a tray laden with food and drink, placing it casually on the table before him. Without even a glance at the form, he tucked it into his coat. He lifted one of the glasses from the tray, nodding towards Morse to share a toast. Morse, noticing this gesture, gently raised his own glass, and the two clinked them together lightly before tilting their heads back to savor a hearty gulp, followed by a satisfying belch. Delightful. Your beer is exquisite, Morse exclaimed. Indeed. Within the case are tickets to the auction. However, I would advise against attending. Rumor has it that a core member of the Don Quixote family will preside over this auction. While the exact individual remains unknown, it certainly won't be that fool, Buffalo. The owner replied. Understood. Thank you, my friend. I shall contemplate it, Morse acknowledged, his expression unfazed, prompting the owner to refrain from further conversation as he took another sip from his glass and returned to the bar. Morse took another hearty gulp of beer before indulging in the tavern owner's signature roasted meat. With the first bite, he was utterly astonished by the exquisite flavor. It had been ages since he had savored such delectable fare. Before long, he had devoured the roast before him. Grabbing his suitcase and the shallow cup beside the table, he waved farewell to the proprietor, preparing to explore the town. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Rocco and others who had rushed over upon hearing the news. My lord, are you unharmed? What about that band of pirates? We shall apprehend them at once. There's no need for that, Morse replied. The scoundrels who instigated the trouble have already been dealt with. Here, take this and ensure everyone enjoys a hearty meal at the tavern. Then, make haste to procure supplies. If all goes well, we shall depart the island by nightfall. He opened his suitcase, retrieving an auction ticket and a handful of berries, tucking them away in his pocket. He tossed the suitcase to Rocco, signaling for them to hurry and grab a bite. And do make sure to try their roasted meat. It is simply divine. Indeed. A true food lover cannot resist sharing delightful discoveries with friends, a trait that remains unchanged even through time and space. Morse bid farewell to Rocco and others, meandering through the quaint town, renamed Numancia under the protection of Da Flamingo. The streets bustled with life, seemingly untouched by the arrival of the Navy or the skirmishes in the taverns. Every resident and visitor wore a smile, suggesting that Da Flamingo's nefarious guardianship had its merits. At least civilians, merchants, and travelers could still find a semblance of stability amid the chaos, free from the anguish of uncertain sustenance. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips as he casually leaned on the hilt of his saber with his left hand, his right hand tucked into his pocket, aimlessly wandering into a shop by the street, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Before long, Morse found himself savoring a cigarette recommended fervently by the proprietress of a local tobacco shop, a box costing a staggering 10,000 berries, which he had unwittingly purchased for 100,000 berries, refusing to admit that her exuberant charm had ensnared him. Ah, it seems the proprietress did not deceive me. The flavor is indeed delightful, albeit a touch mild. He carelessly tossed his ticket to the guard at the auction house entrance, stepping inside as if returning home. The guard, without a glance, discarded the ticket into a nearby box, disregarding Morse's naval identity. It appeared that in their eyes, No one dared to disrupt the auctions of the Don Quixote family. Those who had previously caused chaos were reduced to fragments and fed to the fish in the sea. Upon entering the auction house, he cast a casual glance around, finding it far from the cloaked figures he had envisioned. Instead, it resembled a cinema from a past life, albeit magnified, with a scant few patrons scattered among the seats. Disappointed, Morse sauntered back to his seat and languidly settled down, instinctively crossing his legs. It seemed that there would be little of value at this auction. With this thought, he casually unleashed his observation haki without any regard for its range, instantly imprinting the entire island's situation in his mind. In this seemingly nonchalant sweep, he stumbled upon a delightful surprise, a hint of an intriguing smile gracing his lips. How fortuitous it was! The warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, aboard the flamingo ship of the Don Quixote family, was approaching the island not far away. It appeared that a remarkable guest had arrived on the island, thought Toribol, his laughter echoing. However, beneath the sunglasses, his eyes were grave, filled with uncertainty. Could it be that such formidable observation haki signaled the arrival of those monstrous beings? Chapter 6. The auction Morse lay comfortably in his chair, soundly asleep, utterly unfazed by the arrival of Don Quixote. Meanwhile, the Numancia Flamingo slowly sailed into the harbor, carrying members of the Don Quixote family. The onlookers had already noticed their approach, and under the guidance of the local sheriff, they cleared the port of tourists. Subsequently, the workers at the harbor formed two lines, bowing slightly in reverence, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Don Quixote family. Keith, are you still planning to hide here? The Don Quixote family has always welcomed you, remarked Don Quixote as he disembarked from the Flamingo, followed closely by his key officers, Toribol, Pica, and Sugar, his tone bearing a hint of seriousness. My lord, you jest. I am content to remain here as your sheriff, replied the elder. Additionally, a naval vessel led by a lieutenant recently requested to land for supplies, and I took the liberty of granting them passage. The Navy, how intriguing. It seems there are newcomers among them, daring to enter our territory so brazenly, Don Quixote mused. Shall we turn this group of Navy men into toys for our operations in Dressrosa? With a wave of his hand, Don Quixote led everyone directly toward the auction house, uncertain if the Navy presence inside was indeed the monstrous entity he had sensed earlier. At the moment the Don Quixote family set foot on the island, Morse abruptly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Have they arrived? The wicked bird in a sunlit office at the Navy headquarters elite training base. A robust elder clad in a crisp white suit, adorned with rimless glasses, was meticulously pruning unnecessary branches from his beloved lingualandu flowers. The sudden ringing of a telephone bug caused his hand to tremble, nearly severing a precious bloom. Even on vacation, one finds no peace, he sighed, wiping his hands with a cloth before returning to his desk with a serious demeanor. Grasping the incessantly ringing telephone bug, he spoke with gravitas. Kevin, it has been a while. What prompts you to contact me so suddenly? The previously blank expression on the telephone bug transformed into one of distress, revealing the talented Colonel Kevin, head of the 76th Naval Division. With a series of coughs, he gasped, Old man, it's been ages. How is your health holding up? You're in worse shape than I am, old chap. It is unusual for you to seek me out without cause. What calamity has befallen the North Sea that you, the base commander, would bypass Sengoku and reach out to a soon-to-be-retired logistics officer, referred to as the old gentleman, with a head of short purple hair? He held a microphone in his left hand while casually perusing the latest batch of elite naval training lists with his right. Old sir, have you seen this training roster? I have a junior who I hope you could look after, someone ventured. As Zifa scrutinized the list, his furrowed brow deepened. The quality of the Navy was evidently declining, with the individuals on this roster appearing significantly inferior to those of the previous batch. What is the name of that lad, and what is his relation to you? Zifa inquired, his tone tinged with displeasure, as he harbored a long-standing aversion to such requests, regardless of whether the requester was a promising junior he had once held in high regard. Old sir, my intentions are pure. That young fellow is quite remarkable. His abilities in fruit, swordsmanship, and hockey are all formidable. However, he is still rather young, prone to excessive bloodlust, and recently he has encountered a bottleneck. I fear he may stray onto a misguided path, which is why I seek your assistance during this training opportunity. His name is Jones Moles. Kevin, perceiving the old gentleman's discontent, hastily elaborated on Mole's situation. expressing his desire for the Elder's guidance to help Moles break through his limitations and avoid straying from the righteous path that the Navy upholds. Jones Moles, I see. Is there anything else? Zifa queried, his gaze fixed upon the list, where Mole's name was inscribed at the bottom, a 22-year-old lieutenant. Distinguished by his exceptional observation haki and decisive sense of justice. Although the roster did not appear particularly impressive, he suddenly recalled an incident from 2 years prior in Sengoku's office, when Aokiji returned from a mission in the North Sea, mentioning an intriguing Navy officer he encountered. That individual seemed to be Moles, who, according to Aokiji's report, possessed a commendable level of haki, making him a noteworthy contender even in the New World. Unfortunately, he had been unable to bring him back due to his pressing duties at the time. At this moment, Morse remained oblivious to the fact that he had already caught the attention of the upper echelons of the Navy, and even less aware that an elderly gentleman was eagerly anticipating his arrival. How intriguing, Morse. Let me gauge your capabilities. Zifa's spirits lifted considerably as he hung up the phone, a smile gracing his face as he perused the list in his hands, searching for other exceptional candidates. Since his retirement to a secondary role, mentoring his disciples had become his greatest joy. Doflamingo entered the private room on the second floor of the auction house, and his gaze immediately fell upon Morse below. After all, he was the only Navy officer present in the entire establishment. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes narrowed as his acute observation haki effortlessly locked onto Morse, unabashedly assessing his strength. Preparing to confirm whether this Navy officer was indeed the peculiar individual he had recently discerned. Truly unreserved, the Heavenly Knight Demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sensing the unabashed scrutiny from his opponent, Morse adjusted his posture slightly, adopting a more serious demeanor as he retaliated with a potent counter of his own observation haki. The two powers of observation haki clashed once more, both parties acutely aware of each other's positions. Bang! The host forcefully struck the auction hammer against the podium, the sudden sound shattering the initial confrontation between Morse and Doflamingo. Both gradually withdrew their observation haki, gaining a certain understanding of each other's strength. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction hosted by the illustrious warlord of the sea, the Heavenly Knight Demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. I am your host, Riensk. Without further ado, let us commence this auction. Our first item up for bid is a top-tier jewelry ring, star fragment, from the now-defunct Kingdom of Sasa in the East Sea. With a starting price of 500,000 berries and a minimum bid increment of 50,000. As the host announced the commencement of the auction, the bids quickly escalated. 600,000, 800,000, 1,000,000. As guests eagerly competed, the first item was easily sold for 3,000,000 berries, ultimately claimed by the Harvey Trading Company. Known for its elite jewelry business in the North Sea, the auction proceeded in an orderly fashion, and Doflamingo upstairs refrained from further probing. Gently swirling the wine in his glass as he observed the proceedings below, sipping leisurely as though he were utterly unconcerned about the outcome of the auction. Pika. Has the item been sent to Buffalo? Young master, it has been delivered. The item has arrived and will serve as the grand finale of this auction. Hee. We must not let our guard down. There is a troublesome character among our guests. Bored, Morse gazed at the auction, finding no item of interest among the offerings. Just as he contemplated whether to find the fierce bird, the night demon, to stretch his limbs, the seventh item of the auction was introduced, a distinctive cigarette named Dihua Ji Se from the legendary Amazon Lily, home of the Empress of the Seven Warlords. Starting at a price of 50,000 berries, with each subsequent bid not to fall below 2,000 berries. Morse immediately perked up at the mention of the cigarette. He had heard from Kevin about this particular brand, which was said to carry a hint of a woman's fragrance in its tobacco. It was rumored that the islanders of Amazon Lily meticulously crafted the tobacco by gently rubbing it on their thighs, making it a delicacy reserved for royal families and the celestial dragons, thus exceedingly rare to procure. Upon hearing this, Morse wasted no time in placing a bid, resolved to spend lavishly to acquire several boxes for Kevin to savor. Bids surged to 70,000, 100,000, and then 120,000, as this exclusive cigarette drew considerable interest, with participants showing no regard for Morse's status as a Navy officer. In no time, the price soared to 400,000, far exceeding previous sale prices. The remaining bidders, seasoned smokers like Morse, were poised for a final bid when the host abruptly announced, "Apologies, but this item has been secured by our boss. Thus the auction for it is concluded. Now, let us proceed to the 8th item, a prized blade known as the Lament, starting at 1,000,000 berries, with minimum increments of 100,000 berries. As the host declared that Tihua Jisei was no longer available for bidding, several participants were about to voice their protests. But upon learning it was claimed by their boss, they fell silent. After all, this boss was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords. And none dared to provoke his wrath. Thus, the guests redirected their enthusiasm toward the new item, recognizing that even if they could not secure the cigarette, acquiring a fine sword would still make their visit worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Morse cast a languid glance towards the upstairs where Doflamingo resided, a knowing smile gracing his lips, indicating he was inclined to pay a visit. He chuckled softly, instructing Toripol to deliver the recently acquired Tihua-colored item to the naval officer below and to invite him upstairs for a drink. Very well, young master, Toripol replied, promptly exiting the private room. At that moment, the auction was reaching its climax. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Now, let us unveil the piece de resistance of our auction, a treasure of the seas, a Zoan-type devil fruit that can alter the course of one's destiny. The starting bid is set at 80 million, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 500,000 berries. Let the bidding commence. 85 million, 100 million, 110 million. The bid soared rapidly, and before long, the price had surged to 130 million, at which point the crowd's rationality began to reemerge. Morse, filled with a sense of perplexity, unconsciously remarked, "Is the price of the Zoan-type devil fruits so exorbitant? Aren't they usually traded for around 100 million? A nearby patron, upon hearing his words, chuckled and elucidated the reasoning. "Ah, Navy officer, from where did you acquire such information? That price pertains to the New World, where transactions typically hover around 100 million berries, and occasionally even dip to 80 million. However, we are in the North Blue, where such coveted treasures as devil fruits are a rare sight, scarcely appearing even once a year. Naturally, the price will see a significant increase. I dare say this auction might fetch as high as 150 million. Upon hearing this, Morse was suddenly enlightened, a wry smile creeping across his face as he shook his head. It seemed that in the past few years, he had been so engrossed in training that he had neglected even this basic knowledge. Indeed, the final transaction price was 145 million, acquired by a royal prince from Beihai, reportedly for the purpose of ensuring the safety of his guards and preventing any treacherous actions from his brothers. With the conclusion of the auction, the host welcomed everyone to the next event. As the words echoed through the auction house, guests departed in an orderly fashion, yet Morse remained rooted in place, as if awaiting something. Chapter 7, A Clash Awaits. "Ah, Mr. Navy, our young master requests your presence," Toripol proclaimed, his signature laugh resonating as he extended the Tihua Jisei to Morse, simultaneously issuing an invitation. Prior to encountering Morse, Toripol had intended to assert dominance over this audacious naval intruder. However, as he approached Morse, his instincts honed from years of following Doflamingo into battle began to scream in warning. This premonition reached its zenith when their eyes met. As if the next moment he would be struck down, he lowered his gaze slightly, unwilling to maintain eye contact with the naval officer before him. He recalled that the last time he had felt such a sensation was when he was pursued by that old hag, Crane, from the Navy. He understood why Doflamingo had sent him to extend the invitation rather than allowing Pika or Baby 5 to do so. Those two, with their temperaments, might have been directly eliminated. Toripol retracted his usual arrogance, cautiously extending the invitation from his young master. In this chaotic sea, one must harbor reverence and respect for the strong to survive. Should I feel honored, indeed, to receive an invitation from one of the 7 warlords, the Night Demon? It appears, my dear friend, that you have your work cut out for you. Morse received the color of Tihua, rising to his feet with a relaxed demeanor, as though merely invited to visit a local resident's home. Yet, the fleeting gravity in his gaze revealed that he was not as untroubled as he appeared. At last, he was to confront the notorious bird of prey. Following Toripol, he stepped into the opulent private suite on the 2nd floor, where he immediately beheld the most formidable pirate among the 7 warlords of the sea, and the one the Navy most ardently sought to capture, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The reality of the man surpassed the stark image captured in his bounty poster, emanating an innate malevolence devoid of reverence, coupled with an aura of unspeakable brutality and bloodshed that surged toward Morse unabashedly. nearly provoking him to draw his blade. Nonchalantly tossing the color of Tihua, worth 400,000 berries, onto the table, he reclined on the sofa opposite Doflamingo, crossing his legs with an air of ease. He slowly retrieved a cigarette purchased from the local tavern's proprietress, expertly rolled one between his fingers, lit it, and inhaled deeply before exhaling languidly toward the ceiling. "Cuckoo, Navy man. Do you not fancy the small gift I have brought upon our first meeting?" Doflamingo guffawed, observing the Navy officer casually smoking his own cigarette, entirely disregarding him as he gazed at the ceiling. This dismissal inexplicably ignited a flicker of rage within him. It felt as though it had been ages since someone had dared to underestimate him. Morse's demeanor evoked memories of his harrowing escape from the relentless pursuit of the cranes, a time when he lived in constant trepidation of being captured at any moment. Had it not been for his superior skills, which enabled him to seize the golden treasures from the heavens and secure an opportunity to negotiate with the celestial dragons, he would likely be languishing in the depths of Impelled Down for the remainder of his days. His gaze dimmed slightly as he deftly flicked his fingers, sending several threads of silk from his fingertips to gracefully deliver a prepared goblet of wine to his seat. Delicate cherry blossoms quietly manifested at the base of the chalice, guiding it gently into his grasp. With one hand cradling the goblet and the other holding a cigarette, Morse silently observed Don Quixote Doflamingo. He chuckled darkly. Indeed, such a terrifying ability. Doflamingo swirled the red wine in his glass, sipping it leisurely, opting for silence, lest he lose control of his murderous intent. Were it not for his concern for his family, he would not hesitate to eliminate his adversary. Morse quietly indulged in his cigarette, mirroring the silence of his counterpart, both reluctant to engage in trivial conversation. He feared he might succumb to the urge to draw his blade against this infamous pirate. The atmosphere within the room was thick with tension, time languidly slipping away as the two men remained wordless. Toripole, standing behind his master, felt a sense of discomfort. The oppressive ambience weighed heavily upon him, yet he dared not leave, resorting instead to fidgeting with the viscous substance within him. Before long, the stillness was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Both Doflamingo and Morse instinctively activated their observation haki, eager to discern the unfolding events in the town. Upon doing so, Doflamingo's expression darkened considerably. He chuckled ominously, realizing a confrontation was imminent. He had long desired to test the prowess of the warlord of the sea, and this presented an opportune moment. At least he need not fear repercussions from headquarters. Morse gently shrugged, letting his cloak of justice cascade onto the sofa, casting a relaxed glance at his counterpart. In their shared perception, the pirates who had previously fled the tavern had returned, intent on eliminating Morse to seize the opportunity to join the Don Quixote family. However, fate had it that Morse was attending an auction, and Rocco and his comrades had received orders for Morse's free movement. Having not indulged in alcohol for some time, the naval officers, upon entering the bar, found themselves irresistibly drawn to drink, save for a few who were there to procure supplies. Thus, the two factions collided. Though they were puzzled by the transformation of a single naval officer into a horde, the prospect of joining the Don Quixote family consumed the pirates' thoughts, driving them to recklessly charge at Rocco and his companions, weapons raised. Rocco sensed something amiss the moment the pirates entered the tavern, as they brandished their blades. He hastily spat out the drink in his mouth and urgently commanded his fellow officers to arm themselves and retaliate fiercely. What ensued was an unexpected skirmish. After hours of revelry, and with a somewhat hasty counterattack, Rocco and his men suffered significant losses. Had it not been for the intervention of the tavern owner, it is likely that Rocco and his crew would have been utterly vanquished. This predicament also served as the backdrop for the dialogue between Morse and Don Quixote, wherein neither party considered the merits of right or wrong. Don Quixote's pride rendered him incapable of conceding fault, compounded by his long-standing disdain for this particular naval officer. Morse could never stand idly by while his subordinates suffered. Moreover, he had long desired to eliminate the adversary. At that moment, Baby 5 entered the scene, ready to speak. But upon noticing her master's subtle gesture, she understood that he was already aware of the situation. Colorful threads. Don Quixote Doflamingo bellowed, conjuring 5 nearly transparent, filamentous strands from his outstretched fingers, resembling a beast's claws as they aimed menacingly at Morse. With a resounding crash, the 5 threads sliced through the enormous tea table that lay between them, cleaving it in two. Sakura, giant battle shield. Morse remained seated, casually waving his left hand as a colossal shield composed of cherry blossoms swiftly manifested before him, effortlessly blocking Doflamingo's signature attack of colorful threads. How terrifying! Has the strength of the Navy grown so formidable? Doflamingo seethed, recognizing that he had been underestimated. His recent lack of engagement had led the Navy to forget the terror he embodied. Determined to swiftly eliminate the audacious Navy officer who dared to belittle him, he resolved to dispatch him with utmost haste, leaving any repercussions to be dealt with later by the celestial dragons. After all, he had long assisted them in their nefarious deeds. Are you angry, Mr. Tenyasha? In an instant, Morse propelled himself from the couch, executing a fluid motion to draw his sword and slice through the giant battle shield with a bullet-like strike. The use of observation haki proved invaluable. Even when facing the renowned Doflamingo, Morse found himself contemplating the efficacy of his haki. With a swift counterattack, a crescent-shaped pink slash surged toward his opponent. Flying slash? Great swordsman. Tori Pole, standing behind Doflamingo, gaped in astonishment, exclaiming loudly. His surprise was understandable. He had witnessed many great swordsmen over the years, including the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, yet the significance of such a young swordsman was immense. Doflamingo instinctively narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses, acutely aware of the predicament he faced. A formidable foe wielding exceptional haki and adept at manipulating his devil fruit powers, coupled with the prowess of a great swordsman, posed a significant challenge. Moreover, eliminating this adversary without a compelling reason would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. The celestial dragons might not be able to protect him, and he had no desire to relive the harrowing experience of being hunted by the likes of Fujitora. Even if he managed to preserve himself, the price would be steep. And the most troubling aspect was that killing the opponent would yield him no tangible benefit. Despite his numerous considerations, his actions did not falter. Web wall. A massive web composed of threads enveloped Doflamingo, Tori Pole, and Baby 5, shielding them from harm. With a thunderous boom, the entire room was cleaved apart. Yet the web wall remained intact, even as the auction house crumbled around them, dust and debris swirling in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Two figures darted through the haze, the deafening sounds of clashing blades resonating throughout the chaos. Boom. With a resounding crash, both Morse and Don Quixote Doflamingo were sent flying backward. As the dust gradually settled, Morse's military uniform was marred with fine lines, bearing traces of a fierce struggle, while crimson streaks adorned his body. In contrast, Doflamingo's exposed chest displayed a conspicuous gash, oozing blood, rendering him equally disheveled. Meanwhile, in a corner, Baby 5 transformed her hands into a massive shield, steadfastly protecting herself and Tori Pole. The shield bore the marks of slicing threads and cherry blossom strikes, remnants of the titanic clash that had just transpired. Baby 5, let's thicken that shield. I'll add some slime as well. Doflamingo is serious now, and it won't be so easy to endure the next onslaught, Tori Pole remarked, concealed behind the shield as he meticulously layered slime upon Baby 5's iron barrier, his words flowing incessantly. Hearing Tori Pole's encouragement, Baby 5 felt a sense of purpose and joy, channeling all her energy to fortify the shield's thickness. Had Tori Pole not intervened, she would have transformed her entire being into a shield to protect him. At that moment, the dust within the auction house had completely cleared, revealing what was once an opulent venue now reduced to ruins, as if it had been ravaged by a demolition crew. Both Morse and Doflamingo stood on either side, their bodies marred by wounds and appearing somewhat disheveled, meticulously searching for each other's weaknesses. Remarkable indeed. A navy of such caliber remains obscure upon the vast ocean. It seems the Navy is concealing its true strength in preparation for a significant maneuver. Hey, Navy brat. Eliminating you would indeed be a cumbersome task. How about we settle this matter amicably? For the first time, Doflamingo set aside his pride. His tone softened slightly as he engaged Morse in negotiation. TSK? 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 Is this truly the famed Night Demon? Quite the unexpected revelation. Morse twisted his neck, his tone laced with mockery as he casually ridiculed Doflamingo. The laughter that followed was a chilling sound, for he had indeed been underestimated. The tone was rather difficult to despise, as he addressed the young Navy brat with a disdainful remark about his overkick whip. In response, Doflamingo charged towards Morse, simultaneously executing a series of swift kicks that unleashed a barrage of foot-cutting lines to confine Morse's movements. From his palm, he released dozens of nearly transparent filaments, meticulously intertwining them to forge a thick, rope-like column. He then stretched this column back as far as possible before thrusting it forward with tremendous force, aiming to strike Morse, who was attempting to evade the onslaught of foot-cutting lines. The intensity of the encounter suggested that he was utterly unconcerned with the consequences. Morse employed the technique of the empty cicada, conjuring multiple cherry blossom clones around him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was effortlessly shattered by Doflamingo's razor-sharp strings, transforming into a flurry of cherry blossoms scattered across the sky. As the formidable threads surged toward him, a wry smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, such an ability was quite troublesome. With a sudden pause, he elevated his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms. As anticipated, the 7 warlords of the sea were not to be underestimated. Unleashing his Bankai, 1,000 cherry blossoms, scenic severity, the blade in his hand slowly sank into the ground, ripples emanating outward as the entire sword gradually vanished from sight. Simultaneously, enormous blades ascended from the ripples on either side, numbering in the thousands. In swift succession, these colossal blades began to whirl and scatter, their quantity exceeding tenfold that of the initial release, culminating in a staggering total of over 1 million blades. The sky transformed into a colossal vortex of cherry blossoms, swirling rapidly around him. As Doflamingo's strings brushed against the periphery of the whirlwind, they were severed into segments. In a corner, Tori-Pole and Baby 5 gaped in exaggerated astonishment. Tori-Pole stammered, "This is utterly absurd." Baby 5, "What fruit could this possibly be?" "It seems to be a branch of the Paramecia type, the flower fruit." Could he have reached that legendary level like Doflamingo? Impossible. How could anyone rival Doflamingo? He is a born king. No one can compare. Tori-Pole oscillated from doubt to denial, his thoughts a ceaseless murmur. Meanwhile, Baby 5's eyes sparkled with wonder, enchanted by the breathtaking spectacle of cherry blossoms. She mused how delightful it would be if her fiancé could share in this beauty with her. Her fiancé, every thought of him ignites a desire to annihilate Doflamingo. Not long ago, Doflamingo had mercilessly dispatched another fiancé, the man who had professed his love beneath the moonlight and expressed his need for her. Doflamingo, upon encountering the formidable cyclone defense, found himself unable to penetrate its barrier. He abruptly halted his advance, leaping backward while exhaling sharply, his mind racing with the recent revelation of the ominous presence of Navy personnel on the island. He pondered whether there were any remaining threats lurking in Dressrosa. The consequences of discovery would be dire. This thought stirred a sense of urgency within Doflamingo. Any unforeseen complication would be far more troublesome than simply eliminating this Navy officer. It was evident that a swift resolution was imperative. With a flurry of motion, Doflamingo summoned his birdcage technique, deftly manipulating the strings to conjure a puppet-like decoy. He transformed the puppet's head into a volcanic crater, unleashing a torrent of threads that erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion. These myriad transparent strings ascended to the apex of the auction house's ruins before cascading down like a meteor shower. As they descended, they extended from a singular point in the air to the ground below, weaving a colossal, arc-shaped birdcage that ensnared the entirety of the auction house, while isolating Treble and Baby 5. Subsequently, thousands of transparent white threads converged, surging forth like a tempest towards Mel's. A cacophony erupted as the threads and petals of cherry blossoms fell gracefully, resembling a rain shower, an awe-inspiring yet perilous spectacle. Was this the awakening of a fruit's true power? Indeed, it was fascinating. Mels, with his left hand poised like a sword, delicately tapped the void, causing the blossoms to swirl and sink with his fingertips' motion. Swiftly ascending above the titanic white wave, they then plummeted onto the wave with the force of raindrops. Within the auction house, Mels and Doflamingo floated amidst the chaos, their feet suspended above a tumultuous sea of white, crashing towards Mels. Above them, a massive cloud of cherry blossoms formed, showering down upon the wave and creating a spectacle of pink and white froth. Both men glistened with beads of sweat, revealing the intensity of their struggle. "This is quite troublesome," Mels remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. With a gentle grip of his right hand, he summoned 1,000 cherry blossoms into his grasp. As he forcefully stamped his feet in midair, he propelled himself toward Doflamingo, imbuing the blossoms with his haki, the color deepening from pink to black. With a swift motion, Doflamingo hastily conjured a small shield from his strings, yet it was effortlessly shattered by Mel's haki-infused strike, forcing him to involuntarily step back. Seeing this, Morse became even more relentless. Wielding his blade with increasing speed, he employed no other techniques, simply striking fiercely, each blow a frenzied assault upon Doflamingo. One after another, white shields formed and shattered, leaving Doflamingo with no opportunity to retaliate, forced instead to endure the barrage. The massive white waves at his feet ceased their advance, slowly receding back towards Doflamingo's form. With a roar of fury, Doflamingo summoned the 16 sacred fatal bullets, and from the ground surged forth 16 strands of densely armed white waves, entwined in haki, hurtling towards Morse with astonishing velocity. Bang! Morse was struck hard by this sudden change. Fortunately, he had taken precautions in advance and enveloped his entire being with the armor of haki, thus escaping the fate of being pierced. However, he was violently propelled and collided against the aerial confines of a birdcage. Thud! Like a creature ensnared in a spider's web. Morse found himself pressed against the delicate strands of the cage, blood gushing from his mouth, accompanied by traces of his own entrails. So, this is the awakening of a devil fruit's power. Truly fascinating. Despite enduring the full force of Doflamingo's strike, Morse couldn't help but smile joyfully. Oh, what a terrifying combination of talent and confidence. To comprehend the awakening of a devil fruit, he had the audacity to withstand my 16 divine bullets of sacred execution. The Navy's Doflamingo wore a more serious expression, devoid of any pleasure at having injured his opponent. Instead, a flicker of concern began to stir within him. Clang! As the cherry blossoms in Morse's grasp gradually dispersed, he simultaneously relinquished his Bankai state, allowing the true Senbonzakura to return to his hand and sheath it with a deft motion. Despite the dissolution of his Bankai, the cherry blossoms did not fade away as expected, their colors merely dulled. The blossoms in the sky descended upon the already grounded Don Quixote Doflamingo like a torrential downpour. Doflamingo, noticing the transformation of the blade in Morse's hand, felt a pang of alarm as he mused. It seems he has begun to master the awakening of his devil fruit. Truly a monster. Consequently, he abandoned the notion of eliminating his opponent and instead contemplated how to swiftly conclude this utterly meaningless battle, so he could return to Dressrosa and eliminate any potential Navy threats lurking within. However, Morse, having just grasped the awakening of his devil fruit, was unwilling to grant him such an opportunity. With a seasoned master of awakened devil fruit abilities and extensive combat experience as his sparring partner, this was a rare chance that he could not afford to squander. Who knew when he would have such an opportunity again? With this thought, Morse felt a surge of exhilaration. Tidal wave, white line, sea of white waves, 1,000 arrows piercing heart, feather strike, line. Doflamingo executed all his techniques flawlessly upon Morse. Morse appeared to have utilized the Sharingan, flawlessly replicating Doflamingo's techniques, merely substituting the white threads with cherry blossoms. Doflamingo's feelings were utterly ambivalent. Who would not feel discomfort when their own moves were mirrored by an adversary, who then matched them blow for blow? The atmosphere crackled with intensity, bang, boom, rip, as slashing strikes, silk threads, cherry blossoms, observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki, and martial arts collided with fervor. Day turned to night, and these two titans had engaged in battle upon the ruins for days on end, seemingly destined to continue until their stamina was utterly depleted, unless interrupted. During this time, Morse had once again integrated his capabilities, mastering the initial and final forms of his Zanpakuto, along with the intricacies of armament haki, observation haki, and the powers of his devil fruit, all of which he executed flawlessly against Doflamingo. His overall strength had notably surged, with the most significant enhancement being the ability to envelop the dancing cherry blossoms with a localized application of armament haki. Chapter 9. Until next time, evil bird blah blah. Blah blah. A series of urgent sounds emanated from Morse's pocket. Huff, huff, huff. Who is it? I'm a bit occupied right now. If it's not urgent, please call back later. Cherry blossom, 10,000 peaks. Breathless, Morse answered the phone with a slightly urgent tone. Moshi Moshi, this is Admiral Sengoku. Am I speaking to Lieutenant Jones Morse? It seems the situation has escalated. If you have had your fun, it would be wise to cease these antics, as the 7 warlords of the sea must remain untroubled for now. Make haste to report to Navy headquarters. Sengoku, renowned for his sagacity, conveyed his message with an unflinching calmness that resonated in Morse's ears. It appeared that trouble was brewing. Had he caught the attention of someone significant? Hey, Mr. Nightcrawler. You heard that too, didn't you? It seems there will be no opportunity for further engagement this time. Perhaps we can reconvene another day. With a tinge of exasperation, Moser shouted toward the distant Doflamingo, waving the snail phone in his hand. His expression seemed to convey a silent plea. Come on, sever this snail phone from my grasp, and I shall have a reason to proceed. Humph. Doflamingo merely snorted disdainfully, entirely disregarding his counterpart. With a flick of his wrist, He dispersed all manner of threads around him, his footsteps betraying a hint of urgency as he slowly made his way toward the distant torii bowl. Heh, how delightful. Having effortlessly acquired the awakening of a devil fruit, Morse, resembling a cunning fox that has just indulged in a sumptuous chicken, spoke with a sly grin, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, those who attain fame upon these vast seas are not to be trifled with. It is truly impressive. Lieutenant Morse, I hope you embark on your journey soon, as the Navy headquarters eagerly awaits your arrival. Ah, Marshal, are you still on the line? Should I feel delighted to have captured your attention? Although Morse felt a hint of surprise, he replied in a somewhat relaxed tone. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, has the call ended? Never mind. I should hurry and check on Rocco and those unfortunate souls. At the Navy headquarters, within the office of Sengoku, high-ranking officials including Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp, and Zephyr sat in various states of demeanor. How terrifying. Have the youth of today become so formidable, capable of confronting even that monster Doflamingo head-on? Kizaru donned an expression of astonishment, lazily reclining in his chair. What a commendable young man. He should be assigned under my command. Just in time. As Roll wishes to apply for a frontline position to suppress pirates, I will nurture his sense of justice within the Navy. Akainu's lips curled slightly upwards, expressing rare agreement with more sense of justice, and he uncharacteristically requested Sengoku for a transfer order. In the room, aside from Kizaru, everyone else cast surprised glances at him. Garp, with remarkable speed, snatched a bag of sunbae from Sengoku's drawer while exclaiming, Akainu, you actually fancy this kid? I was hoping to take him under my wing. Bogart has certainly become increasingly verbose of late. Garp, you've stolen my sunbae again. Don't you know why Bogart is nagging you? Sengoku shouted in anger. Just as Garp was about to retort, Kizaru shot a glance filled with a hint of menace at the two old rascals. Let us wait until he arrives at headquarters to discuss further. Aokiji, you should know him best. Please provide a brief overview of his situation. I suppose I have a bit of understanding. He hails from the 76th branch, a commoner from Narya. His parents perished at sea 8 years ago. That same year, he presumably consumed the devil fruit left by his parents and thus joined the Navy. Over the past 8 years, he has trained diligently, participating in missions and tirelessly fighting on the front lines, achieving remarkable results. However, he exhibits excessive lethality, rarely leaving survivors during missions, which is why he is yet to be promoted. That's the gist of what I know. Aokiji lazily pushed up his eye patch, methodically articulating Morse's background. The reactions of those in the office varied. Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru merely nodded slightly to acknowledge their understanding. Zephyr, however, wore a conflicted expression, grappling internally. This individual appears to contradict his sense of justice. Had it been years ago, he would have furiously questioned the other's principles. Yet after that incident, his own sense of justice crumbled, leaving him with little standing to critique others. Noticing his expression, Kizaru's face flickered with a hint of compassion, yet she felt powerless. Silently praying that he could emerge from his shadows, Kizaru maintained his perpetually indifferent demeanor, showing no sign of concern. Akainu's expression transformed the most, his smile shifting from a subtle uplift to a broad grin, evidently pleased with Morse's sense of justice. He believed that dealing with pirates should be ruthlessly uncompromising, allowing no trace of evil to persist. Indeed, once the individuals arrive at headquarters, they shall first participate in this training camp for a period of time, after which we shall proceed. Zephyr, I appreciate your efforts in advance. Let us dispense with idle chatter and address the pressing issue of the rampant piracy across the seas. We must devise a course of action. I invite everyone to present their proposals. Before Zephyr could respond, Sengoku hastily articulated the primary reason for convening this meeting. Over the past 2 years, the number of pirates venturing forth from the 4 seas has surged, resulting in escalating destruction. The various affiliated nations have been persistently lodging complaints with the world government. Under mounting pressure, the world government has been urging the Navy to intensify their efforts in eradicating piracy, even going so far as to increase naval funding. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Morse, his name has already entered the minds of the Navy's upper echelons. Akainu has taken a keen interest in him. Were he aware of this, he would undoubtedly shed tears of regret, for an individual like Akainu is a workaholic. Should he become one of his subordinates, it would mean endless toil, potentially leading to exhaustion. Casually tearing away the tattered remnants of his military uniform, he strode toward the Rose Tavern, bare-chested and puffing on a recently salvaged cigarette, having narrowly escaped disaster. Ah, is that not young Rocco? Have you had one too many and collided with the table? while we granted you a reprieve to indulge. It seems you have taken it a bit too far. Boss, I shall not be compensating for the damaged tables and chairs. Morse observed Rocco, whose head was heavily bandaged yet still enjoying a drink with the boss, and burst into hearty laughter. Let us share a toast. It seems that even the powers of Doflamingo's string fruit are not to be underestimated, are they, Lieutenant? Before Rocco could respond, the boss erupted into laughter, tossing a large mug of beer in his direction. Lord Morse, you have returned. I trust your health is satisfactory. Upon hearing Morse's voice, Rocco sprang to his feet, his expression filled with admiration as he greeted him in hushed tones. He accepted the mug, tilting his head back to gulp down a generous sip, wiping the remnants of beer from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I can withstand a beating. Otherwise, I would have long been dispatched by that monster Doflamingo. However, that creature's strings do pack quite a punch. By the way, boss, do you have any roasted meat? I'm famished after playing around with that monster for so long. I will fetch it right away. Please hold on, Lord Morse. Rocco hurriedly made his way to the back of the tavern, expertly heading towards the roasting area. He skillfully retrieved a batch of freshly roasted meat, swiftly slicing it before placing it onto a platter. With utmost care, he presented it to Morse. This is delectable. Rocco, have you been learning from the boss? You truly are impressive. Morse stuffed his mouth with barbecued meat, mumbling vague compliments about the grill. Burp. He downed the beer in one go, feeling a sense of relief as he let out a satisfied belch. Comfortably reclining in his chair, he stared up at the ceiling, his gaze drifting until he succumbed to slumber. Snore. 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 The proprietor observed Morse with a wry smile, shaking his head, and draped his jacket over Morse's shoulders. He then waved at Rocco, signaling him to continue drinking without restraint. The following noon, Morse sat up in his chair, stretching lazily as he blinked his bleary eyes at the deserted tavern. He groggily made his way to the restroom for a quick wash. Grabbing a pack of cigarettes from the table, he skillfully flicked one into his mouth, lighting it slowly as he approached the door. He lifted his gaze to the blazing sun and stretched languidly. Puff! He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke towards the sky. What splendid weather, Rocco. We've squandered several days already. It's time to set sail. If we delay any longer, Kevin S. incessant calls will become unbearable. Rocco. Rocco. Where on earth have you disappeared to? Puff. 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 My Lord Morse, your attire is ready. We can depart at any moment, and your breakfast is prepared. Rocco panted as he hurried to Morse's side. Swiftly donning his clothes, Morse took a quick sip of milk, grabbing a piece of bread to nibble on as he waved at Rocco and strode purposefully towards the harbor. Chapter 10. Setting sail. As soon as they arrived at the harbor, a contingent of naval officers brandishing swords and firearms stood on high alert, directing their vigilance toward Toribol and the other officials of the Don Quixote family. In contrast, Toribol wore a strained smile, suppressing his ire while continuously signaling that he meant no trouble, merely wishing to see Lieutenant Morse. He reminded himself to remain calm, aware of the monstrous presence opposite him. Isn't that the minion of that vile bird? What brings him here? Rocco, do you have any idea? Could it be that the fellow is not yet satisfied and seeks another confrontation? Morse, brimming with enthusiasm, shrugged his shoulders and rotated his wrist, momentarily forgetting the words of the warring states, ready to embark on a vigorous endeavor. At that moment, Toripol sensed an unusual air from the opposing navy. He hastily turned back, and upon seeing Morse's excited demeanor, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He quickly suppressed his thoughts, for he had no desire to endure another clash between two formidable beings. The sensation of imminent peril was utterly terrifying. Moreover, Doflamingo was currently bedridden, entirely wrapped in bandages, recuperating from his injuries. Ah, Mr. Morse, this is a modest gift from our young master, who hopes it finds favor with you. He is presently unwell and unable to deliver it personally, wishing you a safe journey. Toripol hurriedly approached, instinctively ready to chuckle, but upon witnessing Morse's exuberance, he stifled it and urgently articulated the purpose of his visit, respectfully presenting the exquisite leather case in his hands. Ah, is this an attempt to bribe me? A righteous Navy officer? Rocco, why don't you hurry and apprehend him? Upon hearing his superior's words, Rocco felt a twinge of awkwardness, scratching his head before suddenly recalling something. He promptly stepped forward to take the leather case from Morse. Morse cast a glance at Rocco, nodding with satisfaction. This stubborn blockhead had indeed made considerable progress. Torpol smiled knowingly, quietly yielding the path to Morse, his demeanor remaining distinctly respectful. Morse approached the warship and waved to a group of heavily armed sailors, exclaiming, "Set sail. Destination the East China Sea." Without a glance at Toripole, he ascended the ship first, followed closely by Rocco and a contingent of solemn sailors, all brimming with vigilance as they boarded the vessel. "You are one of the Don Quixote family, are you not, Toripole? Convey to that scoundrel that I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." "Set sail, Rocco." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing Morse's command, Rocco promptly directed the crew to adjust their course and raise the anchor. The warship gradually departed from the harbor, cutting through the waves toward the East China Sea. Watching the vessel recede into the distance, Toripole wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, "What a true anomaly. Such a character cannot remain dormant for long. It seems prudent to speak with Don Quixote about keeping an eye on him, in hopes of potential collaboration." Within the confines of the office, Morse listened to the rhythmic ticking of the clock, his feet propped casually on the desk as he swayed in his chair, humming a tune, exuding an air of utmost relaxation. Suddenly, a gentle series of knocks echoed from the door. "Come in," he responded lazily, recognizing the footsteps of Rocco. "My Lord Morse," Rocco began, "we have just received a call from the CP in the East Sea, urging us to make haste. The celestial dragons are pressing for our delivery, and if we delay, we shall miss our opportunity to meet him." He continued, "That fellow is quite intriguing. His demeanor is nothing like the haughty arrogance typical of other CP officials." Indeed, it was Rocco, the once naive oaf who had shown signs of growth. He placed the suitcase sent by Doflamingo gently on the desk, sharing the latest news from the East Sea with a smile. "What a bother," Morse mused. "Having encountered such an interesting character, let us inform everyone to quicken their pace. After all, courteous CP officials are a rarity. By the way, have there been any updates from Commander Kevin's base? Next time they call, simply tell that old coot to act his age and refrain from bothering the nurses." "Understood. My lord, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Rocco turned to exit the office, gently closing the door behind him before calling out loudly, "Old ghosts. You lot, stop slacking off. Get moving. We must hasten to the East Sea and showcase your finest skills." As Morse heard Rocco's voice at the door, a look of exasperation crossed his face as he scratched his ear. He shook his head and sat up, his fingers deftly conjuring a flurry of cherry blossoms that whirled around the trunk before lightly flicking his fingers, causing the upper half of the trunk to spring open. Glancing at the neatly arranged treasure within, half a trunk filled with gold coins and the other half with Ihuaji, he chuckled softly. It was evident that Doflamingo, the notorious boss of the underworld, commanded fear not merely through brute strength, but also through cunning. With his right hand enveloped in the aura of Haki, he picked up a piece of Ihuaji, retrieved a box from within, and skillfully opened it. He extracted a stick and brought it to his nose, inhaling its exquisite fragrance. Although he was uncertain if it was indeed the legendary scent of a maiden, it was undeniably pleasant. Unable to contain his anticipation, he lit it and took a satisfying puff while reflecting on the gains and losses of this expedition. Firstly, his confrontation with Doflamingo had provided him with a clearer understanding of his own strength, positioning him somewhere between a vice admiral and an admiral of the Navy, excluding the anomaly that was Garp. Secondly, his devil fruit had reached an awakened state, allowing him to achieve a level of mastery without relying solely on shallow strikes. His swordsmanship, the coordination of his blade, Haki, and the devil fruit had all advanced significantly, even enabling him to envelop part of his initial transformation's cherry blossoms with armed Haki. These were the rewards of his endeavors. Yet the cost was that he had earned the deep resentment of the Shichibukai, Doflamingo, while it had not escalated to a life-or-death enmity. Any opportunity afforded to his adversary could very well result in his demise. Moreover, the higher-ups in the headquarters would likely keep a closer watch on him, meaning he could no longer indulge in the same leisurely conduct he had enjoyed at the 76th branch, although working overtime was out of the question. As these thoughts weighed on his mind, Morse felt a wave of frustration wash over him, compelling him to reiterate his limits internally. Ultimately, he decided to dismiss such worries. They were truly a nuisance. With the clock nearing 4 o'clock, signaling the end of the workday, he resolved to indulge in another smoke. After all, being the highest-ranking officer aboard, he had established his own work schedule, an enviable timetable of 10 to 4, a dream from his previous life, complete with a 2-hour lunch break for meals and a nap. Lieutenant Morse mused, "In just 4 days, we shall set sail for the East Blue." Morse reclined on a deck chair at the bow of the warship, basking in the sun while savoring a special summer beverage crafted by the ship's chef. He gazed out at the vast expanse of the sea, nodding slowly. It was now midday on the second day, coinciding with Morse's designated time for repose. They had reached the final segment of their voyage in the North Sea, where small sea kings were frequently sighted, and occasionally larger ones circled the warship. Were it not for Rocco's intervention, Morse would have dispatched them long ago. These colossal beasts, often exceeding 100 meters in length, possessed the strength to effortlessly tear apart a warship. However, the hulls of naval vessels were reinforced with sea stone, causing these sea kings to perceive the ship as a creature of the ocean, thus refraining from attacking. Moreover, Morse's formidable aura further deterred the sensitive sea kings from making any reckless moves. Rocco, do you possess any knowledge of the naval headquarters? Could you enlighten me on how they typically arrange for branch navies like ours? The warship sailed swiftly along the channel, devoid of any peril, prompting Morse to engage Rocco, who had never been to the headquarters. Rocco hesitated for a moment, then carefully gathered his thoughts before responding. I have heard from several venerable seniors that promotions are primarily based on merit. Subsequently, decisions regarding whether one remains at headquarters or is reassigned to other departments are made based on the results of elite training camp assessments or challenges. Generally, branch navies entering the naval headquarters face two choices: to serve directly under the command of the headquarters officers in combat, or to be transferred to logistical departments for support roles. However, given your exceptional prowess, I am certain that several admirals will vie for your talents. At this point, Rocco's eyes betrayed a glimmer of longing. After all, it was a chance to become part of the Admiralty's inner circle. Regrettably, he harbored a clear understanding of his own qualifications and abilities. As an ordinary Navy man from a branch, he acknowledged that opportunities of such magnitude would likely elude him for life. Now in his 30s, he had reached the prime of his life, and if he could not ascend to the rank of officer at this juncture, he would likely find himself relegated to a remote outpost as a mere sentinel for the rest of his days. Morse gazed at the dejected Rocco, fully aware of his sentiments, for he had once stood in similar despair 8 years prior. He, too, had felt lost, unable to discern the path ahead. Despite his relentless efforts to improve, his innate limitations rendered him fruitless in his pursuits. It was only through a fortuitous twist of fate that he found himself atop this vast ocean, surveying the world below. Rocco, do not relinquish hope. This ocean is brimming with opportunities. Our only task is to seize them firmly as they fleetingly present themselves. Morse could not help but serve Rocco a bowl of toxic soup, as the current predicament was indeed a consequence of his own making. However, he lacked the inclination to pursue the matter further, gesturing for Rocco to contemplate the meaning of life elsewhere and not disturb his sunbathing. Chapter 11. Is this not a paid vacation? Having casually dismissed Rocco, who was now steeped in self-doubt after consuming the noxious broth, Morse donned a pair of sunglasses bestowed upon him by an unknown benefactor. As he gazed at the blazing sun and listened to the whispers of the sea breeze, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Sir, it is time to eat. The persistent calls pierced through his tranquility. Morse slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the somewhat blurred orbs of light in the sky. With a palpable irritation, he glared fiercely at Rocco, his tone decidedly ungracious. Rocco, just look at the sun still hanging in the sky. You wake me up at a time like this, and I felt as if I were just seeing stars. Are you eager to dive into the sea and challenge that aquatic creature to a race? My lord, perhaps you might consider removing your sunglasses for a moment? Rocco cautiously suggested, gesturing towards the shades perched upon Morse's nose. Morse gently touched his face, forcefully yanking down his sunglasses. Glancing up at the sky, he realized there was little difference with or without them, and instinctively uttered, "Goodness, does Beihai also experience such capricious weather?" Rocco then informed everyone to prepare for the impending storm and tumultuous waves. Ah, my lord, there has been no change in the weather. It is merely that you have slumbered through the afternoon, and it is now evening, Rocco replied, suppressing a laugh. I refrained from disturbing your peaceful rest, as you appeared to be in such a deep sleep. Chef Hill has just finished preparing dinner, so I have come to summon you to the table. Miles paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face as he scratched his head. With a graceful leap reminiscent of a carp, he stood up and swiftly made his way towards the dining area. Rocco, meanwhile, remained stationary, quietly gathering the lounge chair and sunglasses before following suit. What shall we have for dinner, Rocco? Surely it won't be another round of tuna salad and seafood soup? I can hardly bear the thought of it. I've nearly reached my limit these past few days. Before Rocco could respond, the venerable Chef Hill's deep voice, though he had yet to arrive, floated softly into Mal's ear. My dear Lord Mals, do you harbor grievances regarding my culinary skills? Have a modicum of conscience, would you? If it weren't for the considerable upheaval you caused on the island, We wouldn't be in this predicament where every scoundrel selling ingredients quakes at the thought of providing us with provisions. It took a great deal of effort to procure this meager supply at the dock, and yet I must continually devise new dishes for you. Only to hear your dissatisfaction now. It seems you have taken a particular delight in targeting this old man. Morse gazed at Hill, who approached with a sinister expression while brandishing a kitchen knife. No, I merely believe that these meager ingredients do not truly showcase your culinary prowess. For many years, I have eagerly anticipated the days when you were on duty at the base, for during your presence, the meals are not only delectable but also plentiful. Morse immediately began to smile and lick his lips. Upon hearing this, Hill's expression brightened instantly, yet he still jested. All you do is flatter. Hurry and let us eat. We must reach the East Sea swiftly. Not only did we purchase a meager amount before, but that bunch of scoundrels also passed off inferior goods as quality. If we do not promptly replenish our supplies, I fear we may encounter trouble. Hearing Hill's words, Morse nodded, contemplating that when he next encountered that scoundrel Doflamingo, he must give him a proper greeting for having secretly tripped him up. As Morse and Rocco entered the restaurant, several Navy personnel who were dining and queuing for food greeted them warmly. Good evening, Lord Morse. Please, you go ahead, Lord Morse. Rocco, don't you dare try to cut in line. Come back here. Morse approached the forefront with a smile, playfully making a face at Rocco, who had been dragged to the end of the line. Laughter erupted among the surrounding sailors, who relished the camaraderie with Morse. Even in jest, there was no room for anger. His presence exuded none of the oppressive authority typically associated with other commanders. As Morse dined, he engaged in light-hearted banter with those around him. He took a hearty bite of tuna and sipped his chilled beer when someone curiously inquired, "Sir, we all witnessed your battle with the night demon at the port. Your use of cherry blossom was truly magnificent. Even the night demon proved no match for your prowess. With your strength, you could easily ascend to the rank of a major general at headquarters. You must remain at the headquarters this time to uphold the pride of our 76th Division. Let us see if those rascals from the 79th Division dare to contest our rights to recruit new soldiers. Listen here, you lot. When you encounter that vile creature, remember to steer clear. Its power surpasses the legends. Were it not for my tough skin and resilience against its relentless assaults, I would have long been dispatched, perhaps even reduced to ashes scattered across the sea. And what is so appealing about headquarters? You all seem eager to go there. My purpose this time is merely to complete a task and attend a training session to gain experience, which I will then share with you miscreants. I might as well enjoy a paid vacation while I'm at it. Instead of relying on me for good fortune, you should focus on training diligently. When the arms race with those rascals from the 79th Division ensues, let us defeat them decisively. Are you jesting? When have we not bested those fellows from the 79th? We do not shy away from the night demon. Retreating would be pointless for us as sailors. Besides, when we next encounter the night demon, you will be there. So what is there to fear? By the way, sir, why must we exert so much effort to divert to the East Sea to deliver supplies to those rascals? They could simply collect them from headquarters. You lot truly fail to appreciate your good fortune. This is a splendid opportunity. When would we ever have the chance to execute a mission in the East Sea? I have always heard that the East Sea is devoid of formidable pirates. Merely a swarm of minnows, far more tranquil than our North Sea. This is hardly a mission. It is essentially a paid holiday. And yet, you continue to nitpick. A bunch of rascals. Morse engaged in a delightful conversation with his colleagues while enjoying his meal. After finishing his meal, Morse took a bottle of wine and greeted everyone before retreating to the deck, where he comfortably reclined in a lounge chair. He silently unleashed his observation hockey, honing its intensity while remaining vigilant against any unforeseen dangers in his surroundings. In the morning, he returned to his quarters for rest, and by noon, he lay on the deck, fishing with a rod and line crafted from cherry blossoms, simultaneously training the fusion strength of his hockey and the blossoms. As evening fell, he fully engaged his observation hockey, diligently working on expanding its range and intensity. This state of focus persisted until they entered the East Sea territory. Lord Morse, we have now entered the East Sea domain. In half a day, we will reach the jurisdiction waters of 148. I have just secured garrison rights from the commander of the 148th branch. We are now free to land on islands for supplies without the need for individual requests. Well done, Rocco. You have truly grown considerably. Which island is closest ahead? Let us land and restock. At this rate, I feel like I might turn into a tuna with all this tuna salad we've been eating. Indeed, my lord, the nearest island ahead is Noya's Island. Given the scarcity of pirate activity in the vicinity, there is no permanent naval presence on the island. Additionally, the beer there is reputed to be quite renowned in the East Sea. You can indulge yourself, and I shall procure 2 barrels for you upon our return. Your efforts are much appreciated, Rocco. As the warship gently docked at the island's edge, Morse spread his arms wide, inhaling the fragrant aromas of the island's flora. Brothers, you are free to roam. There is no need for anyone to remain on guard aboard the ship. However, we shall only stay for 1 night. You rascals, be mindful of your drinking. Don't let it hinder your rising tomorrow, for we shall set sail early and will not make further stops until we reach Logue Town. Haha. Lord Morse, you are the best. I was nearly suffocating in this short time. Rhodey, lend me some berries to spend. Nuven, let us go out tonight. You know what I mean. Is anyone else interested in drinking? Morse has just announced the commencement of free activities, and everyone erupted in jubilant cheers. Some sought loans. Others arranged for drinks, while many pursued merriment, resulting in a scene of utter chaos. Rocco, standing to the side, wore a hesitant expression. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Morse gently patted his shoulder and gazed at the vast ocean. Fear not, for I am here. Upon witnessing Morse's confident demeanor, Rocco's apprehensions dissipated, and he nodded with a smile, promptly returning to instruct everyone to prioritize safety upon landing on the island. He also assigned several naval personnel to procure supplies, particularly emphasizing that Chef Hill personally oversee the acquisition of food, advising against purchasing tuna, as everyone was nearly fed up with it. Observing Rocco's earnest figure, Morse found himself hesitating about whether to retain him as an aide, although his combat prowess was lacking. His handling of various mundane matters was indeed satisfactory. Shaking his head, he pondered the futility of such thoughts, deciding to address it later. With practiced ease, he inserted a cigarette into his mouth, lit it with elegance, leaned against the railing, and gracefully leapt off the warship, waving farewell to the vessel as he strode alone onto Noise Island. Chapter 12. The Justice of the Navy. Morse strolled along the dusty dirt road, a cigarette in hand, flanked by towering trees that stood majestically, untouched by any form of embellishment. The leaves, swept by the wind, drifted casually around the great trunks, suggesting that merchants seldom frequented this area. Otherwise, the roads would not remain unpaved. After all, the age-old adage holds true: wealth begins with well-maintained roads. That scoundrel Rocco truly lacks discernment. Under such conditions, how could the wine possibly be palatable? And to claim it is renowned in the East Sea if it were indeed famous. Those bloodsuckers would have long since incorporated this place into their commercial endeavors. These thoughts dampened his spirits, and his previously lively gait slowed. Observing the towering trees around him, he suddenly expelled the smoke from his mouth, extinguishing the cigarette underfoot. With a hand resting on his waist, he leaped onto a branch of a nearby tree. Gazing into the distance, the beautiful scenery lifted his mood considerably. It was indeed far more pleasant than the dust beneath his feet. The outlines of a distant village came into view. With a powerful push from his feet, he sprang forward, bounding swiftly from tree to tree along the roadside. He had long desired to experience the exhilarating sensation of traversing the treetops, akin to the ninjas in Naruto, but had lacked the opportunity until now. Today, with no one around to witness him and the trees perfectly suited for his endeavor, he decided to give it a try. As he leapt, he began to indulge himself, executing flips, side rolls, 720-degree spins, and various other acrobatic maneuvers, all while maintaining his speed. Before long, he reached the village's perimeter. With a graceful flip, he landed firmly at the village's edge and cheerfully greeted the guards stationed at the lookout. "Good sirs, must I register to enter the village? Quickly, sound the alarm. The Navy has arrived." The 2 guards, upon seeing Morse in military attire, shouted in a flurry of panic, colliding with each other like headless flies. The resounding toll of the bell echoed through the forest, and while Morse was intrigued by the commotion, he did not intervene. Instead, he watched with keen interest. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, stooped and weathered, approached the village entrance with a cane, followed by a group of villagers armed with makeshift weapons, their expressions wary as they regarded Morse. "Sir Navy, isn't the security fee for this month still not due? Could we possibly defer it and settle it all together next month?" The elder's voice trembled slightly, and Morse could see the fear in his eyes, mirrored by the quivering hands of the young villagers behind him. Mowers began to grasp the situation. It appeared that the circumstances of this village were inextricably linked to the Navy. "Old sir, it seems you have misunderstood. I merely passed through your esteemed territory while executing a mission and given the limited supplies aboard my vessel, coupled with the renowned reputation of your local wheat beer, I sought to procure a quantity. Although the elder remained skeptical, his demeanor had noticeably softened, especially considering that previous naval visits to collect security fees had never been met with such courtesy. In truth, had the village not recently found itself unable to produce the requisite security fees, he would not have ventured out with such a large entourage, creating this considerable commotion. The potential ire of the Navy was a consequence too dire to contemplate. He merely wished to assert his stance and attempt to intimidate them. Although he was acutely aware of the slim chance of success, after all, how could the Navy possibly fear civilians? Noble naval officer, you may have come to the wrong place. This island has severed its trade routes with the outside world, and the wheat beer produced each year is submitted as part of our security fee to your esteemed self, leaving us with no surplus provisions to offer you. As the elder spoke, he cast a significant glance at the only robust young man beside him, who held a hunting rifle. The young man hesitated, his grip on the rifle wavering, but under the elder's stern gaze. He shot a fierce glare at Morse before surrendering the weapon to his companions and retreating into the village. Morse silently observed the unfolding scene, his expression growing increasingly grave, as he absent-mindedly twirled a cherry blossom petal between his fingers, revealing the turbulence within his heart. The day's circumstances evoked memories from years past, particularly a mission he had undertaken alongside Kevin. Upon their return, Kevin appeared haggard, his hands stained with blood, his tone unusually somber. Little Jones, today I shall impart a singular lesson, the only one that truly matters. Its title is justice. Indeed, it is the burden of justice we bear. Remember, these two words shine brightly above the sea, yet beneath them lies profound darkness. Not everyone can uphold this justice. Within every orchard, there are inevitably a few rotten trees and fruit. Until you personally pluck them, you can never discern their condition. Thus, if you genuinely identify with your naval identity, you must seek out your own version of justice and adhere to it throughout your life. Much like the former Marine Admiral Zifa's principle of non-lethal force or the strategic wisdom of Sengoku, who, despite not being universally acknowledged, embraced it as his creed and lived it fully. At the time, Morse found these cryptic words incomprehensible, only to grasp their significance later, during a drinking session with his aides, when one inadvertently divulged the truth. It turned out that mission involved executing a group of naval scoundrels who had been oppressing civilians and colluding with pirates. A revelation that illuminated for Kevin the complexity behind the notion of justice. In the light, there must be darkness. Today, the demeanor and actions of the elder before him reminded Morse of the lesson imparted by Kevin. Elder, might I inquire about the so-called security fee? I have not encountered such a term within the naval context throughout these years. The world is often cloaked in shadows. It cannot be true. Before the elder could respond, the young men behind him began to murmur among themselves, their voices distinctly reaching Morse, who was keenly attuned to his surroundings. The ability to listen in was an invaluable skill. The elder raised his cane and struck it firmly against the ground, silencing the youths instantly. Since the esteemed naval officer is interested in conversing, I shall oblige, though the village is rather chaotic. Would it suffice for you to discuss this matter in the nearby pavilion? With a gesture, he halted the youths from advancing and guided Morse to a nearby gazebo, where they sat down slowly, the elder scrutinizing Morse intently. You are not from the East Blue, are you? Your accent suggests you hail from the Northwest. Noticing the elder had not even offered him a cup of tea, Morse managed a wry smile and shook his head. You possess remarkable hearing, elder. Indeed, I am not a local, having come from the North Sea. The elder chose not to press further. Age had taught him the virtue of concealing curiosity, and he merely nodded. If there are inquiries you wish to make, feel free to ask. The old man will speak candidly, though we truly lack additional resources to present as offerings to you. Morse cast a silent glance at the elder, momentarily at a loss for words, and reluctantly proceeded with an introduction. I am Jones Morse, hailing from the North Sea. May I inquire about your esteemed surname, and discuss the matter of public safety fees? Ah, Lord Jones, time has rendered me nearly forgetful of my own name. The villagers refer to me as Hillman, so you may call me Hillman, replied the elder. Elder Hillman, I perceive that the resources on this island are far from meager. How is it that the village is described as so impoverished? Is it truly the so-called public safety fees that have led to this plight? Before Hillman could respond, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Moments later, a group of naval soldiers, arm in arm and armed with swords and firearms, strode purposefully towards the village. Faintly, one could hear snippets of conversation, drinking, gambling, and barbecuing. Just as Hillman had begun to lower his guard, a wave of tension washed over him once more as he anxiously turned to Morse. Morse, with a furrowed brow, rubbed his forehead in frustration, feeling more hindered than helped by the circumstances. At that moment, a young man, panting heavily, sprinted back to the village. Clutching a barrel nearly half his height, he set it down with great effort, exclaiming, "Dad, I've brought the goods." His eyes burned with animosity as he glared at Morse, as if he wished to pounce on him in fury. Just then, Rocco arrived at the village entrance, accompanied by a contingent of sailors. Upon spotting a group of young men wielding clubs, he promptly signaled for his men to ready their weapons. "Rocco, instruct everyone to lower their arms and take a breather. I need to have a word with the village chief. What is going on with the old man?" Morris first gestured for Rocco and the others to lower their weapons, then pointed to the barrels of wine on the ground, inquiring with a puzzled expression, "My lord, this is the only wine left in the village. As a token of our respect for you, we truly cannot afford this month's security fee. We have already slaughtered part of the livestock raised in the village. Father, let us confront them. If this continues, we shall inevitably starve." Morse observed the harmonious duet performed by the father and son before him, feeling a twinge of frustration as he retrieved his cigarette case, offering it to them with a query about their desire for a smoke. Upon receiving their polite refusals, he selected one for himself, silently igniting it and taking a draw. "Let us discuss the security fees, shall we, Village Chief Hillman?" Noticing the impatience in Morse's tone, Hillman exchanged glances with his son, signaling him to return to the village entrance and keep an eye on the villagers, cautioning against any conflict with the Navy. Since the adults wish to listen, I shall recount our tale. Many years ago, our island gained renown in the East China Sea for its unique wheat, which was used to brew a distinctive beer. Merchant ships frequented our shores in a constant stream, ushering in an era of prosperity. However, all of this changed that fateful summer when a band of pirates stormed our island, brutally slaying some of the defiant merchants and villagers, and declaring that the wheat and beer belonged solely to them for trade. This state of affairs endured for 6 months. Although prices plummeted, the village managed to sustain itself. With chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and fresh produce still available, and the villagers remained content. 6 months later, a contingent of Navy soldiers arrived, identifying themselves as the 141st Division of the East China Sea, proclaiming their intent to help us expel the pirates. Naturally, we welcomed them with open arms, eager to collaborate. When the pirates returned to collect their supplies, we ambushed them alongside the Navy, successfully vanquishing our tormentors. However, this marked the onset of our nightmare. After the pirates were driven away, the Navy failed to fulfill their earlier promise of aiding us in attracting trade. Instead, they demanded a hefty sum as a security fee, claiming it was for the protection we received during the expulsion of the pirates. "This is the origin of the security fees," Hillman lamented. "We had hoped that with the pirates gone, our village would restore its former glory, yet we underestimated the greed inherent in humanity and overestimated the Navy's sense of justice." At this juncture, Hillman erupted in anger, his voice raised before he was overcome with tears. "I was wrong. I was wrong to trust the Navy, to believe in you wretches." Morse remained quietly smoking, refraining from interjecting, merely listening intently as if the words spoken were not about the Navy, but rather the cherry blossoms in his hand, which seemed to have acquired a few more petals and were spinning a tad faster. Hillman gently wiped the tears from his face, his voice tinged with a hint of sob, as he earnestly gazed at Morse. "Since that time, that group of Navy men has visited us every month, routinely collecting protection fees. Initially, they only took new wine and wheat, but soon their demands escalated to include all manner of goods, be it barley, spirits, or food. Nothing was spared. They even left us without seeds for the upcoming planting season. We attempted to resist, yet we were utterly powerless against their firearms and long blades. Many of the village's young men have perished in this struggle, and of my 3 sons, only this youngest one remains alive. Oh, distant naval officer, might you enlighten me on the essence of justice?" Upon hearing Hillman's inquiry, Morse extinguished his cigarette with fervor, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he compensate them handsomely with gold coins to prove the righteousness of the Navy? Wait here for those sea marauders, and then slay them, liberating the villagers from their oppressive existence? Or perhaps assist them in promoting their wine and wheat? While the solutions appeared straightforward, Morse sensed that none would be believed by the other party, casting a serious glance at the elder before him, and then at the villagers in the distance wielding clubs. He silently smiled. "Elder, I have heard your tale. May I request a moment of your time? You may soon discover the answer. Rocco, investigate which branch of the Navy is patrolling the nearby waters, and ascertain if there are any unusual circumstances. Also, please provide the elder with some gold coins to procure food. We shall return to the ship for the night. I find myself rather eager to encounter those Navy men." Morse smiled as he issued instructions to Rocco, yet the murderous intent lurking in his gaze reminded Rocco of Morse's fierce battle with Doflamingo. He understood that the man was genuinely enraged. Promptly, he ordered the Navy and the villagers to procure food and beverages, while simultaneously directing everyone to return to the ship and refrain from entering the village. Meanwhile, he retrieved several transponder snails to inquire about the naval distribution in this maritime region. Morse disregarded the crowd, even neglecting to greet Old Man Hillman, and silently strode towards the warship, paying no heed to the dust beneath his feet. His pristine military uniform gradually became tainted with a layer of gray dust, much like the resplendent light of justice inevitably sullied by darkness. Standing on the deck, gazing out at the vast sea, Hillman's voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Deep down, he understood that the situation was not as dire as they portrayed, yet he remained unable to accept the fact that the Navy oppressed civilians like pirates. Even if these civilians were far from compliant, a hint of murderous intent merged with his observation haki, spreading wildly into the distance. The fish in the sea, startled, hurriedly swam towards the depths, as if fearing that lingering even a moment longer would lead to their demise. It was uncertain how far the ripple extended, yet he vaguely sensed the silhouette of a vessel. What a fortuitous encounter! Although he merely perceived a fleeting outline, for reasons unknown, Morse felt an unwavering certainty that it was indeed the Navy Hillman had spoken of. At that moment, the sky seemed to resonate with his emotions, as dark clouds gradually enveloped the heavens, casting an oppressive gloom that hinted at an impending storm. Morse cast a penetrating gaze at the increasingly dense clouds above, slowly drawing his slender blade from his waist. The blade, shrouded in an overwhelming aura, transformed into an inky black hue. With a fierce upward swing, he unleashed a tremendous cherry blossom-colored strike that soared towards the heavens. Scatter! 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a resounding boom, the busy villagers, including Rocco and Hillman, looked up to see petals drifting gracefully through the air. The once overcast sky gradually cleared, allowing golden sunlight to filter through the blossoms, as if a rain of golden cherry blossoms had descended upon the earth. How beautiful! A group of onlookers at the village entrance stood in a daze, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle, their voices filled with awe, for such beauty was a rarity to behold. Did he cleave the sky? Lord Morse, how powerful you truly are! Rocco, recognizing the familiar cherry blossoms, gazed in the direction of the warships, feeling a deep admiration for Morse. With this thought, he swiftly retrieved his transponder snail, adeptly contacting the naval base nearby in the East Sea to inquire about the origins of the naval forces. It is no wonder that Morse had developed an increasing fondness for Rocco's capabilities. Before long, Rocco had uncovered the identity of the naval forces and instructed Chef Hill, who was engrossed in conversation with Shiver, to keep a close watch over their naval guests. Soon after, Rocco hurried over to Morse, panting heavily. Upon seeing Morse's impassive expression, Rocco hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. "Rocco, do not worry. There is nothing to be concerned about. I am prepared," Morse reassured him, gesturing for Rocco to speak freely. "My lord, I have just learned that although we are in the waters of the 148th Naval Branch, the Navy referred to by Hillman belongs to the G5 Fortress. The highest commander of G5 is Admiral Maynard. Perhaps it is best if we refrain from interfering in this matter. When you attend the training at headquarters, you can report it directly, and there will be personnel from headquarters to oversee the situation," Rocco said, his face heavy with concern as he cautiously urged Morse to avoid entanglement in this troublesome affair. "Rocco, refrain from speaking such things in the future. Remember your position. We bear not only honor but also a grave responsibility." Morse patted his shoulder and gestured towards his military uniform. "Rocco has urged everyone to return swiftly. The scoundrels are approaching. Let us confront these wretches and teach them the true meaning of justice." After Morse spoke, he chose not to utter another word. Silently gazing towards the horizon of the sea, his thoughts adrift in an unknown realm. Shortly thereafter, Rocco returned with the entire navy to the island's edge, depositing the acquired provisions and beverages onto the warship. Each individual solemnly retrieved their weapons, standing beneath the vessel with grave expressions. They had never anticipated a day when their arms would be aimed at their own comrades, even though those individuals were more repugnant than pirates. If one wished to refrain from participation, they were advised to retreat to their quarters and remain there. This was not an act of cowardice, for it was merely an absurd conflict devoid of meaning. This was solely my personal conviction. Morse gazed out at the sea and gently addressed his subordinates behind him. No one moved. They stood silently, bearing their long guns and wielding their sabers, awaiting the inevitable. Even Chef Hill stood among the ranks. A melancholic sound of a flute resonated in Morse's ears. As he beheld the approaching warship, his gaze sharpened, and he expertly rolled a cigarette, igniting it in anticipation. Rocco swiftly raised his left hand, drawing his saber with his right, while the sailors behind him promptly armed themselves, the entire formation transforming into a battleground stance, ready to confront the enemy's advance. Not far behind them, Hillman led the villagers, armed with clubs, stealthily concealing themselves in the woods flanking the road, his son closely following him, cradling a hunting rifle. "Father, how do you suppose these fellows know that the ruffians are coming? I believe these two groups of sailors are in cahoots, and here we are, merely watching. What if they do not engage in battle? Wouldn't that spell disaster for us? Moreover, as you can see, this new contingent of sailors is rather scant, though they appear far superior to the previous lot of rogues. Even if we manage to repel them this time, what will happen when they return? They won't always be here to assist us. And heaven forbid we are defeated, we would suffer the consequences as well." Listening to his son's incessant chatter, Hillman struck the lad's foot with his cane. "Silence. We have no choice left. If we continue paying these extortion fees, in less than 2 years, we will either starve on this island or flee into the sea, awaiting capture by pirates who will sell us into slavery." Hillman understood his son's concerns. Yet as he himself had asserted, they were indeed out of options. They could only gamble their lives on Morse's character and prowess. That naval officer was no ordinary man. Though he spoke little, Hillman sensed that he was a genuine sailor, a true guardian of the sea. "Father, look. Look, they are coming. Those ruffians are indeed approaching. Should we not retreat further? Be quiet, and stay still, you fool." Observing the fearful expressions and trembling bodies of the children behind him, the old man felt increasingly convinced that this venture was the right choice. If things continued as they were, his homeland would be utterly destroyed. The flute's notes intensified, and the warship steadily approached the island's edge. A naval lieutenant, clad in a wrinkled uniform and puffing on a cigar, strode to stand opposite Morse, glancing at his insignia. "Boy, where do you hail from? Do you not know this is my territory? Be gone with your belongings. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off this time. Next time, do take heed and refrain from trespassing on another land. Understand?" With that, he produced a cigar from his pocket and tossed it to Morse. "Boy, cigars are for women. Real men smoke this, and it's the finest quality. Hey, you bunch of ruffians, what are you doing with those weapons? I am a naval officer as well. How dare you trespass on my territory with guns pointed at me? If it weren't for the orders from above prohibiting conflicts with the Navy, I would have dealt with you myself. Sir, please lower your voice. They can still hear us." A neatly dressed lieutenant gently tugged at the disheveled man. Chapter 14. Happy Chishi Festival. Wishing all the esteemed individuals a joyful Chishi. May you find your partners swiftly if you are single. Let me remain a solitary frog. Alone, alone, alone. QQ Group 101-989-1993. Chapter 15. The answer, Chia. You are in no position to lecture me. Hey, Hillman, why are you hiding so far away? Hurry up and pay this month's security fee. I do not have the time to wait around for you. You are quite bothersome. And you lot, did you not hear what I said? How dare you still point your guns at me?" The disheveled Navy captain, filled with rage, hurled the half-smoked cigar he had just taken 2 puffs from towards Rocco. Clang! The sound of a blade echoed, and a flash of steel glimmered as the cigar, caught mid-air, fell in 2 pieces onto the deck. "Kid, I did not realize you possessed some skill. Where do you hail from? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucille, the bloodthirsty subordinate of Bernard from Base G5. Seeing the potential swordsmanship of Morse, Lucille's arrogance diminished, and he quickly proclaimed his background and affiliations. Simultaneously, the young man displayed an expression that implied he had backing, warning that anyone daring to confront him would face dire consequences. Chia, observing Lucille's demeanor, wore a smile, yet his depths brimmed with disdain and contempt. Had it not been for the constraints of their respective strengths, he would have swiftly dispatched Lucille without needing Morse to intervene. Morse gazed at the two individuals before him, momentarily losing the desire to engage in conflict. He remained silent, taking a gentle puff from his cigarette and gesturing toward Rocco below. Without the slightest hesitation, Rocco commanded, "Open fire." He was the first to unsheath his blade and leap onto the warship of Lucille, striking at him without a word. Bang, bang, bang. As bullets filled the air, Lucille appeared momentarily startled, frozen in place. Suddenly, Chia, wielding dual short blades, darted in front of Lucille, spinning rapidly to deflect the incoming projectiles. With great effort, he crossed his arms to block Rocco's powerful strike. Gasping, Chia knelt on one knee, blood spilling from his mouth. "My lord, please rest aside. I'll handle this scoundrel. You ruffians, how dare you turn against your comrades? What are you waiting for? Fight back." Chia shouted furiously at the naval officers on the deck who stood bewildered, as if awaiting their doom. At that moment, Lucille seemed to snap to attention, erupting into wild laughter. "Ha ha! Kill them, my minions! How dare someone lay a hand on me? Truly, they are tired of living." The previously lethargic sailors on the deck, upon hearing Lucille's command, instantly transformed into a state of readiness, charging toward the bow to retaliate against the naval forces below. "Chia, you have surprised me. This fellow has made you bleed. When did you become so feeble?" Rocco taunted. "Enough with your insolent remarks. This man is formidable, and you should be cautious of the one opposite you. Do not let him best you." Chia's tone shifted, losing its earlier deference. He raised his arms, forcing Rocco back a couple of steps, then stood casually, his short blades lightly clashing together as a cruel smile crept upon his lips. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chia, Vice Captain of the 7th Combat Unit at G5 Base. I look forward to your guidance." With that, he lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air toward Rocco. Rocco, observing this, nonchalantly waved his long knife, glancing at the still motionless Lucille, contemplating how to dispatch him, dismissing Chia entirely. After all, a man who had been felled by his blade was hardly worthy of concern. Morse absorbed everything around him. As the sailors aboard and ashore wielded their long rifles, seeking cover and exchanging gunfire, while those armed with blades engaged in a fierce struggle on the island, their skirmishes occasionally resulting in splashes of crimson. In contrast to the ineffectual musketmen, who failed to land a single shot, these close-quarter confrontations were far more brutal. Observing Rocco's movements, Morse smiled. This fellow had begun to learn the art of strategy in battle. It seemed that the tavern owner had imparted more than just culinary skills. Rocco had indeed made significant strides. As for Lucille, Morse regarded him with indifference, deciding it best to leave the matter to Rocco. He hoped Rocco would mature swiftly, as he relied heavily on him for a plethora of administrative tasks, knowing he could not always be at his side. "Chia, it appears you have been underestimated. That scoundrel dares to think he can come and slay me. Perhaps I should take matters into my own hands." He called out, "Hey, you lot, hurry it up. Don't waste time. We'll be mocked by those fools if we return late." Lucille observed the chaos around him, where everyone was embroiled in combat while he and Morse remained idle. He had no desire to instigate confrontation, sensing a hint of danger emanating from the young man across from him. Leaning casually against the mast, he retrieved his cherished cigar box, carefully extracted one, and savored its aroma before placing it in his mouth, lighting it leisurely and exhaling clouds of smoke, completely unconcerned about the tumultuous battle below. He even found time to jest with Chia. "You fools, each and every one of you. Especially you. How dare you underestimate me? To hell with you. Blade of the straight edge, eagle strike," Chia declared, brandishing his broken blade, his body slightly bent, arms raised behind him in a pose reminiscent of an eagle preparing to take flight. "Showy," Rocco retorted, observing Chia's stance, though his actions conveyed no hint of disdain. Clang. The two clashed, and Rocco, emulating Morse, gently wiped the blood from his blade before sheathing it, almost as if he were about to light a cigarette. Boom. "What a waste. You dare to dream of slaying me, Chia?" Rocco scoffed as he witnessed Chia, now grasping a dagger in each hand, succumb to the ground, a thin line of blood trickling from his neck. Lucille took a deep drag from his cigar, releasing a large smoke ring. Despite his harsh words, his eyes betrayed a profound sorrow for his fallen comrade. Chia had been his brother-in-arms since their enlistment, and he involuntarily moved his limbs, feeling the weight of the moment. "You scoundrel, while I despise that fool, having opposed my decision since the day we met, and even plotting to usurp my position, he remains my subordinate, my brother. To have you brazenly take his life is intolerable. Now, let your own demise serve as his requiem. With a swift motion, Lucille formed her hands into the shape of pistols, directing a barrage of shots towards Rocco's direction. Despite Rocco's desperate attempts to evade, 2 bullets struck him, one in his left shoulder and the other in his left arm, creating wounds that bled profusely. At that moment, Rocco finally drew his knife and lunged towards Lucille, regretting his earlier showboating. Wishing he hadn't tried to mimic the adults by wiping down his blade and performing a flourish before sheathing it. This was truly an unjust consequence. From a distance, Morse nearly burst into laughter at Rocco's predicament. It seemed that wherever one went, there were always those who delighted in theatrics. If he were to be slain, it would surely be a tragic end. Moonlight, Rocco murmured softly, exerting pressure with his feet as he gripped his knife, executing an upward slash towards Lucille, the blade shimmering with a faint, almost translucent silver glow. Interesting. Has he touched the threshold of a swordsman? Morse noted with surprise at the silver gleam on Rocco's blade. However, despite being in the weakest Eastern Sea, Lucille's rank as a captain was not merely a product of flattery. Her reputation as the bloodthirsty Lucille was earned through countless battles. With a practiced sidestep, Lucille deftly avoided Rocco's strike, and in an instant, she donned a pair of tiger claws. A straightforward, unadorned hook punch struck fiercely at Rocco's waist. Caught off guard, Rocco could only hastily retract his blade, using its body to shield his left side. With a resounding thud, Rocco barely managed to block Lucille's punch, yet he was still sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a Navy officer who was taking aim from behind a railing. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. My apologies, friend, Rocco said, patting the dazed officer, sheepishly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Humph! Is that all you can muster, you fool? Lucille taunted, adopting a boxer-esque stance and beckoning Rocco with her fingers. Rocco steadied himself on the deck, spitting a glob of blood onto the ground before executing another flourish with his knife and charging at Lucille once more. How stubborn! Lucille unleashed a series of 10 energy orbs, aimed directly at Rocco. With a simple sweep of his blade, he dispelled the onslaught, his speed showing no signs of waning. Upon reaching Lucille again, he leaped, wielding his knife with one hand in a powerful downward strike aimed at her. Lucille maintained her boxing stance, shifting her feet as Rocco's motion caught her attention. She quickly spun away, evading Rocco's fierce chop. Yet before she could retaliate, Rocco, having just landed, struck with even greater speed. Full moon, starlight. Clang, 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 clang. Lucille found herself driven back by Rocco's increasingly rapid onslaught, realizing that his speed and strength were amplifying with each strike. Was he using the residual force from each hit to build upon the next? Although he comprehended his opponent's moves, he was momentarily unable to discern any openings to interrupt the assault. Reluctantly, he continued to throw punches in defense and evasion, biding his time for the moment when his adversary would tire before launching a counterattack. That moment arrived swiftly, accompanied by a sharp clang of steel colliding. However, the sound was noticeably weaker than before. Lucille's eyes sparkled with realization, a faint smile gracing his lips as he suddenly intensified his blocking force, causing Rocco to lean slightly backward, his blade-swinging motion slowing down. Seizing this opportunity, Lucille charged towards Rocco, intent on delivering a ferocious combo that would surely incapacitate him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the subtle smile that curled upon Rocco's lips, as if to say, "At last, I've caught you." With a sudden surge in speed, Rocco's long knife sliced through the air at a cunning angle, darting swiftly across Lucille's form. The scene shifted back to the fierce battle between Morse and Doflamingo, where Rocco was learning the art of grilling meat behind the tavern with the tavern's proprietor. Rocco, you wield a knife as well, don't you? I possess a secret technique. Would you care to learn? Uncle, how can you be so benevolent? What is it that you wish from me? Ha! Nothing at all. I merely find you too weak. Being beside such a monster without 2 lethal skills for self-defense could spell your demise one day. It would be a shame, wouldn't it? So what do you say? Will you consider learning? Without a moment's hesitation, Rocco replied, Of course, I wish to learn. I entrust this to you. He bowed deeply to his mentor. Ha! Very well, I shall teach you. Pay close attention. I will demonstrate only once. With that, the tavern owner swung the cleaver in his hand, executing movements at various cunning angles, thrusting, chopping, and flicking. As he moved, the freshly roasted pig before him was expertly divided onto the waiting platters. Do you understand, Rocco? The tavern owner observed him earnestly. Time returned to the deck. Uncle, I have mastered it. However, I still prefer the moon. It is enough for me to illuminate the darkness. What an astonishing technique. You scoundrel. Lucille, maintaining his aggressive stance, murmured under his breath, his body gradually stained crimson with blood, a testament to his moniker bloodthirsty. Albeit this time, it was his own blood. Mole smiled and nodded at Rocco, then turned to the figures hiding behind the trees and shouted, "Old man, did you see that? This is the answer I promised you." Chapter 16. The Call G5 Fortress. Lucille and Lord Chia have fallen. The ship's sole marksman witnessed Lucille and Chia collapse in succession. His panic-stricken voice echoed in the air. The naval forces of G5 Fortress heard the cries of their own sniper. Some hastily retreated from the enemy, sprinting towards the ship, while others immediately laid down their weapons, signaling their surrender. Yet, many fought even more fiercely against their foes, as if determined to take one last stand. "Rocco, can you still move? If so, eliminate these stubborn bastards." Morse gazed down upon the battlefield, calling out to Rocco, who was leaning against the mast, panting heavily. Rocco exhaled deeply, mustering his strength to rise, shaking the blood from the blade in his hand as he observed the naval officers aboard the ship who had laid down their arms. He shook his head, leaping over the railing with a few swift strides, landing on solid ground. Steadying himself, he shook his weapon and charged into the fray. With each swing, he felled the soldiers of the G5 Fortress almost effortlessly, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. Soon, Rocco, drenched in a mixture of indistinguishable blood, leaned on his blood-stained blade atop the crimson sands, weary yet resolute beside his comrades. He surveyed the scene, noting that aside from those who had surrendered, all others lay eternally upon the shores of Noise Island. Let us clear the battlefield and enter these wretches in the cemetery beyond the woods. After all, they are still Navy men, and we cannot leave their corpses to rot in the wilderness. "Yes, my lord," the naval officers responded, their gazes filled with reverence as they looked upon the bloodied figure of Rocco. They had never anticipated his formidable strength, as he had seemed no different from them when they were part of the 76th Division. At that moment, Hillman emerged from the depths of the forest, flanked by villagers who bore expressions of panic tinged with fear. Trembling, he approached Rocco, using his cane to incessantly tap the sand as if searching for solid ground. Struggling to maintain his composure, he spoke softly, "My lord, you have slain them. What shall we do when their comrades return? Must we truly flee to the sea? We cannot bear to abandon our homeland. I implore you, please, see this through to the end and assist us. We shall offer you all our wine and grain." Rocco, witnessing the trembling figure of the elderly Hillman, whose eyes glistened with tears of fear, felt a pang of compassion within him, almost ready to assure him that he could resolve everything. Yet, he suddenly realized that this matter was beyond his authority, instinctively glancing towards his superior for guidance. Morse leaned against the fence, gazing down at Hillman. He discerned details that Rocco had overlooked, specifically, a fleeting glimmer in Hillman's eyes, a light suffused with cunning, relief, and the exhilaration of a scheme successfully executed, devoid of the requisite fear. "Thank you, old man, but there's no need for the drinks. We shall take full responsibility for this matter. However, do not dwell too much on it, for it is not merely because of you, but rather that such scoundrels have no place within the Navy. Their presence tarnishes the justice that the Navy has earned through sacrifice." Rocco hastened to organize the cleanup of the battlefield. "You G5 rascals, do not remain idle. Lend a hand swiftly in collecting the bodies of your comrades and superiors. We shall spend the night aboard the ship and set sail in the morning. Rocco, remember to stockpile 2 additional recording pointers." Morse was unwilling to engage in idle chatter with Hillman, for the current state of affairs on the island was undoubtedly not solely the result of the G5 Fortress Navy's unilateral actions. Hillman must have played a role as well. As for the specifics of his involvement, Morse couldn't be bothered to delve into them. The G5 Fortress would certainly unravel the truth in due time. Hillman regarded Morse with utmost seriousness, clasping his cane and bowing deeply in gratitude. He then hurriedly led the villagers away from the island's edge and back to the village. At the moment he turned his back, there was not a trace of tension or fear upon his countenance. His son, brimming with joy, clutched a hunting rifle and chattered incessantly in Hillman's ear. "Dad, those scoundrels are finally gone. No one will be collecting security fees anymore, and we can resume trade with the outside world. Just think, our village's barley wine will surely satisfy everyone's needs. I must find myself a bride from beyond the sea. I can't stand any of the village girls. I've heard that the maidens from the ocean are exceptionally beautiful and gentle." "Dad, why are you silent? Are you not pleased?" Listening to his only son ramble on endlessly, Hillman struck him sharply on the leg with his cane. Silence, you fool. Hurry home and gather all the wine in the village to present to the Navy. We must express our gratitude for liberating us from the burden of security fees. Oh, understood, Dad. I'll rush back to deliver the wine to the esteemed Navy gentleman. Hillman's son reluctantly acquiesced, muttering to himself, after finally driving those rascals away. We still have to pay the security fees. How frustrating. It feels like all our efforts were in vain. Hillman shot a fierce glare at his son. Lamenting the presence of such a dim-witted offspring, he wondered to whom he had inherited this foolishness. Alas, if only his other two sons were still alive. And that rascal Lucille, whose strength proved to be so woefully inadequate, all his exertions had been in vain. It seemed he would have to focus on selling wine from now on. With this thought, he glanced at his exuberant son and shook his head in bittersweet resignation. Rocco organized the cleanup of the battlefield and quietly approached the warship, standing beside Morse. Sir, what shall we do next? The G5 Fortress will undoubtedly pursue this matter further. Should we not report to Base Commander Kevin? He should have a solution. Rocco was entirely unaware that Morse possessed a telephone worm capable of contacting the naval headquarters. In his mind, Base Commander Kevin was nearly omnipotent, with no problem beyond his resolution, which is why he instinctively thought of him first. Leave the subsequent matters to me. Quickly find Dr. Jola and ensure your injuries are treated properly. It would be a shame if you were to succumb now, Morse instructed. Yes, sir. I'll head there immediately. With that, Rocco entered the infirmary to seek treatment for his wounds. Morse gazed at Rocco's silhouette, chuckling as he shook his head. Even at this moment, he stubbornly persevered. Indeed, he was a true asset, a steadfast laborer. Skillfully, he produced a cigarette, ignited it with a quiet determination, and leaned against the railing. Watching the bustling Navy below as he gradually indulged in his smoke, Morris stood alone before the vast expanse of the sea. As the moon gradually ascended from the horizon where water meets sky, the undulating surface of the ocean was suddenly adorned with a shimmering silver light. As the moon climbed higher, the tumultuous waves and fierce winds ravaged the waters, resembling a scattered treasure of silver that captivated the gaze. Suddenly, the tranquil moment was interrupted by the hurried sound of footsteps echoing on the deck. Morris did not even turn his head, pondering whether the time had finally come. Lord Morris, the call from the G5 Fortress has arrived. It appears that today's events have already reached their ears. Look. Rocco, wrapped in bandages, hurriedly approached Morris, cradling the phone in his hands. Morse answered the call without the slightest hesitation. Hello, this is Jones Morse, captain of the 76th Combat Unit. Is this Morse? I've heard that scoundrel Kevin speak of you, and it seems your methods mirror his exactly. I am Lebert, the inspector of Fort G5, and a contemporary of that rogue Kevin. I am aware of the situation on Noise Island. While your actions this time were not incorrect, protocol dictates that you should have reported to me first. Did that scoundrel Kevin not instruct you on this? Your unilateral decisions leave me in a difficult position. Lebert, formerly a lieutenant commander in the naval headquarters under the inspection department, had received a report 6 months prior indicating that the G5 fortification forces in the East China Sea were engaging in dubious activities, colluding with pirates to pillage and plunder, only to capture them once the bounty had risen, thereby reaping military accolades. Upon learning of this, the Naval High Command discreetly dispatched Lebert to Fort G5 as an inspector to uncover the truth, simultaneously promoting him to colonel, yet cautioning him to tread carefully. After all, the reputation of Vice Admiral Bonnet, known as the Advancing Bonnet, was not to be taken lightly. Morse found himself utterly bewildered, pondering when fortune had smiled upon him so favorably. Could it be that he was the protagonist of his own tale? The thought of being able to revel without consequence brought him near to laughter. Moses, can you not hear me? Communications officer, have you forgotten to feed this device? I am left parched and longing for connection. Upon hearing the voice, Morse suddenly remembered that he was still engaged in conversation. He hastily rubbed his face to regain his composure. Moses, Lord Rebert, I can't hear you. What is the matter? We have not encountered any individuals from the G5 fortress. When the pirates appeared, I dealt with a group of them directly. It is possible they had just set sail and were unaware of their bounty. So I deemed it unnecessary to make an effort and simply buried them on the spot. Though they were pirates, one cannot allow their bodies to be left to rot in the wilderness, can one? Listening to this impudent lad, who stubbornly refused to acknowledge his actions while attributing a piratical title to the deceased, it was evident that he was far superior to Kevin, who was a complete fool. However, this young man had yet to communicate with Kevin. When had that scoundrel ever been so fortunate? Enough of this. I did not come to hold you accountable. Do not involve yourself further in this matter. I shall handle the subsequent events. The next time you see Kevin, do convey to him that I, his father, miss him and would like to share a drink together when he has the time. The wine he desired, I spent an entire year's salary procuring for him. After Rebert finished speaking, he promptly hung up the communication device, too weary to deal with the young man any longer. Before disconnecting, he called out, "Communications officer. Ensure the device is well fed. I thought it was going to perish with such a wide-open mouth just now." Morse, cradling the telephone bug, gazed at Rocco in the distance. It seems he could not evade the old man's telephone bug after all. Rocco smiled and nodded, as if he had anticipated this moment. Taking the bug from Morse's hand and cheerfully retrieving Kevin's telephone bug from his pocket to make the call. "Moses, you rascal. Why are you still awake at this hour? What do you want from me?" "I was just about to discuss the wound with Laura." Hearing Kevin's familiar voice, Morse erupted in laughter. "You, of all people, should be grateful that Aunt Laura hasn't tossed you out the window yet. You shameless old fool. Do you know Colonel Rebert from the Naval Headquarters? I hear he was your contemporary." "Humph. That scoundrel Rebert is looking for you, Colonel. When did he get promoted? Wasn't he a lieutenant colonel? Great. Next time we meet, he'll be insufferable again." "Ah, it appears you are acquainted." "Of course I know him. Back in the day, he was my subordinate, insisting on remaining at headquarters to loaf around. I never imagined he would actually manage to climb the ranks." Morse listened as Kevin expressed disdain towards others, describing them as merely existing without purpose. Yet, beneath his words, there was an undeniable joy, one that surpassed even the elation Morse felt when he first assumed the role of base commander. He was certain that Rebert was right. The bond between him and Kevin was indeed profoundly close. Chapter 17. Wishing you prosperity in your martial endeavors. Upon grasping the intricate relationship between the two, Morse refrained from superfluous chatter and promptly elucidated all the events transpiring on Noises Island to Kevin. Since his venerable father was capable of resolving the matter, Morse pondered why he should exert further effort. Sighing deeply after absorbing the information, Kevin reflected on how this predicament ultimately found its way to Morse. Although he had anticipated such a day when he initially spoke to him, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. "I understand. Leave the remaining matters to me. You must hasten to the East Sea to hand over your duties, then report back to headquarters immediately. Do not wander aimlessly. The celestial dragons are growing impatient, and CP is in quite a rush." "Understood, father. I will make haste," Kevin replied. "By the way, Mr. Rybert asked me to convey that he has procured your favorite wine with a year's salary and would like you to join him for a drink whenever you find the time." "What wine is it?" Kevin inquired. "I shall bring some back for you. Additionally, I have set aside a barrel of Noises Island's wheat beer. It seems that fellow possesses a shred of conscience. Keep it for yourself to enjoy." "Very well. I shall go extend my congratulations to that fellow. And you, take care of yourself. I have yet to settle the matter regarding the night demon with you." Upon hearing this, Morse was so startled that he immediately hung up the communication device and tossed it aside to Rocco. "Well, you heard that, didn't you? The rest can be left to the old man. You should hurry back and rest. With all these bandages, I half expected to encounter a mummy in the dead of night. I will take care of the night watch, inform everyone to get a good night's sleep, and we shall set out first thing in the morning." As he tossed the device to Rocco, Morse seemed to suddenly recall something. Looking at Rocco with a tinge of regret, "I hung up too soon. I forgot to tell the old man that this unexpected situation also counts as overtime. Make a note of this, Rocco. I need to have a proper discussion with him next time we return." Rocco, with a wry smile, carefully tucked the communication device into his pocket, wincing slightly as he inadvertently tugged at his wound, letting out a sharp breath. The following morning, the sun had just begun to rise above the horizon. Morse gazed quietly at the horizon. Although he had witnessed countless sunrises, each one continued to astonish him profoundly. He could scarcely imagine what a sunrise would look like from the depths of the sea. He resolved that he must, at some point, visit Fisherman's Island to behold such a spectacle. As he silently admired the dawn, a cacophony of sounds drifted towards him from a distance. Turning his head slightly, he spotted Hillman, that simpleton, hurrying along with a group of young men, who were laboriously carrying a dozen barrels of wine and a collection of sacks that seemed to be filled with grain. Shaking his head with a smile, he thought to himself that Hillman was indeed a perceptive individual. His assumptions had proven correct. "Brothers, rise and prepare for departure, especially you, Rocco. You rascal, get up quickly. Before long, Rocco emerged from his quarters, wrapped in bandages and still appearing half asleep, followed by a disheveled entourage of sailors. "My lord, why are we up so early? It's barely dawn. Look over there. They have come to bid you farewell. If we delay, we might find ourselves chased away with sticks. Hurry, gather your belongings, and set off with the G5 crew. My lord, must we truly take them along? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, they bear the G5 insignia, and should we encounter G5 fort personnel en route, it could lead to a host of complications. Enough. Are you suggesting we leave these fellows behind to take revenge on the villagers who have come to see you off? As for complications, hasn't the old man assured us he would handle them? Now, make the arrangements and let us be on our way." Rocco nodded, promptly summoning everyone to disembark. He first organized a contingent of lightly wounded sailors along with the G5 crew to board the G5 warship and take command. The remainder, under Rocco's direction, accepted the barrels of wine and sacks of grain from the villagers. Rocco exchanged a knowing glance with Hillman's son, smiled, and offered several expressions of gratitude. "My lord, we are truly grateful. Without your assistance, we would not know how many years it would take to escape the burden of security fees. Thank you sincerely. This is our duty. The Navy's justice is to protect the civilians and shield them from pirate oppression. Our actions are merely in service to the principles we uphold." Rocco pointed proudly to the figure of Morse standing on the deck behind him. "By the way, my superior has tasked me with informing you that once this matter is resolved, you should swiftly re-establish contact with the outside world and resume trade. Your wine and grain will surely be in high demand, and I eagerly anticipate the day I can enjoy your wine and wheat in the North Sea." Observing Rocco's earnest expression, Hillman's son nodded gravely, as if to affirm something, and declared loudly, "I will undoubtedly lead the village to restore its former prosperity and ensure a better life for everyone." Rocco smiled and nodded, leading the Navy personnel who had already taken the barrel of liquor and wheat. He solemnly saluted the villagers of Noisi and then, without a backward glance, returned to the warship. Morse saluted the villagers below in gratitude, while loudly proclaiming, "Drop anchor. Set sail." With a mournful sound, the two warships gradually departed from Noisi Island. Rocco gently waved his hand to the villagers on the island, signaling farewell. "Sir Morse," one of the villagers conveyed, "my esteemed elder wishes to inform you that he has received your answer, and he is immensely satisfied. It is merely regrettable that he did not encounter you sooner. Otherwise, everything would have unfolded differently." After speaking, he gestured to the villagers behind him, who then called out towards Morse's warship, "Wishing you abundant martial success. May you ascend to great heights. May your name resound across the vast seas, noble gentlemen of the righteous Navy." "Thank you." Morse gazed in their direction and softly uttered, "Rocco, keep an eye out, and if anything arises, summon me. I shall retire for a brief slumber." With that, he turned and strode back to his quarters. At this moment, with no unforeseen events occurring, two warships swiftly advanced towards their anticipated destination, Rogue Town. After 2 days of smooth sailing in tranquil waters, Morse reclined in his usual spot, indulging in a cigarette and a beer, radiating an aura of pure relaxation. Rocco, having removed his bandages, approached Morse's side. "Sir, I've just received a whisper of news. Admiral Bernard, the commander of the G5 fortress, has defected from the Navy and fled towards the New World. The G5 base is on the verge of a thorough purge. Has Uncle Rayport's efficiency reached such heights? It seems he has long been privy to the situation at G5. However, due to our involvement, he was compelled to act prematurely. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Bernard to escape. It seems that our esteemed elder has accrued a significant debt of gratitude this time." Rocco resolved to set aside 2 barrels of liquor, one for the elder and another to eventually bestow upon Uncle Rayport. "Yes, sir, I comprehend. By the way, upon your arrival at headquarters, you will attend training. What arrangements shall we make? Will we be sent directly back to the 76th Division? How should I know?" Uncle Kevin also informed me on short notice, and he did not specify how the accompanying personnel would be organized. However, it is likely that training will also take place at the naval headquarters. I have heard that the training mechanism there is exceedingly comprehensive. Observing Rocco's crestfallen demeanor, Morse casually fabricated a few reassurances, deferring the specifics of the arrangements at headquarters for later. His own training would last merely 3 months, if necessary. He could sustain them with the funds provided by that wretched bird for that duration, which was not an insurmountable issue. Upon hearing Morse's response, Rocco instantly brightened. For the past few days, he had been unable to eat or sleep, consumed by the fear of being sent directly back to the North Sea. During this time spent at Morse's side, he had grown immensely, deeply impressed by Morse's formidable abilities, and had resolved to follow him for life, illuminating the darkness ahead. The warship glided slowly across the surface of the sea, and in the distance, an ominous dark dot began to materialize on the horizon. The lookout aboard the ship, peering through his telescope, discerned that the dark shape was a pirate vessel and shouted, "Rocco, a pirate ship has appeared ahead. Quickly, inform Lord Morse." Before Rocco could respond, Morse, reluctantly opening his eyes and rubbing his ears, muttered, "With your loud shouting, there's no need for Rocco to relay that to me. I see you simply wish to deprive me of my slumber. Be quiet, you scoundrel. You have already awakened me. Can you discern their flag? I hope it's not one of those affiliated with the 7 warlords. If so, let us steer clear. Encountering them would be quite troublesome, and I would have to explain it to headquarters." Morse, still somewhat grumpy from waking, lazily called out to the lookout, "Sir, it's too far to discern which pirate crew it is. However, I have not heard of any formidable pirate factions in the East Sea. And the 7 warlords would not idly wander the seas without purpose. It is unlikely to be them." The lookout, being an experienced naval officer, paid no mind to Moore's tone and casually replied, "Very well, we shall heed your judgment. As the saying goes, an elder in the household is like a treasure. Although you may not be aged, your wealth of experience is invaluable. Let us set sail at full speed and confront this pirate crew." Morse, with a few flattering words directed at the lookout, activated his observation haki, extending his senses towards the unknown pirate crew to probe for any formidable adversaries. Should they be members of the Shichibukai, he would refrain from engaging. However, if they were not, he would have no qualms about dispatching these audacious sea scoundrels. As his haki swept effortlessly across the pirate vessel, he discerned only one individual whose strength was comparable to Kevin's, with no other formidable opponents detected. Instantly, Morse felt a sense of relief. They were likely not the troublesome Shichibukai. Indeed, the Shichibukai posed significant complications. Capturing them was a challenge, killing them was out of the question. And even a scuffle held little merit, as he would ultimately need to report back to headquarters. Chapter 18. What? Has the plot already begun? Upon realizing that the preceding pirates were not part of the Shichibukai, Morse promptly commanded to advance at full speed, eager to see if he could earn some bounty. "Sir, it appears that we are approaching the floating restaurant, Baratai, which is not affiliated with pirates, and our headquarters does not have any warrants for them." "Baratai, is it? What a fortunate coincidence. We cannot let this opportunity slip by. Rocco, let us indulge in a fine meal there today." Morse instructed Rocco to steer the ship closer. "We shall dine at Baratai this afternoon. By the way, make sure to delicately convey to old Master Hill that he should refrain from any disparaging remarks about his cooking. Otherwise, we shall be subjected to tuna every day. Do you understand?" Morse cautiously instructed Rocco, who replied, "Understood, sir." Mr. Hill mentioned long ago that the East Sea seaside restaurant is a must-see. He is indeed a devoted fan of it. Rocco assured him that he would take care of it. He promptly dashed off to inform everyone of Morse's intentions. Upon hearing the news, the sailors were filled with exhilaration. And the 2 warships suddenly surged forward towards Baratai. A band of rascals, who typically refrained from exerting themselves, now summoned every ounce of strength upon hearing the promise of food. Alas, the 2 warships unexpectedly encountered the seaside restaurant, Baratai. Morse surveyed the evident signs of battle aboard the Baratai, a place that had evidently just endured a fierce conflict. As he pondered who might be so reckless as to engage in combat within a floating restaurant, Chef Zepp approached, accompanied by his esteemed chefs, Patty and Karn. With an expression of deep regret, "I apologize, Navy officer," he began. "The Baratai has just suffered an attack and requires some time to recuperate. We are unable to accommodate guests at the moment. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Before Morse could respond, Chef Hill rushed in from behind, breathless with urgency. "Captain Zepp, is that really you?" "It's Hill." "Hill." Zepp paused, momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming in disbelief, "You scoundrel, you're still alive. And you've joined the Navy." Zepp, filled with excitement, rushed to Hill, disregarding the presence of Morse and others, and enveloped Hill in a heartfelt embrace, his eyes welling with emotion. Hill, equally moved, shed tears of joy. After a moment, Zepp gently released Hill, patting his shoulder and hand, nodding approvingly. "It seems you haven't forgotten your identity as a chef." "Splendid indeed. Come, let us share a drink and have a proper conversation. Boys, tonight we shall host a banquet to welcome my old friend, Chef Hill." Hill, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously. "What is going on here?" Rocco inquired, still perplexed by the unfolding events. What do you mean? What is going on? It appears our grand feast for today is secured, and we might even save on the meal expenses. Rocco instructed the others to bring out 2 barrels of wine from Noisy Island and a portion of wheat to the baratai. We cannot dine without contributing, he added. It seems we will not be leaving today. Another day of overtime awaits us. Truly bothersome. With a beaming smile, Morse spoke to Rocco in a teasing tone. Meanwhile, Hill and Zepp appeared oblivious to their surroundings, supporting each other as they made their way to the bar at Barati. Zepp retrieved his private stash of liquor and poured a generous glass for Hill, seemingly preparing for an intimate conversation. The head chef at Barati, however, looked rather awkwardly at Morse and said, Mr. Navy, may I inquire how many of you there are? I need to check if we have sufficient ingredients. Morse was taken aback, offering a wry smile as he shook his head, surprised that the person intending to assault Baratai was equally avaricious. Rest assured, chef. We shall compensate you. My apologies, Navy officer, you may have misunderstood me. We encountered a minor mishap a few days ago, resulting in a scarcity of provisions aboard our vessel, and as we have yet to locate a source for resupply, thus. The head chef wore a rather awkward expression. Before Morse could utter a word, Hill, from a distance, boldly shouted, Simply come aboard our warship to gather supplies. We have just restocked, and there is an abundance of food. Do not hesitate. Mowers wore a perplexed expression. They had just resupplied, but what a meaningless resupply it was. The security fees on Noise Island had made it increasingly difficult to procure enough food, and the supplies were scant. They had merely replenished some meat, most of which consisted of jerky. Old Hill was already feeling the effects before even having a drink. Rocco cautioned, be mindful, we cannot afford to deplete our resources, especially with 2 days' journey remaining to Rog Town. By the way, ensure that all the tuna is transferred to them. I have no desire to consume any more tuna. Morse, akin to a cautious landlord, meticulously advised Rocco. Observing the chefs of Barati as they removed the provisions from the ship, Morse muttered to himself about the plundering by pirates, contemplating a deduction from Hill's wages. After grumbling for a while and watching the chefs continue their labor, Morse rolled his eyes, deciding to avert his gaze and not dwell on the matter. He exchanged a few words with Rocco before retreating to his quarters to resume his slumber. Meanwhile, Hill and Zepp sat at the bar, sipping drinks while recounting their experiences since parting ways. Hill, how on earth did you end up in the Navy? It's been ages since you last visited, and surely my name holds some renown in the East Blue. Zepp downed a glass, a hint of irritation evident, as he believed Hill had joined the G5 Fortress, neglecting to visit him despite knowing he was still in the East Blue. Captain, if I were in the East Blue, I would have rushed to join you. I'm currently serving in the North Blue, 76th Division. North Blue? How did you end up there? Zepp queried, bewildered, given that their misfortune had originally transpired in the East Blue. Well, it's a long story. After we faced the shipwreck, I was fortunate enough to grasp a piece of debris, which prevented me from sinking into the depths. Drifted aimlessly on that board. I eventually encountered a passing naval vessel that rescued me. I fabricated a tale, claiming to be a chef from the Obit, and was subsequently taken to the North Blue, 76th Division. I had no news of you all until the Navy inquired whether I wished to join them. Given my aversion to piracy, I decided to enlist, and thus, I have served for over a decade. It seems your fate has been rather kind, far better than mine. By the way, Captain, what happened to your foot? And whatever became of that young lad you jumped into the sea to save? Had it not been for him, we might have weathered that storm. My foot. Zepp recalled the rascally boy and his companions. I kept him beneath the all blue, awaiting that young lad to return him. Listening to Zepp's disjointed remarks, Hill chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You remain as formidable as ever. I long abandoned my dream of seeking the all blue. My current aspiration is simply to prepare delicious and nutritious meals for those little rascals at home. It seems you have wholly embraced your identity within the Navy. Here's to you for letting go of the past and embracing a new life. Hill of the Navy. Thank you, Captain. And here's to you for steadfastly pursuing your dreams. The two exchanged smiles and downed their drinks in unison. Come, let me show you my treasures, and allow me to see if your culinary skills have waned over the years. Zepp pulled Hill toward the kitchen. Hill nodded with a smile. But upon seeing Zepp's mangled foot, he felt a pang of sorrow. After all, he was the renowned Barefoot Zepp. What kind of person could possibly be worth such a tremendous sacrifice? I truly wish to meet them. Gazing at the dazzling array of kitchenware, Hill's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed a complete collection, filled with many items he had longed to acquire but could not find. With a familiar ease, He approached the center of the kitchenware display, lifting a pot and testing a knife. "Captain, showcase your skills. I've been eager to witness your culinary prowess," Hill said, gently caressing the knife in his hand. "Haha, you little rascal, don't even think about taking my knife. Let us see what you've learned in the Navy. Do you remember what I taught you?" With that, he opened the refrigerator and skillfully selected various ingredients, tossing them to Hill, who adeptly caught them and swiftly prepared them on the cutting board, arranging them into their respective plates. "Hill, it's been ages since we last collaborated. Your knife skills haven't diminished in the slightest," Zepp expressed with nostalgia. "All right then, after you," Hill replied, and the two simultaneously adjusted the stove hoods, igniting the flames in near-perfect synchrony, pouring oil into the pan before adding the vegetables to stir-fry. Those observing from a distance, including Patty and Karn, noted the remarkable similarity in the two men's movements, exclaiming in awe that aside from that flirtatious young rascal, there was indeed someone who could keep pace with the head chef. Truly impressive. As time passed slowly, a group of sailors waited eagerly for this grand feast from noon until evening, neglecting even their midday meal. Finally, Zepp bellowed, "To celebrate my reunion with an old friend, let us feast and drink heartily, ha ha ha." Hill echoed, "You rascals, join in. Today, we shall indulge freely." Rocco gently tapped on Morse's door. "Sir, the banquet has begun. Everyone is awaiting your presence." "Understood. You all attend, just bring me a portion, and I shall not intrude upon Uncle Hill's reunion with his old friend. Keep an eye on them and ensure that rascals don't overindulge and disrupt Hill's enjoyment." Morse sat in the room, a frown creasing his brow as he scratched his head in vexation. Something felt amiss. Why had he not seen Sanji, that lecherous chef, aboard the Baratai? Was he out procuring ingredients? Yet that seemed implausible, for there was not a single island in sight to source provisions from. Damn it. Zeph had mentioned they had just endured an attack. Could it be that Dracul Mihawk was pursuing the Krieg fleet, coinciding perfectly with the Straw Hat Crew's encounter? Could it be that the plot had already commenced? It appeared the old man's intuition was remarkably accurate. This vast sea was poised to be engulfed by a new tempest. He needed to hasten to Logetown, as he was not yet prepared to cross paths with the Straw Hat Crew, especially with the possibility of Dragon being in Logetown as well. Chapter 19. Arrival at Logetown at dawn. Morse forcefully pushed open the door, beholding a disheveled array of Navy personnel and chefs, each clutching a bottle of liquor with a staggering grip. He bellowed, "Rocco, you scoundrel, come here." Who is calling me?" "Come on, brother, let us keep drinking." Rocco slumped on Moore's sunbathing chair, still clutching an empty bottle. Upon hearing Moore's voice, he laboriously lifted the bottle to his lips for a swig. Yet, after 2 unsuccessful attempts to raise his hand, he resigned, likely still lost in a dream where someone urged him to continue drinking. Morris shook his head in despair. It seemed that Rocco, that scoundrel, had paid no heed to his words at all. While he was supposed to keep an eye on everyone, he ended up getting utterly intoxicated. Just as Morris prepared to approach and rouse him, he heard a voice call out, "Lieutenant Morris, are you awake? Come over and join us for a bite to eat. As for this bunch, let them sleep a little longer." Zepp, seated on the bar-tie deck, had a table before him laden with steaming dishes. Smiling as he beckoned to Morris in the distance, Morris leaped gracefully onto bar-tie, languidly taking a seat opposite Zepp. "To express my gratitude for your naval hospitality towards my wayward younger brother, I shall ensure that all food here is complimentary for you in the future. Truly, age has bestowed upon you a remarkable shrewdness. You are indeed quite astute. We belong to the North Sea, and opportunities to visit the East Sea are rare, let alone fortuitously encountering the nomadic floating restaurant, Baratai. Nevertheless, I extend my thanks." Redleg Zepp. Morris wore an expression that conveyed a sense of cleverness. Have I been recognized? Though I feel a tad embarrassed, might I feign ignorance? After all, I would not wish for that rascal Hill to be compelled to abandon his cherished post because of me. Bah, rest assured, I have no time to publicize the identity of a retired old fellow like myself. Pirates are hardly a rarity in these vast seas. Just as Hill described, you truly are a remarkable character. As amusing as that little chap I encountered not long ago. Not long ago? Was it the band of ruffians responsible for your ambush? Pirates, perhaps? Morse inquired, his mouth full of food, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, Zepp donned a reminiscent expression. Indeed, they were a rather unique group of pirates. You are bound to cross paths with them one day. At that time, you shall understand that one of my inept descendants is aboard that vessel. I hope you might extend them some leniency. By the way, old man, how did you find the beer and wheat from Noise Island yesterday? Was it to your liking?" Morse pivoted the conversation, steering away from his previous inquiry. "Quite delightful, though your subordinate was adamant about not letting us drink the remaining kegs, even when we overindulged. He instinctively thwarted a few drunken souls intent on pilfering them. As Zepp recalled the events of the previous night, a chuckle escaped him. Morse, with a frown, remarked, "These rascals have truly overindulged. Since they seem to be enjoying themselves, why not assist in promoting this? I shall have Rocco bring another barrel shortly. After all, having accepted the farewell libation and well wishes from the simpleton of Nohezi Island, we ought to lend them a hand." With that, Morse paused, setting down his knife and fork, and retrieved 2 meticulously prepared markers inscribed with the address of Nohezi Island, tossing them across to Zepp. "I may be seasoned, but you're no slouch yourself. It appears this revelry was not in vain. I shall visit there next and promote them among the guests." As Zepp tucked the markers away, he chuckled. "Then I entrust this task to you. It would be best to take some provisions with you. The Haven Tea engaged in trade for quite some time, and most of the scant supplies they had were sent to us previously." "Understood. I shall first prepare some restorative dishes for these drunken fools. Otherwise, they may remain incapacitated today. You continue feasting." Zepp nodded with a smile and made his way toward the kitchen. Hearing the sounds of flames from the kitchen, Morse chuckled and shook his head, pondering that he hoped Kevin would not become quite so stubborn in his old age. Before long, the table, once laden with a feast, was reduced to empty plates haphazardly stacked together. "What on earth is this? Who the devil are you, pinning down my hand? Hey, you ruffian, Patty, let go of me. Who are you? And what did you do to me last night? Who urinated on me? And who used my clothes as a napkin?" In a brief span, the hungover sailors and chefs from Barati awakened, erupting in a torrent of curses, as if the camaraderie shared over drinks the previous night had been forgotten. Morris chuckled and shook his head, retrieving a box of tea hua ji xiao, extracting a stick and gently igniting it, savoring the exquisite pleasure of smoking. "Truly, a post-meal cigarette surpasses the bliss of deities. You rascals, wake up and lend a hand. Do you intend to remain in slumber indefinitely?" Zeph shouted from the kitchen. Rocco, shaking his head, still clutching an empty bottle, slowly made his way from the warship to Morris's side. "Oh, it's all gone. Boss, how could you consume it all without leaving a morsel for me? I was even considering saving you a fine bottle of wine." Rocco plopped down in Zeph's seat, eyeing the stack of empty plates before him with discontent, waving the empty bottle at Morris. Before Morris could respond, Rocco lamented, "That scoundrel drank the wine I set aside for you, boss. Alas, the wine is gone." With that, Rocco chuckled and laid his head on the table, drifting back into slumber. Morse wore an expression of utter disbelief. This fellow was utterly transformed after indulging in drink, rivaling even Kevin in his absurdity. Just as he contemplated lifting Rocco off the ground, Hill, with an uncommon gravity, settled beside him, gazing at him with earnest intent. "Thank you, you little rascal." Hill was acutely aware that the events of the previous day had contravened the naval regulations. Morse chuckled and shook his head. "Uncle, what are you talking about? We merely chanced upon the Baratai restaurant yesterday and had a meal." With a laugh, he added, "Oh, you rascal, I see." Upon hearing this, Hill displayed an expression of understanding. As Hill and Zepp hurriedly prepared copious amounts of detox soup for the hungover crew, the inebriated individuals gradually regained their senses. They hastily consumed their breakfast and rushed back to their respective posts, anxious to avoid Moore's organizing an impromptu criticism session. "Rocco, did you enjoy your drinks last night? What about the liquor you left for me?" Morse teasingly inquired. "Hee. Allow me to arrange for someone to tidy up first," Rocco replied, sheepishly scratching his head, before hastily devouring a few bites and dashing back to the deck. "Rocco, have someone bring another barrel of beer over to Baratai." "Certainly, sir. I shall attend to it immediately." Watching Rocco's flustered retreat, Morse smiled as he took a drag from his cigarette and leisurely made his way back to the warship. The sailors from both ships gradually finished their meals and returned on board, some resting while others tidied up. By noon, after Hill and Zepp exchanged reluctant farewells, Morse finally commanded everyone to set sail, destination, Rogue Town. At last, they arrived at the fabled Rogue Town, observing the town gradually come into focus in the distance. Morse couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This journey had been far more tumultuous than he had anticipated. "Sir, have you been here before?" Rocco respectfully inquired, standing by Morse's side. "How could I have visited? This is my first time leaving the North Sea." Morse replied, "I've only heard tales of the town known as the place where beginnings meet their ends. After all, this is where the Pirate King was executed." Surveying the harbor, he noted the absence of the Going Merry, marked by the iconic straw hat skull flag, and Morse felt a wave of relief wash over him. knowing there would be no further troubles. Rocco, hurry and contact those CP fellows. Get the items delivered to them, and once the handover is complete, set sail directly for headquarters. Sir, why the urgency this time? Aren't we going to stay in Rogue Town for a night? Rocco questioned, puzzled by Morse's haste. Stay? Nonsense. Let'll take a few men to procure supplies as quickly as possible. We can rest on the ship later. I have an ominous feeling if we delay, we might not be able to leave at all. Morse jumped up and playfully rapped Rocco on the head. Receiving the playful reprimand, Rocco promptly rushed to the kitchen to relay Morse's instructions to Hill. Chapter 20. Handover completed, sir. I have made contact. The CP personnel are already waiting at the town hall. Rocco carefully cradled a box containing a devil fruit as he approached Morse. Then let us depart. Quickly deliver this wretched item to them and make haste to leave this place. Morse cast a glance at the box cradled in Rocco's arms. To be honest, he remained oblivious to the nature of the devil fruit contained within. He could merely ascertain, based on its exterior, that it belonged to the paramecia category. It baffled him why the celestial dragons held such an intense fascination for this particular devil fruit, going so far as to insist that he and his companions traverse the vast distance from the North Sea to deliver it, even enlisting Admiral Sengoku to issue this somewhat ludicrous command. However, if the power of this devil fruit were indeed of paramount significance, it was curious that they had encountered no adversaries along their journey seeking to seize it. The few pirates they had come across were mere novices, recently venturing out to sea, some without even a bounty to their name. The sole occasion they had crossed paths with a warlord was when he himself, feeling a sense of irritation, had taken the initiative to approach the individual, ignoring the fact that the warship had yet to come to a complete stop. Morse swiftly pulled Rocco beneath the triangular archway at the port of Rogue Town. Hurry, find out where the square is, Morse urged, patting Rocco on the back. Excuse me, could you please direct us to the town hall in the square? Rocco inquired, clutching a box as he repeatedly asked several tourists nearby. Yet none seemed to know the whereabouts of the town hall. Ultimately, it was only through the guidance of a shop assistant from a jewelry store that they discerned the precise direction to the town hall. With Morse in tow, the two maneuvered through the crowd, hastening towards their destination. Meanwhile, within the CP4 exclusive office at the town hall, a portly man with a rather endearing demeanor set down his phone after concluding a call. He let out a long sigh of relief and slumped into his chair. Finally arrived. It appears I've narrowly escaped yet again. I must speak with Vivi this evening to unwind from the pressures of recent times. It seems the Navy is quite dependable after all, he remarked with a contented rub of his belly, as if to say, I've lost some weight. This man was none other than Null, the CP4 agent who had been in constant communication with Rocco. Simultaneously, at the naval base, in the office of the base commander, a serious-looking Dasky, adorned with cherry blossom-colored glasses, was attentively listening to Colonel Smog, the head of the Rogue Town Navy, who had his feet propped up on the desk, a cigar dangling from his mouth, his demeanor unmistakably untrustworthy. Commander, I have just received two significant reports. First, Lieutenant Jones Moores of the North Sea 76th Division has arrived. Their warship has docked at the port, accompanied by a military vessel from Fort G5. Second, the notorious buggy pirates, with a bounty of 150 million, have stealthily infiltrated the town. Should we send someone to apprehend them? Has that restless lad from the North Sea finally arrived? The G5 should indeed be that ship belonging to Noise. For now, let us not concern ourselves with them. Headquarters only requires that they arrive safely, without any unnecessary actions. As for the buggy pirates, as long as they do not disturb the peace of Rogue Town, we shall not engage them either. Smog puffed on his cigar, gazing at the ceiling, seemingly indifferent to it all. After all, he mused, what authority does a mere lieutenant possess to warrant his direct engagement? Furthermore, no foolhardy pirate would dare provoke the Navy in his territory. By the way, Dasky, is there anything else happening in town? Nothing out of the ordinary. The town's order remains intact, and aside from the buggy pirates, no other pirate vessels have been spotted landing. Dasky adjusted his glasses. Good then. Please arrange for someone to inform that troublesome fellow. Advise him to remain compliant and adhere to our regulations. I do not want any trouble. Smog exhaled a smoke ring towards the ceiling and then instructed Dasky to locate Morse. Understood. I will notify them at once. Upon finishing his words, Dasky exited the office, seemingly preparing to seek out Morse at the harbor. Meanwhile, Morse and Rocco had exerted considerable effort to finally locate the grand entrance of the town hall. Gazing at the lavishly adorned doors, Rocco remarked, is the town hall of Rogue Town truly this corrupt? Just look at this opulence. Indeed, good sir. I dare say this entrance alone could sustain our branch's provisions for an entire year. It is no wonder this is the site where the Pirate King met his demise. It is simply extraordinary, Rocco replied, his expression filled with admiration for the entrance. Enough drooling, let us not embarrass ourselves. By the way, did that fellow specify which office we should seek him in? Morse interjected, giving Rocco a gentle kick to break his reverie. He did indeed. He instructed us to proceed directly to the 4th floor and find his office, Rocco said, wiping the corners of his mouth with a sheepish grin. Then let us hasten. We must not squander any more time, Morse urged as he followed Rocco inside. Throughout their ascent, the town hall staff regarded them with indifference. Not a soul inquired about their purpose. They ascended seamlessly to the 4th floor, where they were immediately greeted by the conspicuous warning plaque bearing the CP4 insignia. Knock, knock, knock. Rocco lightly tapped on the door. Who is it? Come in. Nair called out, his tone tinged with impatience upon hearing the knock. Rocco gently pushed the door open, ushering Morse inside. As they entered the office, they beheld Nair, the portly figure, sprawled in his chair, rubbing his belly, lost in contemplation over what to have for dinner. Who dares enter? Do you not know this is the office of the CP officer? If you have no business here, I shall make you regret it, Nair grumbled, straining to sit upright as he caught sight of Morse and Rocco clad in naval uniforms. His initial surprise swiftly morphed into unbridled joy. You must be Lieutenant Morse. Oh my heavens, you have finally arrived. I thought I might perish from waiting. If you had delayed any longer, my life would have been forfeit, Nair exclaimed, dashing towards Morse with a speed that belied his stature, wrapping his arms tightly around Morse's arm, tears welling in his eyes. Hey, easy there. My uniform, Morse protested. Rocco, quickly pull him away and hand him the items. Morse glanced at Null, who was tightly clutching his arm and had even resorted to using his own clothing to wipe away tears and snot. He quickly called Rocco over for assistance. Mr. Null, let us first complete the handover before we indulge in tears. Rocco tugged at Null, reminding him of the pressing task at hand. Haha, my apologies. I have lost my composure. Let us proceed swiftly with the handover. Simply pass the items to me. Null quickly composed himself, as if he had not just been weeping. Please sign here first, Rocco said, handing over the receipt. Null paused for a moment, scrutinizing Rocco with a serious gaze. His expression shifted subtly as he took the receipt without a glance and boldly inscribed his name before returning it to Rocco, simultaneously gesturing. Rocco first accepted the document, glanced at it, and confirmed that the signature bore the distinctive CP emblem before he handed over the box containing the devil fruit. After receiving it, Null carefully opened the box. Upon verifying that it contained the desired devil fruit, he let out a relieved sigh and cautiously placed the box into his safe. You two have endured much along the way. To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you both to a sumptuous dinner this evening. I have recently acquired 2 exquisite bottles of wine, which we can enjoy together. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. We have tasks to attend to and must hurry back to headquarters. We shall not linger too long. Perhaps next time, I will treat you. Morris smiled and politely declined, indicating that he was preoccupied with his duties. Very well. You may continue with your tasks. I shall not detain you any longer, as I must also hasten to deliver my items. Upon hearing Morris's refusal, Gnarl quickly seized the opportunity to withdraw without further insistence. Morse led Rocco out of Null's office, and Null showed no intention of seeing them off, barely stopping short of saying, "Make sure to close the door behind you." My dear sir, it appears you were indeed correct. The CPs are all rather peculiar individuals, Rocco remarked, his expression one of exasperation as he turned to Morse. I thought this fellow was unlike the others. Huh, Rocco, you are rather naive. How could that group be anything but similar? This one's demeanor is relatively decent. I assure you, once you have more encounters, you will come to realize there are even more eccentric characters among them. Morris gazed at Rocco with an expression that conveyed a profound sense of naivety. Sir, should we not report to the naval base? After all, we are here on a mission. Although it is indeed an order from headquarters, it is customary to check in. Morse hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to go. For Smoker was indeed a naval officer he admired. Well, it would be worthwhile to see what sort of person could bring order to the chaotic town of Rogue, where not a single pirate dared to misbehave. Chapter 21. What must come cannot be avoided. Rocco, do you know the way to the naval base? I was in such a rush earlier that I didn't pay attention. Morris stood at the entrance of the town hall, surveying his surroundings. Apart from the tourists, The area was bustling with merchants, and not a single naval figure was in sight. While inquiring about the naval base from Rocco, he continued to observe the crowd. Before Rocco could respond, he suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness! How did that guy arrive here? We must leave swiftly. Rocco, please find out where the naval base is located. And let us hurry to report in. Trouble is brewing." Morse had spotted Buggy amidst the throng, although he vanished in the blink of an eye. That distinctive red round nose was indelibly etched in his memory. With Buggy's arrival, it was only a matter of time before the Straw Hat crew followed. This was indeed troublesome. With this thought, he swiftly activated his observation haki, sweeping across the town. As expected, his son was absent, but it seemed he had arrived early to bid farewell. Within the fleeting perception of his haki, he sensed a presence far more formidable than Don Quixote da Flamingo. It could only belong to Luffy's father, the revolutionary dragon. "Rocco, have you gathered the information?" "Indeed, sir. It lies at the far end of the town." Rocco quickly replied, leading Morse toward the direction of the naval base. Inside the naval base, the officer reported earnestly to Smoker, who was exhaling smoke. "Sir, we have just received word that the Straw Hat Pirates, who recently defeated the Kuro Pirates, are advancing towards us and are expected to arrive within 2 days." "The Straw Hats? They have managed to defeat Kuro, did they? This is quite troublesome. Why do these nuisances always show up? Notify all personnel to go on high alert. Should any situation arise, apprehend them immediately." Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy knocks echoed from outside the door. Smoker, taken aback, pondered when his subordinates had become so disciplined as to knock before entering. "Come in." The door opened to reveal a naval lieutenant, distinguished by silver hair tied back with a cherry blossom-colored ribbon, a renowned sword at his side, and a cape emblazoned with the word justice. He strode in with his head held high, followed by a standard naval sailor dressed in customary attire, also wielding a long blade. Smoker's gaze was fixed intently on the entering lieutenant, intrigued by this individual. As Morse met Smoker's gaze, a shiver ran through him, and he nearly blurted out, "Sir, I am not fond of that." Luckily, he quickly composed himself and instead stated, "Reporting to you, sir, Lieutenant Jones Morse from the North Sea's 76th Division." "Oh, so you are Morse, the troublemaker." "Indeed, those who stir up chaos are seldom ordinary. However, I trust you will adhere to my regulations while you are here, and refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise." Smoker, sensing Morse's peculiar expression, awkwardly took a puff from his cigar before issuing his warning. This man is not to be underestimated. The individual who had just exhibited such a lack of decorum must certainly be him. Indeed, he is a troublesome character. From the very first glance at Morse, Smoker recognized the one who had just utilized observation haki. Morse, upon hearing Smoker's remark, seemed to grasp something, awkwardly scratching his head. "Have you completed your mission? Is there any assistance you require from me?" Smoker chuckled at Morse's antics and retrieved a cigar from the table, tossing it to Morse. Morse took the cigar, hesitated for a moment, then placed it in his mouth, igniting it and taking a draw. Cough, cough, cough. Having rarely smoked cigars, he momentarily forgot that they differ from cigarettes, taking a deep inhale that left him choking, causing him to cough several times before recovering. "It is done. I merely came to report to you, as it would be remiss to arrive in your territory without notification. What if I were to encounter difficulties later?" Observing Morse's choking fit, Smoker erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Do you really care about such matters? Rest assured, I am not one of those antiquated individuals. I have no rigid rules here. Just adhere to one principle. Do not cause trouble. When do you plan to depart?" "We will set off once we have procured the supplies, as we must hasten to reach the headquarters. There is little time before the commencement of this elite training camp." "Do you really need to partake in such a tedious endeavor?" "Never mind. Do as you wish. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Smoker, with an expression that suggested Morse need not be involved in such trivialities, addressed him, just as Morse was about to respond. A breathless voice echoed down the corridor. "Colonel Smoker, I could not locate Lieutenant Morse. According to his men, he has already entered the town with a Navy crew." Dasky hurriedly rushed into the office, approaching Smoker's side. "Ah, I'm already aware. You are? When did you arrive? I did not see you." Faced with Dasky's barrage of questions, Smoker offered an awkward smile, prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Dasky. "Let us not dwell on that. For I have just received significant news. The Straw Hat crew, who defeated the Click Pirates, has just landed." Upon hearing this, Morse exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Those troublesome individuals have already arrived? My apologies, Colonel Smoker. but we have matters to attend to and must depart immediately. Without waiting for Smoker's consent, he grabbed Rocco and dashed out. At that moment, Dasky, realizing their departure, inquired, "Colonel Smoker, who were they? That sword looked impressive. I wonder which renowned blade it is." Smoker appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. He had said nothing, yet they had already left. Shaking his head, he replied, "Those two are Lieutenant Morse, and, please, refrain from being so alarmed next time, Mississippi. By the way, you mentioned that the Straw Hat Kid and his crew have arrived, did you? It seems they too are a source of trouble. Otherwise, Morse would not have rushed off so hastily. Ensure that people keep a close watch on them, as well as on Buggy and his gang. They are not to be underestimated. If any situation arises, apprehend them immediately without wasting words." "Is that fellow Morse?" "Indeed. It is remarkably different, truly exquisite. I long to touch it and preserve it." Observing Dasky's infatuated demeanor, Smoker initially wondered what was amiss. However, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he was struck by a wave of exasperation, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. This individual is utterly obsessed with the blade to such an extent that her prospects of marriage seem bleak. Does that imply? Meanwhile, leaving aside the two in the office, Morse hastily maneuvered through the crowd, clutching Rocco as they made their way towards the port, where the troublesome crew of Luffy had already arrived. If they did not depart soon, they might truly find themselves unable to leave. Upon returning to the ship and gazing at the empty deck, Morse appeared momentarily stunned. Nearby, a Navy officer aboard the G5 Fortress ship, with one arm heavily bandaged, expressed astonishment at Morse's swift return. "Commander Morse, how have you returned so soon?" Morse, with a perplexed expression, cast a glance at him, brimming with excitement. "Pray tell, they merely disembarked to visit the restroom, did they not?" Ignoring Rocco's bemused demeanor behind him, Morse inquired with an air of certainty. "Well, a portion of the group accompanied Mr. Hill to procure provisions, while the others expressed their desire to explore this vibrant little town, wishing to purchase some local specialties to take back," the Navy personnel said cautiously, revealing the whereabouts of the others. "Ah, those scoundrels. Did I not instruct them to remain aboard the vessel? I shall set sail upon my return." "Rocco, did you fail to convey my orders?" Upon hearing this, Myers experienced a surge of emotions, casting a piercing glance at Rocco, his expression conveying a silent threat that he would not tolerate any lack of accountability. He then slowly turned his head, regarding the Navy ensconced in bandages with an expression that seemed to say, "Indeed, you are quite accommodating. Then why are you so obedient, not joining in?" he inquired. "I still bear injuries, and I feared that too many people would exacerbate my condition. Moreover, those fellows promised to bring me something in return. So I voluntarily stayed behind to guard the ship. By the way, Commander, what brings you and Rocco back so early?" Morse, nearly incensed to the point of bloodshed, pointed at the individual before him, momentarily rendered speechless. A look of utter despair washed over him as he collapsed onto a nearby lounge chair, murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. I still haven't escaped. Truly, how could those rascals arrive so swiftly? Surely, nothing untoward will happen. Yes, it most certainly won't. Once those scoundrels return, I shall make my move." With this thought, his mood lightened somewhat. He retrieved a cigarette and savored a deep inhalation. Indeed, nothing quite compares to the pleasure of smoking. Unlike cigars, which feel akin to the burdens of overtime, utterly intolerable. Chapter 22. The Armory. There are certain occurrences that, the more one dreads their arrival, the more inevitable they become, much like Morse's unwelcome overtime, which always seems to strike unexpectedly. Morse reclined on the chaise longue for half the day, growing increasingly agitated as he noticed no one had returned. He cast a glance at Rocco. "Rocco, keep a vigilant watch on the ship. I shall venture into town to ascertain where those rascals have wandered off to. Once they return, contact me through my telephonic device." Morse, this time, was in no rush. After all, he had no particular destination. He meandered through the town, wandering aimlessly with the crowd, and eventually found himself inside the weapon shop where Zoro had acquired the Snow Walk and the Sandai Kitetsu. "Ah, is that not the Navy commander? Welcome to my humble shop. We boast a comprehensive selection of weapons, each a masterpiece in its own right. You will find no finer arms in the East Blue. Are you here for personal purchase or perhaps for a bulk order? Should it be the latter, I can assure you the most favorable price, and rest assured, I am well versed in the conduct of business." The shopkeeper, Ippenmatsu, beheld Morse's entrance with eyes aglow. Rushing to greet him and swiftly extolling the virtues of the weapons within his establishment, all the while casting a knowing glance that left no room for Morse to interject. In truth, even if a mere Navy captain had entered before, such fervor would not have stirred within him. However, ever since the White Hunter, Smoker, took over the defense of Logtown, the presence of pirates had diminished significantly, and the town's security had improved markedly. While this was ostensibly a positive development, it was far from advantageous for Ippo Matsu. His weapon shop had suffered a catastrophic decline in business, first losing its primary clientele, the pirates. Furthermore, his previous collaborator, the former naval supply officer of Logtown, had been compelled to vacate the town, leaving his whereabouts unknown. The newly appointed supply officer, under Smoker's command, paid little regard to Ippo Matsu, often disparaging the quality of his weapons, opting instead to source arms from elsewhere, leaving him with no opportunity to compete. Regrettably, this predicament had led him to endure the ire of his wife on numerous occasions. The arrival of Moles presented him with a glimmer of hope to reclaim his standing at home, for the current quartermaster was merely a lieutenant in the town's naval ranks. Only Smoker held the title of colonel, while the others were no higher than lieutenants. Had he merely been a naval lieutenant, such excitement would not have stirred within him. However, he had previously heard that the current quartermaster's term was nearing its end, and that a transfer to another base with a promotion was likely. As Moles's visage was unfamiliar to him, he instinctively regarded him as the newly appointed quartermaster, which explained his unusually warm reception upon Moles's entry into the shop. Morse was taken aback by the enthusiasm of Ibn Song. After scrutinizing him closely and perceiving no ill intent, he exhaled in relief. Pondering to himself, is the populace of Rogertown always this warm-hearted? Indeed, such prosperity is not without reason. My apologies, good sir. I merely got swept along with the crowd and inadvertently found myself here. However, I must say, your establishment does not seem to be thriving. Ibn Song's expression faltered at this remark, caught in a limbo between laughter and anger, ultimately resorting to an awkward chuckle in response. Ah, you jest. At this hour, everyone is seeking a place to dine. Who would come to purchase weapons? Just wait and see. Soon there will be no room left to stand. I perceive you are a swordsman. Allow me to showcase my blades, which will undoubtedly render you invincible upon the seas. Listening to Ibn Song's unabashed boasting, Morse thought to himself, I hardly believe you. Utilizing weapons from your shop, who knows if I de-emerge unscathed? I can only envision embarking upon the sea with vigor, only to be met with a swift demise. There is no other outcome. Very well, good sir, you needn't concern yourself with me. I shall browse on my own. With that, he disregarded Ibn Song, who appeared to be at a loss for words, and began to wander the shop. Bang! The shop door was forcefully thrust open as Zoro, recently having secured a substantial loan from the chief financial officer Nami, strode in with his green hair and 3 long swords at his waist, exuding an air of bravado. Upon witnessing the violent entrance, the thrifty shopkeeper Ibn Song initially braced himself to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon seeing Zoro's imposing presence, he instantly donned a beaming smile, approaching him with the enthusiasm of one who has stumbled upon a prized lamb. Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? The weapons in our shop are undoubtedly the finest. Even the Navy comes here for bulk orders. As Morse heard that Ibn Song was using his name to engage in deceitful antics, he chose not to expose it, instead taking a keen interest in sizing up Zoro. Finally encountering the living embodiment of his admiration from a past life, Morse couldn't help but reminisce about his fondness for Zoro. The 3-sword style was undeniably impressive. Before Zoro could utter a word, the door of the weapon shop was forcefully swung open once more. There stood a bespectacled figure, slightly bashful, cradling his beloved sword, Shiashigure. Boss, do you have any new swords lately? None. You are familiar with every sword I possess. There are no new additions. If there were, I would let you know. Really, you come here every time just to look without buying anything. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Dasky, Ibn Song felt a sense of exasperation. This bothersome woman visited almost weekly, more reliably than his own stock deliveries. There were times when he was almost tempted to offer her his treasured heirloom, Snow, just to rid himself of her incessant presence. Why must it always be you, this woman? I seem to encounter you wherever I go, Zoro remarked, his expression tinged with disdain as he regarded Dasky. The two had recently had an unpleasant encounter in town, which lingered in the air between them. As Morse beheld Dasky's entrance, he nearly erupted in laughter, suddenly recalling that this establishment was likely the very place where Zoro had acquired 2 new weapons. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. The avaricious proprietor was destined to incur losses, both in fortune and in men. Morse, filled with anticipation, turned and settled into a recliner, eager to witness the ensuing drama. As expected, the events transpired with little deviation from the original narrative, save for the addition of an onlooker. Observing the failure of Ipensatsu's attempt to deceive Zoro regarding the legendary sword Wat Ikamanji, he soon discovered the Sandai Katetsu nestled within the most modest of sword racks. In the presence of Ipensatsu and Daisuke, Zoro earned the sword's acknowledgement and, in turn, gained the approval of Ipensatsu, who almost graciously bestowed upon him the treasured heirloom, Yukai's. Morse smiled as he lit a cigarette, momentarily overwhelmed by the realization that he was witnessing this scene. If only he could return, he would certainly boast about it to his mischievous friends. Greetings, are you Lieutenant Morse? I am Colonel Smoker's subordinate, Tashiji. Might I borrow your esteemed blade for a moment? It is not featured in my collection of renowned swords. Morse's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Daisuke's request, bringing him back to reality. He glanced around the shop and noticed that Zoro had already taken his recently acquired 2 prized possessions and left. At the entrance stood a despondent and fearful Matsu, likely contemplating the severe repercussions he would face from his wife upon discovering his actions, all while Daisuke earnestly implored him. I truly apologize, dear Miss Daisuke, but this blade cannot be lent to you. After all, it represents a vital part of my existence. Despite being gently declined, Daisuke, with a look of disappointment, mustered her courage to ask once more, could you perhaps introduce me to this sword? I wish to document it in my collection. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she spoke, adding a touch of shyness to her demeanor. Morse was amused by her actions, chuckling softly as he nodded. Well, I can only tell you that his name is Sengoku, my most cherished companion. Upon hearing this, Daisuke frantically pulled out a notebook from behind her, her expression serious as she recorded. And then? What do you mean and then? His name is Sengoku. What? How can you be so casual? Such a disrespectful senior towards a blade. Can you draw him from his sheath? Observing Daisuke's disdainful expression, Morse found himself at a loss for words, reluctantly unsheathing Sengoku. Is this acceptable, Miss Officer? Just as she extended her right hand, prepared to caress the blade, her gaze met Morse's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Blade name, Sengoku rank, unknown description, straight blade, white lacquered scabbard, katana length of 1.75 meters. Seeing Daisuke's earnest demeanor, Morse nearly softened and lent Sengoku to her, if not for the sudden tremor of the blade, signaling its reluctance. Hee, Navy sir, is the blade in your hand for sale? I can offer you the best price. Whoosh. A flurry of cherry blossoms swept past the top of Ippenmatsu's head, sending a chill down his spine. He reached up to touch his head, discovering that the already sparse hair was now nearly non-existent, holding a strand in his hand. Ippenmatsu nearly wept. His expression one of fear as he gazed at Sengoku, mistakenly believing it to be a cursed blade akin to the 3rd generation Onit. The thought of purchasing a sword faded quickly, especially since he had only just managed to part with the 3rd generation Onit. Daisuke observed this scene, her eyes sparkling with realization. Given its spirit, Sengoku must be at least a renowned blade of the 21st rank. Satisfied, she updated the rank in her ledger before turning to Morse, saying, I sincerely thank you, Lieutenant Morse. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Chapter 23. A memorable scene. Daisuke led Morse to the finest restaurant in town. Sergeant Daisuke, welcome. Is it the usual for you? And is this gentleman your friend? You must eat well today. I'll give you a 20% discount. As they entered, the restaurant owner greeted them with utmost warmth. Clearly, Miss Daisuke, you are quite popular in town. It seems you are welcomed everywhere you go, Morse remarked playfully. Indeed. Miss Daisuke is the finest Navy officer in town. Without her assistance, it would remain uncertain whether half of our shops could still be in operation. The restaurant owner proudly praised Daisuke, as if he were extolling his own daughter. Daisuke shyly shook her head, leading Morse to her usual seat. Uncle, the same as always. But this time make it a double. Is there elephant tuna available today? If so, please bring me a portion as well. After speaking, his gaze fixated intently on the 1,000 cherry blossoms at Morse's waist, as if fearing that a momentary lapse in attention would cause the blossoms to elude him. Morse felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze and reluctantly placed the sakura branch on the edge of the table. Let it be clear, you may look but not touch. Understood. Thank you, Lieutenant Morse. After a while, the proprietor brought forth the dishes ordered by Daisuke, and Morse immersed himself in the delightful meal before him. This is truly delicious. I genuinely appreciate it, Daisuke. It can certainly rival the renowned Baratai. Daisuke, somewhat distracted, continued to eat while her eyes remained fixated on the sakura branch. Only upon hearing Morse mention Baratai did she divert her attention. "Lieutenant Morse, have you ever visited Baratai? I have heard much about it, yet I have yet to experience it myself. The last time I was on a mission with Admiral Smoker. I caught a glimpse from afar, but due to the urgency of our task, I could not approach. How regrettable that is." Upon hearing this, Morse smiled faintly, not allowing a moment to pass before he spoke. "By the way, Commander Morse, is the food at Barati truly as exquisite as they say? It is widely regarded that the chefs there possess unparalleled skills upon the sea, capable of crafting any flavor one desires. Indeed, that is not without merit. The chefs at Barati are undoubtedly among the finest in the ocean, and their culinary creations are nothing short of delectable. However, if you yearn for a specific flavor, you might consider visiting in the future. Should you have the chance, you could introduce yourself to the head chef as a friend of Hill, which may grant you the opportunity to savor the flavors you envision." As Morse observed the eager expression on Daski's face, he first provided an introduction to the circumstances surrounding Baratai, then revealed the name of Hill to her. Upon hearing Hill's name, Zepp would likely take to the kitchen personally. One was focused on the knife while the other savored the delectable food, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Shifting the focus to another scene, the future pirate king, Luffy, found himself at the seaside due to a momentary misdirection, where he fortuitously encountered Smoker, who was patrolling the area. Unbeknownst to Smoker, Luffy was directed to a tavern in town, where during his meal and revelry, he happened to overhear the legendary tales of Roger. Captivated by Roger's extraordinary life, Luffy, unable to finish his beloved roasted meat, hurriedly made his way to the execution platform. Standing beneath the gallows, Luffy felt as though he were connecting with Joel D. Roger across the sands of time. In that moment, Luffy burst into joyous laughter, as if greeting a long-lost friend. His smile appeared peculiar to the onlookers, simultaneously inciting a deep-seated fury within Buggy, who was concealed in a corner, silently shedding tears. To Buggy, Luffy's laughter seemed a mockery of his most esteemed mentor, Roger, provoking a blend of old grievances and new animosities. Predictably, Buggy's machinations led to Luffy being pinned to the execution platform, where he announced to the gathered crowd that he would be carrying out Luffy's death sentence. Before the execution, Luffy spotted his comrades in the crowd, along with the kind-hearted Navy officer who had guided him moments earlier. "Haha, I'm about to die. Zoro." Even when faced with death, Luffy continued to smile, devoid of fear. His laughter and words astonished Smoker and Zoro, plunging Buggy into a profound reverie. "Captain, it truly feels reminiscent." At that moment, Buggy was torn between laughter and tears. "Shanks, you scoundrel, is this the successor you chose for the captain?" Though he begrudgingly acknowledged the merit in Shanks' choice, Buggy was eager to witness whether Luffy's fortune mirrored that of the captain. "Let fate decide, Shanks." Gazing at the overcast sky, Buggy seemed resolute as he raised his sword towards Luffy's head and struck down fiercely. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the stormy sky, striking Buggy with unerring precision. He fell to the ground, charred and mumbling, "Shanks, I concede to this fellow's luck. It truly hurts." At that moment, Zoro snapped out of his shock and swiftly ascended the execution platform, rescuing Luffy. "Haha, Zoro, it seems I can once again embark on adventures across the seas with you." Luffy laughed heartily at Zoro, showing no signs of having narrowly escaped death. "You idiot, you were almost killed." Zoro glared at Luffy with indignation. "Hey, Navy officer, I haven't yet thanked you for guiding me earlier. You audacious lot dared to create havoc in my territory. It seems apprehending you is now imperative." Though Smoker felt a tinge of astonishment, a greater surge of anger coursed through him. How could this group stir such a commotion in his domain? If he did not seize them, the town of Roke, which he had painstakingly nurtured over the years, would be laid to waste. A battle was imminent. The moment Morse heard the rumble of thunder, he sensed an air of peculiarity. "Has it begun? Miss Daski, would you be so kind as to escort me to the execution platform? I have always harbored a curiosity about the place where the Pirate King met his fate, but I have yet to seize the opportunity to witness it." "Certainly, Commander Morse, I shall lead you there at once." Reluctantly, Daski tore her gaze away from the cherished cherry blossom and guided Morse toward the execution platform. Upon exiting the restaurant, Daski noticed that the crowd was surging in the direction of the platform. Curiosity piqued, she inquired of a hurried passerby, who informed her that a commotion had erupted at the execution site, creating quite a spectacle. The thunderous atmosphere was exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Daski seemed to recall something, grasped Morse's hand, and swiftly navigated through the throng. racing toward the execution platform. Morse smiled, allowing Dasky to pull him without a hint of resistance. On the execution platform, Zoro, Luffy, and Smoker stood facing each other, while Buggy lay on the ground, charred and defeated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Smoker sprang into action, utilizing his speed to dash towards Luffy, delivering a powerful punch to Luffy's unsuspecting face, sending him crashing from the platform to the ground below. Without a moment's hesitation, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke and pursued Luffy relentlessly. At that moment, Zoro finally reacted, swiftly drawing his sword and charging at Smoker. Dasky and Morse arrived just in time at the base of the execution platform. Upon seeing Zoro rushing down, Dasky, without pausing to assess the situation, charged towards him, clutching Shiyu, intent on thwarting his attack on Smoker. Smoker glanced at Dasky, managing to just amidst the chaos. "Miss, have you just finished a date? I apologize for interrupting your rendezvous." Suddenly, two thunderous clashes erupted. Smoker's fists collided with the recovering Luffy, while Dasky Shiyu met Zoro's snow walk in a fierce encounter. Morris stood nearby, observing the dramatic scene before him with a beaming smile. However, for those who looked closely, it became apparent that his hand rested upon the blade of Shisakura, while his eyes discreetly darted towards the clock tower behind the execution platform, as if someone stood there. Bang, bang, bang. The confrontation between Zoro and Daz Bones was intensely stalemated, with Zoro primarily on the defensive. Unable to retaliate due to the striking resemblance Daz bore to a long-lost companion, a figure who still haunted his thoughts. In stark contrast to the tense battle between Zoro and Daz, the clash between Smoker and Luffy was rather straightforward. In just a few exchanges, the somewhat inexperienced Luffy found himself overpowered by Smoker, who utilized his devil fruit abilities and the Marine's 6 powers to bring Luffy to the ground. Holding aloft a sea stone trident, poised as if to pierce through Luffy's very being, Morse observed the scene before him, a lingering sense of dissonance stirring within him, as it seemed somewhat divergent from his recollections. Yet the passage of time had dulled the clarity of the original narrative. Are you not going to make your move, Dragon? Chapter 24. A father sends off his son. Thunder reverberated once more, and Smoker suddenly felt as though an invisible grip ensnared his wrist, rendering it immobile. Casting a slight glance over his shoulder, he exclaimed, "You." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Smoker was taken aback, his thoughts racing. What brings him here? Do not impede the dreams of the youth as they venture towards the sea, Dragon declared. What say you, Navy officer? Initially, Smoker believed Dragon was addressing him directly. Acknowledging his own inadequacies, he silently relinquished his hold on Luffy and gradually lowered 10 tigers, discreetly returning it to its place on his back. He expelled the remnants of his nearly extinguished cigar and quietly lit another, feeling no desire to utter any superfluous words. Hey, Navy officer, are you not going to lower your weapon? Dragon's voice resonated once more from behind Smoker. Turning in confusion, Smoker soon realized that Dragon had not been speaking to him. His astonishment deepened upon noticing the figure behind Dragon. It was none other than Morse, with a blade poised at Dragon's throat and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Morse exuded an aura of unyielding authority. You are the world government's most wanted criminal, and threatening the Navy is certainly an unwise habit. As lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating Dragon's silhouette, he appeared clad in a deep green hooded coat, a striking red square tattoo adorning the left side of his face. His short black hair was slicked back, and his expression was fierce, yet it bore a hint of an enigmatic smile as he regarded Luffy sprawled at Smoker's feet. Not today. This is a moment for the youth to set sail towards the sea. How can you obstruct that, Navy officer? As Dragon's words faded, a fierce gale swept through, and when Smoker looked back to the center of the square, he found that Dragon, Luffy, Zoro, Buggy, and the others had vanished without a trace. Before Smoker could fully comprehend the situation, Morse's form began to dissolve into cherry blossoms, carried away by the tail end of the tempest towards the sea. Colonel Smoker, are you all right? Daz Bonham rushed to Smoker's side upon noticing that her opponent, Zoro, had suddenly disappeared. Follow me, miss. We must head to the seaside. It seems that young man from the North Sea is not to be underestimated. He dared to draw his sword against that individual, and we cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. With that, they dashed towards the shore. As for Morse, he had initially intended to remain uninvolved. After all, he was not well acquainted with Smoker and regarded him as merely another obstacle in Dragon's path. A true monster anchored to the sea. Yet, something compelled him when he witnessed Dragon see Smoker and utter the words, "Do not impede the dreams of the youth as they venture towards the sea." In that moment, he was utterly unable to restrain his body, instinctively placing the blade of the thousand cherry blossom against his opponent's throat, even transcending the boundaries of life and death. Later, while smoking with Smoker inquired about what Morse was thinking at that moment. After a brief contemplation, he casually replied, "Perhaps it is because I am a Navy officer. How could I allow someone to openly send a pirate off in front of me? It is nothing short of a humiliation to myself and to the Navy." At the shores of Rogue Town, Luffy stood at the bow of the Going Merry, gazing down at Dragon, and exuberantly shouted, "Thank you, Uncle. You are truly a good person. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, the Navy will be upon us shortly. Let us set sail. It is time to prepare for our escape." Dragon looked at Luffy, a rare gentle smile gracing his features, sensing Morse's presence not far away. "Let me send you off just a little further. Go forth and pursue your dreams." Dragon extended his arms and gently pushed towards the Going Merry. A soft breeze swept over the vessel, gradually intensifying, propelling the Going Merry swiftly towards the open sea. Luffy, filled with excitement, waved his arms and shouted his farewells to Dragon. Dragon, watching his son rush towards the ocean, could not help but laugh heartily. Although this diverged from his original plan, the outcome appeared favorable. He had intended to remain in the shadows, merely wishing to thwart Smoker, never anticipating that Morse would draw his weapon. Reluctant to delay Luffy's departure, he altered his plans and decided to personally assist Luffy in setting sail. This outcome, in retrospect, compensated for his earlier regret of not seeing Luffy off on his maiden voyage. As Dragon watched Luffy and the others sail into the horizon, a flurry of cherry blossoms began to coalesce behind him, gradually taking the form of Morse, to develop a paramecia-type fruit to a level comparable to that of a Logia. It seems the Navy need not worry about a lack of successors. Yet, I should not be counted among pirates. Why pursue so relentlessly, dear Navy officer? Dragon did not turn back, gazing at the receding ship with a calm demeanor. "I do not know. I simply find myself unable to control myself," Morse replied, cigarette in mouth, holding the sheathed thousand cherry blossom. "And what of now? Do you still wish to test your hand? I could oblige, as a tribute to their dreams." Dragon turned to face Morse, his expression earnest. "If that is the case, I would be honored to receive your guidance, former Rear Admiral Monkey D. Dragon." Morse extinguished the cigarette between his lips and tightened his grip on the sword. "Sakura, have I been recognized? It seems the Navy has not forgotten me." How terrifying their gaze is. Dragon displayed no hint of surprise. His demeanor remained composed as he regarded Morse, as if no one but Luffy could evoke any emotion within him. Sakura, the blade of the cherry blossom, faced with this formidable adversary, Morse lost the calm he had exhibited in the presence of the nightmarish Doflamingo. He immediately unleashed his full power, his observation haki firmly fixated on Dragon's entire form, while his armament haki enveloped the blade of Sakura with near perfection. Leaning slightly forward, his right foot advanced while his left foot stepped back into a bow stance. He drew the sword with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing through Dragon's being. Clang! After a whisper of wind passed, Dragon's form gradually transformed into a gentle breeze, scattering petals of cherry blossoms into the sky. Is this the pinnacle of strength in these seas? Not even my armament haki could inflict the slightest harm. It appears I still have a long way to go. In that fleeting moment, as Morse traversed the body of the dragon, he realized with a whisper to himself that he had not inflicted even the slightest injury upon his foe. Meanwhile, the dragon's form began to slowly mend in the gentle breeze, seemingly attuned to Morse's murmurs. "Naval officer, do not underestimate your own prowess at your age. Such strength is truly remarkable. You must indeed be the real monster. As a seasoned veteran of the Navy, allow me to enlighten you on what constitutes the pinnacle of this vast ocean." With a mighty gust of wind, the dragon, towering above Morse, executed a gesture with its right hand, curling the index and middle fingers together while slightly separating the ring finger and middle finger, and bending the ring and little fingers together. The thumb, too, was slightly bent, resembling the formidable claws of a great dragon. Enveloped in a dark, armored haki, it surged towards Morse with alarming speed. In a mere 2-3 seconds, Morse's observation haki enveloped the dragon's entire being. Witnessing the dragon's movements, his heart tightened slightly. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of his adversary, which left him momentarily flustered as he let out a low growl of defiance. Cloaked in his own armored haki, he closed his eyes, gripping his blade firmly in the direction of the dragon, fully attuned to his opponent's actions. In Mo. Ursi's perception, it seemed as though a colossal dragon was descending with a fearsome claw poised to strike him down. He could have evaded it, Yet an inexplicable sense of pride anchored his feet in place. A near-exhausted growl escaped him, reminiscent of the final moments of the White Emperor's sword. Morse infused all the petals formed by the sakura blossom and the color of armament haki into the blade itself. The blade of the sakura blossom emanated a black luminescence, resembling the outspread wings of a magnificent creature as it fiercely struck towards the advancing dragon. A thunderous roar resonated, echoing throughout the entirety of Rogue Town. Smoker, accompanied by Tashigi, arrived just in time to witness this spectacular scene. In Smoker's line of sight, after the deafening sound, a tempest raged, forcing him to stagger backwards, while Tashigi was knocked to the ground. Accompanying the tempest were cherry blossoms, imbued with a hint of black radiance, gracefully descending from the sky. Chapter 25. A possible update tomorrow. Gratitude to the esteemed individual who fortuitously passed by and offered a donation. It marks the first time I have received such a gesture. This evening, I shall indulge in a few drinks with my colleagues, ensuring that a minimum of one chapter will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 26. Defeat. As the wind subsided, the cherry blossoms settled upon the ground. Only then did Smoker discern the situation before him. The dragon's right hand was positioned behind its back, blood dripping onto the sandy shore. Had Smoker not been observant, he might have overlooked it entirely. This monstrous being could indeed be injured? What a terrifying creature. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards Morse. In stark contrast to the dragon's calm demeanor, Morse appeared considerably worse for wear. He knelt on one knee, his beloved blade, the sakura blossom, embedded in the sand, while 3 deep, almost grotesque claw marks on his chest oozed blood. His bound hair had been tousled by the fierce winds, and the blood at the corner of his mouth remained unwiped, presenting a pitiful sight. Nevertheless, Smoker dared not underestimate him. After all, the man before him was no nameless foe. He was the most wanted criminal beneath the sky, the former Marine Vice Admiral, and now the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon. A man so formidable that Smoker hesitated to strike against him. Cough, cough, cough. Truly, the world's most wanted criminal lives up to his reputation. Such power is indeed fearsome, dragon. Morse took a moment to compose himself, then coughed up several mouthfuls of congealed blood. With great effort, he rose to his feet, discarding the mantle of righteousness draped over his shoulders. He tore the nearly tattered military uniform, wrapping it tightly around his wound and securing it with a firm knot. Blood began to seep through the fabric, yet it was not enough to hinder his resolve in battle. It seemed he was far from ready to surrender. State your name. Sailor. Drag looked at Morse with a serious expression, his tone exceedingly grave. Jones Morse, an unremarkable soldier from the North Sea, at your service, Mr. Drag. Morse extended his right hand, drawing Senbon Sakura from the sands of the beach, gracefully twirling it to create a flurry of blossoms. The blade's tip aimed directly at Dorag. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. As Morse directly activated his Bankai, one could see the thousands of cherry blossoms slowly descending into the ground, while immense blades, numbering in the thousands, rose on either side behind him. What extraordinary power does this fellow possess? It is truly bizarre. Dorag gazed at the myriad of colossal blades that had suddenly emerged behind Morse, a wave of confusion washing over him. Breath of the Wind Dragon. Dorag wrapped the lower parts of his arms with armament haki, enveloping his fists tightly with wind, using it as a propellant as he swiftly charged towards Morse. In the blink of an eye, Dolag had surmounted the obstacles, appearing right before Morse. A sense of alarm surged within him, incessantly warning him of the impending peril. He knew that if he did not intervene, he would surely meet his demise in this very place. Scatter. Titan's battle shield. With a low murmur, Mers unleashed a formidable force, and behind him, thousands of colossal blades shattered like a broken mirror, transforming into an exquisite flurry of cherry blossoms, their numbers swiftly surpassing 100 million. The scattered blossoms coalesced before him into an immense shield. With both hands resting lightly upon the shield, his haki surged forth, and the pink surface gradually darkened to an impenetrable black. Dragon regarded the shield with an impassive expression, showing no concern as his fists grazed its surface. Employing a technique akin to a close-range strike, he targeted the center of the shield and unleashed a rapid, forceful punch imbued with haki and a tempestuous wind. Crack! Crack! The shield began to splinter at the point of impact, and as he delivered his final blow, his strength erupted like the breath of a mighty dragon, shattering the shield entirely, accompanied by a tremendous explosion of wind and blossoms. Unsurprisingly, Dragon's final strike penetrated the shield's defenses, crashing forcefully against Mer's chest. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated as darkness enveloped Mur's vision, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood. The haki around him began to dissipate, leaving a prominent black fist imprint on his chest where the dragon's strike had landed. He was propelled backward, on the verge of plunging into the sea, when a sudden plume of white smoke appeared beneath him, gently lifting him back to the shore. Smoker observed the unconscious Murs, blood streaming from his wounds, and exhaled in relief as he carefully placed him into Shiji's hands, signaling her to take care of him. He silently withdrew his twin sabers, discarding his cigar. "Dragon, are you preparing to declare war on the Navy?" Smoker's expression was grave, his tone serious. "I will remember your name, Jones Murs. I look forward to our next encounter. By the way, Smoker, please convey to the old man that this Navy will undoubtedly suppress the chaos of these seas just as he did." Dragon looked solemnly at the unconscious Murs, his tone earnest. It was clear he had given his all, holding nothing back. Yet, even with such effort, Murs had merely sustained a significant injury without facing mortal danger, revealing the robustness of his vitality. Just based on his physique, he was capable of dominating the seas. And coupled with his peculiar abilities and profound haki, he was not to be underestimated. Dragon contemplated this in silence, while also feeling a sense of concern for Luffy. It appeared that the younger generation of the Navy was beginning to emerge prominently, alongside the seasoned veterans like Sengoku, the old man, Granite Saru, and the peak figures of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. The younger cadre, including Smoker, was no less formidable. The current strength of the Navy remained as formidable as ever. "Luffy, it seems your path ahead will not be smooth sailing. Strive forward and embrace the tides of this era." Boom. A tempest arose, and after the thunder and lightning, Smoker opened his eyes once more, looking ahead, but Dragon's figure was nowhere to be seen. Silently, he tucked the 10 tigers back into his back, lit a cigar, and took a puff. "Let us go back, Mississippi. I'll escort Moles to the medical center while I report this incident to the higher-ups." "Is this how it is, Smoker? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Come back, the East Blue is still too small." Smoker put down the transponder snail, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. His expression grave as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, this place is still too small, and then there's that kid." Luffy's smile on the execution platform lingered hauntingly in his mind. On the other end of the transponder snail, the drowsy Admiral Aokiji, wearing an eye mask, tucked the device into his pocket and glanced at his surroundings, where Sengoku, Saru, Garp, Akainu, and Kizaru were present. Dragon had just made an appearance in Log Town, freeing a pirate and injuring a Navy officer. Aokiji stretched lazily, observing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, and remarked leisurely, "That Navy officer is Jones Moles, who recently dealt with the Night Demon. Although he only fought 2 rounds with Dragon before being defeated, it is said that he earned that guy's recognition. Damn Garp, look at your fine son." Upon hearing that Dragon had bested Moles, Sengoku instantly erupted in fury, shouting at Garp, "Ha! Indeed, he is my son, still so remarkable." Garp, accustomed to Sengoku's outbursts, paid little heed, instead praising Dragon. "Enough. We must consider how to resolve this matter to mitigate future repercussions. Those fellows have been watching us closely." Saru's calm voice resonated in Sengoku's office, prompting the group to adopt a serious demeanor. If this situation is not handled properly, it could provide the world government with an excuse to undermine the Navy's influence. Recall Smoker. Simultaneously, instruct Moles to report to headquarters promptly. Akainu, I approve your request. After this training session concludes, you may take him under your wing. As for Kevin, you can communicate with him. That fellow can be considered half your apprentice." Sengoku swiftly outlined the arrangements concerning Moles and Smoker. Akainu nodded heavily, as if recalling something, and a rare smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Noticing no dissent, Sengoku began discussing how to respond to the world government's impending actions. It was foreseeable that they would not let this opportunity slip by, undoubtedly intending to exploit Dragon's appearance in Log Town. Log Town must not fall into their hands. It holds a unique significance for the Navy. In the confines of Morse's hospital room, he had just awakened, gently caressing the thick bandages that adorned his chest. Waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. That was indeed a brutal blow. Were it not for my residual strength, I would surely have met my demise. The pinnacle of the ocean truly seems to be teeming with monsters. That fellow is likely not far removed from Whitebeard in prowess. It appears that I must redouble my efforts. Ever since I vanquished Doflamingo, I seem to have lost the diligence I once possessed. In retrospect, this recent setback may not be such a misfortune after all. My lord, you are awake. I was terrified for the past 2 days. Morse, upon hearing a familiar voice near his ear, turned to see Rocco. What are you doing here? I instructed you to remain on the ship. Chapter 27. The orders. It was Sergeant Dasky who sent me over, Rocco replied. She mentioned you were injured and asked me to assist in watching over you. He then playfully winked at Morse. Noticing Rocco's peculiar expression, Morse rolled his eyes. By the way, how long have I been lying here? Have those scoundrels returned? The mere thought of those rascals intensified the pain in Morse's wound. If it weren't for their impulsive decision to disembark for leisure, delaying their departure, he would not have encountered that rascal Dolag, nor would he have suffered an unwarranted beating. He conveniently forgot that he had voluntarily engaged in combat with the latter. My lord, you have been unconscious for an entire day and night, Rocco quickly clarified upon observing Morse's unsettling gaze. Sergeant Dasky just left not long ago. She took care of you throughout the night and has only just gone to rest. By the way, sir, Commander Kevin sought you out not long ago. He mentioned that you are not severely injured, just still unconscious, and requested that you return his call once you awaken. It seems he has something of great importance to discuss with you. Also, Commander Smog came by yesterday to inform you that the current elite training session has been postponed. So we need not rush to report for duty. What does that old man Kevin want with me? A postponement, you say? How fortuitous. Then we shall take a day of respite. Please head back to the ship and ensure everyone prepares diligently. We must set sail tomorrow without further delay. If we continue to dawdle, who knows what might transpire? Morris felt a twinge of surprise. However, considering the wound upon his chest, he was reluctant to linger in Rogtown, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen misfortunes. The thought urged him to embark immediately. Yet the intermittent pangs radiating from his injury served as a stern reminder that such action was unwise. Commander Smoker, you have arrived. Please come in. Lieutenant Morris has regained consciousness, Rocco announced as he encountered Smoker, who had come to inquire about Morris's condition, promptly ushering him into the room before returning to the ship. You are awake. How do you feel? Is your condition improving? Do not hesitate to express any needs you may have, Smoker said. A cigar clenched between his teeth as he gazed at the bedridden Morris, whose body was swathed in bandages. An inexplicable urge to laugh seized him, for he could not fathom who had adorned Morris's chest with a charming bow. Then allow me to express my gratitude, Colonel Smoker. Surely, your visit is not solely to assess my injuries? Although Morse was unclear about why Smoker wore a suppressed grin, he was nonetheless grateful for the latter's visit. The primary purpose was to assess his injuries and convey orders from headquarters. He was directed to recuperate in Rogatown and need not rush to report back to headquarters, as the elite training camp had been postponed due to unforeseen circumstances. The postponement couldn't possibly be because of me, could it, Admiral Smoker? Listening to Smoker's increasingly irreverent delivery of the orders, Morse felt a surge of excitement. However, Smoker, noticing his expression, rolled his eyes and swiftly shattered Morse's hopeful illusion. You're overthinking it. While you are partially to blame, the main reason lies in the unexpected appearance of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, in Rogatown, which has incited unrest among several allied nations. Consequently, the world government has exerted pressure on the Navy and even proposed significant cuts to military funding and recruitment privileges for the next 3 years. This compelled headquarters to order all branches to assist the world government in combating the Revolutionary Army's activities across the seas and suppressing the ensuing unrest in various allied nations. As a result, the Navy personnel en route to participate in this elite training camp must unconditionally join local forces in this mission. In simpler terms, no one will be attending the elite training camp for the time being. Upon hearing this, Morse finally understood why Smoker had mentioned his involvement. In the original narrative, Dragon's presence had not stirred such a commotion. He merely aided Luffy in his journey while discreetly intimidating Smoker. This time, however, his mere presence had compelled the latter to reveal himself. Alas, Morse let out a sigh, realizing that the injuries he bore were largely of his own making. He pondered whether Smoker would reimburse him for the medical expenses incurred. Furthermore, the question of whether he should remain in Lowtown to assist Smoker in apprehending members of the Revolutionary Army loomed over him, adding to his vexation. It truly was a nuisance. One might say he had unwittingly taken on additional duties. Merely contemplating it gave him a headache. After conveying the orders from headquarters, Smoker observed Morse, who was scratching his head in frustration, and departed with a smile. This fellow certainly possessed strength, albeit a touch of youthfulness. It seemed he would be able to rely on a capable ally for the next few days. Moses. I wonder what urgent matter the old man has in store for me. Could it be that my annual leave has been approved? In a fleeting moment, Morse momentarily forgot about his injuries, his face alight with excitement as he shouted into the communicator. Morse here. It's West. Just hold on a moment. The commander is about to commence the mobilization meeting. Kevin Zaid, upon hearing Morse's exuberant voice, could not suppress a tone laced with resentment. If it weren't for this rascal stirring up trouble, they wouldn't be forced to assist the world government in apprehending the Revolutionary Army. Indeed, trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. Reflecting on the myriad of issues he had helped resolve over the years, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Now, he even had the audacity to inquire about his annual leave. What a scoundrel. Haha. Uncle West. Mobilization meeting? What new mischief has some blind pirate caused this time? Please inform the old man to reinstate me. I have barely been away for a short while, and already, some fool dares to disturb my territory. Truly, they must be weary of life. Morse spoke in the softest tones while uttering audacious remarks. You scoundrel, don't expect to return. If you do, I won't be the one to clean up after you. Enough of that. Captain Kevin has concluded the mobilization meeting. If you have any matters to discuss, address them directly with him. You rascal. As soon as West's words fell, Morse overheard through the phone. Is that wretched boy calling? That rascal. He truly cannot find peace anywhere. Had I known such trouble would ensue, I would never have permitted him to go. Now, even in his absence, he has left me with a heap of trouble. Hey, old man, this predicament is not my fault. You know me well. I have never sought trouble. It is always trouble that seeks me out. I am the most innocent of all. I am truly wronged. Morse promptly lamented into the telephone, asserting that he would not bear the blame. You little rascal, stop your prattling and tell me what it is. Kevin interjected with a smile. Hee. What could it possibly be? Rocco mentioned you were in urgent need of my assistance, so here I am, just awakened and hastily calling you back without even having breakfast. Alas, where else could you find a dedicated naval officer like me, who has come all the way to the East Sea instead of heading to headquarters? In a tone that suggested a significant loss, Morse addressed Kevin. You must be quite fortunate to have awakened. It seems you haven't endured enough punishment. Why did you provoke such a creature? It's not as if you're a pirate. Even if captured, what would be the benefit? As Kevin spoke with the concern of a father, Morse suddenly chuckled and softly whispered to Kevin on the other end of the phone, I miss you, old man. What? Kevin was momentarily taken aback, then silently shook his head with a smile. All right, enough of that. Your ability to banter indicates that your injuries are not as severe as I feared. Now, listen carefully to what I have to say. Kevin's tone shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he urged Morse to pay close attention to his forthcoming words. Due to your exceptional performance during this long-distance mission, you have caught the attention of the higher-ups at headquarters, and you are now under considerable scrutiny. Consequently, upon completing this session of the elite training course, you will be directly assigned under Admiral Akainu. Furthermore, according to rumors, you will be exceptionally promoted to the rank of major and temporarily serve as his aide. Hearing Kevin's intense voice and realizing he was to be placed under the command of the formidable Akainu as an aide, Morse was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the news. Old man, tell me, are you perhaps the illegitimate child of Sengoku? I always sensed you were extraordinary. So, when shall we return to inherit the family business? I no longer wish to struggle. I simply want to live a quiet life as the child of an official. Fool. If I were the illegitimate son of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I would have long since removed you from my 76th branch instead of spending all these years cleaning up your mess, Kevin exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation, while Sid stood nearby, laughing and patting him on the back. Then explain to me how it is that I can be assigned to Admiral Akainu's command as an aide before even reaching headquarters? This is clearly illogical. I have long understood that individuals who complete such short-term elite training courses typically do not remain at headquarters. They return to their original units as reserve talents for the future. How is it that I am to remain at headquarters? With a tone that reveals his complete understanding, Morse said, why should we continue to conceal anything from each other, my friend? You rascal, are you not aware of why you remain at headquarters? First, you delivered a sound thrashing to the warlord, the night demon, prompting him to report you to the celestial dragons for disrupting their business and hindering their tribute payments this year. Then, you recklessly undermined our long-standing plans in the East Blue, leading to the defection of Admiral Bernard from G5. Now, you have stirred up such significant trouble in Roguetown that even Dracul Mihawk has crossed paths with you, forcing the entire Navy to assist the world government in the pursuit of the Revolutionary Army. Any one of these incidents would warrant extreme measures to retain you at headquarters, let alone the fact that they all transpired on your watch. If you claim you should not be kept here, who else would? Moreover, you are now quite the celebrity within the Navy. Everyone seeks to find you and teach you a lesson. Hey, am I truly that remarkable? Had you not informed me, I might never have realized my own excellence. Why should they want to teach me a lesson? I have done them no wrong. If it's the folks from G5 who wish to teach me a lesson, I would understand, but the others? Surely they must be in awe of me. Ha ha ha. Morse chuckled with a self-satisfied expression, directing a look at Kevin that conveyed his superiority. Observing the phone bug's uncanny imitation of Morse's demeanor, Kevin was on the verge of hurling the creature to the ground, if not for West's timely intervention. I truly admire you, he exclaimed, his admiration almost costing him his entire salary for the year, all while being compelled to assist various allied nations in quelling the rebellion of the Revolutionary Army. You truly excel beyond measure. Speaking of salaries, what about the bounties I earned over the past 2 years? If I were to remain at headquarters, could I collect my bounties directly from there? Please remember to provide me with proof when the time comes. If it weren't for the world government leveraging the situation with Dorag to threaten reductions in the Navy's budget for the coming years, we wouldn't be so intricately involved in suppressing this so-called labor revolutionary army. Bounties. West, have Morse and I captured any pirates in the last 2 years? I cannot recall any. Perhaps I am indeed growing old and should consider applying for retirement benefits. Morse was rendered speechless, realizing that his chances of reclaiming his bounty had vanished. Forget it, old man. You still haven't told me why I'm under Admiral Akainu's command. You know I've always preferred Admiral Kizaru, and Admiral Aokiji wouldn't be so bad either. Under Akainu, I might as well work myself to death. He is exceedingly dedicated. Huh, you're still being picky. This is an opportunity others would yearn for. You must understand that a Vice Admiral's position requires at least a Rear Admiral. And you just happened to seize the chance when Admiral Sakazuki's Vice Admiral was reassigned to the New World. Stop being ungrateful. For Kizaru and Aokiji, you'd need to be chosen by them too. Kevin remarked with a tone that suggested Morse was unaware of his own worth. Hey, you've lauded my capabilities so highly. I can't help but ponder why Admiral Akainu would select me. After all, I'm merely a lieutenant now, though I might be a major by then. That's still quite a distance. Are you perhaps Admiral Akainu's illegitimate child? Is he really that fierce? Morse chuckled. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't ask so many questions. Remember to buy 2 boxes of cigars at the corner cigar shop in Low Town. Just mention my name. And they know what to provide. When you meet Admiral Sakazuki, present them as a token of goodwill. Noticing the unusual seriousness in Kevin's tone, Morse, though still somewhat puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. All right, you rascal, take care of your injuries. Be cautious next time. Leave those monsters to the admirals. There's no need for you to overexert yourself. Kevin observed as Morse nodded at the phone bug, realizing he hadn't truly absorbed his advice. Sighing in resignation, he hung up and glanced at Sid. Am I getting old? I suddenly feel quite chatty. I wonder whether endorsing Admiral Sakazuki's orders is right or wrong for Morse. So rest assured, do you think Admiral Sakazuki would treat him unfairly? Even without these events, hadn't you already decided to send him? The current circumstances are far better than our previous arrangements. You needn't worry so much. It's time for that lad to explore the vast sea on his own. Especially with his abilities, we need not concern ourselves, right? Sid rolled his eyes and attempted to comfort Kevin. Easier said than done, with that boy's knack for trouble. What good is his strength? Kevin acknowledged his son's capabilities but recognized his propensity for mischief. The two most concerned about Morse were bickering away, oblivious to his thoughts. Meanwhile, Morse contemplated whether to utilize his accumulated leave for a well-deserved rest before being assigned to Akainu's relentless command. What a hassle. Oh, it hurts. Dorag's fists are indeed powerful. Morse, in a fit of agitation, struck the hospital bed with his hands, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his chest, causing him to cry out in pain, leaving onlookers perplexed about his condition. Chapter 28. Entering the Grand Line. Farewell, Mr. Morse. Might I request a closer examination of your cherished sword, Kitetsu, upon our next encounter? At the port of Rogue Town, Daski, with an expression of embarrassment, bid farewell to Morse. Her thoughts still lingering on the blade, she had never dared to unsheath herself. During his period of unconsciousness, she had refrained from drawing it, carefully placing it beside Morse's bedside. Seeing his bashful demeanor, Morse couldn't help but chuckle gently, nodding with tenderness. However, He couldn't shake the thought that Dasky was indeed infatuated with blades. Very well, I shall lend it to you at our next meeting. Colonel Smoker, I truly apologize for troubling you to see me off in person. You, my friend, are eager to depart even after just being able to walk again? Even if you return to headquarters, you cannot participate in this session of the elite training camp. Why not take some time to recuperate in Rogue Town? Smoker observed the bandages still wrapped around him, a glimmer of concern in his eyes, mingled with reluctance at the impending departure of a free laborer. It's nothing serious. These minor injuries will heal at headquarters, so I shan't impose upon you any longer. Otherwise, I would inadvertently delay your mission to suppress the Revolutionary Army, which would be quite unfortunate. Glancing at Dasky, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, Morse resolutely declined Smoker's insistence. He had an inexplicable feeling that if he did not leave now, he might find himself unable to depart in a few days. Farewell, Miss Dasky, Mr. Smoker. The Rocco set sail. Morse bid farewell to the two individuals, seeing him off, foregoing the customary honorifics in favor of a more amicable address. Well then, we shall not see you off any further. Do remember to contact me once you arrive at headquarters. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I still have a few acquaintances at the headquarters. Farewell, Mr. Morse. When we meet again, you must lend me the Sakura Senbon. Morse merely waved his hand and turned to ascend the warship, which was already preparing to stow away the anchor without uttering another word. Standing by the shore, watching the distant vessel fade away, Smoker ignited a brand new cigar. Das Bones. We must prepare as well. It seems we are compelled to assist that group in quelling the revolutionary forces. Indeed, everything is in readiness. The individual responsible for this operation on behalf of the world government has already made contact. However, he appears rather unconcerned, even inquiring if we require additional time to prepare, suggesting there is no need for haste. Das Bones was perplexed by the demeanor of Gnarl, the CP for head she had communicated with regarding this operation. The rotund man seemed to regard the suppression of the Revolutionary Army with a lack of seriousness, seemingly indifferent to whether the mission would succeed. Gazing into the depths of the ocean, Smoker felt his thoughts drifting, recalling events from the day Morse was injured. Dragon, how is it that you find yourself here? Should you not be traversing the world for your noble cause? Your temperament remains unchanged, Smoker. I merely came to bid farewell to a junior pursuing his dreams. Is that so? Yet, if Mr. Garp were to learn of today's events, he would surely be heartbroken. His own protege, who first withdrew from the Navy and opposed the world government, now resorts to violence against former comrades, nearly indistinguishable from a pirate. Should they meet again, I wonder how he would respond. I trust the old man will understand. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Thank you for today, Smoker. Indeed, the next time that lad encounters me, I shall not show him any leniency. Very well. Having made his decision to pursue his dreams, he no longer requires the assistance of others. Such is the nature of men of the sea. After escorting Morse to the hospital, Smoker returned to the now-deserted execution platform, where he indulged in conversation with Dragon, who was shrouded in a green hood, concealing his form as if they were old friends. Yet, Smoker was subtly probing the connection between Dragon and the Straw Hat Boy. Although he ultimately did not glean the answers he sought, he discerned that their relationship was far from simple. Otherwise, a person like Dragon would not have made a special trip here. Cough. Apologies, I was momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about other matters. Smoker was momentarily choked by his cigar, regaining his focus, and continued, that rotund fellow certainly does not care. He is not like the ordinary CP agents. His loyalties lie solely with the celestial dragons, accountable to them alone. It can be said that any failure in this operation against the Revolutionary Army rests entirely on our shoulders. He merely holds a nominal title. Moreover, he has likely just completed a task assigned by the celestial dragons and is now awaiting recognition for his efforts. Now, unexpectedly tasked with suppressing the Revolutionary Army, he did not resort to furious outbursts, which indicates that he has not yet lost his sanity. We need not concern ourselves with him. We shall focus on our duties. Ultimately, we need not take things too seriously. It suffices to ensure that the Revolutionary Army refrains from any rebellious actions for the time being. Moreover, that group should have already caught wind of the situation and will likely be rather subdued in the near future. Understood, Admiral Smoker. I will relay your instructions and ensure everyone remains vigilant. Very well. Depart. As for that straw hat brat, I shall inevitably capture you, to ascertain whether you truly remain so unconcerned. Smoker's gaze grew resolute as he forcefully discarded the remaining half of his cigar onto the beach. turning away without a glance as he returned to the naval base office. The focus shifts back to the sailing Morse. Morse reclined upon the deck chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while beside him rested a revitalizing concoction specially crafted by Chef Hill to replenish his strength. In this moment, Morse exuded an air of languor, as if he had finally attained freedom, and his wounds seemed to no longer cause him any discomfort. "Rocco, how much longer until we arrive?" "My lord," Rocco replied, casting a glance at the clear azure sky. "At our current speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should reach the naval headquarters in Marinvanth in merely 7 days." "What do you mean by barring unforeseen circumstances? It feels as though you are deliberately targeting me, Rocco." Upon hearing this, Morse, filled with indignation, began to question vehemently, instinctively taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Rocco had truly become increasingly unlikable. This was not the kind of rhetoric he would have uttered upon his emergence. Alas, the essence of humanity has deteriorated. Even Rocco has changed. Rocco, however, remained silent, wearing a serene smile as he gazed at him, as if to imply, "Do you not know the reason behind my words?" Upon observing Rocco's expression, Morse felt a flutter of unease within him, causing his voice to instinctively lower a few degrees. "This predicament is not entirely my fault. It is those fellows who sought me out. Besides, it hasn't caused much of a delay. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Would you kindly inquire when Uncle Hill will have dinner ready? I am quite famished. After a day of consuming porridge, I feel as though I might soon transform into it." Morse swiftly shifted the topic, requesting Rocco to maintain a distance. Rocco, with a smile, nodded but remarked, "Sir, for the time being, you are only permitted to consume porridge. Before our departure, the doctor specifically instructed that for the next few days, you should adhere to this diet. Considering that the blow you received has affected your internal organs, it is wise to refrain from indulging in heavy meats." "How troublesome." "Very well, porridge it is. Certainly more palatable than a tuna salad," Morse replied with resignation. Thus, 3 days gradually passed. The two warships slowly navigated out of the doldrums and into the Grand Line. Morse had already removed the bandages from his body and was on the deck, lifting a custom-made barbell for rehabilitation exercises. Since his encounter with Dorag, where he found himself rendered unconscious by just 2 strikes, he realized the considerable distance that still lay between him and the top-tier warriors of the sea. He resolved to intensify his training, vowing not to fall into complacency as he had before, which had led him to neglect his daily workouts, erroneously believing that strength could be acquired solely through combat with the formidable. Rocco jogged over to Morse, saying, "Commander, we have officially entered the Grand Line. The navigator has informed us that we must prepare for the unpredictable weather ahead. Have we truly entered the Grand Line so swiftly? I am eager to witness if the tales hold true regarding the capricious nature of the weather here. Inform everyone to prepare accordingly, and also advise the navigator to remain vigilant, for the challenges ahead will demand their utmost effort." After completing his final set of exercises, Morse picked up a towel from the side and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as he was about to don his shirt, a thunderous roar echoed, and the sky abruptly darkened. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, torrential raindrops began to pour down like pearls. Morse cast a wordless glance at the drenched clothing in his hands, shaking his head in resignation. He decided to return to the cabin to change. Indeed, the Grand Line lived up to its reputation. One moment the sky was clear and bright, and the next it unleashed a torrential downpour, leaving one utterly unprepared. He hurriedly shouted, "Rocco, everyone, please exercise caution and prioritize safety." In Chapter 29, Marin Fander, Lang, and Devon quickly commanded the crew to lower the sails. "Mason, keep a constant report on the weather," he instructed. "Those fellows over there, forget about that wretched fish for now and assist in steering the ship. We must ensure that our course aligns precisely with my directions. Do not deviate under any circumstances." Rocco, however, did not hear Morse's words. At the first sign of the impending storm, he began directing the crew to adjust their course. Observing Rocco's serious demeanor, Morse felt a flicker of satisfaction, contemplating that he had indeed found a suitable devil fruit for Rocco. Although the lad's strength was lacking, his adaptability proved to be quite reliable. Kevin and Sid must have recognized this quality when they brought him to the headquarters. Morse resolved to keep Rocco by his side, grooming him to become his aide-de-camp. Naturally, he also intended to enhance Rocco's capabilities, ensuring he would no longer serve as merely an elevated form of cannon fodder on the battlefield. After a brief interlude, Morse had changed into casual attire and stood on the deck, sheltered from the rain, gazing at the now clear sky, feeling somewhat reflective. In just half a day, he had experienced a plethora of extreme weather conditions, ranging from radiant sunshine to torrential storms, swirling snow, and fierce winds. As he inhaled a few puffs from his cigarette, he remarked to Rocco, "The weather of the Grand Line is truly formidable." "Rocco, where did you find such an exceptional navigator?" "His ability to devise numerous contingency plans in the face of such weather is remarkable. He certainly does not appear to be a novice. I have no recollection of anyone of such caliber in our 76th Division. Could it be that you slyly recruited a pirate aboard? I must inform you, that cannot happen again. When we return, we should have Old Man Kevin devise a means of identification for him, as he is a true asset we must retain." "You're jesting, Commander. That gentleman was not recruited by me. He was introduced to us by Colonel Smoker the day before our departure, suggesting he join us as a favorable wind for our journey to headquarters. It appears that Colonel Smoker was concerned we might lack experience in navigating the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, thus he sent assistance our way. It seems Colonel Smoker is quite a benevolent individual," Rocco replied, filled with gratitude. He acknowledged that without the introduction of this navigator by Smoker, they would have struggled immensely. "Is he truly that meticulous? I must ensure I express my gratitude when we meet again. Rocco, please fetch 2 bottles of my private wine and 2 boxes of cigars to present to him, and arrange for Uncle Hill to prepare a fine dinner this evening as a token of our appreciation. We must not neglect our guest during these days. You should also take the opportunity to learn from him. We will undoubtedly face such weather in the future, and we cannot always rely on others." "Understood. I shall go and engage with him," Rocco responded, his excitement palpable. Morse shook his head, pondering that if it were only himself, no weather would pose a challenge. However, as a naval officer, how many could venture alone? Before long, Rocco returned with a dejected expression, his head hung low. "What happened? Did he refuse you? Or did he belittle you?" Morse inquired. Learning from experience often entails such setbacks. "I remember when I first sought to learn from Old Man Kevin. I too faced numerous rejections. Worry not." Morse, with a cigarette in hand, cast a casual glance at him and offered a few words of comfort, but did not elaborate further. Rocco, wearing an expression of disappointment, sighed and lamented, "Alas, it is not the rejection that troubles me. Rather, the gentleman mentioned that such knowledge can be pursued at the headquarters, albeit with a special application requiring military merit for eligibility. I fear I may not have the opportunity. As due to the World Government's directives, once we deliver you, we must return to Division 76 without the luxury of time for further study in Marinfando. It is indeed a pity. Thus, I urge you to beseech that navigator to impart as much wisdom as possible during this fleeting chance, for such opportunities are rare." Morse casually remarked that the matter of keeping this individual close would have to wait until they returned to headquarters, as he was not entirely certain of his ability to retain him at present. Upon hearing this, Rocco felt a surge of realization. Indeed, he ought to cherish this opportunity. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly made his way to the navigator's quarters without bidding Morse farewell. Several days later, the 2 warships slowly approached the shores of the Red Earth continent. Rocco gazed at Morse with a sense of reluctance, saying, "My lord, once we pass the Red Earth continent, we shall arrive. I must admit, I feel a twinge of sadness. During my time under your guidance, I have learned so much, and I am profoundly grateful. Thus, I wish to bid you farewell in advance." "Such a premature farewell," Morse replied. "Let us save our parting words until we reach Malinvondo. For now, focus on your duties and ensure that no further complications arise." Morse let out a sigh, surprised to discover that Rocco was quite an emotional individual. The warships navigated smoothly through the Red Earth continent without a hitch. As he gazed at the distant, colossal fortress, Morse couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. At last, they had arrived. Rocco urged everyone to hurry, promising a sumptuous feast upon reaching Marineford. Upon arriving at the port of the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Morse exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the sight before him. It was truly magnificent. The naval stronghold towered over him, rivaling even the tallest skyscrapers he had ever encountered, yet it possessed a unique charm of its own, far surpassing the likes of Division 76 or Rogue Town. As the 2 warships gradually docked at the port of Marineford, Morse and his companions disembarked one by one. At that moment, a naval lieutenant approached, accompanied by over 10 sailors. "Could the person in charge please step forward to register your names, affiliated divisions, and purpose of visit? Thank you for your cooperation." As he spoke, he distributed forms to each individual, which contained blank fields for name, rank, arrival time, and purpose, prompting them to fill it out. After handing out the forms, the lieutenant regarded Morse with curious eyes, as if he had noticed something peculiar about his face. Morse took the form, filled it out with a pen, and handed it to the other party, declaring, "I am Jones Morse, here to participate in this elite training camp." The recipient of the form scrutinized the names section with an air of gravity, as if verifying some vital information. Behind him, the naval officers, upon hearing Morse announce his name, regarded him with hostility, whispering amongst themselves while casting him furious glances. Morse was somewhat perplexed. What had transpired with this group? Just moments ago, they seemed perfectly fine, yet upon hearing his name, they transformed, their expressions brimming with hostility, as if they would gladly devour him. It was his first visit to Marineford. He had not offended anyone. Could it be that these individuals were associated with the G5 fortress? The thought made him vigilant. He had no fear of other matters, but if these men were to act recklessly and ambush him, it would pose a significant problem. The captain leading the group noticed Morse's demeanor and chuckled heartily. Upon catching Morse's puzzled gaze, he turned back and admonished his men, "Enough? Look at yourselves. Let us not forget that we are on a military mission." While he spoke, he cast a somewhat apologetic glance at Morse. "My apologies, Lieutenant Morse. Kindly bear with us a moment longer. We will arrange for you to proceed once we have verified the information. Thank you for your efforts. However, could you enlighten me as to why their reaction was so pronounced upon hearing my name? I cannot recall having wronged any of them," Morse inquired, as he retrieved a cigarette and offered one to the captain. The captain accepted the cigarette, gesturing for Morse to step aside with him. After gently lighting it and taking a puff, he replied, "Lieutenant Morse, your esteemed name has already spread throughout the entire naval headquarters, which is why your mention incited such a spirited reaction." Morse was even more perplexed, questioning why everyone seemed to harbor such animosity towards him. Observing the deepening confusion on Morse's face, he exhaled the smoke from his cigarette and slowly remarked, "You may not fully grasp the extent of your notoriety. Due to your actions, all bonus initiatives for this department have been annulled this year, and everyone must remain prepared to depart at a moment's notice to assist our allied nations in quelling the revolutionary forces. It is precisely because we are in Marlin Vando that the mere mention of your name incites such fury. Were we in any other department, it would be a miracle if they did not rush to confront you." Morse was rendered speechless upon hearing this. It seemed he had offended the entire Navy. This was troublesome indeed. Chapter 30, The Age of War. As Morse observed that everyone had completed the registration forms, he returned to Rocco and the others alongside the naval captain. Grasping Rocco's arm with a wary expression, he quietly advised, "Rocco, alert everyone to exercise caution. It seems we may have offended someone. It wouldn't be surprising if someone were to hurl bricks at us from behind, and even if it's not bricks, the sight of rotten vegetables or foul eggs would be equally unappealing." Rocco, taken aback, was utterly perplexed by Morse's words. Meanwhile, the naval captain and his comrades stood nearby, incredulous, pondering how such a fellow could be a formidable adversary capable of contending with the revolutionary leader, long, yet remain oblivious to the tension in the air. "Lieutenant Morse, please accompany us," the captain interjected. "The Marshal of the Warring States has issued a directive. Upon your arrival, you are to be taken directly to his office, as he wishes to meet with you." Upon hearing this, Morse displayed an expression of astonishment, pointing at the registration form in his hand, as if to inquire about the purpose of filling it out. The naval captain responded with a faint smile, yet remained silent, merely gesturing for them to follow. Meanwhile, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the latter donned his seagull military cap, emblematic of the Navy, from beneath which a voluminous mop of hair protruded. Adorning his eyes were frog-like spectacles, while his long beard was intricately braided and pressed against the desk, his countenance grave as he regarded Akainu before him. "What did you say? You wish to transfer him under your command immediately?" "Indeed. First, transfer him to my command, and when the elite training camp commences, he may then join for further training." Akainu spoke with utmost seriousness, unperturbed by Sengoku's growing displeasure, calmly articulating his request. He found himself in a predicament. The recent missions had been overwhelming, and when his previous aide was reassigned, he had allowed some of the finest Navy personnel to accompany that individual to the New World, leaving him with a mere handful of capable officers. Morse's early arrival was fortuitous, as he could assist in alleviating the burden, at the very least enabling him to undertake several missions and mitigate the pressure of insufficient personnel. "Very well. Let him come over shortly. We shall ascertain his intentions. If there are no issues, he may be transferred under your command. However, You must ensure he behaves. I cannot afford any more disturbances, as this matter remains unresolved. Sengoku expressed his exasperation, well aware of Akainu's current predicament. Had it not been for the dire shortage of manpower, Akainu would not have been so eager to seek assistance. Kong and Garp observed from their seats. Garp munched on Sengoku's senbei, remaining silent, yet harboring curiosity about the young Morse, who could engage in combat with his own son without succumbing. Garp was acutely aware of his son's formidable prowess, recognizing that this young man was indeed remarkable. Kong, too, was intrigued. According to her intelligence, Morse's sense of justice bore a striking resemblance to Akainu's, as they both adhered to the principle of absolute justice. While mercilessly dispatching wicked pirates, Morse tended to capture and detain adventurous types. This aspect echoed the justice of that child Kevin, though it was somewhat regrettable for Kevin. The senior naval officers in the office held great anticipation for Morse's arrival. Had Kazan and Kizaru not been out on missions, the atmosphere would have been even more vibrant. The naval headquarters truly surpassed their base at Division 76 in every regard, offering an abundance of resources. Tonight, let us gather the brothers for a hearty celebration. I refuse to believe we could be ambushed in the naval stronghold. Morse completely forgot the caution he had just shared with Rocco about the potential for a surprise attack from behind. As they strolled past a street lined with restaurants, he exuberantly called out to Rocco, attracting curious glances from the naval officers leading the way. Their suspicions intensified as they wondered if such a person could truly compete with a formidable figure like Long. Rocco gently tugged at the hem of Morse's garment, signaling him to be mindful of the unusual stares from the naval personnel ahead. Morse cast a glance, seemingly indifferent, as he continued to observe the surroundings, contemplating where to dine that evening. The gazes of those individuals held no significance for him. After all, when one soars like a dragon in the skies, why should one concern oneself with the stares of mere ants? Thus, Morse, accompanied by a group, entered the naval headquarters office building, undeterred by the bewildered expressions of passers-by and the leading naval officers. Their journey was unimpeded, occasionally encountering a couple of colonels, with a rear admiral even offering Morse a nod of goodwill, a gesture suggesting a favorable disposition towards him. It seemed that not everyone harbored disdain for him. Lifting Morse's spirits considerably, at least he need not worry about someone striking him from behind after dinner. Rocco and others were escorted to a designated resting area for the naval branch, awaiting further arrangements from the headquarters. Knock, knock. After the naval lieutenant brought Morse to the door of the Marshal Sengoku's office, he departed, leaving Morse to gently rap on the door. Come in. It appeared that our awaited guest had arrived. Kapu, place the senbei down for me. Bang. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from within the room, Morse gently pushed the door ajar, peering inside just in time to witness the scene of Sengoku and Garp engaged in a spirited tussle over the senbei. Oh, my apologies. Esteemed officers, have I perhaps intruded at an inopportune moment? Morse uttered apologies, yet his demeanor revealed no inclination to withdraw. Instead, he appeared increasingly intrigued by the two individuals before him, alongside the smiling Granny Crane and the serious-faced Akainu, adorned with a beret. Witnessing Morse's demeanor, Sengoku awkwardly released Garp, who had been stealthily pilfering his senbei. Clearing his throat to mask the discomfort, he adjusted his tie and warmly praised, Please, come in. You are Lieutenant Jones Morris of the North Sea's 76th branch, correct? At such a young age, you possess remarkable strength. You were truly impressive. At this moment, Morse realized that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. Embarrassed, he offered a sheepish smile and retracted his head before gently pushing open the office door. With a grave demeanor, he entered the office and saluted the group led by Admiral Sengoku. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, Lieutenant Jones Morse from the North Sea Division 76 has arrived to report. Observing Morse's appearance, it was not only Sengoku who was taken aback. Akainu displayed a rare smile, scrutinizing Morse with an appraising gaze. Quite impressive. Morse, I welcome you to officially join the naval headquarters. I am Sakazuki, and you shall serve as my aide-de-camp from now on. Sengoku looked on in confusion at Akainu, never having anticipated that such a man would act in this manner. Granny Tsuru bore an expression of knowing, having already speculated about this scenario when Sengoku and Akainu discussed Morse's transfer to Akainu's command. Garp, on the other hand, was so astonished that the rice cracker in his mouth fell to the floor, followed by an uproarious laugh. Akainu, I never imagined you could be so eager. After his remark, Akainu fell silent, maintaining a serious yet smiling demeanor as he regarded Morse. Morse was momentarily taken aback until the wise old woman spoke. You old fogies. Cease scaring the young ones. As for Morse, we were just deliberating on the timing of your transfer to the command of Sakaski. Sakaski's intent, as he stated, is to proceed with the transfer immediately. However, the warring states prefer to wait until you have completed this elite training session before facilitating your transfer to the past. What are your current thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing the explanation from Granny Crane, Morse finally comprehended the situation unfolding before him. He cast a silent glance at the numerous dignitaries present, pondering to himself, do I truly have a choice? While he yearned to hear from the Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Allowing him some respite before the training camp commenced, he was acutely aware that such a decision would lead to him being reassigned after the camp concluded, potentially subjecting him to Akainu's merciless scrutiny. How would he endure the relentless demands imposed upon him then? Resigned to the inevitable, he sighed deeply, contemplating a final struggle. I am but a minor figure. Perhaps it is best for you to make the decision. Upon hearing his words, Sengoku and the others were momentarily taken aback, while Granny Crane seemed to have anticipated his response. You clever little rascal, she remarked. Very well, Sengoku, do not press him further. Sakazuki, please escort him directly. In just a few succinct phrases, Morse's orders were finalized. A knowing glance exchanged between Sengoku and Crane revealed their long-standing understanding. Ahem. Morse, once you complete your report later, you shall accompany Sakazuki. Understood. Morse, you are already aware, I presume? Due to the events in Logtown, this session of the elite training camp must be postponed, with the specific time yet to be determined. Initially, I intended for you to recuperate upon your arrival, but as you have seen, Sakazuki is indeed short-staffed. Thus, you are required to assume a role there until the camp opens. Do you have any further inquiries? Chapter 31. An invitation from Akainu report. Admiral, I have no questions. I shall comply with all arrangements. Sengoku nodded in response, and Akainu also exhibited an approving demeanor. Then it is settled. You may take your leave to rest. Sakazuki will seek you out shortly. Morse wore a look of astonishment, pondering to himself that this was it. Not even a single inquiry regarding Doflamingo, the G5 fortress, or Dragon's matters. He had been so preoccupied with the fear of retribution in the autumn, only to realize that it had all passed so effortlessly, without even a mention. Morse felt quite elated. Had I known that the conversation would flow so smoothly, I would have mentioned my vacation plans as well. Morse soon snapped out of his astonishment, his face alight with joy as he flung open the door and dashed outside. After running quite a distance, he returned, looking apologetic as he closed the door behind him. Garp couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of him. This young man was indeed amusing. Far more entertaining than that group of rigid individuals. Perhaps Sakazuki should transfer him to me. Akainu merely cast a cold glance at Garp, remaining silent. Yet his eyes unmistakably conveyed the sentiment. Are you not a fool? Garp chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, and both Sengoku and Tsuru, witnessing their interaction, chuckled as well, though they quickly composed themselves. All right, Tsuru, please speak up. I've just received word that those fellows in the New World are becoming restless. We must resolve the issues with the world government swiftly. Otherwise, given enough time, they will undoubtedly create significant chaos. Sengoku, Akainu, and Garp were momentarily at a loss, as the current situation was decidedly troublesome. Very well. I shall make a trip to see if I can pacify those rascals temporarily, to prevent them from causing us trouble at this critical juncture. However, you must quickly silence the world government. We cannot afford to continuously clean up their mess. Garp's jovial demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression. Yet, his body was less than compliant, as he swiftly dashed to Sengoku's desk, snatching a handful of senbei before fleeing. Sengoku, caught off guard, could only shout in frustration, Garp, you scoundrel, put that down. Tsuru, I'm relying on you to accompany me. Sakazuki, for the time being. You shall bear the burden of guarding the headquarters. I need to meet with Brother Kongu and then consult with those gentlemen to expedite the resolution of this matter. Understood. But what if the Shichibukai decide to stir up trouble? Akainu abruptly inquired. Sengoku glanced at Tsuru and, seeing her unresponsive, lowered his head in contemplation. He then lifted his gaze, his expression resolute and fierce as he addressed Akainu. Then we shall apprehend anyone who steps out of line, excluding Dakihote Doflamingo. The fates of the others are inconsequential. During this period, we cannot allow anyone to disrupt the balance. Sakazuki, do you comprehend? I mean anyone. To Sengoku's surprise, both Tsuru and Garp did not contest his words. As Sengoku had articulated, at this juncture, The balance painstakingly maintained by the Navy could not be shattered by any individual. I grasp your intent. Leave it to me. I shall take my leave now. Akainu gently adjusted his beret, his tone somber as he exited the office, heading to find Morse. Once Akainu had departed, Kizaru regarded Sengoku with concern. Fear not, Kizaru. Those old coots do not yet dare to act against us. This incident is likely a result of pressure from the allied nations. We are merely putting on a show. Once Sengoku negotiates further, this matter will be settled. After all, this vast ocean cannot do without the Navy's suppression. The confident voice of Garp reached Crane's ears. Upon seeing Sengoku nod, she felt a significant sense of relief. She understood the reasoning behind it all. However, confronting those old codgers was not a matter that could be resolved with mere words. At this juncture, everything had to be entrusted to Sengoku. Her role was to work alongside Garp to stabilize the situation in the new world. Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor in the office, Akainu caught sight of Morse, who was leisurely seated on a bench, indulging in a cigarette with a contented expression. As if struck by a thought, he forced a somewhat rigid smile and gently inquired, "Is that lad Kevin doing well?" "Admiral Sakazuki, you are finished with your tasks." Upon encountering Sakazaki, Morse promptly extinguished the cigarette in his mouth, discarding it to the ground and stamping on it twice. Reminiscent of a student caught smoking in the restroom by a teacher, Akainu, observing Morse's demeanor, cheerfully offered reassurance. "You need not be so tense. Kevin is one of my trusted subordinates. Feel free to act naturally, for you shall be my aide in the future. Such restraint will hinder your work." The base commander is in splendid health, relishing his meals, and enjoying robust vitality, often visiting the infirmary to engage in conversations about life with Dr. Laura. As Morse heard Akainu's words, he immediately relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. Akainu chuckled in response, remarking, "It seems that lad is on the verge of starting a family. It is indeed about time. You are doing well. Have your injuries improved?" Bang, bang, bang. Morse appears to be demonstrating that he is in good condition and ready to serve at any moment, thumping his chest with a resolute rhythm. "It seems he is indeed fit for duty, so let us proceed. Come with me to the training grounds to assess your capabilities. Once the training sessions commence, you can focus on targeted learning. There is no need to study everything like those others." With that, I took the lead, guiding Morse toward the naval competition arena. Morse trailed behind, incessantly exclaiming, "General Sakazaki, do you truly believe that my injuries have not yet healed?" Cough, cough, I can no longer continue. I must make my way to the infirmary. As Morse stood behind Akainu, he engaged in a myriad of gestures, attempting to convey that his injuries had not yet fully healed. The thought of confronting Akainu was daunting. The mere idea of lava making contact with his skin was terrifying. What if his handsome face were to be marred? He instinctively touched his face, as if it were destined to be ruined at any moment. Akainu, without even glancing back, resumed his typically serious tone. "Stop joking around. Hurry up and keep up." Upon hearing the seriousness in Akainu's voice, Morse quickly suppressed his playful demeanor and hurried after him, realizing that a confrontation with Akainu was inevitable. However, he reassured himself that a sparring match would likely not result in injury. Casting a glance at Sakazuki's silhouette, he pondered. Perhaps it would be all right. The two arrived at the training grounds in a short time, finding the area deserted due to the recent abundance of missions. Yet, if one were to observe closely from a distance, they would notice Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru peering through the windows of Sengoku's office, their faces turned towards the training ground. Indeed, Sakazuki would undoubtedly wish to assess Morse's capabilities. Sengoku, resigned to fate, muttered, "I wager, I lose, so bring me your senbei," with a look of exasperation. Sengoku realized he had not consented to such a one-sided bet, yet there was no time to argue with Garp. They were equally eager to witness Morse's prowess. Especially considering the current young generation of the Navy lacked sufficient strength, Smoker's cohort had yet to fully mature. They were left to rely on their aging ranks. With even the youngest of the three admirals, Aokiji, being 47 years old. "Sure, you two, quiet down. The match is about to commence," Kizaru interjected, signaling that the competition was poised to begin. Akainu stood a short distance opposite Morse, gazing at him with calm intensity. "First, introduce your abilities." Morse, in a moment of helplessness, scratched his head. "Sir, must we truly compete? My injuries have yet to heal." However, upon observing Akainu's expressionless countenance, he could only sigh. "I report to you, sir, Jones Morse, hailing from the North Sea Branch 76, proficient in the ancestral art of Sakura swordsmanship, with a modest mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey. Prior to joining the Navy, I consumed the paramecia type Hana Hana no Mi, or flower fruit. That is my background. I humbly seek your guidance. It seemed that Kevin had imparted much knowledge to you, which is commendable. Now, allow me to gauge the extent of your prowess. Sakazuki had clearly misunderstood the situation. He assumed that Morse's haki was solely taught by Kevin. Nonetheless, he refrained from elaborating further, for in his view, true strength is revealed only through combat. Let us first assess your swordsmanship. Coincidentally, I possess a basic understanding of the sword myself. With that, he gestured lightly toward a nearby sword rack, and a black blade soared effortlessly into his grasp. Basic understanding? I find that hard to believe. You, a man who has never been apart from your sword prior to becoming an admiral, dare to claim you possess only a rudimentary knowledge of swordsmanship? It is truly surprising that someone as imposing as Akainu could engage in such deception. Chapter 32. This is Admiral Akainu. Show me your swordsmanship and how it measures against that of a grand swordsman, Morse. With a casual flick, Akainu discarded the scabbard to the side, gripping the sword with both hands and assuming the most standard starting posture of the one-sword style. North Star one-sword style? Admiral Sakazuki, do you truly consider this merely basic? Morse gazed at the sight of Akainu, utterly speechless. The demeanor before him hardly suggested a mere novice. The North Star one-sword style is renowned as one of the most prestigious dojos in the West Sea, epitomizing the pinnacle of the North Star swordsmanship. Your incessant prattle exceeds even that of Kevin, young lad. Hellhound howling at the moon. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Akainu propelled himself forward. Stones scattering beneath his feet, launching a powerful downward slash, the Casta slash, aimed fiercely at Morse's chest. Though Morse professed a reluctance to engage, his gaze never strayed far from Akainu. The moment Akainu made his move, Morse deftly employed Kuchinashi to evade the formidable slash. In the midst of his retreat, he swiftly countered with a bado. Yet before his blade could find its mark, Akainu effortlessly parried the strike with a mere flick of his sword. Indeed, his reflexes were commendable. However, caution was imperative, for he must not fall victim to my blade. As if anticipating Morse's subsequent maneuver, Akainu pivoted, casting a knowing smile at Morse. Hellish Red Lotus. With both hands gripping his sword, he lunged forward with a direct thrust aimed at Morse. Clang. Morse, firmly gripping the Senbonzakura with both hands, raised it before him to successfully deflect the attack. Yet, before he could retaliate, Akainu swiftly retracted his black blade, executing a rapid horizontal slash aimed at Morse's neck. Morse, in a moment of helplessness, was compelled to retreat, narrowly evading the swift horizontal slash. Witnessing his withdrawal, Akainu seized the opportunity to advance with unrelenting vigor. Wielding his ebony blade with ferocity, striking, slashing, and thrusting, affording Morse not a single chance to counterattack. Old man, your Northern Star one-sword style seems to be executed far more adeptly than mere familiarity would suggest. It flows with greater grace than that of the current master, San, who is renowned for his grand swordsmanship. As he spoke, he brandished his sword, Senbonzakura, and launched a fierce counterattack as Akainu brought his blade down with determination. With a thunderous crash, both combatants were forced to recoil. Not bad. It appears you have indeed visited the Northern Star Dojo. You should be well acquainted with the Northern Star one-sword style. Now, prepare to truly experience its might. With that, Akainu unleashed two crimson arcs of slashing strikes towards Morse. Faced with the rapid approach of the lethal attacks, Morse, left with no alternative, summoned forth two slightly smaller pink arcs of his own. Sakura, Starshine. As the four slashes collided, Morse advanced in the direction of Akainu with a determined stride, wielding his blade, the 1,000 Cherry Blossoms, which glimmered with the essence of cherry blossom sword energy, swiftly lunging towards Akainu. Indeed, this is the way it should be. How could the Navy remain passively submissive to assaults? Morse, my admiration for you grows ever stronger. Please do not disappoint me. Do not retreat even a single step in my presence. Akainu was taken aback by Morse's sudden charge, caught off guard. His response with the black blade was slightly delayed. Despite his best efforts to defend, he was still grazed by Morse's sword energy, leaving a crimson mark upon his arm. He glanced at his suit, now stained a deeper shade of red, and smiled, offering Morse a compliment. Boom. At that moment, the four flying slashes finally collided, and amidst the wave of sound, the two exchanged another fierce blow before parting ways once more. Morse furrowed his brow as he glanced at the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand. Despite Akainu not enveloping his ordinary black blade with the haki of armament, it appeared remarkably unscathed after enduring numerous clashes. What are you contemplating? To engage with me while allowing your mind to wander suggests that your prowess is considerably beyond what I have witnessed. Let us conclude this warm-up. I have discerned the level of your swordsmanship. With that, Akainu was poised to strike again. Suddenly, a faint sound reminiscent of shattering glass emanated from the black blade in his grasp, as cracks began to slowly appear along its surface. At this, Morse finally broke into a smile. I had anticipated this. Such an ordinary blade clashing with my Sakura for so long without being imbued with any haki raises my suspicions regarding the quality of swords possessed by the Navy headquarters. Akainu furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that he had been rather hasty. Forgetting that the black sword in his hand was not his own, he had indeed become overly excited. With a decisive motion, Akainu tossed the nearly shattered black blade carelessly onto a nearby rack and rotated his wrist to loosen it. With that, the duel of swordsmanship shall conclude here. Should the opportunity arise again, I shall demonstrate the true essence of the North Star One sword style. Now, Morse, unleash your swordsmanship, haki, and devil fruit powers. Let me witness the extent of your capabilities. With that, he adjusted his slightly askew-duckbill cap. Then I shall not hold back, old man. Scatter. Sakura. In his grasp, the 1,000 cherry blossoms did not dissipate as before. They remained firmly held in his hand. Yet, behind him, countless blades of Sakura danced gracefully in the wind. Old man, if the training grounds are destroyed, do not expect me to repair them. With a gentle wave of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, the Sakura surged swiftly toward Akainu. Humph. You should worry about yourself, kid. With that, Akainu's arms transformed into colossal fists of molten lava, erupting forth like a volcano, racing ahead. The immense lava fist surged through the sea of cherry blossoms, incinerating them completely before continuing their relentless advance toward Morse. Morse chuckled wryly, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed his abilities had been entirely suppressed. Yet, it appeared that Admiral Akainu had underestimated the complexity of his powers. A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips, as if a cunning scheme had succeeded. With his left hand poised like a sword, he deftly flicked his wrist upward. Amidst the flurry of cherry blossoms, a small portion shimmered with a silvery gleam, accelerating instantaneously as it navigated through the enormous magma fist, swiftly darting towards Akainu and piercing through his form with fierce intensity. Although the blossoms penetrated Akainu's body, causing molten rock to splash about, he remained utterly unscathed. Elementalization, perhaps? Indeed, the nature-type devil fruit proves to be a veritable bug, rendering him impervious to harm. Morse wore an expression of helplessness, yet his feet moved with remarkable agility, darting left and right to evade the oncoming punches of molten lava. This could hardly be a mere cherry blossom. It seems your mastery of fruit development is quite extraordinary. It resembles the state of that fellow, the night demon. Such a terrifying talent. In response to Akainu's praise, Morse appeared modest, showing no signs of complacency. You flatter me. In comparison to your level of fruit mastery, I am indeed woefully inadequate. Suddenly, there was a flash before his eyes, and Akainu abruptly materialized before him, as the body made of lava gradually reverted to its molten form. Bang! In a moment of haste, Morse could only envelop himself in an aura of dominance, as his entire being was propelled backward, crashing forcefully into the wall beside the training ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Morse emerged from the swirling clouds of dust, his face flushed and his chest heaving as he coughed, tenderly massaging his sternum. Old man, why is it that you formidable warriors delight in striking a person's chest with fists as large as a cooking pot? I'm not some delicate maiden. The training grounds are allocated a specific budget for repairs each year, so there is no need for you to worry about footing the bill for any damages. You can unleash your full potential without hesitation. A hint of amusement graced Akainu's countenance, yet it swiftly vanished upon his sighting of Morse. In an instant, a formidable, cherry blossom-colored flying slash surged forth in response to Akainu. It approached with such ferocity that it seemed poised to rend the very heavens asunder. So, you were merely concealing your strength earlier, underestimating me, were you, Morse? A flicker of surprise crossed Akainu's features as his arms elongated, transforming into molten lava appendages, which he brought crashing down upon the oncoming flying slash. Dog of the underworld. The molten arms collided fiercely with the flying slash, and at the moment of impact, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted into the air. The specially crafted brick walls of the training grounds began to crumble, and in an instant, the very center of the arena was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Morse's flying slash was utterly shattered, while Akainu stood unharmed in place, merely shaking his wrist. Amidst the lingering smoke and scattered petals, Morse swiftly turned and appeared behind Akainu, sheathing his sword, Sengoku, and adopting a stance for a quick draw, slashing towards Akainu. The technique, Sakura, quick draw, sliced through Akainu's molten form, as a sudden wave of heat surged around Morse's waist. Has he evaded it? His reflexes are indeed impressive. Morse's body gradually transformed into petals of cherry blossom, gently drifting to the ground. In that perilous moment, both warriors activated their elemental forms in the cherry blossom clone. Integrating the art of Aido into his ancestral swordsmanship, what a remarkable technique. The fruit's power complements it splendidly. Akainu gazed at the slowly materializing figure of Morse, his tone tinged with astonishment. Has he discerned my movements? The old man's experience is truly formidable. Nothing escapes your perception. It is genuinely terrifying. Morse advanced with his left foot, adopting a lunge stance, sheathing his blade, which was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black, imposing armor. His figure swayed slightly. Cherry blossom Aido. Cherry blossom tree break. The figure of Morse suddenly materialized behind Akainu, elegantly twirling his blade with a flourish. The haki enveloping his sword, Sengoku, gradually dissipated as he sheathed his weapon. His demeanor exuded an air of confidence, as if he had already vanquished his foe. Akainu, touching the severed remnants of his neck, cast a glance at Morse, who was considering lighting a cigarette to celebrate. His expression shifted dramatically. Boom. Morse executed a swift roll to evade Akainu's molten lava-infused punch. Rising to his feet, he patted his chest in a gesture of relief, wearing an expression that conveyed the thrill of having narrowly escaped death as he gazed at Akainu. Old man, why do you still resort to ambush? You nearly struck me down with that blow and ruined my meticulously arranged pose. In response, another molten fist was hurled his way. Bang! In the training grounds, pink and red streaks of light rapidly exchanged their positions in midair. Morse wielded 1,000 cherry blossoms as he clashed with Akainu's fists, creating a tempest of cherry petals and molten lava that danced through the air. The ground beneath them became riddled with craters, clearly in need of significant repairs, as Sengoku observed with a teasing grin directed at Garp. Silence. Just watch quietly, Sengoku retorted, showing no leniency towards Garp. In a swift exchange, Morse and Akainu engaged in several rounds of fierce combat. With a powerful downward strike, Akainu's fists slammed into the ground. Morse, slightly delayed in his response, found himself once again buried beneath the earth, creating a vast chasm. As he landed, he pushed off the ground with renewed vigor, propelling himself swiftly into the air. The ultimate scene unfolded, a magnificent display of the White Emperor's sword. Morse has discerned that his physical prowess is considerably inferior to that of Akainu. If he were to prolong this confrontation, it would inevitably lead to his own exhaustion and defeat. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by his momentary retreat, he unleashed his most formidable single strike while in the Bankai state of Sengoku. The blade of Sengoku radiated a brilliant white light, resembling outstretched wings as it swiftly sliced through Akainu's form. This strike compelled Akainu to envelop his entire being in haki. Clang! Akainu's pupils constricted slightly as the haki gradually dissipated. The final scene, White Emperor's sword. An intriguing strike, quite impressive. Morse, you surpass my expectations by a considerable margin. Boom. Akainu's body erupted like a volcanic explosion, accompanied by swirling pink cherry blossoms and crimson magma, cascading outward. Gradually, Morse observed Akainu's form coalescing anew from a distance. Cough. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Akainu's mouth, which he wiped gently before nodding at Morse. That was indeed a remarkable blow. You have concentrated all the cherry blossoms onto your blade. In the instant it grazed my body, it infused those blossoms within me, culminating in an explosion. Were it not for my Logia-type fruit abilities, that strike might have claimed my life. Truly commendable. Akainu continued to praise Morse, growing increasingly pleased with him. Meteor volcano. He bellowed, as his fist transformed into molten rock, generating a multitude of colossal magma fists that he launched into the sky. Subsequently, a meteor shower of lava fists rained down, perfectly enveloping Morse. Hey, old man, are you serious? Is this really necessary? Is no one going to intervene? Admiral Akainu is about to kill someone. Morse gazed at Akainu with a face full of terror, realizing the gravity of the situation. Was this truly a reckless endeavor? The old man seemed genuinely furious. After shouting for a considerable time without encountering any opposition, he could only shake his head in helplessness. The scene of the annihilation, adorned with 1,000 cherry blossoms, was indeed severe. Under duress, Morse was compelled to employ a remarkable technique. arranging petals of cherry blossoms into the shape of a blade above himself, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This formation also established a secluded space, enveloping him within it. Originally, this skill was intended to draw enemies into a sealed arena for a one-on-one confrontation. However, facing the wrathful Akainu, he dared not invite his opponent into this space. For that would not be a duel, but a death wish. Thus, he could only utilize it for self-preservation. Boom. In a short span, the training ground was completely engulfed by lava, leaving only a 1-meter radius beneath Morse's feet untouched. Observing the now still Akainu, Morse exhaled deeply, wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow, and glanced upward. The once numerous blades had dwindled to merely 7 or 8, trembling ominously above him. Old man, are you really going to destroy the entire naval base? That's terrifying. I shall never engage with you again. Despite voicing such sentiments, his expression grew increasingly grave. And the cherry blossom sword let out a soft whisper, seemingly invigorated. Well, this is where it ends. I have a clearer understanding of your strength. Akainu retrieved a cigar from his pocket and tossed it to Morse, then ignited his own with fingers transformed into lava, taking a deep drag and speaking with nonchalance. Had Morse not caught a fleeting smile at the corner of Akainu's mouth, he might have doubted that the individual who had just unleashed a formidable attack upon him was the same person now offering him a cigar. With a twitch of his lips, Morse resignedly sheathed the cherry blossom sword, producing a lighter from his pocket to ignite the cigar Akainu had thrown him. What could he do? He was genuinely outmatched and had no choice but to accept his fate. Thus, the elder and the younger sat side by side, smoking. Reminiscent of a father and son duo, Kong observed their antics from above, laughing like a child, repeatedly patting Sengoku on the back. Haha. It seems Morse has been thoroughly outwitted by Akainu. I told you so. Sakazuki wouldn't actually punish this kid. He was merely venting some frustration. Sengoku, enduring Garp's incessant pats, gazed sorrowfully at the training ground, now reduced to ruins. The repair costs would undoubtedly be deducted from Sakazuki's salary. It had become utterly chaotic. Nevertheless, it appeared that the headquarters could be entrusted to him. Chapter 33. Rocco's new position. Akainu escorted Morse back to his office. Have a seat. From now on, you will be working directly here. Recently, I need to safeguard the headquarters, so when missions arise, I will require you to lead the execution. Morse, exhibiting no semblance of courtesy, unceremoniously slumped into one of the wooden chairs flanking the desk. Oh dear, old chap, I am utterly spent. I feel as though your earlier punch has aggravated my old injury. I must take a few days off to recuperate, he lamented, while tenderly massaging his chest, casting furtive glances at Akainu to gauge any changes in his demeanor. Akainu, however, paid Morse no heed, instead lighting another cigar and commencing the review of documents dispatched from various branches. The assessment of these papers constituted a primary duty of each on-duty admiral, aimed at alleviating the workload of the fleet admiral. Typically, such tasks would be delegated to an aide, yet with Akainu's aide having been reassigned from the New World, these responsibilities would now inevitably fall upon Morse. As Morse observed Akainu, who had been indifferent to his presence for quite some time, he grew weary and approached the latter's side. With complete disregard for any sense of formality, he fixated his gaze on Akainu as the latter perused a stack of documents. Old man, isn't this what you do every day? Morse inquired. Without lifting his head, Akainu replied in a remarkably nonchalant tone. No, these tasks will soon become your responsibility. I am merely demonstrating how to review them. Morse inhaled sharply, springing to his feet. Is this for real? My esteemed superior, as a young and exceptional naval officer, you would have me refrain from capturing pirates and suppressing revolutionary forces, only to burden me with these troublesome documents? This is clearly detrimental to the promising future of the Navy. Sengoku, with head bowed and a slight smile gracing his lips, replied in an unwavering tone. The Navy is not lacking for your talents. After all, you have just sustained an injury. It is indeed opportune for you to recuperate while attending to these matters. It is a perfect arrangement that does not hinder either task. Morse stood momentarily frozen, at a loss for words, until a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. Without so much as a greeting to Akainu, he hastily exited the office. Akainu, hearing the door slam, shook his head with a smile, remarking on how this young man was reminiscent of Kevin in the early days. Every time he was tasked with handling paperwork, he would bolt. With a sigh, he glanced at the documents before him, which only seemed to multiply his headache. Finally, he pushed them aside and, tilting his head back, took a draw from his cigar. dismissing the paperwork entirely, for it was hardly of any consequence. Meanwhile, Morse, having inquired fervently, finally located the exclusive lounge of the naval branch. There, he beheld Rocco and others, leisurely sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Particularly infuriating was Rocco, who, like a wealthy landlord, savored his tea at a languid pace. A surge of frustration overcame Morse, and he launched a kick that sent Rocco sprawling onto the sofa. "You scoundrel! While I endure blows up front, you revel in your tea. It infuriates me. Hurry and grab your things. We must meet someone." Rocco, taken aback by the unexpected kick, was about to protest, but, upon recognizing Morse's voice, the anger dissipated, replaced by a sheepish grin. He retrieved a leather case from beside his chair and, disregarding the others, hurried after Morse. "My lord, what has caused such fury? Did you just receive a reprimand from Admiral Sengoku? That shouldn't be the case." Observing Morse's impassive demeanor and his refusal to respond, Rocco grew increasingly anxious. "My lord, please say something. Are we delivering gifts to a significant figure on behalf of Kevin? If we present the gifts, will it ensure your protection? Kevin, the base commander, is truly formidable. He can resolve any issue." As Rocco continued his relentless chatter, Morse realized that if he did not acknowledge him soon, he could very well continue until dawn. Morse exclaimed in frustration, "Stop rambling and hurry up. If you keep talking, I will add extra weight for you to lift tonight, so you can truly hone your strength." Upon hearing about the additional weight, Rocco immediately fell silent, choosing instead to silently follow in Morse's footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Morse, accompanied by Rocco, approached the office door of Akainu and gently peered inside. Upon noticing Akainu diligently reviewing documents, he let out a soft sigh and lightly tapped on the door. "Come in." Akainu responded without raising his head, casually acknowledging the knock. Had Morse chosen to glance at the documents being scrutinized, he would have discovered that they were identical to the ones Akainu had been reviewing when he had departed. Not even a page turned. Morse stealthily entered with Rocco, carefully taking the suitcase from Rocco's hands. With a sycophantic demeanor, he approached Admiral Sakazuki and gently placed the suitcase on the desk. "Haha, Admiral Sakazuki, this is a small selection of local specialties that my superior, Kevin, specifically asked me to deliver to you. I would greatly appreciate your continued support." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki lifted his gaze, regarding Morse with a look of confusion, as if questioning his sanity for such sudden formality. Then, noticing Rocco, who stood in a state of shock upon entering, he seemed to grasp the underlying context. "Humph. Such external nonsense is not permitted here. Take it back. If there is something to discuss, just speak plainly." Morse, frustrated by the lack of response from Rocco, gently kicked him and shook his head in exasperation. With no other choice, he stealthily opened the suitcase and delicately fanned it open. "Ah, the distinctive cigars from the old smoker of Rogtown. Kevin, it seems, has not forgotten my fondness for these. How thoughtful of him. Now, what else do you intend to do?" Upon catching the scent, Akainu realized that this bribe was inevitable. These cigars could only be produced by the old ghost of Rogtown, and they were rarely sold to the public, only given as gifts to loyal customers and friends each year. Kevin was indeed one of his closest companions, ever since Kevin departed. It had been years since he last enjoyed the old ghost cigars, and truthfully, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Akainu reflected on this. The cigars were not particularly exquisite, yet they accompanied him through significant moments of his life. Thus, after Kevin's departure, he had ceased to seek them out. Observing Akainu's expression, Morse seemed to deduce something. He hesitated, then spoke with a hint of mischief. "Old man, this fellow here is my aide who accompanied me from the North Sea. Though his strength is rather mediocre, he excels in clerical tasks and handling various daily affairs. So, what do you think? Might you allow him to assist me with my routine duties?" He emphasized the term routine duties, imbuing it with an undertone of threat, almost as if to say that should Akainu disagree, he would resign from his post. Akainu shot him a fierce glare in response. "What is your name? Introduce yourself." With a glance at the still recovering Rocco, Akainu expressed his disappointment, casting a resigned look at Morse. "Is this all you've got?" Bang! Morse advanced with a swift kick, nearly sending Rocco sprawling to the ground. At that moment, Rocco emerged from the shock of facing an admiral for the first time. "Our report. Admiral Akainu, I am Rocco, a petty officer from the 76th Division of the North Sea." As Rocco nervously introduced himself, Morse could not help but roll his eyes, bemused by the absence of his usual loquacity. Akainu casually waved his hand. "All right, I understand. I consent. From now on, you will report directly to Morse." You shall participate in this session's elite training alongside him. You may leave now, Morse. Stay behind. Observing Rocco's flustered retreat, Akainu's tone remained remarkably calm. I have granted your request. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will hold you accountable. Now you may go, once you have arranged your accommodation. Ensure he reports to my office on time tomorrow. Morse entered Akainu's office with a visibly anxious Rocco in tow, swaying slightly. Chapter 34, The Hangover. The following noon, Morse, with a look of utter bewilderment, remarked, "Oh, you actually remembered to come to work. I had thought you were planning to indulge in an extended holiday." Observing Morse still appearing half asleep, Akainu delivered his sarcastic comment, yet his expression bore no trace of anger. Morse merely lifted his eyelids briefly before quickly closing them again. Groggily leaning against a nearby chair, ultimately collapsing into it, where he soon began to snore thunderously, Rocco found himself in an awkward predicament, standing there, fidgeting, unsure of how to proceed. Well, there's no point in lingering here. Since Morse has already succumbed to slumber, this matter is now entrusted to you. Akainu shook his head in resignation and handed the documents directly to Rocco. Rocco hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully to accept the files, on the cover of which were inscribed the bold letters, Personnel Transfer Order for the 76th Division. Glancing at the dazed Rocco, Akainu's voice remained as brusque as ever. "Rocco, is it? Stop dawdling. Take your superior and announce the transfer order." "Yes, sir." Rocco promptly assisted the slumped Morse and exited the office, making his way back to the designated rest area of the division. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of everyone sprawled haphazardly on the floor, beds, and even tables. Rocco rubbed his temples in exasperation. With them in such a state, how could he possibly announce the transfer order? Were they to drive back inebriated? Although there were no checks for drunk driving at sea, in their current condition, they would surely capsize the moment they ventured beyond the confines of headquarters. Casting a glance at the transfer order and then at the multitude of incapacitated sailors, Rocco lamented that he should have indulged with them the previous night, as it would have spared him this hassle. Sighing heavily, he silently opened the transfer document. Directive: the naval personnel of the North Sea 76th Division are to return to the 76th Division within 3 days to assist member nations in maintaining maritime order. No exceptions. Issued by Sakazuki. Upon realizing that departure was not required for another 3 days, Rocco felt an immediate sense of relief. He noticed a half-empty bottle of strong liquor on the sofa and hesitated, contemplating whether to reclaim the joy lost from the previous night. "Ugh, water, Rocco. Get me some water. You bunch of bastards, you really poured it down my throat." Morse, parched beyond measure, laboriously opened his eyes. Anguish etched upon his brow as he rubbed his temples and called out. After a prolonged silence, devoid of Rocco's response, he struggled to sit upright on the bed. Grasping the nearby 1,000 cherry blossoms, he tucked it into his waistband and wobbled his way out of the resting area. Observing the desolate corridor, he resignedly made his way towards the dining hall, intending to procure some sustenance, having completely forgotten about the obligation of reporting to Admiral Akainu's office. With a clatter, he pushed open the worn wooden door of the dining hall, only to be greeted by the sight of Rocco and the same rascally group, all recently awoken, gathered inside. None missing from the assembly. Instantly, Morse felt a twinge of embarrassment, a flicker of trepidation. "Well, it is working hours now. One mustn't indulge in alcohol," he murmured as he stealthily approached Rocco's side. A burst of laughter erupted, as all present delighted in Morse's appearance. This was the allure of Morse. He never imposed the weight of authority upon others, rendering interactions akin to those between friends. Yet, when on the battlefield, he transformed into the most dependable comrade. "Rocco, you rascal, how dare you sneak in for a meal without summoning me? You've caused me to rise so late. Just look at the time. Surely, I will be tardy in reporting to Admiral Akainu. If I face his wrath, you shall share in the consequences, and I will ensure you experience double the mischief." Morse quietly conversed with Rocco, completely disregarding the laughter of the Navy surrounding them. Rocco, having fully committed himself to Morse's command, now acknowledged only Morse as his leader. He gazed at Morse with a look of hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. Morse, with an air of impatience, seized the cup of water before Rocco and drank it down hastily. "You, my friend, with that same expression again. If there is something on your mind, just speak up. Don't hide it from me." All right, boss. Don't you think the time seems a bit off?" Rocco delicately suggested, gesturing toward the clock on the wall. 8:50, what is the issue? There is nothing wrong here. Although I indulged in drink all night, as you can see, I am completely sober and not late for anything. I'll just tell the old man that I took some time to rouse this bunch. Yes, that sounds like a splendid plan. Make sure you cooperate with me then. Observing his boss's shameless demeanor, Rocco hesitated, reluctant to reveal the truth. However, he feared that Morse might lash out in anger. Yes, of course, boss, no problem. You must be hungry. Please, have this. I just brought it back untouched. After a brief moment of indecision, he resolved to wait until after the meal to inform Morse, wishing to ensure he had a hearty breakfast first as he pushed the lavish spread before Morse. Then I shall not hold back, Morse declared, devouring the food before him with great enthusiasm. Leaning back, he retrieved a toothpick and held it in his mouth, casting a glance at Rocco, who had just returned with the food, offering an apologetic smile. Rocco, you and the others carry on with your meal. I shall go to the old man and make my presence known to see if he has any new instructions. Boss, take care, Lieutenant Morse. The members of the 76th Division and G5 Fortress all paused in their dining, respectfully calling out, having shared this journey together, especially after a night of camaraderie. Their respect for Morse had deepened profoundly. Sometimes, human relationships are remarkably simple, particularly among soldiers who have faced battles and shared drinks. In such moments, everything is understood without the need for words. Morse, absent-mindedly picking at his teeth, waved his hand dismissively to the crowd behind him. Rocco, have you not yet informed the commander that today marks the third day? Queried a fellow naval officer from the 76th Division, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. Oh, did I not just mention it to the boss? Surely he has forgotten. After all, I just reported to General Sakaski yesterday, he responded, his tone increasingly wavering. Hastily shoveling in a couple of bites, he dashed out, oblivious to the fact that the moment Morse exited the dining hall, his earlier composure evaporated. He sprinted toward Akainu's office, eager to avoid being significantly late on his first day. Akainu, a staunch guardian of naval dignity and a true soldier of iron will, was starkly different from the carefree and languid yellow monkey and Aokiji. Bang! In his haste, he failed to halt his momentum and collided directly with the office door of Akainu. Is that our vice officer Morse? Have you finally sobered up enough to report for duty? Akainu remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice, momentarily taken aback by Morse's unexpected politeness. However, the general swiftly shifted his tone, admonishing him, such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Consider this your one and only warning. Chapter 35. Farewell. Seeing Morse still able to smile in such a situation, Akainu felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. Well, it wasn't my first time at headquarters last night. We've never encountered such a grand affair before. Moreover, those rascals knew we wouldn't linger here for long. And having spent considerable time together, we formed a bond. So, they suggested we share a drink. I simply couldn't refuse, and, in a moment of joy, indulged a bit too much. But look at me now. I'm completely sober, merely half an hour late, and Rocco hasn't even shown up yet, he asserted, attempting to convey a reassuring expression while gesturing towards the clock mounted on the wall. Akainu regarded him with an expression of incredulity. What is this fool babbling about? Is he truly that inebriated? Or did he indulge in another round last night without my knowledge? Akainu even began to question if he had miscalculated the date. Glancing at the calendar on his desk to confirm. Relieved to find no error in the date, he sighed. What a fool. Why am I the one feeling anxious? It's clearly this lad who has lost his wits. With that thought, he shot Morse a penetrating glare. Morse cast a perplexed glance at Akainu, utterly bewildered by the latter's fluctuating demeanor. Shaking his head, he casually seized the steaming teapot from Akainu's desk and settled into a nearby chair, savoring the exquisite brew. The privileges of a general were indeed commendable. One could instantly discern the tea's lavish quality. Akainu shot him a sidelong glance, clearly disinterested and engaging, as he returned his focus to the urgent reports streaming in from the Four Seas. The situation had grown increasingly chaotic, and he could only ponder whether Sengoku's mission would yield success. Stealing a glance at Morse, he still bore a hint of uncertainty etched upon his brow. As Morse observed Akainu's indifference for quite a while, he comfortably shook his head, displaying a semblance of satisfaction with his own superior. Holding a teacup, he languidly reclined in his chair, savoring each sip, relishing the moment far more than he had before with Rocco. Be quiet. If you utter another sound, I shall summon you to assist me with these documents, he remarked. Oh, is he experiencing a midlife crisis? Not even allowing me a sip of water. This is quite troublesome. Morse murmured softly, but upon witnessing Akainu's seething gaze, he immediately shrank back. He hastily lifted his teacup twice and retreated into his chair, signaling his intent to behave himself. Bang, bang, bang. Enter. Morse, barely hanging on, responded with a prolonged sound. Akainu, upon witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow was as lethargic as Kizaru, and he thought it best to adopt a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Resolutely deciding to assign the task at hand to him and urging him to take his leave. The delight he had felt upon their initial meeting just days prior had long since evaporated, overshadowed by Moore's recent demeanor. Rocco entered with decorum, presenting a perfect military salute to both Akainu and Morse. Reporting to Admiral Sakazuki, Navy Corporal Rocco has arrived for duty. Very well. Have you completed the tasks assigned to you? Akainu inquired. Before Rocco could even begin his report, he was interrupted by Morse, who exclaimed in astonishment, Yesterday. Well? I never expected you, Rocco, with those prominent brows and eyes, to engage in flattery. Have you been secretly reporting to the old man behind my back? You have indeed changed, and it truly saddens me. Morse wore an expression of profound sorrow, yet Akainu paid him no heed. Just as Rocco was about to offer an explanation, Morse interjected once more, declaring, Do not attempt to explain. I shall not listen. Given the circumstances, I have resolved to let go. Rocco, henceforth, you shall report directly to the old man. All administrative duties will fall under your responsibility. Bah, scoundrel. Both Akainu and Rocco were taken aback, with Akainu glaring menacingly at Morse. Instantly intimidated, Morse hastily waved his hand, retreating into his chair like an ostrich. Fearful of further discourse. Reporting to Admiral Sakazuki, all preparations are complete. However, everyone is awaiting the final farewell from Commander Morse. Thus, I have no choice but to request Commander Morse to bid farewell to everyone. Seeing that Morse had fallen silent, Rocco promptly briefed Akainu on the situation. Understood. In that case, take Morse to bid farewell to everyone. Remember to inform your commander of the events that transpired over the last few days. I do not wish for such occurrences to repeat. This is the first and last time. Off you go. At this moment, Morse was utterly bewildered, pondering what was happening and why it was referred to as the last time. He felt as though he had done nothing at all. Who was he bidding farewell to? Could it possibly be that group? Was headquarters so strict as to require them to stay for just one night? Indeed. Rocco saluted Akainu and then, with a hint of embarrassment, pulled the still-dazed Morse out of the office. As soon as they exited, Morse slipped out of Rocco's grasp and gently rubbed his wrist. What on earth is going on, Rocco? Please, elucidate. What has transpired over the past 2 days? Rocco glanced at Morse with an awkward expression and succinctly recounted the events of the last 2 days, particularly emphasizing that he had forgotten the date after drinking too much and that they had already visited once yesterday. Morse's expression grew increasingly rigid, eventually resembling that of someone petrified by the Empress. Rocco gently nudged him several times before he slowly regained his composure. In a fit of anger, Morse seized Rocco by the throat, glaring fiercely. You scoundrel! Why didn't you inform me this morning? You made me look like a fool in front of the old man. Speak. Was this intentional? How utterly humiliating. I wondered why the old man was looking at me as if I were a simpleton. Cough. 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 Rocco grasped Morse's hands tightly, struggling for breath, his face reflecting the desperation of someone on the verge of asphyxiation. Morse gradually released his grip, exhaling softly as he smiled at Rocco. You ought to know the consequences if you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Rocco, startled, promptly stepped back a few paces, loosening his collar before he began to explain. Boss, this morning I genuinely had no idea that you had forgotten about yesterday's events. By the time I realized and ran out, your figure had completely vanished. Rocco felt utterly aggrieved, offering a pale defense. Yet, as he met Morse's gaze, he understood that this matter would not be easily dismissed. It was likely that the training in the coming days would intensify, and with a sense of resignation, he accompanied Morse towards the port. Standing at the edge of the port, he observed the 2 groups of Navy personnel, fully prepared and poised to embark. Standing solemnly in his direction, Morse solemnly saluted and bowed to the members of the 76th Division, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all for your long journey to see me off. I apologize for my inability to accompany you due to my pressing duties. He then addressed the personnel at the G5 fortress with a loud voice. Ladies and gentlemen, though we may not have been acquainted previously, I sincerely regret having to bring you to our headquarters against your will. The naval officers chuckled softly as they observed Morse and Rocco. You jest, sir. The time spent alongside you is truly unforgettable. May your military endeavors flourish and your rank ascend, Commander Morse, they remarked. And Brother Rocco, do take good care of Commander Morse. At that moment, Both the members of the 76th Division and the G5 Fortress felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet, such is the nature of men at sea, perpetually bidding farewell to one another. Hey, you two rascals, remember to visit often. Oh, and I'll whip up some of my signature dishes for you. He called out with a broad smile. The warship began to sail slowly, gradually distancing itself from the shore. While Morse gazed at the receding vessel. Draw your swords. Farewell, adorned with cherry blossoms. In an instant, a flurry of cherry blossoms filled the air, creating a beautiful rain of petals above the two warships. Take care, everyone, and safe travels, Rocco softly uttered as he observed the departing ships. Chapter 36. A new mission. Let us be off, Rocco. We too must embark on a new journey. First, let us visit the old gentleman's office for a cup of tea. I must tell you, his tea is truly exceptional. Morse gently brushed his left hand across the blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, executing a delicate flourish before sheathing the sword. He then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and elegantly flicked one into his mouth. The moment Rocco observed Morse producing the cigarette, he hurriedly struck a match and presented it to him. Morse was taken aback. Rocco had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation since arriving at headquarters, displaying a newfound sensibility that was previously absent. Flattery would not suffice. If he did not gain a few pounds today, he would truly be disregarded. How could the scoundrel allow me to suffer such a significant loss of dignity? The two ambled leisurely toward Admiral Akainu's office, taking in the surrounding scenery without haste. You're back. Have you sent them off? Akainu inquired, his eyes fixed on his work, his tone unremarkable. Yes, they've been sent off. You wouldn't believe it. Those fellows clung to me like limpet. They simply couldn't bear to part with me. Just look at this irresistible charm of mine. Upon hearing Morse's words, Rocco wore an expression of disbelief, astonished that such unabashed remarks could even be uttered, though their acquaintance was brief. Morse discerned a discrepancy between his initial impression of Akainu and the reality. Initially, he had assumed Akainu to be a cold and unyielding individual, serious both with himself and others. However, through their interactions, he gradually realized that Akainu was not as harsh in his treatment of others during daily work, though he certainly was not overly accommodating either. Noting Akainu's apparent disinterest in engaging with him, Morse shook his head at Rocco and naturally picked up the teapot that Akainu had just brewed, returning to his chair to savor the brew. Rocco stood awkwardly, fidgeting with his collar, a picture of discomfort. Rocco, why are you being so formal? From now on, consider this place your home, since you will be coming here often to report on my activities. Morse gazed at Rocco, his expression laced with a teasing, sardonic undertone. Akainu set aside the documents in his hands, retrieved a box of cigars from the drawer, and tossed one each to Morse and Rocco before lighting one for himself. Rocco, in the coming days, you shall assist me in organizing these documents and delivering them to the designated departments. From now on, this responsibility will rest upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Morse rolled his eyes and placed his cigar on the table beside him, continuing to sip his tea leisurely, as though the matter was of no concern to him. You scoundrel, sit properly. As my adjutant, your nonchalant demeanor is utterly inappropriate. Akainu could no longer contain his irritation, erupting with fervor, leaving Rocco beside him visibly distressed, anxiously observing Morse, who remained unperturbed. Calm down, old man. No need to be so angry. It's detrimental to your health. Here, have some of this tea I just sampled. I assure you, it's free of poison and absolutely delightful. Witnessing Morse's indifference, akin to a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, Akainu felt utterly helpless. He gestured to Rocco, handing him a stack of process documents, urging him to deliver them to the appropriate department promptly. Old man, you know me well enough. I'm not as diligent as you are when it comes to work, so don't expect me to pull endless overtime like you do. I can see you're not particularly fond of me either. Why not exert yourself a bit and reassign me back to the 76th Division where I can still contribute, or perhaps transfer me to Admiral Kizaru? I believe we would get along splendidly. What do you think of this proposal? Quite splendid, I assent it. Your suggestion is not entirely out of the question, Akainu replied, completely surprising Morse. However, before he could revel in the unexpected response, he heard Akainu continue. But only when you possess the strength to defeat me shall you speak of such matters. For now, just sit quietly and allow me to carry on my duties without your guidance. Morse suddenly wilted, the excitement he had just felt dissipating in an instant. He slumped dejectedly in his chair, lamenting, I realize now that I shall never have the opportunity to defeat you. The Admiral Kizaru truly cherishes you. It seems my dreams have been shattered. Akainu regarded him with an unwavering calmness, his gaze making Morse feel profoundly uneasy. Time slowly drifted by. Morse vividly illustrated for Akainu what constitutes the daily routine of a lethargic individual. Each morning at precisely 8 a.m., he would arrive at Akainu's office bearing 2 servings of breakfast, promptly clocking in. At 11 a.m., without a hint of hesitation, he would depart the office to return to his dormitory for a midday rest. Resuming his duties at 2 p.m., he would once again grace Akainu's office for tea. And by 6 p.m., he would conclude the labors of the day with punctuality. Morse has indeed kept his promise, resolutely refusing to work overtime. However, Akainu harbored no objections, considering it merely a well-deserved respite before the impending tasks ahead. Another day passed, and as he observed Rocco bustling in and out, Morse savored the last sip of tea from his cup, gesturing to Akainu to indicate that he was ready to clock out. Ahem. Akainu cleared his throat softly. Young man, I trust you've had sufficient rest these past few days. It appears your injuries have nearly healed. Just in time. I have an urgent task that I would like to assign to you. Please take a look at this document. With that, he tossed the file into Morse's hands. Morse gazed at him in despair, exclaiming in anguish, "No way. Boss, if you had something to discuss, you should have mentioned it earlier. What time is it? I was just about to leave." This is what the 996 system advocates. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Akainu, Morse wondered if he too had traversed through time. Such demeanor was unmistakably characteristic of an internet tycoon. This was truly unsettling for his mental state. At this moment, Morse recalled the paralyzing fear he experienced in his previous life when dominated by work. He tremulously accepted the document and was about to utter, "May I take a look at it tomorrow?" when he was abruptly interrupted by Akainu. "Hurry up and examine it. If there are no issues, prepare to depart. This time, you shall undertake the mission alone. I have already instructed Rocco to ready the vessel. The navigational instruments and provisions are aboard. If everything is in order, then be on your way." As Morse uttered those words, I found myself unable to express any dissent in front of Akainu. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but think about that rascal Rocco. How could he fail to inform me of this matter in advance? It seems I shall have to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Grasping the documents, I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Understood. No need to dwell on it. You give the orders, and I shall execute them. I'm off now. And by the way, old man, make sure to count this as overtime for me. Remember to grant me compensatory leave at the year's end. You have erased my previous leave requests, and I cannot allow that to happen again." With that, I exited Akainu's office, but just as I stepped outside, something seemed to strike me. I dashed back into Akainu's office, snatched a recently opened box of tea from his desk, and hurried away. Having enjoyed Akainu's tea over the past few days, I found it quite delightful. I should prepare for this upcoming journey. Akainu observed my departing figure, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, and glanced back at the words "absolute justice" behind him, momentarily lost in thought. At the port, upon seeing Morse approach with an expression that suggested ill intentions, Rocco hastily explained, "Boss, I was completely unaware of this matter. The admiral merely instructed me to prepare the ship and provisions, but did not elaborate further. Did I ask you? You scoundrel, you clearly know something. Just wait until I return. I will ensure you receive a proper lesson," I retorted. Rocco stood there, visibly embarrassed, rendered momentarily speechless. Enough of this foolishness. During this period, focus on your work and avoid provoking the old man. If anything goes awry, I cannot save you, I instructed while waving my hand dismissively. Rocco, deeply touched, repeatedly bowed to me and ultimately rendered a military salute, stating, "Wishing you a smooth journey, boss." Morse joyfully departed from the harbor aboard his small vessel, gradually retrieving the documents to examine them with care. Upon glancing at the initial page, which bore the words Kingdom of Alabasta and 7 Warlords of the Sea, he quickly grasped the nature of his mission. Chapter 37, Alabasta, Capital City of Alabasta, Alubarna. Morse, clad in a pristine white kimono and adorned with a yellow straw hat purchased from a roadside stall, sauntered leisurely through the desert atop a wild camel he had stumbled upon. "Boss, it is sweltering here. I wish to apply for a heat allowance and request to work at night, for I can hardly muster any energy during the day. Moreover, I have not had a sip of water for half a day. I long for your tea." "Humph. Is your urgent communication merely to convey such trivial matters?" The furious voice of Akainu resonated clearly through the telephone buck. Morse, rubbing his ears which were nearly deafened by the outburst, replied feebly, "Of course not, boss. I merely believe that the current situation is of considerable importance and has severely hindered my progress. Speak quickly. Do not waste my time with your ramblings." Akainu interrupted him angrily, urging him to get to the point. Very well. At your age, your temper remains as fiery as ever. I am nearing the capital of Alabasta. Albana, are we truly to collaborate with those CP fellows this time? Surely, we could leave such matters to them, as they are the professionals, after all. We are merely assisting them. At this moment, Morse remained perplexed by the task at hand, questioning why he was required to assist the CP personnel in ascertaining the current circumstances of the Alabasta Kingdom. The passage of time had dulled his recollection of the original narrative, though he vaguely remembered that all of this was intricately linked to the schemes of the warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile. Humph, this predicament is entirely your fault. It is because of you that the Navy is now compelled to acquiesce to the various impertinent demands of the world government. The origin of this mission lies in the fact that the king of Alabasta secretly petitioned the world government for assistance, only to rescind the request shortly thereafter. This action aroused deep suspicion within the world government, especially considering that Alabasta is one of the principal contributors of celestial gold. Consequently, they dispatched personnel to investigate the matter. However, this situation also entailed the involvement of the warlords, with whom they were reluctant to engage in direct confrontation. Thus, we are required to assist should anything go awry. The blame will inevitably be cast upon us. Have you even bothered to thoroughly examine the documents I provided? Akainu's voice grew increasingly thunderous, culminating in a roar, prompting Morse to hurriedly cover the den mushy, responding with a hint of trepidation. I have indeed reviewed them meticulously, but I feared a misunderstanding on my part. I must confirm with you. Now that I understand, I shall immediately contact the CP personnel. However, sir, in this exceptional circumstance, is it permissible to eliminate the adversary? Morse's final words carried a weight of seriousness, yet were tinged with a hint of levity as he inquired. The transponder snail remained silent for an extended moment, and Morse refrained from pressing, fully aware that his question was not easily answered, particularly by someone of the elder's stature, a general whose response would inevitably reflect the Navy's stance towards the world government. After approximately 5 minutes, the gravitas of Akainu's voice finally resonated through the transponder snail. If the moment demands, you shall decide everything on your own. I will bear the consequences for you. However, remember to manage the conclusion well, for unforeseen events can easily arise. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Akainu's words concluded, the transponder snail was abruptly disconnected. It appeared that the relationship between the Navy and the world government was not as harmonious as one might have imagined, at least from Akainu's demeanor. That was the impression conveyed, especially as his final response stirred Morse's emotions profoundly. How could he not comprehend that uttering those words essentially meant relinquishing the chance to vie for the position of the next fleet admiral? It seemed there was no other option. This mission must not bring trouble to the elder. One could only hope the CP agents would not be excessively bothersome. Morse murmured softly, leaning back as his straw hat slid over his face, allowing the camel beneath him to amble towards Albana. Who goes there? Dismount from your camel and present your pass. As Morse groggily opened his eyes, he gazed in bewilderment at the 2 guards before him. Just as he was about to inquire about the nature of this pass, one of the guards exclaimed, "Ah, is that not Mr. Morse? Why have you ventured out of the city without your pass again? I have told you repeatedly to carry it whenever you go out. Why do you not heed my advice?" "Gentlemen," the newcomer interjected, "this is my friend, and here is my pass. I can vouch for him." As he spoke, he handed over his pass to the guards, discreetly slipping 2 substantial bills beneath it. The guards, recognizing the nature of the transaction, accepted the pass and the money with an impassive demeanor. A cursory glance was all they afforded the documents before they waved the 2 men through. "Present your passes without delay. Do not make me ask each of you individually. Hurry along." Morse held the camel with one hand, while the other was firmly grasped by the person who had come to his aid, moving forward without glancing back, following the individual into a secluded corner. They finally removed their scarf and hat, revealing a beaming smile directed at him. Morse gazed at his counterpart, a look of astonishment on his face, unable to recall the individual's full name. "No," he chuckled, "I truly did not expect the Navy to send you to assist me this time. Frankly, it seems we are quite fated to cross paths. With your presence, I feel considerably more at ease, Lieutenant Morse, or should I say Colonel Morse." It appeared that the other person was well acquainted with Morse, even aware of his impending promotion. Null, the acting head of CP4, was responsible for receiving the devil fruit after Morse escorted it from the North Sea to Logetown. "Oh, it's you again, you rotund fellow. Shouldn't you have already ascended in rank? Why are you still undertaking such troublesome tasks? I hope you haven't offended someone again." Upon encountering his collaborator, Null. Morse finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Their previous partnership had been quite pleasant, and now he was relieved that he would not inadvertently bring harm to his companion. Nevertheless, he remained profoundly perplexed by Null's presence in Alabasta for this particular mission. Alas, it is a long story, woe is me. Dear Morse, my brother, how unfortunate is my fate. After enduring countless trials to accomplish my task, I found myself confronted with a detestable scoundrel, a mere errand boy delivering information when I sought my reward. It is solely my fault for becoming overly exuberant. In my excitement, I failed to inquire further and unwittingly escorted that rogue to meet my superior, resulting in a cascade of troubles. Now, I am regrettably exiled to this wretched place to suffer. However, upon seeing you, I realized that the goddess of fortune has not entirely forsaken me. It is truly a blessing to have you by my side, dear Morse. Morse was filled with an overwhelming desire to deliver a fist to the pig-like visage of Gnarl, pondering to himself that there seemed to be no involvement of the world government in the Alabasta storyline. It turned out that this individual was the source of the predicament. After taking several deep breaths to quell his rising anger, he forced a semblance of a smile and, in a soft and measured tone, inquired, Dear Gnarl, given the circumstances, we cannot refuse any longer. Could you enlighten me on your current plan and how we shall proceed from here? Moreover, do you intend to remain here with me? Gnarl, feeling guilty, lowered his gaze, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together in a gesture indicating his lack of funds. This fellow had been lured into the grandest casino of Alabasta, the Rain Banquet, upon his arrival, where he had squandered an entire day gambling and ultimately lost everything, being ejected in a fit of rage. Had he not retained a sliver of rationality, knowing he had a mission at hand, he might have caused quite a commotion. With all his finances depleted, he could only rely on the entry permit he had acquired upon entering the Rain Banquet to feebly blend into the royal capital, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Navy. Morse, observing his appearance, felt a sense of helplessness. He retrieved a stack of Bailey from the camel's pack behind him and handed it to Null. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Come, let us converse while we dine. Chapter 38. Null's perfect plan after settling into the grandest hotel in Alba with Morse. Null treated him to a delightful feast of local delicacies. It was only after Morse inquired repeatedly that Null finally revealed his perfect plan. With difficulty, Null swallowed the last morsel of roasted camel meat. Rest assured, dear Morse, with me by your side, what is there to worry about? Feel free to inquire at CP4. My success rate for mission execution is a flawless 100%. I have never encountered failure, not once. Morse remained silent, merely sipping his drink, gazing at him with an expression of calm. Nal felt increasingly uneasy under Morse's unwavering stare, shifting awkwardly before exclaiming, all right, let me share my plan with you. Tonight, we shall stealthily infiltrate the royal palace, locate the chambers of Nefertali Kabura, and confront that fellow directly. We will inquire about the current situation. What do you think? Is my plan not exquisite? I must tell you, young man, do not be swayed by others' convoluted and intricate schemes. They are of no consequence. Sometimes, a straightforward approach is far superior. With that, he looked at Morse with a confident demeanor, almost inviting praise. However, upon witnessing Morse's incredulous expression, his confidence faltered. Hey, Morse, do you think I desire this predicament? It is beyond my control. The government has not paid much regard to this place. Hence there are few operatives positioned here. Additionally, after a few inquiries in recent days, I discovered that the circumstances in this nation are even more intricate than I had anticipated. Firstly, apart from our current location in the capital, Albana, the other regions have not seen rain for 3 consecutive years. Consequently, all rumors point directly at Kabura, asserting that the drought is a result of his clandestine use of rain-inducing powders to cause excessive rainfall in the capital. This kingdom has thus plunged into a protracted civil war, resulting in devastating casualties. Most notably, Kabura is an inept ruler, utterly helpless in the face of this calamity. After taking a hearty gulp of the distinctive thorn juice from Alabastan, Nal's tone shifted to one of gravity. The true purpose of the world government in sending me here is to ascertain whether revolutionary forces have established a foothold in Alabastan to propagate their ideology. Therefore, we have no time for meticulous planning or probing. We must swiftly uncover the truth. If necessary, we may even petition for a demon extermination order to obliterate any rebel factions associated with the revolutionaries. Glimpsing Nal's suddenly fierce countenance, Morse nodded gently. This was the image of the CP I had envisioned, I had thought that compassion was a trait of the CP personnel. Everything is in your hands. My role is merely to assist you in fulfilling your mission. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall take my leave for a stroll. With a farewell, he donned his straw hat from the table and sauntered out. Watching Morse's retreating figure, Nal took a delicate sip from his cup, reflecting. What an intriguing individual. Has the Navy uncovered something? Kabura, I hope you do not disappoint me. I cannot afford to part with a demon extermination order. As she spoke, she retrieved an object from her bosom, examining it with a serious gaze. Meanwhile, members of the Straw Hat Pirates, including Ace and Smoker, gradually made their way to Alabasta, anticipating an imminent encounter with Morse. In the office of Rainy Land, the largest gambling city, a striking woman clad in alluring white lingerie, draped in a matching coat and adorned with a white cowboy hat, smiled lightly at the man before her, reminiscent of a dutiful secretary. President, there has been an influx of unexpected guests in Alabasta lately. Could it be that our plans have been compromised? What nonsense! How could our plans possibly be discovered? Given the incompetence of this nation? Aside from that foolish, portly individual affiliated with the world government, have any others arrived? Nico Robin? Indeed, quite a few have come. Recently, the Straw Hat Pirates have risen to prominence in the East Blue, along with Smoker from the Lowtown base, the suspected 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gas Ace, and the newly appointed Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, codenamed White Snake, Jones Morse, with the presence of the world government's bumbling figure. Alabasta has become a melting pot of various forces, the world government, the Navy, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, emerging pirates, royal guard, and rebels, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. The alluring Nico Robin reported the current state of Alabasta with meticulous detail. Smoker, Morse, Ace, Crocodile, puffing on a cigar, gently tapped the table with his golden hook, his tone slightly somber. So, the Navy has dispatched 2 groups, Robin. Keep a close watch on them. As long as they remain unaware of our plans, we need not concern ourselves with them for now. After all, our status as a warlord of the sea is still quite advantageous. However, we must be cautious of that old coot Whitebeard's men, particularly at such a critical juncture. Direct conflict with them should be avoided. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, they are of no consequence. If they dare to interfere, we shall dispose of them without hesitation. Robin, I leave the remainder of the matter in your capable hands. Understood, President. However, the Navy operative codenamed White Snake has already arrived in the capital, and coincidentally, the world government's hefty individual scurried over here after losing all his money. I suspect. Before Robin could finish her sentence, Crocodile lightly tapped the table, his expression indifferent. It seems that old Cobra is not as trustworthy as he appears. He still wishes to create trouble for us. Send someone to investigate and ascertain whether they have uncovered anything. If they have, I shall personally ensure they are buried within the palace. Then, I'll shift the blame onto that old fool Cobra, preventing him from bothering us further. Indeed, I comprehend your sentiments. However, the naval officer known as White Snake poses a formidable challenge. Within the intelligence we recently procured at exorbitant prices from the black market, there exists a rather vague piece of information regarding him, which states that this individual has engaged in a prolonged battle with the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo in the North Sea, resulting in a stalemate. Therefore, Crocodile inhaled deeply from his cigar, his expression shrouded in gloom. Ah, so this is the individual I mentioned previously. It turns out he is the newly appointed Vice Admiral under that monstrous Akainu. No wonder there have been no prior rumors about him. He is merely a newcomer who has recently emerged. This makes him even less of a concern. Such individuals are typically easier to manage. Crocodile possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Doflamingo's capabilities. The fact that this White Snake could contend with him without succumbing to defeat was indicative of the opponent's prowess, unless absolutely necessary. He had no desire to confront such an adversary during the most critical phase of their plan. Their scheme would proceed as anticipated, should that individual intervene. It would be left to him to address the matter. If required, he could even sacrifice the reign. After all, if their plan came to fruition, there would be no need for existence here. Wouldn't you agree, Miss All Sunday? Robin's expression remained unchanged, her professional smile intact. To her, Crocodile's so-called plans held little relevance. After years of evasion, she had borne witness to countless betrayals and deceptions. To her, Crocodile was merely a partner, a tool for her to explore the true history, and a means to evade the Navy's pursuit. Very well, I shall remain vigilant regarding their movements and report to you at all times. At that moment, Morse was still meandering through Albana, flitting in and out of shops, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of the sand crocodile. Even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him much. He exhibited none of the demeanor of someone on a mission. Rather, he wandered like a tourist, finding novelty in everything he encountered and wishing to purchase a little of this and that. As for that fellow Gnarl's plans, he had no desire to interfere. His only concern was ensuring Gnarl's survival. As for everything else, he would take it step by step. For the time being, it held no bearing on him. Chapter 39. The nation is the people. Cobra. As night descended, the moon in the desert appeared larger and more resplendent than that over the sea. Within the inn, Gnarl held a cigarette and a matchbox, gazing at Morse with a beseeching expression. Morse, please accompany me. I am truly frightened to go alone. If I were to be discovered by those vicious palace guards, I would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp. As he spoke, he animatedly waved his hands in the air, mimicking the act of being minced. Morse rolled his eyes. To intrude upon a man's quarters at such an ungodly hour. I must decline your proposal. Gnarl seized Morse's leg, shaking it fervently. I care not for your objections. You must accompany me. When I arrived, the officer explicitly stated that the Navy is to unconditionally assist me in executing this mission. If you refuse to join me, I shall. What will you do, you rotund fool? Don't even entertain the notion. At worst, I shall simply claim ignorance of your existence. After all, there will be no witnesses to corroborate your tale. I wonder how you intend to leverage that against me. Observing Morse's indifference, Gnarl grew increasingly agitated, clutching Morse's leg with unwavering tenacity. If you do not accompany me, I shall cling to you relentlessly. If I am to suffer, you shall not find solace either. You truly possess an audacity that knows no bounds. I am thoroughly astonished by your tenacity. I will consent to join you, but should we be discovered, do not hold it against me if I abandon you to your fate. Morse could scarcely endure Gnarl's brazen demeanor and reluctantly acquiesced to join him in a nocturnal assault on the royal palace. Hey, as if I don't know you. How could you possibly abandon me? Once we conclude this affair, I shall take you for a delightful escapade in the Rain District. I assure you, it is far more captivating than the royal city, he declared, his expression radiating a brotherly enthusiasm. Morse, weary of the incessant attention, patted the man's shoulder, urging him to release his grip on his thigh, which felt bruised from the pressure. The moon hung high in the sky. Within the palace, two figures clad in black, one stout and the other slender, navigated the corridors, deftly evading the watchful eyes of the guards. Meanwhile, in Kibura's private office, the lights blazed brightly, illuminating the weary visage of Kibura as he scrutinized the report before him. Your Majesty, please consider resting. Your health is of utmost importance, said Gaka. Cough. Gaka, how can I possibly rest in such dire circumstances? The citizens of this nation suffer unceasingly, and as their king, I can only stand by helplessly, overwhelmed by guilt. Fear not, Your Majesty. The people still place their unwavering trust in you. We await your triumph over this drought, to lead us back to glory. Gaka spoke with earnestness, fully aware of the profound devotion Kibura held for his kingdom, a love that remained steadfast. He regarded every citizen as his own child, adhering to the principle that the nation is synonymous with its people. It was precisely this deep-seated affection that rendered him hesitant to engage in a fierce battle against the rebels, for he viewed them as his own subjects. With a sigh, Kibura suddenly recalled the envoy he had dispatched to seek assistance from the world government, who had yet to return. Gaka, has our envoy to the world government returned? What news do we have? Your Majesty, Jessica has not relayed any information thus far, and we are unable to establish contact. Given the current circumstances, if he has not been intercepted by the rebels, he should have reported our plea for aid to the world government. If all goes well, reinforcements will arrive shortly. Therefore, even in anticipation of the world government's support, you must take care of your health. Gaka had never held much hope for the world government's assistance and had never truly believed Jessica could breach the rebel defenses. Yet, witnessing Kibura's state, he felt compelled to present the most optimistic outcome, refraining from mentioning the possibility of Jessica being intercepted. A series of light knocks echoed through the office, drawing the attention of both Kibura and Gaka, who exchanged puzzled glances. Who could it be at such a late hour? Cautiously, Gaka approached the door, curious about the audacious individual who dared to disturb the king without prior consent. He felt that ever since the rebels established a base in Yuba, Some of the palace guards had gradually lost their respect for King Kizaru, a stark contrast to the days when Lord Ikelim was still present. Who are you? Has that rascal Kusha lost his patience? To orchestrate an assassination attempt on the king is utterly unforgivable. As he flung open the door, he found two unfamiliar figures in black. Instinctively assuming they were assassins sent by Kusha, Gaka drew his sword in fury and lunged forward. Morse executed a gentle turn, effortlessly evading the advance, while Gnarl, with his corpulent physique, nimbly retreated to a distance the moment Gaka unsheathed his blade. Upon witnessing Nair's agile movements, Morse realized that he had to rely solely on himself. Seizing the moment as Gaka wielded his weapon in a sweeping motion, Morse delivered a merciless kick to Gaka's waist. During the brief instant he was unable to retract his blade. With a resounding thud, Gaka was propelled through the air, crashing violently into the wall. As Morse was about to articulate his intentions, he was suddenly confronted by a jackal wielding a knife, lunging at him once more. What a nuisance! Scatter, thousand cherry blossoms. Growing increasingly impatient, a flurry of cherry blossoms swiftly enveloped the jackal, rendering it momentarily immobile in midair. Please, remain quiet for a moment. Allow me to converse with the king before we proceed, if you would be so kind. Truly, you are quite bothersome. Your Majesty, please refrain from shouting. I have no desire to engage in further activity. Gnarl, you rotund fellow. I hadn't realized you could be so agile, dodging so quickly. Come over here at once. Heh. In a moment of panic, it was instinctive. Primarily, I feared that my presence might hinder your performance. Gnarl, seemingly oblivious to Morse's sarcasm, awkwardly offered a brief explanation. Well, it appears that individual over there is indeed the king. The rest is up to you. Hurry. For time is of the essence, and even overtime must have its conclusion. With that, he strode toward the regal figure of Cobral, who stood with a poised demeanor. Kind sirs, please spare this child. Gaka, it seems he has come seeking me. I am King Nefertali Cobral of Alabascuston. Surely, that child seeks only my life. Please, do not further implicate innocent citizens. With that, he tilted his head slightly, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to offer his head. King Nefertali Cobral, you may have misunderstood. I am an investigator dispatched by the world government. You sent a plea for assistance to the world government, did you not? Might you share the specifics of the situation so that I may report back to the government for the purpose of negotiating concrete support? The world government? Are you not assassins sent by Kosa to take my life? Cobral inhaled sharply, losing the earlier bravado of a man prepared for martyrdom. If it could be avoided. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise just yet, especially with his beloved daughter Vivi still on scene. After conveying his purpose, Gnarl immediately resumed the cold, unfeeling demeanor characteristic of a CP agent, calmly inquiring about the events transpiring in Alabascuston. Who is Kosa, the instigator of your current turmoil? King Cobral, I kindly request that you elaborate on everything that has transpired here. Suddenly recalling Gaka's predicament, Cobral glanced anxiously at Morse. Sir, would you be so kind as to release Gaka first? I assure you he will not engage again. Very well, but please ensure he remains quiet. Restraining such individuals is quite taxing. Release. With that, the cherry blossoms that had ensnared Gaka began to dissipate, and with a thud, Gaka fell from midair to the ground, transforming back from his jackal form, gasping for breath. Would you kindly maintain your silence, Sir Guard? Gnarl, disregarding Cobral's intentions, found a chair, closed his eyes, and reclined with crossed legs, settling down comfortably. Ahem, Your Majesty Cobral, may we now discuss the matter at hand? Nar's tone remained utterly unchanged, as indifferent and placid as ever, prompting once more, Gaka, please prepare some refreshments for the two gentlemen. I shall have a thorough discussion with them. You may take a seat for now. After speaking, Kabura let out a sigh once again. Morse rolled his eyes at the sight of such a lamenting figure, akin to a jilted lover, sighing and moaning. It was a wonder that the nation had not descended into chaos. Yet, what did any of this have to do with him? He lightly tapped Nar with his blade, signaling him to hasten and refrain from dawdling. Ahem. Upon hearing Nar's cough, Cobra began to recount the reasons behind the nation's turmoil. It all began 3 years ago when, apart from the capital Alabasta, the rains ceased abruptly. And for 3 long years, not a drop fell. Under the deliberate propaganda of the warlord Crocodile, the citizens came to believe that this drought was a result of my frequent use of rain-inducing agents and dance powder in the royal city, leading to a gradual resentment towards me. Crocodile seized this opportunity to stir unrest, and as time passed, rebellions began to erupt across the nation, ultimately giving rise to the current insurgents. Upon hearing Crocodile's name, Nar's expression remained unchanged, his gaze calm as he regarded the tormented Cobra. Chapter 40. The Rainy Ground. Are you certain that the adversary is the warlord Crocodile? Do you comprehend the price that must be paid for this, King Cobra? It was only after Cobra had regained some composure that Nar slowly inquired. Cobra's countenance suddenly tightened, after a moment of hesitation, recalling the suffering of his people. His tone turned somber, even tinged with a hint of bitterness. I am acutely aware of the cost that lies ahead. My sole request is that my subjects remain unharmed. If you can guarantee this, I am willing to pay any price, even my throne. Nar was momentarily taken aback by Cobra's resolve, falling into silence for a while. Then, he scoffed, his demeanor swiftly morphing back to the audacious attitude of the CP organization, though his tone grew somewhat grave. Do not be so naive, King Cobra. When has the world government been one you could threaten? Rather than worrying about your people, you should contemplate the consequences of failing to provide the promised reward. Now, let us discuss your current situation. Cobra's face was etched with despair, his voice tinged with defeat. The kingdom currently faces two primary factions, the rebels led by Kosh, based in Caterlia, and the warlord Crocodile, who operates predominantly in the Rainy Ground. We have yet to ascertain the specific members of these organizations, only that they represent a concealed force nearly as formidable as the rebels. This is the intelligence we have at present. If you can assist me in banishing Crocodile, I can manage the remainder myself. Even at the end, Cobra remained focused on how to protect his people. Nar cast a sidelong glance at Morse, still resting with eyes closed, and calmly remarked, such exceedingly simplistic intelligence. You have only discerned that the adversary is Crocodile? Very well. It seems I must bear the burden of your troubles. I had hoped for a more straightforward task. In any case, please await our news, Your Majesty. Is it over? Then let us depart. Morse rose slowly, feigning the appearance of just awakening, and unsteadily made his way toward the door. Kabura gazed at Morse's figure with skepticism. Had he not just witnessed him effortlessly subduing Jaka, he would have questioned whether such a person could truly be relied upon. Morse's body swayed gently, and by mere coincidence, he brushed past Gaka, who was entering with a tray of refreshments. Witnessing this scene, Nal hastily pursued them, nonchalantly snatching a few pastries as he passed Gaka, stuffing them into his mouth. With his speech somewhat mumbled due to the morsels, he addressed Morse, saying, My friend, you heard that too. We must investigate what has transpired here ourselves. How about we split up? You head to Rainy Land, and I shall go to Cardelea. I am being quite considerate toward you. Rainy Land is a splendid place, you know. Nal's suggestion for Morse to venture to Rainy Land stemmed from the fact that he had already been there upon his arrival in Alabasta, where he had faced expulsion. He had sworn never to return as he departed. Furthermore, he lacked confidence in surviving an encounter with Crocodile. After all, this was not within the realm of the world government's influence, and should he perish here, it would be in vain. Otherwise, he would not willingly subject himself to the trials of a place like Cardelea. Moles was taken aback, scrutinizing Null intently until Null felt increasingly uncomfortable. Well, you mustn't perish in Cardelea, otherwise my mission will be deemed a failure. Oh, Moles, you truly are heartless. Am I merely a pawn in your quest? How disheartening. I had considered you a dear friend, even conceding the opportunity to venture into the rain-soaked lands to you. Truly, you are devoid of compassion. Morse paid no heed to his exaggerated expression and turned to leave. He returned to the hotel in silence, and the next morning, upon rising, he discovered that Gnarl had departed early, evidently sensing the urgency of the situation. After leisurely enjoying a distinctive breakfast, he rode the salvage wild camel towards Rainy Land. In the VIP suite of the Rainy Banquet, Nico Robin donned a sleek black leather outfit and reported to Crocodile regarding the intelligence gathered over the past 2 days. The White Snake Morse and the White Hunter Smoker have entered Rainy Land as well. However, it appears neither party is aware of the other's presence. Should we not send someone to address this? President? Have they arrived? As long as they do not actively interfere with our plans, we need not concern ourselves with them for now. Inform the others not to engage in any petty maneuvers at this time. Let them enjoy themselves. Losing a little is inconsequential. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, maintained an air of calm, seemingly unfazed. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew is also on their way to Rainy Land, with Miss Wednesday following closely behind. Shall we not impede their progress? What of that young man from Whitebeard's crew? Is he not accompanying them? Crocodile inquired about Ace's whereabouts. There has been no news. We have currently lost track of Fire Fist Ace. Should we dispatch someone for a thorough search? Let us not concern ourselves with that individual for the time being. I shall first deal with those bothersome pests. Crocodile approached the floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite, casually smoking his cigar as he spoke. Meanwhile, Morse had just entered the vicinity of Rainy Land when a spirited male escort guided him directly to the Rainy Banquet Casino, enthusiastically detailing the myriad advantages of the establishment. As though one had not truly visited Alabasta if they did not gamble at Rainy Banquet. Here you go, my good fellow. This is your reward for your efforts. I shall manage from here on out, but I would appreciate your assistance in caring for this foolish camel. Upon reaching the entrance of the Rainy Banquet, Morse could no longer tolerate the escort's company and quickly sent him away. Excitedly, he dashed into the casino, finally free from any accompanying presence, allowing him the liberty to explore. As he surveyed the lavish decor and the stunningly beautiful waitresses gracefully serving drinks, he mused, so this is the Rainy Banquet, the casino owned by Crocodile. The taste appears quite commendable. Today, I shall indulge in some gambling and perhaps earn a bit of extra money, as previous bounties have been squandered by Kevin, leaving me financially strained. I only hope that the Sand Crocodile does not seek trouble with me. I have no desire to intrude upon the unfolding narrative. Let the plot progress naturally. When the Straw Hat crew arrives, they shall confront Crocodile, and I will quietly reap the rewards once they have successfully dealt with him. After that, I will simply report the situation to that rotund gnarl, and this mission will be deemed complete. Finally, with a light heart, I reported to the esteemed Admiral Akainu, achieving perfection. The most significant aspect was that I did not have to endure the burdens of overtime. In the VIP suite on the upper floor of the Rain Banquet, Crocodile and Nico Robin stood side by side before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Observing the restless Moors below, Crocodile expressed his astonishment. Is that fellow the new Vice Admiral Whitesnake under Akainu? He certainly appears quite youthful. If the intelligence is accurate, the Navy has cultivated yet another formidable entity. Indeed, should we descend and make his acquaintance, President? Let us refrain from meddling. Allow him to revel in his amusement here. I shall attend to those uninvited guests. With that, Crocodile's form gradually transformed into sand and vanished from sight. Outside the rain-soaked area, the vast desert stretched endlessly. Observing the Straw Hat crew trudging under the scorching sun, weary and disheveled as they entered the rain, Crocodile watched from a distance and suddenly lost the inclination to engage, deciding to spare them for the time being. The members of the Straw Hat crew, utterly parched, hurriedly dashed into the nearest tavern upon entering the rain, ordering several barrels of water, only to guzzle it down. To their surprise, as the water entered their mouths, they caught sight of Smoker and his companions drinking nearby. With a sputter, the water erupted from their mouths, drenching Smoker and Tashiji. Subsequently, as the narrative unfolded, Smoker led the Navy in a fervent pursuit of them, which ultimately culminated in their intrusion into the Rain Banquet, where Crocodile effortlessly ensnared them in a trap crafted from sea prism stone. Morse, observing Smoker preoccupied with the pursuit of Luffy and his companions, refrained from approaching and instead focused intently on the gambling table before him. Small, 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 with all his chips wagered. Morse joined the crowd in a fervent chorus as he watched the dealer's recently stabilized cup. Open, 1, 2, 3, 6 points, small. Morris, filled with exhilaration, exchanged a high five with a nearby stranger, for he had placed his bets solely on instinct, without resorting to any abilities or tricks. It is in the uncertainty of such a gamble that true joy emerges at the moment of victory. Strangely, fortune seemed to smile upon Morris today. After an entire day of play, he had already transitioned through 5 different gaming tables, excluding his previous rounds. He had achieved an astonishing streak of over 20 consecutive wins at the current table alone. Naturally, he did not wager his entire fortune on every hand. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Null, who had been expelled long ago. This remarkable streak attracted the attention of many onlookers, who closely followed his lead. Upon witnessing his bold bets, they eagerly mirrored his wagers, reaping substantial profits in the process. Morse glanced around helplessly, noticing that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, eagerly awaiting his bet before placing their own. Had it not been for the orders from the proprietor that restrained the dealer from employing underhanded tactics, they would have long since been annihilated. He pondered internally, wondering what the owner was thinking. Allowing him to win like this would inevitably lead to the casino's downfall, leaving him unemployed at home. Having won quite a bit today, he declared, "You all enjoy yourselves. I'm off for a meal." As he jingled the chips in his hand, which had surpassed 50 million, When Morse cheerfully approached the front desk to exchange his chips, he noticed that the attendant had changed. Sir, you seem exceptionally pleased. It appears you've had quite the winnings. May I ask if you enjoyed your experience? At that moment, Nico Robin had donned a snug white outfit, draped in a coat, with a wide-brimmed white cowboy hat obscuring half her face, offering her congratulations to Morse. Has the front desk changed personnel? The attendants here at the Rain Banquet are truly stunning. Beautiful lady, would you kindly assist me in exchanging these chips? Morse feigned ignorance of Nico Robin, urging her to expedite the conversion of his chips. Skillfully counting the chips, he produced an equivalent amount of berries and, after returning them to Morse, whispered, Mr. Smoker of the Navy has been captured. Is Mr. Whitesnake not planning to mount a rescue? What did you say, Whitesnake? Are you referring to me? Morse inquired with evident confusion. My apologies, beautiful miss. You may have mistaken me for someone else. I am not acquainted with any Whitesnake or Mr. Smoker. Thank you for the berries. I shall return tomorrow. Farewell, gracious and lovely lady. With a gentle smile, Morse prepared to depart with his berries in hand. Chapter 41. Inescapable troubles. If Mr. Whitesnake truly disregards their plight, they may face execution. Bang! Just as Morse was heedlessly making his way out of the Rain Banquet, he collided head-on with a flustered Dashki rushing towards him. Hey, watch where you're walking. Do you intend to run someone over? Oh, I'm so sorry. My sincerest apologies. Dashki exclaimed in a flurry, bowing repeatedly. Upon raising her head, she was astonished to find it was Morse. Captain Morse, you are here as well? Did you not head to the headquarters? Morse furrowed his brow, glancing around in confusion before pointing to himself in a moment of dawning realization. He then regarded Dashki with a perplexed expression, as if to inquire, Are you addressing me? Have I been mistaken for someone else? I sincerely apologize, sir. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a dear friend of mine. Just then, without awaiting Morse's response, Nico Robin burst into laughter. She stepped forward, gently presenting Morse with a badge while offering a professionally courteous smile. Good day, Mr. Morse. This is a custom badge from the casino, a token for each esteemed guest. You seemed to be in quite a hurry earlier, and I neglected to hand it to you. With that, she playfully winked at Morse. Morse seethed with barely contained rage. Were it not for his desire to avoid trouble, he would have eagerly seized the beautiful woman before him and exchanged her for a substantial reward. Dashki looked at the two men with a perplexed expression, her mind clouded with confusion, leaving her momentarily unable to ascertain whether the man before her was indeed Officer Morse. Morse gazed at her adorably bewildered expression, feeling quite embarrassed to pretend he did not recognize her. He could only shake his head in resignation and ask, Sergeant Dashki, why are you alone? Has Smoker not accompanied you? Observing Morse's feigned ignorance, Robin couldn't help but chuckle. But upon seeing Morse's expression that suggested he would rather eliminate himself than endure this, she quickly laughed and departed. What an amusing member of the Navy! Dashki seemed to find solace and promptly recounted the events that had just transpired. You see, Commander Smoker has been pursuing the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Luffy, and they have seemingly vanished without a trace. I inquired around and heard that they rushed into the Rain Banquet, which is why I hurried over, only to accidentally bump into you. So, are you implying that you want me to accompany you in searching for them? Morse asked. Dashki appeared completely oblivious to the subtle refusal in his words, and with a serious expression, she expressed her gratitude, saying, Are you truly willing to assist me? I cannot thank you enough. Once we locate Commander Smoker, I shall treat you to a meal. Boom. Just as Morse was about to respond, a tremendous roar erupted from behind. The entire casino trembled violently as if the very earth itself were quaking. An earthquake. Everyone, run. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a desperate cry pierced the air, though it was unclear who uttered it first. In an instant, the previously fervent gamblers surged towards the exit like headless flies, engulfing Morse and Dashki in a torrent of frantic bodies as they were swept away. Cough, cough. Dashki, where are you? Morse struggled to extricate himself from the crowd, positioning himself to the left of the entrance to the Rain Banquet, weakly calling out a couple of times. Commander Morse, I am here. How are you faring? Opposite him. Dashki clutched her clothing tightly, repeatedly waving at him. Let us go. Together, let us see what has transpired. This situation seems to be connected to Smog and the others. Morse, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively linked the recent earthquake to Luffy and Smoker, realizing that this impending trouble was inescapable. Thank you ever so much, Admiral Morse. How's your injury? Have you come here for a holiday? Dashki inquired, adjusting her attire, reassured by Morse's assistance. Her tone was light as she probed into Morse's purpose. Well, somewhat. By the way, are you no longer stationed in Logtown? What brings you here? Has Smoker perhaps changed his post? The two engaged in casual banter while making their way towards the earthquake's epicenter. Unbeknownst to them, peculiar hands swayed in the shadows of the corners they passed. At last, it seems to be upon us. I wonder how you intend to handle this, Crocodile, she mused with a subtle smile, as she sat in the Rain Banquet's underground chamber, where the Straw Hat Pirates and Smoker were confined. What are you still doing here? Crocodile's expression was grim as he surveyed the ruins of the basement, littered with the sea stone prison and the fallen crocodiles. With no outlet for his frustration, he shot a fierce glare at Robin. Nothing much. Just realized we have new troubles brewing. The White Snake is headed this way, she replied nonchalantly. What a troublesome fellow. We must retreat. It seems our plans need to be expedited. Once we succeed, I will ensure they all pay dearly. Crocodile's countenance darkened considerably. As Moles and Dasky hastened toward the underground palace, they fortuitously encountered Smoker, who had just emerged from a harrowing escape. He was drenched from head to toe, yet defiantly clutched a cigar between his lips, his expression reflecting considerable displeasure. Ah, look at Dasky, Moles quipped. We were so concerned for Admiral Smoker, and yet here he is, having abandoned you for a swim. I must say, witnessing someone swim in fully clothed attire is quite the novelty. Is this ensemble perhaps the latest innovation from the science department, designed to defy the ocean's grasp on devil fruit users? Moles, feeling somewhat irritable, seized the opportunity to jest at Smoker's expense. What nonsense are you spouting? When did you arrive? Did the headquarters grant you leave? Smoker's countenance remained sullen as he took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Let us set aside the pleasantries. Your arrival is fortuitous. It seems I must trouble you, Moles. One of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, is orchestrating a significant plot to usurp the nation. Should he succeed, it will spell trouble for us all. Usurpation? Is he truly so idle? Moles feigned a puzzled expression. How am I to know what occupies his thoughts? The crux of the matter is that I have yet to procure concrete evidence against him. For now, we must thwart his scheme. These 7 warlords are increasingly insufferable, Smoker exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Smoker refrained from disclosing to Moles that even if he were to find evidence, it would likely fall on deaf ears at the world government, who would disregard the counsel of a mere Navy colonel. Acting independently at this juncture was fraught with peril. He could only attempt to impede Crocodile's plans. Capturing him could provoke the ire of the world government. Given the current sensitive climate, it would be prudent to avoid inciting their wrath if possible. Unbeknownst to him, the world government had already dispatched agents to investigate the situation, with Moles among their ranks. What plan? How shall we thwart it? Moles continued to feign ignorance, reluctant to join the fray. On the way, we must make haste to the capital, Alabasta. Time is of the essence, Smoker urged, his tone tinged with urgency as he prepared to elucidate matters further during their journey. He hastily instructed Dasky to procure a means of transportation, pressing Moles to accompany him toward Alabasta. Morse found himself at a loss for words, pondering the absurdity of the situation. After enduring countless hardships to travel from Albana to the Rain District, he had barely enjoyed a day before being summoned back to Albana. Glancing at the suitcase in his hand, he reassured himself that it wasn't a complete loss. At least he had earned 50 million from the trip. Hurry up, Morse. Stop dawdling, he urged himself. I understand. You go ahead. I just need to retrieve something. With that, he made his way towards the stables. Moses, my friend, an unexpected development has arisen. It is now evident that all of this was orchestrated by Crocodile. I must accompany the leadership to the capital to ascertain that fiend's intentions. Morse did not disclose Crocodile's plan to usurp the nation, as there remains no conclusive evidence. How fortuitous! Kusha has also resolved to launch a final assault on the capital. It seems that Crocodile is indeed the mastermind behind this incident. His plan appears to culminate in the capital itself. When the time comes, it would be prudent for you to intervene, and should it be necessary, apprehending him would not be out of the question. It seems that your connections wield considerable influence. You seem to disregard even the title of warlord. I shall count on your support in the future. For now, I must take my leave as the leaders are pressing me. How merry we are. Until we meet in the capital, Morse. At this moment, both individuals regarded one another as potential long-term allies. Nar required Mor's martial prowess and the stature of Akainu's subordinate, while Morse sought Nar's formidable position and connections within CP. Thus, a mutually beneficial partnership was effortlessly forged. as Morse rode leisurely on his camel, humming an indistinct tune. Smoker erupted in anger. Are you seriously planning to ride that thing to the capital? Do not jest with me, you scoundrel. Is the transportation ready, Tashiji? It is prepared and ready for departure, sir. Smoker seized Morse, yanking him from the camel and pulling him onto the beach motorcycle that Tashiji had arranged. With a fierce kick, he nearly pressed his foot into the mailbox. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped towards Alabasta. Hey, Miss Tashiji, please take good care of my camel. The echoes of the Morse gradually reverberate through the rain-soaked ground. Chapter 42. The Sand Crocodile, outside the royal capital of Alabasta. The bustling city of Alabasta remains undisturbed, showing no signs of the impending conflict. Morse shook his head, truly an incompetent king. Even at this critical moment, he remained oblivious to the impending siege by the rebels. Smoker, I neglected to inquire earlier. Have you dealt with that straw hat brat and his companions? As for them, not yet. There is no time to attend to them now. The paramount concern is to thwart Crocodile's insidious scheme. Understood. Then let us proceed directly to the palace. That scoundrel should be there, finalizing his nefarious plans. Exchanging glances, one transformed into a swirling mist, while the other morphed into fluttering cherry blossoms, swiftly heading towards the palace. Inside the royal palace, Crocodile sat upon the throne, indulging in a cigar. Cobra stood below, disheveled, while Bell lay beside him, bleeding profusely. Collapsed in a pool of his own blood, Cobra glared fiercely at Crocodile above him. Do you not fear the government revoking your warlord status with such actions, Crocodile? Ha ha ha. The world government, the warlords, once I acquire what I desire, those titles will be meaningless. Cobra, why did you not agree to my plan and cooperate from the beginning? Otherwise, we would not have reached this point. I have made it abundantly clear that I have no interest in this nation. Why do you refuse to believe me? Crocodile's voice dripped with mockery, tinged with anger. Oh, might we hear more about your plan, Mr. Warlord Crocodile? Before Cobra could respond, the voice of that rotund fool, Neru, interjected, frowning slightly. Crocodile glanced at Neru and the figures of Morse and Smoker behind him at the palace entrance. Ah, it is you troublesome lot again. Since you are all gathered, I shall dispose of you together, saving myself the trouble of hunting each of you down one by one. Desert Blade. The moment the words left his lips, he offered no chance for a reaction from Neru and the others. With a swift motion of his golden hook, a fissure crackling with purple lightning erupted, spewing forth sand and rushing directly towards them. Neru exaggeratedly shouted, Brother, I leave this one to you. With that, he swiftly dashed to Cobra's side, seizing him before vanishing from sight. Smoker, my friend, I will take care of this fellow. I have been on the receiving end of too many blows lately. It is time to unleash some frustration. Please, take the one on the ground with you as well. As Morse spoke, he gently waved his hand, causing a cascade of cherry blossoms to gracefully blanket the cracks in the ground, preventing Gaka from being ensnared by the fissure. The crescent-shaped sand dunes. Crocodile observed Null and Smoker's attempts to rescue without interference. He merely gestured, sending two crescent-shaped blades of sand hurtling towards them, indifferent to the outcome. His focus had entirely shifted to Morse, from whom he sensed an unprecedented aura of danger. Noticing that Morse remained stationary without advancing, Crocodile raised his hands, conjuring a cloud of sand that obscured Morse's line of sight. Seizing this opportunity, Crocodile swiftly transformed into sand, seamlessly merging with the dust. In the next instant, he materialized behind Morse, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he unleashed his left hand, bearing a scorpion's venomous hook. Let this be your grave, Navy brat. Remember not to meddle in others' affairs in your next life. The hook effortlessly grazed Morse's form, causing Crocodile's pupils to constrict in alarm as he hastily attempted to revert to sand. Yet, it was too late. Bang! His partially transformed body reverted to its human state, failing to fully sandify, crashing heavily onto the throne and sending dust swirling into the air. Cough. Indeed, I underestimated him. The moment the hook skimmed past Morse, Crocodile sensed something amiss. The ease with which he struck made him anxious to transform, yet he found himself a step too late. You warlords truly are insufferably arrogant. With a taunt directed at the sand crocodile, Morse's movements showed no signs of hesitation. Farewell, Senbenzakura, he announced, as the blade, imbued with haki, sliced through the air with a dark gleam, appearing instantaneously behind Crocodile, just as he intended to display a flourish while sheathing his sword. He felt a sand blade rapidly approaching from behind. He immediately halted his sheathing, retaliating with a cherry blossom-colored slash. Another sand transformation, This logia fruit is indeed infuriatingly formidable. Glancing at the sand beneath him, Morse murmured softly. After a brief exchange, the two had switched positions, standing face to face. And the initial disdain in Crocodile's eyes had vanished. Sandstorm. At that moment, he realized that the opposing naval forces might become the greatest obstacle to his plan. To ensure its successful execution, he resolved to bury them here at any cost. With his right hand, he gradually summoned a small sandstorm, while his left, wielding a golden hook, unleashed crescent-shaped blades of sand towards the sky. Suddenly, he sensed that Morse had been caught off guard, struck by one of the small sand blades. With a swift motion of his right hand, he hurled the sandstorm violently in Morse's direction. As the swirling tempest was released, the irritating voice of Morse echoed in his ears. Petals of cherry blossoms began to drift down behind Crocodile, forming the silhouette of Morse. Just as Crocodile contemplated turning around, he found himself ensnared within a whirlwind of blossoms. Before he could react, countless petal blades sliced through his body. He was forced to undergo multiple transformations into sand before managing to escape the massive blossom sphere. Panting heavily, he surveyed the numerous bleeding wounds adorning his body, the relentless transformation draining him of significant stamina. He gazed incredulously at Morse, exclaiming, "How could you possibly injure me?" The peculiar nature of the cherry blossoms made him wary, and he hesitated to act carelessly. The flowers, still vibrant and replete with moisture, hinted at their potential danger. Morse's words elucidated the doubts swirling in Crocodile's mind. This adversary indeed proved to be formidable. Crocodile soon realized that there seemed to be no swift solution to eliminate Morse. Suddenly inspired, he swiftly fashioned a grand sword of sand with his right hand and hurled it towards Morse, while simultaneously plunging both hands into the ground. In a moment of chaos, the entire palace appeared to be drained of moisture, rapidly cracking and collapsing into a heap of ruins, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. As Morse narrowly evaded the colossal desert blade, he was astounded to witness the sudden collapse of the entire palace. Coughing softly, he waved his hand to disperse the swirling dust, only to discover that Crocodile had vanished from sight. Just as he was about to pursue him, he marveled at the sheer destructive power displayed. What a travesty! Your once magnificent palace has been reduced to mere ruins. I must inform you, Kabura, that the world government will not compensate for this loss. If you seek restitution, you should turn to the Navy. Nal approached Kabura, having emerged from an unknown direction, and began to hurl insults at Morse. Morse felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head. In his moment of carelessness, he had allowed Crocodile to escape. And to his surprise, that rogue had even wreaked havoc on Cobra's palace before departing. Cobra quickly shook his head, saying, "It matters not. As long as we can drive Crocodile out of Alabasta and restore tranquility to my country, this loss is truly inconsequential. I must also express my gratitude to the two of you for saving both my life and that of my guards. It is unfortunate that the palace has been destroyed. Otherwise, I could have hosted you properly." "Where is Smoker?" Morse inquired, glancing around and noticing the absence of Smoker's presence. "He left shortly after the skirmish began. I do not know what he is up to now," Cobra replied. "Do you think he has stumbled upon some treasure and intends to hoard it for himself?" Nar, with a knowing smile, looked at Cobra, anticipating a reasonable explanation from him. It dawned on him that Crocodile's grand scheme was not merely to usurp the Alabasta government. Cobra hesitated, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Nar's eyes, already suspecting Crocodile's true intentions. However, this matter was one he could not divulge to Nar, fearing it would lead to greater troubles. Fortunately, at that moment, Morse intervened with a suggestion. "Let us prepare for the impending assault from the rebels. Moreover, Crocodile will not simply accept this setback. The situation is far from resolved." Chapter 43, a new mission outside Alubarna. The Straw Hat Pirates, save for Captain Luffy, escorted Nefertari Vivi to the capital ahead of the rebels. The narrative unfolded without significant deviation from the original timeline. The members of Baroque Works encountered those of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, the emergence of Morse and Nar disrupted Crocodile's plans, preventing the scene where Princess Vivi aimed to sabotage the palace in pursuit of reconciliation with the rebels. Under the guidance of the palace guards, Vivi finally reunited with her long-absent father. The emotional exchange between father and daughter was fleeting. "Where are your friends whom you brought along?" Cobra asked, observing the now-grown Vivi with a sense of pride, marveling at how she had matured and found her own companions. "They are here to help protect this country, father." "Did you order the destruction of the palace? This way, we can provide an explanation to Brother Kosha." and the nation will return to its former peace. Seeing his daughter's innocent expression, Cobra felt a pang of reluctance to reveal the harsh truths. He gently nodded. Indeed, the kingdom will surely regain its former prosperity. Vivi, come with me to the front lines. As for this place, we can leave it in the capable hands of Mr. Nar and his associates. At this moment, Wei Wei noticed two unfamiliar strangers standing behind Cobra. Though puzzled, she trusted her father's judgment, and with sincerity, she bowed to Nero and Morse before following Cobra out of the now desolate palace. It seems you have uncovered Cobra's long-hidden secret, my friend, said Nero. What? What are you talking about, Morse? How could I possibly know that guy's secret? If I were to tell anyone, it would certainly be you, he retorted with a laugh. Appearing utterly bewildered, as if he were truly oblivious to the matter. A glance exchanged with Morse revealed no hint of guilt. Instead, he thought to himself, Morse, it might be better for you to remain in the dark about this, as the intricacies of history can be quite burdensome. I never anticipated the existence of such matters in Alabasta. Suddenly, as if recalling something important, he looked at Morse with a serious demeanor. Morse, if possible, do not concern yourself with Crocodile's identity as one of the 7 warlords. Noticing the look of confusion on Morse's face, he continued, I can represent the government to revoke his status as a warlord. His recent actions have crossed the lines set by the world government. I will contact the commander shortly to synchronize with the Navy headquarters regarding this revocation. Are you serious, Nero? Since when has the world government shown such concern for the rebellion of its affiliates? Morse teased, guessing that Nero had indeed discovered Alabasta's secret. However, he paid little mind to it, as the intricacies of history held no value for him. It's settled then. I will reach out to my commander and report the situation here. From this point onward, everything will be entrusted to you, Morse. With that, he swiftly departed. Eager to evade any further inquiries from Morse that might lead to the revelation of the historical text, Morse gazed at his own reflection, pondering whether he had truly resorted to shaving. It seemed that the historical narrative held immense significance for the world government. Surely, that fellow Nar was destined for yet another promotion. And I wonder which position he shall ascend to upon our next encounter. Perched atop the highest point of the ruins, with the 1,000 cherry blossoms resting in his embrace, he drew upon a cigarette, casting his gaze across the distant desert. Within the realm of observation, he occasionally sensed the skirmishes involving the Straw Hat Pirates. Exhaling a plume of smoke, as if to himself, he murmured, What a lively scene. Are you not inclined to assist your subordinates, Mr. Sir Crocodile of the 7 warlords? If a mere band of fledgling pirates cannot handle themselves, what kind of ineptitude qualifies them as my subordinates? In the air, not far from Morse, a swirl of dust gradually coalesced into the figure of Crocodile, who exhaled a cloud of smoke while maintaining an expression devoid of emotion. However, contrary to the calm facade he presented, his inner turmoil was palpable. This troublesome individual had yet to depart, and his gaze frequently drifted towards the ruins of the palace, as if in search of something. I am in a rather good mood right now, so keep your distance and do not disturb me. Morse did not even spare him a glance, merely releasing a smoke ring into the sky. You insolent fool. Humph. Just as Crocodile was about to unleash his fury, he suddenly recalled the recent confrontation, realizing that the wounds on his body had yet to heal. Ultimately, he merely huffed in irritation before gradually dissipating into sand. Contemplating that once he discovered the whereabouts of the Underworld King, he would ensure Morse paid dearly for this encounter. Morse, knowing that Crocodile would ultimately be defeated by Luffy, pondered the futility of exerting himself unnecessarily. Why labor intensively when he could simply await Crocodile's downfall and seize the spoils effortlessly? After all, the final accolades would remain unchanged regardless. With this thought, Morse leisurely lit a cigarette. Has the confrontation concluded? It appears that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Straw Hat Pirates have emerged victorious. What will you do next, Crocodile? The unfolding events had already transcended Crocodile's control the moment Morse and Gnarl arrived. The unexpected destruction of the palace, coupled with Cobra's safety, prevented a direct confrontation between the Alabasta Royal Guards and the rebel forces led by Kosh. This disruption rendered Crocodile's carefully arranged Baroque Works members unable to instigate chaos and ignite war. It seems matters have spiraled beyond your grasp, Mr. President. What course shall you chart now? Robin's voice, now a source of irritation to Crocodile, echoed in his mind, and he too desired an answer. It appears the time has come to resort to his last resort. Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day, have the explosives been prepared? Instruct them to act upon my signal. At this juncture, the only option left is to confront that old codger, Cobra, directly. With that, he he transformed into a swirling cloud of sand, hastening toward Cobra's location. Beep, beep, beep. Morse retrieved the exclusive transponder snail gifted by Akainu before his departure. Moses, what commands do you have for me? I am currently quite occupied, engaged in a fierce battle against the rebels. If there is nothing urgent, I shall hang up. He waved the phone in the air, attempting to mimic his swift movement. You imbecile, hold the transponder snail properly. Do you not see it is on the verge of fainting? Akainu bellowed in frustration, having noticed an increase in his irritation since appointing this fool as his aide. This time, he felt utterly foolish. I forgot that the transponder snail could synchronize expressions. My apologies, old man. Pray tell, is there a new development regarding the mission? Are we to assist the Shichibukai in eliminating the world government agents? That might prove a bit challenging, considering that fat fool still owes me money. Idiot. Listen closely. Akainu roared, demanding Morse to cease his nonsensical chatter. Understood. I shall remain silent while you speak. Seemingly sensing Akainu's wrath, Morse promptly settled down, resembling an obedient schoolboy. There has been a change in the mission. I have just received word from the world government, ordering the capture of Shichibukai Crocodile. Lieutenant Morse, you are to apprehend him, regardless of the circumstances. Understood, old man. Do you have any additional instructions? If not, I must attend to my extra duties. He emphasized the phrase extra duties. Morse, if possible, gather more information about the situation. Additionally, it is imperative that no mistakes occur. Sengoku has reached an agreement with the world government. Should we successfully capture Crocodile, we will no longer be required to assist the allied nations in suppressing the revolutionaries. Thus, I entrust everything to you. Do not let me down. Akainu's tone turned gravely serious, as the success of this mission was crucial, determining the Navy's direction for the coming year, even 3 years ahead. I understand, old man. I have a general idea of the situation. I will provide you with a detailed report upon my return. For now, I shall focus on resolving the crocodile issue. Morse, lost in thought, realized that Gnarl's identity was indeed extraordinary, prompting the world government to swiftly assign a mission to the Navy. It appeared that future collaborations could continue. With this thought, he rose to his feet, dusted off his trousers, and set off in the direction of Crocodile. Chapter 44, Crocodile's Defeat. Hold on. Don't be so hasty, young Morse. That was indeed a call from Admiral Akainu, exuding an impressive aura. Is that not Admiral Gnarl? Your efficiency is commendable. Do you have further instructions? Morse feigned surprise as he gazed at Gnarl. Do not jest. Let us wait a moment longer, for they are bound to arrive shortly. Why exert ourselves unnecessarily? Morse, I presume, had an inkling of the situation. Crocodile's aim was precisely the historical text safeguarded by the Alabasta Kingdom throughout generations. After a moment's hesitation, he finally articulated, consider this a personal favor owed to you. Assist me in obstructing them. The directive from above is unequivocal. Crocodile must not acquire the imprints of the historical text. Gnarl, adopting a feigned nonchalance, seemed to suggest that this matter posed no burden to Morse. Understood. The world government is indeed a nuisance. Keep a watchful eye. And do not forget to summon me when they arrive. Observing Morse resuming his seat, Gnarl chuckled amiably, yet inwardly he couldn't help but ponder. Wasn't it said that the news of this historical text was known to no one? Why does it now seem that everyone is aware? What kind of ruler is Cobra? Governing a nation poorly and unable to safeguard its secrets? No wonder turmoil has erupted. Meanwhile, Crocodile had once again bested the confident Luffy, simultaneously inciting chaos among the Baroque Works members, leading to a climactic confrontation between the Royal Guards and the rebels. Seizing this opportunity, Crocodile abducted Cobra and, after a thorough interrogation, made his way towards the underground palace where the historical text resided, accompanied by both Cobra and Robin. Vivi, intent on pursuing Crocodile to rescue her father, found herself confronted with the chaotic clash of palace guards and rebels. Thus, she entrusted Luffy, who had just replenished his strength, with the task of rescuing her father while she chose to remain and assist Koza in quelling the conflict. In her heart, she fervently prayed that the Straw Hat Pirates would dismantle the timed explosives set by Baroque Works, ensuring her father's safety. At last, they have arrived. Let us proceed. Gnarl called to Morse, leading the way to uncover the secrets guarded by the Alabasta royal family for generations. As Gnarl's figure vanished from sight, Morse rose once more, leisurely making his way toward the ruins' rear. Upon reaching the back of the ruins, he found Crocodile and Cobra just as they unveiled the hidden door leading to the underground palace. What a fortunate coincidence. Encountering you again, Crocodile. Apologies, but this time I cannot allow you to escape so easily. With a beaming smile, Morse greeted Crocodile, entirely disregarding Cobra and Nico Robin standing nearby. For reasons unknown, a surge of anger suddenly welled up within Crocodile, accompanied by a crow-like sneer. You truly are a persistent specter. If that is the case, let us settle this here. With that, he unleashed a massive sword of sand towards Morse. Simultaneously, he instructed Robin, take this old man Cobra and descend first. Once I have dealt with this Navy nuisance, I shall join you. He activated his sand transformation, instantly appearing behind Morse, his right hand seizing Morse by the ankle. Die now. White Snake, remember in your next life not to meddle. The ground cracked swiftly, and Morse, as anticipated, disintegrated into dust, scattered by the gentle breeze. Just as Crocodile pondered the ease with which he had dispatched Morse, a low murmur echoed from behind him. Destruction scene, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Turning around, he was met with a flurry of razor-sharp blades hurtling towards him. Crocodile exhaled a sigh of relief. This was more like it. How could he have thought Morse would be so easily vanquished? As he contemplated, he hastened to transform into sand, intending to sink into the earth to evade Morse's assault. Yet, his reaction was a fraction too slow, and several blades pierced through him before he could fully complete the transformation of his left arm. His body gradually reformed opposite Morse, and he glanced at the wound on his left arm that refused to heal. Before he could finish, Morse's figure flickered. One sword style. I cherry blossoms in full bloom. Slowly turning his head, he beheld Morse performing a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. Even more outrageous was the fact that Morse then produced a cigarette and lit it, an utterly unacceptable display, just as he was about to charge forward. Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his face as he looked down at his body. A deep gash, visible to the bone, had been carved across his chest from left to right, top to bottom. How did you? The moment the words left his lips, laden with profound confusion, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. What a troublesome adversary. Thankfully, that fat fool Neru provided accurate intelligence. Otherwise, I would have had to expend even more effort. Originally, when Null entrusted Morse with the task of thwarting Crocodile, he informed him that if Crocodile's body were to come into contact with water, he would temporarily lose his elemental abilities and his defenses would significantly diminish. At that moment, Morse could simply use Haki to strike him down. Thus, Morse employed the water Luffy form developed by Luffy, enveloping the blade of his Sakura Blossom sword with a layer of cherry blossoms, while simultaneously filling the space between the blossoms and the blade with seawater prepared in advance by Null. As the Sakura Blossom sliced through Crocodile, the blossoms were released, delivering a devastating blow to the sand crocodile. When the observation Haki enveloped the underground palace, sensing that Null was in no danger, Morse chose not to follow him down. He had faith that the astute Null would not find himself in peril. After the battle, he indulged in a cigarette, relishing the moment. Without a care for appearances, he sat beside Crocodile's incapacitated form, smoking. And the thought of returning to headquarters for a few days of well-deserved rest brought a wide grin to his face. Since being defeated by Dragon in 2 swift moves, Morse had learned to never underestimate any adversary. Regardless of whom he faced, he committed himself fully, never allowing for a moment's complacency. Had he not resorted to a few clever tactics, confronting Crocodile directly in the heart of the desert would have been a daunting challenge. Given Crocodile's mastery of the sand fruit, they might have been locked in battle for days until one of them exhausted their stamina. It became abundantly clear that one must never harbor even the slightest sense of complacency. The sea was fraught with perilous uncertainties, with countless hidden tricks awaiting discovery. Reflecting on his previous encounter with Dragon, Morse acknowledged that had he not allowed himself a moment of carelessness, he would not have been brought down so swiftly by such a formidable opponent. Casting another glance at Crocodile, he murmured to himself, "Old sand. Perhaps you should spend the next few years in impelled down reflecting on your choices. Next time, don't place so much faith in your fruit powers. You are no Kizaru." Morse has observed that since departing from the North Sea, the fruit users he has encountered, with the exception of Dragon, have exhibited an excessive faith in their abilities. This includes his own Admiral Akainu, who rarely employs Haki or physical combat techniques. Instead, they invariably rely on their powers to initiate confrontation, subsequently resorting to sheer physical endurance. In the absence of abilities that can counteract one another, the outcome hinges solely on whose stamina prevails in the depth of their fruit's development. As he finished his cigarette and prepared to light another, Morse's observation Haki suddenly detected the presence of Luffy, along with Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day from the Baroque works atop the Alba Clock Tower, poised to activate timed explosives. It appears that Crocodile has anticipated his plan's failure and devised a contingency. None of these rascals are ever a source of comfort. After careful consideration, Morse resolved to act. Hey, fatty, this is your responsibility now. I must attend to something urgent. He shouted down the underground passage, indifferent to whether Gnarl heard him, before seizing Crocodile and swiftly dashing toward the clock tower using Shuanpa. With a resounding thud, he struck Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, who were engrossed in idle chatter atop the clock tower, with his sheathed sword, the Sakura, rendering them unconscious without so much as a moment's notice. Truly, one cannot underestimate the team of the Destined One. Even with the plan hastened, they still managed to find us. Hearing the footsteps echoing from within the clock tower, Morse immediately deduced that it was the Straw Hat Pirates. As he anticipated, the newcomers were Zoro and Usopp in search of a sharpshooter. Greetings. Would you care to join me for a smoke? Morse beheld the figures of two individuals, panting and out of breath, and greeted them with a cheerful wave. Observing the figure clad in white, adorned with a straw hat, alongside the fallen crocodile and Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, the two momentarily failed to recognize Morse, mistakenly believing him to be a guard from the palace who had arrived before them. Usopp, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, it seems the situation has been resolved. What splendid news! Zoro, look at that fellow on the ground. Could it be Crocodile? How has he been dealt with? Are the guards from Vivi's family truly this formidable? As he spoke, his expression gradually stiffened, his voice diminishing to a whisper, until he trembled and uttered, You aren't a member of the Navy, are you? As he spoke, he grasped Zoro's arm and turned to flee. Truly, Usopp's perceptive abilities are remarkable. Despite his own lack of murderous intent, he still sensed the imminent danger. Morse did not pursue the two individuals. To this day, his mission has been accomplished with great satisfaction. With a gentle leap, he perched atop the bell tower. Observing the chaotic clash between the guards and the rebels below, devoid of any inclination to intervene. The so-called mercy and maternal sentiments had long been cast aside through relentless battles with pirates. Everyone, cease your hostilities. Gaka, Kosha, let us lay down our weapons. Chapter 45. A perfect curtain call indeed, like father, like daughter. She, much like that rascal Kabura, adheres to the governance philosophy of to love the people as one's own children. The nation is the people. Morse, leaning against the clock tower with a cigarette in hand, gazed down below. Initially, he had no intention of intervening in this conflict. However, upon witnessing the distant sight of Dashki and her naval forces, tightly encircled by the Baroque works masquerading guards, he reconsidered. Indeed, one mustn't owe favors to others. Uncertain if this could be deemed over time, he mused that it was truly a troublesome farce. Scatter, thousand cherry blossoms. Draw your blade. Release. His movements flowed like water, and thousand cherry blossoms struck like a bolt of lightning at the heart of the battlefield. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Everyone was startled by this sudden noise, instinctively halting their actions. In that fleeting moment, the source of the sound revealed thousand cherry blossoms, erupting like a fountain, showering the sky with petals that gently descended, creating a breathtaking rain of cherry blossoms that enveloped the entire battlefield. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to this extraordinarily beautiful spectacle, and many, captivated by the enchanting cherry blossom rain, momentarily forgot to engage their adversaries. Is it raining? A curious soul reached out to catch a drifting blossom. As the cherry blossoms fell, accompanied by a soft melody, some petals accelerated, piercing through the bodies of each Baroque work member like sharp blades. Hey, is that Princess Vivi? Morse declared. The members of Baroque Works and the explosives have been dealt with. The remaining situation is yours to manage. Startled from her reverie by the voice, Vivi looked up at the figure clad in white atop the clock tower. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, Is this the guardian my father left for the kingdom? Truly, he brings the same sense of reassurance as Captain Luffy. Please, trust me once again. The individuals just attacked are pirates. If you doubt, examine their arms. Each bears the tattoo of a pirate. Vivi, regaining her composure, seized the moment of their hesitation to proclaim loudly, I assure you, the kingdom will once again welcome the ring. I implore you all, place your faith in the royal family once more. Boom. In the face of these unfolding events, the combatants found themselves at a loss. At this moment, Princess Vivi, with tears in her eyes, conveyed her heartfelt plea to the nation's people. Instinctively, they followed her lead and checked the arms of those felled by the cherry blossoms. As expected, Each bore the emblematic tattoo of the pirate flag. Faced with this revelation, the crowd hesitated for a moment. Under the guidance of an elder, they collectively laid down their weapons, deciding to trust the royal family once more, just as they had unreservedly placed their faith in Cobra years ago. Vivi, you have truly grown. Kosha and Jaka stood not far away, gazing at Vivi with expressions of contentment. In the distance, Dashki observed the sudden downpour of cherry blossoms from the sky and began to speculate. Sure enough, as the blossoms fell and vanquished the enemies before her, she became increasingly convinced that Commander Morse had arrived. With a sigh of relief, she smiled brightly. Only to faint moments later. Corporal Dashki. The naval personnel surrounding Dashki immediately fell into a state of panic, hastily checking her condition. Morse gazed down upon the war that had just concluded, relishing a cigarette with a sense of gratification. This technique, the cherry blossom rain, was inspired by Doflamingo's birdcage and Akainu's meteor volcano, and he was eager to see its effect in action. Judging by the current outcome, the move was extraordinarily magnificent, with an immense AoE range and impressive results, hence his decision to indulge in a celebratory smoke. Thank you all. I vow in the name of the royal family to bring forth the rain anew across the entire kingdom, Vivi proclaimed, arms outstretched, her gaze lifted towards the heavens. As if in response to her oath, the sound of dripping began, drop by drop, until it culminated in a torrential downpour enveloping the kingdom. In that moment, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Princess Vivienne Cobra, truly believing in Vivi's promise and the return of the once great royal lineage. Morse extended his right hand and gently grasped the air, causing the 1,000 cherry blossoms to suddenly materialize in his grip. Sheathing his blade, he glanced at the raindrops lingering on his palm and smiled. Smoker, have you done well? It was revealed that upon hearing Cobra speak of the turmoil engulfing the royal palace, Smoker had deduced the fundamental cause behind Crocodile's orchestration of the citizens' rebellion. At the heart of Crocodile's scheme lay the dire lack of rainfall in Alabasta. Only the royal capital, Alyabarna, received adequate precipitation, while the other regions languished in perpetual drought, devoid of even a single drop of rain. This dire situation had rendered the populace unable to survive due to the scarcity of water. The root of this phenomenon was Crocodile's frequent deployment of the rain-inducing powder, dancing powder, within the capital, coupled with deliberate propaganda. This had sown seeds of resentment among the citizens. It is essential to understand that human emotions are elusive, and governing a nation is an intricate endeavor. Each individual's subconscious often harbors the notion that it is not the lack of resources that is troubling, but the inequity of their distribution. Crocodile adeptly exploited this sentiment to amplify the citizens' grievances, guiding their emotions to instigate minor conflicts that would culminate in a rebellion potent enough to topple the kingdom. Fortunately, the leader of the insurgents was Koza. Otherwise, Crocodile's plot might have reached fruition long before Luffy and his companions arrived. Smoker's solution was to reciprocate in kind, departing the palace to gather the dancing powder scattered throughout the kingdom. He intended to craft a colossal projectile from the collected powder and detonate it in the skies above the kingdom, thereby conjuring a miraculous downpour that would envelop the entire land. Meanwhile, the battle within the underground palace came to an end. Albeit with a twist, Nero was coerced into taking Crocodile's place, effortlessly subduing Nico Robin and engaging in the classic villain's downfall through excessive monologuing. This unwittingly provoked the hastily arriving destined hero, Luffy, who unleashed a furious onslaught, leaving Nero to lie quietly beside the historical texts, unconscious. Morse, of course, sensed the situation from the very beginning. However, upon realizing that Null was not in any mortal peril, he chose to disregard it. For he had long harbored a desire to give that fat fool Null a good beating. The subsequent events unfolded rather simply. Smoker, accompanied by the revived Tashigi, swiftly arrived at Morris's side, where they apprehended the fallen Crocodile and his subordinates with sea-stone handcuffs. Cobra, unscathed, was brought to Vivi, taking her place to deliver a captivating speech to the citizens of the kingdom. He fervently instilled in the populace the belief that by following in his footsteps, the nation would inevitably flourish even more than it had before the drought. After Morse arrived at Smog, he departed from the clock tower and made his way directly to the underground palace. He first took out a prepared piece of paper and made an impression of the historical text, intending to return it to Admiral Akainu in exchange for some vacation time. With a crisp series of slaps, he struck Gnarl a few times, only ceasing when he noticed Gnarl gradually regaining consciousness, his expression still one of dissatisfaction. "Fatty, what happened? How did you end up like this? Tell your brother." and I shall avenge you. Gnarl rubbed his stinging face and rolled his eyes, suspecting that Morse was the one responsible for his current state, clearly feigning ignorance. Yet what could he do? He couldn't possibly admit to being beaten by a rookie pirate fresh from the sea. After all, he was the acting head of the CP organization's mechanical division. Though only an interim leader, word of this would severely jeopardize his standing within CP. With no other option, he could only grumble, "It's nothing. I just got a bit too excited when I saw that the mission was nearly complete and was knocked out by falling debris from above." Morse could not contain himself, letting out a chuckle before hastily covering his mouth, nodding several times to signify his belief in the other's whimsical tale. Nall turned his gaze, scanning the surroundings, and noticed that the figures of Luffy and the others had vanished without a trace. He thought to himself that, fortunately, the historical text remained intact, marking this mission as a relatively successful endeavor. With this thought, he patted the scroll tucked within his bosom, relieved to find it still there. Little did he know that among the few individuals he had encountered, there was someone capable of deciphering the historical text. Observing Nall's relaxed demeanor, Morse surmised that he had yet to uncover Nico Robin's true identity. Otherwise, he would not appear so composed. "Let us depart. Since you are unharmed, it is best we leave this graveyard behind. It is not prudent to linger in such a place," Morse exclaimed as he seized Nall, lifting him as one would a chick, and dragged him outside. Chapter 46. Return Journey. In front of the ruins of the palace, Cobras hastily organized the guards to construct a makeshift palace. Morse, Smog, and Nall were seated upon hastily arranged wooden benches on either side, while Cobra presided at the center, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed upon them. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you gentlemen for driving away Crocodile, allowing our small nation to regain its former tranquility. This modest gift is but a token of our appreciation." Upon hearing Cobra refer to his realm as a small nation, the others exchanged incredulous glances. Alabasta was indeed one of the largest allied nations along the Grand Line's first half, and yet here he was, labeling it as insignificant. It seems the adage holds true: the wealthier one is, the more miserly they tend to be. This sentiment applies equally to a king, and judging by this, it appears that Cobra's private remuneration would not be substantial. Observing the eye rolls directed at him, Cobra remained unfazed, well aware of his circumstances. Before the outbreak of this conflict, he could have offered a far more generous sum, but now, the kingdom lay in a state of disrepair. Each individual's share of 30 million represented a mere fraction of the total spoil seized from Crocodile, amounting to only 1/10 of the gains. Even the reward bestowed upon the Straw Hat Pirates was a mere 50 million, a sum that left his daughter Vivi quite dissatisfied. Demonstrating the age-old truth, one cannot grasp the value of resources until they bear the weight of responsibility. Cobra mused internally, yet outwardly continued, "I recognize that this modest gift may not hold much significance for you esteemed officers, but it is all that we can presently offer. Mr. Nall, do you recall the matter we previously discussed?" Nall paused for a moment, contemplating, before responding with ease, "Indeed, our agreement remains in force." It was revealed that after Nall dealt with Robin, he intended to inscribe the historical text, yet Cobra had desperately intervened to prevent him from proceeding. Nall, aware of the precariousness of Cobra's position as a monarch of an allied nation, refrained from taking lethal action against him, recognizing that he could fall prey to pirates or even the Marines, but he must not perish at the hands of the world government CP agents. At least, that was the situation at present. Reluctantly, he found himself engaging in a cordial negotiation with Cobra, ultimately agreeing to forego the remuneration for the world government's support and this year's share of the heavenly gold. Morse and Smoker exhibited no interest whatsoever in the clandestine dealings between the two. The three individuals simultaneously unlatched the leather suitcase resting on the table, and their reactions upon discovering it brimming with berries were strikingly divergent. Morse remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of excitement. After all, he had recently triumphed in the rain banquet, winning 50 million berries, and this mere 30 million paled in comparison, evoking no particular thrill. In stark contrast, Smoker's response was the most pronounced. His expedition to Log Town had been orchestrated without the approval of his superiors, thus he bore the burden of all expenses personally. He had diverted a significant portion of the bounty accrued from capturing pirates over the past 2 years at the Log Town Navy branch. The sudden influx of 30 million berries was a timely resolution to his pressing financial woes, even leaving him with a surplus. Nall's eyes transformed into glimmering symbols of wealth at the very moment the suitcase was opened, embodying an insatiable greed. He had always been a man of avarice, and having just arrived in Alabasta only to lose all his savings in the rain. The prospect of acquiring such a substantial sum of berries sent him into a jubilant leap. He had initially planned to skim a portion of the rescue fee from Cobra to mitigate his recent losses, but due to the constraints of historical accuracy, that scheme had faltered. This unexpected 30 million, however, revitalized him entirely. Observing the reactions of the three men, Cobra exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he had outwardly feigned indifference to their disdainful glances, he harbored an undercurrent of anxiety, fully aware of their formidable capabilities. Should they feel dissatisfied, a minor act of defiance during their departure could jeopardize his hard-earned reputation. In this vast ocean, strength equates to everything. Securing the friendship of these three with such a modest sum would prove beneficial, both for the future of Alabasta and for his daughter Vivi's eventual ascension to the throne. We shall soon prepare a banquet in gratitude, and we kindly invite the three gentlemen to grace us with their presence, Cobra announced. Just as Nal was about to respond affirmatively, Morse tugged at him, casting a puzzled glance in Morse's direction, causing him to swallow his intended words. Morse lifted his suitcase and saluted Cobra with a military gesture. We appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for a thank you banquet. Since your esteemed nation no longer requires our assistance, we shall return home to fulfill our mission. At this moment, Morse appeared to have assumed the role of leader for both Smoker and Neru, making the unilateral decision to depart from Alabasta without seeking their opinions. Although Smoker and Neru felt somewhat displeased, they refrained from voicing their concerns, trusting that Morse had valid reasons for his declaration. Cobra opened his mouth, ultimately stating with resignation, I wish you gentlemen a safe journey and may you ascend to greater heights. Allow me to see you off. He respectfully escorted them out of the palace, only pausing when they reached the outskirts of Albana. Watching the receding figures of Morse, Smoker, Neru, and the Navy escorting Crocodile, Cobra finally wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a sense of relief. At that moment, Vivi emerged from the corner of the city gate, expressing her worry. Father, do you think they will not return? Her tone carried a hint of anxiety, as her friends from the Straw Hat Pirates had yet to depart. She had been concerned that Smoker might discover her companions, which would place both her and her father in a precarious situation. Observing the worried expression on his beloved daughter's face, he gently unfurrowed Vivi's brow, reassuring her, Do not fret, my princess. Those gentlemen are astute individuals, especially that Whitesnake fellow, who has undoubtedly recognized Luffy and his crew but chooses not to reveal it. Then, with excitement, he continued, It appears we have a truly understanding Navy officer. Come, let us prepare a grand feast for Luffy and his friends to express our gratitude for their assistance in overcoming this calamity. Perhaps it was an inclination to favor those who aided him. Cobra held a greater affinity for Luffy as Straw Hat Pirates than for Morse and his companions. Thus the banquet was originally intended to honor Luffy and his crew, with Morse and the others merely receiving a symbolic invitation. Alabasta, Canola Flower. Morse and Gnarl placed their petite vessel upon Smog's warship and boarded the fleet together. Gnarl, having endured the journey in silence, could no longer contain himself once aboard the ship. Dear Morse, why did you pull me away? I have yet to savor the opulence of the royal banquet. What a pity indeed. Morse, feeling a profound disinterest, reluctantly retorted, Are you waiting to be chased away after pocketing the money? Did you not just catch sight of that band of pirates? As far as I know, their princess, Vivi, is also among them. Are you planning to capture her as well when you encounter her? Having accomplished your mission and received such a handsome reward, why linger here for a banquet? How on earth did you manage to reach your current position? Upon hearing Morse's explanation, Null suddenly realized, that's why I couldn't find the scoundrel who struck me earlier. In a moment of candor, he inadvertently revealed his own misfortune, quickly adding, Haha, I meant the group of pirates I defeated. My excitement got the better of me. Commander Smoker, I wonder how your chef skills compare to those of the palace chefs. I'm quite famished. Could you please have him whip up something for us? Smoker, puffing on a cigar, had no inclination to engage with Gnarl. Their previous encounters in Logtown had been frequent. While he did not harbor any animosity towards the loquacious and portly Gnarl, neither did he hold any fondness for him. They were merely acquaintances. Fearing Gnarl would lapse into his verbose tendencies, Smoker quickly barked, Silence. I'll call you when the meal is ready. If you utter another word, you can swim back on your own. The ship, Dasky, set sail towards the naval headquarters. Morse smiled gently, truly embodying the saying that one thing conquers another. It appeared that the rotund Gnarl had often found himself at the mercy of Smoker. Thank you. Morse said, as Smoker approached him, his tone somewhat awkward. Smoker mistakenly believed that Morse had chosen to spare Luffy and his companions this time for his sake. Previously, he had mentioned to Morse that it was Luffy's crew who had saved his life, and he expressed his intention to repay the favor for their courageous rescue in the Rain Banquet's basement. This time, he felt he had fulfilled that debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Morse merely lit a cigarette and nodded. His motivations were not rooted in concern for Smoker, rather. He found the pursuit of Luffy to be an exceedingly troublesome endeavor. In light of this, he pondered the necessity of complicating his own schedule. As for Smoker's misunderstanding, it was of little consequence. After all, it could serve as leverage in the future. Meanwhile, Smoker's fleet sped across the sea. Concurrently, Luffy and his companions were partaking in a grand banquet, graciously hosted by Cobra and Vivi. Chapter 47. Submission of the historical text. The journey home for Morse and his companions was remarkably smooth. They encountered neither pirate raids nor insurrections from the kingdom, and they returned to headquarters with ease. Nal had long since disembarked at a nearby CP branch, making his way to the Red Continent to deliver the copies of the historical texts. As Morse, Smoker, and Tashigi disembarked at the naval headquarters, their footing barely stable. They were approached by a strikingly beautiful colonel with flowing pink hair, draped in a cloak. She feigned surprise at encountering Smoker. "What a coincidence to see you here," she exclaimed. Tina, a colonel of the Navy and a user of the barrier fruit, was a contemporary of Smoker's. Morse, a lieutenant from the North Blue, now serves as Admiral Akainu's aide. I trust you will look after him during his time here. Smoker, with a cigar in hand and an expression akin to that of a dead fish, displayed no hint of surprise upon seeing Tina, merely offering a succinct introduction of their party. Tina, intrigued, remarked, "So you are the new aide to Admiral Akainu, the world government worker. You are even more handsome than your portrait." Her initial disdain for him had dissipated. With a puzzled expression, Morse replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but could you clarify what you mean by world government worker?" Tina smiled enigmatically, covering her mouth with a laugh. "You'll find out soon enough. Where have you just returned from?" "I was in Lowtown recently and did not see you there." Her curiosity piqued. Smoker, with an expression that conveyed indifference, proceeded toward the headquarters building to report in. Morse chuckled softly and shook his head, offering no explanation as he followed closely behind. Leaning in toward Smoker, he whispered playfully, "Commander Smoker, don't you fear a lifetime of singleness for treating a beauty this way? Mind your own business, world government lackey," Smoker retorted with a sidelong glance, rendering Morse momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Tina and Dasky walked intimately together, whispering secrets that were punctuated by peals of melodious laughter. Each time Morse turned his head, Dasky would shyly cover her cheeks with her hands. "What? You actually captured Crocodile?" Tina exclaimed in genuine surprise, her voice rising before she noticed the gazes of those around her and resumed her conversation with Dasky in hushed tones. Thanks to Tina, they encountered no interruptions along the way, and the group swiftly arrived at the headquarters building. Upon reaching the entrance, they parted ways, each returning to their respective duties. Tina proceeded directly to the office of the Admiral to report to Sengoku on the specifics of the suppression of the Revolutionary Army. Smoker, on the other hand, made his way to Admiral Aokiji's office, hoping to seek assistance in managing the consequences of his unauthorized actions. Upon discovering Aokiji was absent, he turned and headed straight to Sengoku's office. Morse naturally made his way to Admiral Akainu's office. In truth, had he not been summoned to the headquarters by Smoker, he would have undoubtedly returned to his quarters for a well-deserved rest. After all, it was already 6:30 p.m., well past the end of the workday. Without so much as a knock, he forcefully swung open the door to Akainu's office. To his surprise, the old man was absent. "I shall return tomorrow then," Morse declared without a glance, preparing to close the door and depart. It seemed he had merely come to register his presence, just in case Akainu sought him out the following day. "Get back here, you old fool," Akainu bellowed, disregarding the suppressed laughter from Rocco nearby. "Ah, so you were here after all. I apologize. I've been worn out by the sun and wind these past few days, and my eyes have grown weary. I truly didn't notice your presence." Morse, with a playful smile, turned back and observed Rocco, who was struggling to suppress his laughter. "Rocco, you rascal, what is so amusing? You seem to have quite a leisurely schedule lately. How can you still find time to laugh? It's late, and yet you have the old man working overtime. What sort of secretary are you?" Rocco, wearing an innocent facade, dared not retort, his smile quickly transforming into an awkward grimace. "Boss, you have returned. Was your journey successful?" I have procured a few fine bottles of wine for us to celebrate your safe return tonight. However, upon noticing the increasingly furious expression on Akainu's face, Rocco's voice dwindled, eventually becoming inaudible. Stop lingering about and swiftly deliver those documents. Hearing Akainu's command, Rocco grabbed the files and dashed out, playfully gesturing as though to suggest an evening rendezvous as he passed by Morse. Now, let us discuss the details of this mission. Shortly, I shall report to the warlord of the Sengoku. Morse casually approached Akainu, lifted the teapot from the table, and took a sip. The flavor was rather weak. Old man, why have you become so miserly? You can hardly spare any tea leaves. What are you saving all that salary for? Is it to pass it on to me as an inheritance? Watch your tone, old man. Noticing the magma surging from Akainu's left hand, Morse nervously swallowed a few times. Let us remain calm. We have matters to discuss. Resorting to violence won't resolve anything, especially not with me. Morse initially intended to ramble on, but the increasingly grim expression on Akainu's face quickly silenced him. He straightened his posture, feigning seriousness to report on his work, but as he began to speak, his true nature emerged. Actually, it's not a significant issue. It's just that Crocodile has grown bored of being one of the Shichibukai and wishes to assume a new identity. He has heard from some fool that the vast desert of Alabasta is perfect for his sand fruit abilities. Moreover, Alabasta is a renowned nation, and the king is quite inept. Feeling parched, Morse lifted the teapot for another sip before continuing. This situation offers him the perfect trifecta of timing, location, and opportunity, truly a dream come true. He intends to usurp the throne, first overthrowing Cobra, and then crafting a heroic persona for himself to ascend to the throne. Akainu did not respond to Morse's nonchalant demeanor and, after listening, lowered his head in contemplation. You've done well this time. The world government has given you rare commendation, and we shall reward you accordingly. Along with your success in capturing Crocodile, it is likely that you will be announced for a promotion to the rank of colonel tomorrow. Remember to prepare for that tonight. For now, accompany me to the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku to report. Morse wore a disappointed expression after all the commotion. It turned out to be merely a premature promotion. He had hoped for a remarkable leap to the rank of Major General. Envisioning himself as the youngest Major General in history, what a delightful thought. He could then apply for a post in the New World. Far removed from the reach of the Emperor, enjoying the freedom to leave work whenever he pleased. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Morse rummaged through his pockets, searching for something for quite a while. Akainu observed the growing collection of cigarettes, berries, lighters, and various candies accumulating on the table, his forehead furrowing with increasing displeasure. Just as he intended to reprimand Morse, the latter triumphantly produced a crumpled ball of paper from his pocket and tossed it towards Akainu as if discarding refuse. What is this, thrown at me like garbage? Akainu managed to suppress his anger, receiving it with a look of disdain. It's a rubbing of the historical text. I suspect that Crocodile's primary objective revolves around it. Furthermore, it was only after the world government acquired this rubbing that they decided to waive Alabasta's request for aid and a year's worth of celestial gold. It appears to be quite significant, though I cannot decipher the characters or comprehend its meaning. Hence, I discreetly made a copy and brought it back. Akainu's demeanor shifted, his tone growing grave. Does anyone know you made a copy? No one is aware. The agents of the world government were already incapacitated when I took the rubbing. Rest assured, old man, you needn't worry about my competence. But what could be so important that it warrants your caution? Akainu's tone was curt. I cannot read it either. But it certainly seems troublesome. Let us hand it directly to Sengoku. After meticulously arranging the crumpled rubbing, he added, come with me to see the fleet admiral. He cast a disapproving glance at Morse, bemused that such a crucial item was treated like refuse. Chapter 48. Drinking and attacking the teacher UVE arrived. Sakazuki Morse. Sengoku greeted Sakazuki and Morse with a hint of amusement in his voice, as Morse instinctively reached for the teapot on the desk of Admiral Sengoku. Intending to sip some tea, he was abruptly seized by Akainu. After a moment of surprise, he realized he was not in his father's office and promptly saluted Sengoku with a formal military gesture, reporting to the Admiral. Navy Lieutenant Morse has completed his mission and is here to report. There's no need for such formality. You performed admirably this time, Sengoku replied, his tone warm. Both the world government and the king of Alabasta have expressed their high praise for you, especially with the capture of that scoundrel Crocodile. This will certainly instill a sense of caution in the others, reminding them that the title of warlord is not without its limitations. Listening to Sengoku's commendations, Morse would have taken the opportunity to discuss the possibility of a few days off, were it not for Akainu's presence beside him. It was merely my duty, Admiral. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I just returned, and my father hasn't even allowed me a meal. Sengoku looked taken aback, perplexed at Morse's thoughts of dining at such a time, reminiscent of that rascal Garp. Just the thought of Garp gave him a headache. That troublemaker was far from compliant in the New World, and had it not been for the intervention of Little Hawk, they would have already received complaints from the world government. Akainu, now sitting upright, delivered a sharp punch to Morse, urging him to silence himself and avoid making a fool of his own self. Morse has also made some additional findings during this mission. You should take a look at how to handle them. He then handed Sengoku the folder in his hand. This contains a rubbing of historical texts from Alabasta. And according to our analysis, this historical document should be the true target of Crocodile and the world government. After relaying Morse's analysis, Akainu added, Why is it all wrinkled? Sengoku inquired, gazing at the rubbing that Akainu had presented. Morse hastily glanced at the ceiling, remaining silent, and fortunately, Sengoku did not pursue the matter further. It seems we shall have to wait for Xiaohe and the others to return so that we may discuss it together. Morse, the promotion ceremony to Colonel, along with the bestowal of medals, will take place tomorrow. Do remember to attend punctually. Yes, I assure you I will be there on time. Marshal Sengoku, may I take my leave now? He inquired, feigning a look of urgency as if starved and eager to dine. Sengoku could only nod in resignation, granting him permission to depart. As Moles observed Sengoku's nod, he swiftly took flight, fearing that Akainu would detain him. Sengoku and Akainu exchanged glances, rendered speechless by his hasty retreat. Sakazuki, did you inform him that he is to participate in this session of the elite training camp tomorrow afternoon? Not yet. But I shall notify him promptly. I will request teacher Zifa to instruct him thoroughly on how to become a competent Navy officer. Akainu paused momentarily at the mention of Zifa's name. Despite their ideological differences and lack of mutual recognition, Akainu harbored a deep respect for Zifa. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Moles hurriedly made his way to Rocco, who had just completed some paperwork. Let's go grab a bite. The workday is over, he said, tugging Rocco along without a hint of authority. Wait, boss, let me go grab the wine first. I must tell you the other day, someone commissioned Admiral Akainu to handle a document for me. But rest assured, I did not engage in any misconduct. I merely placed that fellow's document on top, allowing Admiral Sakazuki to review it first. Observing Mole's expression that suggested he had engaged in some underhanded dealings, Rocco hastily clarified. After retrieving the wine, the two encountered Smoker, Tina, and Tashiji, who were also on their way to dine. They decided to share a table, as they were all familiar faces. The group reveled in conversation and drink at the restaurant, indulging until the midnight hour, had it not been for Rocco's awareness of Mole's impending promotion ceremony the following day. He would have likely allowed Moles to continue drinking until he lost consciousness once more, risking Akainu's wrath. Thus, at the promotion ceremony the next day, Moles arrived, reeking of alcohol and stumbling as he completed the ceremony in a state of inebriation. When Sengoku presented him with the medal, Moles found the process tedious and, not waiting for Sengoku to finish, snatched the medal from his hands, resulting in a rather humorous debacle. Consequently, he garnered yet another title, Drunken Colonel, in addition to White Snake in World Government Employee, which made him hesitant to venture out for drinks for quite some time. Later that afternoon, still under the influence, he floated into the elite training camp, only to be caught red-handed by the chief instructor, Black Arm Zifa, who was conducting inspections at the entrance. Get yourself together. This is the Navy elite training camp, not a venue for your drunken antics. Zephyr beheld the swaying figure of Morse, his expression instantly darkening as he erupted in fury, declaring his intent to seize him and plunge him into a bucket of water to sober him up. Yet, in his half-drunken stupor, Morse would not indulge Zephyr. Instinctively, he employed a swift movement to evade Zephyr's grasp. Zephyr momentarily froze, uncertain whether Morse was genuinely inebriated. As he remained lost in thought, Morse's unsteady form suddenly lunged forward, accelerating to deliver a playful blow to Zephyr's forehead, muttering, "If you lose, you must drink. Otherwise, I'll strike you." Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, further igniting Zephyr's fury. In an instant, his dark, armed hockey enveloped his fist, and he struck down towards Morse's head with great force. Witnessing this, Zephyr's disciples shouted in unison, "Master Zephyr, please calm your anger. This is the training camp, and that lad is merely a student." They rushed forward, eager to intercept their master's wrath. Clang. Before they could reach him, Morse swiftly unsheathed his 1,000 cherry blossoms, blocking Zephyr's furious punch. However, the force of Zephyr's blow was not easily withstood. Morse was sent stumbling back several meters, coughing painfully as his senses began to sharpen. Before he could fully recollect the events that transpired, he saw Zephyr charging at him once more, this time with a composed demeanor, merely seeking to gauge the extent of Morse's strength. The fist, imbued with armed haki, loomed ever closer. Morse skillfully enveloped his blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, with the formidable haki of armament. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he advanced rather than retreating, striking towards Zephyr's fist with fierce intent. In that moment, the two engaged in a brutal exchange of blows, eschewing elaborate techniques for a raw and straightforward brawl. The resounding clashes echoed throughout the elite training camp, soon capturing the attention of Sengoku and Akainu. However, by the time they arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Initially, Morse found himself on the defensive, occasionally seizing the opportunity to strike during Zephyr's moments of exertion, though each attempt was effortlessly thwarted by Zephyr. As the skirmish progressed, Morse grew increasingly invigorated, the effects of alcohol dissipating, and his condition improved slightly. Nevertheless, he dared not be the first to withdraw. For it was the first day of school, and he had already made the grave error of drinking and confronting a teacher. Such actions would invariably lead to dire consequences, with teachers making his life miserable. Therefore, he resolved to continue down this reckless path, feigning inebriation to allow Zephyr a chance to vent his frustrations. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment of sobriety, Zephyr had already taken notice. After all, Morse's movements became more fluid and his control over power and momentum significantly refined once he regained clarity. In fact, thereafter, he evaded Zephyr's blows entirely, seizing the opportunity to strike during a moment of hesitation as Sengoku and Akainu approached. With a swift motion, he struck Zephyr with the back of his blade before darting over to Akainu, peering curiously at Zephyr while playfully sticking out his tongue, entirely disregarding the menacing glare directed his way. Chapter 49. The teachings of teacher Zephyr. Akainu observed Morse, battered and bruised, with no trace of sympathy. Instead, feeling a sense of exhilaration akin to that of a scorching summer day, quenched by a refreshing gulp of ice-cold beer. He had long harbored a desire to thrash Morse, for ever since Morse had taken on the role of his aide. He felt his blood pressure had risen several degrees due to the constant vexation. Morse was utterly oblivious to Akainu's facial expression, otherwise he would not have sought refuge behind him as he did. Ahem. Zephyr, what transpired? Sengoku, unable to bear the sight any longer, inquired, simultaneously dispersing the gathering of onlookers among the Navy. It is nothing significant, merely assessing the students' capabilities on the first day of school. After all, I intend to tailor my teaching to their individual needs this year. As he spoke, a broad smile adorned his face as he regarded Morse, almost implying, just you wait. I shall impart my knowledge upon you. At that moment, Murston was startled, resembling a timid little wife, as he timidly addressed Akainu. Sir, might I request to graduate directly? I believe I am entirely unfit for this elite training camp. Perhaps the opportunity would be better suited for someone more capable, like Rocco. Without a moment's hesitation, Akainu seized Murston and, as if tossing a mere ball, threw him towards Zephyr. Zephyr, this lad is now under your tutelage. I trust you will guide him well. Observing Akainu's rare request, Zephyr cast a contemplative glance at Murston. You need not voice your concerns. I would have proceeded in the same manner, he replied. Now, if there is nothing else, you two may leave this place. I still have the academy assessments to conduct. With that, he ushered Sengoku, Akainu, and the others out of the training camp. Close the door. No unauthorized personnel are permitted inside. Bins, take this group to the playground for a 50-kilometer weighted run. They shall not rest until it is completed. No sooner had he finished speaking than Murston dashed toward the playground, swiftly donning the prepared weights, eager to commence his run. Murston, is it? You need not partake in such elementary training. Come with me, Zephyr called out, a broad smile gracing his face as he halted the enthusiastic Murston. Morse wore a face of concern. Had he not known he could not flee, he would have likely vanished without a trace by now. Hiki, teacher Zephyr. I encountered a few friends yesterday and, rather inadvertently, indulged a bit too much in drink, which is why I am behaving so recklessly. Please, do not hold it against me. As he spoke, he began to massage Zephyr's shoulders, embodying the demeanor of a sycophant. Zephyr did not object, allowing Morse to continue, even closing his eyes to relish the experience. Morse rolled his eyes, but upon noticing Zephyr's apparent inclination to awaken, he quickly restored his smile and pressed on with greater fervor. Enough. There is no need to curry favor with me. I am not so petty. After teasing Morse for quite some time, Zephyr finally allowed him to cease his actions. He guided Morse to the podium, observing the Navy already commencing their drills. Morse, how would you assess yourself? You are unlike these individuals below. They genuinely require this opportunity to enhance their abilities. Oh, Master Zephyr, are you complimenting me? Yet, why do I feel no joy at all? Morse first expressed his disdain before reclining backward, gazing at the cerulean sky. To be candid, Zephyr, I too am uncertain of the extent of my prowess. A few months ago, I was merely a humble sailor from the Northern Sea, unfamiliar with the formidable titans of this vast ocean. Yet, it is fair to assert that I have encountered no rivals in the Northern Sea. He paused momentarily, reflecting on an encounter during a recent mission with Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How shall I put it? We engaged in combat for an extended duration, and although it lasted quite some time, I felt no pressure whatsoever. Indeed, there was an overwhelming sensation that with just a modicum of seriousness, I could easily vanquish him. It was from that moment onward that I became confidently convinced of my ability to roam the seas without restraint. Morse's tone suddenly grew somber, tinged with a hint of despondency. It was not until I encountered Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army in Rogue Town, that I faced utter defeat in just 2 rounds. Although I was somewhat careless at that moment, I am well aware that even had I been more cautious, the outcome would have remained unchanged. At best, I would have merely prolonged the confrontation with Dolak. Suddenly, he sat up straight, gazing intently at Zifa. Not long ago, I effortlessly apprehended Crocodile, another warlord of the sea. His tone conveyed a sense of uncertainty. I am presently unsure of my standing in terms of strength. Akainu remarked that my swordsmanship has barely reached the level of a great swordsman. However, I have never dueled one, so I cannot ascertain this myself. As for my devil fruit ability, the Hana no Mi, you may be familiar with its nature, which lacks any offensive capabilities. Currently, I have managed to develop it to a point where it can serve to eliminate minor adversaries, which isn't too shabby. Morse refrained from disclosing to Zifa that his Sakura fruit, combined with the 1,000 cherry blossoms technique, has transcended the mere classification of a typical flower fruit. Regarding Haki, I cannot articulate it clearly. My observation Haki can encompass a small island, while my armament Haki can withstand a beating from Akainu. Listening to Morse as he vented his frustrations regarding his own abilities, Zifa remained silent, wearing a gentle smile as he absorbed the words. Once Morse finished, Zifa inquired with a smile, "Do you have any specific goals, such as challenging Mihawk to become the world's greatest swordsman, defeating Whitebeard to claim the title of the strongest man, or perhaps taking down Sengoku to become the new fleet admiral?" At the mention of the first 2 aspirations, Morse appeared somewhat hopeful, but the last suggestion of defeating Sengoku to ascend to the position of fleet admiral startled him. Becoming an admiral? That was a path he wished to avoid, as it would entail endless hours confined to an office, ultimately leading to a fate akin to his previous life, working himself to death. Observing the look of sheer terror on Morse's face as he shook his head, Zifa mistakenly interpreted the reaction as a concern over Sengoku's potential retribution. He gently patted Morse on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Fear not, for Sengoku, Akainu, and I have all traversed this path, nurturing our aspirations to become admirals, fleet admirals, and even commanders of the entire military. As the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a worthy soldier." Realizing that Zifa had misunderstood his intent, Morse offered no explanation, merely nodding dismissively. "I have no particular ambitions. If I were to voice them, you might find them lacking. Initially, I joined the Navy solely to enhance my chances of survival, and even now, my aim remains the same. Yet, while I strive to live, I also find it convenient to rid the seas of some of the scum that plagues it." "Ah, I see. That is indeed sufficient," Zifa remarked. "In that case, would you be open to hearing the old man's advice?" His tone shifted to one of seriousness. "You jest, Master Zifa. I would be more than willing to hear your thoughts. Please, proceed." Morse sincerely responded to Zephyr's inquiry. "Human energy is finite. My counsel is to dedicate this period to refining your Haki, temporarily setting aside your devil fruit abilities and swordsmanship. Focus on the essence, allowing Haki to catalyze breakthroughs in both your swordsmanship and devil fruit powers. As for why Haki, it is simply because I am well versed in this discipline." With that, he enveloped his left hand in Haki, and gently tapped the podium beneath him. Boom. Instantly, the entire platform collapsed into ruins. Chapter 50. One-on-one instruction cough. 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 Zephyr-sensei. Must you make such a grand display? It seems public funds were used for repairs. I can hardly breathe. Morse, while coughing, waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust. Do you see? Zephyr gazed at the flustered Morse with a smile. What? Oh, I simply observed you idly using your haki to demolish the podium. I must say, your strength is quite formidable. Morse gazed disdainfully at the ruins beneath his feet. Zephyr, visibly irritated, reiterated with fervor, Fool, pay attention. This is merely another application of haki, referred to as flowing cherry blossoms by many in the New World. With that, he enveloped his left arm in haki, allowing Morse to experience it firsthand. Flowing cherry blossoms. Is this truly the pinnacle of haki techniques? I had previously heard that only the inhabitants of Wano in the New World possess such skills. Enough of this foolishness. This is merely a technique of haki application, no different from hardening, Zephyr remarked, regarding Morse as if he were a simpleton. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. It appears I must properly enlighten you on the nature of armament haki. I truly cannot fathom how you have managed to cultivate haki to such a degree. Haki is a latent power inherent to all humanity, an ability that one is born with. Through training, combat, and sheer will, individuals can uncover and wield this power. Moreover, haki is categorized into 3 types: observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Today, I shall primarily instruct you on the techniques of armament haki, so pay close attention. Morse, embodying the essence of an attentive student, stood in place, nodding earnestly to convey his engagement in the lecture. Zifa, observing his whimsical demeanor, chuckled softly and shook his head. This fellow was indeed a stark contrast to the students he had previously instructed. Unlike others who would comply obediently upon encountering him, Morse exhibited a refreshing individuality. With a slight shake of his head, Zifa chose to disregard Morse's antics, lifting his gaze to the sky as if reminiscing about an amusing memory. A smile gracing his lips, his voice, measured and unhurried, began to elaborate on the topic at hand. The Busashoka haki, as the term implies, primarily serves to augment one's defensive capabilities, akin to donning an invisible suit of armor. Additionally, it can be enveloped around weapons to enhance their offensive power, thereby enabling a confrontation with those who possess the abilities of devil fruits. It is also one of the rare methods through which one can make contact with the corporeal form of a Logia-type devil fruit user. However, Busashoka haki is not without its limitations. While it allows one to touch the user's physical form, it does not incapacitate them as Seastone does. At this juncture, Zifa paused. You must have noticed this when you apprehended Crocodile, right? Morse responded, initially, I thought it could prevent that fellow from employing his repulsive sand transformation ability. Yet, after engaging him, I realized I could only inflict damage but could not thwart his use of sand to evade my attacks. I almost believed that my haki training was insufficient. Do not underestimate yourself, Morse. Now, I shall introduce you to several additional techniques of Busashoka haki. The techniques of Busashoku can generally be categorized into 4 types: hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. There is no hierarchy among them. The mastery of these techniques does not necessarily correlate with the strength of Busashoku, nor does it reflect one's overall prowess. Do you understand? Morse nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the armament haki was indeed divided into several categories. It appeared that Kevin was not the unparalleled powerhouse he had imagined in seclusion. In this light, it seemed that his haki enveloping his entire body could be classified as hardening. The layer of haki on his 1,000 cherry blossoms could be deemed wrapping. And the recently mastered haki encompassing the cherry blossoms should be considered projection. Lost in contemplation, he instinctively mimicked the corresponding actions, prompting Zephyr beside him to exclaim, It seems you have a commendable grasp of both hardening and wrapping. Now let us proceed to teach you the techniques of wrapping and internal destruction. Ah, teacher Zephyr, do you not see that I am demonstrating projection? He declared, controlling a flurry of haki-infused cherry blossoms to descend gracefully into Zephyr's hand. In an instant, Zephyr's left hand was enveloped in haki, and with a flick of his fingers, a small shockwave erupted forth. Now observe closely. This is the true essence of projection. Very well, we shall conclude our lesson here for today. I shall await your presence promptly at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, off you go to rest adequately. Really? You are granting me a reprieve? I am immensely grateful to you, teacher Zephyr. Upon concluding his remarks, he swiftly vanished, fearful that Zephyr might reconsider and prevent his departure. Zephyr stood in place, shaking his head in amusement. The boy's temperament was in stark contrast to that of Akainu. However, his principles diverged significantly from both Zephyr and Akainu. It appeared that this was the fundamental reason Akainu allowed him to act with such impunity. One could only hope that the arrival of this lad might instigate some change in Akainu. Thus began the elite training regimen for Morse, which was entirely different from his initial expectations. He had anticipated a leisurely experience, perhaps perusing the newspaper and casually acquiring the Navy's signature techniques, intending to flaunt them later. Little did he realize that the reality entailed rigorous physical conditioning, combat skills, and traditional elite training under the watchful eye of the instructors. Morse's experience was markedly distinct. Every morning at 5 o'clock, Zephyr would unceremoniously rouse him from his slumber and deposit him onto the training grounds, compelling him to endure the utmost physical strain. Once Morse had exhausted his energy, Zephyr would commence instruction on the techniques of external release and internal destruction, justifying that such an approach yielded superior results. The midday nap was abolished. Instead, Morse was to hone his skills while recuperating, and when he was sufficiently revived, he would engage in one-on-one sparring with Zephyr, prohibited from employing swordsmanship or fruit abilities. Initially, Morse resorted to using his palms and fists as makeshift blades, awkwardly attempting to execute sword techniques for his attacks. Yet, the disparity between his makeshift methods and genuine swordsmanship was considerable, leading to prolonged and brutal beatings at the hands of Zephyr, who was adept in martial arts. It was only after enduring relentless punishment that Morse gradually began to grasp Zephyr's power application techniques, transforming them into a style uniquely his own, thus enabling effective counterattacks. Zephyr took great satisfaction in this progress. He viewed Morse as possessing ample talent, strength, and tenacity. More importantly, the boy did not, unlike certain individuals, regard a singular ability as the sole measure of strength. Although Zephyr professed that one should value quality over quantity, he secretly yearned for his disciples to master a diverse array of skills, thus equipping them with additional means of survival. The young Kizaru was the one he found most irksome, not due to personality conflicts, but rather as a teacher frustrated by a student's lack of balance and skill development. It was undeniable that Kizaru's prowess had long surpassed his own, yet he relied excessively on his fruit abilities, neglecting physical conditioning, which would inevitably lead to dire consequences in the future. Contemplating this, Zephyr accelerated his punches against Morse, catching him unprepared and delivering a blow that left him with a black eye. Fuming at Zephyr, Morse nearly succumbed to the temptation of drawing his sword in retaliation. This old man had truly crossed a line. Not only was he taking personal vendettas out on him, but now he seemed intent on marring his appearance. As the saying goes, one should avoid striking the face. Yet today, Zephyr appeared to be targeting Morse's visage deliberately. With no recourse, Morse could only surmise that Zephyr was envious of his superior looks, thus seizing the opportunity for retribution. This thought alleviated his spirits, and he promptly resumed his defensive maneuvers against Zephyr's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and the time for Morse to depart was drawing near. Chapter 51, Graduation Season. Brat, you're leaving today. What are your thoughts? Zifa inquired as he sat alongside Morse on the newly reconstructed podium. For the first time in many years, I find myself feeling a sense of trepidation towards learning. Nevertheless, thank you, Teacher Zifa. If fate allows me to encounter the pirate who cost you your arm, I shall ensure he meets his demise in the depths of the sea as atonement for his sins. Consider it a tuition fee of sorts. Morse remarked, seemingly jesting. Oh, then I shall take you at your word. Should that day indeed arrive, I shall treat you to the finest spirits. Very well, it's a promise, Teacher Zifa. I eagerly anticipate your exquisite offerings. Morse suddenly descended from the podium, standing below as he offered a respectful bow to Zephyr, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the invaluable lessons imparted during this period. Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. It could be said that Morse was the most gifted student he had instructed following Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. He retrieved a notebook from within his coat and casually tossed it to Morse, as if it were merely an inconsequential object. Morse. This contains my musings and combinations regarding the application of hockey techniques, as well as the principles of the Marine 6 styles in the development of life return. Consider it a token of your initiation. I hope you can forever uphold the sense of justice you possess now, and do not end up like, never mind. Just keep it up. Morse grasped the notebook, instantly feeling the weight of its contents, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Enough of this demure demeanor. Come. We must attend the graduation ceremony, for I have a speech to deliver, Zephyr remarked, gently patting Morse's shoulder as he strode purposefully toward the center of the square, where all the elite naval cadets awaited their arrival. The others on the playground had long since spotted Zephyr and Morse seated on the dais. Yet none approached them or expressed any dissent. After all, the events of the opening day were still fresh in their memories. The sea is merciless, and the strong deserve their privilege. This truth holds universally. Directly ahead stood Rocco, who had surreptitiously gained entry through back channels. During this period, Rocco had demonstrated unparalleled diligence among the cohort, exhibiting a commendable work ethic despite his average innate abilities. With the prior endorsement from Akainu, he received exceptional guidance, resulting in his remarkable progress, from the last position at the onset of the term to now ranking among the top 10 of his graduating class. Rocco's relentless drive stemmed from his aspiration to one day steadfastly follow in Morse's footsteps, becoming the blade through which Morse would champion justice. Morse did not step forward. He merely sat at the podium, listening from a distance as Zephyr delivered the unchanging graduation speech. Before long, Zephyr announced the successful conclusion of this year's elite naval training camp. "Mr. Zephyr, I present to you a gift." As Morse witnessed Zephyr conclude his speech, he suddenly shouted out. The moment Zephyr turned around, he noticed Morse's right hand had transformed into an inky blackness, hurtling towards the podium. Just as he was about to call out to halt Morse's action, a resounding bang echoed through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. When the haze cleared, Morse had vanished without a trace. It seems he has learned quite well, hasn't he? Nevertheless, let AIM deliver the bill to Admiral Sakazuki later. Boss, let us celebrate together. After leaving the training camp, Rocco hurriedly sought out the elusive Morse, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he invited him to the graduation party. "Go and enjoy yourself. I must return and catch up on some sleep. Zephyr's relentless training has left me with dark circles under my eyes. I shall not attend. You must seize this opportunity, for it will serve you well in the future." With that, he headed toward the direction of his apartment. Rocco's face fell in disappointment. Although it was his peers who urged him to invite Morse, deep down, he genuinely wished for Morse to join. Suddenly, Morse's figure reappeared, and before Rocco could express his joy, he heard, "Oh, Rocco, do not wake me tomorrow. If Akainu inquires about my whereabouts, tell him I have taken leave to recuperate." With a swift turn, Morse disappeared once more, leaving Rocco alone, silently shedding tears in the wind. A day later, under Akainu's furious gaze, Morse lounged in a chair, nonchalantly swinging his legs while holding Akainu's teapot. "You rogue, can't you just stay put for once?" Akainu's ire was understandable. Morse was tasked with delivering a document to Sengoku. Yet he had stumbled upon Sengoku's goat feasting on discarded papers, sparking his curiosity. In a fit of mischief, he stealthily abducted Sengoku's goat, taking it to a cave in the back mountains with the intent of preparing a roasted lamb. When Sengoku caught him in the act, Morse defiantly claimed he had never tasted a goat that had consumed a devil fruit and wished to savor its flavor. Little did he expect to be reprimanded for merely wanting a leg of lamb. Sengoku's fury was palpable, his mustache twitching in anger, while Granny Tsuru and Garp erupted in laughter, with Garp even suggesting he should save a leg for him. This outburst ignited Sengoku's fury further, leading him to lose his temper and deliver a thorough thrashing to both Morse and Garp, despite Akainu and Granny Tsuru's attempts to intervene. Consequently, Sengoku decreed that Morse would no longer be permitted to wander alone in his office area. Ironically, following this incident, Morse and Garp frequently found themselves together, indulging in snacks and perusing newspapers, with Morse nearly assimilating into Garp's carefree demeanor. "Do not be angry, old man. Excessive rage is detrimental to your health. Here, have a cup of tea to cool your temper." As he spoke, he moved to pour Akainu a cup of tea. "Enough with the pleasantries. Go prepare yourself. Kazan and poor Celino are about to return. Let us not bring disgrace upon ourselves this time." "Oh, so it is our arch-rivals returning. I thought as much." Considering the sudden surge of anger. "By the way, old man, is it not time for your shift to change? Are we to return to G1 Fortress to stand guard? Should I accompany you on that journey?" Morse, lost in thought, began to inquire in an unclear manner. "We shall discuss it later. For now, let us observe the arrangements made during the Warring States period. It is likely to unfold as anticipated, even upon reaching the New World. I hope you will grant me some peace." Upon finishing his words, he angrily seized the tea that Morse had prepared and consumed it in one gulp. "By the way, I nearly forgot to mention, this is the bill sent by Teacher Zephyr. Do remember to submit the compensation fee to the finance department. Failure to do so will result in a direct deduction from your salary." With that, he tossed the detailed bill sent by Ein to Morse. Morse cast a glance behind him and, in a fit of irrationality, erupted into a loud outcry. "What is this nonsense? Shouldn't this expense be covered by the training camp? Moreover, Didn't that old man Zephyr also cause damage once? Why must I bear the cost for both instances? This price is utterly ludicrous. It amounts to nearly 3 years of my salary. As he spoke, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Damn it. Show some respect for teacher Zephyr. Understand that this is a compensation fee for second-time damage, and the exorbitance is due to the fact that there were individuals behind the podium clearing debris who were inadvertently injured by your actions. Taking a deep breath, Akainu continued. Teacher Zephyr's incident was due to the training camp's annual asset depreciation expenses. Your situation, being a deliberate act of damage to public property, cannot be equated. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and pay what you owe me. Old man, I have no money. Can't you cover this expense for me? After all, your salary is more than enough. Bang. Get lost. Don't impede my space. Akainu hurled a teapot at him. Fine. I'll tell the finance lady that you'll cover the cost, Morse replied hastily, slipping out of the office. In the Navy headquarters conference room, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Zephyr, Aokiji, Kizaru, Bastille, the Weasel, Dalmatia, and other senior naval officers had gathered. They engaged in light conversation while awaiting the arrival of others. However, the topic that surfaced most frequently was Morse. Recently, he had been in the spotlight, having made his debut in the North Sea by battling Doflamingo, then engaging with Dragon, and most recently capturing Crocodile. Whispers circulated about his rumored confrontation with Zephyr as well. Zephyr, how is that lad? Is he similar to me? Sengoku, I suggest you transfer him under my command. He will surely become a new admiral for the Navy. Let us see who dares to claim I lack insight. Garp reiterated his desire to have Morse under his wing. Shut up, old man. Sengoku snapped at Garp, who had just pilfered his son Bei in the office. Bang. The conference room door swung open once more, and Morse, with an obsequious demeanor, cheerfully held the door for Akainu, allowing him to enter unimpeded. Akainu regarded his behavior in silence, striding directly to his seat, but before he could even sit down, Morse had already anticipated the moment. Gently pulling out the chair for Akainu to take a seat, with a smile adorning his face, he gazed at Akainu as if to inquire if he was satisfied. The admirers of this considerate aid included Aokiji, Kizaru, and the vice admirals who had never encountered Morse before. They looked upon Akainu with envy, reflecting on their own aides, who were a source of constant headache. Moreover, Morse possessed commendable strength. However, those familiar with Morse, such as Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, were acutely aware that the young man likely harbored ulterior motives. He must have sought something from Akainu or had some compromising information on him. Morse, you rascal. Garp was about to inquire about Morse's intentions. As Morse swiftly exited the conference room without a backward glance after Akainu took his seat, he stood at the door, exasperated, lighting a cigarette and declaring his early departure to return home for some rest. Once Morse had departed, Sengoku observed that most attendees had arrived and promptly commenced the meeting. He first announced the cessation of all tasks assisting the world government in suppressing the Revolutionary Army. Subsequently, he stated that the Sakazuki headquarters duty period had concluded, and he would be reassigned to the G1 branch in the New World. Concurrently, the responsibilities at headquarters would be assumed by Admiral Kizaru. If both parties had no objections, please ensure a swift handover following the meeting. I have no objections. Akainu's voice remained as calm as ever. Oh, I have no issues either. But could I perhaps be granted a new vice admiral to assist in alleviating these troublesome matters? My expectations regarding capability are rather modest, Kizaru replied leisurely. If that is settled, everyone may now report on issues within your respective domains. If there are no further matters, this meeting is concluded. Sengoku disregarded Kizaru's request. Scanning the room and finding no one wishing to speak, he declared that the admirals, Garp, and Tsuru would remain, while all others were free to depart. Chapter 52, Sabaody Archipelago. The sea was bathed in a gentle breeze, basking in the warmth of the sun. At this moment, Morse was basking in the sun on the exclusive warship of Akainu, sipping juice with a contented expression. Meanwhile, Akainu sat in his office with a serious demeanor. His brows furrowed as he sipped tea while perusing the latest intelligence reports. Occasionally, his gaze wandered toward Morse on the deck. Rocco, finding himself with rare leisure time, was sequestered in the gym, engaging in the physical training he had learned at the training camp. Observing Morse's comfortable demeanor, Akainu could hardly contain his frustration and called out toward the door. Morse, go check how much longer until we reach the Sabaody Archipelago. Morse basked in the sun, thoroughly enjoying the warmth and reluctant to stir. Habitually, he called out, Rocco, could you check how much longer until we arrive? The old man could hardly contain his impatience. urging everyone to hasten their pace. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Morse immediately turned to Rocco. But after a prolonged silence without a response, he reluctantly rose at a leisurely pace. He sauntered to the bow of the ship, taking a rough estimate of their current position and the wind speed, feeling assured after gathering the necessary information. Only then did he make his way to Akainu's office, nonchalantly leaning against the door with a cigarette in his mouth, exuding a carefree demeanor. "Sir, at our current sailing speed, we should reach the Shambadi archipelago in about 10 days. Understood. Once we arrive at the Shambadi archipelago, you shall depart. After your leave, report back to G1 Fortress immediately." "Thank you, sir. You truly are a reasonable and understanding commander. However, I haven't even begun my vacation yet. And you're already eager for me to get back to work." Isn't that a tad inhumane? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Akainu's expression darkening, prompting him to salute seriously before slipping back onto the deck to continue soaking up the sun. Shambadi archipelago. Morse waved goodbye to Akainu and Rocco, slinging his small bag over his shoulder and leaping from the ship with a graceful bound, his cherished sword, Sakura, in tow. Upon landing, he ambled away, humming a cheerful tune, his steps light and buoyant, radiating an infectious joy. Behind him, Rocco gazed enviously, longing to accompany his boss on this much-deserved respite, for it had been ages since he had taken a proper holiday himself. Noticing Rocco's eager expression, Akainu cleared his throat sharply. "We must depart, Rocco. Time is of the essence. We need to head to the G1 Fortress, where numerous matters await my attention." As he observed Akainu's imposing figure, Rocco's resolve solidified. He vowed to diligently fulfill his duties as Morse's aide. Meanwhile, after disembarking, Morse made a beeline for Shaki's bar, fully aware that Rayleigh was renowned for his exceptional coding skills. After all, a proficient coding master was crucial for ensuring his safe passage to Fishman Island. For quite some time, Morse had yearned to witness the celestial wonders beneath the 10,000-meter deep sea. To seize this opportunity for a vacation to Fishman Island, he had dutifully served as Akainu's aide, assisting with door opening and chair pulling during high-ranking Navy meetings, embodying the role of a loyal subordinate. All those efforts bore fruit, culminating in a hard-earned 15-day respite. After some inquiries, he finally discovered Shaki's black market in the 13th district. Patting the belly in his pocket, he mused that it should suffice for a drink at Shaki's establishment. Creak. With a sense of trepidation, Morse pushed open the wooden door of the black shop and surveyed the desolate hotel, confirming that, regardless of the hour, this establishment was perpetually devoid of patrons. "Welcome. What can I get for you, handsome? Our beverages are quite reasonably priced," Summer said, standing behind the bar, distractedly puffing on a slender cigarette. The moment she heard the door chime, she was instantly stirred into a flurry of excitement to extend her greeting. Upon seeing the visage of Shachi, Morse instinctively caressed the Bailey nestled within his embrace, suddenly feeling that his modest sum of money might be insufficient. With a hint of hesitation, he strolled towards the bar, cautiously taking a seat opposite Shachi. He scrutinized the menu with great care, fearful of mistakenly misplacing the decimal point. Once he discerned that, aside from the slightly elevated prices, all was well, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He pointed to the final section. "Dear proprietress, may I have a chilled beer along with a fried chicken set, please?" "Thank you. What a charming gentleman you are. Please hold on a moment. I shall prepare it for you right away." "Given your delightful demeanor, this meal will be on me," Shachi replied cheerfully as she walked toward the kitchen to prepare Morse's meal. Just as Morse found himself lost in thought, pondering how to inquire about Laylee's whereabouts without appearing overt, a sudden creaking echoed through the empty tavern, the sound of wooden clogs striking the floor reverberating loudly. Morse glanced back in mild confusion, and to his delight, the visitor was none other than the man he sought. The first mate of the Pirate King, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. "Ah, what a rarity to have a guest today. Shachi, I'm feeling famished. Bring me some beer and fried chicken. Once I'm satisfied, I shall head to work." He casually settled beside Morse, his gaze sweeping over him before fixating on the hotel kitchen. "Understood. But do keep it down. We wouldn't want to frighten away my esteemed guest." He asked quite the charming young man. As he spoke, he deftly presented 2 servings of fried chicken and beer, placing them in front of the 2 men, while also pouring himself a glass of beer. Raising his drink in a toast to Morse and Rayleigh, the trio exhibited no trace of the awkwardness typical of first encounters, instead reveling in the ease of longtime friends sharing a drink. "I wonder if the White Snake has come to the Sabaody archipelago on business or for leisure. If it's the latter, dear sister can provide you with a comprehensive guide. It sells for a hefty 500,000 berries to outsiders." Shachi playfully inquired after downing a glass of beer, seemingly jesting about Morse's intentions. Indeed, the lovely Shachi is renowned as an information broker. I'm astonished you discerned my identity so swiftly. I had hoped to remain incognito a while longer. Morse was not taken aback. He had no intention of concealing his identity, as he was merely on a leisurely excursion rather than undertaking any mission, thus there was nothing to hide. Without waiting for Xiachi to respond, Morse continued, "Allow me to express my gratitude to the beautiful Xiachi. Indeed, my purpose here is purely for tourism. I have long wished to witness the breathtaking sunrises and sunsets over Fishman Island, a site that lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Recently, with no pressing tasks at hand, I managed to secure a few days off to fulfill this cherished dream of mine." Xiachi smiled subtly, finding the handsome naval officer's candidness quite unexpectedly refreshing, though she remained uncertain of its authenticity. Just as she was about to speak, Rayleigh interjected upon hearing Morse's intentions. "What a coincidence, young naval gentleman. I happen to be the finest coating specialist on this island. If you plan to visit Fishman Island, allow me to coat your vessel. Rest assured, my rates are exceedingly reasonable." Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with confidence as he introduced himself, simultaneously flexing his right arm to showcase his strength, hoping to convey that he spoke no falsehoods. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance. I possess only a small single-person boat. Later, we can venture together to assess how many berries will be required." Morse smiled in agreement, raising his glass to invite the two to continue their revelry. The trio, momentarily intoxicated by the spirits, overlooked their distinct identities, engaging in conversation as if they were longtime friends, dismissing the constraints of age. Thus, they exchanged words, with much of the dialogue revolving around recent maritime escapades narrated by Shachi and Rayleigh, who reminisced about their adventurous pasts. It must be said that Morse was an exceptional listener. He seldom interjected or contradicted the pair, occasionally offering cheers at particularly captivating anecdotes and raising his glass in camaraderie. Before long, the afternoon slipped away in their light-hearted banter, with Rayleigh exhibiting a hint of inebriation. Grasping Morse's hand, he insisted on taking him to witness his usual workplace. Shachi, overhearing Rayleigh's words, stifled a giggle, as if anticipating some amusing event. Before Morse could decline, Rayleigh had already yanked him from his chair and dashed out of the tavern. In no time, they arrived at their destination, and upon seeing the auction sign overhead, Morse finally understood the source of Shachi's laughter. Was this not the very auction where Rayleigh humorously peddled himself for coin? As they journeyed, Morse pondered what could possibly be of interest in an office of a coating technician. Upon reaching the auction entrance, Rayleigh turned to Morse and remarked, "I'm off to work. Feel free to explore on your own." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Morse glanced at the placard in his hand, chuckling softly as he shook his head. It became clear to him why Xiachi had been stifling laughter while handing him the card. She had evidently anticipated that Rayleigh would escort him to this auction for human trafficking. Presenting the placard to the guards, he was swiftly granted entry, indicating that the card held considerable significance. Upon entering the auction, he took his time, guided by the staff to his designated seat in the third row, where he settled comfortably, awaiting the commencement of the event. Chapter 53. Fishman Island. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Morse could not help but laugh out loud upon seeing Rayleigh, the old man, sitting obediently in a cage, adorned with a specially crafted slave collar made of sea prism stone. He felt a wave of nostalgia, reflecting on the bizarre amusements of these once mighty rulers in their retirement. The host's tone shifted abruptly from initial enthusiasm to a lethargic monotone, as if he were peddling refuse. Race, human, profession, coder, age, 80, starting bid, 100,000 berries, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10,000 berries. Let the bidding commence. 76. I am merely 76, while you are already 80. Rayleigh erupted in furious protest upon hearing the host mistakenly announce his age. However, the host paid him no heed, continuing to invite the guests to place their bids. Upon hearing Riley's price and voice, Morse laughed so heartily that tears streamed down his cheeks. In truth, the auction house owner was at a loss. This old man would often come to auction himself off. Initially, many were eager to bid for him, drawn by his profession as a coating technician. However, after helping bidders with their coating only to disappear afterward, interest waned. Eventually, no one paid him any heed unless they were in urgent need of his services, which led to his participation in the auctions becoming increasingly rare. The owner, reluctant to offend the unscrupulous information broker, Shachi, over such trifling sums, resigned himself to the situation. Each time, He would symbolically allow Riley to take the stage for a brief moment. If no one bid, he would quietly set a starting price, feigning that there were interested buyers. 110,000. The host appeared momentarily taken aback. It had been a long while since anyone had bid on this old man. However, upon instinctively glancing at the front row, he swiftly struck the gavel, knowing well that no further bids were forthcoming, and declared the sale complete. Morse was rather taken aback when he realized he had successfully bid on the item, chuckling to himself as he thought, "It seems that old Rayleigh truly has no one interested in him." As the auction drew to a close, Morse refrained from any displays of righteous indignation, participating diligently throughout the entire event without resorting to any disruptive behavior. After settling the payment and exiting the auction house, he retreated to a corner to discuss the proceedings with Akainu. After a prolonged silence, Akainu, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Understood. Let us not concern ourselves with the rest." Morse merely shook his head, casting a glance at the azure sky. For a moment, he contemplated deceiving the revolutionary forces to observe how they would address the matter. The extortionist establishment of Shaki's bar. Morse vividly recounted the recent events that transpired at the auction house to Shaki. Shaki was so amused that she doubled over with laughter, covering her mouth as she mockingly addressed Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, have you truly turned 80? Did you not claim to be a sprightly 70 not long ago? Look at you now. Seemingly unwanted. Why not come and serve me instead? I shall pay you a handsome sum of 100,000 berries each month." Rayleigh feigned sorrow, taking a sip of beer before lamenting, "The business in the Sabaody archipelago has been steadily declining. I remember a time when I could fetch as much as 3 million for myself." Morse and Shaki, upon hearing his words, erupted into unabashed laughter. "Brother Whitesnake, where is your ship? Allow me to assist you with the coating. Consider it a reward for this auction." Perhaps feeling a touch embarrassed by their mirth, Rayleigh swiftly pulled Morse along to prepare the coating. Despite a minor mishap, Morse ultimately found himself seated in his newly coated small vessel, waving farewell to Shaki and Rayleigh on the shore. As he watched the small boat gradually sink into the horizon, Shaki extracted a special North Sea cigarette gifted by Morse. Taking a gentle puff, "What an intriguing naval officer. Rayleigh, what do you think of this young lad? Quite distinctive. In him, I perceive echoes of the former Garp, both in strength and temperament, so strikingly similar. It appears the new generation of the Navy remains as formidable as ever. I've heard this young man serves as the vice admiral to that monster, Akainu. Now that Akainu has returned to the New World, I suspect this young lad will stir quite the commotion upon his arrival, for he is certainly not one to be underestimated. Indeed, it seems the New World is bound to witness much excitement. But what does it matter to us? Oh, it matters. I've heard that the little rascal who made red-haired Shanks lose an arm has set sail, and he is already causing quite a stir in the East Sea. It seems anyone donning your Captain S hat draws attention the moment they embark. That little imp is now dubbed one of the supernovas. I wonder how he would fare against our White Snake. Who can say? We shall see when the time comes. For now, I crave a beer, Shaki. No problem. It's 100,000 berries a glass. Don't claim you're broke now. That White Snake lad hasn't trusted you with the funds. Honestly, why does that fellow have to say everything? I want tea drink. I'll seek out a cheaper tavern for a few more rounds." Thus, the two figures from a bygone era engaged in idle chatter, watching the retreating silhouette of Morse. On their way back, Shaki seemed to recall something. "Rayleigh, did I mention that the old coot, Whitebeard's son, appears to be surveying Whitebeard's territory? It seems Fishman Island is within that domain as well, beneath the depths of the ocean. A magnificent underwater paradise known as Fishman Island awaits. Although Fishman Island lies at a staggering depth of 10,000 meters, it is graced by the presence of a sky and clouds. Here, the cycle of day and night prevails, a phenomenon fundamentally caused by the towering giant tree, the sun tree Eve, which transmits sunlight from the surface to Fishman Island, allowing its inhabitants to experience the warmth of the sun and the rhythm of day and night. The local residents affectionately refer to this occurrence as the blessing of the sun. At the pinnacle of Fishman Island stands the royal emblem, the Dragon King's Palace. This grand edifice, constructed entirely from colossal coral reefs and seashells, resembles a luxurious palace dominated by the majestic form of a dragon. Only the royal family and their subjects are permitted to reside within its walls. The palace is also home to gigantic flounders, adorned with large bubbles on their backs, tasked with ferrying visiting guests from afar. Yet today, this tranquil island is destined to be anything but serene. Morse gazed upon the breathtaking beauty of the deep sea. As colossal sea creatures glided gracefully past him, each movement a reminder of the peril that lurked beneath the surface. His heart brimmed with myriad emotions, indeed. The most terrifying realm of this world lay within the depths of the ocean. Even at a mere depth of 10,000 meters, such formidable marine life was already visible. One could only ponder the horrors that awaited in the abyss below. As he passed by the Tree of Life, Morse paused to admire the magnificent giant tree, yearning to capture the moment with his phone and share it with Akainu, Roko, and the others. Moses, this is the Border Patrol. We currently have a naval single-person vessel applying for entry. Shall we grant permission? Morse leisurely arrived at the entrance of Fishman Island. Before he could steady his vessel, he was intercepted by the border guard stationed there. Upon learning of his affiliation with the Navy, they promptly contacted Dragon King City via a transponder snail to seek further instructions. Morse, unhurried, disembarked and strolled back and forth at the entrance, marveling at the wondrous spectacle of the deep sea thousands of meters below, contemplating the Creator's ingenuity. He mused that once Akainu ascended in rank, he too would roam the world freely like the old man Garp, leaving his footprints in every corner of the globe. Within the royal palace, the seahorse fishman, the right minister, hesitated as he held the phone, pondering for a moment before ultimately deciding to let the king determine whether to permit the Navy's entry. Uncharacteristically, Flower Sword Vista, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division, was presently a guest in the palace. Feigning calmness, he entered the royal chamber with the phone in hand and quietly explained the situation to Neptune. Mr. Vista, I apologize, but a solitary Navy vessel has requested permission to enter Fishman Island. Would it be convenient to allow their entry? Upon hearing the right minister's report, Neptune contemplated for a moment and decided to consult Vista's opinion, recognizing that Fishman Island's tranquility was a privilege granted by Whitebeard's protection. It's quite rare for the Navy to approach us, Neptune thought. No need to concern yourself with my thoughts, Your Majesty. Allow them entry. I am curious to see what kind of intriguing Navy personnel this is. Vista smiled at Neptune, indicating that he bore no objections. Yet, despite his outward demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose within him. The Navy had their own passage to the New World. Why would they come to Fishman Island? Were they perhaps seeking him? Little did he fathom that the Navy would travel such a distance merely to behold the breathtaking sights of the deep sea. Chapter 54. Flower Sword Vista at the entrance of Fishman Island's territory. The head of the border guard, upon receiving the king's notification, promptly issued a pass to Morse and welcomed him into Fishman Island, even offering assistance in securing his vessel. Welcome, Colonel Morse. This is your first visit to Fishman Island, I presume. I recommend taking a stroll at Coral Hill, especially the Mermaid CAF there, which boasts a comfortable ambience and splendid views. The head of the guard, anxious that the earlier obstruction might have offended Morse and left a lingering grudge, enthusiastically suggested several delightful places for him to explore. Morse nodded with a smile, indicating his intention to go. As he strolled alone through Fishman Island, he observed the diverse array of fishmen around him. His curiosity piqued. Were it not for the fear of retribution, he might have been tempted to reach out and touch the peculiar features that distinguish these beings from humans. He meandered into Giancato Square, pausing for an extended moment before the portrait of Princess Otohan. Though he held little interest in her ideals, he nonetheless offered a solemn military salute to this remarkable woman who devoted her life to the cause of coexistence between humans and fishmen. Silently traversing Giancato Square, he made his way directly to Coral Hill, where the vibrant streets left him awestruck. Each merchant's establishment was adorned with a dazzling array of goods, and Morse, filled with enthusiasm, wandered from shop to shop, entering each one to gaze at the offerings, though he purchased nothing. An onlooker might have mistaken him for a merchant conducting market research. All actions of Morse were meticulously reported to the palace. Neptune and Vista, while sipping tea and enjoying the signature desserts of the Dragon King's palace, engaged in a discussion regarding Morse's itinerary and his purpose for visiting. Mr. Vista, have you ever heard of the name Morse? Our information here is rather limited, and we know little about newcomers from the sea. To the extent that I have never come across this name before. Neptune chuckled awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed, and inquired further. Morse? I believe I have heard Ace mention him before, but I recall he was stationed in the East Sea. It is puzzling how he has arrived here now. However, rest assured, no one dares to cause trouble in my father's territory. Vista appeared unfazed, leisurely sipping a cup of the Dragon King's unique red tea, continually praising the exquisite flavor of the tea from Fishman Island. Neptune smiled and offered, if you find it delightful, I shall bring some back for you. Vista gently shook his head, indicating that he did not wish to impose. Meanwhile, after a leisurely stroll, Morse found himself feeling somewhat peckish and wandered into the Mermaid CAF recommended by the border guard. Welcome to the Mermaid CAF. Please, right this way. May I offer you something to drink? Today's appointments for the fortune teller Sherry are fully booked, but if you wish, I can register you and check when Manager Sherry is available for an appointment. Would that be agreeable? A beautiful mermaid waitress approached Morse respectfully, introducing the offerings. The fortune teller? Oh, I apologize, but I do not require a fortune reading. I'm simply a bit hungry. Do you have anything to eat aside from coffee? Ah, I'm so sorry. I assumed you were here for a reading. Yes, we do have food options. Would you prefer desserts or something else? The charming mermaid waitress, looking a tad flustered, hurriedly presented the menu for Morse to peruse. I shall have one of the Mermaid CAF specials, this tiramisu, and 2 portions of the ocean's treasures grilled meat. Please make it quick. Morse cast a swift glance at the menu, initially ordering 2 servings of the recommended coffee and dessert, and ultimately requesting 2 portions of roasted meat. Very well, please bear with me for a moment. Morse gazed around the sparsely populated CAF, confirming the words of the border patrol. Indeed, there were numerous enchanting mermaids serving as waitresses. Bored and restless, he instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette case. With a flick of his wrist, a cigarette arced gracefully into his mouth. Just as he retrieved a match and prepared to ignite it, a gust of wind, heavy with the scent of smoke, swept through, extinguishing the match before it could reach his lips. Morse turned his head in confusion to glance at the individual beside him, only to behold a stunning woman with short black hair and a pair of strikingly cold blue eyes. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her nails were painted a deep shade of purple. She donned a dark blue hoodie and held a cigarette in her hand, glaring at him with indignation. Who permitted you to smoke here? Did you not notice the sign at the entrance that clearly states no smoking? Morse paused momentarily before gesturing towards the other person's pipe, bearing an expression that seemed to imply, aren't you also smoking? As the proprietor of this establishment, I am certainly permitted to partake. However, as a guest, you are not. Should you dare to produce that cigarette again, I shall promptly ask you to leave. Sherry was currently incensed, not merely because someone had the audacity to smoke in her CAF, but rather due to a recent divination that hinted at an impending upheaval on Fishman Island. Morse was utterly disheartened, embodying the true essence of a double standard where the authorities can set the world ablaze, while the common folk are forbidden to light a single candle. Indeed, it is a realm where one reigns supreme. He shook his head, opting for silence, contemplating that it would be prudent to first satiate his hunger. Meanwhile, his hands remained in motion, akin to a miserly landlord, as he reluctantly returned his precious cigarette to its case, intending to conceal it until after he had relished his grilled meat. Suddenly, a swift movement, a violet hand darted before him, seizing the cigarette from his grasp. Morse was just about to inquire about the other person's intentions. Smoking was prohibited in this establishment. Sherry, holding his cigarette, gracefully seated herself opposite him while silently retrieving a crystal ball designated for divination from behind her. You are quite extraordinary. I perceive not a trace of destiny upon you. Might you share your origins with me? At this moment, Morse was so famished that his eyes were nearly blurred, gazing at the continuously rotating crystal ball in Shaylee's hands, which caused him to feel dizzy, nearly succumbing to slumber. Sir, your coffee and tiramisu will be ready shortly. The roast will take a bit longer, exclaimed Shaylee. Sister Shaylee, you have returned. I shall fetch you a cup of red tea right away. The mermaid said this and hurried off to prepare the red tea for Shaylee. Morse picked up the tiramisu before him, initially intending to savor it delicately. However, much like Zhu Beiji devouring the ginseng fruit, he inhaled it in mere bites. He quickly followed this indulgence with a sip of coffee, which harmonized with the remnants of tiramisu in his mouth, instantly revitalizing him. Hey, you just snatched my cigarette and ignored me, and now you dare to wave that wretched crystal ball in front of me, trying to mesmerize me? What is this place? A den of trickery? Let me remind you, I am in the Navy, my salary is modest, and I have no riches for you to plunder. Morse feigned vigilance as he regarded Sherry, adopting an expression that suggested if she continued her antics, he would not hesitate to call for aid. Sherry, momentarily taken aback, fixed her gaze on Morse with an intense scrutiny. Silence. I rarely offer divinations, and today, by sheer whim, I have decided to bestow upon you a glimpse into your future. Do not be ungrateful. Hasten to answer my inquiries. Divination? I have no interest in such trivialities. What purpose do they serve? Go and read fortunes for someone else. I shan't have any more of your smoke. Do keep your distance and do not impede my meal. With that, she lifted her coffee cup and took a delicate sip, suppressing the bitter taste while feigning enjoyment. After a moment of contemplation, Morse suddenly posed a serious question. Fair divination master, do you truly believe you can perceive the fates of others? If so, have you ever glimpsed your own destiny and endeavored to alter it? Sherry's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. This query had once been posed to her, though in a far gentler tone. Silently, she stowed away her crystal ball, lacking the inclination to continue the divination. Regardless of how peculiar Morse's fate might be, she was no longer inclined to read it. Sometimes, knowing the outcome is not necessarily a boon. After all, it is the allure of the unknown that captivates the heart and mind. Would you not agree, Sir of the Whitebeard Pirates? Indeed, he replied. Though I am reluctant to concur with your perspective, if fate is predetermined, then what compels us to brave the treacherous seas? An intriguing navy you are, she remarked. I am Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. What name do you bear, Navy man? Vista inquired, his twin swords hanging at his side as he gently stroked his beard, introducing himself. To unexpectedly encounter the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was indeed formidable. Can the diviner ascertain my fate? Will I be able to leave Fishman Island alive today? With a playful smile, Morse turned to Sherry and inquired. Chapter 55. Have you deciphered your destiny? Your future appears rather nebulous, though it seems this one is unscathed. However, Sherry cast a glance at Vista, the crystal ball merely rotating a few times, her expression pensive, and with a hint of uncertainty in her voice, she remarked, It seems my fate is rather favorable. In that case, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. It appears the Navy is also preparing for a journey to the New World, is it not? Allow me to enlighten you on the Navy's stance regarding the New World. Vista smiled gently, stroking the crescent mustache at the corner of his mouth, and patted the twin swords at his waist. May I first finish this serving of roasted meat? After all, I have spent money on it, which constitutes a significant expense for someone with my modest salary. Furthermore, I fear this might become my last lunch in the tapestry of fate. I must ensure I am well fed before embarking on my journey. By the way, Mr. Vista, could you perhaps pretend not to see me? After all, I am merely an innocent Navy officer here on holiday. Morse feigned a pitiable demeanor, genuinely reluctant to engage with Vista. This was a rare respite, and there was no need to squander time in conflict unless absolutely necessary. Most importantly, before departing, Akainu had earnestly cautioned him. There was no need for me to elaborate on the 4 emperors of the New World, was there? Should you encounter them, you must report to me with utmost expedience, so that I may retrieve your remains. If you happen upon any of their subordinate captains and wish to avoid being pursued by those ruffians, refrain from eliminating them. After all, the current equilibrium is something many are reluctant to disrupt. As Akainu spoke, magma surged involuntarily from his hands, his tone imbued with profound resentment. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, he would have long since led a campaign against those 4 ancient beings, referred to by the world as emperors. It was then that he truly realized the Navy's impotence in the face of the New World. In order to ensure a smooth vacation, Morse made a promise to Akainu, vowing to avoid any conflict with the members of the 4 emperors as much as possible. Vista merely smiled gently, wearing an expression that seemed to say he would wait for the meal to finish. It was at this moment that Charlie began to scrutinize Vista intently. The more she observed, the graver her expression became, with the crystal ball in her hand spinning incessantly. Suddenly, Charlie's eyes widened, and she abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her demeanor filled with terror as she gazed at Vista, as if she had uncovered a momentous secret. I told you not to stare recklessly. Look what has happened now. You've coughed up blood from being struck by the crystal ball. At your age, you should know better. Morse wore an expression of mockery, clearly disregarding any advice, as he taunted Sherry. What is it that Master Sherry perceives in me? Pray, enlighten me. For my curiosity knows no bounds. Though Vista professed disbelief in fate, he was nonetheless aware of Sherry's esteemed reputation, harboring a modicum of faith in her abilities. Upon witnessing Sherry's demeanor, a sense of unease gripped him, prompting him to feign curiosity and inquire further. I have seen nothing of significance. Perhaps the frequency of my recent divinations has led to an overexertion of my spiritual faculties. I shall retreat upstairs to rest. You two may continue as you wish. Sherry hurriedly ascended the stairs, her mind besieged by fleeting visions of a grim future she had glimpsed concerning Vista, a harrowing battlefield littered with the corpses of both Navy and pirates. A ghastly mount of death. The more she contemplated, the more ominous her thoughts became, whispering to herself, it seems inevitable that the Whitebeard pirates shall clash with the Navy. Should I inform Neptune of this foreboding, so he may prepare accordingly? Meanwhile, below, Morse reveled in delight, voraciously devouring skewers of roasted meat, while Bista stood in a daze, his countenance etched with confusion and a heavy heart. After finishing his barbecue, Morse noticed Bista still lost in thought and quietly prepared to slip away. To his dismay, just as he reached the door, an oblivious waiter suddenly shouted. Bista instantly snapped back to reality, gazing at Morse's figure. How absurd it is that I could be swayed by the elusive hand of fate. Where is this naval gentleman headed? Has he forgotten our agreement? Upon hearing the voice of Bista, Morse cast a fierce glare at the mermaid waitress and swiftly quickened his pace, rushing out. Observing this, Bista offered a gentle smile and pursued him. Morse ran for half the day, only to realize that evading Bista's pursuit on Fishman Island was utterly impossible. Just ahead lay the sea forest, known as the graveyard of ships. After a moment of hesitation, he made a beeline for the forest. Shortly thereafter, Bista spotted Morse standing atop a heap of sunken vessels and couldn't help but smirk. Not planning to flee any longer, are we, Navy man? This place is quite suitable, as it conceals your impending disarray from prying eyes. One must wonder, why the relentless pursuit? Are the pirates of the Whitebeard crew so arrogant as to brazenly chase after a Navy officer? It is indeed quite tiresome. At this moment, Morse was genuinely displeased. The sensation of being pursued was indeed quite suffocating. He began to comprehend the sentiments of Admiral Akainu. Encountering pirates, one could not simply dispatch them. Not to mention the necessity of evading conflict due to the presence of innocent civilians. After all, a crucial duty of the Navy is to safeguard the populace from the ravages of piracy. With a sigh, he cast his gaze around. The vast marine forest was utterly deserted, littered only with the remnants of abandoned ships. It appeared to be the perfect setting to deliver a harsh lesson to the adversary lurking nearby. Typically, Bista did not exhibit such demeanor when encountering the Navy. He would usually disregard them unless they instigated trouble. Prior to his visit to the Mermaid CAF, he merely wished to catch a glimpse of Morse, to ascertain what sort of intriguing naval prodigy Ace had spoken of. However, upon meeting Morse, he realized that this individual was even more captivating than Ace had described, to the point where he nearly lost control of his dual swords. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Bista, the current captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and a dual-wielding swordsman. I look forward to your guidance. With a serious expression, Bista sheathed his usual smile and unsheathed his dual swords, performing a sword salute. At this moment, Morse finally comprehended the relentless pursuit of his opponent. Jones Morse, currently a naval colonel and a practitioner of the one-blade style of Iaijutsu, respectfully invited guidance. Imitating Beer's tone, he too performed a sword salute. Just as his words faded, Beer's figure flickered, and an abundance of rose petals suddenly appeared around Morse, swiftly hurtling toward him. Indeed, the rapier was worthy of its reputation, capable of unleashing a floral assault. However, it seemed that your roses lacked the beauty of my cherry blossoms. Morse, even in this perilous moment, found a moment to reflect. Iaijutsu, cherry blossom. Morse swiftly unsheathed his 1,000 cherry blossoms and forcefully slashed towards the empty expanse ahead, sending forth a flurry of petals. With a clang, Bista's figure suddenly appeared before Morse, his twin swords crossed firmly to parry the powerful strike. Surrounding them, cherry blossoms and rose petals collided, creating a breathtaking tapestry of pink hues swirling through the air. A faint smile graced Bista's lips as he leapt backward, harnessing Morse's momentum. Quite impressive, Navy. These cherry blossoms are indeed beautiful, yet they pale in comparison to my roses, he declared. As he retreated, he swung his dual blades, unleashing a torrent of rose petals aimed directly at Morse. I am curious about the origin of these petals. Could they also be a result of consuming a devil fruit? Morse mused, while his own movements remained swift. With a powerful push off the ground, he advanced rather than retreating, doubling the cherry blossoms in the air, far surpassing the number of roses. With his 1,000 cherry blossoms pointed directly at Bista, the petals and roses clashed continuously amid thunderous roars as Morse charged towards Bista. Bista deftly pivoted on his feet, evading Morse's rapid thrust, and simultaneously, he brought his swords down with great force. Suddenly, Bista's expression shifted. He hastily withdrew his blades, swinging them behind him. Bang! Truly, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates possesses remarkable reflexes. Although Bista managed to block Morse's rear attack just in time, he was left in a precarious position, tumbling to dissipate the force. A doppelganger formed from cherry blossoms? What a peculiar ability. Though a back attack is hardly befitting of a swordsman. Chapter 56. Cherry blossoms and roses. Morse did not pursue further, observing the disheveled state of Bista. He chuckled and teased, It appears you are the one in quite the predicament, pirate. Bista, smiling as he brushed off the dust from his attire, did not take offense at Morse's jest. Instead, he assumed a stance with his dual blades, fixating his gaze on Morse with utmost seriousness. It seems he is prepared to engage earnestly, is he not? Morse reined in his laughter, and with a slow motion, the 1,000 cherry blossoms returned to their sheath. His body slightly inclined as he fixed his gaze intently upon Bista. No one would have anticipated that amidst the abandoned vessels lying 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, two of the world's foremost swordsmen would engage in a decisive duel. As cherry blossoms and rose petals danced through the air, the momentum surrounding them surged with intensity. A single cherry blossom, seemingly oblivious to the fierce encounter, drifted gently between them. In an instant, both combatants sprang into action, meeting midair as anticipated. Clash! A powerful force erupted, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath their feet, creating a gaping crater, while the blossoms and petals were swept away in disarray, resembling a rain of flowers. Amidst this floral tempest, their blades met in a fierce collision, and in the next moment, both warriors were propelled backward, only to charge forward once more upon landing. Unexpectedly, Bista leaped into the air midway, his twin swords raised high and crossed, before delivering a formidable downward strike. This simple yet powerful move, reminiscent of the legendary splitting Mount Hua, produced a series of thunderous sounds that pierced the air. As Morse observed Bista's sudden shift in demeanor, he remained utterly unperturbed, executing a diagonal thrust with his sword. The blade shimmered as it collided with the intersection of the twin swords. In that fleeting moment of impact, the force reverberated through 1,000 cherry, but Morse adeptly absorbed a portion of the shock through the earth beneath his feet. Simultaneously, he deftly diverted Bista's dual swords aside and aimed a strike towards his chest. Bista glanced down at the wound oozing blood on his torso before raising his gaze to meet Morse's eyes. Morse, too, found himself at a disadvantage, as evidenced by the blood trickling from his left arm. He had not fully diverted the twin swords of Bista in a moment of haste. He had opted for a trade of wounds, enduring a strike from Bista, understanding the intent of his opponent, knowing that Bista merely wished to engage in a friendly duel. Morse refrained from employing his devil fruit abilities to evade the attack. Though not a paragon of swordsmanship, he possessed a commendable grasp of the fundamentals. Indeed, it was no surprise that the Navy, remembered fondly by Ace, demonstrated such impressive swordsmanship and noble virtues. Bista, observing Morse, could not help but commend him, even recalling Ace's casual remarks. In that moment, the choice to engage in a battle of blades, forsaking the use of his abilities for the purity of the sword, epitomized the essence of a true swordsman. Without awaiting a response from Morse, he charged forward, and the air was filled with an abundance of cherry blossom and rose petals. Instantly, a new round of combat ignited. One was a seasoned swordsman, having fought in the New World for many years, while the other bore nearly a millennium of swordsmanship in his memory. At the moment their blades clashed, both warriors cast aside their identities, leaving only the thrill of hunters in pursuit of their quarry. With each exchange, their excitement grew, as they felt they had not encountered such a pure master of the blade in a long while. Both combatants chose to abandon intricate techniques, and their swordplay became increasingly straightforward, each strike meeting the other with unyielding force, the power of one blow surpassing the last. With a resounding crash, they separated once more, both slightly breathless. Such a pure contest of swordsmanship was profoundly taxing on their stamina, and Morse grinned. Are all the pirates of the New World as formidable as you? Captain of the Whitebeard crew? Are you jesting, Navy? Do you underestimate the Whitebeard pirates? That is quite intolerable. Bista retorted, launching 2 pearlescent slashes of sword energy towards Morse. Is this a sign of anger? It seems that Whitebeard's reputation holds more significance in your eyes than I had anticipated. Morse smiled gently, and with a swift motion, unleashed a cherry blossom-hued arc of sword energy. Morse is it? I shall remember your name, he declared. You'd best be cautious, for I am about to become serious. Bista's smile vanished, his expression turning grave as he thrust his dual swords forward. Rose thrust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, the air became distorted, and countless petals in shades of milky white, pale yellow, golden, pink, crimson, and deep purple shot forth like bullets, hurtling towards Morse. This fellow undoubtedly possesses a devil fruit power. How is it that the Navy's intelligence database has no record of this? At this moment, Morse found the leisure to critique the naval intelligence capabilities, firmly grasping the hilt of the Sakura blade, adopting a poised stance of Aido. Aido, Cherry blossom rain. Pink slashes accompanied by a cascade of cherry blossoms swept through the oncoming array of rose petals, reducing them to mere fragments. Morse repeatedly drew his sword. The 1,000 cherry blossoms, unleashing a series of sword energies. He opted to use the petals of Sakura to defend against his opponent's rose petals rather than retaliate. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their strikes colliding continuously. Pink and ivory slashes, cherry blossoms, and various roses blanketed the battlefield, while the sunken ships in the forest of the sea shattered into countless fragments, stirring up immense clouds of dust. Neptune, accompanied by his 3 sons and a retinue of ministers and guards, arrived at the scene, hesitant to intervene in the fierce duel unfolding before them. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, wore a worried expression. "Father, who is that naval officer? He matches Lord Bista without faltering. I have never heard of such a young newcomer in the Navy before." "Indeed," Neptune replied, recalling Bista's mention of a lieutenant from the East Sea named Ace. It was evident that the Navy was truly the most formidable armed organization upon the seas. Such strength in a mere lieutenant was astonishing. One could only imagine the terrifying prowess of those admirals renowned as monsters. Neptune looked at his 3 sons with envy, explaining, "If only our Fishman Island possessed such strength, we would not need to bow under the protection of Whitebeard's pirate crew. We could eliminate those oppressive humans and perhaps even capture them as our slaves." The second prince, Emperor Star, gazed at the battlefield, his tone heavy with suppression as he spoke, unable to forget the death of their mother. Meanwhile, in the forest of the sea, Morse and Bista continued their fierce battle. As Morse executed a colossal slash, Bista's expression turned grave as he pivoted to evade, raising his twin swords defensively. The massive strike cleaved a deep trench in the forest of the sea, causing seawater to surge forth. What a terrifying blow! "Alas, your speed leaves something to be desired. You exceed my expectations, Navy," Bista remarked. "I appreciate your compliment. I believe I've had my fill of this duel for now, old pirate. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we call it a day?" After a prolonged bout, Morse had completely vented his anger, realizing that further conflict would be a futile endeavor, especially with others approaching in the distance. He could not possibly eliminate this group entirely. Bista, with a renewed smile gracing his lips, found the recent skirmish to be utterly unexpected, aligning perfectly with Morse's own thoughts. He surmised that given Morse's prowess, his position within the Navy must be more than that of a mere colonel. To slay him here could provoke the ire of the Navy. Although it would not lead to an all-out war with his father, they would certainly become a target of scrutiny. He had no desire to burden his father with such troubles. Therefore, he relinquished the idea of taking the other's life. "In that case, brace yourself for this strike. I shall spare you this time, Navy." With that, he unleashed his ravishing roses technique, his dual swords crossing in a display of formidable might as debris erupted beneath his feet, his curled mustache swaying in the wind as he charged toward Morse. What an inconvenience! The blade of Morse, adorned with the cherry blossoms, instantaneously transformed into a pitch-black hue, its haki now radiating an even deeper darkness than before. With a forceful step, he activated the Shuanpa, propelling himself toward Vista. A resounding clash echoed as the cherry blossom blade descended with a mighty strike, meeting Vista's dual swords in a fierce collision. Suddenly, Morse's expression shifted. This encounter felt strikingly different from the previous ones, and before he could fully comprehend the change, Vista's feet moved in a rapid up and down rhythm. His hands danced swiftly with his twin blades, akin to rose petals swirling in the breeze, elusive and swift as they sliced through the air, grazing Morse with remarkable speed. In a moment of desperation, Morse was compelled to envelop himself in armament haki, while simultaneously sheathing his sword, Senbenzakura, only to draw it once more. Clang! A flash of steel illuminated the air as the two stood facing each other. Vista glanced down, noticing yet another wound etched across his chest, perfectly aligning with his previous injury to form an X. Such terrifying Aido techniques. It appears I have been bested. Should we meet again, it will surely be a matter of life and death. The Navy's Morse, observing the Morse behind him, though battered and bleeding, bore no wounds that could be deemed fatal. This sentiment ought to be expressed by me. The captain of the Whitebeard crew effortlessly severed my armament haki. Truly a formidable opponent. Morse emulated the expression of Kizaru, crafting a visage of terror. Chapter 57. Kiki's gift. Cherry blossoms and rose petals cascaded to the ground. The two stood in juxtaposition, simultaneously sheathing their blades. "I shall remember you, Morse, until we meet again in the New World." With a soft gasp, Vista clutched his chest. Spitting forth a crimson spray, his pallor betraying his condition as he knelt on the ground, uttering but a single phrase. Not far behind him, Morse smiled subtly, remarking, "I have no desire to encounter you again in the new world. Since the battle has concluded, I shall resume my meal. I have yet to satiate my appetite for the roasted meat." With that, he strolled leisurely from the entrance of the sea forest. Meanwhile, Neptune and the others, witnessing the cessation of the duel, rushed forth. Vista must not perish. At the very least, he must not meet his end in Fishman Island, for should Whitebeard become enraged, the entire island would pay the price for Vista's demise. As Morse passed through Neptune, he paused for a moment, as if murmuring to himself, when did Fishman Island become a member of the pirates? Neptune, taken aback, found himself at a loss, unable to decide whether to move forward or retreat. Behind him, the third prince, Shark Star, inadvertently collided with Neptune, causing him to stumble. At the same time, the elder prince, Shark Star, approached him gently, lightly touching Neptune's arm to indicate that the most pressing concern was to assess the condition of Vista's injuries. "Father, there is no time to ponder such matters. Our foremost priority is the safety of Mr. Vista, for otherwise, Fishman Island will face an even greater crisis." Upon hearing this, Neptune nodded earnestly and hurriedly led his companions towards Vista's location. Sharkstar hesitated for a moment before turning and rushing to Morse's side, cautiously inquiring, "Esteemed Navy officer, if time permits, I would be delighted to invite you to the Dragon Palace, where the culinary skills of our palace chef are quite commendable." "Never mind. I shall not interrupt your discourse with the Whitebeard pirates. It appears that the Navy's influence in the New World is indeed overshadowed by that of the Whitebeard pirates. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness?" Morse smiled as he graciously declined the kind offer from Sharkstar, turning his back to wave goodbye, and swiftly made his way to Sherry's Mermaid CAF. Upon entering, before the mermaid server could greet him, he heard Sherry's somewhat faint voice from the second floor, "Let him come up." The mermaid server paused for a moment, then promptly invited Morse to ascend to the second floor. Morse, somewhat bashful, spoke up from behind, "Miss Mermaid, the barbecue was quite delightful. Might I trouble you to bring me 2 more plates? I find myself rather hungry again." The mermaid waitress blushed, responding with a hint of awkwardness, "I apologize, sir, but dining is not permitted on the second floor. I can have the chef prepare it for you, and once you come down, I shall serve it to you then. If that is acceptable." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, beautiful Miss Mermaid." Knock, knock, knock. The mermaid had just tapped lightly on the door. A faint voice from within, belonging to Sholi, emerged through the door. "Please, come in. Mr. Navy, you may go ahead, Kiki." Morris stepped inside, his curiosity prompting him to survey the surroundings. The decor of the room matched his imagination perfectly, imbued with the enigmatic style characteristic of witches. "Is the Navy as impudent as you?" he inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "I must confess to a certain curiosity about why Miss Sherry summoned me here. Perhaps she intends to return my cigarettes? There is no need for such formality. She could simply toss them at the front desk for me to collect." Morse spoke with a tone of apology, yet his expression betrayed no hint of embarrassment as he boldly took a seat across from Xiali, his gaze fixated on the swirling crystal ball in her hands. "From your demeanor, it appears you have just encountered that pirate gentleman. However, in the future I perceive, it seems that gentleman is currently unscathed." Morse rolled his eyes, skeptical of Sherry's claim that she could effortlessly glimpse a person's future. If such a gift were genuine, Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island would not have met her tragic end through assassination in the square. If you truly possess the ability to foresee the future, then what does the future of Fishman Island hold? Sherry fell momentarily silent, her gaze fixated on the crystal ball before her, lost in thought. An awkward tension enveloped the scene as Morse, too, remained mute, observing Sherry as she incessantly rotated the orb in her hands. "Please, make haste to depart from Fishman Island. Naval officer, do not allow this place to transform into a battleground for the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. May I inquire, is this future you perceive one drawn from me?" "Certainly not. I possess my own sources of intelligence, Mr. Morse, the Navy's rising star known as Whitesnake." Sherry's tone faltered, a blush suddenly gracing her cheeks as she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Morse suddenly realized that predictions of the future are indeed unreliable. A peculiar smile graced his face as he gazed at Sherry. "I see. It appears that you have a good relationship with Shaki from the Shambali Islands." "What are you talking about? Who is Shaki? I don't know anyone by that name. Please, do leave Fishman Island at your earliest convenience. Do not disturb the tranquility here." Sherry vehemently denied it, yet the rosy hue on her pale cheeks betrayed her. Morse did not delve further into the matter. Instead, he chuckled and waved his hand, stretching lazily before rising to his feet. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back, casting a keen glance at Charlie with a hint of amusement in his tone. "I shall depart, the great diviner, but not today. Surely, I must take the time to fully appreciate the breathtaking beauty beneath the ocean's vast expanse. Otherwise, this hard-earned vacation of mine would be in vain." Just as Charlie was about to speak, she noticed that Morse's tone had shifted to one of seriousness. "Ah, Miss Charlie, never place too much faith in the futures you encounter, for the future is inherently mutable. More importantly, do not relinquish your destiny to the whims of others. What say you, O diviner? Beautiful mermaid, is my roast ready? What? You made me an extra serving and refused payment? I am truly grateful. I wonder if you are free over the next 2 days. I wish to explore Fishman Island, but I am unfamiliar with the paths. Could you be my guide? What? You cannot leave your duties? How unfortunate. Nevertheless, thank you for the roast. If the opportunity arises, I shall treat you to some roasted game in the future." As Charlie listened to Morse's seemingly self-directed musings from outside, her mind drifted back to his earlier words, plunging her into reflection. Little Charlie, to glimpse one's fate is a blessing, yet do not become overly enamored with it. The sea holds countless delights. If one believes the future is fixed, it would surely render life far less enjoyable, would it not, Riley? Xiaoqi was thoroughly intoxicated, slurring her words as she spoke to Charlie. Xiaoqi is right. Riley, slumped over the table, was uncertain whether he was sober or utterly inebriated, responding with a vague acknowledgement. He incessantly spun the crystal ball in his hands, murmuring to himself, "Is fate truly so untrustworthy?" Xiaoqi, mermaid CAF, first floor. Morse, clad in white attire, indulged in the restaurant's secret roasted meat with abandon, emitting exclamations of delight. The mermaid waitress, Kiki, stood at a distance, observing him with a gentle smile. After a satisfying burp, he instinctively reached into his pocket, suddenly recalling something. With a chuckle, he shook his head, picked up a toothpick, and approached the mermaid waitress. "Could you truly not serve as my guide?" "Regrettably, sir. There are regulations in place," Kiki replied, struggling internally before resolutely declining Morse's request. From his sleeve, he produced a wooden cherry blossom and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, "If one day fate leads you to the sea at 10,000 meters, bring this to the Navy G1 Fortress and seek me out. Remember, I am Jones Morse, and I shall treat you to roasted fowl." As he departed, the charming mermaid clutched the wooden blossom tightly, fearful that it might be stolen away. At that moment, Shaylee quietly approached Kiki, her tone laced with compassion. "Kiki, cherish this token. One day it will serve as your guardian." "Sister Shaylee, is this something you divined?" The mermaid, known as Kiki, inquired anxiously, fretting over the potential loss of the wooden piece. Shaylee offered a self-deprecating smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 58. The Colossal Vessel Noah, second update. Morse was truly well-fed this time. He discovered a rental shop for transportation recommended by Kiki and secured a medium-sized vehicle resembling a carp. Thanks to the formidable reputation of Whitebeard, there were no foolish individuals on the island daring to cause trouble. Thus, Morse leisurely strolled around Fishman Island, savoring an array of local delicacies purchased along the way, thoroughly enjoying himself and declaring that this was precisely the kind of vacation he had yearned for. Alas, it often seems that the more one wishes to remain undisturbed, the more likely it is that one's peace will be disrupted. Morse had just arrived at Mermaid Bay, gazing in awe at the azure sky, radiant sunlight, and fluffy clouds that stood in stark contrast to the sea's surface. He remarked, "Is this truly the deep-sea realm? It is simply unbelievable that beneath the ocean lies such enchanting scenery, akin to that found only in fairy tales. Indeed, this is the deep sea, residing 10,000 meters below, and it serves as a significant habitat for merfolk. Commander White Serpent, is this your first visit to the island of the fish people?" As Morse heard a somewhat familiar voice beside him, he turned in bewilderment, revealing an expression of recognition. Who could it be? Ah, it is none other than His Royal Highness, Prince Sharkstar. How fares Captain Whitebeard's crew? I trust he has not met his demise within the palace walls. Thanks to your mercy, Lord Vista has now regained consciousness. After receiving treatment from the imperial physician, he merely requires some time to recuperate before making a full recovery. It appears he has quite the resilience. Yet, I wonder, dear prince, why you, esteemed heir, are not by King Neptune's side, but have instead ventured here. Surely, It cannot be to seek out a humble naval officer such as myself. At this point, Morse wore an incredulous expression, almost on the verge of suggesting that the prince had lost his senses. Do not jest, Commander, Sharkstar replied smoothly. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to join the royal banquet hall for a welcome feast organized in your honor, while also celebrating my brother's birthday. Sharkstar artfully shifted the focus of the invitation to Morse, for apart from himself, none within the palace had entertained the notion of inviting Morse. After all, the protection of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, had instilled a sense of caution among pirates and the navy alike, preventing any incursions upon Fishman Island. Furthermore, having just severely wounded Vista, the last thing he desired was for Morse's presence to throw the banquet into disarray. Upon receiving the invitation from Sharkstar, Morse scrutinized him for a considerable time before breaking into a gentle smile. No, thank you. I believe the delectable snacks of Fishman Island might surpass the grandeur of the royal banquet. I shall refrain from joining that revelry. Moreover, I fear I may be unable to resist the urge to dispatch that pirate, Vista. After all, the illustrious name of Whitebeard cannot shield him for eternity. This suffices for now, yet I am grateful for your kind invitation. Sharkstar instinctively exhaled in relief and pondered for a moment before responding slowly. You are too gracious. Since that is the case, I wonder if you have any plans for your upcoming itinerary. If you would not mind, may I serve as your guide? Haha. I wouldn't dream of imposing on the esteemed prince as my guide. If the world government were to catch wind of this, I shudder to think of the complaints they might file against me. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I shall explore this marvelous underwater realm on my own. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment. Here is my token. Should you encounter any trouble, merely present it. I implore you, try to refrain from excessive bloodshed. Understanding Morse's intent, Sharkstar took the identity token from his waist and respectfully presented it to Morse with both hands. Morse gazed intently at Sharkstar for a while, as if to imprint his image in his memory, and his tone turned somewhat playful. Then I thank you. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. While the moniker of Whitebeard is indeed potent, do not regard it as your sole lifeline. If you truly wish to alter the status quo of Fishman Island and fulfill your mother's legacy, it is imperative that you enhance your own strength, whether as individuals or as a collective force. That is all I have to say. The rest is for you to decipher. Farewell. During this period, Morse observed that the high-ranking officials of Fishman Island, along with Shirahoshi and others, had relinquished the initiative for peace and coexistence with humans to outsiders, rather than taking it into their own hands. With this thought, Morse chose to disregard Sharkstar, feeding a generous portion of roasted meat to his coy steed beneath him, and gently patting its back as he continued on his way. Along the journey, he encountered various types of merfolk, each wearing expressions devoid of sorrow, their laughter genuine and heartfelt. They appeared to regard him, a human, with indifference, as if there was no distinction between them. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. It seemed that the title of the four emperors was far more advantageous in the New World than that of the Navy, at the very least. In the first half of the Grand Line, amidst island nations guarded by the Navy, pirates seemed utterly unconcerned about raiding those islands. Shaking his head, he found himself increasingly troubled by these thoughts, so he decided to put them aside and quietly enjoy the exotic sights along the way while indulging in snacks. 2 days swiftly passed, during which no one troubled him further, and Sharkstar, along with Shirahoshi and the others, ceased to intrude upon him. Morse silently departed from Fishman Island and arrived at Fisherman Street, standing at its very center. He gazed upon the magnificent Noah, a colossal vessel crafted by the residents of Fishman Island centuries ago, renowned as the Ship of Oaths and the Ship of Unfulfilled Missions. Surrounding Noah, he was often overcome with awe. This ancient ship, whose size was akin to half of Fishman Island, could potentially accommodate a multitude of cannons for naval battles. Even when confronted by the formidable Yonko, it seemed capable of withstanding a considerable assault. At that moment, he resolved to journey to Skypea to behold Enel's grand ship of gold. Beside the old fisherman, an elder observed the astonished expression on his face and, with a gentle smile infused with both pride and a hint of regret, began to speak. It is indeed unfortunate that the technology behind its creation remains an enigma to this day. By the way, my father once recounted a legend about it. It is said that for centuries, Noah has remained submerged in the depths of the sea, awaiting the fulfillment of a pact made long ago with its forger, Job. You see, the immense structure of this vessel was designed specifically for the Sea Kings to guide it through the waters. At this point, the elder expressed a tinge of confusion. I am also uncertain about the nature of the D tribe. What connection does this behemoth have with the D tribe? Intrigued, Morse inquired further. The old fisherman chuckled softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. To be honest, I am not entirely certain either. However, my father did mention that only those of the D tribe possess the ability to repair this grand vessel. Many master shipwrights have visited in hopes of restoring it. Yet all have met with failure. Thus, Noah is now regarded as a ship that must remain untouched and unscathed until the day of reckoning arrives. Oh, I see. I had no idea this magnificent vessel harbored such a tale. My understanding has truly deepened. Thank you for sharing this with me. Morse circled around Noah several times, contemplating that even if this thing were offered to him, he would likely decline. The daily consumption would probably be overwhelming, and he feared that his modest salary would hardly suffice to keep it fueled. With these thoughts in mind, he cast one last glance at Noah, shook his head, and departed. Morse did not confide in anyone. A solitary figure silently departed from the depths of Fishman Island, resurfacing to behold the azure sea and sky. With a sense of comfort, Morse exclaimed, the new world, I have arrived. Let the festivities commence. Chapter 59. The welcome gift of the new world. It seemed as though the ocean, hearing Morse's declaration, could no longer tolerate his arrogant demeanor. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky. As Morse gazed upward, witnessing this spectacle, he instinctively murmured, "Goodness! Is it truly possible to see a shooting star in broad daylight in the new world?" Curiosity piqued. He activated his observation hockey to discern the nature of the shooting star. "No way! How could I be so unfortunate?" he exclaimed in alarm. Hastily seizing the transponder snail to contact Akainu, urgently imploring, "Please pick up." "Old man," roared Noah, "hurry and answer." "Morse, how has your time on Fishman Island been? What brings you to seek me?" "Sengoku has already dispatched someone to verify the auction matters," came the steady voice of Akainu through the transponder snail. Morse instinctively responded, "Oh, not bad. It seems the efficiency of the warlord of the warring states is quite commendable." Just as he was about to chuckle, he suddenly recalled the shooting stars above and exclaimed, "There is no time for idle chatter. I urgently require assistance. It appears I have encountered that monstrous beast Kaido attempting to take a plunge into the sea. From my observations, it seems he has already noticed my presence. Can you believe it? This fiend can even change direction midair. I shall be waiting for you on the deserted island since my departure from Fishman Island. If you arrive late, prepare to collect my remains." With a tone tinged with both exasperation and urgency, Akainu hastily instructed Morse before abruptly ending the call and rushing toward his direction. Morse gazed at the approaching meteor, casting a reluctant glance at the small vessel beneath him. Gradually, his form transformed into delicate petals of cherry blossom, gently drifting away. And in an instant, he found himself silently materializing on the deserted island. Having previously employed his observation hockey, he ascertained that the island was utterly devoid of life. Not even a solitary creature to be found. It appeared that when the time came for confrontation, he need not worry about innocents being caught in the fray. With this thought in mind, Morse unsheathed his sword, Cherry's Blossom, and carefully polished its blade before returning it to its scabbard. He leisurely retrieved a Tihua Jishio and placed it between his lips. With a flick of a match, he ignited the cigarette. Tilting his head to observe the meteor adjusting its trajectory, and began to draw in slow, deliberate puffs. Was Kaido not quite right in the head? Why was he merely altering his course without increasing his speed? At such a leisurely pace, how could he possibly meet his demise, even in self-destruction? He seemed lackadaisical. What a poor review. As if in response to his thoughts, Kaido in the sky accelerated, and in no time at all, he hovered above the island. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as rocks tumbled and dust billowed. The very center of the island was struck with immense force, leaving behind a colossal crater from Kaido's descent. Morse hesitated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to investigate, for if Kaido were to sustain serious injuries, he could seize the opportunity to earn some military merit. Furthermore, his curiosity about Kaido's appearance was insatiable. With a swift motion, Morse positioned himself at the edge of the abyss and peered down, only to find Kaido fast asleep in the depths, even snoring audibly. This fellow is truly a marvel. Has he instinctively locked onto my location? Contemplating this, Morse intended to quietly slip away while Kaido remained in slumber, for it was evident that Kaido did not appear to be gravely injured. He had a modicum of self-awareness. However, contrary to his intentions, as soon as Morse made to move, Kaido abruptly opened his eyes, his expression one of displeasure, as though disturbed from a deep slumber. Damn it. It's so noisy. Morse's mood was utterly dismal, to say the least. What was this? He had roused himself from slumber only to become incensed with his own thoughts. Inflicting collateral damage upon the innocent, It was a blatant display of his piratical nature. As Kaido gradually emerged from his stupor, he was abruptly confronted by the sight of Morse hovering above him, which ignited a surge of fury within him. With a sudden, forceful motion, he swung his fist, creating a tremendous crater beneath Morse's feet. Feigned a look of trepidation as he gazed at Kaido, emulating the tone of Kizaru, and remarked, "How truly terrifying." The Yonko Kaido indeed lives up to his reputation. Upon hearing Morse's words, Kaido suddenly rose, his colossal form causing the entire deserted island to tremble. With a brooding expression, he stared at Morse, who had narrowly evaded his punch. In a sudden leap, Kaido soared into the air, his remarkable agility evoking envy. At the edge of the deep pit, Morse sensed a profound hostility locking onto him, and he instinctively looked up at Kaido's massive figure hovering above. He murmured to himself in awe, "Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Is this still the height of a human? It feels akin to the giants of our headquarters. If I were to receive a punch, I would surely be obliterated." Crash! Before Morse could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous sound resonated as Kaido landed decisively beside him. The sight of Kaido's towering physique, his formidable muscles adorned with menacing scars, emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Remarkably, this was merely a fraction of Kaido's true aura. Otherwise, Morse would have had no time to be lost in thought. "You scoundrel! Are you also a member of the Navy? That nauseating scent emanating from you truly irks me." With an increasingly ominous countenance, Kaido unleashed a ferocious roar, his terrifying aura erupting instantaneously. He swung a fist toward Morse, the colossal appendage tearing through the air, producing a series of resounding booms. An ingenious thought flickered in Morse's mind as he regained his senses, observing the formidable conqueror's haki enveloping every inch of Kaido's being. When he witnessed Kaido launching a powerful punch towards him, Morse's expression turned serious, contemplating that this fist was far more terrifying than a massive cooking pot. He even felt as though an enormous mountain was descending upon him. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, its blade enveloped in armament haki. While a flurry of cherry blossoms materialized, surging towards Kaido, he muttered under his breath, "Indeed, a monster. Even a casual punch is dreadfully intimidating." With a thunderous crash, a terrifying shockwave swept across the desolate island as Morse's Thousand Cherry Blossoms collided with Kaido's fist. For a moment, neither party exhibited any intention of retreating. Locked in a fierce stalemate, Kaido's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Morse, irked that this young lad had not been sent flying by a strike. In his displeasure, he intensified the force behind his punch. Morse felt a tremendous force emanating from the blade once more. Gritting his teeth, he shifted from a single-handed grip to wielding the knife with both hands, intensifying his strength. He attempted to employ the technique of internal destruction that he had just mastered from Zephyr. And indeed, the technique proved remarkably effective, shattering Kaido's defenses with ease. However, Morse was not without his own discomfort. His body caused the ground to fracture beneath him, creating a substantial pit. Rubbing his wrist, he slowly sat up within the deep hole, muttering to himself, "That Kaido fellow possesses an astonishing amount of strength." The second surge of power was evidently even greater than the first. I can hardly fathom how he achieves such feats. It seems he is not exerting himself fully yet. Realizing that engaging him in a direct confrontation would only lead to his own downfall, Morse glanced at his lacerated right hand. Kaido, seemingly unfazed, bellowed furiously, "Is this all the power you possess, you Navy scum? To dare interrupt my suicide, you will leave your life here today." With a face contorted in rage, Kaido gazed down at Morse in the pit, extending his hands with the apparent intent of yanking him out and tearing him apart. As the figure of Morse flickered, he instantaneously activated Empty Cicada, leaving behind a substitute crafted from cherry blossoms in the deep pit, while he silently appeared behind Kaido. Observing the cherry blossom substitute that had been torn apart by Kaido, he feigned fear and remarked, "Are you truly prepared to tear me apart? This is exceedingly cruel." Upon realizing that the Navy in his grasp was composed of cherry blossoms, Kaido, with a grim expression, bellowed, "You bastard from the Navy, come here and face your demise." Chapter 60. Does such a monster as Kaido truly remain unscathed? Morse rolled his eyes, pondering whether Kaido had suffered a blow to the head. How could he possibly entertain the notion of compelling others to seek their own demise? "Kaido, have you ever experienced the exquisite sensation of gua sha?" With a swift incantation of Thousand Cherry Blossoms, countless blades of cherry blossom petals materialized around Kaido, enveloping him in a spherical cocoon. Each blade sliced through the air, targeting every inch of his being without fail. Truly, he is a monster. Could it be that my grand technique merely served as a form of gua sha for him? Morse's lips twitched incessantly. Although he had long anticipated that this maneuver would not inflict significant harm upon Kaido, the actual outcome still exceeded his expectations. Within the spherical formation of cherry blossoms, the razor-sharp petals grazed Kaido's body. Only a fraction, imbued with the potent haki, managed to pierce his flesh, while the remainder merely shredded his clothing, resulting in minimal damage to his being. Kaido stood there, unyielding, enduring the onslaught for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, finding it utterly tedious, he let out a furious roar and, with a surge of strength, tore apart the cherry blossom sphere enveloping him. You pathetic Navy scoundrel. Is this all you can muster? You have truly disappointed me. In that case, prepare to meet your demise. With that, Kaido's right hand, from wrist to knuckles, became shrouded in a layer of pitch-black armament haki, his fist breaking the sound barrier in an instant, appearing directly before Morse. Morse's gaze sharpened as he brandished his 1,000 cherry blossoms, elevating the blade with a delicate motion before suddenly sweeping it towards the oncoming fist. A magnificent and resplendent pink slash traversed the air, resembling a brilliant crescent moon, descending directly from above and materializing before Kaido's fist in an instant. This strike appeared deceptively simple. Focus, you brat. Kaido's face contorted into a menacing grin, showing no intent to evade the dazzling pink attack. Accelerating the speed of his punch once more. Boom. The fist collided with the slash, distorting the very air around them. Morse had already executed a cicada shell maneuver. Retreating from the epicenter at the moment, he unleashed the strike. Kaido's expression remained unchanged as he slowly retracted his fist, glancing at the newly inflicted wound on his arm before erupting into laughter, taking a swig from the gourd at his waist. Very good, do not cease. Hasten and strive to deliver a fatal blow to me, he declared, before leaping into the pit below to retrieve the spiked club. Weighing it in his hand and finding it as comfortably familiar as ever. As Moles observed Kaido's movements, he rubbed his temples in exasperation. Could it be? Was he truly resorting to weapons? This fellow Kaido certainly lacked sportsmanship. In a swift motion, he vanished, reappearing above Kaido's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Moles resolved to take the initiative. His sword, 1,000 cherry blossoms, shimmered with a dark luminescence as he launched a fierce strike towards Kaido's head. In response to Moles' unexpected assault, Kaido not only remained unfazed but erupted into a hearty laugh. That's right. Give it your all to kill me, or be struck down by my might. His spiked club traced an elegant arc through the air, arriving at Mole's right side before he could react. In a flurry, Moles had no choice but to redirect 1,000 cherry blossoms, spinning his body to position the blade vertically against his chest, his left hand bracing against the back of the sword. The collision between the spiked club and 1,000 cherry blossoms resounded with a thunderous crash. Moles felt an overwhelming force propel him backward uncontrollably, soaring through a forest and shattering countless massive trees before finally regaining his footing. Coughing, he delicately covered his mouth with his left hand, blood seeping through his palm. Damn, this fellow is indeed a monster. His strength far surpasses that of that old scoundrel. Dragon. Morse's expression suddenly changed, and he forcefully propelled himself backward with a powerful push of his feet, retreating several steps in rapid succession. Boom. Another thunderous sound erupted as Kaido's spiked club crashed down onto Morse's previous position, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Kaido's figure swiftly charged forward, seamlessly dodging the descending weapon, and with a deft motion, he seized it, bringing it crashing down toward Morse once more. Morse moved with an incessant flicker, as Kaido swung his spiked club, causing colossal trees to collapse one after another. You damn naval brat, do you only know how to evade? Hurry up and counterattack. Use that little knife of yours to strike me. Kaido's frustration grew with each passing moment as Morse scurried about like a rodent, truly driving him to the brink of exasperation. Morse braced himself against Kaido's formidable strike, leveraging the force to propel himself backward, ultimately coming to rest atop the pinnacle of a colossal tree. He rubbed his tingling right arm, reflecting on his fortunate circumstances upon entering the new world. He had been bestowed with such a grand gift, for which he felt immense gratitude. Admiral Akainu, you must hasten your arrival. Should you delay, it may truly become a matter of collecting my remains. It appears I must engage in a proper battle with this monster Kaido. Continually evading would be utterly disgraceful. With a determined thought, Morse sheathed his blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and leaned forward slightly, adopting a stance of readiness, his feet forming a bow. Aido, Cherry Blossom. Moment of fate. Morse effortlessly pierced through Kaido's form, positioning himself behind him as he sheathed his blade. He thought to himself that this would surely subdue Kaido for a while. Alas, fate had other plans. Kaido cast a glance at the gaping wound that had inexplicably appeared beneath his left shoulder, and in an instant, fury consumed him as he let out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, he pivoted his body, swinging his spiked club in a wide arc, hurling it directly at Morse. Without a moment's hesitation, Morse unleashed the technique Empty Cicada, and his substitute was instantly shattered by the mace, scattering a flurry of cherry blossoms that drifted gracefully in all directions. His true form materialized before Kaido, and with a sudden draw of his blade, he executed a horizontal slash. The glint of the blade flickered incessantly as Kaido, in a frantic response, instinctively clenched his fists to shield himself. In that fleeting moment, Morse darted around Kaido, delivering rapid strikes. The reverberations of the blade echoed ominously as blood streamed from Kaido's arms. Yet, astonishingly, no fatal wounds manifested, nor did it impede his movements. A thunderous crash resonated through the air, unleashing a tempestuous wave that surged violently around the coastline. Kaido, thoroughly vexed by Morse's relentless assaults with the battered sword, resolved to endure a severe blow in order to retaliate with a fist, determined to make Morse understand the consequences. In this clash, Kaido bore a grievous, bone-deep cut across his chest. While not lethal, it only served to amplify his fury. Morse was certainly not in a favorable position, having once again endured a furious blow from Kaido, resulting in a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Come again, that wretched Navy brat. Although he had sustained 2 cuts, Kaido was not particularly enraged. Rather, there was an unexpected thrill in the encounter. It was simply exhilarating. For a time, the two engaged in a relentless exchange, trading blows and strikes on the desolate island, each inflicting pain upon the other. After a while, Kaido grew weary of this back-and-forth brawl. The Navy opponent proved to be exceedingly agile, and the Cherry Blossom ability always seemed to evade his lethal strikes at the most critical moments. He resolved to eliminate Morse directly. With a furious roar, a thunderous dragon's cry echoed through the air. Instantly, dark clouds gathered above the island, and amidst the flashes of lightning and booming thunder, a thick mist enveloped Kaido, obscuring his figure entirely. Morse once again stood atop the towering ancient tree, gazing at the extraordinary spectacle conjured by Kaido before him. He could only look skyward in silent exasperation and exclaim, "Old man, I have already forced this monster into its second transformation. Where are you?" Furthermore, logically speaking, should this not be a gradual affair? How is it that Kaido, this rogue, is so brazen as to unleash his full power and attempt to strike me down after merely half a day? Must he truly be so heartless? As Morse marveled at the scene, the misty clouds nearby parted to reveal Kaido, who had completed his transformation into a colossal blue dragon. Soaring into the sky, he unleashed a terrifying breath of fire towards Morse. A flame several kilometers long surged forth, its destructive power astonishing, instantly vaporizing the forest beneath Morse's feet. "Come on, you naval scoundrels! Hurry up and come over to strike me down," he bellowed, followed by another tempestuous gust erupting from his mouth. Truly, this creature seems capable of wielding all elements. With fire and wind at his command, one wonders if he will soon conjure forth water as well. Morse, with a heart as vast as the ocean, found himself pondering the extent of Kaido's fiery onslaught. As flames and dust erupted from the ground, he mused that if Kaido continued this relentless barrage, the entire island would be reduced to ashes. Shaking his head in disbelief, he lamented the sheer absurdity of it all. How could a warrior of such formidable physical prowess not only engage in combat, but also transform into a sorcerer, unleashing devastating long-range attacks? One must wonder if any consideration would be given to tempering such overwhelming abilities. Chapter 61. This divine dragon cannot grant wishes, yet it strikes me as Morse faced the oncoming tempest. He realized there was no escape. Drawing his sword, he prepared to confront the impending storm. Morse's expression darkened as he channeled his haki fervently into the blade's sheath. In the fleeting moment before the hurricane struck, he drew his sword and executed a reverse slash. A striking black-pink arc cleaved through the tempest, hurtling directly towards Kaido in his dragon form. Morse sheathed his sword, his hands lightly resting on his knees as he gasped for breath, the previous strike having drained a significant amount of his stamina. Meanwhile, Kaido glared with fiery intensity, his dragon eyes wide open, as he directed his obsidian claws towards the oncoming black-pink slash aimed at him. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of thunderous sounds, Morse's attack was effortlessly shattered by Kaido. scattering like cherry blossoms across the sky. Come on, you pathetic Navy scum, is that all you've got? Hurry up and try to strike me. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Kaido, in his dragon form, soared into the air, exhaling torrents of fiery breath while his claws lunged menacingly towards Morse. How tiresome it is that Kaido keeps repeating the same phrases like a relentless chatterbox. Morse gently wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, abandoning the notion of further engagement. If he continued in such a manner, he would either be struck down by Kaido or exhaust himself in the process. Drawing his sword, Sengoku, he unleashed a series of pink blade energies, deftly cleaving through the dragon's breath before launching an assault with Sengoku against Kaido's formidable claws. Despite the immense disparity in size, both adversaries wielded remarkably equal might. The initial clash of blade against claw took him by surprise as they seemed evenly matched, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Morse found himself engulfed in a wave of perplexity, pondering how Kaido's transformation into the Azure Dragon form seemed to have diminished his strength slightly. Once more, the audacious young Marine now possessed a power significantly greater than before. He urged himself to amplify his own strength. Kaido shouted with fervor. With a series of explosive clashes, the air was filled with the resounding echoes of their fierce combat. Each collision was accompanied by a thunderous roar, and the ground beneath them trembled violently, cracking under the immense force unleashed by their battle. Unbeknownst to him, within this brief span of a year, Morse had experienced an explosive surge in his abilities. From initially holding a slight advantage in his skirmishes against Don Quixote da Flamingo, he had now reached a point where he could stand toe-to-toe with one of the four emperors, Beast Kaido, without faltering. Morse has truly grown at an astonishing pace, one that is almost beyond belief. With a resounding thud, he once again found himself outmatched in a clash of strength, sent flying by Kaido's powerful claw. As he soared through the air, he was scorched by the dragon's breath that erupted from Kaido's mouth. Rising from the ground, his appearance disheveled and covered in dust, he gazed at his clothes, now reduced to ashes, and absent-mindedly rubbed his curly hair, which had begun to emit a faint scent of char. Morse let out a soft sigh, relieved that no one was around. Otherwise, he would be utterly embarrassed by his current appearance. It is truly baffling. While others encounter dragons and are granted wishes, my own encounter with a dragon not only denied me that privilege, but also resulted in a ferocious beating. With a flourish of his left hand, a pink kimono, composed of cherry blossoms, adorned his figure. Satisfied, Morse twirled around, even forgetting that Kaido was still present. Final scene, White Emperor's sword. In addition to the cherry blossoms that transformed into his attire, the blossoms on the deserted island soared into the air, rushing towards Morse and enveloping the blade of his 1,000 cherry blossom sword. The blade glimmered with a white light, and wings of radiant energy manifested at the hilt. With a gentle swipe of his left hand across the luminous blade, he called out to Kaido, who was soaring towards him. You old dragon. Have you ever heard of Neza? Not only do you refuse to grant me a wish, but you also scorch my clothes. Do not blame me if I decide to extract your dragon tendons and strip your hide. At this moment, Morse has resolutely relinquished his support for Akainu, preparing to confront Kaido directly, determined to leave behind several indelible scars that would remind the young man that he is not so easily trifled with. You insolent marine brat. What are you babbling about? Come over here and face your demise. Perhaps realizing that Morse no longer harbors any hope of assisting him in fulfilling his aspirations of death, Kaido has shifted his intentions, now poised to eliminate him. This marks an unknown number of times Morse has launched himself towards Kaido. Yet this instance may hold a different significance. Morse is now exerting every ounce of strength he possesses, utterly disregarding the need to conserve energy for a prolonged battle. In other words, if he fails to momentarily repel Kaido this round, he is undoubtedly destined to face his demise. At this moment, all of his fruit abilities converge upon the 1,000 cherry blossoms, enhancing their offensive power, while the armament haki envelopes his entire being, fortifying his defenses in preparation for withstanding a few more blows. As he observes Kaido's mighty claw descending with tremendous force, a slight smile graces Morse's face. Indeed, you are painfully slow. He then swiftly leaps to the left, evading Kaido's ferocious strike with an agile maneuver. Kaido's claw meets only empty air. Yet the torrent of dragon breath emanating from his mouth continues to wreak havoc upon the deserted island, shattering the ground beneath and creating a spiderweb of fissures that radiate outward in all directions. The epicenter of the dragon's breath is reduced to ashes, leaving behind a terrifying gaping hole, with the sea surging violently upward. Seeing Morse persistently evade direct confrontation, Kaido's expression darkens as he reverts to his initial state of hiding. With a scowl, he glares at Morse and bellows, "You Navy scum, have you already given up? Come on, continue to clash with me." Though it is undeniably infuriating, one cannot help but acknowledge that you are indeed a formidable monster. Morse swiftly evaded the torrent of flames unleashed by Kaido, refraining from engaging in combat at that moment. With a look of exasperation, he gazed at Kaido and thought to himself, "Could you perhaps grant me a chance? I merely came here for a respite." Upon arriving in the new world, it seems as though the roles of the Navy and the pirates have been reversed. It is the pirates who now seek trouble with the Navy. Furthermore, your defensive capabilities are utterly absurd, and the force of your attacks is terrifying. Your physique resembles that of a colossal mountain. I am left bewildered as to how you were ever captured, and I can only wonder what sustenance you consumed to stave off hunger. Morse paused momentarily, scrutinizing the conspicuous scars adorning Kaido's dragon form, and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Kaido, if you have such a desire for demise, why not confront that old man, Whitebeard, in battle? He is renowned as the strongest man in the world. Those damn Marines, why do they chatter so incessantly? Hurry up and come to meet your end." Upon hearing Whitebeard's name, it seemed a troubling memory ignited within Kaido, as his fury surged instantaneously. Flames erupted from his mouth in a tempestuous whirlwind, directed towards Morse, while his body hurtled forward with reckless acceleration. "Oh, it appears I have struck a chord of sorrow within you. I never anticipated that a creature such as yourself harbored any discontent from the past. How utterly intriguing." As Morse endeavored to regain his strength, he simultaneously sought to provoke Kaido's wrath, hoping to incite his opponent into a frenzy. "You bastard, your incessant rambling grows tiresome. Hurry over here so that I may end your life." A thunderous roar erupted from Kaido's dragon maw, and in an instant, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the entire desolate island, the intensity of his aura escalating with each passing moment. Morse's gaze sharpened, and he uncomfortably shifted his body. The conqueror's haki. Indeed, this phenomenon is not merely meant for the effortless subjugation of weaklings. Alas, it seems that its manifestation relies solely on innate talent. It appears that I can no longer afford to delay. Morse felt that his stamina had recovered to approximately 60%. If this continued, Kaido would likely regain strength at a pace surpassing his own. With a swift flourish of his blade, he plunged the weapon downward and forcefully propelled himself towards Kaido. A thunderous roar erupted from Kaido, whose aura surged dramatically, crackling with lightning all around him. As he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts formed from his dragon breath towards Morse. Morse flickered continuously, skillfully evading Kaido's relentless breaths, exerting every ounce of strength to approach the formidable body of Kaido. In the next instant, Morse's figure suddenly accelerated. With a swift turn, he traversed the spatial distance and appeared abruptly behind Kaido's dragon head, plunging his attack towards the dragon's neck. Chapter 62. Old Man. You have finally come to collect my remains in his dragon form. Kaido's size was even more colossal, yet his speed had considerably diminished, preventing him from evading Morse's sudden strike in time. With a thunderous roar, Kaido unleashed a ferocious bellow, his dragon body trembling violently as crackling lightning surged around him, attempting to shake off Morse from his neck. Morse has plunged the 1,000 cherry blossoms of the final scene, the White Emperor Sword, deep into Kaido's dragon neck, simultaneously driving the cherry blossom blades within fiercely into Kaido's body, attempting to slay this monstrous creature through the method of internal destruction. Unfortunately, Kaido's vitality is nothing short of terrifying. After a prolonged standoff, he remains as vigorous as ever, showing no signs of having sustained any severe injury. Moreover, he has not succumbed to rage-induced madness. Realizing that in his dragon form he cannot shake off Morse, he emits a series of thunderous roars, with lightning crackling around him as he steadily begins to revert to his human form. As Morse confronted Kaido, who was on the verge of regaining his human form, he valiantly suppressed the numbing onslaught of thunder and lightning. With great effort, he propelled himself off the dragon's neck, retreating into the distance. "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms," he murmured, and the 1,000 cherry blossoms dissolved into a flurry of petals, returning to Morse's hand. "You wretched Marine, why did you not sever my head with conviction just moments ago? How dare you allow me to survive?" This is infuriating. As the mist dissipated and the thunder ceased, Kaido had regained his human shape, a gaping wound visible in his neck, revealing bone and oozing blood. Upon inspecting the injury, he realized it was insufficient to claim his life, and thus, he paid it no heed. In a swift motion, He seized a distant spiked club and hurled it towards Morse, who was recuperating in midair. The thunder roared ominously. Morse felt a flash of lightning streak past him. His energy was depleted, leaving him no time to react before Kaido struck him with incredible speed using the lightning-wreathed kanabo. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying once more. Fortunately, Morse had maintained his hardened state of Busashoka Haki. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more dire than merely spitting blood. Having recently exerted himself with the full force of the final technique, the White Emperor Sword, Morse was already on the brink of exhaustion. The furious Kaido's Thunder Bagua delivered a perfect home run, incapacitating him as he fell into a deep pit, momentarily unable to rise. With a thunderous crash, Kaido leaped directly to the edge of the pit where Morse lay, causing the entire island to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. Kaido glared down at Morse, who was silently regaining his strength, choosing not to strike immediately. "Hey, you naval brat. Are you interested in joining my ranks for a grand endeavor? I could make you my fourth calamity. Being a pirate is far more thrilling than being a marine." Morse rolled his eyes in response, unwilling to expend any energy answering Kaido's invitation. "The Navy is not something you can seduce, Kaido." A furious roar suddenly echoed from afar behind Kaido, causing his expression to shift to one of gravity. He swung his spiked club fiercely backward. A massive torrent of magma plummeted from above, colliding directly with Kaido's weapon, as a figure, weary from battle, materialized amidst the molten glow in the sky. It was Akainu. "Who dares to disrupt my plans?" "Ah, it's you, magma bastard. Are you here to kill me?" Kaido bellowed in anger, his form darting forward as he hurled a punch toward Akainu. "I've longed to rid the seas of your filth. Today shall be your demise." Akainu responded with a roar, crimson magma surging from his right hand as he struck back at Kaido. The clash of their fists, one imbued with black lightning, the other with red-hot magma, produced a thunderous explosion. A violent shockwave erupted, sweeping outward and altering the very climate above, as dark clouds began to churn ominously. The sheer force of their collision shattered the clouds overhead, creating a cacophony of ripping air that resonated across the desolate island. Centered around the two combatants, a terrifying aura erupted once more. Although Akainu had not awakened his conqueror's haki, the unique pressure cultivated through years of battle held its own against Kaido's formidable will. Despite Kaido's extraordinary physique, his recent bout with Morse had taken a toll on his strength and stamina. While his recovery abilities were formidable, the piercing wound left by Morse and the lingering damage from the Sakura blade within him hindered his normal recuperation. After being forced back several steps by Akainu, Kaido struggled to retract his fist, his arm now covered in a layer of crimson magma, hanging limply in midair. The magma bastard truly surpasses that flashy little brat below. "Hurry up and kill me," Kaido exclaimed with an unusual excitement, electricity crackling around him as he unleashed several streams of fire breath toward Akainu. Akainu's right arm trembled, evidently affected by the previous clash. "Great fire blast," he shouted, lifting his left arm slightly to launch magma-infused punches at Kaido, which collided with the fiery breath, causing an explosion of magma and flames that engulfed their surroundings. "Good heavens, esteemed warriors, please spare the innocent. If that ignites me, I'll be reduced to ashes." As the weary Morse emerged from the depths of the chasm, he was met with a torrent of molten rock hurtling towards him. In a flurry of panic, he scrambled to escape, his face drained of color. Perhaps the commotion above was too subdued, or perhaps the two formidable figures engaged in battle simply chose to disregard him. He awkwardly scratched his head in embarrassment. With a wry smile, he sought a clear patch of ground, settling down to observe the two titans as they hurled fireballs at one another like novice sorcerers. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette from his pocket, only to remember that all his belongings had been reduced to ash by Kaido's flames. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes at the thought of his checks and cigarettes. "Old man, take down that scoundrel. He has incinerated my holiday documents. Is my vacation still valid?" Akainu, infuriated, nearly stumbled over himself, having rushed to rescue this fool, only to find him contemplating leisure. It was evident that upon returning, he would have to administer a well-deserved reprimand. Yet, observing Morse's state, he recognized that the fool was not gravely harmed and decided against prolonging the conflict with Kaido. With a fierce glare, Akainu transformed his left arm into molten rock, sculpting it into the shape of a canine head before launching it ferociously at Kaido. Unbeknownst to Kaido, who was preoccupied with regenerating his strength while exhaling dragon flames, Akainu's sudden assault sent him crashing to the ground. inadvertently striking the wound at the back of his neck and plunging him into a brief unconsciousness. Seizing this moment, Akainu grasped Morse and made their escape from the desolate island. Morse, ensnared in Akainu's grasp, refrained from resistance, merely rolling his eyes in confusion and inquiring, "Why does the old man not take advantage of his ailment to dispose of Kaido right here?" Akainu glanced back, noticing that Kaido had not pursued them, and with an irritable tone, retorted that rascal's defenses and vitality far exceed those of ordinary beings. He has survived countless encounters with the Navy. With just the two of us, it is impossible to vanquish him. Do you think I would have brought you along if it were otherwise? Moreover, you have caused me considerable trouble again. Did I not instruct you to behave? Chapter 63. Renowned in the New World, I am truly aggrieved, old man. I merely sought a peaceful vacation. Little did I anticipate that upon my arrival at Fishman Island, before I could even finish my meal, I was embroiled in a brawl instigated by that ruffian captain from Whitebeard's crew. Then, just as I departed Fishman Island and entered the New World, having uttered a single phrase, before I could relish the breathtaking scenery, I was ambushed by that old scoundrel Kaido, who leapt into the sea to commit suicide. Upon encountering me, he unleashed a torrent of blows and even scorched my garments. By the way, old man, regarding my desire to extend my vacation. Before he could finish, noticing Akainu's increasingly furious expression, he hastily altered his tone, seemingly unconcerned, and quickly added, never mind. Since there is no vacation leave, I shall not trouble you further. I will dutifully return to work. I sense that G1 Fortress is in dire need of my presence." Akainu merely huffed in response, choosing not to elaborate further. As Morse observed the improvement in Akainu's demeanor, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to genuinely appreciate the picturesque view of the sea from Akainu's hand. However, as time dragged on, an undeniable sense of boredom crept in. In search of distraction, he ventured to inquire, "Old man, don't you ever tire from perpetually treading the moonwalk? Perhaps we could find a boat and leisurely row back, taking in the splendid scenery along the way. That would be rather pleasant." "Silence, you impertinent fool," Akainu retorted, nearly tossing Morse into the sea to drown. He even found himself regretting his earlier haste in rescuing him, contemplating whether it might have been wiser to allow Kaido to administer a more rigorous lesson instead. Morse sighed, utterly perplexed by the sudden volatility of his elder's temperament. It seemed that now, he was not even permitted to voice his thoughts. Reflecting on it, he found himself considering how much easier it was to deal with Rocco. Meanwhile, Kaido, having regained consciousness, discovered that both Akainu and Morse had vanished. With a furious roar, he resolved to venture to G1 Fortress in due time, intent on confronting them in battle, seeking their demise. Bored, he lifted a gourd of wine and drank deeply before rolling over and succumbing to slumber. Concurrently, the wounds inflicted upon him by Morse and Akainu had ceased bleeding and were healing rapidly, truly living up to his monstrous reputation. In the office of Admiral Akainu at the G1 Fortress, the latter sat upright behind his desk, diligently reviewing documents, while Rocco stood quietly by his side. As for Morse, he remained unchanged, lounging comfortably in a chair with his legs crossed, relishing a cup of tea brewed by Akainu. "Ah, your tea is as delightful as ever, old man. It has been far too long since I last enjoyed it. I was so preoccupied I could hardly eat," he remarked, listening to Morse's incessant chatter. Akainu did not even raise his gaze. Upon his return to G1 Fortress, he had harbored concerns that Morse might be affected by Kaido's skirmishes, suffering irreparable damage. However, seeing Morse invigorated after a brief rest brought forth a flicker of discontent in Akainu. He thought to himself that despite enduring a severe beating, Morse displayed no signs of humility. Instead, he shamelessly sought ways to request leave, yearning to continue his travels. "Be quiet, will you? If you have no pressing matters, go train those newcomers in the training grounds and help them acclimate to the new world. Do not create chaos as you do. They do not possess your strength." As his words concluded, he turned to Rocco, instructing, "Rocco, take this document and arrange for it to be delivered to headquarters." Rocco swiftly accepted the document and hurried out of the office. Morse remained utterly still, seemingly at ease as he sipped his tea, his gaze fixed intently on the clock behind Akainu. There was no need to keep watching it. The workday had only just begun, and no amount of staring would hasten its passage. "Speak up. What are your plans moving forward? Will you be training the new recruits here? Or will you lead a patrol to inspect the surrounding defenses?" Morse rolled his eyes. The implication behind the old man's words was not an opportunity for him to choose, but rather a clear directive to hastily remove himself from the premises and cease being a nuisance. Furthermore, he was not permitted to stray beyond the old man's line of sight, lest he inadvertently attract a host of troubles. Morse took a sip of strong tea and responded in an utterly languid tone, "Understood. Starting tomorrow, I shall lead a patrol to oversee our defenses, ensuring that no pirates roam the nearby waters. Is that satisfactory?" Meanwhile, Morse's name spread wildly throughout the New World due to his confrontation with Flower Sword Bista and Beast Kaido, particularly through the unique methods of Morgans, the president of the Economic News Agency. This revelation alerted the pirates of the New World to the emergence of another formidable entity within the Navy, prompting many to steer clear of the G1 Fortress's jurisdiction. On the Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sat on the deck, sipping alcohol while receiving intravenous fluids. He addressed Flower Sword Bista below, saying, "That little white snake is indeed the Navy brat you faced, isn't he? It seems he was holding back. Otherwise, we might not have seen you again." In celebration of his son Bista's safe return, Marco announced a banquet. "By the way, inform everyone that if we encounter that white snake again, we should let him be." As a gesture of gratitude for Bista, at the Big Mom Pirates headquarters, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, gazed at the newspaper in her hand while indulging in cake. She bellowed to her sons at the banquet, "Cadence, I want to bring him here as my next husband. Go to that magma brat's territory and deliver the message immediately." Cadence Baron instantly broke into a cold sweat, casting a desperate glance at Charlotte Katakuri nearby. He dared not provoke Akainu alone, as that would be tantamount to courting death. "Mother, it is unwise to provoke the Navy at this juncture. Our priority must be resolving the conflict with Kaido, and I still have to prepare new desserts for you." "Ah, desserts. In that case, we shall not invite him to this tea party. However, we must ensure that White Snake is invited to the next World Conference." Although still preoccupied with Morse, Linlin chose to temporarily set aside the idea of inviting him for the sake of her new desserts. On the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, Shanks, while enjoying the ongoing banquet, glanced at the newspaper handed to him by Ben Beckman and laughed heartily. "Beckman, doesn't this fellow resemble me in my youth? Time is indeed unrelenting. Youth is a splendid thing." The Navy's deployment of such a new star in the New World to assist Akainu in suppressing the area suggests they have ambitious plans for the region. There's no need for all this convoluted scheming. Perhaps the Navy merely wishes to hone this supernova. Let us not make a fuss about it. Come, let us continue drinking, Beckman. Do not wear such a gloomy countenance. Quinn, aboard the Beast pirate ship, the Armored Dragon, shouted towards the distance at Jack and Jin. "It's utterly ridiculous that our captain was injured by a Navy brat." Jean spoke in a remarkably calm manner. "Enough of the nonsense, you glutton. Have you managed to contact the boss? Let's ascertain the situation and determine if we need to fetch him back." Jack, seemingly oblivious to his brother's words, growled, "Damn Navy. I shall rally my men to the G1 Fortress and eliminate that scoundrel who has besmirched the name of our Lord." "Silence, fool," Quinn and Jean shouted in unison, utterly unwilling to entertain Jack's mindless tirade. Such a scene unfolded simultaneously across numerous pirate crews and underground factions. As the formidable denizens of the New World became aware of the emergence of a new star within the Navy, codenamed White Serpent, Chapter 64, Tea Party Invitation. Morris stood at the bow of the patrol ship, puffing on a cigarette while gazing out at the sea, exuding an air of profound boredom. Alas, how tiresome it is to think that anyone would dare to assault the naval fortress. I haven't even had a drink. The old man truly cannot bear to see me idle. This week of patrol duties has fostered in Morris a habit of conversing with the ocean. As the crew aboard this ship, with their overly cautious demeanor, meticulously scour every corner of the waters, seemingly ready to detain even the most innocent seagull that dares to fly overhead. Regrettably, Rocco, now an indispensable aide to Admiral Akainu, is tethered to his side, diligently managing what appear to be inconsequential documents, reluctant to let him depart. A lieutenant with a square jaw approached Morris with a serious expression, urgently reporting, "Colonel Morris, there is a band of pirates encroaching upon our waters, located 50 nautical miles ahead. Shall we proceed to apprehend them? Is it true? There are indeed audacious ruffians causing a disturbance. Quickly, alert the crew, full speed ahead. At last, we shall have an adventure." As Morse finished speaking, he noticed the naval lieutenant before him staring in astonishment. He quickly cleared his throat and began anew. "Ahem. What I meant to say is that we can finally let the pirates of the New World know that the Navy is not to be trifled with. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and set off. Why, yes, sir. The lieutenant responded, flustered as he hurried away. Morse let out a long sigh of relief, at last. He would not have to pace back and forth here. He couldn't fathom which unfortunate soul had dared to intrude. Yet the Navy in the New World appeared perpetually apprehensive, as if they were terrified of encountering pirates. At that moment, a pirate ship shaped like a cake was making its way towards the G1 fortress. On the deck, several individuals sat or stood, their eyes fixed on the increasingly loud alarms. Honestly, Mama, must we deliver an invitation to that white snake little navy? And on Akainu's territory no less. I truly cannot comprehend Mama's intentions, one of them remarked. This speaker was a lion fur tribe member, donned in sunglasses, with a towering stature and a fierce exterior. Though beneath the glasses, his true nature was revealed by comically small eyes. He wore a pink suit, with a long sword sheathed at his waist. Mind your words, Pudding. Is this how you speak about Mama behind her back? A stern reprimand echoed, causing the one called Pudding to shrink back in fear. I was just silence. We are heading into the territory of Admiral Akainu. This is no trifling matter. Try to avoid any conflict, understood? Especially you, Pudding. Keep an eye on Baron Egg. Now is not the time for a confrontation with the Navy. Time seemed to stand still as a man known as Katakuri glared sternly at Pudding, seemingly anticipating the words that Baron Egg and Pudding wished to utter. This towering figure was cloaked in a thick scarf that concealed the lower half of his face, exposing only the upper portion of his ruggedly masculine visage, with faint stitching lines visible on his cheeks. He wore a black leather jacket and tight jeans, his unkempt purple hair radiating an air of wildness. This man was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, a vice captain rumored to be on par with the four emperors. Katakuri stood at the bow of the ship, arms crossed, his gaze icy and his tone exceedingly grave as he declared, moreover, aside from Akainu, the individual we are to invite this time is no ordinary character. He is a man who has left a permanent scar on Kaido, and his strength should not be underestimated. Baron Egg, equally hunched with surprise, patted the shoulder of Brook Moose and feigned a timid tone, saying, But isn't that fellow just a Navy officer? Why must we make such a grand gesture to deliver invitations for a tea party? Seated nearby, a striking beauty with long black hair and elongated legs rolled her eyes, covering her face in disbelief. What has gotten into Baron Egg today? He usually speaks so little, yet now he is incessantly antagonizing brother Katakuri. Does he feel he has been punished enough lately? Upon hearing this, Katakuri raised an eyebrow, poised to lift his right arm, which transformed into a bulging, rice cake-like shape, enveloped in a layer of dark metallic sheen. Why are you so talkative today, Egg? No. Baron Egg, noticing Katakuri's genuine annoyance, swiftly hid behind Brook Moose. It was understandable. The flawless Katakuri, the foremost of the three sweet commanders, was exceedingly gentle with his siblings, yet was far less accommodating towards outsiders. Though Baron Egg knew Katakuri would never harm him fatally, a severe lesson was undoubtedly in store. Furthermore, it was certain that the lesson would not be lenient. Had he ever witnessed someone using haki against their own during a scuffle? Baron Egg had, and not just once. For Katakuri employed haki with unyielding force when dealing with his own. Just as Katakuri prepared to administer a little lesson to Baron Egg, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Lifting his gaze and peering ahead, murmuring, Egg, prepare yourself. The person we're looking for has arrived. Be cautious, for this individual's strength is indeed formidable. Beneath the azure sky, a white-haired colonel draped in a cloak of justice gazed in their direction, a glimmer of excitement gracing his features. He is quite dashing, handsomer than in the portrait, the black-haired beauty exclaimed, following Katakuri's gaze, her legs turning weak and a flush blossoming on her cheeks. Brother Katakuri, is he the white snake Morse? He truly is handsome. Do you think I could plead with mother to let me marry him? Before Katakuri could respond, Baron Egg narrowed his single eye, scrutinizing the figure for a moment before disdainfully remarking, he is merely average. He is not as striking as you claim. Besides, with that carefree demeanor, he hardly appears as formidable as you say, Katakuri. The beauty, known as Snamin, quickly retorted, What are you saying? Baron Egg, you shall not speak ill of my future husband. If you dare utter another word, I will drain the moisture from your body and teach you a proper lesson. At that moment, Katakuri interjected, Egg, it seems you've become too complacent lately, spending too much time beside mother, and now you've lost all sense of respect. He is not exceptionally strong. You and Brook Moose combined would not be enough to contend with him alone. Even Katakuri has acknowledged the strength of my man. hasn't he? However, Katakuri, are your words truly sincere? Snaman initially thought that Katakuri was merely speaking in his own defense, casually expressing his sentiments. Meanwhile, as the vessel carrying Mel's drew ever closer to that of Katakuri and his companions, the excited smile that adorned his lips gradually faded, ultimately giving way to an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth. The lieutenant beside Morse also noticed the flag on the pirate ship across the sea. Is it not one of the vessels under the command of the formidable Emperor Big Mom? What could they possibly want? The ships of the four emperors have never before set foot in our territory. Colonel, we must urgently inform Admiral Sakazuki of this development. The Navy lieutenant, wearing a troubled expression, addressed Morse with a tone of great anxiety. You go inform the old man. I shall proceed to make an acquaintance and discern the intentions of our visitors. Morse, apprehensive that the approaching individual might harbor ill intentions, resolved to investigate their true motives alone. He wished to avoid any confrontation that could potentially damage his vessel, particularly as he still owed a substantial sum to the old gentleman. Should his ship sustain any harm, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his already strained finances. No sooner had he uttered these thoughts than he deftly activated his movement technique, landing aboard the ship of Baron Egg. Chapter 65. The Undercover Mission. Who could it be? Daring to intrude upon the territory of the Navy? It was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the suite commanders of the Big Mom pirates. One must wonder if Charlotte Linlin is preparing to declare war against the Navy, given the grand display of force she has orchestrated. Morse cast a nonchalant glance at Katakuri as he took a drag from his cigarette. Katakuri remained silent, merely observing him, for this mission was not centered on him, but rather on Baron Egg. You are Jones Morris, known as White Snake, are you not? We come bearing a summons from Mother. In a few days, you are to attend Mother's tea gathering in Totland. Here's the invitation. Do accept it. The Baron, seemingly oblivious to Katakuri's earlier warning, loftily extended the invitation to Morris, his tone imbued with an arrogance reminiscent of a eunuch delivering a decree from the Emperor. Morse regarded Baron Egg with a look of disdain, as if he were observing a fool. He took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze fixated on Katakuri, as if silently inquiring whether this imbecile truly belonged to their ranks. Upon encountering Morse's contemptuous stare, Egg gripped his cane tightly. And were it not for Katakuri's sharp glare, he would have already jabbed several holes into Morse's form with it. Katakuri stepped forward, raising his right arm once more, which instantly transformed into a voluminous, machi-like mass, still enveloped in a dark metallic sheen. Without uttering any further words, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Morse. Morse smiled gently, confirming the straightforwardness of the New World's method of communication, first a brawl, followed by trivial chatter. How refreshingly candid. He raised his right arm lightly, a cloak of black luminescence enveloping it, accompanied by a flurry of cherry blossoms, and struck forth to meet Katakuri's incoming punch. The clash resonated with a metallic clang that reverberated through the skies, causing Baron Egg's cake ship to quiver violently and the sea to surge skyward in response. The two locked eyes for a moment. Morse smiled lightly, and they both retreated a step, the intent to continue their skirmish dissipating. Meanwhile, Duke Egg and Pudding were taken aback. They were well aware of Katakuri's prowess, though he had not unleashed his full strength moments ago. Yet, Morse's nonchalant demeanor suggested that he too had held back. Truly impressive. Hello, I am Charlotte Smudge, the 14th daughter of Mama, and one of the sweet 3 generals. Would you do me the honor of being my man? I have yet to marry. Upon seeing Morse, even more handsome than she had envisioned, Smudge exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Had Katakuri not been present, she would likely have dashed forward. Duke Egg, having momentarily set aside his earlier arrogance, loosened the bow tie on his suit and stepped out from behind Katakuri. His tone shifted to one imbued with a hint of respect. Mama's tea party has never before invited the Navy. You are the first to receive a personal invitation from her. Please do not be foolish enough to decline. Those who refuse Mama do not meet with favorable outcomes. As he spoke with a veneer of bravado, Baron Egg extended the invitation he held, presenting it directly to Morse. Morse smiled gently, initially inclined to decline the invitation. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Seizing this opportunity for an outing would indeed be delightful. He promptly altered his decision, feigning hesitation as he accepted the invitation. White Serpent, since you have accepted the invitation, I shall await your arrival in Totland. When the time comes, do remember to engage in a spirited match with me. I wish to ascertain whether you are truly as formidable as the rumors suggest. With that, Katakuri waved farewell to Duke Egg and the others, signaling a departure to deliver the next invitation. Upon witnessing the immediate departure of the other party, Morse curled his lip in disdain. Aren't these fellows from a renowned dessert lineage? Not even a word about treating oneself to some sweets or a cup of tea. However, Smuggy's legs are indeed remarkably long. Truly befitting a member of the long-legged tribe, they surpassed the matchstick stature of Baron Egg by a considerable margin. Standing together just now made him feel somewhat inferior. Until we meet again, pirates of the Big MOM crew. Morse had contemplated delaying until Akainu arrived, allowing them to capture these individuals and thus significantly weaken the strength of the Big Mom pirates. However, upon reflection, he realized that such an action would be tantamount to prematurely igniting a war on the summit, merely with Big Mom assuming the role of protagonist. Setting aside the question of whether Big Mom would genuinely care for the lives of her children, the Navy lacked the capacity to engage in 2 consecutive top-tier battles. Furthermore, the prowess of Katakuri was not so easily subdued by himself and Akainu. Any slight opportunity could allow the opponent to escape. With a fleeting thought, his form transformed once more, becoming like petals of cherry blossoms gracefully descending. Unbeknownst to him, a single blossom drifted gently with the breeze to Smoochie's side. Filled with delight, Smoochie cupped the falling petals in her hands, only to look up and find that Morse had vanished from sight. Brother Katakuri, when we return, could you possibly plead with Mother to let me marry White Snake? Katakuri gazed at his sister beside him, feeling an overwhelming headache. Smoochie, lost in infatuation, had completely abandoned her usual composure, even uttering such thoughtless words about competing with their mother for a man. How could that be so simple? Moreover, a person of White Snake's caliber would not easily forsake the Navy to join the pirate ranks. This time, their mother had extended the invitation. It was uncertain what troubles might ensue. Unfortunately, their mother's temperament would hardly lend itself to his counsel. For now, he could only take it one step at a time, remaining vigilant against any subtle maneuvers from White Snake. Noticing Katakuri's lack of response, Smoochie, shedding her usual icy demeanor, adopted the posture of a petulant daughter. Huffing softly as she delicately cradled the cherry blossoms and retreated to her room, momentarily disinterested in Katakuri. Katakuri could only shake his head in exasperation, signaling Duke Egg to hasten their journey to the next guest. Meanwhile, Morse returned directly to Akainu's office with the invitation in hand. You're back so soon. Have you ascertained the intentions of the Big Mom pirates? Is that old hag Charlotte Linlin preparing to declare war on the Navy? Akainu observed Morse, seemingly unscathed, though his expression bore an unusual concern, prompting his inquiry. Morse pondered for a moment, his tone laden with uncertainty, before finally, as if resolved, recounting the recent events in meticulous detail. He also presented the invitation to Charlotte Linlin's tea party to Akainu, leaving the decision of his attendance in Akainu's hands. Akainu, momentarily lost in contemplation, was already aware of the Navy's prior knowledge of Charlotte Linlin's tea party, yet had never found the opportunity to infiltrate and ascertain the specifics. However, sending Morse alone raised concerns about his propensity for trouble. There was a genuine fear that he might provoke the elderly matriarch and find himself permanently ensnared within the realm of nations. After much deliberation, Akainu remained undecided about allowing Morse to proceed, ultimately resolving to escalate the matter to Sengoku for further guidance. Upon receiving Akainu's call, Sengoku grasped the situation and, after conferring with Kizaru and Garp, responded to Akainu with a tone of gravity. Sakazuki, this opportunity is exceedingly rare and must not be squandered. Allow Morse to attend Charlotte Linlin's tea party, but be sure to advise him to refrain from causing disturbances. After all, should trouble arise, we may not be able to provide immediate assistance. Everything will rest upon his own efforts. Morse, you have heard the Marshal's directive. You are to attend. However, heed my warning and avoid stirring up trouble. I shall remain nearby to provide support should the need arise. Do you understand? Prepare yourself, for we shall depart in a few days. Morse feigned a reluctant demeanor as he accepted the invitation once more, yet upon turning away, he could not suppress the smile that illuminated his face. Were it not for the imposing presence of Akainu behind him, he might have burst into laughter. It appeared that he still had the chance to play the role of an undercover agent. This time, he could indulge in a lavish feast of desserts in the grand realm of nations. Chapter 66. Departing early does not guarantee arriving early. Upon leaving the office of Akainu, Morse promptly returned to his dormitory, where he quickly gathered his belongings, taking with him 2 cigarettes and some berries. He then made his way directly to the port, setting off to undertake his undercover mission. He was anxious not to dawdle, fearing that Sengoku and the others might change their minds. Although there were still over 10 days until Big Mom's tea party officially commenced, Morse had no intention of patiently waiting at the G1 fortress. Morse estimated that, at the pace of his modest vessel, 3 days would suffice to reach the grand land of all nations, with the remaining days perfectly compensating for the vacation he had previously left unfulfilled. Akainu had long surmised that Morse would not patiently await here. Yet he had no intention of obstructing him. Departing early was hardly a detriment. Perhaps it would yield a wealth of valuable intelligence. He merely hoped that this individual would refrain from causing him undue trouble. Morse sat in his small vessel, propelled by cherry blossom jets, gradually making his way towards the international land. Meanwhile, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Kizaru, Kizaru, and Garp were engaged in a discussion regarding Morse's undercover operation. Let us speak candidly. It is quite surprising that Lingling would invite that little rascal Morse to her tea party. I wonder what her intentions are, Sengoku remarked, resting his chin upon his hands, his expression contemplative and grave, even ignoring Garp, who was stealthily snatching Sun Bei from the side. Kizaru, the esteemed first female advisor of the Navy, instantly grasped Sengoku's concerns and smiled gently. It seems that Morse's charming appearance, coupled with his recent victory over Kaido, has captured the attention of that old woman, Charlotte Lingling. Moreover, she has always had a penchant for changing husbands to fulfill her dream of a united world. Indeed, only a woman can truly understand another woman. After Kizaru's analysis, Sengoku and Garp realized that the situation was not as intricate as they had initially presumed. As for Kizaru, he paid little heed to the discourse, believing that whatever transpired would not significantly impact him. It appears that one's appearance holds sway everywhere. I recall when Lingling once insisted I marry her. Back then, she was not nearly as fearsome as she is now, Garp mused, recalling the scene of their first encounter, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. However, the thought of her current form sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily stuff Sun Bei into his mouth. Given this, let us proceed as planned. Have Akainu prepare to support Morse at the outskirts of Totland. By the way, what is the situation with Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach? Why did he suddenly leave Whitebeard's crew and head to the East Blue? With Morse's intentions now clear, Sengoku swiftly shifted the conversation to the newly emerged threat in the East Blue, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Although Kizaru appeared languid, as an admiral, he remained well-informed during his tenure at headquarters. After sipping his tea, he leisurely stated, I believe I have some knowledge regarding this fellow. It is said that he killed his own captain for a devil fruit and defected from Whitebeard's crew. He has since scurried off to the East Blue, both to evade Whitebeard's personal pursuit and to recruit new followers to mount a comeback in the New World. Speaking of him, do you all remember Portgas Diaz, the supernova who joined Whitebeard's crew a few years ago? He is currently in pursuit of Blackbeard. Do you think there is a possibility for us to exploit this situation and weaken Whitebeard's forces? After all, those 4 monsters have been rather rampant in the New World. As the words of the warring states fell, Garp, munching on a rice cracker, casually remarked, at this juncture, weakening that demoralized old fool, Whitebeard, might inadvertently provide the remaining trio an opportunity to bolster their strength. After all, what tempest could a mere captain stir? Hearing this, Crane merely chuckled softly. Had she not known that Ace was Garp's grandson, she might have regarded Garp's foresight with newfound respect, recognizing his ability to contemplate the long-term implications. Nevertheless, Garp was not mistaken. It was indeed unwise to disrupt the delicate balance within the New World. The Navy was not yet equipped to quell the turmoil of this realm. Indeed, it is not the time to take on Whitebeard. I lean more towards exploiting the situation surrounding Charlotte Lingling. With Morse attending the tea party, we can ascertain her true influence in the New World. Upon hearing Crane and Garp's sentiments, Sengoku pondered and conceded the validity of their reasoning, seemingly forgetting that Ace was Garp's grandson. With the consensus reached, Sengoku promptly contacted Akainu, instructing him to ensure Morse's safety for among the new recruits. Morse was the only one of considerable worth. The others had yet to fully mature. Although both the Navy and the world government had plans to recruit soldiers worldwide, there remained a substantial difference between nurturing one's own elite and hastily enlisting those from outside. Akainu acknowledged Sengoku's directive, assuring him that Morse would remain unharmed. After ending the call, Akainu sighed. Ever since Morse had been assigned as his aide, he felt more burdened than aided. Initially, he had only contended with the 7 warlords, vexing vice admirals and retired admirals. He had anticipated a more subdued existence amidst the formidable powers of the New World, yet to his astonishment, within mere days, he had already drawn the ire of 3 emperors. Aside from the elusive red-haired Shanks, he had made quite an impression on the others. He questioned whether having such an aide was truly worthwhile, though he found solace in the fact that Rocco, the young lad, proved to be quite competent. Despite lacking in strength, he was obedient and efficient in his tasks. Meanwhile, shifting focus to Morse. The past few days of wandering the New World had left him in a state of distress. He encountered few individuals along his path. And when he finally came across a few ships flying the pirate flag, he quickly discovered they were merely merchant convoys that had purchased the protection of the emperors. With no choice but to buy some fresh fruit and fresh water, he hastened his journey towards Totland, the land of the emperors. However, it remains uncertain whether the navigational compass provided by the Navy has malfunctioned. Between the two desolate islands encountered along the journey, the compass needle oscillated erratically. As Morse was unable to ascertain the precise location of the United Nations Totland, he had no choice but to proceed in the direction indicated by the compass. This resulted in his futile back-and-forth navigation between the two islands. I can relate to such folly. I once found myself wandering aimlessly between two bus stops, guided by a navigation app, until a kind stranger intervened to direct me to my desired destination. Had it not been for the serendipitous arrival of a merchant ship, which supplied dessert ingredients to the United Nations and informed him that the compass would falter in this region due to magnetic anomalies, he might have remained stranded until the conclusion of the tea party. Following the merchant convoy, Morse finally arrived at the domain of United Nations Totland the afternoon before the tea party commenced. After bidding farewell to the merchants and armed with an invitation, he was led by the amiable Charlotte Montpelier to the wedding venue on Cake Island. Curiosity piqued. He sampled a piece of cake adorned with cream that was abundantly available on the island, and was pleasantly surprised by its delectable taste. Were it not for his concern over appearances, he might have indulged to his heart's content on the ground. Chapter 67. Cake Island. In the palace at the very heart of Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling, while savoring cake, eagerly inquired, "Are all the guests assembled? And is my wedding cake prepared?" Though indulging in a cake she had relished numerous times, her anticipation remained palpable as she gazed at Baron Egg. Were it not for the fact that the wedding cake was needed for tomorrow's ceremony, she would have already instructed Baron Egg to consume the newly acquired confection. "Mother, aside from a few special guests arriving tomorrow, everyone else is present. The ingredients for the cake have been entrusted to the head chef, and he and his team of culinary masters are currently finalizing the design. You shall be able to enjoy it at the banquet tomorrow," Baron Egg responded with utmost respect. "Krieger, you are once again in charge of the island's defenses. Should anyone dare to disrupt the wedding, eliminate them," she commanded, casting a glance at Katakuriki, seemingly ignoring him entirely. "Leave it to me, mother. I assure you, there will be no untoward incidents," he affirmed. "Cake? Bring me the cake, Egg." After exchanging a few words, Charlotte Lingling discovered that the cake in her hand had been entirely consumed, prompting her to behave like a petulant child. Baron Egg promptly presented the pre-prepared cake, fearing that any delay might incite Charlotte Lingling's wrath. At that moment, Charlotte Montpelier had already settled Morse in the exclusive candy apartment for guests and cautiously entered the palace. Observing Charlotte Lingling joyfully indulging in her cake, she finally exhaled in relief. "I report to Mother, the Navy's White Snake has arrived. Shall we summon him early?" "White Snake? Who is that?" No, I do not wish to see anyone. Egg, bring me more cake. Right now, all I desire is cake. I wish to see no one. You all may leave to attend to your affairs. I must have a splendid wedding tomorrow." As Charlotte Lingling savored her cake, she completely forgot who the White Snake was, her thoughts solely consumed by the much-anticipated cake for the wedding. Katakuri cast a knowing glance at his siblings, urging them to depart the palace swiftly. Just outside the palace gates, he halted the anxious Cracker, saying pointedly, "Cracker, do be vigilant tomorrow. The guests arriving this time are more eclectic than usual. Some newcomers to the New World are seeking refuge and have purchased invitations at exorbitant prices in the underground world. The most unstable factor now appears to be the Navy's White Snake. However, I will keep a close watch on him. The rest is entrusted to you. Smoker, ensure you assist Cracker tomorrow, understood?" "What? Brother, I do not wish to conduct tedious patrols with Cracker. I want to chat with the handsome Morse," Smoker protested, her displeasure evident as she pouted. Cracker shivered at her demeanor, pondering whether this was truly his normally cold and responsible sister. Katakuri shot Smoker a fierce glare, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he grasped his trident and turned to Charlotte Montpelier. "Where have you arranged for Montpelier? Take me to meet him." "Certainly, Brother Katakuri," Montpelier replied, a hint of trepidation in his eyes, and he hurriedly led him to Morse's residence. Katakuri gently set his trident at the entrance to Morse's door, holding only a jug of wine, and pushed the door open. He found Morse vigorously slicing into a large piece of cake on the table. Is the cake truly that delectable? Shall we share a drink? Who might that be? Is that not Katakuri, one of the sweet commanders? What fortune have I to have you personally come to invite me for a drink? How could someone who has successfully evaded the clutches of one of the four emperors, Beast Kaido, possibly be a nameless nobody? Moreover, your reputation has already resonated throughout the entirety of the New World, and your bounty in the underworld has soared to an astounding 800 million berries, second only to the three admirals. What? How could my bounty be so exorbitant? Are those scoundrels in the underworld simply flush with cash? If you ever have the chance to visit the underworld trading hub, you will understand, provided you manage to emerge alive from there. The underworld trading center, you say? It seems I must seize the opportunity to investigate. I'm curious about which rogue has placed a bounty on my head. If the reward is substantial, I shall graciously accept it. I never imagined I had become so renowned. Does this mean that wherever I go, no one will dare to trouble me? However, Katakuri, this is rather inconsiderate of you. You only brought the drinks without a single dish. Are we to sip our drinks alongside these cakes? Morse exhibited an exuberant demeanor, momentarily forgetting his naval identity, and instead expressed disdain for Katakuri's failure to bring any food, opting only for alcohol. Without any provisions, the cake-on-cake island became the sole sustenance. The question remained whether to indulge in it. Katakuri's tone was notably rigid. His gentleness only surfaced in the presence of his younger siblings, while he remained unwavering in his demeanor towards others, even the emperors of the sea. Nevertheless, let it be cake then. However, I must caution you. My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. Should I overindulge and cause a ruckus, do not hold me accountable. Morse suddenly recalled the disturbances he had caused during his previous drinking escapades and promptly issued a precautionary warning to Katakuri, fearing that a bout of inebriation might lead to a scandalous uproar at the four emperors' wedding. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's expression shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure as he cast a glance at Morse, then filled 2 large cups to the brim with liquor. He gestured with his cup, signaling Morse to cease his frivolous chatter and simply drink. With a gulp of the potent beverage, both Katakuri and Morse cast aside their inhibitions. And as Katakuri loosened his scarf, his mouth revealed a set of interlocking sharp fangs. Morse displayed no sign of unease, merely raising his glass to signal Katakuri to continue drinking. Katakuri, rarely revealing a hint of a smile, similarly lifted his glass and silently drank. I shall not inquire about your purpose here, yet I implore you to refrain from harming my siblings. Otherwise, TCH, I thought you would keep it bottled up. Rest assured, I have merely come to broaden my horizons. I wouldn't dare stir trouble in the formidable lair of the four emperors. Wouldn't you agree? Especially on the day of the four emperors' grand wedding. Humph. Let's hope so. If possible, Morse, let us duel the day after tomorrow. I wish to ascertain if your prowess truly matches the rumors. Oh, never mind. Spare me. I have only just arrived in the New World for less than a month, and already find myself embroiled with a group of monsters like you. Besides, engaging in battle with you would yield no benefit. It would be too exhausting. Are you truly the vice-admiral of that monstrous Akainu? Hey. What do you mean by that? Do I not appear as such? Do not presume that sharing a drink grants you license for personal attacks. Haha. It's settled then. I shall await you at Biscuit Island the day after tomorrow. Do take a good rest. You shall acquire what you desire tomorrow. Katakuri downed his drink in one go, chuckling before departing. Observing Katakuri's retreating figure, Morse instinctively narrowed his eyes, sipping from his glass and murmuring, Indeed, none among the strong of this sea are mere trifles. Have I inadvertently revealed too much? It matters not. I shall deny it all regardless. Just as he finished speaking, he took another sip and suddenly recalled something, shouting after Katakuri's vanishing form, Scoundrel, to bring such a cask of wine, only to drink 2 cups, and then leave. What sort of man are you? Who would want to duel with a shameless fellow like you? Initially, I contemplated reaching out to Akainu to report the current situation. However, upon reflection, I realized the futility of such an action, as Akainu would be unable to provide any substantial assistance. Ultimately, I must rely on my own capabilities. Thus, I shall proceed with caution and take one step at a time. I hope to avoid encountering any ruthless individuals who would act aggressively upon sighting the Marines. While I cannot claim to penetrate this area by sheer force, I am confident in my ability to retreat unscathed. Chapter 68, The Underground World of the Six Kings Whole Cake Island, Wedding Day. The wedding ceremony is scheduled for precisely 10 a.m., an hour before the banquet commences. At this moment, the entirety of the whole cake territory is enveloped in a sea of joy, with colorful candy rain cascading from the skies of each island. The streets are adorned with ribbons, and jubilant parades are in abundance. All official restaurants are open for the day, offering complimentary access to an endless supply of cakes, beverages, and juices for the delight of the arriving guests. Despite Katakuri's fervent invitations, Morse insisted on arriving at the wedding venue only half an hour before the banquet began. The reason for this was not merely personal. It was primarily due to Katakuri's unwavering gaze as he stood at the entrance, seemingly unwilling to let Morse out of his sight for even a moment. In the end, Katakuri did not summon Morse but allowed him to leave his quarters 30 minutes prior to the feast, following him toward the banquet hall. The other members of the Big Mom Pirates were indifferent to Morse's arrival, as he had already undergone the most rigorous scrutiny upon entering the island, confirming that he bore no dangerous items. Moreover, they were confident that no one would dare to cause trouble under Katakuri's watchful eye. Were it not for the persistent sense of foreboding he felt regarding Morse, Katakuri would not have been so fixated on him, given his character. He would have long since turned away. The wedding venue is situated atop the towering Cake Castle in the heart of Whole Cake Island. This majestic castle, soaring over 1,000 meters into the clouds, boasts an exceedingly spacious platform, now exquisitely adorned for the grand wedding banquet. Beneath the castle, an array of desserts is displayed on various tables for guests to indulge at their leisure. Meanwhile, an influx of homies transformed into cake carts arrives, carrying the esteemed guests who have been invited. As the guests disembark from the carriages, the onlookers are swept into a frenzy of excitement. Katakuri casually introduces the individuals to Morse, who leans against one of the palace's candy columns. Leading the procession is a middle-aged man clad in a black captain's coat, topped with an anchor-shaped pirate hat. His face is obscured by a bushy black beard reminiscent of a swirling cloud, and though he remains silent, his small eyes convey a formidable presence. He is Umid, the king of marine transportation, who has mastered the oceanic transport industry of the New World, renowned for his ability to ensure that even the largest naval vessels can safely deliver goods to any corner of the world, provided the price is right. As soon as Katakuri's voice fell, a commotion erupted below. Gulu Gulu Umid, how dare you wear such a stern face at Lingling's wedding? Aren't you afraid that her sons will give you a good lesson? A short, long-nosed elder, clutching a wine bottle in his left hand and laboriously resting his right hand on the shoulder of deep-sea current Umid, teased in a relaxed tone. The old master of the warehouse industry, Gibson, was known for his expertise in concealment. Theoretically, the warehouse business should be a minor endeavor. Yet this man claimed that anything you needed to hide could be entrusted to him with confidence. He guaranteed that no one could ever find it. This was evident from his title as the Master of Concealment. He was also the most enigmatic among the 6 kings of the Dark World. Following closely behind them was a towering figure clad in a canvas jacket, shouldering a massive scythe. His brown, unkempt hair formed a mane resembling that of a lion, and he wore a clown-like mask. He was Dragal Piccolo, the titan of the funeral industry, specializing in funeral services, cremation, corpse handling, crime scene management, and the trafficking of human organs, among other death-related enterprises. He was the least favored by others, but his formidable strength ensured he remained in the Dark World, lest he be ousted by the others. Get a move on, funeral home operator. Your dawdling is delaying my dessert. A more robust man, draped in a black fur coat over an exquisite black suit, urged in a low voice from behind Dragal, with a rotund face, oversized ears, and comically small round sunglasses. He exuded an amusing charm while incessantly puffing on a cigar. Known as the King of Usury, Fortune Godlu Feld, he was an intriguing character. Though his prowess was notable, it paled in comparison to his wealth and armed influence. However, seeking financial assistance from him was ill-advised, as one might find themselves in a lifetime of debt. Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels, a slender beauty in a fitted dress gracefully approached. Her exquisite features and delicate makeup made the men present lose themselves in fantasies. With a sultry, languorous tone that playfully scratched at the palm of one's hand, she remarked, "What petty men you are. Lingling's desserts won't run away. Why the rush? You're already so plump, yet you still crave sweets. The Queen of Joy Street, Strisi. Her name should be familiar to you, for as the most successful woman in the history of Joy Street, Strisi's renown has captivated countless men. You lot. Why do you bicker upon meeting? This is Lingling's territory. At least show some respect." It was said that Lingling had invited the recently famed Navy White Snake brother from the New World. One could only wonder if there would be a chance to meet him. How delightful it would be to conduct an interview in person. a colossal white albatross, elegantly striding out of the carriage. Adorned with a black top hat and clad in a sumptuous suit and black cloak, exuded the demeanor of a quintessential French gentleman. The president of the World Economic News Agency, the illustrious Morgan, manipulated the most popular publications globally, often resorting to falsehoods to incite the emotions of readers. Claiming to maintain an ever-enthusiastic disposition as a journalist, such proclamations were, of course, his own. The most fearsome aspect of this individual lies in his control over the global news narrative, with even your superior world government as his partner. Recently, the rising naval star, the White Snake Gentleman, has been unexpectedly invited by Ling Ling, which is truly astonishing. Is she not at all concerned that he might disrupt her wedding? Nevertheless, this naval prodigy is undeniably handsome. If he were to grace our Joy Street, he would surely become the new jewel of the district. Upon hearing Tracy's remarks, the others fell into a contemplative silence, retreating into the palace. This reaction stemmed from Tracy's earlier insistence on bringing them to Joy Street for business. A venture that seemed destined for failure, likely resulting in financial loss rather than fortune. The onlookers, a mix of reverence and excitement, observed the emergence of these underworld monarchs. Undoubtedly, they had all received invitations from Big Mom to attend this gathering. Hey, Katakuri, why not personally welcome them? No need to trouble yourself on my account. I am merely a negligible character, hardly deserving of your attention. After listening to Katakuri's introduction, Morse still yearned to resist, wishing for him to cease his unwavering gaze. They do not require your concern. Brother Spiro will attend to them well. However, it is imperative that you remain vigilant. Katakuri remained utterly unfazed. Those 6 individuals were already frequent patrons and posed no threat of disruption. It was Morse, on the other hand, who continued to be restless, seemingly intent on stirring up trouble. Morse rolled his eyes, coming to the realization that evading Katakuri today was an impossibility. However, having encountered these 6 old fellows, he deemed it sufficient to provide the old man with an explanation. Chapter 69, The Eve of the Wedding. Morse and Katakuri stood quietly behind the exquisite candy pillars in front of the palace, observing the 6 sovereigns of the dark world pass by. The only sound that broke the silence was Lu Firud, the god of fortune, who had barely quieted down for 2 minutes before launching into a tirade against Morgans, the newspaper-selling Birdman. I vividly remember what your last issue claimed. If you refrain from glorifying me, that would be acceptable, but to assert that I charge exorbitant fees and possess low credibility, thus causing me to lose a substantial number of potential clients, is something I cannot let slide. Firud, do you not realize that a miserly man is the most detestable of all? Stussy sighed, gently caressing her face, especially a man as grotesque and corpulent as you. You wretched woman. Lu Firud was about to erupt in anger when he suddenly spotted Katakuri not far away. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress his fury. Humph, wait until we leave Totland to see how I deal with you. The sudden shift in tone from the rotund Lu Firud piqued the curiosity of Stussy, Morgans, Umit, Gibson, and Dragu Penedro, who followed his gaze and understood the reason upon seeing Katakuri. It was during Charlotte Lean's inaugural tea party that she had sent invitations to all the renowned powers in the New World. At that time, none of the formidable figures paid her any heed, uncertain if she harbored some ulterior motive, especially the rulers of the underworld, who were keen to abstain from participation. Ultimately, it was only under Lean's wrath that her sons were dispatched to extend personal invitations, leading them to reluctantly accept and attend the so-called tea party. The invitation to Lu Firud, the corpulent man, had been extended by Charlotte Lean's second son, Katakuri. It was said that Lu Firud had dismissed Katakuri with disdain, even ridiculing his appearance. Had it not been for Charlotte Garrett's desperate intervention, he might have met his end at the furious hands of Katakuri right at his doorstep. Thus, every time he encountered Katakuri, he dared not breathe a word. Katakuri, does this rotund fellow seem intimidated by you? It appears he has received quite the lesson. You scoundrel. Do you wish to meet your demise? Do not presume that the presence of Mr. Katakuri grants you immunity. Upon hearing someone dare to mock him, Lu Firud was instantly engulfed in rage. Were it not for his concern over Katakuri's presence, he would have charged forth to eliminate the offender. Before Lu Firud could finish his furious retort, a choking sound escaped his throat, and he involuntarily sank to one knee. Oh dear, is it necessary to be so formal during a non-festive occasion? I have no New Year's money to give you. Leaning against the candy column, Morse smiled. Observing the perspiration-soaked Lu Firud kneeling on the ground, his tone laced with mockery. Moreover, this is not my home. Even if I were to give New Year's money, it would not fall to me. Is that you, Katakuri? Luffy had managed to lift his head, his plump face glistening with beads of sweat. Just as he was about to utter the latter half of his sentence, a more terrifying sense of oppression descended upon him from above, causing him to collapse onto the ground, hands pressed down, facing the formidable Morse. The surrounding titans of the dark world, witnessing Luffy's pitiful state, did not exhibit any sympathy. Instead, a few of them openly laughed. Luffy, this corpulent man, had relied on his armed force and substantial wealth, leading to a notoriously irritable temperament. Over time, he had developed a habit of retaliating against anyone who dared to provoke him, but this time, he had encountered a formidable opponent. Ah, isn't this the Navy supernova, the charming white snake? In person, you are even more handsome than the portrait drawn by Morgans. The Queen of Happy Street, Miss Stracy, exclaimed, her eyes practically sparkling with hearts, her tone becoming increasingly sweet. I have long admired your esteemed name. Would you like to accompany me to the wedding? I can share some useful knowledge with you. Miss Stracy, the Queen of Happy Street. You are even more beautiful in person than in the photographs, Victor replied, his previous gloom dispelled, now beaming with a smile. He simultaneously intensified the pressure he was exerting on Luffy. Mr. Morgans, must your publication continue to feature information about me? I fear a horde of oblivious individuals will incessantly seek me out for trouble. Besides the rotund Luffy and the funeral home magnate, Drago Piedrolo, Morse engaged in lively conversation with the others, laughter echoing as if they were old acquaintances. Katakuri observed Morse's demeanor, fully aware of his intentions, yet chose not to intervene. He merely stepped forward, silently positioning himself between Morse and Luffy, shielding Lu from Morse's overwhelming presence. Today was, after all, his mother's wedding. Despite his disdain for Luffy, he could not allow the latter to disgrace himself here. Otherwise, word would spread, and who would dare attend his mother's tea gathering? Luffy felt an immediate relief, gasping for breath as he leaned on the ground. Gradually, he stood up, daring not to look at Morse or Katakuri, and scurried into the wedding palace. Upon seeing his demeanor, Morse and the others could not help but smile, and under the guidance of Katakuri, they entered the palace, engaging in cheerful conversation and laughter. As the group, led by Moles, stepped into the palace, they were greeted by a thunderous cheer from behind. The spacious street, previously filled with spectators, spontaneously parted to allow the groom's procession to pass. At the forefront was the groom himself, a master of fishman karate from the Long-Arm tribe, who, it is said, reluctantly agreed to marry Charlotte Linlin to protect his people from pirate invasions. Although this so-called hero of the Long-Arm tribe was already 42 years of age, his robust physique rivaled that of any youth. His long arms, honed through years of karate practice in the deep sea, appeared quite muscular, starkly contrasting with the slender limbs typical of his kin. His hair, however, was styled like that of other long arms, neatly braided into a single, elongated plait at the back of his head. Trailing behind him were 6 Long-Arm tribe members, who, having rarely encountered such a spectacle, appeared rather awkward, which only served to accentuate the groom's composure. As the groom's entourage drew nearer, Moles shook his head and scrutinized the scene, then quietly remarked to Katakuri, "Isn't there quite a disparity in stature between him and the bride? I wonder how that will play out." Noticing Katakuri's increasingly unfriendly expression, Moles promptly fell silent and observed in silence, though his mind couldn't help but conjure amusing images of the couple post-wedding, causing him to chuckle in a rather inappropriate manner. Katakuri, witnessing Moles' demeanor, felt a twinge of exasperation, questioning whether this fellow truly belonged to the Navy. No wonder there were so many pirates roaming the seas. He genuinely worried for the future of the Navy. Before long, the groom's procession reached the castle entrance. Spotting Katakuri, the groom instinctively prepared to perform a martial greeting, only to remember that today was his wedding day, not a day for sparring. He awkwardly withdrew his gesture, just as Katakuri was about to greet him again. A voice interrupted. "Welcome, esteemed rulers of the underworld, and to our new father." The Duke of Candy, Perispero, appeared beside them at some point, lifting his lollipop staff to take a lick before grinning mischievously and adding, "It might take a while to ascend from within the castle. If you don't mind, allow me to escort you all." Sweet elevator. With a gentle wave of his lollipop staff, a spiral staircase formed entirely of solidified sugar liquid spiraled upwards, leading directly to the wedding venue at the castle's summit. The staircase, with its intricately designed railings and embellishments, was truly a luxurious work of art. Both the rulers of the underworld and the groom's party gazed in awe at the magnificent candy staircase. Tracy, in particular, was filled with genuine admiration, exclaiming, "It's simply splendid. The candy craftsmanship of the Duke of Candy is a masterpiece, no matter how many times one sees it. I am undeserving of such praise, Miss Tracy, he humbly replied. Parasparrow inclined his body slightly, his extraordinarily long tongue hanging from the corner of his mouth. Mother detests tardiness above all else. Please, do proceed, everyone. Chapter 70. I have become the Grand Navy. Morse gently prodded Katakuri twice with his finger, whispering a couple of remarks into his ear. Hey, Katakuri. It appears your relationship with your elder brother is rather strained. Even though you have arrived, he still puts on such a dramatic display. Will you both inevitably engage in a contest for the throne in the future? Fear not, for I shall undoubtedly side with you when that time comes. Katakuri cast a sidelong glance at Morse, feeling too apathetic to engage with him. He could hardly comprehend how the Navy allowed such an individual into the new world, seemingly unafraid of igniting a great conflict. The crowd, obedient as ever, followed the groom, who led his curious kin to ascend the candy spiral staircase. Once everyone had gathered upon the steps, the staircase began to operate automatically, carrying them slowly toward the pinnacle of the cake castle. However, Morse and Katakuri were not among them. Morse tugged at Katakuri, weaving through the throng as they opted for a leisurely ascent up the stairs to the top level. The wedding venue at the summit was exceptionally lively, filled with the tantalizing aromas of an array of confections wafting through the air. Humans, for tribes, long-legged tribes, little people, and even fishmen and merfolk. Nearly every race found in the New World could be found here. Government officials from various nations, formidable rulers of the underworld, mercenaries wandering between factions, notorious pirates aside from the four emperors, and even kings from smaller realms, all who received an invitation dared not miss the wedding. After all, should Big Mom release her pigeons? They would have to brace themselves for the unimaginable and terrifying retribution that would follow Charlotte Lean-Lean's nuptials. Morse and Katakuri were essentially the last to enter the wedding venue, having just ascended the staircase into the hall. Morse observed that except for Katakuri, nearly all of his siblings were present on either side of the hall, engaged in lively conversations with the guests. One of the suite commanders, Charlotte Smoothie, was perched atop a large cream puff, chatting amiably with the passing guests while scanning the crowd with her eyes, as if in search of someone. Before her was a round table made of candy, adorned with an array of empty goblets, and above it hung various fruits, with guests forming a long queue to savor the juice freshly squeezed by her own hands. Some were hopeful to impress Smoothie, as becoming a favored suitor of Big Mom could significantly ease one's struggles for decades, especially when the potential partner was one of the renowned suite commanders of the Big Mom pirates. Choose your own drink if you're seeking a bride. Look elsewhere and don't bother me, Smoothie replied with a forced smile, barely lifting her gaze, her tone calm yet devoid of any warmth, resembling that of a machine. Cough. Cough. Smoothie, are you here juicing fruits again? When will you change this peculiar hobby of yours? Katakuri remarked, observing his sister while halting Morse from plucking fruits. Noticing Morse's puzzled expression, Katakuri offered no further explanation, for he had little interest in the lowbrow amusement of spectators. He understood his sister all too well. None of the fruits on that table were good. They were all bad fruits meticulously selected by Smoothie, and the rotten ones merely appeared fresh on the outside. A sip of that juice would likely ruin one's appetite for the day. Upon hearing Katakuri's voice, Smoothie promptly lifted her head, her forced smile stiffening as she recognized him. And her expression fell. Oh, it's you, brother. Why aren't you entertaining the guests today? Have you come to try my special juice? Please make me a glass, Miss Smoothie. Morse interjected, prompting Smoothie to spring up in excitement, her shyness evident as she looked down at him. With a swift motion, she swept the fruits from the table aside. These fruits are no longer fresh. I'll find some new ones for you and prepare a glass of fresh juice. By the way, how come you're with Brother Katakuri? Would you like me to show you around? I assure you it would be far more entertaining than being with him. As Morse was about to acquiesce, he was interrupted by Katakuri, whose remark cast a shadow over the moment. He was not at liberty to leave. After all, he was a distinguished guest at the wedding, bound to remain at the ceremony. What important guest? In his mother's eyes, there was only the cake, completely oblivious to the white snake. I see you. Smuggy's words trailed off as they met Katakuri's calm gaze, instantly silencing her. She certainly did not wish to provoke her brother's displeasure at such a delicate moment. Upon hearing Smuggy's words, Morse instantly comprehended that his invitation was merely a whimsical notion of the matriarch, devoid of any sinister plot. Realizing this, a great weight was lifted from his heart, prompting him to seize a nearby exquisite pastry and indulge in its delightful taste. Katakuri guided Morse through the palace, now accompanied by Smuggy. It seemed that due to Katakuri and Smuggy's presence, the cadre of the Big Mom pirates and various attendees, while wary of Morse's naval affiliation, did not display overt hostility upon seeing him. The head chef, Longbread, even approached Morse with a glass of wine, courteously inquiring if he was satisfied with the desserts. In the bridal preparation room on the second highest floor of Cake City, there sat only two individuals, Charlotte Linlin and her eldest daughter, Charlotte Compote. "Mother, your dress is truly exquisite today. The guests will surely cheer upon seeing you," Compote said with a beaming smile, helping Linlin adjust her gown. The matriarch, adorned in heavy makeup and a resplendent, oversized bridal gown, sat in a grand chair. Hearing her daughter's compliment, she chuckled joyfully. Mama, is that really so, Compote? Do I truly look this splendid today?" "Of course, Mother. It's nearly time. Let me assist you with your veil." Linlin nodded eagerly, resembling a blissful bride. Yes. "Hurry with the veil. I can hardly wait to see my husband. Marriage is such a joy. Compote, you should find a man to marry soon as well. Just let me know when you do." Compote fell silent for a moment, the room echoing with Linlin's cheerful laughter. At the wedding venue, a vibrant scene unfolded. "Hey, Morse, remember your promise. Please don't cause any trouble at this wedding." As the ceremony approached, the guests moderated their conversations. Yet Katakuri's voice rang out distinctly in the banquet hall, immediately capturing the attention of those present. Noticing the astonished gazes directed at him, Morse smiled nonchalantly and shot a sidelong glance at Katakuri. He genuinely could not fathom why Katakuri had been watching him so intently since their first encounter. As if he were there to wreak havoc at this tea party. "Really now, can you not place a little trust in me? After all, I am a naval officer with an 800 million bounty in the underworld." Hearing Morse's unique introduction, Smuggy could not help but laugh. Realizing that Morse was not only handsome and powerful, but also possessed a captivating spirit, she resolutely decided to persuade her mother to arrange a marriage between them or to welcome him into their family. "The wedding is about to commence, so I urge you both to maintain silence and not disrupt the order of this sacred ceremony." Katakuri cast a fleeting glance at the two and issued a quiet warning. Chapter 71. The wedding begins as the hour hand struck 10. A resounding and jubilant fanfare echoed throughout the castle, capturing the attention of all guests. Morse stood between Katakuri and Smuggy, appearing diminutive as he held a glass of freshly squeezed, sweet juice from Smuggy, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the sky above the realm of nations erupted with the thunderous sound of celebratory cannon fire, while colorful fireworks and blessings illuminated the heavens. Simultaneously, a grand orchestra commenced the enchanting wedding march. "Good morning, esteemed guests," exclaimed the round-faced MC, adorned with a jester's mask and donned in an exquisite white suit, as he raised a microphone resembling a telephone bug, stirring the atmosphere. "Today marks the most significant event in Totland. The captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Lady Charlotte Linlin, is to wed the master of long-handed karate, Mr. Yes Moon, in a royal ceremony. I hereby declare the wedding commenced." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal white cloud descended from the sky, revealing Zeus, one of Big Mom's three homies. Expanding its form, it bore a delicately crafted platform made of pastries, candies, and cream. Charlotte Linlin, with her grand stature, held the comparatively slender Yes Moon by the hand, both smiling as they waved to the guests below. Behold the Big Mom Pirates, reigning supreme in the new world. This wedding, a celebration of their profound love, shall illuminate the future of this world. The MC, with fervor, raised his arms in exultation, and the crowd responded with enthusiasm. Their cheers escalating as they gazed upon the newlyweds suspended in midair, as if to shout would be to betray their joy. "Let us all rejoice for this splendid day that dazzles us." The uproar of jubilation resonated throughout the Cake Castle, echoing across the entire realm of nations. Amidst the cheers, on the exquisitely adorned cake platform, Yes Moon, clad in a formal white groom's suit, waved with a somewhat rigid smile, his humble demeanor evident. Beside him, Big Mom, in her pristine wedding gown, blushed profusely as she struggled to temper her appetite, striving to maintain her dignified composure. The synchronized sound of footsteps heralded the proud chefs of the Big Mom Pirates, each dressed impeccably in formal attire. Leading them was the head chef, who had previously inquired about the pastry's flavors from Morse, now wearing a brand new chef's hat and impeccably tailored attire. Gazing towards the sky, the newlywed, with a chef's hat in hand, bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Behold, my queen, this is the blessed wedding cake." He gently adjusted his chef's hat and slowly drew forth a dazzling knife from his waist, elegantly waving it, as if he were a maestro conducting a symphony. With each graceful movement, an immense tower of cake began to rise majestically from the ground. Standing at an impressive 50 meters, the 9-tiered wedding cake exuded an unparalleled aroma. The top tier was artfully crafted from white chocolate, cream, and crushed cookies, forming a grand altar that was not only visually stunning but robust enough to support Charlotte Lingling as she danced upon it. For Charlotte Lingling, this moment was sheer bliss, as she prepared to exchange sacred vows with her beloved husband atop her cherished cake. Had it not been for the throng of guests below, her eyes sparkling with delight, she would have surely declared the wedding concluded and dashed forward to devour the delectable cake prepared by Chang Mianbao. Indeed, it surpasses my expectations. Mama, Chang Mianbao, you have outdone yourself this time. Noticing that Charlotte Lingling was already drooling, the round-faced MC hurriedly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and proclaimed in a clear, resonant voice, I now invite the newlyweds to the stage to declare their vows. As the MC's voice resonated, Charlotte Perispero stood nearby, gracefully waving her candy cane, instantly conjuring a splendid bridge between Zeus and the cake altar. Filled with excitement, Charlotte Lingling grasped the sturdy arm of Yes Moon and elegantly trotted a few steps across the candy bridge. At the altar's center, a diminutive priest, with a tone that was both solemn and imbued with blessing, addressed the couple, loudly proclaiming the marriage vows, in health or in sickness, in poverty or in wealth. Do you both promise to walk together until death parts you? Yes, we do, Charlotte Lingling and Yes Moon chorused in unison. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon the opulent altar. Do you vow to offer each other love and fidelity? The priest continued. Yes, we do, they answered simultaneously once more. Please, groom, lift the veil from your bride and exchange the vow kiss. Charlotte Lingling slowly knelt on the ground, while Yes Moon, with a beaming smile, extended his unusually long arms to gently lift the exquisite veil that adorned Charlotte Lingling's head. Though Yes Moon had been wed countless times, Charlotte Lingling remained true to her essence, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exaggeratedly pursed her lips towards Yes Moon, suppressing his inner fear and revulsion. Yes Moon closed his eyes and leaned in for a kiss, surrendering to the moment. The ceremony concluded, and let us all extend our blessings to them. The MC, gripping the microphone with fervor, proclaimed loudly, causing the crowd to erupt once more in jubilant excitement. Katakuri let out a sigh of relief. The ritual kiss signified the official union of the couple. At this moment, he believed that Morse would not cause any further chaos. With a hint of relaxation, he called over a passing servant, hoping to snatch a cake from the tray to satisfy his hunger, only to discover that the tray was suddenly devoid of any offerings. Morse, you rascal, have you never tasted cake? Your hands are so quick. Ha! I see you desire some as well. Why didn't you say so? I still have half of this one left. Here you go. I shall save some for you when another passerby comes along. Morse noticed Katakuri's somewhat vexed expression and, with a smile, offered her the remaining half of his cake. What troubles you, Miss Smuggy? Do you wish to partake as well? You may have to wait a while, he remarked, turning to see the envious look on Smuggy's face, mistakenly assuming she desired the cake too. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he spoke up. In response, she shot Morse a fierce glance, thinking to herself that this man, despite his handsome appearance and formidable prowess, was utterly oblivious to her thoughts, which was quite infuriating. Haha. Upon hearing Morse suggest saving a piece of cake for Smuggy, Katakuri could no longer maintain his serious demeanor and burst into laughter without concern for his image. Hey, Miss Smuggy, what has come over your brother? Could it be that the absence of that cake has driven him mad? Perhaps we should quickly find him a similar cake. Morris, observing Katakuri's demeanor, tugged at Smoothie with a sense of bewilderment, quietly inquiring. Upon hearing Morris's words, the smile on Katakuri's face abruptly faltered, and he exclaimed in a tone tinged with exasperation, Must you always speak in such a manner? Now, let us prepare to indulge in the cake. Once we have finished, you can promptly return to your G1 fortress. Is that true? Once I finish, I can leave immediately? Morris could hardly contain his excitement, shouting with glee. Silence, you fool. Katakuri shot a fierce glare at Morris. Chapter 72. No escape. Very well. I shall eat my cake quietly, but I must say, this cake is truly delectable. I must partake in several pieces. After all, one cannot attend a wedding without savoring the delights. You are incorrigible, yet it matters not, for you have never been one to care for the Navy's reputation. Hey, what do you mean I don't care about my image? If you were to inquire around, you would find that my standing in the Navy is nothing short of illustrious. Boom. Before Morse could finish speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Charlotte Lingling leapt down from the vow altar, clutching her newlywed husband. With one hand tightly wrapped around him, she brandished a Napoleon pastry over the enormous cake, swiftly waving it about. The attendants, who had been waiting nearby, skillfully arranged the sliced cake on plates and distributed them to each guest. Mama, Mama, please, everyone, indulge yourselves. She called out to the surrounding guests, before setting down the Napoleon and shoving a generous piece of cake into her gaping mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, Yesmune, nestled in her embrace, fearfully shut his eyes once more, terrified that he might inadvertently become part of the dessert. Observing Charlotte Lingling's bold demeanor, Morse couldn't help but shiver. He cautiously picked up the cake handed to him by the attendant, feigning the demeanor of a gentleman as he took dainty bites. Katakuri, it appears that you, as a new father, are lacking. Why so timid? Look, you frightened yourself into closing your eyes. Truly disappointing. Do you think your mother would actually consume him? As Morse indulged in his meal, he whispered softly beside Katakuri, could you possibly keep it down? And that individual is certainly not my father. Yes, Moon was once a formidable adversary, yet after that incident, his martial arts stagnated. He seems to be a pitiable soul. By the way, when may I take my leave? Is it possible for me to depart early? I can't shake the feeling that someone harbors ill intentions toward me. Morse did not pursue the events surrounding Yesmune. For tragedies unfold upon the sea every moment, and no soul remains innocent. Once the banquet concludes, follow me to Biscuit Island for a duel. After the bout, you shall be free to depart. Rest assured, I shall escort you to the G1 fortress. Katakuri gazed intently at Morse, his tone remarkably calm, implicitly conveying that Morse should not entertain thoughts of slipping away unnoticed, for he would remain vigilant. You are truly an irksome fellow, Miss Smuggy. Having such a brother must be quite burdensome for you. How arduous it must be. Not at all. My brother is kind-hearted, and he rarely displays this demeanor with outsiders. Upon hearing Morse's words, Smuggy exclaimed softly, her face alight with surprise. Yet, there was some truth in his statement. Katakuri was invariably indifferent to strangers, seldom engaging in conversation. Morse was the only outsider she had witnessed conversing with her brother as if they were friends. At times, she could not help but ponder that if Morse were a woman, her brother would go to great lengths to take her as his bride. Waving a hand before the lost in thought Smuggy and receiving no response, Morse shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, they were all children of Charlotte Linlin, each possessing such peculiar traits. The wedding proceeded without the disturbances Morse had anticipated. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner under the control of the big MOM pirates. It appears I am truly not the protagonist. Attending the Yonko's wedding without a single incident feels almost anticlimactic. This extensive undercover mission of mine might culminate merely in a cake-eating affair. Fortunately, I brought no gifts. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss. Morse, somewhat disheartened, followed Katakuri as they departed from the palace. During this time, Charlotte Linlin had completely forgotten his presence, engrossed in devouring cake alongside her new husband. Let us move quickly. Where is Biscuit Island? I need to report back soon. You have no idea how much our patriarch relies on me now. Enough chit-chat. Keep up. Katakuri disregarded Morse's remarks entirely, as a slender trail of glutinous rice appeared beneath him, propelling him swiftly into the air and racing towards the distant Biscuit Island. Morse gazed at his reflection, hesitating on whether to quietly slip away. I advise you against such thoughts. Otherwise, your brother will undoubtedly lie in wait near the G1 fortress. Smuggy, standing beside Morse, discerned his expression and chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Surely, he cannot be so heartless. Your brother does not seem as cruel as you describe. Does the big MOM pirate crew not engage in work? They seem to have the leisure to challenge others on their territory. I truly fear you. As her words fell, her body flickered and vanished in an instant. Observing the vibrant cherry blossoms scattered on the ground, Smuggy smiled gently and pursued him. On Biscuit Island, atop a mountain made of cookies, Katakuri observed the languid figure of Morse in the distance. He twirled his trident, then gripped it tightly in his right hand. Our last encounter was far too hasty. This time, let us engage in a full-fledged battle. I shall show no mercy. Should you be careless, you might just lose your life. Katakuri, must you be so dramatic? If I were to perish here, would you not fear igniting a war with the Navy? Smuggy, will you not intervene? Smuggy, holding a cup of juice she had somehow procured, perched herself on a cookie rock, leisurely sipping as she watched the two men. I cannot dare to stop my brother in this state. And my man is surely not so weak. Let him fight freely and teach Katakuri a lesson. Now, enough with the idle chatter. Since you refuse to make a move, I shall not hold back. Katakuri, with his right hand gripping the trident, spun it in a stylish flourish and charged toward the crimson Morse. Morse's gaze abruptly sharpened, and the playful smile vanished from his face. He forcefully propelled himself backward, swiftly retreating. A streak of black light sliced across the sky. In midair, Katakuri's left arm swelled into a massive glutinous rice dumpling, releasing a torrent of dense glutinous rice paste from his palm, aiming to ensnare Morse in place. Simultaneously, he gripped his trident tightly in his right hand, piercing through the sound barrier as he thrust it downward with tremendous force. The glutinous dumpling thrust. Katakuri's trident met nothing but air, yet his expression remained unchanged. With a powerful stomp, he charged once more towards Morse. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Morse realized that continuing to hide would serve no purpose. With a resigned twitch at the corner of his mouth, he swiftly drew his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and swept it horizontally towards Katakuri. Cherry blossoms, aligned to the horizon. In an instant, the two forces collided, creating a violent distortion in the very fabric of space. The terrifying shockwave obliterated the surrounding cookie edifices into mere crumbs. The entire cookie island trembled violently. Smokey cast an innocent glance at the shattered cup in his hand. Then at the juice splattered on him, his lips twitching in frustration as he observed the fierce battle at the center of the arena. Both combatants propelled themselves backward, utilizing the force of the impact. The tip of Katakuri's trident snagged a few petals of cherry blossom, while Morse's 1,000 cherry blossoms became coated in a delicate layer of glutinous rice. Hey, Katakuri, is it a bit excessive to use that glutinous rice? My 1,000 cherry blossoms are almost being overfed, though it doesn't seem particularly sweet. Morse's expression regained its cheerful demeanor as he playfully taunted Katakuri. In silence, Katakuri reversed his grip on the trident, his feet slightly apart, adopting a combat stance. Unfazed by his opponent's disregard for his words, Morse remained unconcerned, for he had never expected to disrupt Katakuri's composure with mere banter. It must be acknowledged that Katakuri truly deserved recognition as one of the most formidable pirates in the Big Mom Pirates, second only to Charlotte Linlin herself. The ground beneath them shattered simultaneously as the pristine, jade-like 1,000 cherry blossoms converged once more with the glimmering black trident. Chapter 73. The battle resumes with Katakuri in the sky, two figures, one large and one small, engaged in relentless combat. Charlotte Cracker had mysteriously arrived on his biscuit island, two colossal cake slices in hand, quietly settling beside Smoothie. Smoothie Cake. How long had they been fighting? It appeared that White Snake was indeed formidable. The intelligence from the underground world had proven accurate. Brother Cracker, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be inspecting the island's defenses? I just prepared some juice for you. Receiving the cake from Cracker, Smoothie nonchalantly offered him a cup of juice from behind. Rest assured, Biscuit soldiers have thoroughly secured the entire Biscuit Island, and Mother is in excellent condition. No one would dare cause trouble here. Amidst the clash, accompanied by the cherry blossoms, stones erupted into the air. The earth trembled. The black light from the trident carved countless trajectories, intertwining with the pure white blade of cherry blossoms. Engaged in a relentless struggle, the center of Biscuit Island was now blanketed in cherry blossoms and glutinous rice, the sky painted in shades of pink. Constantly, glutinous rice wrapped around cherry blossoms rained down from above, causing the entire island to tremble. Katakuri, swift as a tiger, relentlessly launched near-manic attacks with his trident against Morse. Meanwhile, Morse was enveloped in cherry blossoms, firmly grasping the 1,000 cherry blossoms, engaging in fierce combat with Katakuri. Clang! The trident was once again forcefully deflected by the suddenly darkened 1,000 cherry blossoms, sending sparks flying. The violent shockwave severed Katakuri's scarf, and cherry blossoms flew through the air. As if a rain of blossoms had descended upon Biscuit Island, Katakuri mitigated the tremendous impact by altering the internal structure of his glutinous rice arm. His right arm gripping the trident only briefly swelling before swiftly returning to its original form. As the 1,000 cherry blossoms in Morse's hand shed the coating of armament hockey, they reverted to their pristine white blade. With a slight smile, he remarked, Katakuri, shall we call it a day? The hour grows late, and I must return to work. If I linger too long, the old man will surely dock my wages. Since graduating from Zephyr S tutelage, Morse had mastered the application of armament hockey to a new realm, effortlessly maneuvering the four techniques with finesse. However, It must be noted that Katakuri truly embodies the might of the big MOM pirates, second only to Charlotte Linlin. His fruit abilities have undoubtedly surpassed those of that scoundrel. Don Quixote da Flamingo. It seems prudent for Morse to seek the old man's counsel on fruit development, as he increasingly feels that his own abilities have become little more than tools for clearing out weaklings, particularly in his confrontation with Kaido. It resembled little more than a futile endeavor, akin to mere scraping rather than a genuine battle. Is it necessary to prattle on during a fight, Morse? Are you looking down upon me? Katakuri, despite the numerous scratches adorning his body, with blood slowly seeping forth, gripped his trident with renewed determination, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. It had been far too long since he had faced an opponent of equal caliber, stirring his blood with fervor. It appeared that Katakuri was prepared to engage seriously, and now it would be intriguing to see how White Snake would respond. If he continued to underestimate the situation, he might truly meet his demise here. Now, quiet down, Cracker, and enjoy your cake. Smoker shot a displeased glare at Cracker, urging him to silence and focus on the unfolding events. Truly, why must the welcoming ceremonies of the New World be so peculiar, commencing with a battle? Could they not simply sit together, sip tea, and engage in pleasant conversation? Final release, annihilation scene, thousand cherry blossom scene. Morse's expression darkened as he grasped the thousand cherry blossoms with his right hand, beneath his feet unfurling a sea of petals. Simultaneously, he released his grip, allowing the thousand cherry blossoms to gradually sink into the floral expanse, creating ripples that spread outward. From the shimmering surface of the cherry blossom sea, thousands of colossal blades ascended, gently adjusting their orientation to point menacingly forward, a sight of sheer magnificence. Brother Cracker, is this truly cherry blossoms? Before Cracker could respond, Morse lightly gestured towards Katakuri. Katakuri relished the exquisite sensation of 1,000 blades piercing through, as Morse's voice echoed. The myriad of blades formed by the deadly landscape of 1,000 cherry blossoms created a seemingly impenetrable defensive barrier, with only a fraction remaining to guard Morse. The rest surged forth like a tidal wave towards Katakuri. Observing the meager collection of a dozen blades nearby, Morse momentarily succumbed to nostalgia. The defensive space before him was capable of shielding against the majority of assaults, a so-called invulnerable circle. When he first discovered this ability, Morse, in excitement, raised his blade to confront Akainu, eager to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. The outcome was predictably disheartening. His lofty ideals met the stark reality when his invulnerable circle barely withstood 3 of Akainu's full-force punches. That day, Morse comprehended why the world was painted in shades of red. The mere thought of Akainu sent a shiver down Morse's spine, prompting him to abandon his pose as he accelerated his movements. Katakuri, faced with the oncoming wave of blades, wore a grave expression. His left hand swelled, transforming into a glutinous rice shield large enough to encompass his entire body. Simultaneously, he inverted his trident in his right hand, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap towards Morse. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the glutinous rice shield was riddled with blades, several piercing through and nearly striking Katakuri directly. Nevertheless, he pressed forward through this barrage, reaching the perimeter of Morse's invulnerable circle. By this time, his right hand had fully transformed into glutinous rice, enveloping the trident entirely. His arm, twisting like a spring, compressed to its utmost limit, he thrust it fiercely towards Morse, emanating tremendous power. The trident, akin to a drill, furiously burrowed against the boundary of Morse's invulnerable circle. Morse, feigning nonchalance, stifled a yawn and waved at Katakuri with a smile, gesturing subtly behind him. In response to Morse's arrogant demeanor, Katakuri felt a sudden jolt of alarm, instinctively releasing his grip on the trident and swiftly dispersing to the side. As soon as he landed, he was greeted by a sky filled with razor-sharp blades, curling back to form a towering wave that relentlessly pursued him. He retrieved the trident from before him, twirling it in his grip, and with a subtle smirk directed at Katakuri, he wore an expression that seemed to challenge him to take action. Morse, when did anyone tell you that a weapon defines a person entirely? Katakuri raised his hands, palms upward, and as if responding to his intent, the very ground beneath him transformed into a soft, glutinous mass, surging forth like a tumultuous sea towards Morse. Awakening of the fruit, Morse exclaimed, caught off guard. Must you play so recklessly? Just tossing aside your weapon to awaken? Is the temperament of the pirates in this new world so volatile? Though his thoughts raced with incredulity, he acted swiftly. Pressing his hands against the ground, he summoned an ocean of cherry blossoms, which clashed fiercely with the oncoming waves of glutinous rice, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Observing this, Katakuri elevated himself upon a cylindrical structure formed of glutinous rice, standing atop it as his right arm morphed into the shape of a heavy machine gun, enveloped in an inky aura of haki. Aiming towards Morse, he pressed the barrel down, simultaneously spinning at high speed, unleashing a barrage of spherical glutinous rice projectiles, each wrapped in the formidable haki, which collided with the towering wave rushing towards him. Unmatched rice cake blade barrage. The air was filled with a cacophony of collisions that resonated throughout Biscuit Island, the debris from the impacts enveloping the entire isle. After a prolonged moment, the thunderous sounds began to wane, ultimately fading into complete silence. Beside Morse, Katakuri's trident stood silently embedded in the biscuit rock. Suddenly, a slender strand of glutinous rice gradually rose from beneath the biscuit rock, quietly coiling around the trident. Then, like a rubber band stretching to its limits, the glutinous rice snapped back, shooting forth like a sniper's bullet aimed at Morse's midsection. Morse smiled gently. Just as he was about to employ his technique to evade, his expression suddenly changed. In his right hand, 1,000 cherry blossoms materialized, and he wielded his blade, thrusting it upward in the direction of the trident. The sticky rice dumplings enveloping the trident multiplied, gradually coalescing into the figure of Katakuri. It was then that Katakuri's left arm transformed into a slender and resilient rice noodle, firmly connecting with the shaft of the trident, while his right arm expanded into a colossal appendage resembling a giant rice cake. The pitch-black haki manifested itself, partially hardening around his fist, and the entirety of his right arm, propelled by immense force, swung like a meteor hammer, striking fiercely at Morse's body. Slice. Cut. Colossal rice cake. The protective barrier shattered under the impact of the punch, continuing its relentless assault toward Morse. Clang. 1,000 cherry blossoms deflected the trident aside. Yet Katakuri's haki-encased fist surged forward unimpeded, directly striking Morse's body. Boom. Morse's body was utterly crushed by Katakuri, yet Katakuri displayed no semblance of joy. With a voice imbued with an icy detachment, he addressed the space ahead, indifferently inquiring, "When did you become aware of my movements, Morse?" I nearly forgot to inform you that the area within the circle of invulnerability is entirely under my dominion. Without my consent, your meager power could never have breached this threshold. I trust this suffices. Surely you do not wish to engage in a genuine battle with me, do you? Morse grasped the blade of the sakura with his right hand, gently placing its edge upon Katakuri's elegant neck. This seemingly simple maneuver required Morse's considerable contemplation and self-affirmation to deceive Katakuri's foresight, allowing him to unwittingly step into the trap. It appears that Katakuri has faltered. This white serpent truly lives up to its reputation. I must seize the opportunity to experience it for myself. Brother Cracker, do remain quiet and enjoy your cake. Smoothie's tone returned to its usual calmness, yet the anxious expression on her face betrayed her in her turmoil. Although she had anticipated Katakuri's defeat, she had not expected him to succumb so easily. It seems that the men I admire possess formidable strength indeed. Chapter 74. No way. Sir, clang. Morse skillfully sheathed his sword, the sea of cherry blossoms on the ground gradually sinking into the earth, vanishing from sight. He deftly retrieved a cigarette case, intending to offer one to Katakuri, but upon noticing that his companion was indifferent to him, he hesitated. Morse merely smiled lightly, taking a stick to his lips, igniting it, and inhaling deeply. The sensation was sublime. After a fierce battle, indulging in a smoke was utterly delightful. Alas, Katakuri, it is a pity you do not partake in this pleasure. Katakuri cast a calm glance at Morse, then stepped aside to retrieve a scarf from the ground, wrapping it around himself anew. Let us depart. I shall escort you away from Tado Land. How unfeeling of you, Morse retorted. Can't you allow me to have a hearty meal before I leave? After our skirmish, the cake I had consumed earlier has long since digested. Just then, Smudgy and Cracker approached, overhearing Morse's incessant complaints directed at Katakuri. Smudgy, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Morse, are you hungry? Allow me to take you to Juice Island for a grand feast." Before he could finish, Katakuri interrupted once more. "You should eat at your G1 fortress instead. Akainu is likely still awaiting you outside. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that after indulging in cake, Mama wouldn't wish to remarry upon seeing you." At these words, a vivid image of Charlotte Lean's terrifying, gaping maw surfaced in Morse's mind, extinguishing his appetite entirely. In a state of panic, he shouted, "Never mind. I realize I am not hungry at all. We should depart swiftly. If we linger, I shall miss dinner at home." Listening to Morse's feeble excuse, Smudgy rolled his eyes. Were it not for Katakuri's unwavering glare, he would certainly have made it difficult for Morse to leave. Cracker surveyed the expressions of the three. Sensing a striking resemblance between Morse and Katakuri, both exuding an aura of reassuring calm. However, realizing he seemed to be disregarded by them. A surge of indignation rose within him. As he observed Morse preparing to depart, he grumbled, "White Snake, though I am unsure of the trickery you employed to best Katakuri, I do not acknowledge your strength. To marry my sister, this mere prowess is insufficient. Let us engage in battle once more. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to seek my sister's hand." Morse wore a perplexed expression, his mind swirling with incredulity. What on earth is happening? Am I to marry someone, yet also engage in combat? Is it customary to fight after visiting? Have I mistakenly picked up the wrong script? Is this a Shaolin temple? Though his thoughts were a cacophony of complaints, Morse dared not voice them aloud. Who could predict whether Katakuri might take him seriously and challenge him to a relentless battle akin to the legendary 18 Arhats? Such a scenario would surely be disastrous, and he could not afford to be defeated. Moreover, the hour was growing late, and he needed to hastily return to report back from his leave of absence. Little did they know the difficulty he had faced in securing this brief respite. Had it not been for his conversation with Admiral Sakazuki about attending the wedding of the four emperors, he would never have been granted the opportunity to take leave. Even now, he had suffered a deduction of half a month's wages. Additionally, he had just offended the notorious loan shark of the underworld, Fortune Lufielda, and was unaware of how many of his minions were lurking outside, ready to eliminate him. He had to slip away discreetly. Wouldn't you agree, Katakuri? As Morse rambled on, Cracker's head throbbed with irritation, and he contemplated commanding the biscuit soldiers to reduce him to pulp and feed him to the fish. Enough of this incessant chatter. Smoker, Cracker, both of you need to return to Cake Island immediately. The banquet should be concluding shortly. Keep an eye on the guests, and ensure none of them become overly inebriated and cause a ruckus. Today is, after all, a momentous occasion, Mother's wedding day. If word gets out, it will be exceedingly difficult to invite guests to future tea parties. As for Morse, I shall personally escort him out. Brother, perhaps I should go instead. Smoker's voice dwindled to a whisper, glancing at Katakuri with growing trepidation. Katakuri, you truly are a serious one. With a farewell smile, Morse continued to walk alongside Katakuri into the distance. Smoker could see the futility in her hopes, given Morse's capabilities. As long as he did not commit any fundamental errors, he was destined for greatness in the future. Observing Smoker's increasingly disapproving gaze, Cracker wisely chose to remain silent and quietly retreated to Cake Island. Smoker was aware that a connection between herself and Morse was impossible, yet understanding did not equate to acceptance. One could not simply dismiss the notion. At the edge of Totland, Katakuri's icy demeanor revealed no hint of emotion as he coldly issued Morse an ultimatum. Enough. You may leave now. Hey. You truly are heartless. At least we have enjoyed our time together these past couple of days. To treat me so coldly is disheartening, especially since I had intended to bring you a fine bottle of wine upon our next meeting. But if that is the case, then so be it. Katakuri's expression remained unchanged as he calmly gazed at Morse, offering no further urging. Morse smiled helplessly, choosing not to say more as he boarded his small vessel. The boat's stern erupted in a flurry of cherry blossoms, drifting away with the wind. He hoped that when they met again, they could still regard each other with such camaraderie. Katakuri gazed at Morse's receding figure, his expression finally revealing a hint of change deep within. He had acknowledged Morse as a friend. Yet, due to their differing statuses, the two could never share the revelry of true companions. Once out of Katakuri's sight, Morse reclined on his boat and took out a den mushi to call Akainu. Moshi, is that you, old man? It's your diligent and responsible aide, Morse. Where are you right now? I'm all done on my end. So soon? Head straight back to G1 Fortress. This time, refrain from wandering about. Return quickly, for there are other matters that require your attention. Upon hearing Akainu's serious admonition, Morse instinctively muttered, when have I ever wandered aimlessly? I always complete my task promptly and return at once. It must be that scoundrel, Rocco, who filed a false report on me. I'll have to deal with him when I get back. What are you mumbling about? Remember, return to the fortress promptly. This situation is urgent, and you have no time to squander. Akainu's tone was harsh as he abruptly ended the call, fearing that if he listened any longer, he might be compelled to rush to Morse's side and give him a sound beating, something he had long desired to do. Listening to the busy signal emanating from the den mushi, Morse shook his head, pondering, has the old man's fruit ability advanced again? It seems his temper is growing increasingly severe. He now hangs up the phone at the slightest provocation, which is truly vexing. Never mind, I should return quickly. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the force of the cherry blossoms intensified, and the speed of the small boat surged significantly as it raced toward G1 Fortress. This journey proved to be remarkably smooth, with no further instances of getting lost. Chapter 75. Can I have a moment of rest? New World. G1 Fortress, Admiral Sakazuki's office. Morse rushed into the office, looking weary from his travels. Coincidentally, Akainu had just brewed a fresh pot of tea, yet had not had the chance to pour himself a cup. Upon seeing Morse, he instinctively pushed the teapot forward. "Ah, it seems the old gentleman has become quite the seer, hasn't he? How very courteous of you to prepare tea for me. I am truly overwhelmed by your kindness. It was worth my relentless journey back, despite the dark circles under my eyes. You cannot fathom the hardships I endured along the way." Morse lifted the teapot, incessantly recounting the hardships he had endured along the way. "Enough. Please grant me some silence. I will contact headquarters shortly. You may elucidate the circumstances of this journey. Is it truly so troublesome? Must I contact headquarters?" Noticing the unpleased expression on Akainu's face, he quickly added with a cheerful tone, "No problem. You reach out, and I will ensure that I convey everything to you with utmost clarity, guaranteeing that I do not bring you disgrace." Akainu, feeling a headache coming on, shot him a glare, gesturing for Rocco to step outside first. "When we converse later, do so earnestly. Should you dare to speak nonsense, be prepared to remain here for eternity with no hope of escape." At that moment, Mole's expression stiffened, his smile abruptly fading as he nodded in disappointment. He had intended to discuss a few extra days of leave with Admiral Sengoku later. Akainu's lips curled slightly, bearing an expression of having seen through the fade. As he picked up the snail phone and directly connected to Sengoku's office at headquarters. "Hello, this is Sakazuki. Is Admiral Sengoku there? This is the Navy headquarters." "Sakazuki, I presume. It seems Moles has returned. Let him elaborate on the situation regarding the big MOM pirates." Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, "This is Moles. The undercover operation was a resounding success. I have noted 3 critical points regarding the tea party. Firstly, the protagonist of this gathering is the long-handed hero and martial arts master, Yes Moon, whose entire tribe is now affiliated with the big MOM pirates. Secondly, the 6 so-called kings of the underworld have not missed a single tea party. Their absence would be quite unexpected. Finally, and most importantly, is Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Charlotte Linlin. It appears he is destined to inherit the title of Big MOM and lead her to become the new Yonko pirate crew." "Charlotte Katakuri, you say? It seems our predictions were accurate. He has indeed become a potential threat. In contrast, those underworld scoundrels are of little concern, merely self-serving individuals," Sengoku remarked calmly, as though he were already aware of Mole's observations. "Neither Whitebeard, Red-Haired, nor Beast have sent representatives this time. To my knowledge, Big MOM has extended invites to all 3. Yet none have acknowledged her. Furthermore, the remaining participants are primarily minor pirates or newcomers to the New World, each seeking protection, having acquired their invitations at exorbitant prices within the underworld." "Understood. We will deliberate further on this matter, and you need not pursue it any longer. I hear you have clashed with Katakuri. What was the outcome?" Morse lifted his gaze to glance at Akainu, noting the absence of any unusual expression on the latter's face, which suggested that the old man's words were likely unfounded. It appeared that Fleet Admiral Sengoku had not been entirely truthful from the outset. His claims about never embedding his own personnel within the Tea Party seemed to be contradicted by the evidence of at least one such insertion. Indeed, Katakuri's mastery of observation hockey was undoubtedly among the finest on the seas, and his devil fruit abilities had reached an awakened level, complemented by formidable physical prowess. In summary, he could be confidently regarded as one of the most formidable individuals beneath the 4 emperors. On the other end of the transponder snail, Sengoku remained silent for an extended period, fully aware of Morse's capabilities. Morse's assertion indicated that the Navy had underestimated Katakuri's strength and his significance within the Big Mom pirates. It was evident that adjustments to the strategy against Big Mom were now necessary. "Morse, you have performed admirably this time. There is a new task that requires your urgent attention, one that the world government insists you must undertake." Morse gazed at Akainu with a face full of questions, only to discover that Akainu appeared to be in a state of serene contemplation. With a tone laden with uncertainty, he cautiously inquired, "Marshal, are you certain it is I? Which scoundrel spoke of this? Please, do inform me so that I may express my gratitude to him for holding me in such high regard. Sengoku smiled softly, realizing that Morse, upon learning this news, would undoubtedly seek to uncover the identity of the individual who had recommended him. Very well, let's make haste. Gather your belongings and proceed through the Navy's designated passage to Justice Island, where personnel from the world government will coordinate your upcoming mission. Justice Island? I have scarcely arrived in the new world, and now I must return. Marshal, are you not exhausting our labor force? Have you ever considered the voices of us, the grassroots employees? I protest. Bang. Morse gazed in trepidation at the gaping hole in the table, a result of the molten rock's ferocity, and quickly shifted his tone to continue speaking. However, regarding such protests, I deem them to be the utterances of petty individuals, lacking in understanding and capability, who merely grumble and complain from the shadows. This holds no relevance to me. On matters of significant consequence, I possess a sense of propriety. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly comply with the directives of my superiors. Preparation? Do I still require it? A naval officer of my caliber is always prepared. Enough of this discourse. I shall promptly depart for Judicial Island. Observing Akainu's satisfied smile, Morse wiped the perspiration from his brow and hastily returned the transponder snail to him. The remaining affairs are now in your capable hands, Sakazuki. You should be well aware of the intricacies involved. So refrain from disclosing too much to that young lad. Too much knowledge may lead him to act like Garp. At this juncture, Sengoku's tone grew somewhat somber. I understand. I will ensure he arrives promptly. With the call concluded, Akainu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer and tossed them to Morse. The matter is straightforward. Just as before, the task will be deemed complete once we ensure the survival of the world government's representative. Time is of the essence. The ship has been prepared by Rocco, with provisions for water and food on board. Hurry along. This is fine tobacco. Old man, is this your way of comforting me? May I delay my departure? At least allow me to rest and have a hearty meal. Noticing the resurgence of magma in Akainu's hand, Morse quickly tucked the cigarettes into his pocket and dashed out of the office, casting a glance back at Rocco. You scoundrel, wait until I return. You shall see how I deal with you. Rocco, witnessing Morse's somewhat disheveled form, found himself at a loss, scratching his head as he entered the office. Upon seeing the large hole in the desk, he immediately comprehended the situation, inwardly lamenting the injustice of it all. Rocco, go to the port and await Morse. Hand over the ship you prepared for him and urge him to set off without delay. Understood, sir. With the orders given, Rocco promptly rushed outside. Morse, having first dashed to the cafeteria to procure a generous portion of freshly roasted meat and bread from the head chef, along with a fine bottle of wine, sauntered leisurely towards the port. From a distance, he spotted Rocco, who appeared anxious as he awaited his arrival, rather than feeling the slightest bit of remorse. Morse approached and playfully teased him. Isn't this our esteemed Secretary Rocco? What brings you to the port for a security inspection? Or are you here merely to monitor whether I've departed? Boss, please spare me the jest. This is the communication snail from the world government regarding your current assignment. I have also placed 2 bottles of fine wine in your quarters for you to enjoy at your leisure during your journey. Rocco, undeterred by Morse's banter, cheerfully shared the gifts he had prepared. You truly are something else. Though Admiral Sakazuki's mission is of utmost importance, remember to maintain your training without pause. Make sure to consult the old man on how to develop your fruit abilities. If all goes well, upon my return, I shall assist you in exchanging your military merits for a devil fruit that suits you. Seeing Rocco on the verge of tears, Morse swiftly gestured for him to cease such displays. Enough with that expression. I must take my leave, lest the old man chase after me for a reprimand. Hurry back. He cannot do without you. With that, he leaped onto his vessel, skillfully using cherry blossoms as propulsion, steering towards the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 76, Indeed. It's you. In the CP9 Commander's office on the Grand Line, Spandam leaned over his desk, ingratiatingly addressing the figure before him. Sir, did you find your lunch satisfactory today? This evening I could take you out for a stroll. What do you think? The person seated behind the desk reclined comfortably in their chair, their feet resting heavily upon the table, idly toying with a golden communication snail. Is this the Demon Slayer communication snail left by the Navy's Admiral Aokiji? The texture is certainly far superior to that of an ordinary snail. However, let's forego the evening outing. I am awaiting a friend. Sir, I implore you to exercise utmost caution. That device must not be activated. Otherwise, we shall be doomed. Spandam exclaimed in alarm, carefully reminding him, his hands nervously rubbing together as he noticed the gaze directed his way. There's no need for such trepidation. I am quite familiar with your father, Spandine. Furthermore, my purpose here is solely to assist you in overseeing the survivor, Nico Robin, from O'Hara. You jest, sir. Your presence surely grants you full authority. I would not dare to command. Rest assured, I will ensure that all personnel on Judiciary Island heed your directives. Thus, your cooperation will be invaluable. Ha ha ha. Truly. You are worthy of being Spandine's son. Very well, proceed as I have instructed, and continue with your plans as scheduled. I merely require Nico Robin to appear before me unscathed. I shall take my leave now, for it seems that my dear old friend is about to arrive. And I must personally greet him. As he spoke, he struggled to rise from behind his desk, rubbing his distended belly as he slowly made his way toward the door. Spandam observed his retreating figure, instinctively extending his hand, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Ah, I suppose I should give you this. If others were to discover it in my possession, they might accuse me of bullying you, and then that fellow Spandam would incessantly pester me with complaints. Just as he reached the threshold, he appeared to remember something, and without a care, he tossed the golden transponder snail over his shoulder, facing away from Spandam. Spandam, startled, nearly fell to the ground as he lunged forward to carefully catch the airborne transponder snail, his heart racing with fear. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but, recalling the identity of the individual, he stifled his words, his expression a marvelous blend of exasperation. Upon raising his gaze and seeing that the man had already departed, Spandam, now somewhat irate, hurried back to his desk. Retrieving a cloth to meticulously wipe down the areas touched by the other. Mimicking the other's demeanor, he settled into his chair comfortably. Even pretending to toy with the golden transponder snail, until the device on his desk rang, prompting him to cautiously secure the golden snail within a specialized safe. Leaning forward, he grasped the transponder snail, his tone reverting to its usual arrogance. Moses, who is this? What is the matter? You scoundrel. Do you not know who I am? I am your father. Hurry and ensure you retrieve Nico Robin. This time, there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, prepare to return to CP5 to serve as your own superior. Beep, beep, beep. Spandam stared at the transponder snail in bewilderment, his face reflecting confusion and concern. What has my father done? I have said nothing to provoke such a tirade. It seems he is venting his frustrations upon me again. After a moment of self-reassurance, his mood noticeably improved. And with a stern expression, he dialed the transponder snail designated for Rob Lucci and his associates. As soon as the call connected, his tone transformed into one of commanding authority. Had he not been concerned about jeopardizing this mission, he would have already unleashed his pent-up anger. Moses, Lucci. This is Spandam. How goes the progress? Hurry and bring me the blueprints and Nico Robin. It is imperative we secure her this time. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should return with the blueprints and the individual to Judicial Island within a few days. Listening to Rob Lucci's peculiar voice, Spandam felt a surge of discontent, yet the assurance of the plan's success managed to quell his emotions. Very well, I understand. Then make haste to return. Bang. Upon finishing his words, he forcefully slammed the telephone onto the desk, feeling utterly disappointed and enraged by the utter lack of respect emanating from Rob Lucci. His emotions spiraled out of control as he unleashed a torrent of furious curses into the empty office. A bunch of scoundrels, truly a band of scoundrels. Each one of them daring to disregard my presence. One day, you shall all pay for this. For the moment, let us set aside Spandam's impotent fury alone in the office and shift our focus to Morse. Outside the main entrance of Judicial Island, Morse stood upon the small vessel, gazing at the tightly shut gates of Justice Island, along with the excessively extravagant barriers, momentarily lost in thought. It was unclear whether his boat was simply too diminutive or if the station naval guards at the entrance of Justice Island were merely negligent. For no one seemed to notice his presence. It was not until a rotund figure appeared behind the fence that, upon catching sight of Morse, hastily summoned the opening of the gates, rushing towards him with an exuberance that seemed to carry the very wind itself. As Morse beheld the newcomer, he was overwhelmed with excitement, disregarding the small boat that had accompanied him for a time. A flurry of cherry blossoms appeared beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before the visitor. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the on-duty Navy personnel, he seized the slightly portly CP operative by the collar and lifted him into the air, his voice trembling with exhilaration and nearly incoherent. I guessed it was you. You rascal. Who else from the world government would be so concerned about me, specifically calling for me to assist with some trivial task? Gnarl. By the heavens. You've truly outdone yourself. It's been ages since we last met, and you've managed to surprise me so greatly. Come, let us step inside and have a proper conversation. The visitor was none other than Gnarl, who had collaborated with Morse on 2 previous occasions. Following the crocodile incident, Gnarl, bolstered by the support of the Celestial Dragons, had ascended to a legitimate high-ranking position within the CP organization to the extent that he had, in many ways, liberated himself from its constraints. Although Morse held Gnarl aloft, the latter bore no resentment. After all, this was not their first encounter in such a manner. And he was aware that his current dealings were less than scrupulous. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Oh, Morse, do not be upset. Anger can be detrimental to your health. And this mission is a monumental achievement, one that could elevate you in rank, smoothly advancing you to the level of a general. You know that attaining the rank of general in your navy is no small feat. In truth, you ought to express your gratitude to me." "Gratitude, you say? I shall indeed have to express my heartfelt thanks to you, my rotund friend. Wait for me to finish my meal, and then we shall engage in a thorough discussion about your recent elevation. I haven't even had the chance to congratulate you on your promotion." Morse let out a laugh that was almost a grimace, sending a shiver through Gnarl, who hastily shook his head in denial and exclaimed, "No need for that. You haven't even eaten yet, right? Come, allow me to treat you to a delightful meal. I must tell you, I just sampled the chef's culinary skills here, and they are truly exceptional, particularly." As Morse's increasingly fearsome grin loomed, Gnarl quickly gestured for the nearby duty navy to come over and secure Morse's vessel, then pointed to his collar, signaling Morse to release him. Bang! Morse suddenly released his grip, causing Gnarl to plummet to the ground. Yet he bore no resentment as he casually rose and rubbed his behind. "Come with me, rest assured that once this mission is accomplished, I will treat you to a delightful excursion. Now, let us not dilly-dally. Finish your meal and we shall discuss the details of this assignment. To this day, I remain in the dark regarding the purpose of my transfer." "Very well. Let us first dine. I must tell you, dear Morse, I have brought along 2 exquisite cigars specially for you, which are unattainable in the outside world. I procured them directly from my esteemed leader. Although I have yet to indulge in them myself, I can assure you of their superior quality." Chapter 77. A brief note to my esteemed readers. Group 101-989-1993. Firstly, regarding the matter of strength, upon departing from the West Blue, my prowess was at the pinnacle of the Vice Admiral level. After engaging in battle and enduring rigorous training at the hands of Doflamingo, Dragon, Akainu, and Zephyr, I have experienced a breakthrough. Now standing at the level of a candidate admiral, equivalent to that of a vice admiral in the Yonko ranks. At the outset, all assessments of strength are conjectures made by the protagonist, Morse. My thoughts revolve around the notion that I have traversed worlds, equipped with a golden finger. And after years of diligent training, I have become invincible in the West Blue. Thus, could I indeed be unmatched across the seas? When encountering Doflamingo, I wonder if my esteemed readers have noted the prolonged engagement. This was due, in part, to my first encounter with such a formidable opponent, driven by a desire to gauge my prowess in comparison to his. Additionally, I sought to observe the application of his awakened devil fruit abilities, hoping to glean insights for my own use. Subsequently, my encounter with the G5 fortress was a result of my oversight. I had neglected to remember that G5 already existed in the New World, with Virgo among its ranks. My laziness prevented me from making the necessary adjustments, and I hope my esteemed readers can forgive this lapse. In my following confrontation with Dragon, my carelessness led me to underestimate his initial assault, compounded by the significant disparity in our strengths, resulting in my swift defeat in 2 exchanges. Furthermore, concerning the narrative arrangement, there exist hidden plot lines regarding Kevin's origins and Akainu's background, which will be elaborated upon in due course. I must also remain aligned with the main storyline. Hence, I have orchestrated a challenging excursion in the New World to further validate my real-life experiences, ultimately reconnecting with the central narrative. Should anyone have constructive suggestions, I would be more than willing to engage in discussion. Lastly, regarding updates, to be candid, the impetus behind my writing this book stemmed from my admiration for the military-themed work Surviving to Admiral, which I found immensely gratifying. However, I harbored some ideas of my own, and during a particularly hectic period, I idly began to pen my thoughts. To my surprise, as I continued, I found myself with friends eagerly following my narrative, leaving me with no choice but to persist. I have attempted to produce 4 chapters, but alas, it proved too taxing. I managed to store a few for release over the weekend, yet I found myself unable to continue. Thus, I shall endeavor for 3 chapters instead. Though I managed to write, I find the quality lacking and unsatisfactory. coupled with the recent new season of Honor of Kings, where I often team up with friends. My available time has diminished significantly. Thus, I have decided to maintain a schedule of 2 updates, posting whenever I complete my writing, whether it be morning, noon, or night. We also have a QQ group, albeit small in number, which I find quite pleasant. Should anyone wish to make friends or offer guidance, feel free to join and engage in conversation. Regarding comments, I encourage open discussion. Generally, I do not impose restrictions unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 78, The Causes and Consequences. Morse and Nal emerged from the cafeteria of Judicial Island, their hands resting on their bellies. Nal, this fare is splendid. It far surpasses the meals at Navy headquarters and G1 Fort. I am so full I can hardly eat another bite. I told you so. It is said that the head chef here was once a renowned figure in the culinary world, but age has rendered him weary, forcing him to seek sustenance within the Navy. Very well. In light of this delightful meal, I shall let you off the hook this time. Come, let us find a suitable place to converse. I am curious as to what matter could necessitate your arduous journey back from the New World. Nal merely smiled, offering no further comment, and led Morse to his designated quarters. From beneath the bed, he retrieved a coded box, producing 2 celestial dragon insignia for Morse. Do you recall the royal treasure we discovered in the kingdom of Alabasta? It contained a significant historical document. After I brought it back and had it analyzed by experts, they speculated it might hold crucial information. At this juncture, Nal paused, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment before continuing, however. The specialists from the world government have struggled for ages to fully translate the document. Consequently, they have become quite irate, especially upon learning that CP9 is discreetly undertaking a mission, coincidentally discovering the whereabouts of Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara. Nal rolled his eyes, expressing his own frustration with this series of fortuitous events. Thus, while we remain uncertain whether she possesses the ability to comprehend the text, our only option is to treat this dying horse as a living one. We must capture Nico Robin and see if she can assist us. If not, executing her would not pose a significant loss. Morse nodded thoughtfully, casting a serious glance at Nar, sensing no concealment in his demeanor. He could not help but ponder. It seems that the world government either lacks the capability to fully translate historical texts or has chosen not to disclose the truth to Nar. What relevance does that hold for me? The most formidable department of the world government, CP9, has been mobilized. Is there truly anything beyond their control? Do not tell me you sought my protection out of a fear of mortality. Nar rolled his eyes, a pained expression crossing his face as he gazed at Morse. His tone tinged with sorrow. Is it so apparent that you perceive me as someone so terrified of death? You truly wound my heart, Morse. Yet, in a sense, you are not entirely mistaken. Recently, I undertook a minor mission, the details of which I shall spare you, but the outcome was that, inadvertently, I jeopardized a trivial operation of the Revolutionary Army and inadvertently captured one of their lesser agents. At this juncture, Nar allowed a couple of tears to spill forth, his voice evoking sympathy. Who could have anticipated that those rascals from the Revolutionary Army would be so petty, vowing to eliminate me across the globe? I intended to lie low within the confines of the world government until this tempest subsided. Yet, unexpectedly, the affair with Nico Robin unfolded, and as the saying goes, one cannot trouble 2 masters. Thus, the higher-ups dispatched me forthwith. As he spoke, he theatrically wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, casting an innocent and exasperated glance at Morse. Fortunately, the higher-ups, in their wisdom, allowed me to select a hapless soul from either the world government or the Navy to ensure my safety. Naturally, I initially aimed to choose one of the 3 admirals or Vice Admiral Garp without hesitation. However, as you might have guessed, I nearly incurred the wrath of my superior. Ultimately, it was Admiral Sengoku who, out of pity, graciously recommended you. Upon reflection, I realized that we are old friends, and it was a grievous oversight not to have thought of you first for such a monumental task. I am indeed most fortunate to have rectified my error and insisted to our commander that you be assigned to safeguard me on this journey. Thus, I must impose upon you during this time, my dearest friend. I assure you, I have staked my very life on your competence. And you would not allow me to perish before your eyes, would you, Morse? Morse found himself on the verge of slumber as he listened to Narl's aimless ramblings. Ultimately, he distilled the entire conversation into a singular conclusion. Narl, with his audacious demeanor, sought the protection of the 3 formidable generals, only to be met with disapproval from the higher-ups, resulting in a rather rough reprimand. It was only when the Marshal of the Warring States could no longer bear the sight of Narl's plight that he stepped forward to take the blame, allowing Narl, that scoundrel to effortlessly capitulate. Thus, it appeared that he was the unfortunate soul entangled in this entire affair. With a somewhat unfriendly gaze directed at Gnarl, Morse couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity regarding what misdeeds this rotund fellow had committed to provoke the Revolutionary Army lurking in the shadows, to threaten his demise without regard for their own identities. What heinous act have you perpetrated, you corpulent fool, that has incited such ire from the revolutionaries? He mused. Gnarl chuckled, unwilling to divulge any pertinent details. Oh, it's all in the past. The Revolutionary Army is merely a bunch of despicable little men who are blissfully unaware of their own limitations. You know me well enough. I have always been exceedingly honest. Let us not dwell on these sorrowful matters. Now that you're in the know, let us adhere to our usual arrangement, as long as you ensure my protection. I guarantee our fortunes will rise, and we shall find ourselves in positions of power and wealth once more. Morse chose not to pursue the reasons further, for he understood the adage that curiosity can lead one to peril. After all, it is wise to remain detached when the matter does not directly concern oneself. My friend, do you happen to know when Nico Robin will arrive? Please don't tell me you're as clueless as I am, making me come here just to wait idly with you. Gnarl paused for a moment, his expression turning slightly sheepish as he regarded Morse with an innocent look. Morse, to be honest, I only just arrived this morning. I was promptly summoned by Spandam to test the cafeteria's offerings in your stead, he explained, emphasizing the term taste test with a hint of mockery, as if to say he would have never agreed to it were it not for Morse's sake. However, fret not, Spandam, despite his foolishness, is capable of managing such trivial matters. Though he may lack intelligence, his subordinates are truly exceptional talents, and it is a shame they are under his command. Moreover, I must confess that I undertook this mission, risking my life, with an ulterior motive, to recruit those very subordinates into my own ranks. You see, my friend, I am quite impoverished, currently a mere solitary commander, and when the time comes, I shall need your assistance. Morse rolled his eyes and remarked on how that cowardly scoundrel Gnarl could never willingly risk his life for a mere sentiment. It became clear that his motivations were directed towards those few individuals from CP9. With this understanding, he stated, well then, you can handle it as you see fit. As per our usual arrangement, my sole responsibility is your safety. Everything else is beyond my concern. Listening to Morse's indifferent tone, Gnarl felt not a trace of displeasure. Instead, he was quite exhilarated. He appreciated this aspect of Morse, his unwavering refusal to meddle in matters beyond his remit. This meant Gnarl could comfortably await that fool Spandam to return with the necessary individual. However, before that, he needed to devise a plan to acquire the golden transponder snail capable of invoking the demon order. Otherwise, should Spandam accidentally trigger it, it would adversely affect the final assessment of his mission, resulting in a significant loss of potential benefits. Upon catching sight of Gnarl's gaze, Morse immediately discerned that this fellow was undoubtedly concocting yet another nefarious scheme. However, he paid it no heed and simply kicked Gnarl out with a swift motion. Thud! Rubbing his backside, Gnarl stood at the threshold, gazing at the firmly shut door behind him. With a sly grin, he ambled leisurely in the direction of Spandam's office. After Morse had driven Gnarl away, he finally had the opportunity to examine the exclusive supply meant for the celestial dragons that his counterpart had left behind. A delicate cherry blossom swept by, and the packaging of the cigarette box remained entirely unscathed as he opened it. With utmost care, he retrieved one, gently inhaling its scent at the tip of his nose, and his eyes instantly brightened, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Truly, as expected of a gift for the celestial dragons. The aroma was simply exquisite. He gently placed it in his mouth, took out a match to ignite it, and slowly drew in a puff. His eyes instinctively narrowed, and a few cherry blossoms seemed to materialize around him, reflecting an expression of sheer pleasure. It appeared that he would have to persuade Gnarl to procure a few more of these delightful items. As Morse savored the smoke, his thoughts drifted to his next course of action. He hoped that the Straw Hat Pirates and their Navid would refrain from provoking Gnarl, otherwise, he would have no choice but to intervene. Moreover, given Gnarl's demeanor, it was evident that the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly make an appearance, though he wondered if it would be the infamous dragon himself who would take the field. If so, a sudden and formidable aura surged within Morse at the thought of dragon, as the memory of their last encounter lingered vividly in his mind. This time, it would not be so simple. Chapter 79, Gnarl's Intentions, Judicial Island, CP9 Commander's Office. Gnarl, dressed in a sleek black suit, leaned back comfortably in his office chair, his increasingly rounded belly slightly arched backward. Morse, adorned in a white suit embellished with cherry blossom patterns provided by Null, stood impassively behind him, embodying the essence of a devoted bodyguard, with the sword Senbonzakura hanging at his waist. To achieve this striking appearance, Null had shamelessly implored Morse for an extended period the previous night, even offering a promise to bestow upon him an exclusive gift each year, a privilege reserved for celestial beings. It was this unwavering commitment that compelled Morse to don the suit and remain at Null's side, ensuring his safety at all times. Opposite them, Spandam leaned slightly forward, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he reported the current status to Null. "My Lord Null, I have just been in contact with Luch and his associates. According to their reports, the plan is nearing its conclusion, and we can seize control of Nico Robin at any moment." "Well done, Spandam," Null replied. "You have truly made your father proud, for indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Once this mission concludes, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded, granting you the opportunity to work alongside your father." Morse stood behind, observing as Null whimsically concocted an extravagant tale for Spandam, who, astonishingly, seemed to take it at face value. Truly, as Null had remarked, he was an unabashed fool. If such a character were not ultimately betrayed by Null, only to assist in counting the proceeds, he would renounce smoking for a lifetime. Oblivious to the look of pity on Moer's face, Spandam, upon hearing that he could collaborate with Spandane after completing this mission, was instantly filled with boundless ambition. Eagerly wishing for Lucci to hasten back with Nico Robin, Morris nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that having a good father truly held importance. Otherwise, Spandam, given his ineptitude, would have perished countless times within the CP department by now. Yet, miraculously, he still managed to succeed the position of CP9 commander. It was no wonder that Null wore a self-assured demeanor, boldly proclaiming his intention to recruit Rob Lucci and his companions. Judging by Spandam's character, it was likely that he would, with a beaming smile, hand them over to Null, for the disparity between them was simply too vast. Observing Spandam's exuberance, Null couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy. How wonderful it would be to exist in the world government with such blissful ignorance and arrogance. "Well then, Spandam, the burden now falls upon you. I shall take this opportunity to explore the island. It is indeed a rare pleasure to encounter such a reliable colleague like you." With some effort, he rose from his chair and exchanged a knowing glance with Morris, signaling him to follow. Spandam, still lost in the fantasy of working alongside his father, merely responded absent-mindedly to Null's words, showing no further reaction. Seeing his response, Morris and Null exchanged amused glances. It was indeed a rarity to find someone so easily deceived within the CP organization. They chuckled as they exited the office together. As they traversed the intricate paths within the Justice Tower, it resembled a labyrinth, filled with secret passages leading to unknown realms. With each member of CP9's office cleverly concealed within, Morse trailed behind Gnarl, feeling somewhat dizzy as they meandered through the Judicial Tower. Fortunately, when they arrived earlier, they had taken a secret passage that led directly to Spandam's office. Otherwise, he would never have accompanied Gnarl on this venture. Just moments ago, that insufferable rotund fellow had expressed his fears about the Revolutionary Army's potential arrival, lamenting the lack of escape routes. He insisted on familiarizing himself with the various passages of the Judicial Tower, so that if the Revolutionary Army did come, he could better strategize his escape. Morse merely rolled his eyes at his thoughts and reluctantly began to turn alongside. Almost immediately, he regretted this decision, as every corridor appeared strikingly similar, rendering it impossible to discern the correct direction. He marveled at how the members of CP9 managed to navigate this maze with such ease. Is this the typical style of your CP? Transforming your territory into a labyrinth? Should an enemy arrive, it's not just a matter of whether they can locate you. I dare say you would struggle to find them yourself. Nar seemed oblivious to Moore's remarks, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the surroundings. For him, this place represented an ideal stronghold, and he silently resolved that if he were to govern a territory again, it would be constructed to this standard. In this light, Spandam displayed some competence. His objectives for this journey extended beyond merely capturing several key CP9 members and obtaining a demon slaughter order-issuing golden snail. He had also acquired blueprints for the Judicial Tower. This venture, aside from the prospects of promotion and wealth, was already worth the risk of his life due to these unforeseen gains. Observing Nar meticulously noting every detail of the wall tiles, Morse felt he could no longer accompany him. He bid farewell and exited the Judicial Tower through a secret passage that led directly to the base. Gazing up at the azure sky, his spirits lifted significantly. It was no wonder the members of CP appeared so cold and heartless. Long hours spent in this place could render even the kindest souls indifferent. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned against the wall of the judicial tower, quietly awaiting Nar's return. A week swiftly passed amid Morse and Nar's daily wanderings. During this time, Nar had somehow managed to procure the golden snail capable of issuing the demon slaughter order and the blueprints for the judicial tower from Spandam, hiding them away like precious treasures. Fearful that Morse might seize them, on a bright morning, accompanied by the distant whistle of the sea train, Spandam urgently knocked on Nar's door, his voice brimming with excitement. "My lord, Lord Nar, please come out. Rob Lucci and the others have brought Nico Robin back. Our mission is almost complete." "Really? So soon?" Nar exclaimed, rushing out in a hastily donned suit to meet Spandam. "By the way, aside from Nico Robin, did you manage to bring back the blueprints for the Pluton design?" Spandam hesitated, having been so focused on capturing Nico Robin that he had forgotten the true objective of Lucci and the others, obtaining the design for Pluton. I believe, perhaps. We did manage to secure it. I'll confirm with Lucci when I see him and ensure you receive an answer promptly." Nar nearly cursed in frustration, taking several deep breaths to calm his agitated spirit. With a strained composure, he spoke in a tone that was both gentle and laced with barely suppressed anger. "Very well. Commander Spandam, it appears I must trouble you. Please proceed. I shall tidy up and follow shortly." "Understood, my lord. I shall first inquire with Lucci and the others to see if they have obtained the blueprints." The door slammed shut, watching Spandam's retreating figure as he hurried away. Nara struck the doorframe with a fierce punch. If not for the fear of incurring the wrath of Spandam's father, Spandane, he would have certainly dealt with the fool Spandam right then and there. Taking several deep breaths to quell his fury, he quickly adjusted his suit, attempting to appear unfazed as he approached the door to Moore's room, ready to knock. Creak. The door opened with an unsettling sound, revealing Moore, smoking a cigarette. A teasing smile plastered on his face. Neru's round visage flushed crimson. "You heard everything. I am utterly disappointed. Did you not already know what sort of person Spandam is? How could you still harbor any illusions about him? Instead of wasting time here in impotent rage, perhaps you should contemplate how to address the situation with CP9 regarding their failure to complete the mission. How will you explain this to the higher-ups? Moreover, they did not return on their own this time." Upon hearing Moore's somewhat cryptic remarks, Neru initially felt puzzled. It quickly dawned on him that Lucci and the others had been followed, narrowing his eyes as doubts crept in regarding the reputation of Rob Lucci and his companions. Was Lucci truly the prodigious talent that CP had encountered once in 5 centuries? Noticing Neru's expression, Moore chuckled softly and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Remember, my responsibility lies solely in ensuring your safety. I will not concern myself with any other troubles. However, as your friend, I must kindly remind you that if you do not hurry, Spandam may very well ruin everything, and you would be left with nothing but a futile endeavor." Chapter 80. Rob Lucci, Judicial Island, Front Island. Spandam, shedding his previous lofty demeanor, was now exceptionally enthusiastic, clapping Rob Lucci on the shoulder, even entrusting his ever-present weapon, the sword that had consumed the elephant fruit, Van Gogh fried, to Kaku for safekeeping. "Lucci, you performed splendidly this time. Where are the blueprints for Pluton? Hand them over quickly." Rob Lucci seemed to have anticipated Spandam's inquiry. Accompanied by a deep, resonant voice, his pigeon, named Hattori, continuously opened its beak as if engaged in conversation. "Indeed, after 5 years of investigation, we have essentially confirmed that the blueprints are in his possession. However, to ensure the success of our mission, we made the unilateral decision to bring him back for interrogation regarding the whereabouts of the blueprints." Upon hearing the words, Spandam was momentarily taken aback. His previously exuberant demeanor was doused like a flame extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Just as he was about to express his anger and question Lucci's competence, a sudden sound reached his ears, reigniting the warmth of his earlier enthusiasm. Surely, these individuals must be the elite members of CP9. He expressed his gratitude to them, urging Spandam not to keep everyone standing idly, but to swiftly detain the prisoner and then treat them all to a hearty meal to rest and recuperate. Spandam, hesitant to oppose, quickly donned a smile and respectfully acquiesced. However, when addressing Lucci and the others, his tone reverted to its usual stiffness as he brusquely commanded, "Did you not hear Lord Neru's instructions? Hurry and detain the individuals. Make haste to extract information about the blueprints." As soon as he finished speaking, He disregarded the suppressed anger displayed by Kaku and the others behind Lucci. Turning back to Neru with renewed deference, "My lord, we shall leave the remaining matters to them. Let us first enjoy a meal. Afterward, we can explore the back island. What do you think?" Upon witnessing Spandam's attitude towards the conversation with Rob Lucci, Neru realized that he could confidently bring these CP9 talents under his wing. Thus, he did not refuse Spandam's invitation, merely offering an apologetic smile to Lucci and the others, conveying a sentiment of, "I can only assist you up to this point." Finally, he stepped forward to gently shake Lucci's hand before following Spandam toward the cafeteria. The other CP9 members, excluding Rob Lucci, were filled with indignation. With Khalifa unable to contain her sarcastic remarks, truly an exemplary commander. The moment he sees the superior, he rushes over, and now he is off for breakfast. "I am utterly." "Enough, Khalifa. Focus on detaining those two. Our time is limited. And Spandam will surely not grant us much time for interrogation while he tries to curry favor with that officer." Khalifa and the others nodded resignedly. But the inquisitive Kaku could not suppress his curiosity, asking, "Khalifa, do you know that new officer? He seems far more reliable than Spandam." Before Khalifa could respond, the owl interjected, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Just look at his physique. It's evident he shares my build. They say every portly individual possesses a kind heart. Just like me." Lucci and the others exchanged incredulous glances, shaking their heads, losing interest in continuing the conversation. Yet, Lucci's inner thoughts were a stark contrast to his placid exterior. Feeling the note that Neru had recently slipped into his palm, he began to surmise Neru's intentions and found himself increasingly intrigued. He had grown weary of the incompetent Spandam. "Lucci, let us go. What are you pondering? Surely, you do not wish for that rotund officer to lead us." Kaku discovered Lucci standing still and gave him a gentle tug, feigning surprise as he inquired. Observing the questioning glances from their companions, Lucci offered no response, merely stating, "Let us hurry along. Such matters are beyond our control. And that fellow Spandam is not so magnanimous." "Oh, Lucci, did we not just forget to inform Commander Spandam about the Straw Hat Pirates? After all, those rascals have yet to surrender. They are likely to catch up with us soon." Bruno seemed to recall something, his tone turning somewhat grave as he spoke to Lucci, though his expression remained one of indifference, indicating he hardly regarded the Straw Hat Pirates as a concern. "Those rascals? No need to fret. If they pursue us, we shall simply capture them all. It will also serve as an excellent opportunity to gauge the intentions of our new commander." Without halting his stride, Lucci moved to the rear, escorting Frankie and Nico Robin towards the holding cells. Meanwhile, Morse and Neru, having thoroughly enjoyed their meal with Spandam in the dining hall, were preparing to leave when Neru suddenly seemed to remember something. He approached the head chef, feigning embarrassment as he requested assistance in packing 10 portions of breakfast. Spandam looked at him in bewilderment, pondering how this glutton could possibly require 10 portions after just devouring 3. Perhaps he had consumed the pig fruit? Morse, however, wore a knowing smile, instantly comprehending Neru's intent. This gluttonous fool seemed determined to drain Spandam of all his resources. Casting another glance at Spandam, Morse noted the occasional flicker of light in his eyes. Was he genuinely oblivious, or was it a deliberate ruse? It was uncertain who was truly outsmarting whom. Yet Morse had no inclination to warn Neru. How intriguing. It appeared that none within the world government were to be underestimated, even Spandam, who seemed more complex than he first appeared. With this thought, Morse chuckled softly, extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it leisurely. When Neru, with the packed provisions in hand, casually suggested that Spandam lead the way to see the 2 captured prisoners, Spandam hesitated momentarily but ultimately assumed an overly eager demeanor as he guided the 2 towards the holding cells. Upon their arrival, Kaku had just completed the first round of interrogation. Noticing Morse and the others, he set aside his tools and approached them. Come. Thank you for your hard work. I noticed your absence in the dining hall, so I conferred with Mr. Spandam and brought some breakfast for you all. Please, have a bite before we continue with the interrogation. There is no need to rush. After all, they cannot escape now that we are all here. Can they, Commander Spandam?" Spandam dared not utter a word, though he was anxious to uncover the whereabouts of the blueprint. He feared that in the end, when Neru reported his accomplishments, he might be ensnared himself, leaving him to smile bitterly. "Of course, you all should have your meal first," he conceded. "However, make haste to reveal the whereabouts of the blueprint once you finish." Khalifa and the others received their breakfast with delight. This was the first time in many years that they had been served food personally delivered by their superior, which significantly enhanced their fondness for Neru. Meanwhile, Lucci scrutinized Neru with a calm demeanor, examining him from head to toe. Neru merely smiled, observing Lucci without offering a word. A few minutes later, Lucci rarely broke into a smile before swiftly reverting to his stoic expression. Neru, pointing in Lucci's direction, cheerfully remarked to Spandam, "Your subordinate is quite intriguing. Once he finishes his meal, I would like to have a thorough discussion with him regarding the details of this mission. After all, once we locate the blueprint, I shall need to report the overall process to those higher up, thereby allowing me to boast about your achievements with greater persuasion. Wouldn't you agree?" Spandam's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Then I thank you in advance. Lucci, you must ensure you clearly explain the intricacies of the mission to Lord Neru." He then fell back into his daydreams of promotion and wealth, even breaking into foolish laughter, causing Mels to shake his head in disbelief. It seemed he had indeed overthought the situation. The world government did harbor its share of incompetence. Chapter 81. The Straw Hat Strike. Lucci carried the breakfast and entered a desolate holding room alongside Neru. As they approached the door, Neru noticed Mel still standing in place, watching Spandam revel in his own self-pleasure. Clearing his throat softly, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mel's, urging him to follow swiftly. Morse nearly burst into laughter, casting a look at Gnarl that conveyed a mixture of incredulity and reproach for summoning him to witness such a brazen act of betrayal. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to follow, recognizing that Gnarl's 3 exclusive offerings were not easily attainable. Moreover, should Gnarl, the portly fellow, lose his composure and blurt out something in front of Lucci, it could lead to dire consequences. "This is Morse, my personal bodyguard. Rest assured, he will not intrude upon our conversation. You are well aware of the purpose of my visit, are you not, Mr. Rob Lucci?" Gnarl casually introduced Morse, his demeanor serious yet lighthearted as he regarded Lucci. Lucci maintained his usual calm, seemingly unaffected by Gnarl's words, not even sparing a glance at Morse, and retorted coolly, "So, you are Officer Gnarl? While I am unfamiliar with your background, you should be aware of the CP Organization's regulations. Although Commander Spandam may lack competence, removing us from his supervision is no simple task." Gnarl merely smiled slightly, as if he held Spandam in low regard. "Spandam, you say? Do not worry, provided you agree. I have my methods to deal with him, as well as with Spandine lurking in the shadows. So what do you say? Should we deliberate on this? For my time is limited. While the matter may seem straightforward, it will require some maneuvering on my part. Since Officer Gnarl holds us in esteem, I can temporarily speak on their behalf. We are amenable to any arrangements," came the reply. Gnarl, sensing a hint of doubt regarding his capabilities, smiled thoughtfully. "Very well, then. You may await the new transfer orders in peace. Mr. Lucci, I would appreciate it if you could recount the entirety of your mission as proceedings, including whether that blueprint has been located." Lucci refrained from responding verbally, instead opting for his habitual ventriloquism to relay the details of their mission and its execution. However, when he mentioned the Straw Hat crew, his tone grew slightly awkward, as it was his first encounter with such pirates. "Oh, the Straw Hat crew? They truly seem to be everywhere," Gnarl exclaimed, his interest piqued at the mention of the infamous crew, instinctively straightening in his seat. His voice tinged with eagerness as he pressed, "Where are they now? Did you not capture them as well?" Though puzzled by Gnarl's apparent fascination with the Straw Hats, Lucci maintained his composure and continued in a somber tone, "To avoid complications, we did not apprehend them. However, they should be closing in on us shortly." "Closing in? What is the situation? It seems they have not changed at all. How dare they pursue us to Judicial Island? What exactly transpired?" Nico Robin has now joined the Straw Hat crew, and thus, in their quest to rescue their companion, they engaged us in a confrontation aboard the sea train. Although we temporarily repelled them, I believe they shall not relinquish their comrade, Nico Robin. Has Nico Robin truly become a member of the Straw Hat crew? Morse, you mentioned that my lucky star might once again bestow fortune upon us. Our previous 2 encounters have indeed led to our elevation and prosperity. Upon hearing the words, Myers chuckled lightly, as it indeed seemed to be the case. Each encounter with the Straw Hat pirates elevated both Null and himself a notch higher. Truly, they were worthy of their protagonist status, for even adversaries like themselves received certain privileges. "You ought to focus on acquiring what you desire," he advised. "After all, that group is anything but simple, and if they are present, it is likely the Revolutionary Army will make an appearance as well." If you wish to avoid mission failure, it is paramount to cease your daydreaming and prioritize interrogating those two individuals. Upon hearing Meyer's remarks, Lucci's gaze finally settled on him. A jolt of realization coursing through him as his eyes instinctively narrowed. This fellow, it seemed, was no ordinary future superior. The fact that such a formidable entity willingly chose to remain by his side for protection spoke volumes. Null, oblivious to Lucci's internal musings, sprang from his chair upon hearing Meyer's words, his tone brimming with excitement. Yes, yes. Lucci, swiftly take me to meet those two, for time is indeed of the essence. Come. Myers, let us pay a visit to our old friend. With that, he dashed out of the holding chamber, spotting Spandam clutching his beloved sword, Van Gogh fried, standing there with a lascivious grin, evidently still lost in dreams of promotion and wealth. Suppressing the urge to kick him, Null gestured for Lucci to hasten and lead him to Nico, Robin, and Frankie. Morse sauntered leisurely behind, exhibiting no concern for Gnarl's anxious demeanor. Within the confines of the holding chamber, Nico, Robin, and Frankie, shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, sat in quietude, their expressions devoid of any anxiety typically associated with captivity. Bang! Gnarl forcefully kicked open the grand door. Upon witnessing Nico Robin's pitiable appearance, he offered a sheepish smile, pretentiously adjusting his slightly askew suit, and took a seat opposite Nico Robin with a semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Morse trailed behind him once more, suppressing the urge to kick him in frustration, and could not help but offer a well-intentioned reminder. Hey, you sluggish fool, if you keep dawdling, there won't be any time left for questioning, and your tasks will have to be completed in your dreams. Null immediately turned, glaring at him, incredulous that he would undermine him in front of a lady. It was truly unbefitting of a friend. Nevertheless, he cleared his throat lightly and adopted a serious tone. Miss Nico Robin, good day. It is a pleasure to see you again. Since we are old acquaintances, I shall be forthright. The world government currently requires the expertise of a historian, and having learned of your recent visit to Water 7, we find ourselves compelled to seek your assistance. Nico Robin regarded the rotund man with disdain, her voice laced with sarcasm. You have mistaken me for someone else. I possess no knowledge of the historical literature you speak of. I regret to inform you that I cannot be of help. Null felt a surge of anger rising within him, but then he remembered that they had already apprehended her, and he could fulfill his obligations regardless of the outcome. The pressing matter was to ascertain the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprints. With that thought, he gestured to Khalifa to escort Nico Robin away. As they reached the door, Nico Robin seemed to finally recognize Morse, her eyes widening in a flicker of fear. Why is this man here? Isn't he a member of the Navy? Has he joined the world government? Bang! The sound of the closing door behind him prompted Null to drop the pretense. He stood up and kicked the table before him over. Drawing a mini flamethrower from his waist, he aimed it at Frankie's forehead, his tone grave. So, Frankie, I apologize, but my time is limited. There is no opportunity for leisurely introductions before I extract the location of the blueprints from you. Could you kindly expedite the process and reveal their whereabouts? Fear not. Once you disclose the location of the blueprints, I assure you that the world government will do its utmost to accommodate your requests, including the construction of a grand shipyard. Bah, the scoundrels of the world government. I don't know anything about those worthless blueprints, and even if I did, I wouldn't divulge it to you wretches. Then I am afraid, since you claim to know nothing, I must insist that you meet your demise. As for the blueprints, I believe Mr. Iceberg might possess knowledge of them. If we still cannot locate them, I shall have to invite him and your friends to assist in the search. You bastard. What do you intend to do? I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. I genuinely know nothing about those blueprints. Frankie shouted in a panic upon hearing Null's threats against his mentor and friends. Null merely smiled faintly, observing Frankie with an unsettling calm. As his grip on the gun trembled, I regret to inform you, Mr. Frankie, that should you remember anything about the location of those blueprints in your next life, do be sure to relay that information to me. As Gnarl was about to pull the trigger on the miniature cannon in his grasp, a deafening alarm resonated throughout the entirety of Justice Island. Simultaneously, Spandam rushed in, visibly flustered, exclaiming in a state of panic, Lord Gnarl, this is dire. An assault is underway on Justice Island. Please, take cover for the time being. Rest assured, I shall handle matters here. Chapter 82, The Premature Climax. Morse observed Spandam's panicked demeanor and silently shook his head, regretting that he had once thought this man could contend with that rotund fellow, Nero. Do not be alarmed, Spandam. It seems the Straw Hat crew has arrived, unchanged and as unruly as ever, brazenly storming Judicial Island. Mr. Lucci, I entrust you with the task of discreetly investigating the newcomer situation. And Miss Khalifa, could I trouble you to escort Nico, Robin, and Frankie to the front island? I believe they will prove immensely useful shortly. Lucci and the others exchanged glances, realizing that this portly individual appeared far more dependable than Spandam, as he would not panic or flee when faced with adversity. Understood, Commander Nero. As Morse beheld the scene, a smile of triumph unfurled upon his face as he directed it towards Nalu. Observing Morse's expression, Nalu, brimming with exuberance, gestured a thumbs up, his demeanor radiating pride. He then approached Morse and whispered softly, "You must stay close to me. Now that the Straw Hat crew has arrived, the Revolutionary Army will undoubtedly not linger far behind. Furthermore, when we encounter the Straw Hat pirates, you need not intervene. I shall leave everything to Lucci and the others. I also wish to seize this opportunity to ascertain whether they are truly worth the considerable price I am willing to pay." Morse merely nodded and followed Gnarl towards the front of Judicial Island. Upon witnessing Gnarl's departure, Spandam experienced a moment of internal conflict. Gripping tightly onto his beloved sword, Van Guffried rushed to Gnarl's side, adopting a stance as if prepared to shield Gnarl from any incoming bullets, albeit positioning himself slightly closer to Morse. Lucci exchanged a knowing glance with Khalifa, Kaku, and the others. Bruno nodded in understanding and, utilizing one of the 6 powers, Shave, he instantaneously appeared before Morse. "Gentlemen, there is no need for such formality. Please follow me." With a flourish of his hands, a brand new air gate materialized before them, and he bowed slightly, gesturing for them to enter. Gnarl cast a glance at Morse, noticing that Morse was curiously examining the gate. Just as Gnarl was about to inquire if Morse had any concerns, he saw Morse affirmatively nod, indicating all was well. Thereafter, Morse boldly stepped forward into the gate, prompting Gnarl to hastily follow, anxious not to lag behind and lose sight of Morse. Spandam, however, shot Bruno a venomous glare, deeming his action superfluous. Such an obstruction. Why not proceed at a more leisurely pace? We could have delayed our encounter with the enemy. Now we risk barging directly into their stronghold, which could lead to our demise. Bruno flashed a simple-minded smile, feigning ignorance to Spandam's scornful gaze. Khalifa and the others, however, gave him a thumbs up before entering one by one. As Frankie approached the gate, he couldn't help but touch it, displaying a hint of concern regarding its integrity. As Morse stepped out of Bruno's air gate, he was immediately confronted by a fist the size of a clay pot hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he executed a swift sidestep, narrowly evading the sudden blow. Bang! However, his companion Nock was not as fortunate. He had not anticipated that the attack would follow so closely behind Morse. He was struck squarely in the face, stars dancing before his eyes. Had it not been for Spandam, who had just emerged behind him and steadied him, he would surely have collapsed to the ground. In a moment of instinctive outrage, he shouted, "Morse, you scoundrel, how could you ambush me? Hey, you fat fool. See clearly, it wasn't me who struck you. Look, the one who hit you is right over there." Following Morse, Nock's gaze fell upon none other than the Straw Hat crew led by the formidable Monkey D. Luffy, who was assaulting Judicial Island. Rubbing his already bruised eye, he turned back to Morse, his tone laden with indignation as he snapped, "Then why didn't you block it just now? Don't tell me you were unable to." Ouch. That was quite a blow. It hurts terribly. Morse rubbed his nose with a hint of embarrassment, pondering whether he could possibly explain to Gnarl that it was merely an instinctive reaction. As if recalling something, he spoke calmly. "Did you not just say that I should not intervene when encountering the Straw Hat crew? I must admit, this rubber fruit is quite advantageous, even from such a distance. I am still able to bring you down." Morse suddenly recalled something and remarked to Luffy ahead. "However, Luffy, my dear fellow, such ambush tactics are hardly commendable." Upon hearing Morse's words, Luffy scratched his head, feigning embarrassment, yet promptly retorted, "You bunch of scoundrels from the world government. Hand over my comrades at once, or I shall send each of you flying." Morse chuckled softly, observing that Luffy remained unchanged, embodying the fearless ignorance typical of his nature. Were it not for his status as the destined hero of this world, his audacious demeanor would have likely led him to a premature demise on countless occasions. "Luffy, dear brother, do not be hasty. Your adversary awaits. If you wish to rescue your companions, it would be wise to first send Rob Lucci flying." He gestured towards Rob Lucci and his companions, who had just emerged from the Gate of Air. "Is that true? If I defeat the Pigeon Man, will you return Robin and Frankie to me?" Luffy's expression brimmed with excitement, leaving Morse momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Naru, silently urging him to make the decision. Naru, intrigued, felt reassured by Morse's presence, confident that Luffy's antics would not lead to chaos. Of course, Mr. Lucci. It falls to you to apprehend this pirate, who has come knocking at our door. Lucci stepped forward, casting a glance at Morse, who was observing him with an amused expression. A flicker of anger ignited within him, yet he suppressed it upon remembering that Morse was aligned with Naru. Redirecting his focus to Luffy ahead. You truly dare to pursue me? I find that rather astonishing. But this is where it ends. Are you prepared to conclude your brief career as a pirate? Before considering Luffy's potential reaction, Morse's eyes lit up at Lucci's words, recognizing their merit. He resolved to remember them for future use, envisioning a moment when he could deliver the same line to Katakuri in the New World, which made him chuckle aloud. Luffy, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon hearing Naru's words, he believed them wholeheartedly, immediately fixing his gaze upon Lucci. After being bested by Lucci previously, he had vowed that their next encounter would end differently, never imagining that defeating Lucci would also mean rescuing his comrades. Lucci's fury intensified as he regarded Luffy. Leave this to Mr. Lucci, and all other members of CP9, please engage and capture these audacious intruders at all costs. Naru's gaze fell upon the Straw Hat pirates in the distance, a cruel smile spreading across his face. If these intruders were to succeed in breaching Judicial Island, even if they managed to secure the designs of the Pluton and abduct Nico Robin, it would surely provide fodder for ridicule among his colleagues. Spandam was about to interject, but upon catching Naru's cold, ruthless gaze, he promptly fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Kaku and the others exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. They had longed to engage, but had previously held back for fear of jeopardizing their mission. At last, there was no need for excessive contemplation, and the opportunity to demonstrate one's prowess before the new commander beckoned. Without a moment's hesitation, several individuals surged forth. Spandam, witnessing this scene, promptly clutched Fingo Fried and scurried behind Morse, gripped by the fear of a sudden enemy ambush. Frankie, realizing that no one was guarding him any longer, exerted forcefully, and the sea stone handcuffs fell away with a resounding clatter, revealing that they had been loosened long ago. He took a decisive step towards Gnarl, intending to capture the ringleader to coerce the CP9 into submission. Frankie, no? Nicole Robin, observing Frankie's reckless advance, cried out in an attempt to dissuade him. But it was all too late. I cannot allow you to jeopardize my target so easily. A voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Before Frankie could react, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Morris stood behind him, finishing a flourish with his blade before sheathing it. Mr. Frankie, are you all right? Nicole Robin hurried over, attempting to rouse the fallen Frankie. Rest assured, I have not dispatched him yet. I merely rendered him temporarily compliant. After all, that rotund fellow Nera wouldn't wish for him to perish here. Without even turning his head, Nera spoke in a low tone to Nicole Robin and the incapacitated Frankie. I have heard from Lucci that you hold considerable affection for these new companions, Nicole Robin, and to the one lying on the ground. I am aware that you remain conscious. If you wish to avoid the demise of your little comrades and your mentor here, you will obediently hand over the blueprints. Otherwise, they shall meet their end today. I am not as accommodating as Commander Spandam. Chapter 83, Luffy and Lucci Judicial Island, Front Island, Central Island. The members of CP9 each sought out their respective adversaries, engaging in fierce combat with the Straw Hat crew. Morse, casually smoking, stood beside Nall, seemingly unperturbed by Spandam's presence. He gazed ahead, nodding occasionally, and remarked, not bad at all. This group of CP9 surely lives up to the reputation of your world government's elite, especially that Lucci, who indeed embodies the prowess you boast about. You, my hefty friend, have struck gold this time. It appears this crew possesses a solid foundation, yet they still require further honing, otherwise they might merely serve as a faude in the paradise. Ha! Your words bring me solace, replied Nall. Once Commander Spandam completes this mission, shall I attribute the main credit to you? Do not celebrate too soon, Spandam interjected. As compensation, I'd like you to hand Lucci and his crew over to me. Rest assured, I shall handle all operational logistics. However, I hope you won't obstruct the final signing. Upon hearing that the primary credit would be awarded to him, Spandam's grin nearly reached his ears. Yet, upon learning of Nall's conditions, his smile abruptly faltered. He had anticipated that Nall would attempt to extort a hefty sum from him, But upon realizing that the latter merely desired the CP9 agents, he hesitated momentarily. Although somewhat reluctant, he reasoned that while these individuals were capable, they were not irreplaceable. If necessary, he could always replenish their ranks from the training camp. Moreover, with the merit from this mission, he could leverage his father Spandane's influence for a promotion, making such advancement within reach. Should he successfully ascend, he would likely be reassigned from CP9, rendering this crew no longer under his command. With this in mind, he decided to seize the opportunity to grant Null a significant favor. After all, if their paths crossed again in the future, Null might remember to look after him. Contemplating this, he rubbed his hands together, adopting an expression that suggested he might agree if Null sweetened the deal. Null paused, realizing that Spandam was even greedier than himself, but then thought that a touch of avarice was beneficial. After all, without such greed, how could he so effortlessly acquire the CP9 agents? Very well. I shall entrust this matter to Commander Spandam. Rest assured, your rewards will accompany the transfer orders. What do you think? Absolutely, Commander Null. You are far too gracious. What rewards or lack thereof could matter? Once the transfer orders arrive, I will promptly sign and personally deliver them to you. Null smiled and nodded, refraining from further conversation as his gaze shifted toward the battlefield. At that moment, Luffy and Lucci had engaged in tentative skirmishes, neither unleashing their full potential. Mr. Lucci, I have already discussed matters with Commander Spandam, and he has agreed. The remaining tasks should proceed smoothly. However, I implore you not to let me down. And to all of you, your performance today will significantly influence your future treatment and allocation of resources. Therefore, for the sake of your own prospects, I urge you to swiftly resolve this pirate issue. After all, the longer this drags on, the more it reflects our CP organization's incompetence. Morse cast a surprised glance at Gnarl. This rotund fellow, even while inspiring others, did not miss the opportunity to issue a veiled threat, truly embodying the essence of the world government. The crucial point was that Lucci and his comrades were genuinely swayed by this tactic. In their desperate bid to escape Spandam's grasp, they summoned every ounce of their strength. No longer daring to hold back, the battlefield echoed with the sounds of gunfire, the slicing winds of crescent strikes, the rustling of life's return through hair, and the relentless clamor of iron colliding, creating a cacophony that engulfed the entire arena. In that moment, the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves utterly suppressed, rendered powerless to retaliate. What do you think, dear Morse? These fellows possess quite formidable strength, do they not? I dare say even you would find yourself in a most precarious situation under such a multitude of assaults. Morris gazed at the self-satisfied Neru with a look of bewilderment. Were it not for their surprisingly successful collaboration and the fact that Neru was his protective target, he would have certainly clarified why cherry blossoms were so exquisite. Indeed, it should be a state of utter disarray. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from the heart of the battlefield, accompanied by a swirling cloud of dust. Rosai had already activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into his beastly leopard form. He rubbed the imprint of a fist on his feline visage, casting an irate glance at Luffy, whom he had just sent flying. A blue, bird-shaped gale surged toward Luffy, gale foot, bird strike. Luffy's left hand expanded instantaneously, resembling a shield that shielded him from the oncoming attack, while his right hand elongated rapidly before unleashing a powerful strike. Rubber rocket cannon. The elasticity of his rubbery form generated a tremendous force, propelling his right hand forward like a rocket cannon, directly sending Rosai crashing backward. Good job, Luffy. Sanji, who had just kicked Bruno away, shouted from a distance, only to be struck by a gale foot from Gabra nearby. Damn it, Rosai began to retort as he stood up. Rubber machine gun. Luffy charged forward, his fists raining down upon Rosai with the rapidity of a machine gun, culminating in a final blow that sent Rosai soaring into the air. Cough. Rosai, suspended in midair, coughed up a significant amount of blood, his form reverting to that of a human, his expression one of incredulity as he fell backward. Alas, it seems this corpulent fool still has lessons to impart to his future subordinates. In the face of adversaries, one must avoid futile actions and, more importantly, give their all, lest they meet the same fate as Rosai now. Luffy, singularly focused on defeating Rosai to rescue his comrades, paid no heed to anything else and relentlessly pursued his foe. As for the spears and gales launched from afar by Kaku and others, he had unwavering faith that his companions would intercept those attacks. Indeed, Zoro and the others did not disappoint their new captain, skillfully blocking the incoming assaults, simultaneously with a sharp bite to his thumb. Luffy inhaled air into the gaps of his bones, causing his entire right hand to swell dramatically, resembling the arm of a giant. He then launched himself into the air with a powerful push from his legs on the ground, directing the air accumulated in his hand toward Rob Rosai below, delivering a decisive strike. Rubber giant battle axe. Shave. Rosai reacted with remarkable speed, once again activating his devil fruit powers to transform into his leopard form. He propelled himself off the ground, swiftly maneuvering in the air to appear behind Luffy. Pointed strike. Eject. Rosai unleashed a rapid barrage of air bullets from his sharp claws, piercing Luffy's body with alarming speed. Simultaneously, he began to unleash a flurry of pointed strikes with both hands, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Luffy. Luffy, be careful. In that moment, Usopp seemed to possess the ability to foresee the future. He unleashed a powerful explosive shot towards Lucci's direction from a distance, providing a brief respite for Luffy. The air around his feet surged towards his abdomen, transforming into a colossal rubber balloon. Rubber, bone balloon. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets did not pierce Luffy as anticipated. Instead, they merely sent him flying in his balloon state. It's over, time us up. Luffy shouted in a panic, his body rapidly shrinking to that of a child, plummeting to the ground. What kind of technique is this, Morse? How can he shrink like that? This is quite illogical. Null exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Luffy's diminished form. Enough, you fat fool. Stop yelling. You'll deafen us. It's merely a side effect of the rubber fruit's enlargement. There's nothing to fuss about. But it appears that the Straw Hat Kid still has some distance to cover to match Lucci. Are you alright, Luffy? Zoro and the others, having temporarily subdued their opponents, rushed to Luffy's side, shielding him protectively. The CP9 members ceased their pursuit, gathering beside Lucci to confront Zoro and the others. At that moment, Null chuckled like a child. Stepping forward to address the fallen, shrunken Luffy with a tone of mock regret. It seems today you will not be taking your companion with you, Mr. Straw Hat Luffy. Moreover, it appears your brief piratical career is drawing to a close. Truly a pity. In stark contrast to Null's carefree demeanor, Morse furrowed his brow, suddenly whispering, Null. Step back, Lucci, you all must swiftly deal with this group. With that, he drew his sword, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, and swung it behind him. Chapter 84. Commander of the Eastern and Northern Revolutionary Army. Clang. Morse gazed calmly ahead, a hint of mockery in his tone. Who might this be? Daring to launch a surprise attack on Justice Island? Ah, it is none other than Mr. Crow Karras, the commander of the Northern Revolutionary Army. I find myself rather intrigued. What misdeed has this corpulent fellow, Gnarl, committed to provoke such a desperate desire to eliminate him, even at the risk of revealing your identities? Before Morse, a gleaming bald man gradually emerged. He adorned a metallic mask resembling a raven's beak and donned a coat of black feathers, accompanied by several crows that flitted about him, silently fixating on Morse. I never anticipated the Navy would send you, White Serpent Morse. It seems our opportunity to eliminate this wretched individual has vanished. However, I hope you will vigilantly safeguard him. Otherwise, I shall inevitably seize him and ensure he pays for his transgressions. Suddenly, a uniquely dressed girl appeared beside Karras. Her gaze locked onto Gnarl as she seethed, You vile woman, why do you persist in pursuing me? I have wronged you not. That incident was unintentional. If you seek trouble, direct your ire towards those old fools. Why must you relentlessly chase me? Before Morse could interject, Gnarl's anger flared upon seeing the woman, his tone tinged with indignation and helplessness. Had it not been for Morse's intervention, he would have undoubtedly risked everything to confront her and engage in a fervent debate. Morse gazed at Gnarl, seemingly grasping something profound. He leaned closer and whispered in Gnarl's ear, Hey, that rotund fellow over there. Could he possibly be your former lover? Why? Upon seeing her, do you appear so willing to risk everything? Gnarl's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, No? It's not what you think, Morse. Please, do not jest about this. Otherwise, that madwoman might indeed go to any lengths to eliminate me. To be frank, I am genuinely afraid of her now. With a sly grin, Morse refrained from further inquiries, instead surveying his surroundings and letting out a sigh of disappointment. After all this commotion, it appears that only the commanders of the Eastern and Northern armies have arrived. I had anticipated the presence of that old rascal, Dorak. That punch he delivered still lingers vividly in my memory. Might I trouble you two to convey a message to him? Just inform him that one day, I shall return the favor with a blade of my own. Scatter, Thousand Cherry Blossoms. As the words left his lips, the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand transformed into a flurry of petals, sweeping towards Karras and Bello Betty. Gnarl, It seems your mission is destined to fail this time. Gnarl looked at Morse with a perplexed expression, as if silently questioning what he was saying. Morse gestured with his left hand, directing the flurry of cherry blossoms, while his right hand pointed to the ground nearby, where Nicole, Robin, and Frankie had vanished without a trace. Gnarl squinted his eyes, his tone suddenly imbued with a menacing intensity as he fixed his gaze on the direction of Bello Betty. Morse, what price must I pay for you to assist me in eliminating that accursed crow? He was acutely aware that Morse would not go all out, for his primary objective was merely to ensure his own safety. The success or failure of Gnarl's mission was of no concern to him, hence his inquiry. Do not entertain such fantasies. In your absence, I could still manage to eliminate those two at a negligible cost. But you must understand, any misstep could cost you your life. I have no desire to gamble your existence against theirs. That would be a grave loss for me. Upon hearing Morse's words, Gnarl gradually calmed, his earlier fury dissipating, although his expression remained as dark as an impending storm. I never anticipated that after a lifetime of hunting geese, today I would be pecked in the eye. It appears that the Straw Hat crew is indeed closely connected to the Revolutionary Army. I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence. I concede this round. Lucci, stop dawdling and go for the Straw Hats. Once this task is complete, I shall present you with an opportunity that could alter your fate forever. Lucci was momentarily taken aback by Gnarl's seriousness, and upon realizing there was no hint of jest in his demeanor, he solemnly nodded at Kaku and the others. Instantly, he transformed back into his leopard form, utilizing a rapid movement technique to dart into the midst of the Straw Hat pirates, his feet propelling him forward as he unleashed a flurry of bird-like kicks towards them. Kaku and the others also activated their respective abilities, charging forward with no intention of holding back, resolutely determined to ensure the Straw Hat crew would remain here forever. The already outmatched Luffy and his companions could only respond in a state of disarray. Straw Hat pirates. Danger. Meanwhile, Spandam, observing the tumultuous changes unfolding nearby, found himself momentarily at a loss for action, holding his beloved sword. Van Gogh fried, in a daze as he looked around. Gnarl disregarded his bewilderment, focusing on the two Revolutionary Army commanders before him, who were effortlessly fending off Morse's cherry blossoms. The more he watched, the angrier he became. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a monumental decision, he fixed his gaze on Morse and gritted his teeth, declaring, Morse, assist me in eliminating that crow, and I shall pay any price. I have navigated these seas for years without suffering such a significant loss. I intend to make the Revolutionary Army realize that taking my life is no simple feat. They must be prepared to have their teeth shattered in the process. Are you truly serious, my hefty friend? You must understand that should I exert my full strength, I will lack the capacity to safeguard your safety. Moreover, I have a premonition that the Revolutionary Army has not sent merely these two commanders. At the very least, it was not these two individuals who took Nicole, Robin, and Frankie away. Naru nodded without hesitation, embodying a demeanor that suggested he was prepared to exchange his life if necessary. Simultaneously, with a pained heart, he retrieved a finely crafted wooden box from behind him, carefully opened it, and extracted a golden snail. He addressed Morse, saying, This should pose little threat to you, Morse. I cannot believe that mere cannon fire could jeopardize your life. After all, you are capable of facing a creature like Kaido. Morse gazed at Gnarl with a hint of amusement, evidently impressed by the latter's profound understanding of the intelligence at play. It was remarkable that he was aware of Morse's confrontation with Kaido. Indeed, the world government's intelligence capabilities were nothing short of formidable. Has he even produced the demon-slaying order? Dear fellow, do not perish. I would not wish for my sole ally within the world government to meet their end in such a trivial locale. Suddenly, two armored samurai, crafted from cherry blossoms, appeared beside Gnarl, brandishing long spears and shields, steadfastly guarding him. These manifestations were skills he had surreptitiously acquired from Charlotte Cracker, one of the Sweet Commanders. While their offensive capabilities were negligible, their defensive prowess was exceptionally robust, at the very least. It would take a considerable effort for an ordinary major to shatter these cherry blossom avatars. Gnarl, it would be prudent to avoid utilizing the demon-slaying order unless absolutely necessary, for the repercussions of its usage are not insignificant. These two avatars should be able to provide you with some respite. The remainder shall hinge on your fortune, whether I shall be the one to dispatch that Karas, or if they shall reach you first. Morse smiled gently, his right hand grasping the cherry blossoms floating in the air, summoning the 1,000 cherry blossoms back into his grasp. Captain of the Revolutionary Army, Crow, I regret to inform you that my employer has placed a high price on your life. So I kindly ask you to meet your end now. And do convey a message to Mr. Dragon for me. I await our next encounter. Before his words had fully settled, he lightly propelled himself off the ground, activating Flash Blossom in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Morse had appeared behind Kara's and Bello Betty. With a swift draw, he executed the cherry blossom funeral. The pristine blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms shimmered momentarily. And in a heartbeat, a blade-like explosion of cherry blossoms engulfed the area where Crow and Bello Betty stood, sending them hurtling away. Coughing, Bello Betty glanced at the cherry blossom-inflicted lacerations on his body, astonished as he turned to Kara's and exclaimed, "The leader's intelligence was inaccurate. How could this white snake be so effortlessly defeated in 2 moves? It seems our luck has truly run out this time. Now we can only hope the leader arrives in time. Otherwise, I shall have to collect your remains." Kara's remained silent, his expression grave. He too understood that their escape would not be so simple. He had never anticipated Morse's strength would far exceed the intelligence they had received. That seemingly casual strike had left him with an inescapable sense of dread. P.S. Wishing a happy birthday to our great motherland in advance. Additionally, I wish all the esteemed readers a joyful double festival, a pleasant holiday. Tomorrow, I must catch a train back home, so updates will be posted in the evening. Chapter 85. Wishing everyone a happy double festival. Having just arrived home. After a meal and a couple of rounds of King's Glory, I am preparing to write and should be able to post 2 updates. Also, I acknowledge that I am but a casual enthusiast. Thus, I am currently catching up on episodes, albeit at a fast pace. I meticulously review for typos after each writing session, but due to time constraints, some still slip through. I have made corrections as pointed out by the esteemed readers. After all, I am neither a professional nor a specialist. I work a full day and then write in the evenings. This is not to boast about my situation. I merely hope for your understanding, as writing has become an additional task for me. Nevertheless, I will continue writing, regardless of the results. My own enjoyment is what matters. I kindly request all esteemed readers to collect my work and cast a few votes. Chapter 86. Crow Kara's beheaded. Cherry Blossom, Black Coffin. Morris, with an expressionless visage, murmured softly while his left hand swiftly executed a series of intricate gestures. As soon as Morse's voice fell, the cherry blossoms beside Bello Betty swiftly coalesced into a pink coffin, ensnaring her securely within. This technique, recently developed under the guidance of Akainu while exploring the powers of his devil fruit, was a fusion of Kuratsuchi Yoruchi's memories of Kido skills, resulting in a new move that significantly enhanced its binding strength at the expense of its offensive capabilities. Remarkably, it was his first application of this technique in battle, and its effectiveness was unexpectedly profound, trapping the commander of the Revolutionary Army before he could react, seemingly rendering him unable to escape for the time being. Morse glanced over at Gnarl, signaling him to remain at ease. After all, the relationship between Gnarl, the corpulent figure, and Bello Betty was perplexing to him. Suddenly, a cacophony of coarse, raspy cawing echoed through the air, driving everyone to the brink of madness. Kara squinted, and his black feathered coat instantly shed, transforming into a swarm of crows that surged toward Morse. Seizing the opportunity while Morse was preoccupied with the flock, Kara swiftly advanced to the pink coffin. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his right fist, channeling his black armament hockey into it, and struck down fiercely upon the coffin. With a resounding crash, a distinct imprint of his fist appeared on the coffin, accompanied by a few cherry blossoms that slowly withered and fell to the ground. Just as Kara's prepared to continue his assault, intending to shatter the coffin and liberate Bello Betty, she yawned, her tone tinged with boredom. Karis, there's no need to waste your energy. This thing poses no threat beyond confining me within. I can manage my own escape. You should focus on dealing with that white snake monster. It seems he's intent on transferring the injuries he sustained from the captain onto you. How irritatingly noisy. It appears I've been underestimated by Commander Karis, who dares to divert his attention to others while engaged with me. Morse exhibited a somewhat displeased demeanor, swiftly wielding his blade, Senbenzakura, in the air. With each flash of the blade, several crows plummeted from the sky to the ground. Take care of yourself, Bello Betty. I shall proceed to engage the white snake, he declared. In the pitch-black confines of the coffin, Bello Betty rolled her eyes in annoyance and retorted, "Could you not speak a bit louder, Karis? If it weren't for the silence here, I wouldn't be able to hear a word you say." Karis's brow twitched as he suppressed the urge to drag Bello Betty out and give her a good beating. Instead, he mustered a loud shout, "You! The exposed woman without a bra. Hurry up and come out. See if you can reach Drager. Oh, and please augment your powers for me, otherwise. I fear I may not last until Drager arrives. Listening to Kara's deep voice, Bello Betty fell silent for a moment. Then, she produced a small flag from behind and waved it vigorously, a peculiar energy enveloping Kara's instantaneously. In a subdued tone, she cautioned, "Do not die, O crows." Kara swung his fist in the air, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Bello Betty, a sudden flash of light caught his attention. Morse had cleared the battlefield of crows and was now advancing toward Karas, blade raised. His fists were instantly enveloped in armed haki, and he swung forcefully at the oncoming Senbonzakura. With a resounding clash, Karas felt a tremor in his body. But he adeptly pushed off the ground, retreating several steps and effortlessly dissipating Morse's force. As he regained his footing, the corpses of the crows rose once more, coalescing into a black coat that draped over Karas, as if nothing had transpired. An intriguing ability. I hope you can return to life as these crows do, he mused. Morse gazed in astonishment at the actions of the crow, pondering the myriad possibilities of the devil fruit. With this thought in mind, he instinctively transformed Senbon into a husky, prompting it to bark twice for his amusement. Senbonzakura began to shake uncontrollably. Had Morse not held it firmly, it would have leapt up and attacked him. Utterly incensed by the notion of being turned into a dog, and with such specific breed demands, it was simply outrageous. Morse sensed the surge of anger emanating from Senbonzakura, offering an awkward chuckle before casting a fierce glare at the crow, attributing his burgeoning curiosity to this troublesome entity. Senbonzakura murmured softly, and in an instant, Morse vanished from his position, a streak of white light flashing as he materialized behind Karas. With a gentle click, Senbonzakura sheathed her blade. Aido, cherry blossom flash. Swoosh. The golden beak mask of Karas fell in response, revealing a deep gash across his face, blood trickling slowly down his cheek. Had he evaded the strike? Morse was taken aback, noticing that the response was considerably quicker than before. Huh. At this moment, Karas turned to face Morse, his eyes narrowed to slits. And the coat behind him transformed once more into a flock of crows, though their numbers were notably diminished compared to earlier. Whoosh. Morse materialized instantaneously above Karas, his demeanor chilling as he unsheathed the 1,000 cherry blossoms with a swift motion. Once again, a streak of white light coursed through the air, slicing across the crow's neck. Aido, streak of light. With a swift hiss, Karas's form transformed into a swarm of crows, narrowly evading the lethal strike, and surged towards Morse. Suddenly, a relatively smaller bald crow emerged from the flock, swiftly regaining its human form, its fists enveloped in the armor of haki, and it struck down forcefully upon Morse's head. Morse had long sensed the peculiarities behind him. In the instant that Karas swung his fist, he executed a swift maneuver, evading Karas's dual strikes with a flourish. Evaded, indeed. Yet your speed has diminished considerably, Raven. Morse's expression was somewhat peculiar as he turned to glance at Gnarl behind him, being targeted by such a formidable individual, who would go so far as to risk his life to eliminate him, indicated that the days ahead for the hefty man would not be easy. After missing his shot at Morse, Karas dared not act recklessly again, his face marked by vigilance as he scrutinized Morse. The flock of crows circled closely around him, subtly shifting their positions while standing before the pink coffin. What is this? No further attempts to eliminate me? Fear not. You needn't concern yourself with the safety of Lady Bello Betty, for my employer has merely placed a bounty on your head. I am not one to work for free, so perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. Karas paid no heed to Morse's taunts, remaining ever cautious as he regarded him. Suddenly, with a low growl, Karas charged towards Morse, accompanied by the flock of crows, moving with astonishing speed. Such velocity. Morse, taken aback, opened his mouth in astonishment and swiftly drew his sword, Senbonzakura, to cleave through the oncoming crows. The blade of Senbonzakura sliced through the flock, only to collide once more with the pitch-black fists of Karas. A tremendous force emanated from Senbonzakura, propelling Morse backward at an alarming speed, his feet skimming the ground as he slid several meters before finally coming to a halt. Morse gently brushed his left hand against the 1,000 cherry blossoms, his tone laced with curiosity. How on earth did you accomplish this? Your strength and speed have suddenly intensified. It is truly most peculiar. Morse was indeed somewhat taken aback. Karas's recent punch bore a striking resemblance to Dolag's style. Be cautious, Morse, he advised. That must be the ability of the madwoman, Bello Betty. She has the power to enhance the strength and speed of her allies, and it seems the longer the duration, the greater the amplification. Gnarl promptly clarified Morse's bewilderment, prompting him to cast a surprised glance at the pink coffin behind Karis. No wonder Bello Betty had been absent for so long. She had been quietly assisting Karis in his struggle against the Sakura black coffin. It dawned on Morse that he had been facing a 2-on-1 situation all this time. Morse irritably shook his neck, gripping the blade of Senbon Sakura, allowing a dark hue to seep from the hilt and creep along the edge of the blade. In an instant, Karis seemed to sense something amiss, swiftly transforming into a crow and blending into the flock. This left Morse momentarily stunned. His haki had not yet fully enveloped the blade of Senbon Sakura. How had this individual become so astutely aware all of a sudden? Could it be that Bello Betty's abilities extended to enhancing sensory perception as well? Morse widened his eyes, a look of disbelief crossing his features. Just as he contemplated lingering for a moment to test the limits of Bello Betty's amplification, an even more formidable aura permeated his perception. Narrowing his gaze, he raised his blade, Senbon Sakura, and with a deft motion of his fingers along the blade's edge, he enveloped it in a flawless layer of armament haki. Aye, cherry blossoms falling, he murmured, and as he did, several cherry blossom petals adhered to the black blade of Senbon Sakura. Caw, caw. The flock of crows let out a series of mournful cries, scattering in all directions. Morse gradually sheathed 1,000 cherry blossoms. With a crisp sound, the hilt met the scabbard in a resonant clash. Morse's body gradually transformed into cherry blossoms, drifting with the wind, while his silhouette stood atop a pink coffin. With an air of impending confrontation, he fixed his gaze intently upon the distant horizon. Bang, bang, bang. Null gaped in astonishment as the flock of crows fell from the sky, each one meeting its fate. Yet, unlike the previous incident, this time the crows, upon touching the ground, dissipated into a dark mist that swirled away with the breeze. As the black fog vanished, the figure of Karis emerged, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood pooling around him, leaving one uncertain of his fate. He truly did slay that wretched crow, Null exclaimed, dazed. Observing Morse's unwavering focus on the sea, Null assumed he was merely posturing and cheerfully remarked, "Well done, young Morse. The reward I promised will surely satisfy you. This fellow's corpse alone should compensate for my recent failure, perhaps even yield a modest profit." With an impassive expression, Morse continued to gaze into the distance, his right hand instinctively grasping the hilt of the blade, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Do you see it? Boom. A bolt of lightning struck precisely at Morse's feet, shattering the coffin beneath him and liberating Bello Betty. The dragon has arrived. Chapter 87. The battle with Dorag. Once the words were spoken, a fierce wind swept through the area. As Bello Betty broke free, she rushed to Karis's side, hoisting him away in haste. "Mr. Dorag, it has been far too long." As Morse's words hung in the air, the fierce winds ceased their relentless assault, and Dorag's figure gradually emerged from the tempest. With a calm demeanor, he gazed at Morse, though his heart was rife with astonishment. While he had anticipated some enhancement in Morse's capabilities, he could scarcely fathom that within a mere year, this young man, whom he had once dispatched with just 2 blows, had evolved to such an extent. Dorag was well acquainted with Karis's strength, recognizing him as a formidable contender at the pinnacle of the reserve general ranks. Yet, he was taken aback by Morse's swift conquest over him, leaving his fate still uncertain. What was more alarming was that the formidable Bello Betty stood poised behind him, ready to lend her support. "Long time no see. Morse and Mr. Null as well," Dorag greeted. Null, startled by Dorag's salutation, instinctively recoiled behind Morse, fearfully clutching his suit. He cautiously peered around Morse's shoulder, trembling as he spoke. "Dorag, this is Judicial Island. Please do not act recklessly." Dorag, disregarding Null entirely, surveyed his surroundings. His gaze briefly flickered with a hint of emotion, even anger, as he spotted the battered figure of Luffy not far away. When the thunder had sounded, Luffy and his companions had ceased their confrontation with CP9, now standing at a distance, locked in a tense standoff. Upon seeing Dorag, Luffy burst into joyous laughter, calling out, "Uncle, it's good to see you again. I didn't get a chance to thank you for sending me out to sea last time." Observing Luffy's cheerful demeanor despite his numerous wounds momentarily caught Dorag off guard, prompting him to let out a hearty laugh. "Morse, I shall accept your next 2 blows, but let this be where it concludes. I cannot endure any further," Dorag earnestly declared to Morse. As for the notion of enduring more, it was evident, should Null falter, he would surely meet a grim fate. Upon encountering Dorag's piercing gaze, Null instinctively withdrew his head, an unsettling sense that he might be in peril washing over him. Morse certainly comprehended the implications within Dorag's words. Were it not for the burden of Gnarl behind him, he would have disregarded Dorag's nonsensical ramblings and acted decisively at the moment of his arrival. However, that was not an option now. Should he become entangled with Dorag, the woman Bello Betty would be left unattended. Who could say if Dorag might prove as foolish as Gnarl? If he were to ruthlessly eliminate Gnarl, it would result in dire consequences for Morse. Setting aside the potential failure of the mission, the influential forces backing Gnarl would relentlessly pursue him, and most crucially, this hefty fellow was one of the few friends he had amidst the vast ocean. Enough of your theatrics, my portly friend. It is time to unveil whatever might ensure your survival. I truly cannot afford to divert my attention to you at this moment. After all, that individual is a dragon. Upon hearing the anxiety in Morse's tone, Gnarl cast a serious glance at Morse's back. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed his eyes, and as if reaching a momentous decision, he solemnly addressed Morse. You too, Morse, must not perish. After this ordeal, I shall treat you to a drink, one of my finest reserves. Why so melancholic? My corpulent companion? You speak as if I am destined for a noble demise. Fear not. I survived the last encounter. What more can this present challenge bring? That punch remains vividly etched in my memory. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth, crashing towards Dorag. In stark contrast, Dorag stood immovable, like a towering mountain, indifferent to Morse's fierce energy. Have you made considerable progress since our last encounter, Colonel Morse? In an instant, Dorag moved, appearing before Morse with the swiftness of wind, launching a direct assault with a powerful dragon claw imbued with formidable dominance. Morse recalled the scene of being struck by a punch, a faint smile curving his lips. In an instant, his right hand drew the sword, Senbenzakura, and with an upward sweep, executed an utterly ordinary reverse slash. Bang. The blade of Senbenzakura collided forcefully with Dorag's fist, neither yielding an inch. The current me is not someone you can defeat with a mere punch. Show me your true prowess. With a brief pause, Morse smiled gently and pointed his left hand at Dorag. Instantly, a beam of pink light emanated from his fingertip, shooting directly toward Dorag's face. Dorag tilted his head slightly to evade Morse's casual strike, then leaped backward, retracting his fist to scrutinize Morse once more. Dorag tilted his head. Shall we change locations? No problem. Lead the way. Morse glanced at Gnarl and replied nonchalantly. As soon as the words left his lips, a fierce wind arose, and Dorag's figure dissipated into the breeze. Morse smiled faintly, his body gradually transforming into petals of cherry blossoms, vanishing into the air as well. Atop the judicial tower, their figures materialized in succession. Morse, let me see how much you have progressed. Dorag removed his hood, revealing a head of slicked-back black hair, his facial tattoos still as fearsome as ever. Since you've arrived, it suggests that your plans in the South Sea have succeeded. It seems the Santeria regime has indeed been overthrown. Morse nodded slightly, his tone imbued with certainty. It appears that your public declaration of a relentless pursuit to eliminate that fellow Gnarl is merely a facade to obscure your revolutionary endeavors. However, I am curious as to why you still chose to send someone here. Dorag maintained his composure, replying, Your sources of information are indeed impressive. You are remarkably well informed about our activities in the South China Sea. Morse waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such superfluous remarks. Dorag, allow me to experience your prowess once more. After a prolonged silence, Dorag regarded Morse and finally spoke. Your ambitions seem somewhat disproportionate to your capabilities. The fact that I have not dealt with that straw hat Brad directly is a testament to my magnanimity. Wouldn't you agree, Dorag? Upon hearing this, Dorag's expression darkened. If that is the case, then prepare to lie down once more, White Snake. With that, his gaze toward Morse sharpened significantly. Let me see what gives you the audacity to stand before me again. Indeed, that is a perilous expression. Is he truly prepared to engage? Morse's snow-white hair surged dramatically in the wind, hovering in the air as if unable to descend. In an instant, Dorag's figure vanished. And the next moment, countless cherry blossoms transformed into razor-sharp blades, enveloping the pitch-black hockey and rising skyward, leaving the spot he once occupied utterly pierced. Yet a scythe-like, piercing gale erupted from the tower's summit, a fierce tornado engulfing the entire apex of Justice Island. In an instant, the flag atop the tower was torn to shreds by the hurricane, and mere seconds later, as the tempest subsided, Nothing remained but a few cherry blossoms firmly embedded in the crevices of the ground. Truly, the wind is omnipresent. Morse materialized from the ether. His back adorned with wings fashioned from cherry blossoms, extending outward in a manner reminiscent of an angel's grand plumage. Opposite him, Dorag's figure coalesced with the gentle caress of a breeze, standing suspended in the air, his stern gaze fixed upon Morse. Your fruit's development has indeed progressed significantly. It appears that Akainu has been rather generous. Although the old man possesses a fiery temper, he is fundamentally a decent person, at least with me. As he spares no words or truths, the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. Morse, cradling 1,000 cherry blossoms, hovered in the air, his obsidian eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. We both know our time is limited. Since we cannot afford to linger, let us resolve this swiftly. However, you may indulge in a bit more banter, though I am curious about whom you have positioned nearby to assassinate that corpulent fool, Gnarl. But if you continue to delay, that raven may soon meet its demise. I just left a little surprise within his body. Ah, so that is it. Rarely did Dorag's countenance betray anger, yet now, the winds surrounding him began to whirl furiously, gradually coalescing into a tornado that enveloped him. He had been pondering why Morse had spared Karas, but it now seemed evident that this was a premeditated maneuver to ensure a swift escape. This time, he would have to abandon thoughts of eliminating Gnarl, waiting for another opportunity. Never underestimate the power of the wind. In an instant, the air around them fell still, and the whirlwind beside Dorag transformed into a colossal wind dragon, surging forth towards Morse with ferocious speed. Revolution, roar of the wind dragon. Morse narrowed his eyes slightly. Raising his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, high above his head, and with a powerful slash, he unleashed a formidable attack, the one-sword style, Dragon Slash. A crescent-shaped, pink sword aura soared into the heavens. Chapter 88. How about a deal with Naru? Above the judicial tower, two contrasting colors dominated the sky. One half was shrouded in ominous clouds, while the other was adorned with fluttering cherry blossoms, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The wind-swirled dragon of the tempest clashed against the cherry blossom-infused sword energy in a mesmerizing standoff. The townsfolk below gazed upwards in terror, bewildered by the unfolding events. On the front island, Naru, Bello Betty, CP9, and the Straw Hat Pirates stood transfixed, momentarily halting their actions as they beheld the extraordinary sight above. Is that the White Snake and Mr. Drago? Truly, they are a pair of monsters. Bello Betty drew forth her immense military flag, and ethereal rings of light began to materialize around her. As a user of the Paramecia type Inspire Fruit, she possessed the ability to awaken the latent strength within people's hearts through her rallying cries. Fixated on Naru, poised to charge forward, she suddenly felt a light touch on her ankle. As she looked down, she was astonished to see Karas's finger twitching. Karas, you're still alive? I must inform Drago immediately. Naru too recognized that Karas had survived, his heart racing with a mix of fear and incredulity. This stubborn crow has quite the resilience, surviving such a plight. Little did Naru know, Karas's life was spared by Morse's deliberate leniency. Upon realizing Karas was unharmed, Bello Betty lowered her flag. Deciding to temporarily spare Naru, the rotund figure, and effortlessly lifted Karas, making her way towards the outskirts of Judicial Island. Just as Naru contemplated sending someone to pursue them, he turned to find himself devoid of allies. The CP9 agents were preoccupied with confronting the Straw Hat crew, and they were ill-equipped to contend with Bello Betty. Left with only Spandam, who was even less capable than himself, Naru reluctantly shook his head, abandoning the enticing notion of detaining the two commanders of the Revolutionary Army, and could only hope for Morse's safe return. Atop the judicial tower, the dragon in the sky emitted a silent, elongated roar before disintegrating into ethereal fragments that dispersed into the atmosphere. Correspondingly, the pink sword aura gradually shattered, ultimately transforming into shards that scattered in all directions. After a prolonged gaze at Morse, Drago finally spoke in a low tone. This time I shall let it pass, but inform Naru that should there be a next time, I shall personally claim his head. Very well, I shall relay that message to the rotund fool. As for whether he heeds it, that is beyond my concern. However, I assure you, I will not hold back in our next encounter. Tell your revolutionary comrades to pray they do not cross paths with me. Morse smiled gently, gracefully sheathing his 1,000 cherry blossoms after executing a stylish flourish with his blade. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at Dragon with a hint of implication, saying, You may take the Straw Hat crew, but I hope you refrain from unnecessary actions. Otherwise, they may find it impossible to leave this judicial island. Dragon said nothing further, casting a careful glance at Morse as if to engrave his image into memory. A fierce gale swept through once more, this time encompassing the entirety of Judicial Island. On the forefront, as the winds ceased, Neru and the others opened their eyes, previously sealed by the force of the wind, only to discover that apart from the Navy soldiers, no one else remained on the island. Spandam, nearly driven to madness, shouted, "You useless lot. You can't even deal with a band of pirates, and yet you've allowed them to escape just as he was about to continue his tirade." Neru approached him and lightly patted his shoulder twice, speaking in a somber tone. "Enough, Spandam. This matter is beyond our resolution. Rest assured, I will handle what comes next. You shall bear no responsibility for this, though the credit for this endeavor may slip away. As for your 5 years of undercover service, we can consider it as if it never happened. Of course, my previous promises to you still stand. And you?" Lucci cast a calm glance at Spandam before turning to Neru. "Unusually speaking, now that a decision has been made, there is no turning back. We will await your orders here." Hearing Lucci's words, Spandam was about to unleash a stream of curses when suddenly, a flurry of cherry blossoms appeared before him, gradually revealing Morse's figure. "You fat fool, the Revolutionary Army is unlikely to pursue you any longer, but should you seek your own demise, I shall not intervene." Spandam hesitated briefly, deciding instead to keep silent and focus on his own blade. After all, if White Snake was in a foul mood, he might take out his frustrations on him, leaving Spandam with nothing but a beating. Neru, upon hearing this, was filled with ecstatic joy. It seemed they hadn't returned empty-handed, at least temporarily escaping the Revolutionary Army's pursuit. Joyfully bouncing to Morse's side, he tiptoed and draped his arm over Morse's shoulder, whispering, "Why didn't you take care of that dead crow? But never mind. It's fortunate you didn't, or that madwoman would have rushed over and taken me down as well." Seeing Gnarl in such a state, Morse felt a twinge of regret for having relayed Dolag's words to him, although he remained oblivious to the specifics of Gnarl's actions. Dolag had just warned that should there be another instance, he would personally hunt Gnarl down. Morse hoped that Gnarl would still find joy at that time. Gnarl's ecstatic expression faltered, and he hesitantly stammered, "Why does it always come to this? I did not intend for any of this to happen. Besides, if revenge is sought, why not target those old bastards? They are the ones who bully me. It is truly intolerable." Observing Gnarl's demeanor, Morse realized that as long as there remained an opportunity, this individual would continue his reckless ways, utterly incorrigible. "What is the current situation? Has your mission failed completely? How will you explain this upon your return?" Upon hearing this, Gnarl's countenance darkened further, revealing an expression of utmost grievance, his voice trembling as he lamented, "It is so difficult. Brother Morse, why am I so unfortunate? Even the duck I had within reach has flown away, that bastard Dolag." Morse gazed at him in silence, seemingly curious to see how long he could maintain his facade. Realizing that Morse was indifferent to his presence, Gnarl offered an awkward smile and abandoned his pretense. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "There is nothing of great concern. Even Dolag has made an appearance, with 2 Legion commanders dispatched. That fellow crow nearly met his demise at your hands. With such circumstances, should I return, no scoundrel would dare to speak ill behind my back. If any fool were to do so, they would find their ancestral graves unearthed." At this point, he cast a sidelong glance at Spandam, as if to issue a subtle warning. "By the way, the benefits I promised you may take a little longer to materialize. I'll ensure to gather a substantial sum next time and share a bit more with you." Morse nodded, seemingly assured that this fellow would face no further troubles. As long as he remained alive, everything else was inconsequential to him. He cast a glance at Spandam and the members of CP9, giving Narian a slight nod. "Rest assured, I have it all under control. You need not worry about such trivial matters. Have I not spent all these years within the world government for nothing? The price may be somewhat steeper than anticipated, yet it is hardly a significant issue. These elite individuals are truly worth it." Morse gazed at Gnarl, as if recalling something, and after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to share his thoughts. Pulling Gnarl aside, he waved his hand, and a flurry of cherry blossoms swiftly enveloped them, forming a semicircular barrier around the two. Observing the puzzled expression on Gnarl's face, Morse collected his thoughts and solemnly inquired, "My friend, if I were to provide you with an additional copy of the Alabaster royal family's secret treasure, would it mitigate the repercussions of your recent failure?" Gnarl paused, and upon noticing Morse's serious demeanor, understood he was not jesting. "I'm uncertain. We should see if those old geezers possess a similar copy. If they do not, It should pose no problem. That is reassuring. Let us strike a deal. I will assist you in locating a distinct copy, and in return, you shall procure for me a powerful devil fruit, either of the paramecia or logia type. Do remember, do not attempt to deceive me with inferior offerings. Gnarl instinctively began to haggle. What jest is this? You wish for a devil fruit in exchange for a mere copy of uncertain value? And a logia fruit, no less. Why not simply seize it yourself? Upon finishing his sentence, he caught sight of Morse's enigmatic smile, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his head. Brother Morse, you must be aware that a person can only consume one devil fruit. You have already partaken, have you not? I fear a second might prove fatal. Might we instead arrange for a monetary exchange? Enough with the pleasantries. Simply affirm whether you agree. Gnarl hesitated momentarily, then gritted his teeth. Very well, let it be so. But should those old codgers already possess it, I can offer you no devil fruit, only perhaps some coins or tobacco. He continued, by the way, could you disclose where you intend to search? Might you allow me to accompany you? I too wish to broaden my horizons. Morse dissipated the cherry blossom shield above the two individuals, entirely disregarding Gnarl, and soared directly towards the periphery of Justice Island. Observing Morse's retreating figure, Gnarl felt an overwhelming sense of envy, longing to find a fruit that would bestow upon him the ability to soar as well. Chapter 89. The Scene of the Accident. Morse incessantly flapped the immense wings composed of cherry blossoms behind him, striving to soar into the sky. Moses, it is I, Morse. Morse, is the task completed? If so, return to Malinvondo at once. The calm voice of the Warring States General resonated from the other end of the phone. Bang! Just as Morse was about to speak, a newsbird suddenly darted ahead, and he was unable to evade it, colliding directly with the creature. The telephone bug in his hand fell to the ground. Do delivery birds lack eyes? Even while soaring through the skies, one must adhere to traffic regulations. What has transpired with Morse? Hurry back at once. Morse swiftly descended, grasping the plummeting telephone bug. After a sigh of relief, he reported, Marshal, the mission has been successfully accomplished, and Gnarl remains unharmed. However, I am unable to return just yet. Why? What trouble have you stirred this time? Upon hearing the uncertain tone of the Warring States, Morse rolled his eyes in exasperation and responded with an urgent tone. What do you mean I've caused trouble again? When have I ever been a source of trouble? I have always been the most honest one among us. He continued, due to a minor mishap. I need to take a few days off, so I may return to headquarters a bit later. I will provide you with a detailed report on the specific circumstances once I am back. The Warring States' tone remained unchanged, as if he were accustomed to such situations. Understood. Make sure to return quickly. That will suffice. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Morse's well-prepared excuses unvoiced within him. Morse shook his head in frustration, contemplating whether to call back and express his meticulously crafted justifications, feeling a sense of discomfort at the thought of leaving them unspoken. However, upon considering the potential consequences of such an action, he swiftly dismissed the tempting notion and continued to soar leisurely through the skies. Morse's destination on this journey was the Sky Island. He vaguely recalled that there existed a historical text that had not been taken by the Straw Hat crew. The specifics of its content were of no concern to him. He planned to exchange a copy of it with Gnarl for a devil fruit to be consumed by that fellow Rocco. After all, given his current strength, the prospect of achieving anything through his own efforts seemed bleak. Even with relentless striving, he would merely remain a mere pawn. Thus, he could only rely on external forces to instigate a change. Moreover, with his present military achievements, it was exceedingly difficult to obtain a powerful paramecia-type fruit from the Navy, while the logia-type fruits were simply not available for exchange. How burdensome my fate is. I wonder if Enel still resides on the Sky Island. I hope he does not, for otherwise, I would have to expend a great deal of effort, and I certainly lack the extraordinary resilience that Luffy possesses. Morse, while conversing with himself, gazed upon the scenery beneath the sky, and for a moment, his spirits were remarkably lifted. At an altitude of 7,000 meters, he found himself amidst the ethereal expanse of the White Sea Sky Island. Morse finally arrived at this place, gazing upon the pristine sea clouds that formed a magnificent ocean. A childlike smile spread across his face. He had already visited the underwater Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the waves, and the aerial island soaring 7,000 meters above the sea. At this moment, he merely wished to capture a photograph to commemorate his visit. It would be even better if he could share it on social media to validate his presence here. Just as Morse was reveling in the extraordinary scenery that starkly contrasted with Qinghai, A jarring horn suddenly blared. As he turned to see what it was, bam! A little girl driving a formidable vehicle collided with Morse, knocking him to the ground. For a moment, he forgot he possessed wings. Floundering in the cloud sea like an ordinary person who had fallen into water. The girl, equally startled, took a moment to recollect that she was the one who had caused the accident. She quickly parked her vehicle and swam over to rescue Morse. With Morse, who resembled a drowning person, she sped home in her vehicle, entirely unaware that he had regained consciousness the moment he sat down. With a screech, she pressed the brakes, skidding for quite a distance before finally coming to a steady stop. As soon as she turned around, she discovered Morse comfortably leaning against the back seat, admiring the scenery along the way, showing no indication that he intended to inform her of his wakefulness. Infuriated, she lunged at Morse, looking as if she might devour him, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Why didn't you tell me you were awake? You've made me worry for ages." Morse gazed at the little girl, scratching his head in embarrassment while effortlessly holding her head in place to prevent her from lunging at him. It was the first time he had encountered such exquisite scenery, and for a moment, he found himself mesmerized, entirely forgetting the earlier incident. "How about this? As a gesture of apology, I shall treat you to a meal, but you must first guide me to a restaurant." Upon hearing Morse's apology, the girl shot him a fierce glare, momentarily abandoning her charge, and with a huff as she adjusted her tousled hair, she retorted, "Fine. I shall generously forgive you this once. But are you a pirate from the Blue Sea? Do you know my brother Luffy? Let me tell you, he is a dear friend of mine. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to venture down and join him in adventure. Luffy, I'm afraid I have not heard of him, and moreover, I am not a pirate. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Captain Jones Moores of the Navy. You may also refer to me by my code name, White Snake. Quite a striking moniker, wouldn't you agree? The Navy? Are you the scoundrel Navy that Nami Big Sister speaks of? White Snake is quite an unfortunate title. It is rather weak for a man to bear such a delicate name. Clearly not a formidable character." Upon discovering that Morse was part of the Navy, the girl instinctively took a few steps back. However, sensing no distasteful aura from him, she continued her scathing remarks. Noticing the cherry blossom pattern on Morse's suit, she expressed her disdain further, saying, "And a grown man dares to wear flowers on his suit? How revolting. Well then, allow me to introduce myself. I am Aisha, a valiant warrior from the kingdom of the gods. I assure you, I am quite powerful. So you better behave yourself." Upon hearing this, Morse smiled faintly, displaying no hint of skepticism. Instead, he earnestly inquired, "Aisha, brave warrior, might you kindly escort me, your humble guest, to a dining establishment? I find myself quite famished. If I may be so bold, would it be possible to settle the bill here with Baileys from the Blue Sea?" Aisha, elated by Morse's acknowledgement of her as a warrior, could hardly contain her excitement and sprang up joyfully. She patted the luxurious seat of her beloved vehicle and exuberantly declared, Let us embark on this journey, and allow the illustrious warrior of the divine nation to treat you to a splendid feast." Morse was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in amusement. Yet he did not refuse Aisha's kind gesture. He promptly settled onto the back seat and called out, "Let us embark, the esteemed warrior of the divine realm, Lady Aisha." With a roar, Aisha excitedly accelerated her vehicle to its maximum speed, darting forth like an arrow, nearly dislodging the still-adjusting Morse. Halfway through their journey, Aisha suddenly recalled something, halting the vehicle with a worried expression as she turned to Morse. Her voice trembled as she inquired, "White Serpent, have you failed to pay the entry fee at the immigration office? Surely, you haven't entered illegally, have you?" Morse gazed at the surrounding white clouds and nonchalantly replied, "What immigration office? I just came from that very spot, and before I could even steady myself, you knocked me to the ground." He pondered the consequences of illegal entry. Would there be a fine? Could Bailey pay it? Aisha, her charming little face displaying evident frustration, smacked her forehead and resignedly remarked, "If discovered, illegal entry would result in being pursued by divine soldiers. Never mind, I shall take you to the immigration office to settle the entry fee. While we are there, you might also exchange some for local specialties from the island to offset your management fee losses." Hearing Aisha's words, Morse could not help but chuckle. "Then let us proceed. Aisha, the valiant warrior, it seems you may have to bear the burden of my care in the days to come." Chapter 90. Sky Island, Immigration Control Office. Esteemed priest, this naval officer has come to complete the immigration formalities. White Snake, do hurry and pay the fee. Aisha artfully demonstrated the contrast between being obsequious to foes while fiercely confronting allies. Addressing the priest at the immigration office, she cautiously articulated her intentions, yet shot Morse a fierce glare, as if she might leap upon him in a fit of ire were it not for the priest's presence. The priest cast a glance at Morse, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. A naval officer, you say? It is indeed a rarity for you to visit Sky Island. Nevertheless, rules are rules. The immigration fee is 1 billion. Upon hearing the mention of 1 billion, Morse instinctively grasped the hilt of his weapon, Shinben Sakura, ready to charge at the priest before him. 1 billion berries, was that akin to stealing? Why not simply seize it? Observing Morse's reaction, the priest was taken aback. Quickly gripping his spear in a defensive posture aimed at Morse. After processing Morse's words, he continued with an expression of exasperation. Could you allow me to finish? It is 1 billion, not berries. Morse chuckled apologetically, haha. My apologies, I was a bit nervous. However, what exactly is it? May I exchange it for Bailey? The priest shot him a stern glare, clearly displeased, and retorted, could you kindly allow me to finish speaking? Such rudeness. Of course, you can exchange. 1 Bailey can be converted into 1,000. How much would you like to exchange? But first, please pay the entry management fee of 100,000 Bailey. Upon hearing that a mere sum of 100,000 berries was required, Morse exhaled in relief. He retrieved a currency exchange ticket from his pocket and presented it to the other party, inquiring, I do not possess that much currency on hand. Would the world government's exchange ticket suffice? The vigilant priest, brandishing a long spear, cautiously accepted the ticket with one hand. After scrutinizing it and finding no discrepancies, he replied slowly, very well. This ticket, valued at 1 million, will be subject to a 100,000 entry management fee, leaving you with a remaining balance of 900,000 to be exchanged for Ikes. Shall we proceed with the full exchange? I intend to stay on the island for a few more days. The priest dismissed Morse's comments and retrieved a leather suitcase from beneath a nearby table, tossing it to Morse without a glance. Executing the motion with an effortless grace that suggested it was a routine task, Morse did not intend to open the case. Instead, he casually tossed it to Aisha, who had been standing idly nearby. Aisha, the warrior, I am on the brink of starvation. Surely, there should be no issues this time. Instinctively, Aisha caught the suitcase thrown by Morse, nearly losing her balance as she did so. Steadying herself, she called out to Morse, that hurts. Could you not have given me a heads up? As she spoke, she carefully placed the suitcase atop her imposing vehicle, patting the back seat to beckon Morse to hurry aboard. Aisha drove her vehicle once again towards the restaurant. Sky Island, Angel Island, Lovely Street, Restaurant. Upon entering the establishment, she boldly shouted towards the bar, Uncle Peak. Bring me 2 of your finest sets. He will pay. Upon hearing her voice, the owner, Peak, looked up and, recognizing Aisha, smiled indulgently. Isn't this our warrior Aisha? Have you struck it rich today to be so generous? Morse chuckled as he patted Aisha on the shoulder, teasingly remarking, Aisha, the warrior maiden. Weren't you the one who insisted on treating? How did it come to be that I am the one paying? Aisha, unfazed, lifted her chin defiantly and retorted. With your wealth, it is only natural that you should cover the expenses. I haven't even begun to ask you for the tour guide fee and gas money. With that, she took Morse by the hand and led him to a spot with an exquisite view, settling down to observe the bustling street. Curiously, she inquired, Whitesnake, why does your portrayal of the Navy differ so greatly from what Sister Nami described? Oh, how did your pirate sister Nami depict me? Morse replied, glancing at the throng of people on the street, his tone casual. Aisha pondered for a moment, nervously studying Morse. Noticing that he was not focused on her, she began to enumerate her thoughts with her fingers, saying, well, Sister Nami mentioned that you Navy folks are nothing but a bunch of rascals, bullying the impoverished, extorting money, and aiding the fishmen in their nefarious deeds. As she spoke, she scratched her head, feigning forgetfulness. Morse gazed at her delightful visage, chuckling softly as he shook his head, choosing not to correct her perspective. After all, Nami was not entirely mistaken. The naval ranks did indeed harbor a considerable number of scoundrels. Perhaps that is what sets me apart. However, should the opportunity arise, you might venture below to discover the true nature of the relationship between the Navy and the pirates. For now, my primary concern is my hunger. Could you kindly urge the proprietor once more? Aisha stared at Morse in astonishment. This Navy officer, known as White Snake, was truly one of a kind. With a hint of exasperation, she shot him a glare. Very well, I shall speak with Uncle Peak immediately and ensure he hastens to provide you with something to eat." With that, she leapt from her chair, joyfully bounding to the bar to converse with Boss Peak. Morse gazed at his retreating figure and chuckled with amusement. What an intriguing little fellow. It appears that Inalu has departed from Sky Island, which means I can effortlessly acquire a copy of the historical text. With this thought, Morse began to hum joyfully. However, when Aisha returned and witnessed Morse's cheerful demeanor, her own mood soured. "You, my friend? This cake was specially sent to me by Uncle Pick, but I suppose I'll let you have it for now," she said reluctantly as she pushed the cake toward Morse. Observing the reluctance etched on her face, Morse couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Well then, I shall not be polite. Thank you, brave warrior Aisha," he declared, pretending to devour the cake in one bite. Alarmed by Morse's antics, Aisha rushed forward, thrusting a fork and knife into his hands, and exclaimed indignantly, "Do you even know how to eat cake? This is the cake Uncle Pick specifically saved for me. So take small bites." Morse decided to cease teasing the adorable little creature, gently placing the knife and fork upon the cake platter while smiling at her. "I must confess, I never indulge in desserts. This piece of cake is yours to keep. I shall hold out for my main course instead." "Is that truly the case? Such a delectable treat, and you choose not to partake? How peculiar," she exclaimed, unabashedly claiming the cake for herself, as if fearing Morse might change her mind. After gazing at the cake for a considerable time, she hesitated and glanced at Morse once more. "Are you truly not going to eat it? Perhaps I could share half with you." Morse chuckled softly, shaking his head, before turning his gaze back to the throng of people on the street, as if he had stumbled upon something particularly amusing. Observing Morse, Aisha murmured quietly, "What a peculiar fellow. Is this really what the Navy is like? It doesn't he seem nearly as dreadful as Sister Nami described?" With that, she carefully sliced off a small piece of cake and slowly brought it to her lips, closing her eyes to savor the delightful taste. "Is it delicious, little warrior Aisha?" a voice inquired. "Dear guests, here is your luxurious meal. Please enjoy at your leisure. This drink is a complimentary gift from our humble establishment," Pick announced, approaching with a tray. Noticing Aisha's blissful expression, he smiled brightly and added, "It truly is exquisite." "Thank you, Uncle Pick." "You should thank Uncle Pick without delay, White Snake." "How rude of you." Morse shook his head in silence, refraining from rebuttal, and offered a nod of gratitude to the boss beside him. "Thank you, sir." Pick merely shook his head without further comment. Unlike Aisha, who was blissfully ignorant, those capable of reaching the floating island alone were hardly to be trifled with. At the very least, they were not adversaries one could afford to provoke, especially considering that the floating island was currently in a transitional phase, with the former deity having just stepped down and the new one yet to ascend. Chapter 91. Forbidden Grounds? After enjoying a hearty meal with Aisha, Morse, under her guidance, procured several sound shells, image shells, water shells, and flame shells before bidding her farewell and embarking alone towards the direction of the island of the gods. "Morse, will we ever meet again?" Aisha, gazing at this friend she had known for less than a day, spoke with a tone filled with reluctance. "Perhaps one day, when you reach below, we may have the chance to reunite. But aren't you off to seek your friend Luffy for an adventure?" Morse, upon hearing Aisha's words, turned his head and glanced at her with a smile before waving his hand and continuing his journey into the distance. "By the way, Aisha, those Ikes shall serve as my reward for this delightful excursion. I hope they prove beneficial to you. Farewell." It was only then that Aisha remembered the Ikes were still on her waiba. In a flurry, she dashed back to retrieve her suitcase, but when she turned around, Morse had already vanished from sight. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she made her way back to the restaurant owned by Pick, where she quietly settled onto a bar stool, observing the bustling activity of her uncle, Pick. "Uncle Pick, if one day I were to journey to Qinghai, should I aspire to be a pirate or a naval officer? Luffy is a pirate, and I promised to embark on adventures with him. Yet I also yearn to join the Navy and travel alongside Morse." Pick, noticing the troubled expression on Aisha's face, chuckled softly and shook his head. Instead of revealing the unvarnished truth, he feigned a thoughtful demeanor before slowly responding. "Why not wait until you leave Skypiea and experience it for yourself before making such a decision?" Aisha rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Uncle Pick, that's no different from saying nothing at all." With that, she leaped over the bar to assist Pick in tidying up, engaging in playful banter with him. Morse silently ventured into the somewhat desolate golden ruins, gazing upon the ancient relics of clock towers forged from gold. As he traversed the landscape, he encountered not a single inhabitant and began to murmur to himself. It seemed that after the Straw Hat Crew's visit, no one remained to guard this place. He pondered the fate of the historical text, uncertain if it still existed. Despite the gold scattered around him, Morse felt a fleeting desire. His thoughts solely fixated on reaching the historical document as swiftly as possible. Morse suddenly halted in his tracks, gazing into the empty expanse ahead as he exclaimed, "I was just pondering why not a single priest has been encountered along this journey. I had assumed you had relinquished this ancestral land." As the words of Morse echoed in the air, two men of markedly different ages and attire emerged slowly from behind the golden edifices on either side. One was a robust, middle-aged man, adorned with a beastly headpiece, who was none other than the chieftain of the Sandia tribe. The other was an elderly gentleman with a white beard, clad in armor and draped in a blue cloak. Wielding a long lance, a surprising alliance between Gonful and the chieftain of the Sandia tribe, indicating that a new order had indeed been established in the Sky Island. "You are the navy that Bram spoke of. Reveal your purpose for being here, or you shall leave your life in this forbidden land." The chieftain of the Sandia tribe, eager to assert his dominance over the city, disregarded Gonful's attempts to restrain him and solemnly interrogated Morse, conveying an unmistakable air of inevitability regarding Morse's demise should he fail to clarify his intentions. Morse smiled faintly, his body vanishing instantaneously from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind the two individuals. With a casual motion, he removed his right hand from the hilt of his thousand cherry blossoms sword, presenting an appearance of having done nothing at all. Meanwhile, Chief Sandia and Gonful simultaneously felt a chill at their necks, only to discover, upon touching it, a fresh cut that had mysteriously appeared, still glistening with a trace of blood. "You scoundrel!" Chief Sandia exclaimed, raising his spear to thrust at Morse, only to be firmly restrained by Gonful behind him. "Your Excellency, your prowess must indeed render you a figure of great renown even in Qinghai. Surely, these gilded edifices cannot possibly hold your interest." Morse's eyes sparkled as he regarded Gonful, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure, a perceptiveness that the recently elevated chieftain Sandia could hardly match. "You are correct. My interest does not lie in the gold of this place, but rather in the tales woven into its history. If you both have the time, would you be so kind as to share with me the stories that transpired here?" Chieftain Sandia scoffed softly, avoiding Morse's gaze entirely, and addressed Gonful. "I leave this matter in your capable hands while I attend to the specifics of the reconciliation." With that, he turned and departed, aware that his presence here would serve little purpose and might even lead to an unnecessary clash with Morse. Gonful merely smiled and nodded, then gestured for Morse to follow him. They proceeded to a tea table fashioned from gold, where Gonful retrieved a set of golden teacups. With practiced ease, he poured 2 cups of water from a conch shell before finally regarding Morse with earnestness. "Your visit must pertain to the stone tablet that we, through generations, have safeguarded. How did you come to discover it?" Morse was taken aback. He had not disclosed the purpose of his journey to anyone. "Ah, there is no need for such astonishment, Mr. Navy," Gonful chuckled softly, "for aside from these golden edifices, it is only the inscriptions on that stone tablet that could entice a formidable figure like yourself to traverse such great distances." Gonful slowly raised the cup before him and took a sip. Morse nodded slightly, signifying his response. Seeing Morse's demeanor, Gonful chuckled and continued, "Since my guess was incorrect, it seems that the stone tablet is not a mystery to you. I have no objection to taking you there. However, I must audaciously ask for a favor in return." "Please, go on. I am listening." Morse's tone was notably indifferent. "It is, after all, not a matter of great consequence. I merely hope that upon your return to Qinghai, you refrain from publicizing the existence of the Sky Island. As you have observed, with our current strength, we are utterly incapable of withstanding the incursions of formidable foes from Qinghai. This place has only just regained its tranquility, and I wish to avoid reigniting the flames of war." Morse gazed intently at the elder before him, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. Eventually, he offered a subtle nod, yet refrained from making any commitments. Gonful, with a glimmer of excitement, set down the golden teacup in his hand and, after gathering his thoughts, began to recount the tales of yore that transpired in this very locale. The story you wish to hear unfolds 4 centuries ago. In the era of Rolando, the legendary figure revered in the tales of Qinghai. 400 years prior, Rolando encountered a tempest during his maritime adventures, forcing him and his crew to seek refuge on the island of Gaia. Gaia Island, Morse pondered, the name ringing a bell, yet eluding his recollection. It is the island where the town of Magic Valley in Qinghai lies, Gon clarified, continuing, "It was here that Rolando discovered the golden paradise of Sandora, the very site of his demise. At that time, the Sandia tribe was ravaged by a devastating disease, and fortuitously, Rolando, an esteemed botanist, arrived just in time to save them. He put an end to their tradition of human sacrifice and formed a deep bond with Kargla, the tribe's valiant warrior. Alas, this idyllic harmony was short-lived. Although Rolando rescued the Sandia people, his actions in curing them inadvertently led to the felling of their sacred trees, causing the tribe to view him as a scourge who had obliterated their traditions and beliefs. Under immense pressure, Kargla was compelled to expel Rolando from Sandora. In due course, Kargla learned the true reason behind Rolando's actions through his daughter, Muse, yet it was too late. He could not bid farewell to his dear friend, leaving him with a lingering regret. Nevertheless, they had made a pact, vowing to forever ring the light of Sandora in anticipation of Rolando's return, a term that referred to the golden bell. At this juncture, Gonfuel gestured towards the resplendent golden bell that hung high above, his expression solemn. Noticing Morse's lack of astonishment, he continued, "Eventually, Rolando returned to his homeland. Upon sharing the news of the golden paradise with the king, the avaricious monarch was elated and promptly commanded Rolando to set sail once more, this time with soldiers in tow." Gonfuel sighed at this point. However, upon his return to Gaia Island, Rolando found the golden paradise had inexplicably vanished. His failure to locate it led to accusations of treason, and the enraged king ordered his execution. Thus, he earned the moniker of the Great Liar in his final moments. He likely speculated that the golden paradise had shifted due to tectonic movements. Yet, at that time, no one was willing to believe his words. "Are you satisfied with this story, Mr. Navy? It bears little difference from what I have heard. It seems this tale is also new to you." Chapter 92, Hanging Up on Me? You are correct. This narrative was recently relayed to me by a group of young friends. Since you are already familiar with it, allow me to present a distinctly different conclusion. As Gonfuel continued to sip his water, he elaborated, "In truth, Rolando's conjecture was erroneous. The disappearance of the Golden Country was not due to tectonic movements. Rather, it was an exceptionally rare and powerful upwelling current that swept it to the Sky Island." Observing that Morse did not display the astonishment he had anticipated, Gonfuel chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued, "At that time, the Sandia tribe had just resolved the affliction of the tree fever and was poised to embark on a new chapter, only to have their homeland, the Golden Country, swept away with them. On the Sky Island, soil was an incredibly scarce resource. The former Golden Country has now become the sacred domain of Apiato, the only island within the Sky Island possessing soil. Thus its value is immeasurable. At that time, the gods of the Sky Island and its indigenous inhabitants waged war without restraint to seize the suddenly emerged island, the sole one with soil. Kalgra and his kin, of course, were unwilling to be expelled from their ancestral land, especially since Kalgra was still preoccupied with his pact with Rolando, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his dear friend. Even if they could not reunite, he was determined to fulfill their agreement by ringing the golden bell, ensuring that Rolando knew he had not forsaken their friendship. Thus, the war was inevitably ignited and has persisted to this day, with a fragile truce only recently achieved. As he uttered these words, Gonfuel let out a guilty sigh. Kalgra, as a valiant warrior, possessed formidable strength, even surpassing the gods. Unfortunately, as a newcomer to the Sky Island, he was unfamiliar with its climate and environment, which led to his initial disadvantage in combat against the deity. Ultimately, with the aid of the priest, the god triumphed, and Kalgra tragically fell in battle. Yet, one must admire that he never retreated an inch until his last breath. Following his death, his people were easily expelled by the god and the indigenous inhabitants of the Sky Island. Though the Sandia were driven from their homeland, they were far from resigned. After a period of adjustment, they launched successive counterattacks. For the next 4 centuries, the Sandia people were relentless in their desire to reclaim their ancestral land and ring the golden bell of Mandora, a symbol of the friendship between Rolando and Kalgra, seeking to fulfill the long-lamented regret of their ancestor Kalgra. This relentless warfare over the span of 400 years on the Sky Island finds its roots in this very struggle. Yet, thanks to the fortuitous efforts of my young friend Luffy, we have located this golden bell. Furthermore, with the assistance of Luffy's companions, the golden bell, symbolizing friendship, was wrong, fulfilling the long-held aspiration of both clans for 4 centuries. This also ushered in a hard-won peace for Sky Island. Hence, I implore you not to disclose the existence of our realm, as we truly cannot endure even the slightest conflict. Morse, upon first lifting the golden teacup before him, admired it for a moment before slowly sipping the contents within. It was quite the remarkable tale, seemingly a rare glimpse of tranquility. Given this, I have acquiesced to your terms. I am profoundly grateful. Allow me to escort you to the monument we have long protected. Ganfu's face radiated with genuine delight, and he spoke with barely contained enthusiasm. Very well, please. With that, Ganfu led Morse through the exquisite architecture, ultimately arriving at the stone tablet that recorded the annals of history. Morse surveyed his surroundings, feeling a striking resemblance to the historical texts he had encountered in Alabaston, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was precisely what he had been seeking. Thank you, Mr. New God, he remarked, before picking up the rubbing paper to make an impression. Observing Morse's preparedness, Ganfu revealed a look of astonishment. He had originally assumed that his counterpart intended to take the steel directly. This belief had prompted him to patiently recount the origins of the Sky Island, frequently emphasizing the significance of the Two Clans War and the Golden Bell. He had hoped to dissuade Morse from the idea of removing the steel, only to realize that Morse had never contemplated such an action. With a mix of consolation and disappointment, he shook his head, watching the busy figure ahead. For the first time, Ganfu felt the sweetness of youth. Had he been younger, he would surely have accompanied Morse to explore the vast world beyond. Morse carefully secured the rubbing and cast a glance at Ganfu, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have obtained what I came for, so I shall no longer impose upon you. Until we meet again. With that, he disregarded Ganfu, who stood rooted, on the cusp of speaking. The wings formed of cherry blossoms manifested once more, and he soared into the distance. Morse had no intention of departing from the skies above. Long ago, he pondered the vastness of the heavens and whether they had an end. Now, equipped with the water pearl and the shadow pearl, he seized the opportunity to explore the numerous sky islands that adorned the firmament. Fortuitously, Morse encountered no mishaps as he soared swiftly above the sea of clouds. Along his journey, he encountered several winged inhabitants of the sky islands. However, in stark contrast to the welcoming nature of the island where Ganfu resided, these denizens exhibited a pronounced exclusivity, scarcely extending a warm reception to Morse's arrival. Morse remained unperturbed, continuing his flight until he encountered a cluster of islands floating in the high skies, compelling him to halt his journey. As he drew nearer to the archipelago, Morse gradually dispersed the cherry blossom wings that trailed behind him. The wings transformed delicately into cherry blossoms, swirling gracefully through the air and merging with the clouds, as Morse gently alighted upon the edge of one of the islands. Upon landing, Morse curiously bounced a bit to ascertain the solidity of the ground beneath him. Before him lay a myriad of floating islands, some grand, others diminutive. Astonishingly, the centers of these islands housed varying expanses of sea, where remnants of decommissioned vessels lingered, including both naval warships and pirate ships. Morse was overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on the multitude of islands before him. If he were to transport two of them to the vicinity of other uninhabited islands and sell them to the insular native inhabitants, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Furthermore, it would prevent the likes of Ganfu and his antiquated companions from squabbling for 4 centuries before reaching an accord. Suddenly, Morse's keen eyes spotted a tattered pirate ship, upon which fluttered the flag of the legendary pirate crew, the Admiral Flying Pirate Brigade. It appeared that his luck had run dry. He had inadvertently wandered into the territory of the Golden Lion. Disheartened, he sensed that this encounter would likely lead to dire consequences. With a yawn, Morse displayed an expression of impending doom. This, it seemed, was indeed the island of the Golden Lion, and that old rogue was probably still engrossed in his nefarious pursuits, concocting potions to breed ferocious beasts in a bid to reclaim his dominion over the seas. He pondered whether he should interfere at all, considering this was a rare opportunity for the protagonist to gain invaluable experience. Morse contemplated for a moment before deciding to seek someone as counsel, thus quietly retrieving his den mushi and dialing. Moses, in the New World, at the G1 Fortress, within the office of the highest commander. Akainu heard the ringing and picked up the den mushi. Who is this? A crackling sound of static echoed from the device, yet no voice emerged. Akainu's eyes widened as he recognized Morse's familiar visage on the screen, struggling to suppress his fury. You scoundrel! Before he could finish his thought, the den mushi reverted to its lifeless state, evidently indicating that the other party had hung up. Red magma once again surged uncontrollably from Akainu's hand. Nearby, Roko rushed forward, hastily offering an explanation. Admiral, please refrain from anger. Commander Morse likely did not intend this. It may be due to poor signal. He should call back shortly. Snap. Morse, filled with frustration, hung up the phone, rolling his eyes in resignation. It was a disaster. No matter who he called, there was no connection. It seemed he had to rely solely on himself this time. He hoped the Golden Lion was in prime condition, otherwise. He seriously doubted his ability to surpass his opponent. Although he was now somewhat incapacitated, even a frail camel outweighed a horse, after all. Just then, a massive, fierce tiger emerged slowly from the jungle, its eyes of vivid crimson, saliva dripping from its jaws, displaying an expression of hunger as though it hadn't eaten for days. And it roared loudly at Morse. Despite its enormous size, the tiger appeared rather peculiar. Its body seemed somewhat emaciated, yet its limbs were extraordinarily robust, creating a discordant image reminiscent of four sturdy pillars supporting a dilapidated wooden board. However, its head and tail appeared quite normal. What on earth is this creature? Morse was taken aback by the peculiar appearance of the tiger. Could it be that the golden lions had spawned such bizarre creatures atop these mountainous islands? Aside from their odd looks, they hardly exuded any sense of intimidation. Roaring once more, the fierce-eyed tiger leapt forward, charging directly at Morse, its crimson eyes gleaming with a hint of primal hunger. Morse's gaze was firmly fixed on the depths of the jungle, completely disregarding the ferocious tiger lunging towards him. Chapter 93. At last, someone has arrived. Do not cause a disturbance, you ailing feline. Morse gently raised his hand and flicked his fingers towards the airborne tiger. A fleeting blossom of pink cherry blossoms swept through, piercing directly through the tiger's brow and traversing its entire body, without even eliciting a drop of blood. With a resounding thud, the majestic beast plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. If the offspring of the golden lion were all of this ilk, then the past 2 decades of lurking would have been entirely in vain, as this posed no significant threat to the Navy whatsoever. As Morse was about to utter the words, just this, he suddenly felt the entire island tremble beneath him. From the dense thicket before him came a cacophony of roars, reminiscent of 100 beasts emerging from their lairs, leaving one in awe. Could it be? Was it merely the slaying of a sickly little cat that had stirred such chaos? It felt as though he had disturbed a hornet's nest. No sooner had he thought this than a majestic eagle, adorned with 2 pairs of wings, one large and one small, descended from the heavens, its formidable talons ruthlessly reaching out towards Morse. In an instant, Morse unsheathed the 1,000 cherry blossoms, the pristine blade elegantly slicing upward. A flash of steel severed the wings of 2 hawks, which fell neatly to either side of the fierce tiger. Just as he intended to sheath his sword, a sudden gust of wind swept from behind, heralding the silent approach of a one-eyed wolf, reminiscent of a husky, lunging at him. With a subtle push of his foot, he executed a Shwinpa, vanishing from his original position. The wolf, left in a lonely desperation, spun in confusion, attempting to locate Morse's elusive figure. How could this beast evade my observation, Haki? It seems that the ferocious creatures nurtured by the golden lion are not entirely inept. There is indeed some merit to them. Though he acknowledged this with a hint of admiration, Morse's actions remained merciless. In a swift motion, he appeared above the one-eyed wolf. With a raging kick, he lifted his left foot and struck down violently, unleashing a pink crescent-shaped blade of energy that swiftly cleaved through the wolf's body, claiming yet another beast from the golden lion's menagerie. As he reached for a cigarette to savor a moment of respite, his Haki sensed a horde of ferocious beasts advancing toward him. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, "Is there no one to intervene? It seems I must dispatch this horde of monsters myself," hoping that the elder known as the Golden Lion does not descend into madness. Morse slowly raised the 1,000 cherry blossoms before him, emanating an astonishing aura of lethal intent that enveloped the entire island. As if taken aback, the ferocious beasts in the distance momentarily slowed their advance. Some, in their reckless charge, collided with their fellow creatures, resulting in a tragic cascade of death. "Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi," he declared, and at that moment, a sea of cherry blossoms began to materialize beneath his feet. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his grasp gradually sank into this floral abyss, creating ripples that spread outward. Concurrently, from the surging waves, thousands of massive blades ascended. With a gentle motion of his left hand, those colossal blades were unleashed, scattering like a myriad of cherry blossoms, mercilessly shooting toward the dense jungle ahead. Roar, roar, roar. Each sweep of the pink blossoms was accompanied by splashes of crimson, the anguished cries of the beasts resonating throughout the archipelago. Surely, assistance must be on the way. The clearing capabilities of Sengoku remain unparalleled. In his gaze, Morse exuded a palpable aura of menace, his expression devoid of emotion as he peered into the depths of the island. As if he had already witnessed the furious countenance of the Golden Lion. Is this truly the culmination of your 2 decades of preparation, Golden Lion? What a disappointment it is. It appears that the loss of your legs and the passage of time have robbed the once mighty lion of his former grandeur. Compared to that old codger, Hades, you fall woefully short. Not to mention when standing alongside Whitebeard. Morse murmured to the empty expanse before him. Meanwhile, within the opulent palace at the heart of the archipelago, the formidable Golden Lion sat regally upon his throne, flanked by his subordinates and invited pirates, all awaiting his command. With a fierce glare, the Golden Lion unleashed his observation haki, enveloping the entire archipelago as he struggled to suppress his burgeoning fury, feigning calmness as he bellowed. It appears someone has trespassed into the forbidden zone. Indigo, summon the intruder at once. I wish to ascertain who possesses such audacity. After issuing his command to Indigo, he cast a glance at the pirates below and felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. These individuals were woefully inferior to his former crew. Had it not been for necessity, they would hardly be worthy of joining his grand fleet. Come now, Chief Shiki, let us not jest. It must merely be a side effect of Q. How could anyone possibly ascend to this altitude? Indigo chimed in with a laugh, prompting the surrounding pirates to join in, equally skeptical of the notion that someone could reach such heights. Are you questioning me? The Golden Lion roared at Indigo. Witnessing Shiki's ire, Indigo's smile faded, replaced with respectful deference. Understood, Chief Shiki. I shall go at once and ensure that we capture this individual, allowing them to comprehend the terror of the flying pirate crew. With that, he dashed out of the palace, heading towards the source of the commotion, displaying no hint of urgency. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Chief Shiki's suspicions grow ever more intense. How could anyone possibly reach here? This is the human forbidden zone, thousands of meters above the ground. Even if one could fly, they should have directly approached the palace, rather than provoking those fearsome beasts on the outer islands. Truly perplexing. Seated above, the Golden Lion stroked his beard, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he addressed the pirates below. Ladies and gentlemen, our plan is on the verge of fruition. Are you prepared to witness this momentous occasion alongside me? Let us reign over these seas together and let the name of the flying pirate crew resound once more. Flying, 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 echoed the chants of Golden Lion. Golden Lion, Golden Lion. As the crowd erupted in fervent cries, all seemingly envisioning the moment of Shiki's dominion. In the midst of the excitement, Inshikara laughed, Chief Shiki, the might of Q will surely compel all to bow before you. You are destined to reclaim your throne and become the greatest ruler of this world. The Golden Lion erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Let us commence from the East Blue. From the very place where Roger's death heralded the dawn of the great pirate era, let these new generation youths learn what it truly means to be a pirate. And let the Navy once again feel the dread of the flying pirate crew. On the remote island, Morse stood still, a cigarette in hand. As the cherry blossoms had vanished, and the 1,000 cherry swords were sheathed, why had no one yet arrived? All the monsters on the island had been vanquished. Must I eliminate every beast across the islands before that old lion appears? As for directly venturing to the island's center, I shall refrain. Who knows if the Golden Lion remains the same as he was 20 years ago, possessing the ambition and courage to challenge the Marine headquarters single-handedly? What if it turns into a treacherous banquet, with hidden assassins lurking? That would be akin to delivering myself to them on a silver platter. Just as Morse hesitated over whether to exterminate all the ferocious beasts, a distinct sound echoed, crackling. Indigo, bearing the Q in his unique laughter, approached from the opposite side of the island. Observing the desolate surroundings, he cast a puzzled glance at Morse, cautiously securing the Q, wary of any potential damage to his carefully crafted creation. Upon entering the jungle, he had witnessed his meticulously nurtured beasts, grievously wounded and sprawled in pools of blood, none surviving. He had pondered how Big Boss Skipper had indeed been correct. There were audacious fools willing to trespass into forbidden territory, oblivious to the domain of the illustrious sky pirates. Now, upon encountering Morse, he was tempted to turn and flee. The murderous aura emanating from this figure was truly terrifying. How many lives must he have taken to wield such presence? Moreover, how had this individual traversed the landscape? Did he sprout wings? The thought of wings prompted Indigo to scan Morse closely, searching for any concealed appendages. Chapter 94. The Invitation of the Golden Lion at last. Has someone arrived? I have nearly exhausted my supply of cigarettes while waiting. Morse regarded the vigilant Indigo, discarding his cigarette nonchalantly as he uttered a casual remark. Indigo's eyes, concealed behind pink sunglasses, instinctively narrowed, while his hands gently gestured. With a habitual chuckle, he finally spoke earnestly. Did you eliminate my delightful companions? If you refer to those peculiar creatures, then indeed, it was I who dispatched them. Their incessant noise was quite bothersome. And given that no one had appeared to entertain for quite some time, I resorted to this method to summon you. After all, as a stranger in this unfamiliar place, wandering aimlessly was not an option. Upon hearing Morse's nonchalant tone, Indigo's suppressed fury erupted, and he bellowed, "You scoundrel! Those were my cherished creations, meticulously nurtured over many years. And you have annihilated them all. This is utterly intolerable." With a swift motion, Indigo conjured a series of emerald spheres, hurling them towards Morse with fervor. Indeed, it was a display of juggling, albeit rather monotonous. Could he not conjure something more imaginative, perhaps a flaming hoop? Before his words could fully escape, Morse had already materialized behind Indigo. The latter, still flinging his green orbs forward and chuckling incessantly, only felt a chilling sensation upon hearing Morse's inquiry. Slowly, he turned to confront the source of his dread, clutching his bleeding chest in terror. "Ah, judging by your demeanor, you must also be a scientific expert. I wonder how your skills compare to those of Dr. Vegapunk." At the mention of Vegapunk's name, Indigo's eyes widened dramatically, momentarily disregarding his wound. In a frenzied outburst, he unleashed his chemical spheres around him while shouting madly, "Vegapunk! Vegapunk! Once again Vegapunk! Why does everyone only remember his name? Does this world hold no other worthy of scientific pursuit? Scoundrel, perish!" In a final act of desperation, he formed a colossal chemical sphere with his hands, charging recklessly towards Morse, intent on mutual destruction. Morse was momentarily bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why did this individual go into a frenzy upon hearing the name of Vegapunk? Shouldn't they have engaged in some mutual flattery first? Moreover, in his recollection, there seemed to be no prior connection between the two. After all, this person had vanished from the seas alongside the Golden Lion 2 decades ago. Sakura Black Coffin. Morse contemplated for a moment, refraining from directly eliminating his adversary. Instead, he executed a series of exceptionally graceful movements with his hands. Though these gestures bore no practical purpose and seemed merely an extravagant display of bravado, their impact was undeniably significant. In an instant, a flurry of cherry blossoms materialized beside Indigo, forming a pink coffin that enveloped him completely. Even the oversized juggling ball he held was captured within this whimsical confinement. Perhaps struck by his own juggling ball, Indigo erupted into a heart-wrenching cry from within the ebony casket, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Could it be that little green ball wielded such formidable power? Moreover, it was an object of his own creation. Was there truly no way to reclaim it? Morse was utterly perplexed. Even curious enough to approach the small crater created by Indigo's chemical juggling ball nearby, yet he felt no sense of its power. Were it not for the squalid green hue resembling mucus, Morse might have been tempted to touch it himself, eager to discern what force could provoke such a lament from a grown man. After a moment's pause, Indigo remained confined within the pink coffin, his mournful cry showing no indication of abating. Hey, enough of that, esteemed scientist. Could you refrain from wailing? Anyone unaware of the situation might presume I have wronged you. Morse proposed, if you can assure me of your silence, I shall release you, provided you answer a few questions. What do you say? Really? In an instant, the world fell silent, and Morse stifled the urge to eliminate this individual. Quietly deactivating his black coffin, Indigo regarded Morse with a hint of anxiety, his expression imploring him to hasten his inquiries. Observing Indigo's demeanor, Morse was astonished. This fellow's recuperative abilities appeared extraordinary. The grievous wound from earlier, which had bled profusely, had vanished completely. Were it not for the scratch on his clothing from the 1,000 cherry blossoms, Morse might have doubted he had ever struck his opponent. I take back my previous words. Your scientific prowess is commendable. I have yet to encounter a scientist with superior regenerative capabilities. How dare you imply that my only merit lies in my recovery? I assure you, my skills are on par with that rogue Vegapunk. It's merely my misfortune that has hindered me. Indigo retorted, a shadow of regret crossing his face as he seemed to recall some unpleasant memory, covering his cheeks with his hands. Now, inquire what you wish to know without delay. Morse smiled gently, recognizing the enigmatic nature of scientists, yet he remained unfazed. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired cautiously, "Might you enlighten me as to where we are? And are those creatures your creation?" Upon hearing Morse refer to him as a scientist, Indigo could scarcely contain his delight, and he blurted out without hesitation, "You, my friend, have ventured into this place without even knowing its name. Such audacity can only stem from either profound ignorance or an overweening confidence in your abilities. Nonetheless, since you have asked, I, the greatest scientist in history, shall enlighten your uninformed mind." Observing Indigo's brash demeanor, Morse struggled to suppress the urge to draw his blade, managing only a slight twitch of his lips as he nodded, urging the other to continue. "Ah, ignorant youth. Have you ever heard of the flying pirate crew, which instills fear across the vast seas? Allow me to inform you that you stand upon the territory of the illustrious Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. Given your commendable prowess, I shall graciously permit you an audience with the great Shiki, and you may even have the opportunity to join the esteemed flying pirate crew." It appeared that this indeed was the domain of the old lion, and the individual before him was likely the alchemist assisting Shiki in concocting his monstrous potions. Watching Morse delve into contemplation, Indigo mistakenly believed that the mention of Shiki's name had rendered him speechless, and he seized the moment to press on. "Allow me to share another tidbit. Have you glimpsed those fearsome beasts? I must tell you that we possess dozens of islands of this magnitude. Once we unleash them upon the East Sea, can you envision the scene? The entire ocean shall bow before the majesty of Lord Shiki, and we shall ascend as the new sovereigns of this world." It was clear that this situation could not be overlooked. Should the Straw Hat crew fail to arrive as anticipated, allowing that old scoundrel, the Golden Lion, to successfully unleash these mutated creatures upon the East Sea would plunge the entire region into a veritable hell on Earth, an outcome Morse wished to avoid at all costs. "I am grateful to you, esteemed scientist. When might I have the honor of meeting the Golden Lion? How dare you address the great Shiki so casually? Remember to refer to him as Lord Shiki, do you understand? Now, come, I shall escort you to the palace, where a grand banquet is currently underway in honor of the pirate lords summoned by Shiki." Morse rolled his eyes in exasperation, genuinely perplexed as to when the title Golden Lion had become Shurji's true name. "At the celebration banquet, could it be that you have recently achieved some success in your endeavors?" Morse was somewhat perplexed as he gazed at Indigo beside him. Could it be that the Golden Lion had already unleashed monsters upon the East Sea? Of course. A celebration was in order for the remarkable scientific achievement of S.I. Q had finally come to fruition. How could such an occasion go uncelebrated? S.I. Q? What on earth is that? Damn it, it is not merely a thing. S.I. Q represents a monumental scientific breakthrough, the very catalyst that has provoked the evolution of the ordinary creatures before you. S.I. Q indeed. I understand. But could you hasten your steps? Do not linger over these corpses with such reluctance. I shall forever remember how you mercilessly exterminated my beloved little companions. Truly heartless. Indigo continued to grumble, yet his pace quickened considerably, fueled by a tinge of fear that Morse might unsheath his blade and strike him, which, though not fatal, would be quite painful. Chapter 95. Unyielding Ambition of the Golden Lion Floating Island's Royal Palace. Indigo, this fellow, has performed commendably this time, returning with the person so swiftly. Golden Lion Shiki set down his wine goblet, a satisfied grin adorning his face as he bellowed to the pirates below, declaring the strength of his crew while simultaneously warning them against excessive arrogance. Upon hearing Shiki's words, Skaridu promptly led the charge in chanting the name of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, Golden Lion. Morse, having just arrived at the palace entrance, felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing the roaring cheers from within. Instinctively, he reached for his blade, assuming a defensive posture. Could it be that he had miscalculated this time? Was the Golden Lion truly lying in wait with his axe-wielding henchman, ready to ensnare him? With this thought, he glanced at Indigo beside him, wondering if this scoundrel was setting him up. Perhaps he should consider taking him hostage as leverage. Indigo, sensing the chill at his neck, turned to Morse and cautiously remarked, "Do not look at me like that. Hurry and enter with me to meet Captain Shiki. Remember to choose your words wisely. Do not provoke the captain's ire, or I shall be unable to save you." Let us hope that is the case. As Indigo stepped into the palace, his unique footfalls resonating, he intended to introduce Morse's situation. Suddenly, he felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. Glancing around, he noticed that, apart from a few captains, The others were in no better condition, most sprawled over the tables. He quickly lowered his head, hoping that Captain Shiki had not noticed him. Meanwhile, Morse remained unaffected, even curiously touching his nose, feigning confusion as he looked up at the golden lion. Internally, he mused, truly, age has not diminished his vigor. What an intimidating display of conqueror's haki. Indeed, none among this cadre of elders could be underestimated. Who are you? When did such a figure emerge upon the seas? Would you care to join my fleet as my first mate and conquer these vast oceans alongside me? Morse had yet to utter a word when, not far off, a still-conscious pirate suddenly shouted, "White Snake, how did you come to be here? Shouldn't you be guarding your G1 fortress in the New World?" "White Snake, what is that?" Soba demanded, his voice laced with urgency. "Is this fellow with the Navy?" With a fierce glare, the Golden Lion scrutinized Morse intently. Soba felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, his hands desperately gripping the table to prevent himself from collapsing once more. "Captain Shiki, this individual is the Navy's rising supernova of the past 2 years, Jones Morse. Codename White Snake. He serves as the Vice Admiral to the monstrous Admiral Akainu. It is rumored that he possesses terrifying capabilities akin to that of a beast. His rise to fame was marked by a formidable battle in the West Sea, where he bested one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and subsequently defeated another warlord, Crocodile, imprisoning him in Impel Down. However, the battle that truly solidified his reputation across the seas occurred at the entrance to the New World, where he clashed with one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, and emerged unscathed, earning the fearsome acknowledgement of Kaido himself. As he recounted this, Soba's face twisted in terror as he gazed at Morse. Were it not for the presence of the Golden Lion, he would have fled long ago. For the memory of Morse rendering that underground king helpless at Big Mom's banquet was still vivid in his mind. "Ah, I didn't expect anyone here to recognize me. However, your words are quite exaggerated. How could I possibly contend with a monster like Kaido? At that time, I was nearly beaten into a compressed biscuit by that freak. Is it truly possible to engage in battle with that scoundrel Kaido? It seems the Navy has not weakened over the years. I had thought they were still relying on those old-timers, Garp and Sengoku, to maintain their facade. In light of this, consider joining my pirate crew, and together we shall reign over this world." Morse rolled his eyes and calmly inquired, "Old Lion, do you truly believe in your own words?" Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion fell silent for a moment, gazing at Morse's still somewhat youthful visage, as if transported back to the day he single-handedly established the Navy headquarters. Casting a despondent glance around, he lowered his tone. "I shall make the East Blue tremble once more at the terror of the flying pirate crew, ensuring that the world forever remembers the illustrious name of Golden Lion." What a figure the Golden Lion was! How could he not realize that this band of beasts on the island and the minions below would be of no consequence? After 2 decades of lurking, he had devised a plan that appeared flawless, yet it was merely a means to bring ruin upon the East Blue, allowing the birthplace of Roger and the dawn of the great pirate era to resound throughout the world once again. It seemed there was little left to say. Thus, he urged, "Now, speak of your purpose here, you rookie of the Navy." Everything he was doing was a bid to rekindle the world's memory of Roger. Roger was destined never to be defeated. Seated upon his throne, the Golden Lion's eyes rarely flickered with a hint of anger. The development of S.I.Q. had finally succeeded, ready for mass production. However, the number of animals on the island remained woefully inadequate to support his plan to annihilate the East Blue. It appeared he must venture to the Grand Line soon to capture more creatures, reinforcing the island's dwindling stock. Yet, at this critical juncture, the Navy had intruded upon his domain. Contemplating this, he scanned the area below, attempting to identify which scoundrel had betrayed him. "Scoundrel, my perfect plan is on the verge of fruition," he exclaimed. Hey, Old Lion, what kind of look is that? Do you really think there's a Navy spy lurking here? Please, has age rendered you so suspicious? If someone had betrayed you, I wouldn't have come alone. Have you truly been struck senseless by that helm?" Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the palace. Indigo and Scarlito quickly bowed their heads, not wishing to attract the ire of the furious boss Shiki at that moment. Meanwhile, the pirates below, aside from a few notorious figures from the Grand Line, were slumped over the tables, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. "What an audacious little brat. Had no one told you to show respect to me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he pushed himself up from the throne, simultaneously kicking at Morse with his feet, fashioned from the renowned blades of Sakura and Deadwood. 2 golden crescent-shaped slashes of sword energy hurtled towards Morse with great speed. Morse chuckled softly, his body merely twisting slightly to evade the incoming attack. Simultaneously, he cast a provocative glance at the resettled Golden Lion, speaking with an air of arrogance. Is this all you've got, old lion? No wonder the title of the world's greatest swordsman has been snatched by Hawkeye. This is rather lackluster. Perhaps you should consider handing those 2 blades over to me. They seem of little use to you now. Shiki, however, remained unfazed. After all, he was the Golden Lion, a figure known for his roaring dominance across the seas. And it would take more than a few taunting words from Morse to rouse his ire. Haha. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, his voice echoing into the sky. What an amusing little brat you are. Sengoku and Garp were never as eloquent as you. It seems that my prolonged absence has allowed my fearsome reputation to fade from memory. But, young one, did Sengoku not warn you to flee at the first sight of me? With that, he retrieved a cigar, placing it between his lips, slowly igniting it before taking a puff, gazing down at Morse with an expression that suggested he was granting him a chance to escape. Observing the scene, Morse extracted a cigarette, ignited it, and placed it between his lips, lifting his head to gaze defiantly at the Golden Lion, equally adopting a demeanor of unyielding defiance. Chapter 96. Fearless of the little white snake, Shiki calmly expelled a smoke ring, his cigar resembling a bullet as it was flung towards Morse. Littering is hardly a commendable habit, old lion, he remarked. Morse offered a slight smile, effortlessly slicing through the oncoming cigar with a single cherry blossom. Shiki, noticing the hilt of the 1,000 cherry blossoms that Morse gripped at his waist, allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Are you so eager to court death, lad? Very well, I shall oblige. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had leapt before Morse, his feet wielding swords that struck with the ferocity of a tempest. Morse's expression hardened as he swiftly drew the 1,000 cherry blossoms, brandishing them before him. Shiki, the former world's greatest swordsman, despite having lost his legs, wielded his swords with a speed and force that eclipsed that of the rapier-wielding Bista, leaving Morse with no time to activate his devil fruit powers for defense. The pristine blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms clashed violently against Shiki's dead Wodan Sakura 10, igniting a shower of sparks. Shiki, seemingly unfazed, let out a boisterous laugh. Is that all you've got, little brat? You should come under my wing. Allow me to teach you the true art of swordsmanship. Once I am gone, you shall be the new world's greatest swordsman. With that, he leaned back slightly before launching himself forward, his feet striking towards Morse with even greater rapidity. Bang! Morse's 1,000 cherry blossoms lay across his chest, seemingly straining to withstand Shiki's full-force thrust. The old man only knows how to boast. Do you still believe yourself to be the world's greatest swordsman? Wake up. Your era has long since passed, and you have been cast aside by time. In comparison to the unparalleled Mihawk, you are now but a shadow of what a true swordsman should be. Sakura, a moment of bloom. Morse exhaled softly, propelling himself forward with a powerful push of his feet, momentarily repelling Shiki, while his hands wielded the blade with swift precision across Shiki's form. Have you ever witnessed the season when cherry blossoms dance in the air, old lion? Petals of cherry blossoms suddenly appeared before the Golden Lion, cascading down like rain and enveloping Shiki's body. For a brief moment, the Golden Lion stood there, somewhat dazed, delighting in the spectacle as the blossoms drifted down, letting out silent chuckles of joy. Such flamboyant displays serve well for entertainment. My fondness for you grows ever stronger. Consider joining my pirate crew. I assure you, the next captain of the flying pirate crew will be none other than yourself. With that, the Golden Lion leapt into action once more. His left foot aimed at Morse's head, delivering a powerful strike reminiscent of the legendary Huashan. The Morse's response was remarkably swift. With a swift turn, he unleashed a blade, the pristine white of the Senbenzakura blade meeting the tip of the Golden Lion's sword. Shiki revealed a smile, simultaneously lifting his other leg to strike at Kuro. Clang! With rapid precision, he drew the scabbard from his waist, the dark hue of his haki enveloping the sheath, intercepting the second sword thrust from Shiki's right leg. The dual-wielding technique is indeed an aberration. A true warrior traverses the world with a single blade, old lion. Morse's eyes widened, his left foot twisting upon the ground as his right foot launched a kick towards the head of the Golden Lion. Shurji chuckled, exclaiming, "Since when has such absurd reasoning graced these vast waters? Youngster, then demonstrate your argument to me with your single-edged blade." Slash of the waves. At the same time, he retracted his right foot, unleashing a stream of golden sword energy that hurtled directly towards Morse. Seeing the situation, Morse reluctantly retracted his left leg, performing a somersault in midair to evade the attack. Haha, remember this, young one. I am the illustrious pirate, the Golden Lion. Rather than pursuing his advantage, the Golden Lion dissipated the powers of the float fruit, his legs, crafted from withered wood and sakura tin, firmly grounded as he joyfully broke into an impromptu tap dance. Upon concluding his dance, he surveyed the surrounding pirates, who lay unconscious, overwhelmed by his conqueror's haki, feeling a mix of disappointment and resignation. Young one, this is my palace. Should it be damaged, I would have to undertake renovations. Come, let us engage in a proper battle. Allow me to gauge whether the new era, birthed by that fellow Roger at the cost of his life, is truly worthy. With that, he began to levitate slowly, swiftly darting out of the palace. Morse surveyed the palace with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the Golden Lion, this old rascal, would cherish his subordinates. Was it not said that this fellow was exceedingly ruthless and cold-blooded, even firing upon his own men in moments of fury? It seems that after years of lurking in the shadows, not only has his strength evolved, but his character has also undergone a transformation. Perhaps the only unchanging aspect is that indomitable spirit of a lion roaring across the seas. Gradually, his form dissolved like cherry blossoms in the wind, vanishing from sight. On the outskirts of the archipelago, upon a peculiar island dominated by towering rocks, the Golden Lion floated atop the highest peak, gazing at the cherry blossoms slowly emerging from the slightly lower summit across from him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. How exquisite! Who would have thought such beauty could be found in this desolate place? White Snake, have you truly not considered this? The next captain of the flying pirate crew shall be you. Old Lion, you have become quite verbose. Even at this juncture, you still indulge in needless chatter. Kaido is not one to waste words like you do. Hurry up. After our bout, I must return to fulfill my duties. Unlike you pirates, I am bound by the constraints of a daily grind, diligently clocking in and working for this meager salary. Ski's face was a mask of confusion, utterly failing to comprehend Morse's latter remarks. At times, he pondered whether he had become disconnected from this world. Had he not chosen to study or perhaps the throne of the four emperors would not be occupied by that young upstart, red-haired Shanks. Shaking his head to clear the disarray of thoughts, he recognized that his primary focus was to resolve the nuisance that was White Snake. Casting another glance at Morse, he elevated himself higher, arms spread wide in a gesture of embracing the world. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in Ski's eyes as he unleashed a flurry of golden slashes towards Morse, each one a fierce testament to his resolve. In Morse's eyes, there was a solemn intensity, leaving no room for carelessness. He swiftly drew the 1,000 cherry blossoms from his waist, executing a series of rapid, sweeping strikes before him. A multitude of pink sword energies erupted forth, colliding violently with the golden sword energies of the Golden Lion. Boom, boom, boom. The airwaves surged, and the formidable force of their clash reduced the towering peaks around them to mere fragments. Clouds of dust ascended, enveloping the figures of the two combatants entirely. As the stones, dislodged by the collision of sword energies, soared through the dusty air, one particular stone hurtled directly towards Morse. Snap! Morse was already enveloped in the formidable aura of armament haki, for his adversary was none other than the formidable Golden Lion, a paragon of strength. He could not afford to let his guard down. In a swift motion, Morse unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy, slicing through the haze and hurtling towards the opposite side. Shiki instantly elevated his floating height, evading the blade's onslaught while glancing down at Morse, a flicker of solemnity igniting in his eyes. Truly deserving of the title monster. Chapter 97. Fierce Battle. Shiki's expression turned grave as he began his formal introduction. I am Gold Lion Shiki, the admiral of the flying pirate crew and the possessor of the float fruit ability. I am a man of levitation, capable of manipulating myself and all non-living objects around me, much like the very archipelago upon which you stand. For instance, he extended a hand towards the void, gripping the air with sudden force. Lioness might. The earth shakes. Boom, boom, boom. The entire island trembled violently, mountains upheaving as if a great dragon had stirred beneath. Countless peaks, rocks, and soil fragments began to shatter and collapse, only to converge in the next instant, forming towering lion-shaped mountains. Their presence was accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a majestic lion, surging forth to crush Morse under their weight. Before this exaggerated spectacle of lion-like mountains, Morse appeared as insignificant as an ant, seemingly on the brink of being eternally buried in this very place. Could the old man truly possess such monstrous abilities? It seemed almost as if he were wielding some form of cheat. Morse, with a touch of bitterness in his tone, murmured softly, for his cherry blossom fruit had not yet reached such heights. He positioned himself in a forward stance, gripping the hilt of the 1,000 cherry blades, embodying the essence of Aido. With a swift motion, he unleashed Aido, mountain opening, a slender, pink crescent-shaped sword aura laced with a hint of black threads, hurtling towards the pride of lions before him. Infusing his sword aura with the power of armament haki, he sliced through the foremost lion, cleaving it in twain. Morse gripped his sword, Senbenzakura, tightly in both hands, repeatedly swinging it with fervor. Waves of slashing energy surged forth, instantaneously reducing the pride of lions before him into mere fragments. These slashes exhibit a semblance of potency. It seems I cannot allow you to escape, lest my plans be thwarted. Shiki's countenance darkened, the helm atop his head swaying ominously. Then perish here. May you accompany my fallen darlings to the afterlife. Clenching his fist once more, the shattered remnants of the rocky peaks, cleaved by Morse, coalesced anew, transforming back into colossal lion-like mountains that roared to life. Such a brazen ability. The old man's fruit has proven to be remarkably formidable, even with a helm impeding his strength. He could rival Whitebeard in exerting pressure over the New World. The powers of the float fruit are indeed extraordinary, allowing one to manipulate any object at will. Even if Morse were to reduce the mountains to dust, the essence of the material remains. It can simply reassemble. Unless Morse can make the entire island vanish into thin air, his slashes would merely deplete his stamina in vain. However, he found himself at a loss, for the golden lion would not grant him the opportunity to close the distance. Morse can only slice through the oncoming lion mountains piece by piece, simultaneously leveraging the shattered stones beneath his feet to propel himself upward. His speed gradually accelerates until he transforms into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the golden lion. It appears that the only way to halt this relentless onslaught of lion mountains is to eliminate the golden lion himself. Ha ha ha. Observing Morse draw ever nearer, Shurji erupts into maniacal laughter, swiftly ascending to evade Morse's pursuit, leaving his target in vain. In this moment, one ascends higher into the sky while the other leaps continuously upon the debris. As long as the golden lion deliberately avoids confrontation, Morse, in his current state, cannot hope to catch up. Morse let out a soft sigh, standing upon a relatively intact piece of rubble, casting a somewhat helpless gaze toward the golden lion above. Old fellow, were you not planning to bury me here with your own hands? Why do you not descend to personally deliver my demise? The little one thought that I would be so easily provoked. How shameless one becomes with age. Since you refuse to come down, I shall ascend instead. Is it merely these few broken stones that deter me? With a swift kick of his feet against the ground, the golden waves of slashing energy erupted from his two exquisite blades. Morse shook his head, gripping his cherry blossom sword firmly as he swiftly unleashed several arcs of pink sword energy. Bang! The waves of slashing energy collided in midair, sending forth ripples of force. The wings of cherry blossoms re-emerged behind Morse, and with a sudden flourish, he surged against the current. Ski's eyes glimmered with a mix of astonishment and ferocity as his feet propelled him forward, unleashing golden slashes imbued with armed haki towards Morse. Lion's 1,000 cuts. How many times can that old man rely on just these two moves? Can he conjure something new? Though his words were laced with mockery, Morse remained undeterred, wielding his Sakura blade with precision, slicing through the air and creating a multitude of pink slashes that danced around him. Boom! The turbulent air surged, and the explosive sword energy shattered the surroundings, turning the area into a cloud of dust. Had they not been suspended in midair, they would have surely been engulfed. The golden lion hovered, momentarily pausing his ascent, gazing with surprise at Morse, who was energetically flapping his wings. Lion's might, earthbound. He clenched his fist again, drawing moisture from the clouds nearby, swiftly enveloping Morse in a swirling mass. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he gripped the ground tightly, summoning a rocky lion's mountain to rise. Like a lion's dance, the stone lion leapt forward, aiming to devour the water sphere in midair, intent on shattering Morse within. Bang! The water sphere shattered, sending a spray of droplets cascading through the air. The golden lion quickly turned, his body twisting as he executed a powerful kick with his Sakura tin without hesitation. Clang! The clash of blades rang out as the golden lion was propelled backward. Pressing downwards with both hands, his ability to float steadied him in the air. When did he evade that? How intriguing. The old lion truly is ruthless, showing no mercy. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Morse vanished from his position, reappearing beside the golden lion, his sakura blade wildly striking towards him. Ski's pupils contracted, his hands trembling slightly. It had been years since he felt such a life-or-death sensation, igniting his bloodlust and making him yearn to grasp his twin blades once more. What a delightful surprise. In the blink of an eye, his hands were enveloped in armed haki, and he delivered a powerful punch to the side, his right leg bending as he propelled himself forward. Clang! The Sakura tin on Ski's foot intercepted Morse's Sakura blade, but his haki-infused right fist struck Morse squarely in the chest, producing a crisp sound. Ding! At some point, Morse activated one of the Navy's sixth techniques, the iron block, which he had previously enveloped in armament haki, effortlessly absorbing a punch from the Golden Lion. Chapter 98, Gold Roger and the Golden Lion, New World, G1 Fortress, Akainu's office. Akainu gazed at the documents in his hands, his expression one of deep unease. Although Morse was typically unreliable, he rarely contacted Akainu without a significant matter at hand, seldom engaging in frivolous banter. Standing beside him, Roko observed Akainu's demeanor with concern and suggested, "Sir, perhaps I should reach out to the boss to inquire about the situation. What do you think?" Akainu's eyes brightened momentarily, only to revert to his usual cold demeanor, responding in a chilling tone, "Then I shall trouble you with this. Find out what that rascal is up to. He completes his mission yet fails to report back to headquarters, getting himself into trouble elsewhere." Roko offered a slight smile, refraining from further comment as he picked up the din-din mushi from the table to dial Morse. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Morse was preoccupied with fiercely engaging in combat with the 1,000 cherry blossoms against the Golden Lion. Hearing the sound of the phone bug, he instinctively reached out to answer it. Observing this, the Golden Lion seized the opportunity, swiftly darting to Morse's side. And with a deadly thrust of his dual swords aimed directly at Morse's head, Morse shot a fierce glare, and the 1,000 cherry blossoms surged upward, barely intercepting the lethal thrust from the Golden Lion. His tone was laced with irritation. "Who is this insolent fool? Utterly oblivious to the fact that I am in the midst of a battle? And you, old lion, resorting to a sneak attack, how utterly devoid of the regal essence of a lion king. If you possess the gall, allow me to finish this phone call, and you shall see just how swiftly I can bring about your demise." The Golden Lion's eyes flickered, showing no sign of retreat as he hovered in midair, his feet wielding two sharp blades that relentlessly struck at Morse. As Morse fiercely defended against the onslaught of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he seized a moment to activate the transponder snail with his left hand. "Moshi Moshi," he exclaimed, his voice laced with barely contained irritation. "Enough with the Moshi nonsense. Who the hell is calling at this moment? Can't they see I am currently engaged in a duel?" He cursed the Golden Lion for his relentless attacks. Rocco, listening intently to the indistinct sounds emanating from the transponder, cast a puzzled glance at Akainu. The latter, however, had caught the mention of the Golden Lion's name, and a flicker of gravity crossed his features as he quickly comprehended the situation. It appeared that Morse had encountered the elusive Golden Lion, who had remained hidden for over 2 decades. Nodding, Akainu signaled for Rocco to inquire further about Morse's location. Just as Rocco was about to press for more information, he noticed that the transponder snail's head was gradually lowering. Holding the now restored transponder, he hesitated, casting an uncertain look at Akainu. "All right, Rocco. You proceed to distribute these documents, and I shall handle the rest," Morse instructed, taking the transponder and dialing the office of Admiral Sengoku at Navy headquarters. Morse gazed at the severed telephone bug in his hand, fury surging within him as he hurled the broken half towards his adversary with considerable force. "This telephone bug had accompanied me for many years, and you wretched old fool, dared to destroy it. It seems today will culminate in either your demise or mine. Ha ha. You little rascal, if you have the audacity, take my life." Lion's might, earthquake. As several rock lions roared and charged towards him, Morse's expression turned grave. His instincts alerted him that these lions were entirely different from the previous formidable beasts. As if infused with vitality by some ancient force, they had truly come alive. Unlike before, if he were to be bitten now, it would spell trouble. The old lion had not exerted its full strength earlier. Evidently, it had underestimated me. There was no need for personal experience. As Morse observed the clawing and leaping stone lions in the air, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to shout with wicked glee, "Cherry Blossom, Dragon Soar!" With a gentle wave of his left hand, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him as billions of pink cherry blossoms coalesced into 2 dragon forms reminiscent of Kaido's transformation, equally fierce and ready to confront the lions. Just as he was about to display a satisfied grin and indulge in self-praise, an all-too-familiar laughter echoed from behind him. He swiftly turned, brandishing his weapon in defense. But his pupils dilated in alarm. His arm transformed into a blur as he retracted his strike just in time, assuming a defensive stance. Clang! The blades collided as the golden lion materialized behind him, wearing a grin that bore a hint of menace. Boom! A rock lion's head suddenly loomed above Morse, mercilessly snapping its jaws in his direction. Caught between the two attacks, a flaw was swiftly exposed. The golden lion kicked the 1,000 cherry blossoms from Morse's grasp with his left foot, while his right leg aimed directly at Morse's knees. Clang! The cherry blossom 10, its blade enveloped in a cloak of armament color, shattered the fabric of Morse's suit trousers, delivering a brutal blow to his legs, which were fortified with armament color and enhanced with iron. Morse staggered, sliding back 2 steps before regaining his balance. The cherry blossom wings behind him enveloped his back in an instant. With a powerful thrust of his feet in midair, he swiftly turned and plunged his blade directly into the heart of the golden lion. Bang! Caught off guard. The golden lion was pierced at the center of its chest by Morse's sword, the tremendous force propelling it backwards several paces. Simultaneously, Morse was struck fiercely in the chest by a kick from the golden lion, a fresh wound appearing instantly as blood slowly seeped through his suit. Swish! Morse took a step to the right and, with a swift turn, unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the stone lion that had ambushed him from behind. He cast a glance at the golden lion, then down at his own chest. The golden lion's attire was mostly intact, save for a few tears around the heart area, whereas his own trousers had been reduced to mere shorts, and his shirt was marred with numerous scratches. He exhaled softly, allowing the iron blocks and the haki to dissipate. As he gradually sheathed his blade, the Sakura. Just then, a few water lions, formed from the sea that floated from a distance, swiftly approached Morse. Morse let out a sigh, his legs positioned in a bow stance, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword firmly. Aido! Petals fall. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed momentarily as Senbon Sakura was sheathed. In an instant, countless delicate waves of slashing energy erupted from Morse, radiating outward in all directions. Shattering the approaching lion formed from water and earth. Morse, with a smile gracing his lips, gazed at the golden lion, who reciprocated with a sinister grin. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter simultaneously. Morse remarked, "Old lion, the helm upon your head has begun to sway. Can you endure until the burial site is chosen?" Shikiho let out a hearty laugh, even reaching up to touch the helm atop his head, wholly unfazed by Morse's words. "Fear not. With so many islands, any place can serve as your final resting ground." No sooner had he spoken than the sea congealed once more, forming several colossal water lions. The earth trembled and subsequently heaved up several stone lions, joining forces with the golden lions to mount an assault. What a troublesome ability! Is there truly no intention of a respite? With a swift motion of his left hand across the blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, Morse enveloped it with the formidable armor of his haki. His wings fluttered vigorously behind him as he executed a burst of speed, unleashing a colossal slash that surged toward the golden lion. The 1,000 cherry blossoms descended with a ferocious strike, clashing instantaneously with the dual swords affixed to the legs of the golden lion. Clang! The blades intertwined, and a dazzling interplay of golden and pink light flickered in the air. Chapter 99. The Downfall of the Golden Lion Ding. The golden lion elevated his knees high, successfully blocking Morse's sweeping strike, while simultaneously he clenched his hands toward the void, summoning 2 miniature lions of earth and water that stealthily charged toward Morse. With a powerful flap of his wings, 2 clusters of cherry blossoms cascaded down, transforming into blades that shot forth toward the oncoming small lions. Seizing the opportunity, Morse retreated, momentarily parting ways with Shiki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shiki, too, chose not to pursue, and the two hovered in midair, both panting heavily. "Old lion, it seems age has truly caught up with you," remarked Morse. "After such a brief encounter, you are already gasping for breath, and even your lions have diminished in stature. Look who's talking, you little rascal. You're not faring any better. Despite your youth, your stamina is remarkably poor. I can only wonder how you will cope when you grow old," he retorted, punctuating his words with a knowing grin that only a man would understand. Morse was not angered. Rather, he found the golden lion to be a far more formidable opponent than any he had previously encountered. Each time they paused, he could not help but reflect on the fact that this old fellow, even with a ship's rudder protruding from his head and having lost both legs, possessed strength that surpassed that of Katakuri. It was truly unfathomable to imagine the terror he must have embodied in his prime. Roger truly lived up to his title as the Pirate King. Furthermore, the Golden Lion could be deemed the most dedicated warrior he had ever faced. His techniques, though repetitive, compelled Morse to respond with utmost caution each time. It appeared that after this encounter, he would need to earnestly reassess his own abilities, discarding the ineffective moves that no longer served him. Shiki, you truly embody the name of the Golden Lion. You, young naval brat, what jest is this? Does my reputation require validation from others? I am indeed the Golden Lion. With a boisterous laugh, he stood amidst the tumultuous waves and rocks, which surged and crashed yet remained distinctly separate. However, White Snake, I must now concede your monstrous reputation. If you were to perish here, I would see to it that you were laid to rest beside the palace, planting a cherry blossom tree near your grave, and each year, once I have claimed dominion over the seas, I would offer you a cup of fine wine. I truly must thank you for that, but alas, I can only ensure that your treasures accompany you in death. Lion's Cut, Thousand Valleys. With a swift motion, golden slashes erupted forth like a torrential downpour, far exceeding their previous number. By the heavens, the old man has struck again, proving that with age comes an utter disregard for decorum. Morse, with his blade poised, executed a series of strikes while his body remained rooted in a seemingly indifferent stance. He unleashed a flurry of pink slashes that clashed incessantly with the golden arcs emitted by the Golden Lion. Both combatants, engaging in aerial assaults, exhibited no discernible disparity in strength. Thus, a decisive victor eluded them. Should those newly minted great swordsmen at sea witness this spectacle, they would surely find themselves engulfed in profound embarrassment. Suddenly sensing a shift, Morse deftly leapt backward, narrowly avoiding a surge of seawater that appeared at his previous position. Though this torrent of water posed little threat to him, being ensnared within it would undoubtedly subject him to relentless onslaughts from the Golden Lion, potentially leading to his untimely demise. After all, Morse remained a devil fruit user, and due to the premature demise of his system, he had been unable to fully eradicate the inherent flaws of his abilities before meeting his end. Moreover, he could not guarantee that this old lion's aqueous domain contained only seawater, after more than 20 years in hiding. Who could say what other secrets lay concealed upon the island? Suspended in midair, Shiki's countenance twisted into a grimace as he unleashed a torrent of slashes. He grew weary of prolonging the engagement. Not only did he question his own endurance, but he also feared that the onlookers within the palace would perceive his prolonged struggle against a mere naval rookie as a sign of diminished prowess, tarnishing the legendary reputation of the once mighty Golden Lion. There was even the potential for dissent among his ranks, as pirates were hardly known for their virtue. Their allegiance to him was merely a means to an end, a calculation for future gain. Even Indigo and Scarlito harbored their own ambitions, which elucidated why the Golden Lion refrained from rallying his former subordinates upon his escape. Such a rudimentary ability, pushed to this extent, truly, the Golden Lion was a force to be reckoned with, and it seemed there was no way around it. Morse suddenly halted, his wings enveloping him in a protective embrace, staunchly resisting the oncoming golden slashes. Within the shadows of those obsidian wings, the cherry blossom sword, Senbenzakura, was firmly held against his chest. Bankai, Shinkai, Senbenzakura Kageaki. The air erupted with a series of explosive sounds. The stone lion, the water lion, and the golden slashes incessantly collided against Morse's wings. Petals of cherry blossoms cascading gently to the ground, the thickness of his wings visibly diminishing, under relentless assault. The delicate pink petals of the wings endured for a moment longer before shattering with a resounding crash, showering the air with blossoms like gentle rain. Observing Morse's feet rhythmically treading the air, Shiki revealed a knowing expression. Moon step, I see. No wonder he can remain suspended even after his wings have shattered. It's over. You little monster of the Navy. With a vicious grin, Shiki unleashed a furious roar. He pressed forward slightly into the air, lifting his legs high, and a majestic golden lion began to materialize behind him, roaring mightily. As Shiki's legs descended, the golden lion surged forth, propelled by a radiant crescent of gold, charging toward Morse. Morse's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, a faint smile gracing his lips as a river of cherry blossoms gradually materialized beneath his feet, allowing him to stand steadfast upon its surface. The 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand slowly descended into the flowing river. A deep, resonant tone lingered in the air, fading gently with the breeze. Behind Morse, thousands of colossal blades emerged, only to transform instantaneously into myriad fragments the size of cherry blossoms, drifting gracefully behind him. As he beheld the approaching golden lion, Morse, panting heavily, called out, "Old lion, have you truly revealed your ultimate skill? If so, let us settle our fates with this one strike." With a gentle wave of his left hand, the cherry blossom-sized fragments coalesced into a divine dragon, its tail flicking as it surged forth. Witnessing this spectacle, the smile vanished from Shiki's face, and just as he prepared to charge at Morse, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his head, causing his body to sway. Damn it! At such a moment, Morse's eyes sparkled with intensity as he vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear before Shiki moments later. The blade fashioned from cherry blossoms was sheathed, his right hand firmly clutching the hilt. The art of Aido. The obsidian cherry blossom sword began to emerge from its sheath. What nonsense is this? Shiki's pupils dilated, and he struggled to lift his legs, but the excruciating pain in his head rendered him immobile, even preventing him from enveloping himself in haki. I am the Golden Lion. The cherry blossom sword, cloaked in armament haki, swiftly sliced through the Golden Lion's body. A thought, and the flowers bloom. Bang! A gaping, bloody gash appeared on Shiki's chest, exposing bone as he laboriously turned his head to gaze at Morse behind him, offering a faint smile, striving to appear grand. He spoke in halting breaths. "Well done, truly well done. Let the young Navy brat ascend to the pinnacle of this world under my name. Let the world remember that I am the Golden Lion. Roger, it seems I have failed once more. I cannot assist you in penning the new era." With those final words, this king of the bygone era gradually closed his eyes, plummeting downward with sudden force. Morse took several deep breaths, gazing at the slowly dissipating Golden Lion, and finally exhaled with a sense of relief. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the dragon formed by the blades surged forward, securing its position beneath the Golden Lion. "Old man, you must hold on a little longer. I lack the ability to keep these islands suspended in midair should they plummet into the East Sea." The mere thought of that scenario sent a chill down Morse's spine. Forget the consequences. His own father would certainly end his life first. Chapter 100. Aftermath. Central Island Royal Palace. With a resounding crash, Indigo and Scarlito, accompanied by a disoriented group of pirates, hurriedly exited the palace, anxious that their tardiness might provoke the ire of Captain Shiki. Upon seeing Captain Shiki sprawled atop the dragon's head, Indigo exclaimed in horror, "You scoundrel! What have you done to Captain Shiki? Hand him over at once, or else." Before he could finish his sentence, a familiar chill enveloped his neck. Glancing awkwardly at Morse, who wielded a cherry blossom blade, he continued, "Or else, we shall all meet our doom on this island." The pirates behind him exchanged glances of disappointment, their expressions reflecting disdain towards Indigo. "Silence. If you lot wish to survive, it would be prudent to remain quiet. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to claim your heads for the bounty. Did you not hear my warning?" As his words hung in the air, he deftly twisted his wrist, the cherry blossom blade slicing through the air, emitting a flash of pink light. One pirate captain, clutching his neck, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "I told you to behave. Yet you refuse to listen. Hey, you lot, do any of you possess a snail that can contact the Navy? If so, I suggest you produce it for my use. Rest assured, the old lion will not trouble you any longer." Morse cast a sweeping glance across the crowd, endeavoring to identify one or two naval infiltrators. However, after a lengthy observation, he discerned that all faces bore an expression of indifference. Silently, he retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and began to smoke absent-mindedly, his mind racing with thoughts on what course of action to take. The Golden Lion behind him could not endure much longer. His survival hinged solely on the stubborn refusal to succumb to defeat. Cough, cough, cough. "Commander Whitesnake, I possess a telephone bug that can connect to the East Sea branch. Might it be of use to you?" A pirate swordsman, his head wrapped in a turban, cautiously produced a brown telephone bug from his vest, appearing to have cared for it quite well. Before Morse could respond, the surrounding pirates fixed him with fierce, predatory gazes, causing him to shudder involuntarily. With a hint of indignation, he began to explain, Hey, do not regard me with such disdain. I am not as affluent as you all appear to be. I am impoverished. Besides, I merely intended to eliminate a few rivals to exchange their bounties with the Navy for repairs on my vessel. Do not pretend that you have never engaged in such dealings." With that, he defensively grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Upon hearing the reason, Morse was utterly astonished. He slowly grasped the telephone snail, scrutinizing the individual on the other end with a profound sense of disbelief. He couldn't help but reflect, indeed. There isn't a single decent pirate. The audacity to eliminate adversaries for bounty is truly remarkable. The cherry blossom blade in his hand pointed coldly ahead, exuding an oppressive aura that silenced all the pirates present. Even Indigo fell silent, albeit with a worried gaze fixed on Shiki atop the dragon's back. Hello? This is the East Sea Branch 49. KO, when did you start being so courteous? Which oblivious pirate have you dispatched this time? Let me see if the bounty is sufficient to cover your payment. Furthermore, you've been absent lately. The higher-ups have begun to question the exchange records of the past 2 years. Indeed, the royal palace was remarkable. It seemed that the Golden Lion had set up an antenna here, as the telephone snail transmitted no static, and the voice on the other end was crystal clear. Everyone present regarded KO, the swordsman, with the eyes of a traitor. KO, visibly flustered, began to explain, "You bastard, there haven't been that many times. It's all a misunderstanding." While speaking, he shot a resentful glare at Morse, thinking that had he not known he was outmatched, he would have drawn his sword to cleave Morse into 8 pieces. His reputation was utterly tarnished. Fortunately, it appeared that Shiki could not hold out much longer, or he would certainly come to eliminate him immediately. "Be quiet. I am Lieutenant Jones Morse, deputy to Admiral Sakazuki of G1 Fortress. Please connect me to the Navy headquarters. I have urgent matters to report." "Ha. KO. When did you start knowing the name of White Snake Admiral? Stop joking around, and tell me whose bounty you wish to exchange this time." "Bastard, I am Morse. If you cannot comply, fetch Colonel Chauvel for me, and have him connect me to the headquarters." Morse's tone became increasingly severe. Had it not been for the telephone snail between them, he would have ensured the other party comprehended the Navy regulations. At that moment, the other party realized the gravity of the situation, their tone filled with confusion. "Are you truly Colonel Morse? How do you possess Mr. KO's telephone snail?" "I am Morse. I shall repeat myself. Connect me to the headquarters immediately. As for why I possess KO's telephone snail, you may await my arrival for that explanation." No need. No need. Please hold. I shall connect you to the headquarters at once." In that moment, the Navy on the other end was terrified. The moniker of Morse, the Calamity, resonated profoundly within the Navy, and the thought of him seeking them out was simply unimaginable. Morse had silently finished smoking 3 cigarettes, while the group of pirates before him exhibited an expression of profound lethargy, likely ready to collapse into slumber if offered a bed. "Moses, is it you, Morse? Where are you now?" A calm voice emanated from the transponder snail. "Sakazuki mentioned you encountered the Golden Lion, correct?" In an instant, Morse was overcome with joy. His voice slightly choked. "Is it truly you, Admiral Sengoku? I am Morse, and I urgently require assistance." Sengoku refrained from unnecessary chatter, succinctly inquiring, "Where are you? Briefly describe the situation so I can ascertain who is nearby." "Indigo, the great scientist, to be so kind as to disclose our location. Delay further, and you may await your demise. Unless you possess the audacity to plummet from 10,000 meters like that monstrous Kaido without a scratch." "Above Logtown in the East Sea," Indigo cheerfully replied. However, his expression swiftly morphed into one of terror, uncertain whether it stemmed from the potential thrill of bungee jumping or the impending confrontation with naval reinforcements. "My goodness, you are orchestrating such a grand affair above Logtown, and the Navy remains oblivious? The old lion's maneuvers are truly remarkable," Morse exclaimed in astonishment. "Admiral Sengoku, do you hear me? I am currently situated 10,000 meters above Logtown. That scoundrel, the Golden Lion, has a horde of drug-fueled beasts up here, and their numbers are overwhelming. I cannot eliminate them directly at the moment. Moreover, I face a minor complication. The old rascal has just succumbed to his affliction. He may not last much longer. Should you arrive late, you might witness a meteor shower, albeit at a rather steep price." He gestured animatedly with his hands, as if illustrating the beauty of the impending spectacle to Sengoku. Sengoku's tone remained unflustered and composed. "I understand. I will immediately dispatch Kizaru and Aokiji. Hold your position. I am not yet inclined to witness a meteor shower." With that, he abruptly terminated the call, displaying no interest in prolonging the conversation. Morse murmured softly, "Such audacity," directly calling out the code names of Green Pheasant and Yellow Ape, all while maintaining an air of indifference. "Nevertheless, I hope the two will arrive swiftly, otherwise." His gaze hesitated, scanning the surroundings as he contemplated whether to seize the opportunity while the Golden Lion still drew breath to eliminate this group entirely. Otherwise, it could become a troublesome affair if they attempted to ambush him later. Seemingly grasping his intentions, Kao was the first to speak up, exclaiming, "Commander Whitesnake, rest assured. We will not cause any disturbances. We promise to remain here quietly and not wander about, for we too have no desire to engage in bungee jumping while watching meteors. Wouldn't you agree?" The others were about to voice their objections, but upon glancing at the corpses behind Morse and the cherry blossom knife in his hand, they all nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Morse ultimately abandoned the thought of slaughtering this group. After all, they were not to be underestimated. Should an unforeseen incident arise, it would undoubtedly be the residents of Rogue Town who would suffer the consequences. I sincerely hope so, otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you first. No sooner had he spoken than the entire island began to tremble, with the palace behind Indigo showing signs of imminent collapse. Morse's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly appeared atop the dragon's back. He extended his hand, probing at Shurji for a few moments before letting out a deep sigh. The most dreadful news had come to pass. The Golden Lion, Shurji, had succumbed, unable to hold on until the Navy's reinforcements arrived. Indigo, keep a close watch on this group. Moreover, you must possess a means to quiet those monsters for a while, do you not? If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to ensure their silence as well. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe return to the sea. With that, he commanded the divine dragon beneath him to soar towards the island's outskirts. Chapter 101. A day off. My apologies, esteemed patrons. But I find myself unwell today and must take my leave. As the weather cools, I advise you all to wear warmer clothing. Chapter 102. A desperate struggle. Morse. Below the central island, a divine dragon composed of blades emerged, its presence commanding. Reluctantly, he reached out once more to feel the breath of the Golden Lion, seeking to confirm whether the old lion truly lay still. How could you, old lion, succumb so easily? Just a moment longer, would it have cost you much? He thought, frustration mounting at the thought of being deceived one last time by a genuine pirate. As he gazed upward at the rapidly descending archipelago, his eyes narrowed, and he inhaled deeply. With a flourish reminiscent of a dramatic pose, he invoked the technique of the cherry blossom tree realm, forming a classic hand seal. A soft exhale escaped his lips, and before him, a sapling crafted from cherry blossoms gradually materialized, growing at an astonishing pace. Observing the sapling thrive just as he had envisioned, he wiped the perspiration from his brow, urging the tree's growth with renewed vigor. Ultimately, the colossal canopy of the tree managed to support the islands, which had lost their ability to float, just barely. He then released his grip from the trunk, his complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks like rain. How on earth did that old fellow Shiki manage to sustain such vast islands floating in the air for so long, and even move them at will, all while remaining unaffected in battle? He pondered. Suddenly, a loud crash startled him as the cherry blossom tree sank dramatically, causing the cigarette he had just retrieved to tumble from his grasp. Morris twitched the corner of his mouth, casting a lingering glance at the descending cigarette. He shook his head, placing his hands once more upon the trunk before him, exerting every ounce of his strength to prevent the cherry blossom tree from succumbing to the earth. Even the divine dragon beneath his feet began to diminish slowly, as if on the verge of shattering into fragments once more. Meanwhile, Kizaru departed from Navy headquarters, his usual languor replaced by a hint of seriousness, transforming into a beam of yellow light that raced towards Log Town. As the myriad of yellow lights coalesced behind Morse, the figure of Admiral Kizaru gradually materialized. Upon witnessing Morse still alive, he donned a languid expression and remarked, "Oh, is this not our Whitesnake brother, who strikes the 7 warlords with his fists and kicks the 4 emperors? Have you prepared this delightful reunion gift for me, as I have longed to behold the cherry blossoms? How thoughtful of you." While speaking, he circled around the cherry blossom tree materialized by Morse, entirely indifferent to Morse's pale, exasperated visage. Kizaru, Borisolino, stands alongside his esteemed elder as one of the 3 greatest admirals of the Navy and a formidable force of the world government. Yet, his demeanor sharply contrasts with that of his superior. He has always been the ideal commander that Morse has yearned for, his first idol and aspiration since enlisting in the Navy. There were times when he would reflect, stating that to serve in the Navy one must emulate Admiral Kizaru's unwavering dedication, always prepared to contribute to the Navy's cause. In those moments, Rocco would gaze at him with a perplexed expression, resembling someone who had indulged too much. Observing the exuberant Admiral Kizaru spinning about with no intention of extending a helping hand, Morse could only sigh in resignation. Morse gritted his teeth and said, "Old man Kizaru, since you have such a fondness for cherry blossoms, I shall create a more exquisite one for you next time. But could you lend me a hand now? If this continues, I shall perish in vain. The sight of Brother White Snake is quite terrifying. I had thought you were at ease. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Morse could not help but ponder, is this guy envious of my superior looks and youth? It must be so. Indeed, I am the embodiment of the Navy's charm, while the others are utterly lackluster. Lost in these thoughts, he even forgot the dire situation he was enduring, chuckling to himself. This sudden mirth startled Kizaru, who wondered if the lad had lost his sanity from exhaustion. Surely he could not afford to falter, otherwise that old curmudgeon Akainu would hunt him down relentlessly. And the Navy could not afford to lose this remarkable rising star. His expression shifted slightly as he envisioned the scene of Akainu, wreathed in magma, fighting fiercely. He quickly interjected, Hey, young Morse, do not frighten me, stay alert. Morse's expression stiffened momentarily before a flush of crimson overtook his face, prompting him to hastily lower his gaze, wishing to conceal his embarrassment from Kizaru. Observing Morse's demeanor, Kizaru exhaled a sigh of relief, then resumed his languid tone. Morse, dear fellow, could you not allow your splendid cherry blossom tree to descend gently? Why must you insist on enduring the strain? As long as they do not plummet directly into the waters of Rogue Town, is that not sufficient? Or do you simply relish in this act of defiance? Morse's body stiffened instantaneously, mechanically lifting his head to gaze slowly at the islands above. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself for not having realized it sooner. Subconsciously, he relaxed the support of the cherry blossom tree. Suddenly, the islands, bearing down upon the cherry blossom tree crafted by Morse, plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Morse, atop the dragon's back, and the yellow ape beneath the tree were both violently toppled by the impact. Morse swiftly re-established control over the cherry blossom tree, propping up the islands above him. Just as he was about to wipe the sweat from his brow, a resounding thud echoed as Kizaru delivered a punch to Morse's head, his previously languid expression replaced by one of seriousness. I didn't mean for you to exert yourself completely. Are you trying to bring me along to witness the meteor shower? He chuckled. How careless of me. I'll be more cautious this time. That hurt immensely. Why are you still using your hockey? At that moment, Kizaru noticed Shiki, the golden lion, sprawled on the back of a dragon behind Morse. He feigned surprise, dramatically exclaiming, Oh, is that not the golden lion? You truly captured him. Morse, my young friend. You are becoming increasingly formidable. It seems I must hasten to arrange my retirement. The youth of today are indeed remarkable. Morse, what do you suggest I do once I retire? When the Revolutionary Army comes, the world government will likely put a bounty on your head, Morse muttered softly. Kizaru disregarded Morse's comments, continuing his own thoughts as he raised his left hand to activate the din-din mushi on his wrist, dialing Sengoku. Moshi, this is Borsellino. Yes, I have rendezvoused with Morse. Sengoku inquired, how is Morse faring? Is that old rascal Shiki still causing trouble? It falls upon you to apprehend him once more. Let him spend the remainder of his days in the underwater prison, impelled down. Kizaru replied with a hint of nonchalance. Oh, you may be disappointed. It appears Shiki cannot be confined and impelled down anymore, as Morse has proven exceptionally capable. He has already dispatched the Golden Lion. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, his tone revealing no trace of surprise. He is dead, then? Very well, bring Morse back. As for Shiki's subordinates, manage them as you see fit. Kizaru added. There is still a slight complication. Shiki has left several islands drifting in the sky. We should have Kazan hurry over to assist. Sengoku, bemused, questioned, several islands? Does Kazan really need to go for that? Just as Kizaru was about to offer a patient explanation, Morse, unable to contain himself, interjected loudly. Gentlemen, cease your conversation. If you do not lend a hand, prepare to collect my remains. That rascal Shiki has succumbed once more, but before his demise. He cast over 20 islands into the sky, which have now lost their buoyancy and are plummeting uncontrollably towards Rogue Town. Among them are a horde of notorious pirates and a variety of bizarre creatures that Old Man has spent over 2 decades studying. You must devise a solution quickly. I am truly at my limit. Kizaru smirked slyly, saying, Goku, it seems our young friend Morse is indeed nearing his breaking point. As for the ruffians on those islands, I shall take care of them, but I must insist that Kazan come to assist with these small islands. It would be quite troublesome if they were to fall. The warring states understood that the capabilities of Admiral Kizaru were far more convenient for such matters than those of Admiral Kazan. Moreover, it is worth noting that Rogue Town technically falls under Kazan's jurisdiction. Kazan is already en route and will soon arrive. As for that band of ruffians on the island, It would be best not to eliminate them. Instead, let's confine them and impel down. Kizaru chuckled in agreement, ended the call, and turned his gaze towards Mels. Brother Mels, I appreciate your hard work. I will take a look above. Once this is concluded, I shall have to start calling you Vice Admiral. Morse rolled his eyes dramatically, lacking the energy to engage with Kizaru's jests, silently hoping that Admiral Kazan would arrive promptly. Chapter 103, Resolution. The island, having lost its ability to float, descended at an ever-accelerating pace. In stark contrast, Morse felt increasingly at ease. His complexion no longer bore the pallor it once did. The inhabitants of the island were managed by Admiral Kizaru, and now all he needed to ensure was that the island above him would not plummet into the sea. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, he stood atop the dragon's back, descending alongside the cherry blossom tree before him. Morse still found it hard to believe that a figure like the Golden Lion could so easily meet his demise here. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze momentarily became unfocused, and a flicker of concern for his own future crossed his mind. He certainly did not wish to end up like the Golden Lion, hiding in the sky for 2 decades only to perish at the hands of a junior, serving as a mere stepping stone for their ascent. Suddenly, a heavy thud jolted Morse from his reverie. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, summoning a blade fashioned from cherry blossoms into his hand, casting a wary glance behind him. How could Admiral Kizaru be so unreliable? Unable to handle a few small pirates, and if he were ambushed, there would be no one to turn to for justice. Indeed, it seemed everything relied on himself. Morse muttered in resignation, having thought that Kizaru was slacking off on the island, allowing intruders to slip past. However, upon turning around, he froze. A tall figure stood behind him, clad in a white waistcoat and a deep blue shirt, adorned with a comically green mask. Gazing at him with a drowsy expression, Kazan, known as Admiral Aokiji and sharing the title of one of the 3 admirals with his father and Kizu, was the youngest among them. His temperament and ideals starkly contrasted with those of his father, making him one of the world government's most formidable forces. With a sheepish grin, he spoke first. You finally made it, Admiral Kazan. If you had arrived any later, I would have been forced to go down with this old lion. He tossed aside his cigarette, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead and feigning exhaustion. Kazan's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly oblivious to Morse's earlier remarks about Kizaru. He watched Morse's performance without revealing the truth, even encouraging him to continue. Embarrassed, Morse scratched his head and boldly said, "Since you're here, Admiral Kazan, I'll leave this to you. I'll go above and assist Admiral Kizaru in dealing with the monsters created by the Golden Lion." Kazan suddenly threw his head back and yawned, startling Morse into an instinctive urge to flee. "Morse," he said, "there's no need for you to concern yourself with matters above. It's more important for you to help me stabilize these islands here. After all, if they were to crash into the waters of Lobe Town, it could lead to significant trouble." Before he could finish his sentence, Kazan fell asleep right where he stood, showing no intention of helping Morse with the descending islands. A dark line emerged on Morse's forehead, and in that moment, he finally comprehended the grimace that had previously adorned Indigo's face. If it were not for his inability to contend with Kazan, he would have undoubtedly brandished his blade at once, seizing the other's throat to inquire whether he had come here merely for a leisurely visit. Alas, he could only persist in maintaining the archipelago as it gradually descended. After a while, Morse realized that preventing the archipelago from sinking had become considerably easier than before. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a slender ice pillar hidden behind the cherry blossom tree, steadfastly supporting the central island beneath the sea. Casting a glance at Kazan, who had unknowingly donned an eye mask and succumbed to slumber, Morse let out a self-deprecating smile. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed as Kazan stood atop the ice, using it to gently lower the archipelago into the depths of the ocean. Morse stood beside the yellow ape, observing the scene with a tone imbued with envy. Indeed, the natural-type fruit is truly supreme. My paramecia-type cherry blossom fruit seems utterly useless, ultimately relegated to merely dealing with small fry. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape cast a look of astonishment at Morse, his voice laced with a hint of exaggeration. How truly terrifying. Young Master Morse has already managed to slay the infamous Golden Lion, yet he still feels his strength is insufficient. How are we, the elders, to find our place in this? Morse cast a sidelong glance at Kizaru, feeling an inexplicable sense of being targeted by him, as if his words were laced with veiled sarcasm. Finally, the troublesome matter was resolved. Soon, Smoker would arrive to take custody of the pirates. It was time for him to depart, as a multitude of tasks awaited his attention. Kazan had just settled the islands and sauntered over to join Kizaru and Morse, lazily waving his hand before mounting his bicycle and riding away, projecting an air of busyness. Had it not been for Morse's understanding of Kazan's true nature, he might have been deceived. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned back to call out to Morse, "Morse, my friend. Let us embark on a journey together someday." Morse opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before ultimately refraining from giving a response. Meanwhile, Kizaru, standing nearby, appeared to grasp the source of his indecision. His tone, still laced with a hint of lewdness, took on a rare shade of seriousness. "Dear Morse, do not be beguiled by appearances. Regardless of our differing philosophies, our ultimate aim remains the same, for we bear the weight of a shared justice." With that, his form gradually transformed into a golden light, dissipating into the air, leaving behind a lingering echo of his words. "This band of pirates, I entrust their escort to you and Smoker. I shall return to headquarters to report. When the time comes, we shall bask in the sun and sip tea together. My brew far surpasses that of Akainu. These two old fellows are adept at making their exits. How I wish to return as well. Must I leave the arduous task of escorting these rascals to that chain-smoking smoker?" Morse wore a look of exasperation. At that moment, the advantages of rank became painfully evident. Without uttering a word, the two generals turned and discreetly slipped away, leaving him to await Smoker's arrival alone. As he pondered this, his displeasure grew, prompting him to stride towards Indigo and the others, who lay sprawled on the ground, rolling their eyes in a state of utter defeat. His frustration escalated at the thought that no one had the courage to confront that old rascal, Kizaru, and administer a much-deserved reprimand. Were Indigo and the others privy to his sentiments, they would undoubtedly protest in indignation. Teach Kizaru a lesson? Given their propensity to beg for mercy upon confrontation, some even resorted to tying themselves up with ropes in a futile attempt to evade Kizaru's blindingly swift kicks, which disregarded their pleas entirely. Of course, there were those who dared to resist, yet the outcome was all too predictable. They, along with Indigo's prized beast, became mere fertilizer for the island's trees. Feeling thoroughly disgruntled, he pulled out a cigarette and, lacking any semblance of decorum, sat down to smoke, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Lobe Town, anxious not to miss Smoker's vessel. Just as he reached the last cigarette in his pack, Smoker's fleet gradually came into view. Clang! Morris stood opposite Smoker, the blade of his Sakura sword poised against the latter's throat. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Ah, is that you, Brigadier Smoker? Has your authority grown so formidable that you took an eternity to traverse such a short distance? It seems you have little regard for Admiral Aokiji's orders." Smoker, unfazed by Morris's theatrics or words, calmly puffed on his cigar, his gaze fixed on a group of pirates who were still languishing in their stupor nearby. He bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and put handcuffs on those rascals and secure them. Can't you see that Colonel Morse is growing impatient? Truly a bunch of oblivious fools." After delivering his orders, he cast a puzzled glance at Morse, as if to convey, "You see, it's not that I'm not eager. It's merely that my incompetent subordinates are dragging their feet, which has caused my delay." With a charming smile, Morse pressed down on his 1,000 cherry blossoms, saying, "I should indeed thank you. This is the perfect opportunity for us to engage in a spirited duel. I have long desired to witness the prowess of the White Hunter." With that, he exuded an air of fierce determination, as if he were resolute in his intent to vanquish his opponent today. Smoker twitched at the corners of his mouth. He had been closely observing this junior, fully aware that he was no match for Morse at this point. Moreover, he suspected that Morse would not hold back, possibly even inflicting a few wounds on him deliberately. "Let's set aside the sparring for now. The mission is paramount, and I presume you haven't tea-dined yet? I've brought along the finest chef from Rogue Town, who will prepare a selection of exquisite dishes for you. Furthermore, those 2 bottles of concealed liquor shall also be yours." After speaking, he gestured for Morse to sheath his 1,000 cherry blossoms, keen to preserve his dignity. Otherwise, how could he continue to discipline his unruly subordinates? Chapter 104. Impel down, the calm belt of the Grand Line. "Director, when will you step down? Hurry and hand over the director's position to me." Hannibal, the current vice director, donned a pharaoh's hat and brandished an iron trident, rhythmically striking it against the ground, his belly jiggling comically as he engaged in his usual antics. Across from him, Magellan sat behind his desk with a grave expression. Although he was not angered by the outburst, he reprimanded Hannibal in his customary manner, instructing him to patrol the prison instead of causing mischief in his presence. It seems you are troubled, Magellan. Would you care to share your concerns? Hannibal, unfazed by the admonishment, retorted shamelessly. Get out, you fool. Magellan snapped, his patience wearing thin. Hannibal let out a huff and turned to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, Magellan called out to him, by the way, a naval escort may be bringing in prisoners shortly. Please make the necessary arrangements and pay special attention to the newcomers, White Hunter and White Snake. This time, we must take it seriously and not provide them with any ammunition for criticism. Am I to handle such an important task? It appears you are indeed preparing to step down and delegate responsibilities. Rest assured, I will not neglect you, Vice Director Magellan, Hannibal exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of delight. Get lost, you fool. Magellan seized the teacup from the table and hurled it away, effectively driving Hannibal out. As for the mission, he was quite at ease. The group advancing into the city had never been villains. On the contrary, they were loyal and righteous. Even the executioner, Silu, treated his subordinate Domino with a camaraderie akin to that between Magellan and Hannibal. Though they often feigned disdain for one another, their bond was profound. The reason Magellan entrusted the task to Hannibal was not to assert any authority, but rather due to the incessant need to rush to the restroom, prompting him to inform Hannibal in advance to avoid any potential absence during critical moments. Initially, he had intended for Silu and Domino to welcome the naval visitors together. But upon reflecting on Silu's temperament, he reluctantly abandoned that notion. Although Silu was generally amiable, he would undoubtedly draw his sword without hesitation when confronted by a formidable swordsman like Whitesnake, thus spiraling the situation out of control. As Hannibal stepped outside, he encountered Domino, the deputy warden of the advancing city, clad in his iconic uniform, donning reddish-brown sunglasses, with a hat tilted to obscure his right eye. His long, golden curls cascaded down his back, complemented by a brown jacket and shorts, a white shirt, and a black tie, all paired with deep crimson knee-high boots and matching gloves, exuding a striking presence. Observing Hannibal's jovial demeanor, Domino chided sternly, Hannibal, you ought to be more serious. You hardly resemble a deputy warden. Behind him, the sadistic little Suddy, dressed in a tight pink outfit and wielding a whip, clung to Domino's arm, a mischievous grin on her face. Well, Hannibal, what favor have you secured from the director to be so cheerful? Why not share it with us so we can all rejoice together? Ha ha. I am about to be the director. What splendid weather we have today. Hannibal shivered momentarily, quickly adopting a serious facade, for he wished to avoid any further harassment from the eccentric Suddy. Just as their conversation was about to continue, Magellan rushed out, clutching his abdomen, and upon seeing the group at the door, merely nodded without any intention of lingering. Director, why are you running again? Domino and I have urgent matters to discuss with you, Suddy called out, writhing her waist as she shouted after Magellan's hurried figure. Address Hannibal first. If the matter cannot be resolved, await my return. Magellan shouted anxiously without pausing. Hannibal, his face lighting up with surprise, exclaimed, Really? Magellan, if you're in the restroom, don't bother coming out. I am the new director now. With that, he raised his brows and headed toward the office. Domino furrowed his brow. Why are you still so unreliable? Hannibal, we need to take a 2-day leave. Hurry and sign. Navigating the process of taking leave and impel down is far from a simple endeavor. Each individual within this establishment holds their own significant role, and the frequent jailbreaks serve as a testament to the audacity of the prisoners, particularly the newcomers who incessantly challenge the authority of their keepers. After all, why would any rational individual willingly endure a lifetime of suffering in this infernal prison? The inmates, comprised of unruly pirates, would find it peculiar not to attempt an escape. Were it not for the formidable presence of Magellan, Hannibal, Shiryu, Domino, and others maintaining order, one can only imagine the chaos that these malevolent criminals would unleash. Therefore, when it comes to requests for leave, Magellan deliberates extensively before ultimately delivering an unwavering refusal. Upon hearing the two express their desire for time off, Hannibal's expression stiffened. He contemplated a direct denial but hesitated, wishing to assert the authority of the warden, leaving him momentarily speechless. Little Suddy, with a playful twist of her waist, approached Hannibal. Grasping his arm and shaking it gently, her tone exceptionally tender. Warden Hannibal, we Haven Tea had a break in 2 years, since there have been no new arrivals lately. Could you possibly grant us a few days of respite? It's been ages since I wore new clothes. Do you remember that lovely little dress I wore last time? After her appeal, she twirled around, casting him a flirtatious glance. At the mention of her charming dress, Hannibal felt a rush of emotion. The image of little Suddy wielding a whip while adorned in that exquisite outfit was etched in his memory. He had nearly confessed his feelings on that very occasion. His gaze lingered on her, a look of nostalgia in his eyes, which nearly prompted little Suddy to retch. In a fit of exasperation, she delivered a swift kick, her irritation palpable. "You imbecile, sign the papers, or I shall show you just how painful my little whip can be." Perhaps you might consider waiting a while?" Hannibal stammered, caught off guard. "The former warden Magellan has just assigned me a new task." Little Suddy's annoyance deepened at his indecisiveness, and she brandished her whip, poised to strike. Domino stepped forward with a smile, gently grasping her raised arm. Her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she cast a stern look at Hannibal, conveying that without a satisfactory response, even she would be powerless to assist him. With a sudden stiffness, and disregarding any notions of confidentiality, Hannibal blurted out, "It's the Navy. They are on their way." Domino's tone remained unchanged as she inquired, "The Navy? What business do they have here? I haven't heard of any notorious pirates being captured recently." The former warden Magellan had not specified who was being escorted, merely stating that it was two rising stars of the Navy, White Hunter and White Snake, and had instructed him to extend them a warm welcome. It was perplexing. Why such formality when they were not even among the high-ranking admirals? He emphasized the former wardeness' name, wary that the two formidable women before him might overlook his newly assigned role. "Who do you refer to as White Snake? Is it the recently renowned figure in the Navy?" Before Domino could utter a word, little Suddy exclaimed with palpable excitement. Had it not been for Domino's restraint, she would have already leaped into Hannibal's embrace. "It should be him, right? Must you react so dramatically? He is merely a naval officer, and isn't it just those few admirals making an appearance? Honestly, you know nothing. That stout old man has no idea how dashing and charming Mr. Morse truly is. When is Mr. Morse arriving? Speak quickly, or I shall break your legs." Hannibal, startled by little Suddy's fierce tone, retorted somewhat sourly, "He should be arriving soon, but I was only told to go. I wasn't instructed to." Before he could finish his sentence, Domino had already released her grip on Suddy's hand, adopting a stance as if to unleash a dog upon him. Hannibal's face turned pale as he hastily corrected himself. Together. The more, the merrier, as it demonstrates our mutual respect in advancing towards the city." Suddy then nodded in satisfaction, approaching Hannibal and affectionately patting his shoulder, embodying the spirit of good camaraderie. Chapter 105. Request for leave due to the release scheduled for Friday. I have no time to request leave while taking a sip of water. Chapter 106. Request for leave. I was unable to complete my work today due to overtime. Chapter 107. Efforts made today. I truly could not write after undergoing a tooth extraction. I shall assess the situation tomorrow. Chapter 108. Apologies. A few chapters were mistakenly ordered, and the VIP chapters cannot be modified. I shall ponder a solution. For now, esteemed readers, please make do with the content. Chapter 109. Arrival at the city. Hannibal. When will Colonel Morse and the others arrive? Is your information reliable, or are you deceiving me? Little Suddy gazed at Hannibal with growing impatience, deeply suspecting the veracity of his claims, her expression conveying a clear warning. "If you deceive me, you shall face dire consequences." Hannibal's forehead glistened with perspiration, unsure whether it was fear or the heat that caused it. He began to doubt whether Magellan was playing tricks on him, as the current time had long surpassed the anticipated arrival of Morse and his companions. The thought of Morse and the others encountering misfortune had never crossed his mind. He was well aware of the prowess of Smog and Morse, naval supernovas who had emerged unscathed from encounters with the four emperors. He could hardly believe that anyone could intercept them in the first half of the Grand Line. Avoiding eye contact with little Suddy, he feigned seriousness, fixating on the horizon as if a warship might emerge at any moment. Yet he confidently asserted, "It is undoubtedly accurate. Magellan would not deceive me regarding such matters. It is possible that the stormy seas have posed some obstacles." As he spoke, he waved his hand in the air, attempting to validate his assertions. Domino, rendered speechless, rubbed his forehead while gripping little Suddy tightly with his right hand. Was Hannibal truly dazed with fear, uttering such nonsensical words in this bright and sunny weather? It was evident that he was trying to deceive little Suddy, treating her as a simpleton. In the first half of the Grand Line, in the doldrums, on the edge of the impelled-down sea area, aboard Smoker's warship, Morse, holding a cigarette, gazed expressionlessly at Smoker, who was leisurely puffing on a cigar, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. "Smoker, my friend, weren't you pursuing the Straw Hat crew? What brings you back to Logue Town to resume your role as mayor? Have you perhaps already dispatched the Straw Hats to impel down?" Morse had been patient regarding this matter. And as he was on the verge of entering the territory of Push City, he felt compelled to inquire before the opportunity vanished. He was genuinely curious whether Smoker had indeed put an end to the pirate era of Monkey D. Luffy, exhaling a deep cloud of smoke. Smoker regarded Morse with an expression that conveyed utter disbelief. "You truly lack the ability to articulate," he remarked. "How could I possibly apprehend the Straw Hat crew from that dragon? That would not be capturing pirates, it would be akin to delivering their heads on a platter." As if a thought struck him, he continued, "Have you not heard? The Whitebeard pirates have recently been embroiled in a severe internal conflict. A prominent division commander has pursued his own traitors, which seems to have sparked considerable upheaval. Consequently, Admiral Aokiji summoned me back to prevent chaos from erupting in Logtown. It is said that your Admiral Akainu is also expected to return prematurely." Smoker candidly disclosed the motives behind his return to Logtown, all while casting Morse a look that conveyed his incredulity. "Oh, I see. I had assumed you had managed to deal with that troublesome group, the Straw Hats." Morse displayed an expression of sudden realization, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar gaze of the other party. In his mind, he quietly pondered, "It appears that Blackbeard has already contacted the headquarters. Could it be that Ace is involved?" At this thought, a jolt of apprehension coursed through him. "By heavens, am I truly to be stationed at Impel Down? That Blackbeard fellow is quite troublesome," observing Morse, who was holding a cigarette with a constantly shifting expression. Smoker chose to turn and walk away, leaving Morse alone at the bow of the ship to contemplate life. After a considerable period of mental deliberation, Morse realized that Smoker had vacated the spot. He suppressed the urge to contact Akainu for an update, instead placing the cigarette between his lips and inhaling slowly. He contemplated how he would manage if he were indeed left at Impel Down to oversee Ace, while contending with the Straw Hat Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, the incarcerated criminals, and, most crucially, the chaos wrought by Blackbeard. It was not until the cigarette burned down and scorched his fingers that Morse arrived at no satisfactory plan. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed he would have to confront the challenge head-on. Magellan, that venomous individual, was no pushover, and he would have to see if Blackbeard and the Straw Hats could achieve their objectives as effortlessly as in the original storyline. "Morse, you should go check on that group to ensure there are no issues. We wouldn't want to be left holding the bag if someone goes missing," came Smoker's unsparing voice from behind. Morse did not even turn his head, waving his hand dismissively. "What is there to see with that lot? Haven't you already shackled them with sea prism stone handcuffs? Are they expected to leap into the sea and swim back to shore? If they possessed such audacity, I would concede." Smoker did not press Morse further, but turned to the naval officers behind him and commanded, "Take a contingent to check on them. Ensure there are no mistakes. Who knows if the denizens of Impel Down are as troublesome as those from CP." Having issued his orders, he sauntered back to Morse, a hint of mockery in his tone as he continued, "What were you just contemplating so intently? Were you pondering what to say when you receive your promotion upon returning? What is there to contemplate? Merely expressing gratitude for the Navy's training, the Marshal's care, and the General's assistance will suffice." Morse rolled his eyes, perceiving the teasing tone in Smoker's voice. After all, the last time he was promoted, it had resulted in quite a comical incident, which was still regarded in headquarters as a cautionary tale, frequently cited to admonish newcomers. Smoker, with a grin, remarked, "What is there to ponder? We are nearly at Impel Down. Once we quickly transfer, I must hasten back to Logtown, perhaps due to my prolonged absence. The pirates in the town have become rather lively, even forgetting the rules I had established." "Wait, what do you mean you're in a hurry to leave? What about me? Were you not supposed to remain at Impel Down to assist with the next batch of convict transports? Has Admiral Aokiji not informed you?" Smoker gazed at Morse with wide eyes, and an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this fellow truly knew nothing at all? Morse rolled his eyes, silently reflecting, "Indeed, it aligns closely with my conjectures. Once again, I have fallen victim to the machinations of the general. It appears that Ace has been successfully captured by that scoundrel Blackbeard and is being utilized to negotiate terms with the headquarters. Knowing this, once the exchange is completed, you shall take your leave with the others, leaving me forsaken and impelled down to play the role of the unfortunate fool." Morse displayed a resigned expression, his tone tinged with exasperation. Smoker, unfazed by anger or sympathy, instead found amusement in the situation, mockingly stating, "You shall experience firsthand the life of the warden of Impel Down. Who knows, you might even end up as the director of the prison, a position equivalent to that of a rear admiral." As Morse's hand gradually rested upon the hilt of his blade, Yachabana, Smoker recalled the brutal scene from a few days prior when he had been mercilessly slashed during their skirmish on the deserted island, prompting him to promptly fall silent and focus intently on the distant silhouette of Impel Down, which was beginning to emerge. Morse did not truly draw his sword, though he deeply yearned to strike down Smoker directly. As the distant warship drew closer, little Suddy excitedly leapt over Hannibal, her gaze fixed intently on the ship, meticulously searching for Morse's figure. Such a lovesick fool, with that fierce demeanor, how could anyone possibly be enamored by you? What nonsense are you spouting? I am quite pleased at the moment, so do not provoke me. If you continue with your sardonic jests, I shall certainly give you a new look worthy of a mummy pharaoh. Hannibal was left speechless, his expression a mixture of indignation and restraint as he gazed at little Suddy, embodying the essence of frustration. Domino stood behind, stifling laughter. Little Suddy was indeed a perfect foil to the indifferent Hannibal. All right, little Suddy, we must remain vigilant. We cannot allow the Navy to discern our intentions. Hannibal, prepare to receive the prisoners. Very well. Understood. Reluctantly retreating behind Domino, she grasped her slender, black trident, feigning an air of seriousness as she awaited the arrival of Morse and the others. Hannibal cast a grateful glance at Domino, keen to avoid any potential embarrassment before the Navy. Chapter 110. Is this a joke? With a thud, Smoker's fleet gradually docked at the port of Impel Down. Smoker, cigar in mouth, was the first to disembark, followed closely by Morse, who supported the pristine-clad Chihan Sakura, draped in a cloak of justice, embodying a loyal follower of Smoker. Welcome, esteemed colleagues of the Navy, to Impel Down. I trust your journey was arduous. Hannibal smoothly addressed Smoker with an air of camaraderie. In contrast, Smoker maintained his stoic demeanor, utterly unfazed, adopting a tone of businesslike formality. No need for pleasantries. We have a mission at hand. The prisoner in question is a subordinate of the Golden Lion Shiki. Let us expedite the reception. Slowly exhaling the smoke from his cigar, Smoker urged Hannibal to hasten the process. He was well aware that prolonged conversation with this individual could lead to delays, and thus, maintaining a cold facade was the most prudent approach. What do you mean by a subordinate of that old coot, Shiki? Have you captured that rascal again? Where is he? This time, I shall personally ensure that scoundrel is imprisoned at the lowest level, leaving him no chance of escape. Just as Hannibal prepared to engage in a friendly conversation with the man he pretended not to recognize, he was suddenly stirred by the mention of the name he regarded as the sole blemish on his life, which had thwarted his aspirations to succeed Magellan as the new director of Impel Down. In that moment, he could hardly contain his emotions. After all, he was the first guard to witness the escape of the only successful prisoner in Impel Down's history, the flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Morse stood to the side, a perplexed expression adorning his face as he gazed at Smoker. What is the matter with this fellow? Why does he exhibit such a profound reaction upon hearing the name of the Golden Lion? Could it be that during the Golden Lion's escape years ago, he received a thrashing? Yet, that shouldn't be the case. That old rogue managed to slip away unscathed. Smoker shot him a fierce glare, signaling that he would explain later. The Golden Lion was not among them this time. These individuals were merely his subordinates, some of whom had only recently joined. However, one scientist named Indigo warranted special attention. Over the decades, he had assisted the Golden Lion in the development of numerous perilous inventions, rendering him one of the more dangerous criminals in this group. Upon hearing this, Hannibal's face fell with disappointment, and he waved his hand dismissively behind him, indicating for his men to proceed with the transfer of the prisoners to the Navy. Hey, are you the Navy supernova, Whitesnake Colonel Morse? Indeed, you are even more handsome in person than in the brochures, but what about that cherry blossom suit? It seemed far more fitting for you, remarked little Suddy, who had mysteriously appeared beside Morse, his left arm raised and draped over Morse's shoulder, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as he inquired. Although Morse was uncertain about the identity of the person before him, he deemed it prudent to avoid offending an esteemed employee, especially one as strikingly beautiful as she. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, do you recognize me? I never imagined I had become so renowned. Who on earth would give me such a pedestrian name as Supernova? As for that pink suit, it was recently ruined by an old scoundrel, and alas, I can no longer wear it," he lamented, tenderly stroking his pristine white suit, as if to convey that he too believed the former ensemble suited him far better. Just as little Suddy was about to continue her thoughts, a voice from afar interrupted. Magellan's voice echoed. "Welcome to Push City, Colonel Whitesnake. Please follow me." Magellan, clutching his abdomen, maintained a safe distance from the gathering, waving and calling out Morse's name. Me? Morse gazed at Magellan, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. He suddenly perceived the other's demeanor as rather discourteous, had this been an encounter outside. He might have rushed forward to teach him a lesson about the consequences of rudeness. Sensing Morse's unease, Hannibal quickly interjected to clarify. That gentleman is the current director of Push City. Please do not misunderstand. He has consumed a devil fruit that inadvertently releases toxic gas, which is why he refrains from approaching. However, rest assured, I shall be replacing him shortly, and I will certainly give him a proper reprimand. Oh dear. I inadvertently spoke my thoughts aloud again. Morse wore a perplexed expression, suddenly sensing that the group from Impel Down was far more troublesome than the infamous CP9. Why was it that everyone he encountered lately seemed utterly abnormal? Had he unwittingly fallen victim to some curse? His mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, yet his feet remained resolute, nodding at Smoker before forging ahead, completely oblivious to the bewildered presence of Little Suddy beside him. Little Suddy gazed at Morse's retreating figure, her floating arms momentarily at a loss as to where to rest. Ha! Little Suddy, you. Hannibal was about to deliver his habitual mockery when he suddenly met Suddy's gaze, now brimming with lethal intent. He found himself rendered speechless, rooted in place. Too intimidated to utter another word. Office of the Director, Impel Down. Morse, adorned with the gas mask meticulously prepared by Joluen, sat across from him. He is the most formidable of the new generation of the Navy. Heralded as the most promising contender for the position of Admiral, even possessing a greater likelihood of ascending to that esteemed rank than the current candidates. The White Serpent, Morse. Magellan regarded the young man before him with admiration, yet his thoughts drifted to his own warden, Shiryu of the Rain, prompting him to shake his head in exasperation. Colonel Morse, welcome to Impel Down. I am Magellan, the warden here. Greetings, Warden Magellan. I am uncertain as to why I have been summoned. Morse feigned a question, while Magellan sighed deeply, his expression a portrait of inner turmoil. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he eventually reached for the documents before him and tossed them across the table to Morse. Morse was truly perplexed this time. The document bore the glaring seals of the world government, the Navy, and Impel Down, which, to his knowledge, were exceedingly rare. Thus far, he had only encountered such an array of seals on Akainu's appointment papers. Silently, he opened the document and began to peruse it meticulously. It was only at the end that he turned to Magellan with a look of utter astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Is this real? Director Magellan, have those fools at the world government truly lost their minds to issue such a command? Magellan's gaze was laden with sorrow, and his tone grew somber as he struggled to find his words. After several attempts, he finally said, Indeed, the orders and appointments from above are genuine. From now on, everything rests in your hands, Colonel Whitesnake. Morse reclined backward, gazing at the azure ceiling, his emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow, uncertain of which to embrace. The cause for his transfer to Impel Down was made abundantly clear above. Recently, the warden, Shiryu of the Rain, without justification or prior notification, had ruthlessly executed numerous significant inmates within Impel Down, resulting in a plethora of devil fruits and treasures sinking into the abyss of the sea, irretrievable. Among the casualties were several notorious felons under the vigilant scrutiny of the world government, along with a distinguished scientific expert pivotal to the Vegapunk research project. The revelation of this incident ignited a furious uproar among the 5 elders of the world government, who disregarded Magellan's fervent appeals for leniency, determined instead to impart a grave lesson to Impel Down, ensuring they comprehended their duties. Fearing that Magellan might intentionally allow Shiryu to escape during a critical moment, a decision was made, after consultations with Sengoku, to dispatch naval personnel to execute Shiryu and simultaneously appoint a new warden for Impel Down, safeguarding against any potential disturbances from Magellan. Thus, Magellan now bore a visage of deep distress. The fate that had befallen Shiryu, a colleague of many years, inflicted profound anguish upon him, intensifying his self-reproach for not having intervened to prevent the atrocities committed against the inmates. However, it must be said, Shiryu was indeed reckless in his actions. At this moment, Morse recalled certain events from the original storyline. It seemed that the plot had progressed to this point, with the climax drawing ever nearer. In the original work, it was precisely because Shiryu was sentenced to a commuted death penalty that he was incited by Blackbeard to ultimately join his pirate crew. During the events at Impel Down, he brought the antidote to Blackbeard and his crew, which ultimately led to the rise of the infamous Yonko, Blackbeard. Shiryu's death sentence was imposed due to his excessive bloodlust. as he frequently practiced his lethal skills on prisoners. Within Impel Down, Shirya's prowess as the chief jailer was nearly on par with that of Warden Magellan. And it was these two formidable figures that earned the prison its formidable reputation. Had Shirya continued to merely eliminate ordinary prisoners, the world government would have turned a blind eye, regarding it as a loss of mere treasure and labor rather than warranting the execution of such a strong combatant. However, in recent years, Shirya's insatiable desire for slaughter had grown, and ordinary prisoners could no longer satisfy his cravings. In the past 2 years, he had begun to torture and kill significant prisoners in level 5 of the freezing hell, many of whom had bounties exceeding 100 million. It is worth noting that the Okama king, Ivankov, was once imprisoned in the freezing hell as well, and many of the inmates possessed dangerous devil fruit abilities, with their treasures being nothing short of extravagant. Devil fruits are peculiar entities. Upon the death of their wielder, their powers randomly reappear in some corner of the ocean. Entirely beyond control, the world government refrains from eradicating these perilous individuals with an iron fist, not only to intimidate new pirates with their tragic fates, but also to prevent their abilities from resurfacing in the sea, potentially causing new chaos. Furthermore, the world government has never ceased its research into the cycles of devil fruits, hoping to eventually reclaim these dangerous abilities and consolidate all devil fruits under their dominion. Thus, these nefarious characters continue to survive within the confines of Impel Down. Had it not been for Morse, Shirya would have met the same fate as in the original narrative. Captured by Magellan and sent to Judicial Island for trial, ultimately receiving a commuted death sentence. However, with Morse, a naval officer closely aligned with the world government, appearing on the scene, they were presented with a more advantageous option. After discussions with Sengoku, they ultimately decided on Morse's appointment. The rationale behind Sengoku's agreement was straightforward. Recently, the son of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, known as Ace, had been captured. Having an ally within Impel Down at this juncture would indeed be highly beneficial. Morse gradually removed the mask from his face, gazing forward with an utterly calm demeanor, devoid of any ripples in his tone. Where is he? Chapter 111. Part-time Warden Magellan was taken aback, his expression reflecting disbelief as if he could hardly believe his ears. He had not anticipated that Morse would acquiesce so readily, especially considering that the adversary in question was the butcher Shiryu of the Rain. After scrutinizing Morse once more and confirming his sincerity, Magellan spoke with a hint of approval, slowly articulating, Shiryu should still be honing his swordsmanship in the depths of level 5, the frozen hell. I will instruct Hannibal to escort you there shortly. From that point onward, it will be up to you. Honing his swordsmanship? Is it possible that he has yet to receive any news? Morse was somewhat astonished. Had it not been declared that a death sentence had already been announced? How could he still be permitted to continue his merciless slaughter of prisoners? Magellan patiently elucidated. You may have misunderstood. All of this has been clandestinely decreed by the world government. Aside from you, no one else is currently aware of this order, including Shiryu himself. This was also the reason he had previously refrained from informing Shiryu, fearing that a direct encounter between the two could erupt into bloodshed at the port. If such a confrontation were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly incite a new wave of riots in Impel Down. Even if Morse were to successfully eliminate Shiryu, the outcome would not align with the world government's intentions, rendering the entire endeavor a Pyrrhic victory. Is that so? It truly aligns with the character of that crowd. It is indeed quite vexing. Upon hearing Morse's lamentation, Magellan chose not to comment further, despite sharing similar sentiments. Have you not been affected by my toxic gas, Morse? Observing that Morse had already removed his gas mask, Magellan's expression turned to one of astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Is that what you mean? Morse replied, lifting the gas mask beside him and waving it at the green mist swirling in the air, feigning a gesture of blocking his vision. Seeing Magellan nod in acknowledgement, he continued nonchalantly, aside from obstructing my sight, it has been tolerable. If I were to speak of its influence, it is merely a peculiar scent. I initially thought it was an aromatic you had chosen. I must admit, your taste is quite unique. Aromatic? Who would use such a color for an aroma? Magellan responded, utterly speechless. It was the first time someone had been completely unaffected by his toxic gas. It seemed that his new warden might indeed prove to be quite capable. At least he would no longer have to worry about inadvertently causing harm when engaging in combat. This toxic mist is merely a side effect of consuming the devil fruit. I apologize, but it is entirely beyond my control. A side effect, you say? It appears the fruit possesses formidable powers. Even the side effects seem daunting. The two ceased discussing official matters and instead engaged in casual conversation, giving the impression that they were old friends. Before long, Hannibal entered the room, brandishing a stack of documents without knocking, boldly pushing the door open and striding into Magellan's conference room with an air of pride. "You scoundrel! Are we no longer even knocking on doors?" Hannibal exclaimed. Magellan, observing Hannibal's demeanor, felt a sense of embarrassment before Morse and immediately began to reprimand him. "This is about to be my office. What sense does it make to knock when returning to one's own space? Once I move in, you must renovate this place. Such fine furnishings have been tainted by your loathsome toxins." Due to his line of sight, Hannibal was entirely oblivious to Morse's presence and engaged in a familiar debate with Magellan. As he spoke, he handed over the documents in his grasp. "The transfer of those inmates has concluded, and they are far more capable than I had anticipated. It seems we can significantly bolster our workforce in the lower levels. By the way, that fellow Smog seems to have had an urgent matter. He left immediately after the transfer, not even waiting for his companion. I had even prepared a box of exquisite cigars for him." As he continued, Hannibal habitually scrutinized Magellan's office, growing increasingly dissatisfied. He resolved that upon his promotion, he would ensure the place was refurbished in his own pharaoh style, for that would embody the essence of masculine romance. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "By the way, that colonel known as White Snake, wasn't he taken by you? Where has he gone? Surely, you haven't imprisoned him? Even if he is somewhat impudent. You cannot disregard the Navy's reputation." Coughing interrupted his musings, startling Hannibal, who turned to see Morse seated on the sofa behind him. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, leaving him momentarily speechless as he shot a glare at Magellan. Upon turning back, he noticed that Morse was not wearing a gas mask and was unharmed amidst the toxic atmosphere of the office, waving at him with ease. This revelation left Hannibal in awe, realizing that Morse was entirely unaffected by Magellan's noxious fumes. Magellan, fearing that Hannibal might make a fool of himself, pointed at him and swiftly interjected, "You must have encountered him just now. This is Hannibal, and he, along with those two women, is the cornerstone of our endeavor in advancing the city. For future tasks, you can rely on them. Within the confines of the city, your primary responsibility is to prevent any uprisings and ensure that living conditions do not deteriorate. Of utmost importance is to ensure that no one successfully escapes and breaks our ironclad rules." "Understood," Hannibal replied, observing the poised demeanor of this young man. Though still in his youth, he carried himself with a gravitas that allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Magellan. This reflection prompted Magellan to muse. "I truly am growing old. The future rests upon your shoulders, you young ones." "Did you hear that, Hannibal?" Morse chuckled without engaging further, instead inquiring, "Shall I trouble Deputy Director Hannibal to escort me henceforth?" What are you discussing? Where are we going?" Hannibal, momentarily bewildered, could not comprehend the exchange between the two. Magellan, shaking his head in exasperation, found Hannibal's occasional oblivion somewhat disconcerting. He gently rapped the table to recapture Hannibal's attention. "Colonel Morse will assume the role of warden in the upcoming transition to the Citadel. It will be your task to accompany the new warden to facilitate the necessary handover procedures with Shilio. Once you have delivered him, return promptly, for I have matters for you to attend to. Do you understand?" Hannibal grew more perplexed, wondering why the warden was being changed without any prior notification to him. Suddenly struck by a thought, he opened his mouth to inquire, "What about you? When will you be departing?" "I have been prepared for my new role for some time now, even arranging my future work plans." Morse could no longer contain himself. Hannibal's ambition was astonishingly brazen and utterly unmasked. One could only wonder how Magellan managed to endure such audacity. As if sensing Morse's thoughts, Magellan took a deep breath. And then another. "Enough. Silence, Hannibal," he bellowed. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself. He swiftly crossed the expansive desk, appearing at Hannibal's side in an instant, delivering a powerful blow to Hannibal's head with his massive fist. "By heavens, I've truly been poisoned. Magellan, you fool, are you serious? Hurry and save me." As he watched Hannibal's skin turn purple and foam gather at his lips, slowly collapsing, Morse felt no stirrings of concern within. Rather, he was tempted to laugh. Morse's lips twitched as he stifled a smile and inquired, "Is this truly advisable, Director Magellan? It appears he is on the brink of collapse." "Oh, it's nothing. He has grown accustomed to it. A dose of medication and a brief respite will suffice," he replied. "However, it seems you shall have to wait a little longer. Perhaps enjoy another cup of tea in the meantime." With that, he effortlessly hoisted Hannibal from the ground. Deftly retrieving a vial of medication from his waist, and pouring it into Hannibal's mouth, entirely disregarding his discomfort. Morse, with a smile, lifted the now-cold teacup before him, savoring a sip as if he were witnessing an exquisite performance. After finishing his medication, Magellan swung Hannibal around in the air for several revolutions. Then, as if to vent his frustration, unceremoniously hurled him to the ground, adopting a demeanor of indifference to his fate. Resuming his seat behind the desk, he cast a wry smile at Morse and said, "I apologize for my impulsiveness. However, this fellow, despite his loose tongue, is otherwise a remarkably diligent warden, perhaps even more so than I am." Concerned that Morse might doubt him, he took advantage of Hannibal's unconscious state to recount his story. Chapter 112. The Reign of Shiloh. Ouch. Magellan, you scoundrel. Once I become the director, I shall make you scrub toilets every day. Hannibal groaned, clutching his head as he slowly rose from the ground. Spotting Magellan engaged in jovial conversation with Morse only fueled his displeasure, prompting him to shout out in irritation. "Ah, you're awake. Now that you are, let us hasten to complete the handover procedures with Shiloh," he declared, shaking his fist in a manner that suggested further repercussions should he continue to chatter. Witnessing this, Hannibal's expression shifted, and he swiftly stepped in front of Morse, offering a beaming salute. "Welcome, esteemed new warden. Please, allow me to escort you." "Such politeness. I appreciate your efforts, Vice Director Hannibal," Morse replied graciously. Morse smiled faintly and then continued speaking to Magellan. "Well then, Chief Magellan, I shall take my leave and accompany Hannibal." "Deputy Chief Hannibal, please lead me directly to level 5. I wish to pay a visit to the esteemed swordsman, Shiryu." "Oh, is the warden preparing to handle the handover directly? It seems the warden is indeed a diligent and responsible leader," Hannibal exclaimed with fervor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could not help but feel that Morse would be far more amiable than that butcher Shiryu. Previously, he had pondered how he might manage to transfer someone like Shiryu, who acted with reckless abandon in torturing prisoners, away from Impel Down, but it appeared the world government had anticipated his concerns and preemptively resolved this dilemma for him. "Ah, does this mean I am soon to be appointed as chief?" Ha! The more he contemplated, the more delightful the thought became, to the point that he momentarily forgot he was still in Magellan's conference room, bursting into an exuberant and rather arrogant laughter. "Fool, stop your foolish laughter here. Is it not enough to embarrass yourself already?" Magellan thought, knowing well that this fellow was once again indulging in fantasies of ascending to the chief's position, leaving him perplexed as to the source of such unwavering obsession. Morse cast a humorous glance at him, nodding toward Magellan before being the first to exit the office. A sudden cough from Magellan jolted Hannibal back to reality, and only then did he realize that Morse had departed. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the iron trident and hurriedly pursued him. "Ahem, Warden, there has been a minor issue with Level 5 recently. A group of inmates instigated a riot, and had it not been for Warden Shilio's timely intervention, the situation could have escalated significantly. Therefore, repairs are urgently needed." Morse smiled faintly, reflecting, a rebellion must be promptly quelled. Hannibal certainly has a way with words. No wonder he incessantly clamors for usurpation, yet remains unscathed by Magellan, even ascending to the position of deputy warden. Does that imply that my first task upon assuming office will be to undertake repairs? It seems my transition into this role will be rather effortless. At least I am not confronted with an ongoing insurrection. Otherwise, I would have been torn apart by that vicious band of inmates. Hannibal detected the jest in Morse's words, showing no sign of embarrassment, and chuckled. "Ah, these trivial matters can be entrusted to Deputy Warden Domino. There is no need to trouble you, esteemed warden, with such tasks. As for the rebellion, that is but a jest. I have heard whispers of your formidable reputation. Even the beast Kaido cannot contend with you, let alone a mere assembly of prisoners." In truth, Hannibal had no obligation to be so courteous to Morse, as they belonged to different departments. However, he was keenly aware of his aspirations for the warden's position and required Morse's robust support. After all, providing assistance in times of need is far more commendable than merely enhancing a situation already flourishing. As the two conversed, it was predominantly Hannibal who spoke, while Morse occasionally interjected with questions. They traversed through the realms of the Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Hunger Hell, and the Boiling Furnace Hell. Under Hannibal's loquacious guidance, Morse began to gain a clearer understanding of Impel Down. They soon arrived at an elevator, where Hannibal promptly pressed the button. Noticing Morse's curiosity, he smiled slightly and elucidated. "To prevent these nefarious criminals from escaping, we have constructed 2 passageways. If the inmates wish to travel from level 4 to level 5, They must traverse the blood pool route. As for us, the guards, we possess a dedicated corridor that grants us direct access to levels 5 and 6. While operating the elevator, Hannibal elaborated on the details, omitting the fact that these improvements stemmed from his own suggestions. His greatest ambition was to become the warden, thereby managing Impel Down according to his vision and enhancing its conditions. At that moment, Hannibal felt that with Moore's assistance, he was one step closer to realizing his dreams, contemplating a potential coup to oust Magellan in favor of a more suitable leader. After all, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a commendable soldier. A lack of ambition would make it difficult to thrive not only in the Navy, but also within the confines of Impel Down. Thus, Morse understood Hannibal's demeanor. Is this the key for the elevator, Warden? However, it is crafted entirely from sea stone, making it exceedingly rare. Your key still resides with the former warden, Yuji Shilyo. At this juncture, Hannibal abruptly turned and inquired, "You must be an ability user, correct? When the time comes to use the key, remember to don your designated isolation gloves. Otherwise, you may find yourself grappling with an unwelcome sensation." Just as I was about to engage in my habitual banter, it suddenly dawned on me that the person beside me was not Magellan. I hastily grasped the key and inserted it into the lock, awkwardly activating the elevator. The elevator began its slow descent, and I noticed Hannibal, who appeared somewhat restless, glancing around anxiously, completely devoid of his earlier vivacity. Morse refrained from engaging in conversation, seizing the opportunity for a moment of tranquility. The elevator soon arrived at the frigid expanse of level 5. As the doors gradually parted, a piercing chill swept in. Hannibal had already prepared, retrieving a thick fleece coat from the corner of the elevator and offering it to Morse, while donning one himself, exhaling visible puffs of vapor. "Welcome to the frozen region of level 5, Warden," he announced. "Is this truly level 5? The conditions here are indeed dire." Morse instinctively tightened his grip on the heavy coat, feeling the ferocity of the icy winds ravaging the air. This place, a veritable hell of frost, boasted temperatures even lower than those he had experienced on Winter Island in the New World. The chill here surpassed the icy aura emitted by Admiral Aokiji by several degrees. It was unfathomable how the inmates managed to survive. Ordinary individuals would likely perish within an hour, succumbing to the frost. Suddenly recalling something, Morse hastily retrieved his phone insect from his pocket, only to find it wilting from the cold. He cast a puzzled glance at Hannibal, understanding immediately. Hannibal fetched a delicate wooden box from a nearby shelf, opening it and gesturing for Morse to place the insect inside. The temperature here was so frigid that even this resilient creature could not endure, resulting in the absence of surveillance insects. All oversight relied solely on the guards' constant patrols. As they walked, Hannibal led Morse directly to Shiri's office. However, today, the icy terrain bore marks unlike any seen before. Deep fissures marred the frozen ground, and numerous trees lay severed. "What a terrifying insurrection. You have had quite the ordeal, Warden Shiri," Morse remarked. As the words left his lips, a figure emerged from the mist of cold air, a man clad in a pilot's cap, puffing a cigar, and wielding a long blade. Chapter 113, An Unconventional Handover Ceremony. "Hannibal, who authorized you to bring someone into my territory? It seems I must deal with you on behalf of that fool Magellan," the menacing Shiri declared, his aura radiating danger. Sweat beaded on Hannibal's brow as he exclaimed in desperation, "This is Warden Shiri. You may converse from here on. Magellan has summoned me for matters of importance, so I shall take my leave." With that, he hastily retreated, slipping into the elevator and vanishing in a flash, his movements suggesting this was not his first escape. As always, his cowardice was disheartening. "Why haven't you fled? It appears today will not disappoint me. I have grown weary of these death row inmates. A change of scenery with a naval officer would be refreshing." The tumult referred to by Hannibal was instigated by Shilyo, who had previously released a portion of the prisoners and even arranged for provisions and weaponry to facilitate their escape attempts. He trailed behind them, engaging in his own sinister game of hunting, much like a predator stalking its prey. At this moment, as Shilyo gradually approached, the chilling atmosphere began to dissipate, revealing a shocking tableau of bloodstains mingling with the snow, while severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered across the ground. "How reckless indeed, Shilyo of the Rain." Morse sighed as he gradually released his imposing aura, traversing the entire LV5 level. It was one thing to glance, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the life force here was nearly half compared to the figures listed on Magellan's roster. This included a pack of approximately 50 military wolves, Had he not reviewed the materials prior to his arrival, Morse would never have believed that this place once housed over 500 notorious criminals. Had he delayed his arrival any longer, the extreme cold of LV5 would likely have transformed into an empty level. Shiryu had completely lost his mind, seemingly forgetting his duties as the chief warden. State your purpose, Navy, and prepare to meet your demise here. Morse lit a cigarette and took a slow drag before calmly stating, Me? Since you've asked, allow me to introduce myself briefly. He exhaled a plume of smoke that, to his astonishment, crystallized into tiny ice shards that swiftly plummeted to the ground. Such a chilling temperature it was. I am Jones Morse, currently holding the rank of Navy Colonel, codename White Snake. My mission here is to replace you as the new warden of Push City. Shiryu, upon hearing this, displayed no sign of surprise. Rather, a bloodthirsty grin crept across his face. So, you have indeed come. I thought that scoundrel Magellan would appear in person. Although I've longed to eliminate that troublesome brat, I must admit I felt a twinge of relief at his absence. Yet, it is quite vexing. Do those old geezers look down upon me, sending a mere yellow-haired lad to take my position? As his words faded, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from Shiryu, crashing towards Morse like a relentless tide. As a butcher who hunted the fiends of Push City LV5, Shiryu's killing intent was unparalleled. However, for Morse, it was but a mere drizzle. Even the domineering presences of figures like the Golden Lion, Kaido, and Akainu had never caused him to falter, let alone Shiryu. With an expression of exasperation, he finished the last segment of his cigarette, casually tossing it to the ground and extinguishing it beneath his foot. What is it with you people? Why must every meeting begin with a display of overwhelming pressure? Do I truly resemble a salted fish, inviting scorn? At the mention of Shiryu's name, he narrowed his eyes, unleashing a wave of killing intent that surpassed Shiryu's, pure and terrifying. Haha. When did the Navy come to possess such a talent as you? This dreadful aura is utterly captivating. Let me witness whether your strength matches this intensity. Clang. A flash of dark light erupted as Shiryu vanished, and in the next moment, the sound of clashing blades echoed through the frigid silence of the realm. You are quite quick on your feet, newcomer. Morse's lips twitched slightly as he forcefully pushed Shiryu back a couple of steps. This fellow was nothing like what Magellan had described. Wasn't he supposed to be a cold, taciturn swordsman with a penchant for bloodshed? Why did he now seem as loquacious as Hannibal? Could the reason lie with Magellan? Observing Shiryu, who dared to distract himself while engaging with him, Morse couldn't help but smirk cruelly, showing no hesitation in taking advantage of the situation. Gripping his famed blade, Raijin, he silently lunged forward once more. The blade of Raijin shimmered with an eerie glow, slicing through Morse's neck in a single stroke, decapitating him. In the impel-down warden's office, Magellan had just released a cloud of poisonous gas and was no longer clutching his stomach. He felt remarkably at ease, reclining comfortably in his office chair. Why are you back so soon, Hannibal? He inquired, somewhat surprised by Hannibal's prompt return. Well, I brought the person back, so of course I returned. Didn't you mention there was something urgent for me to handle? Hannibal hesitated, stammering as he spoke. Cut to the chase. What on earth happened that made you rush back? Did Colonel Morse encounter Shiryu? After years of working together, Magellan had come to thoroughly understand Hannibal's character, to the point where he could predict his reactions with uncanny accuracy. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Hannibal spread his hands, exasperated, and replied, What else could it be? We had just arrived at the frigid level 5 when we fortuitously ran into that scoundrel Shiryu, who had just concluded his hunting game. The murderous aura still lingered. Had I not fled quickly, I might have met the same fate. He seemed relieved, almost grateful for his swift escape. Instinctively, Magellan stood up, heading toward the extreme cold region, but as he reached his desk, he suddenly recalled something. Rubbing his stomach, he muttered to himself, I almost forgot. That guy is the White Snake, a naval supernova who managed to survive unscathed under the clutches of Beast Kaido. There's no need for me to worry, especially since. Just as he was about to continue, he noticed Hannibal had once again silently followed him. Especially what? Do go on. When did you develop the habit of leaving sentences unfinished? You rascal. All right, go inform Domino and Little Suddy to gather in my office for a meeting later. Remember to keep your mouth shut. I will announce his appointment once this matter is resolved, Magellan stated with a tone of utmost seriousness. Hannibal paused for a moment, studied Magellan's expression earnestly, then nodded resolutely, conveying a sense of assurance that he would handle the task effectively. Once Hannibal exited the office, Magellan picked up the telephone snail on his desk and dialed out. As soon as the connection was established, he spoke earnestly, The individual has arrived. If all goes well, we should have results shortly. Understood. Thank you for your efforts. Ensure that nothing goes awry and impel down. I understand, but never mind, I comprehend. Chapter 114. Let the battle begin. The Navy, a power user, is it? It appears we have yet another troublesome individual. Shiryu slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. As the decapitated corpse behind him gradually transformed into petals of cherry blossoms, drifting away with the wind. Truly deserving of the title one of the impregnable walls of Impel Down, Shiryu's speed with the blade is indeed remarkable. Casually discarding his cumbersome coat to the side, he gazed at his opponent, a serious expression gracing his face, and said, I apologize, but due to the demands of the mission, only one of us can leave this place alive today. It seems I have been appointed as the new warden of Impel Down. Shiryu grinned wickedly. It appears those old fogies have considerable faith in your abilities, as they do not see the need for me to pay a visit to Justice Island. In that case, let us engage in a grand duel. The victor shall claim all, while the vanquished. As his words trailed off, the famed blade Rajiki in his hand darkened to an inky black hue, and with several swift steps, he charged towards Morse. Ah, so you are quite adept at utilizing armament hockey? It seems there is indeed some merit in battling the prisoners here. Morse was taken aback. The disparity between Shiryu's prowess and the intelligence provided by Magellan was substantial, particularly regarding the lack of mention of his mastery of armament hockey. With a casual flourish, Morse twirled his weapon, the Sakura Thousand Blossoms, enveloping it in armament hockey in an instant. A sudden dash propelled him directly toward Shiryu. The melodious clash of steel resonated throughout the desolate, frigid expanse as their blades met. They separated, collided, and then separated once more, rising from the ground to the sky and back again. The already scarce trees were further decimated by the residual force of their sword strikes, and the ground was marred with increasing rifts and scars. Boom. A cloud of mist billowed upward as the two combatants disengaged, returning to their original positions before the skirmish. Shiryu withdrew a white handkerchief from his pocket, delicately wiping the blood from his blade, a more frenzied gleam in his eyes. In contrast, Morse sheathed his Sakura Thousand Blossoms, observing the rapidly healing wound on his arm, a testament to the cunning of Shiryu's strike, which had proven momentarily unavoidable. It seems there is some truth to Shiryu consuming the transparent fruit. Their compatibility is quite high, and the fruit would indeed complement his swordsmanship, removing his bothersome suit. Morse calmly regarded the astonished Shiryu and remarked with a faint smile, fighting only wastes clothing. Fortunately, these garments are reimbursed, otherwise I would be bankrupt from purchasing new attire each year. Now, let us commence the second round. In position, Morse leaned slightly forward, adopting a stance reminiscent of a draw. His hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, embodying the essence of the Ayajutsu style. It has indeed been quite some time since I encountered such a technique. How nostalgic. Kirito forcefully expelled the half-smoked cigar from his mouth, a faint smirk gracing the corners of his lips. With his sword held firmly in one hand, he revealed a visage of cruel delight and charged forward. Buzz! The air beneath Hiryu's feet erupted explosively, propelling him forward as he swung his blade with tremendous force in a vertical slash. Yet, who did he think he was looking down upon? How audacious for the Navy brat to dare gather energy brazenly before him, as if this were merely a child's game. Clang! His tone was indifferent, yet the power behind it was boundless. Morse smiled faintly. Perhaps this was a misunderstanding. Without the slightest quiver, he swiftly drew his 1,000 cherry blossoms. The dark blade glimmered in the air, forming an elegant crescent as it swiftly sliced diagonally upward. With a thunderous clash, the two renowned blades collided fiercely, sending sparks flying and unleashing a terrifying gust of wind. Waves of sword energy radiated outward, further etching indelible marks upon the already scarred frozen ground. From his elevated position, Shiryu gripped the hilt tightly, pressing down with all his might. Yet Morse countered with a single hand holding the 1,000 cherry blossoms, which stood resolutely like a fortress, refusing to yield even a fraction. Such terrifying strength. No wonder those old geezers have remained indifferent to your actions. Morse peered around the blade, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he offered a quiet compliment. In an instant, he forcefully pushed the 1,000 cherry blossoms, swiftly slicing downward, the blade gliding effortlessly across the abdomen of Shiryu. The sharpness of the 1,000 cherry blossoms effortlessly tore through Shiryu's clothing, rendering his iron defenses and hockey ineffective. With blood splattering, Morse elegantly rose, leaping backward to evade the crimson droplets hurtling toward him. However, at that moment, a fist enveloped in hockey came crashing down with great force. Morse's eyes widened in alarm, and as the sharp wind rushed past him, he instinctively twisted his body to evade the blow. You think you can wound me and simply escape? The Navy does not operate on such terms. Are you angry? How curious that a butcher like you would feel such emotion. It truly is vexing, this Navy. Morse rubbed his shoulder. A distinct imprint of a fist clearly visible upon it, seemingly destined to linger for a considerable time. Shiryu, paying no heed to the gaping wound at his waist, brandished his blade once more. With a swift push of his foot, Shiryu transformed into a streak of black, appearing instantaneously before Morse. Simultaneously, his weapon, Thunderstorm, aimed directly at Morse's brow, lunging forth with lethal intent. This precise location connected directly to the brainstem. Should the incision be profound enough, the victim would succumb in an instant, devoid of any sensation of pain. Historically, when executing dangerous prisoners in the city's dungeons, this very spot has been targeted, as a bullet penetrating there leaves no chance for the victim to react. Even the Navy's 6 style has reached such a formidable level of mastery. Morse's pupils narrowed slightly. Although he had anticipated it, the swiftness of Shiryu still took him by surprise. It was not merely the rapidity that astounded him, but the subtlety of the movements and the concealment of the blade that rendered it even more elusive. Yet, this was still insufficient. Morse stood resolute, not flinching as he landed. Before he could steady himself, he brandished his blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, firmly blocking the sudden strike from Shiryu. With a sharp clang, the tip of the rain blade pressed against the blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, momentarily halting any further advance. A chilling smile graced Shiryu's lips as he pulled downward, intending to cleave Morse in two. Surrounded by the aura of armament hockey, few could withstand the razor-sharp edge of Shiryu's blade unscathed, save for the likes of Kaido and Big Mom, 2 formidable beings. At this moment, Morse was not among them. In a perilous instant, blossoms of cherry petals began to materialize around him, gently drifting downwards. With a fierce grip on the hilt, he abruptly raised his sword, striking downward with all his might. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom. The renowned blades collided once more, the piercing light of the swords dispelling the chilling air around them, allowing Morse to finally discern the true visage of the frigid expanse. As the reverberation subsided, Morse felt a tingling in his arm, necessitating a retreat of 3 steps. That was indeed a terrifying strike. As the cold mist dissipated, Shiryu took a moment to catch his breath, the arrogance that once graced his countenance replaced with newfound respect. You possess considerable skill, young man. It appears the Navy is not entirely composed of ineptitude. No wonder you dared to come alone to claim my position. With that, he glanced at the remnants of his tattered prison uniform, tearing away a relatively intact piece to bind around the bleeding wound on his abdomen. He continued, "Since my appointment as warden, this is the first time someone has inflicted injury upon me. You may take pride in that, Morse." This marked the first acknowledgement of Morse's prowess, as well as the first time Shiryu addressed him by name. "I am eagerly anticipating your full strength. Either slay me and ascend as the new warden, or perish here and await your next life to seek vengeance." Chapter 115. The new warden of Impel Down. Morse squinted slightly, an astonishing aura of murderous intent gradually emanating from his gaze. It was the first time he encountered a man with such intense bloodlust, distinct from that of Kaido, Big Mom, or Dragon. This kind of ferocity he had only witnessed in the executioners of the Navy, yet in comparison to Shiryu, the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. One could only imagine the sheer number of prisoners Shiryu had slaughtered within the confines of Impel Down. As the 3rd round commenced, both combatants moved in unison. Swiftly, they dashed past each other, one clad in black and the other in white. One sword style, execution, Iato, vanishing. This time, neither sought to probe. They unleashed their full power from the outset, each intent on resolving the confrontation with a single strike. Boom. Neither retreated a step, their gazes locked. Morse observing the blood-red eyes of Shiryu. A slight furrow formed on his brow, and he refrained from speaking. It had come to a point where it was either his death or that of his opponent, rendering any words utterly futile. Clang, clang, clang. One sword style, hunt. With a frenzied roar, Shiryu's eyes gleamed crimson, resembling a madman as he gripped rein tightly and unleashed a flurry of swift strikes toward Morse, each blow increasingly rapid, displaying an unwavering determination to reduce Morse to mere pulp. Had the murderous intent completely consumed him? The Shiryu was far removed from the formidable swordsman described in the original narrative. It seemed that after being subdued by Magellan, something had transpired, leaving him devoid of the prowess one would expect from a grand swordsman. Morse could not help but lament the stark difference between humans and monsters, for it is the rationality of humans that enables them to exercise complete control over their actions. At present, Shiryu was merely a creature of immense power devoid of wisdom. A sense of disappointment washed over him, for the legendary sword masters were far rarer than those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. He had anticipated that this encounter would elevate his swordsmanship. However, it appeared that he had been overly optimistic. As he deftly maneuvered his Sakura Thousand Blossoms to parry the onslaught of thunderstorm strikes, he shook his head in regret. Yet, this simple gesture only served to further enrage the already irrational Shiryu, whose murderous intent erupted violently. The hockey of armament surged wildly around him, enveloping even his arms in an inky blackness. Kill, 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 he chanted incessantly, raising his hands high before delivering a powerful downward strike. Bang! Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Morse simply swept his 1,000 cherry blossoms horizontally. At the moment their blades clashed, he leveraged the force to leap backward, momentarily evading Shiryu's assault. The now irrational Shiryu utterly failed to notice Morse had vacated his original position, continuing to strike at the air more than 10 times before finally realizing something was amiss. His blood-red eyes, filled with confusion, scanned the surroundings until they caught sight of Morse, who was smiling not far away. With a roar akin to a wild beast, Shiryu clenched his grip on Thunderstorm and relentlessly swung it towards Morse, each strike unleashing a blood-red slashing attack. Although not as grand in scale as the Lion Strike, the sheer number of those attacks was overwhelming, descending like a torrential rain. Is it really so exaggerated? Has his strength surged to such an extent after losing his mind? Perhaps I should consider this during my next encounter with that monster Kaido, as he too seems to lack much intellect in battle. Faced with the rain-like barrage of sword energy, Morse, still preoccupied with his thoughts, perceived no threat from Shiryu's onslaught. Sakura, falling blossoms. In a swift motion, he sheathed his sword once more, and a cascade of cherry blossoms poured down from above, beautifully intercepting Shiryu's sword energy. Shiryu momentarily paused, taken aback by the sight, and his thunderstorm ceased its relentless motion, leaving him momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Had his loss of reason reduced his attacks to mere instinct? There was hardly a trace of the swordsman he once was. Morse, who had kept his observation hockey active, seized this fleeting opportunity, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sakura, true black coffin. This was a recent inspiration of his, enveloping the original cherry blossoms with hockey to create a coffin impervious even to armament hockey, trapping his foes within. Shiryu, caught unawares, was entirely encased in the pitch-black coffin, and despite his frantic swings of thunderstorm, he could not breach the black coffin, which could replenish the cherry blossoms at will. With a relaxed sigh, Morse found himself reflecting on how events had unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Before his arrival, he had envisioned a fierce battle with the former warden, Shiryu, culminating in a narrow victory marked by wounds and the burden of his opponent's lifeless body as he reported back to his superiors, ultimately assuming the mantle of warden. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Shiryu had succumbed to a cloud of murderous intent, losing all semblance of reason. Resigned, he approached the discarded garments nearby. Retrieving a cigarette from the inner pocket of his suit, he lit it, indulging in the soothing haze of smoke, momentarily forgetting the presence of Shiryu within the obsidian coffin. After a brief interlude of 2 cigarettes, Morse drew forth his weapon, Sengoku, its blade pointing towards the ground as he slowly made his way to the now eerily silent black coffin. Glancing up at the sky, once again shrouded in chilling mist, he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "To die in the paradise of your final hunt. There can be no regrets, can there, Shiryu?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Sengoku, unimpeded, swiftly sliced through the impenetrable black coffin. Blood began to seep forth, and the dark petals of cherry blossoms drifted away in the cold breeze. Shiryu's eyes widened, bereft of their previous crimson hue. His head, adorned with a rarely removed flight cap, slowly descended to the ground. His upright form clutched the famed blade, Raijin, with unwavering resolve, refusing to relinquish it even in death. Truly living up to the name of a great swordsman. Expelling the remnants of his cigarette, Morse wiped the blade of Sengoku with his left hand, erasing the trace of blood, and performed a flourish before sheathing it. With a solemn expression, he rendered a precise military salute to Shiryu's corpse, not for any other reason than gratitude, for the opponent had ensured that no prisoners had escaped from Impel Down, sparing the sea from another calamity. With a gentle motion of his left hand, he conjured a coffin of unadorned pink cherry blossoms, laying it upon the ground. Morse meticulously arranged the lifeless body of his adversary, gently removing the renowned blade, Thunderstorm, from its grasp and placing it alongside the neatly organized corpse within the coffin. With a deft motion of his hand, a resplendent pink coffin materialized in midair, perfectly enveloping the original casket. After circling the coffin thoughtfully, he ultimately decided to drape it with a layer of armed hockey, for the pink hue lacked the gravitas befitting the occasion. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly and raised his left hand gently towards the coffin, causing the ebony casket to ascend slowly, gliding behind Morse as he proceeded. Entering the elevator with the coffin, he directed it towards Magellan's office, intent on announcing the arrival of the new warden of Impel Down. Chapter 116. Morse, the warden Impel Down. Director's office. Magellan sat sternly behind his desk, his demeanor grave. Hannibal, Domino, and little Sadie occupied the room, some seated, others standing, all displaying expressions of ennui as they awaited an unspecified announcement. Hannibal's face flushed with frustration, the burden of secrecy weighing heavily upon him. Had it not been for Magellan's repeated admonitions, he would have divulged everything to little Sadie long ago. Domino stood composed opposite Magellan, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the director, patiently awaiting his instructions. Meanwhile, little Sadie occupied the chair once held by Morse, idly toying with a whip in her hands, occasionally snapping it at the air in a futile attempt to express her dissatisfaction at being summoned merely to sit idly. Director, what is the purpose of our gathering? I still need to instruct the new inmates on the rules of the burning hell. The newcomers are unruly and utterly ignorant of protocol, she finally exclaimed. Unable to contain her impatience any longer, time had dragged on, and all they could do was watch Magellan feign profundity, which had become unbearably tedious. Why must we converse in such a manner? The director called you here for a reason. To prevent such occurrences, simply support my ascension as director. Look around. Magellan, everyone is in favor of my succession as the new warden. Perhaps you should consider stepping down. Hannibal's obsession was deeply ingrained, and he made it a point to voice his sentiments at every opportunity. Little Sadie rolled her eyes, instantly losing any desire to continue the conversation, primarily out of fear that Hannibal would ramble on indefinitely. Yet, as if seizing upon a newfound outlet for his frustrations, Hannibal took the opportunity to elaborate, lightly tapping his iron trident to garner attention. With a facade of solemnity, he proclaimed, "Do you understand? I, Hannibal, the greatest Grand Warden in the history of Impel Down, shall lead us all." Suddenly, a series of calm, deliberate knocks interrupted his oration. Little Sadie's eyes lit up, as if she had spotted a savior, and she eagerly called out, "Coming." With an expression of sheer excitement, she leapt from the sofa and hurried towards the door. As she swung it open, she was greeted by the sight of Morse, his bare torso on display, the near-perfect contours of his eight-pack abs dazzling her senses. Her eyes sparkled with infatuation as she extended her hands, slowly reaching out, yearning to drape herself over him. Moles wore an expression of embarrassment, at a loss for how to proceed. This was his first encounter with such a direct beauty as little Sadie. Ahem! Magellan quickly cleared his throat, signaling little Sadie to exercise some discretion. Has the handover been completed, Moles? Before Moles could respond, the newly awakened little Sadie eagerly snatched the tattered suit from his grasp and inquired with confusion, "Handover? Handover what? Are you coming to work in our advancement city? Is the Navy's treatment inadequate?" Rest assured, aside from the lack of vacations, everything in Advancement City is quite perfect. We offer the finest benefits, and you can rely on me to protect you once you arrive. No one will dare to bother you. Right, Hannibal? With that, he cast a menacing glance at Hannibal, as if to say that should he utter a word of dissent, he would meet a dire fate. Hannibal rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "What an unreasonable woman. She is already talking about protecting someone. What rank does she think she holds? She can barely take care of herself." With a swift crack of her whip through the air, the sharp sound echoed, and only then did little Sadie turn to Hannibal with a gentle smile. "What did you say, Deputy Director Hannibal? Would you like to speak a bit louder?" Morris chuckled at the scene before him, gently patting little Sadie as he slowly made his way into the office, the floating coffin gliding along behind him. "What is this?" The four of them exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the ominous black coffin. After a moment, Magellan, with a face full of uncertainty, finally spoke. "Could it be? Indeed. I have successfully completed the handover procedures with Chief Shirey," came the reply. "What? And what a Chief Shirey?" Domino suddenly lost his composure, his hands gripping tightly, creaking ominously, as if he sensed something foreboding. He began to question fervently, filled with agitation. Morse's expression remained unchanged as he gently waved his hand, causing the coffin lid to slowly shift aside, revealing the lifeless body of Silu. Domino, upon seeing her commander lying there with a look of unyielding defiance, felt her throat grow hoarse as she softly called out, "Lord Silu." Tears welled in the corners of her eyes, and her right fist gradually darkened with rage as she glared at Morse. "What have you done to Lord Silu? Speak." Was it you, you despicable wretch, who ambushed him? In an instant, she appeared before Morse, her right fist raised high before she brought it down with tremendous force. Bang! Hannibal, having materialized before Morse at some point, intercepted her furious strike, his left hand firmly gripping her fist as he slowly shook his head. Ah, my apologies, Warden Morse. The bond between Deputy Warden Domino and the former Warden Scylla runs too deep. In her desperation, she has unfortunately lost control. I hope you can forgive her. Morse smiled faintly, displaying no signs of concern. However, Hannibal's reaction was indeed somewhat unexpected. It was evident that anyone destined to ascend to the position of Warden of Impel Down must possess formidable strength. Meanwhile, little Suddy remained obliviously standing at the doorway, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. Enough. Be quiet. Mr. Morse will assume the position previously held by Uzuxilio, serving as the Warden of Impel Down, tasked with overseeing levels LV5 and LV6. This appointment, sanctioned by the world government, the Navy, and Impel Down, is irrevocable. With that, he produced the official appointment document bearing the seals of the three authorities, ready to hand it to Morse, thus formally announcing his appointment. In the time to come, I trust my esteemed colleagues will offer their support. Greetings to you, Deputy Warden Domino. He smiled subtly and did not reach for the appointment document. Instead, he extended his hand toward Domino. Domino, as if oblivious to the gesture, glared fiercely at Morse and hoarsely exclaimed, "But why did you kill Lord Shiryu? I refuse to believe that Captain Shiryu would have declined to hand over his duties to you, if it were not for the need to guard these villains. He would have long since departed from Impel Down. He has never been one to cling to power or status." Magellan and Morse were momentarily taken aback by Domino's words. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Shiryu had never been one to covet power, and the position of warden merely facilitated his own hunting games. Morse cast a glance at Magellan, subtly nodding his head, urging him to provide an explanation. Magellan pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, an acute pain surged through his abdomen, compelling him to abandon any notion of explanation as he hurriedly rushed to the restroom. "Magellan, you scoundrel, you're slipping away again. This affliction of yours truly requires urgent remedy," Hannibal exclaimed with evident annoyance, simultaneously tightening his grip on Domino's hand, fearing that if he loosened his hold, the latter would charge ahead once more. With a composed demeanor, Hannibal picked up the appointment document from the table with one hand and began to read aloud. "The former warden, Shiryu of the Rain, has unlawfully tortured and executed prisoners in the Push City, in violation of the iron laws of Push City. Henceforth, Naval Lieutenant Morse is appointed to assume the position of Warden of Push City. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." Domino, unable to fully comprehend Hannibal's words, was merely fixated on Morse, his grip tightening in a frenzy as he desperately attempted to free himself from Hannibal's restraint. Meanwhile, the young Suddy at the entrance, regaining his senses, inquired with confusion, "Shouldn't there be a trial at Judicial Island first? Why is someone directly assigned to take over the position of Commander Shiryu?" At this, Domino paused, suddenly connecting the dots, and a wave of murderous intent erupted from him, enabling him to break free from Hannibal's grasp and lunge towards Morse. Bang! "Can we keep it down, please?" Morse gently shook his head, arriving late but acting swiftly. A precise strike with his palm swiftly incapacitated Domino by landing on the nape of her neck. As she fell, he cradled her in his arms and turned to the bewildered Hannibal, saying slowly, "Now, I must trouble you to explain everything to her. And I also entrust you with the matters concerning Shiryu." Hannibal stiffly accepted the unconscious Domino, nodding in a dazed acknowledgement. Morse appeared to recall something and continued, "By the way, Deputy Director Hannibal, could you kindly return my telebug? I have some matters to report to my superior." "Ah, of course, no problem at all. Please hold on a moment." With a look of urgency, he gently placed the Domino he was holding onto the sofa and gestured for the assistant, Suddy, to watch over it. He then hurriedly made his way to the monitoring room where the telebugs were stored, retrieving Morse's device. "Lord Morse, did you truly kill Director Shiryu?" Morse pondered for a moment, recalling the visage of Shiryu just before his demise, and with a hint of regret remarked, "I suppose so. Is that truly the case? It seems that Captain Shiryu indeed met his end at the hands of his adversary, yet returned unscathed. This is the essence of a naval supernova. It is no wonder he emerged unscathed after confronting the Yonko, Kaido of the beasts. However, whom should I truly assist? On one hand, there is my dear friend, and on the other, the man I cherish. It places me in a most perplexing dilemma. Should I offer my support in persuading him?" Little Suddy gazed at Domino, who lay languidly on the sofa, lost in a whirlpool of conflicted thoughts. In contrast, Morse, instinctively reaching for a cigarette, remembered too late that his garment had been snatched away by little Suddy. With a resigned glance, he shook his head and turned his gaze towards the window, momentarily at a loss for thoughts. Chapter 117. Guardian of the Frigid Depths LV5. Before long, Hannibal returned, holding Morse transponder snail and assisting the visibly exhausted Magellan. Chief Guard Morse, here's your transponder snail. It appears to be identical to the previous one. Thank you, Deputy Chief Hannibal. The two exchanged knowing smiles, both conveying an understanding that required no words. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Chief Magellan, Morse said casually, tucking the transponder snail into his pocket while directing a smile towards Magellan. Magellan, one hand gently cradling his abdomen and the other bracing against the table, nodded weakly and instructed Hannibal, Hannibal, do not delay in escorting Chief Guard Morse. Magellan was acutely aware of the intricate dynamics between Hannibal and Morse, yet he remained utterly indifferent, for his insight was beyond what Hannibal could ever hope to grasp. Morse merely arrived at Impel Down to assist the world government in addressing the formidable threat posed by Shiryu. It is worth noting that the world government would never permit a staunchly loyal Navy officer to occupy a pivotal position within the depths of Impel Down. Even if they were inclined to do so, the Navy would be unwilling to squander the life of one of their most esteemed officers in such a dismal prison. Thus, Hannibal's schemes were destined to fail. He could not foresee that within 6 months, Morse would complete his duty at Impel Down and return to the New World to quell the lawless pirates, thereby furthering the Navy's reputation. Well, they have left. You may rise now. Domino paused, momentarily taken aback by the words, realizing that Domino had likely awakened long before. Slowly, Domino sat up, her expression marred by sorrow as she cast a resentful glance at Magellan, questioning why. Understanding her unspoken inquiry, Magellan responded with calm resolve, I can only state that this is a directive from above, one that we cannot defy. Shiryu was undoubtedly aware that this day would come, and he likely prepared for it long ago. Domino merely glared at him in silence, refraining from uttering another word. Some matters are understood by all. Voicing them would only serve to embarrass everyone involved. Had it not been for Magellan's acquiescence, the world government would never have permitted the Navy to intervene. How shall we handle the aftermath concerning Commander Shiryu? It was ultimately little Suddy who, unable to bear the tension any longer, broke the silence within the office. What aftermath? At that moment, Hannibal had just seen Morse off and quietly returned. He has returned. Has he escorted the Chief Warden Morse back? No, he went to the monitoring room, claiming that the signal from the Den Mushi there was better for reporting to higher-ups. I thought it best to return since it did not concern me. Hannibal replied nonchalantly, adjusting his rounded belly. Indeed. Then let us proceed to lay Shiryu to rest in the cemetery. Let everything be conducted according to the rank of the Chief Warden. Impel Down Cemetery. Magellan, Domino, Hannibal, and little Suddy, accompanied by a group of guards, donned somber black uniforms, their faces solemn as they faced the gravestone, performing a unique farewell ritual of Impel Down. Let us go. Little Suddy, you remain here to look after her. We shall return first. With that, Magellan led Hannibal and the others away from the site. In the office, Magellan held the Den Mushi, speaking calmly. It has been taken care of. The talent you recommended this time is commendable. We are even now. What did you expect? That was a formidable individual I recommended. How could it be otherwise? Had Morse been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized the voice on the other end, for he was far too familiar with it. Impel Down monitoring room, office. Morse sat in the now deserted office, idly dialing on the telephone bug. Moses. Is it you, boss? The excited voice of Rocco came through the device, prompting a puzzled inquiry from Morse. Rocco, how is it you? Has the old man passed during my absence and bestowed the position of general upon you? Perhaps influenced by Hannibal, Morse's words hinted at usurpation and inheritance. Hearing the playful banter from his superior, Rocco chuckled warmly and replied, You jest, as always. Just moments ago, a few audacious pirates, seemingly spurred by some folly, attempted to storm the G1 fortress, boldly declaring their intent to claim Admiral Akainu's head as a stepping stone to the title of the new Yonko. Consequently, the Admiral decided to investigate personally, and he should be returning shortly. Please bear with me a moment. It's truly astonishing that such blind fools exist. How have I not encountered them before? To be honest, I am quite curious to meet them. The New World does possess an intriguing allure. Boss, where are you now? When will you return to the G1 fortress? It's been a while, and everyone has missed you. Miss me? Those rascals? They are likely just waiting for me to return and resume my duties of patrolling and overseeing security. Morse, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the meaning behind that group of rascals. They certainly did not harbor any benevolent intentions towards him. Just as he was about to engage in further idle chatter, the familiar voice of Akainu emanated from the Den Mushi. Was it that full Morse? Rocco, report to Admiral Sakazuki. It is Commander Morse seeking your attention. How many times must I reiterate? There is no need for such formality, Rocco. Akainu cast a satisfied glance at Rocco and extended his hand to receive the Den Mushi being offered. To be honest, he was quite pleased with Rocco. Aside from a slight deficiency in strength, Rocco exceeded all his expectations for a subordinate. As for his true first mate, never mind. Aside from causing trouble, he served no other purpose. Morse, what is the matter? The moment he answered the call, Akainu's tone turned exceedingly grave, shedding any remnants of the gentleness he exhibited while speaking with Rocco. Surely not. Old man, must you be so blatantly biased? After all, I am your first mate. There is no need to show such favoritism. Even if you genuinely favor Rocco, it need not be so overt. As the second in command of Impel Down and the newly appointed warden, I too possess a sense of dignity. Morse was delighted to hear Akainu's voice, a peculiar joy blossoming within him. It was unclear when exactly Sakazuki's significance in his heart had risen to be on par with that of the venerable Kevin. For reasons unbeknownst to him, every time Akainu heard Morse's voice, an overwhelming urge to strike him arose, and this occasion was no exception. As magma instinctively surged from his hand once more, is the esteemed Warden Morse intent on demonstrating the gravitas of his position? I find myself quite eager for such an encounter, and thus I shall await the grand visit of the Warden at the G1 fortress. Ah, the old man is jesting again. I lack the audacity for such bravado. It is merely that upon ascending to this position, I felt compelled to clarify matters with you and seek your guidance on how to navigate my current predicament. You cannot fathom the tribulations I have endured lately. It is enough to bring one to tears. Oh, so there exists a place for me in the heart of my superior. I had assumed Warden Morse was merely here to flaunt his authority. In a rare moment of levity, Sakazuki allowed a smirk to grace his lips as he began to tease Morse. Pray do share, though I have heard whispers. I still yearn to hear your account directly from your lips. Morse chuckled softly, recounting his recent experiences. Golden Lion, Shiki the Golden Lion. It seems that during our time apart, your prowess has significantly advanced. Soon, we shall engage in earnest sparring in this vast ocean. You are now free to roam without restraint. Ah, you jest, old man. Roaming freely? I feel as though everywhere I go, someone is poised to deliver a beating. Take my recent escapade, for instance. I merely wished to embark on a leisurely journey and assist that foolish Rocco in acquiring a useful devil fruit. Instead, I found myself soaring freely through the skies for 2 days, only to be soundly thrashed by the Golden Lion. Then, quite unexpectedly, I was tasked with escorting prisoners, and I inexplicably assumed the role of warden. To top it off, I must play the heavy and ensure that the previous offender meets his end. What a peculiar turn of events this has been. Frankly, I find myself hesitant to venture outside these days. Enough of this idle chatter. It is prudent to remain and impel down. I suspect that conclusions will soon be reached on that front. Sakazuki's tone shifted abruptly to one of seriousness as he alluded to something specific before abruptly terminating the call, leaving Morse no opportunity for further inquiry. Morse, holding the Den Mushi, seemed to have come to a realization. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed the warlord Sengoku. Strangely enough, Morse had unknowingly become an important individual capable of reaching out to the Grand Admiral at any moment. He initiated the conversation with the familiar salutation. Moses. This is Morse. Yes, it's Morse. It appears that everything is progressing smoothly. No, perhaps I should now address you as Chief Warden Morse. Sengoku's tone, tinged with a hint of jest, lacked the gravitas it had possessed during their previous conversations. It seemed he was treating Morse not as a formidable officer, but as an ordinary naval recruit. You jest. Once a member of the Navy. Always a member of the Navy, as my father taught me. At this juncture, Morse's thoughts drifted to the man who always wore a smug grin, Kevin. How is he faring? Is that so? I truly ought to express my gratitude to him for nurturing such an exceptional talent for the Navy. As soon as he spoke, Sengoku's countenance through the Den Mushi reverted to its stern demeanor. He spoke calmly. I am aware of your purpose. Focus on your duties as Chief Warden. In due time, an important pirate will be sent your way, and you must ensure he remains under your watch without any incidents. Understood. Morse replied earnestly, nodding his head. By the way, once this mission concludes, you will be reassigned to the Navy. However, you will no longer be Colonel Morse. You shall be addressed as White Snake Rear Admiral, the youngest Rear Admiral in the history of the Navy. It is indeed something to look forward to. Rear Admiral, you say? I am grateful for your support, Admiral Sengoku. You have earned it. Now, I have matters to attend to. Ensure you safeguard Impel Down well. Beep, beep, beep. Observing the busy signal emanating from the Den Mushi in his hand, Morse smiled. The title White Snake Rear Admiral sounds rather appealing. Perhaps I can enjoy a few additional days of rest. After stepping out of the office, he entrusted the Den Mushi to the guards in the monitoring room for safekeeping. Then, cigarette in mouth, he made his way back to the frigid confines of Level 5 of Impel Down. Chapter 118. Establishing Authority Impel Down, Extreme Cold Region. What a truly inhospitable environment. Although he had only just departed, upon returning, Morse could distinctly feel the biting winds raging through the air, even more pronounced than during his last visit. With additional shards of ice scattered about, Morse couldn't help but grimace, observing the treacherous, fissured ground and the jagged remnants of timber strewn haphazardly across the area. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How on earth was he to manage this? It seems that I truly need to have a thorough conversation with that woman from Domino. I cannot fathom how Shiryu, this former inmate, managed to evade detection for so long. Not a single guard has come to restore order, and the fact that Shiryu was slain remains a secret. Utilizing my observation hockey, I swiftly extend my awareness across the entire island, gravitating towards the area teeming with life. Suddenly, I sense a tremor beneath my feet, as if I have stumbled upon something intriguing, prompting a subtle smile to grace my lips. To my surprise, there exists a survivor, seemingly unscathed. Why is he yet to make his move? Does he intend to seize the opportunity of my recent appointment to orchestrate an escape? What do you say, my pirate companion? As I speak, I lift my foot and deliver a powerful stomp upon the thick layer of ice. Boom. Oh, did he evade me? Indeed. It appears he is a formidable pirate capable of eluding Shiryu's grasp. It seems he truly intends to tarnish my record of overseeing Impel Down, the scoundrel. My eyes narrow slightly, a surge of murderous intent emanating from me, as my right hand gradually settles upon the hilt of Shodai Kitetsu. Just as I am about to draw my weapon, a loud bang interrupts me. Wait, please don't. I'm coming out on my own. A man clad in a blood-stained prison uniform emerges, drenched in sweat, and clearly terrified by the aura of menace surrounding me. Oh, so you've chosen to come out on your own. I presumed you would remain there until death claimed you. I mimic the expression of Kizaru, my voice laced with hostility as I inquire slowly. Forgive me, I merely dozed off inadvertently and did not hear your words. But look, here I am, emerging at once. Rest assured, I would never engage in such a foolish act as escaping. The man is named Chris Quinn, and one could say that this fellow is indeed a victim of misfortune. Originally, he was a young merchant of some repute in the North Sea, having just established his own trading company and poised for grand endeavors. However, a fateful voyage led to a pivotal shift in his otherwise smooth-sailing life. By a stroke of luck, he acquired a devil fruit from an ignorant fisherman, without even inquiring about the nature of the fruit. Upon returning to his ship, he consumed it without granting others a chance to seize it. To his dismay, while he was contentedly navigating his merchant vessel home, he encountered pirates. In a mere moment, his crew was annihilated, and he, being a devil fruit user, narrowly escaped death. Thus, he transitioned from the promising president of a trading company to an obscure pirate. Had it been only this, it might have sufficed. With his intellect and the newfound abilities granted by the Zoan-type tortoise fruit, he could have achieved some measure of success. Yet, one wonders what sins he might have committed in a past life, just as he resolved to embrace the life of a pirate. With aspirations of one day ascending to the revered position of a warlord of the sea and re-establishing his own trading company, his pirate crew encountered the traveling Admiral Aokiji. The outcome was predictable. He was captured. But the tale does not end there. Due to the formidable defensive capabilities conferred by his tortoise devil fruit, he remarkably thwarted 2 critical attacks during the skirmish with Admiral Aokiji, thus etching himself into the Admiral's memory. Even as he was being delivered to Impel Down, Aokiji took the time to issue specific instructions to Hannibal regarding him. Consequently, he found himself imprisoned in the frigid depths of Level 5. Interestingly, this marked his 3rd participation in Shiryu's hunting activities, though each time he had hidden beneath the ice, utilizing the fruit's ability to enter a deep hibernation state. Had it not been for Moore's recent kick that roused him, he would likely still be lost in slumber, unaware of when he might awaken. Morse took a closer look at him, and upon noticing the icy shell on his back, he finally comprehended the situation. He mused to himself, "No wonder this individual exudes such vitality without an ounce of malice. It turns out he possesses a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically from the tortoise family. Rise. You seem quite familiar with this place. Could you kindly guide me to Shiri's office?" Of course. How could I not know? Please follow me," he replied eagerly, swiftly getting to his feet with a sycophantic demeanor, leading the way into the depths of the frigid realm. "Quite intriguing," Morse remarked, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile and following behind. Upon reaching the entrance of Shiri's office building, Morse observed a plethora of bizarre prison guard beasts. He nodded, noting their formidable appearance. "Have someone escort this fellow back, and remember to place him in handcuffs. The hunting game ends here," he declared, brandishing his appointment papers as he strode inside, completely disregarding the lamentations of the unfortunate soul behind him. "Please, my lord, grant me a chance. I am innocent." After spending a restful night in Impel Down, Morse realized it had been quite some time since he had slept so soundly. The following day, bang! The door to the lounge was forcefully kicked open as Domino stormed in, accompanied by several guards. "It's time for you to rise, Chief Guard Morse." "Oh, it's Deputy Chief Guard Domino. Has the matter with Shiri been resolved?" Morse mumbled, groggily opening his eyes and meeting Domino's furious gaze. He stood up languidly, inquiring with a hint of nonchalance. This single remark ignited Domino's fury. "You scoundrel!" Before she could raise her fist, Morse fixed her with a piercing glare, unleashing a terrifying aura that suppressed her. Struggling to maintain her composure, she stammered, "You wretch." Morse offered a resigned smile, retracting the formidable aura he had displayed. He spoke with an air of indifference. "That is quite enough. That fellow, Shilio, has taken far more lives than I ever could. Their deaths are hardly unjust. There is no need for you to feign the expression of a vengeful son before me. If you are truly earnest, strengthen your own power and return to confront me, rather than expressing your dissatisfaction here." With a sudden thud, Domino collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at Morse, rendered speechless for a moment. "Well then, perhaps you could show me the last 2 levels. I find myself somewhat intrigued by the remnants of this place." He suddenly recalled the arduous battles in the frigid regions and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he added, "Also, please arrange for someone to tidy up outside. There will be no need for hunting games in the future, and the handcuffs can remain unfastened." "Understood," came the unspoken agreement, completely forgetting the original intent of instilling fear in Morse. Upon entering the confines of the Level 5 prison, what was once capable of housing thousands now felt desolate and abandoned. Morse clicked his tongue in disappointment, reflecting on the remarkable efficiency with which Shiryu executed his grim tasks. In such a brief span, he had already eliminated half of the inmates. If given another year, it was likely that a holiday could be declared for all the guards. By the way, did the deceased prisoners not require a report back to Magellan? I noticed yesterday that the list he provided included inmates who had been dead for over a year. Domino's expression turned somewhat unnatural as he feigned indifference, stating, "In the past, we have reported annually, so the list you received was from a year ago. Is that so? Well, this might be a perfect opportunity for us to conduct a census together." Morse chose not to delve deeper, as arguing over a deceased individual was futile. Upon glancing up, he spotted the very prisoner he had encountered the previous day, and with a smile, he inquired, "Ah, the premier cell. How does the environment here compare to your previous accommodations? I specifically arranged for them to take extra care of you." "Warden, Lord Domino, could you possibly release me? I am truly innocent." Seemingly oblivious to Morse's words, the prisoner was solely focused on escaping Impel Down, yearning to break free from this interminable confinement. "Innocent? No one who entered here ever bore that title." Morse continued deeper into the prison, casting not another glance in the prisoner's direction. "Silence. Quinn, be quiet," Domino snapped, walking behind him without giving the prisoner a second thought. From a cell a dozen meters away, a brazen male voice echoed, deep and hoarse, hissing like a serpent. The underlying intent to kill sent a shiver down Domino's spine. "Warden, it appears we have a new arrival? Kid, where's that fool Shiryu? Why hasn't he let me out for his ridiculous hunting game? Could it be that he has met his demise this time? And that uniformed girl? The food has been increasingly poor. I haven't had meat in 2 days." Morse cast a calm glance at the trembling Domino before approaching the prison cell, remarking indifferently, "Roach Thompson, The one who brazenly seized celestial gold and slaughtered numerous accompanying CP personnel? I find it perplexing that the world government still allows you to persist. Oh, I did not anticipate that there would still be those in the outside world who remember me. They dare not eliminate me, as I still hold considerable value for them. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? From the shadows deep within the cell, a massive, imposing figure emerged, a bald giant devoid of a single hair. Roach Thompson's narrow, malicious eyes scrutinized Morse as though he were prey, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Is the world government truly devoid of capable individuals? They have allowed a mere child to take over the butcher Shiryu's position. It seems my departure from Impel Down is not far off. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than a malevolent aura surged forth from Roach Thompson, directed straight at Morse. As a pirate who had nearly escaped the grasp of the Marine Admiral Akainu, his killing intent was only a fraction less than that of Shiryu, though he lacked the advantageous circumstances Shiryu possessed. At that moment, a flash of pink light appeared, and Domino, standing behind Morse, noticed his forward motion. Drip, drip. Suddenly, the sound of water dripping, akin to a faucet left slightly ajar, echoed within the still confines of the cell. Roach Thompson's murderous intent vanished instantaneously, as he dazedly reached for his neck. Thud. Overwhelmed by his own colossal frame, he knelt heavily before Morse. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked up. You scoundrel! Swish. The sharp blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms was aimed directly at the center of Roach Thompson's forehead. Under Domino's anxious gaze, Morse, with his free left hand, produced a cigarette from his pocket and flicked it gently toward his lips. Domino instinctively took a step forward, retrieving a lighter for cigars, and deftly ignited it for Morse, revealing her evident anxiety. Thank you. He inhaled deeply, savoring the smoke before exhaling slowly. Mr. Roach Thompson, may I ask if you can remain quiet for a moment? Rest assured, you will not perish just yet, but whether you live depends on the kindness of Domino, the vice warden behind me, and her willingness to offer you assistance. Are you satisfied with this token of our meeting? And you all, although I do not share the thrill of hunting like Shiryu, I would not hesitate to eliminate you wretched lot. Rest assured, I am not Shiryu. When I slay you, I shall provide a thoroughly satisfying justification. With a gentle lift of my right foot, I brought it down, unleashing a terrifying aura of slaughter that enveloped the entire cell. Morse glanced back at the struggling Roach Thompson, who was clutching his neck in desperation. An eerie silence fell over the cell, as if a pin dropping could be heard. A subtle smile graced my lips, seemingly pleased by their current state. Your days of comfort are over, scum. If you behave, life might be a tad more bearable. For I have yet to indulge in the pleasure of killing. Chapter 119. Daily life, what are you boasting about, you little brat? If you have the guts, let us out. I shall make you realize that this is no place for the likes of you. The tranquil moment lasted but an instant, shattered by a disgruntled shout. From the depths of the prison, the inmates rallied, unleashing their collective aura, causing the very air to thicken. Hundreds of varying strengths clashed within the confines of the cell, all directed toward Morse. It seems you all are quite spirited. Yet, did you not hear my words? Is it so difficult to behave? A bunch of trash. Boom. As Morse's calm voice faded, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, akin to a pack of frail, ailing wolves encountering a peak predator. The inmates' bravado was swiftly crushed, with the weaker ones collapsing into unconsciousness, even silencing the first to speak. How splendid this is. Should there be any dissent, do voice it, as the chief warden. I am rather merciful and will cater to your unreasonable demands, though the price you must pay remains to be seen. Having lost interest in further observation, I turned away, somewhat displeased. Passing by the doorway, I caught sight of Quinn, who had long since fainted, and a mysterious smile crept across my face. To Domino, the now thoroughly intimidated deputy warden, I murmured, this fellow is undergoing an assessment, if he is indeed as he claims. It would not be unwise to attire him as a guard, for his intellect appears quite sharp. The more I write, the more perplexed I become. I can only resolve to write steadily and strive for excellence, for I genuinely wish to craft a tale. Understood, Chief Warden, Domino replied awkwardly. By the way, where is the former warlord, Crocodile, who was sent here not long ago? I have not seen him since I descended from LV1. He has met the same fate as the former Chief Warden Shiryu, has he? Upon hearing Morse still referred to Shiryu as the former Chief Warden, Domino's mood lightened considerably. He coldly responded, Crocodile, who sought to usurp the Alabaster regime and was apprehended with the aid of the world government after his plans were uncovered by the Navy. He is notorious for his brutality and formidable strength, and he is currently imprisoned in LV6, the The infinite hell. Are you particularly interested in him, Chief Warden? Are you interested? Perhaps. After all, we have known each other for quite some time. I wonder if the Deputy Warden would be inclined to accompany me to the infinite hell. I have always been curious about the appearance of the place that could contain the notorious pirate, Golden Lion. Morse slightly raised his hand, gesturing an invitation to Domino beside him. It would be preferable for the Warden to refrain from mentioning the name of Golden Lion in the future, as he represents the sole blemish since the establishment of Impel Down. Had he not vanished into the depths of the sea all these years, Lord Shiryu would undoubtedly have personally retrieved his corpse, demonstrating to the world that no one has ever escaped from Impel Down and lived to tell the tale. Morse paused for a moment, casting a contemplative glance at Domino, hesitating whether to divulge the fact that he had already slain the Golden Lion. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately decided against it. After all, he would not linger here much longer, and attracting excessive attention could lead to complications. Observing Morse lost in thought, Domino mistakenly believed he had discerned the unspoken implications of her words and was engulfed in guilt. With a tinge of sympathy, she softly remarked, "But it matters not. After all these years, no one dares to speak of the Golden Lion as prison escape anymore, for that old curmudgeon ultimately left behind his legs here." Morse comprehended that the other party might have been mistaken, yet he chose not to reveal this misunderstanding. After the meal, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "Could this be the reason why you currently confine your prisoners, shackling their hands and feet to the wall? It truly leaves no room for an escape." He added, "Enough of this banter. Do you still wish to descend and meet your old friend?" The moment he heard Morse speak, the lingering feelings of guilt dissipated into the ether. Such a mute individual was hardly deserving of his self-reproach. Morse was perplexed, his mind filled with questions, utterly bewildered as to what had provoked the other party. He could only silently nod, indicating for the other to lead the way. Is this truly the bottom level of Impel Down, level 6, an infinite hell? It appeared far more comfortable than the frigid regions. At the very least, there was no need to wear such a heavy coat. Casually tossing his coat onto the coat rack by the elevator door, he gazed at the large iron pot nearby, exhaling with a sense of nostalgia. "Hurry up," Domino barked coldly. Without a glance back at Morse, he strode with icy determination towards Crocodile's cell, showing no inclination to offer Morse a tour. Morse discerned that his counterpart was in a foul mood. He had no desire to provoke him further at such a delicate moment. After all, there would be ample opportunities to linger here in the future, lest he find himself unable to depart when the time came. Presently, the priority was to meet that old friend, for he was indeed the first formidable pirate he had ever captured. "Hey, Crocodile, someone has come to see you," he called out, swiftly unlocking the prison door and addressing Crocodile, who was almost hanging from the wall. He emphasized the title of warden with a marked tone. "Humph. How curious that anyone would come to see me. You lot from the world government can keep dreaming. I shall not divulge anything unless you release me and restore my title as a warlord of the sea, even confined within the prison's bleak confines." The scars adorning his body did not diminish the spirit of this pirate, who had once dared to challenge Whitebeard. As he stepped into the cell, Morse beheld the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, clad in tattered prison garb. Time had not been kind. His once immaculate slick-back hair had vanished, and even the iconic golden hook on his hand had lost its luster, rendering him a pitiful sight. "Truly, it is you, Crocodile. Even now, you cling to the identity of a warlord. I find it perplexing that someone of your stature would still care for the title bestowed by the world government." Upon hearing Morse's familiar voice, Crocodile instantly lifted his lowered head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he glared fiercely at Morse, momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you astonished to see me, an old friend?" Morse retrieved a box of cigars from his pocket, ones he had procured from Shiryu's office, and offered one to Crocodile, assisting him in lighting it. Taking a deep, indulgent puff, he exhaled slowly and remarked, "What brings a scoundrel like you to this place? Have you been dismissed by the Navy and found solace with the world government? It appears you have been granted quite a favorable position, even usurping Shiri to the butcher's role." Perhaps it was the cigar Morse lit for himself or the sheer strength of his opponent that quelled his anger. His tone remained remarkably calm, devoid of the indignation one might expect after capture. "You seem to be faring well. It seems prison life suits you comfortably." Instead of addressing the inquiry posed, he opted to compliment Crocodile. Chapter 120. Infinite hell. "If you've come to mock me, then be gone, scoundrel." Crocodile scoffed. "Ah, even as a prisoner, you maintain your bravado. It's good to see you alive. After all, you are the very first notorious pirate I personally apprehended. I would have mourned your demise." Crocodile shot Morse a fierce glare, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The last time they met, he had not regarded Morse, then still a naval lieutenant, as a threat, despite Morse's superior strength. Little did he anticipate that upon their next encounter, Morse would have ascended to the rank of chief warden of Impel Down, while he himself had become a mere captive beneath Morse's command. He harbored doubts about Morse's capability to assume such a position, acknowledging that he had contributed significantly to Morse's military accolades. Very well. You take a break while I explore further inside. After all, on my first day, I must greet my new acquaintances, lest I appear discourteous. As Morse walked away, a glimmer of opportunity flickered in Crocodile's eyes. It seemed he might have a chance to escape Impel Down. While Crocodile contemplated his escape plan within the confines of his cell, Morse encountered a minor setback. Domino had departed too hastily, taking with her the solitary universal key to the cells, thereby leaving Morse at the entrance, peering in at the assembly of old pirates. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed pleasantly within the prison as Morse advanced, each step resonating throughout the chamber. "Keep it down, you scoundrel. Are you unaware that I am trying to sleep? You must be seeking your own demise, little one." A voice, heavy with morning grumpiness, interrupted Morse's stride. Momentarily taken aback, he hesitated, unsure whether to place his raised foot back down. He was well aware of the discomfort of being roused from a peaceful slumber and understood the principle of treating others as one wishes to be treated. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The figure of Morse suddenly appeared before the cell from which the sound emanated. Peering inside, he was struck with realization. Who could possess such a temper even while imprisoned and Impel Down? There, within the confines of the cell, stood a somewhat gaunt figure, with white hair neatly braided and cascading over his shoulders. His eyebrows, whether naturally vivid or dyed a crimson hue, were striking. And despite being ensconced in the depths of the prison, he bore a wickedly charming smile. Adorning his lips was an exquisite golden chain, adding an air of chilling sophistication to his demeanor, though clad in the standard prison garb of Impel Down. The innate nobility that radiated from him caused Morse to feel an uncharacteristic sense of inadequacy, prompting him to subconsciously adjust his own black uniform. After all, he had always been rather casual in his appearance. Verilic Ladefield, known to the world as the Red Count, was a notorious pirate who had sailed during the era of Joel D. Roger. He was referred to as the Solitary Red, a name that starkly contrasted with the collective brawls of other great pirates like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Roger himself. Fleet Admiral Sengoku once remarked that this man alone could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger, Whitebeard, and the Gold Lion pirates, and during Roger's time. He was a figure whose wrath was not to be trifled with, although Garp later claimed that he would not leave a mark on history. Verilic himself did not deny this, acknowledging that he was overshadowed by the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion. He was a man of extreme pride, reveling in solitude. And from the moment he set sail, he had an aversion to alliances. His life was a testament to the creed of isolation. As Morse appeared before him, the wicked smile on the Red Countess' face caused the golden chain at his lips to quiver slightly. He instinctively activated his formidable observation haki, a power he had possessed since childhood. With age, his haki had grown increasingly potent, having once reached a terrifying level that allowed him to perceive the innermost thoughts of others, a skill that, in turn, contributed significantly to his loneliness. When did such a remarkable individual arrive at Impel Down? His youth belied the strength he wielded. Realizing that his own observation haki had not yielded any information for quite some time, Morse understood that the intensity of the other's haki was equally formidable. He was taken aback by the emergence of such a newcomer in the prison. Red Count Verilic Ladefield, you do not appear to have just awakened. Moreover, aren't the elderly known for their lack of sleep? Do you still find yourself yearning for more slumber? Such direct scrutiny of another is hardly the hallmark of a true powerhouse. With a teasing remark, Morse maintained a smile as he regarded him. He was genuinely curious about the Red Count's observation haki, and he felt a tinge of envy towards the descriptions that spoke of his ability to see into the hearts of others. Morse's own observations reveal that his mastery of the observation haki has reached an unparalleled level upon the vast seas. Regrettably, he has yet to achieve the transformative breakthrough necessary to ascend to the ranks of formidable figures such as Katakuri, Red Count, and Roger. Today, upon encountering the Red Count, he perceives that his opportunity has finally arrived. The Red Count may very well be his greatest source of wisdom. In comparison to you, a notorious pirate from a bygone era who dominated the seas, I hardly consider myself a monster. At best, I am merely a junior. Such humility is indeed remarkable. I cannot recall the Navy ever embodying such a tradition. Furthermore, how could one who has claimed the head of the old lion possibly be anything less than a monster? The Red Count asserted with unwavering certainty. Morse's expression revealed no hint of change, yet his tone bore a trace of curiosity. Ah, indeed. None of you old fellows are straightforward. However, I am quite intrigued as to how you disowned this. I have remained ever vigilant against your perceptions. It seems you possess considerable confidence in your own formidable presence. No wonder you have come this far. Without such self-assurance, how could one achieve this level? If you wish to know, simply bring 2 fine bottles of red wine next time, and I shall divulge the secret to you. Red wine, you say? It appears that after more than 20 years, the once aloof rider has shed some of his arrogance. The next time you visit, I shall bring along 2 bottles of exquisite wine gifted by a friend. At this moment, Morse found himself in an exceptionally joyful mood. Leisurely wandering through the somewhat desolate confines of the infinite prison, a solitary cigarette in hand. However, this time, not a single prisoner paid him any heed. The notorious pirates, Katarina DM, San Juan the Wolf, Basque Bondi Valdo, Douglas Barrett, and others, seemed utterly oblivious to his presence, offering little more than a cold smirk. Completely dismissing him, Morse remained unfazed, exhibiting no anger, nor did he impose any intimidation as if in the depths of a frigid hell. This group of individuals was markedly different from the inept ones above. As he ventured into the innermost recesses of the prison, his gaze fell upon an empty cell with an ajar door. Without needing to inquire, Morse recognized it as the very cell that had once housed the infamous Golden Lion. It appeared to have been perpetually vacant, a stark reminder to the guards of Impelled Down that they could not afford to let even a single ant escape again. The thought of the stoic Akainu surfaced in his mind. The old man had consistently donned a frigid and unyielding demeanor throughout his life, rarely extending a welcoming smile. His ruthlessness was solely aimed at quelling the tumultuous pirate era, and even in his fierce contention with Aokiji for the position of admiral, it was merely a means to further his plans of suppressing the rampant lawlessness of the pirate age. Quietly, he retrieved an ancient wooden box from his breast pocket, placing it before the shackles on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. Inside lay not merely trinkets, but the very ring he had pried from the corpse of the Golden Lion, alongside a shard from the ship's helm. Initially intended for personal keepsake, to boast to Old Man Kevin in the future, Morse now deemed it more fitting to leave them here. Golden Lion, you have been captured, he silently proclaimed, bowing respectfully to the empty space before him. Performing the farewell gesture he had recently learned from Impelled Down. Chapter 121. Fire Fist Ace, Impelled Down, Level 5, Cold Region, Warden's Office. Mel's, languidly reclining in his office chair with his legs propped upon the desk, gazed aimlessly at the ceiling while a cigarette dangled from his lips. To be candid, the monotony of advancing through the prison was stifling, particularly at levels 5 and 6, where new arrivals had become a rarity. The most recent detainee was none other than the failed visionary, Sir Crocodile, who had met his downfall. Yet, Miles found some merit in his circumstances. Under the hospitable offerings of fine wine and exquisite cuisine, the proud old fellow, the Red Count, ultimately succumbed to the allure of sweet temptation. Just days prior, feigning inebriation, he regaled Miles with tales of his extensive experiences and insights into the art of observation hockey, thereby broadening Miles' perceptive range once more. Although it had not yet reached a transformative level, it certainly signified notable progress. Suddenly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth indicated a shift in his perception. Within the frigid confines of the extreme cold zone and the abyssal depths of infinite hell, the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov, was energetically gyrating with his companions in an exceedingly provocative dance that could only be described as an eyesore. This, too, was a newfound capability following Mal's advancement in observation hockey, allowing him to visualize specific areas, albeit with somewhat inferior clarity. Nevertheless, it represented significant strides forward. Perhaps one day he might achieve the ability to observe as if through surveillance. As for the Okama King, Ivankov thrived in the LV5. 5 new Okama Paradise alongside a cadre of prisoners who had survived the hunting games of Rain Shiryu, living a life of indulgence. Each morning, he led exuberant dance sessions and, on whims, hosted lavish banquets, enjoying a lifestyle even more sumptuous than that of Miles himself. Morse had indeed contemplated capturing this elusive group, yet it must be said that they were exceedingly slippery. Whenever Morse made a move, they would invariably detect it in advance and promptly retreat to safety. Were it not for Sengoku's incessant reminders urging him to maintain a low profile, warning that he had already negotiated with Blackbeard for the imminent delivery of Fire Fist Ace, advising him that there could be no mishaps at this critical juncture in Impel Down, the affairs of the flamboyant king of the transvestites would have seemed far less significant. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Morse pondered whether to trouble the king of the transvestites once more, a series of frantic knocks resounded, as if the door might soon be shattered from the persistent assault. Come in, the door is ajar. When did you become so courteous? Besides, if the door is broken, it falls to you to arrange for its repair. What is the point? Remarked Domino, the deputy warden, without raising his gaze. Apologies. It is not Domino. It is I. Hannibal. The deputy director, Hannibal, entered with a hint of embarrassment and a look of urgency, observing Morse in his usual languid demeanor. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. When would he also be able to enjoy such freedom in his office? Doing as he pleased while delegating tasks to Domino? Lost in thought, he suddenly muttered through gritted teeth, I must become the director. Magellan. Why have you not yet abdicated in favor of someone more worthy? Morse cast a resigned glance at him, feeling too lethargic to inquire why he sought his presence. After all, this fellow would soon divulge his intentions following the expression of his dreams. Ahem. Pretending to be nonchalant, he stole a glance at Morse, only to find no inclination from the latter to acknowledge him. With a slight cough, he anxiously began to speak. The Navy has sent someone, specifically requesting for you, Morse, to personally escort the individual to LV-6, the Infinite Hell. However, they did not disclose the name of the visitor, which is why Magellan hastened my arrival to fetch you. It's crucial to note that neither the phone bugs can survive between levels 5 and 6, so the only way to reach you is through a special passage. What irked Hannibal the most was that Magellan had relocated his office to LV-4, the burning hell, while he remained on the first floor. Yet, this individual still insisted on summoning him, which was undeniably frustrating. Has he arrived? Understood. It seems that Fire Fist Ace has made his entrance, which implies that the days leading to Blackbeard Marshal D, Teach and Straw Hat Luffy-esque chaos and Impel Down are drawing near, as are the days until the outbreak of the Paramount War. Ah, yes. Very well. Hannibal was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating Morse would acquiesce so readily. He had assumed Morse would linger, affording him the opportunity to embarrass Magellan before the Navy, thus bringing himself one step closer to the position of director. Is there something else, Vice Director Hannibal? Otherwise, I shall proceed ahead. Feel free to help yourself to the wine and cigars atop the cabinet. Morse approached the door, noticing that Hannibal remained rooted in place, showing no signs of movement. Though puzzled, he did not dwell on it, allowing the other to act freely, especially since the items in the room were all remnants of the previous warden, Rain, the Reign of Silence. At this juncture, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. If not for these cigars and wines, he would never have acquired insights into the observation hockey from the exceedingly proud man, the Red Count. Hey, when did you arrive? Hannibal, upon hearing Morse's voice, realized that the latter had stealthily approached him from behind. Hastily, he dashed past Morse towards the elevator, pressing the button in advance and waiting for him, leading one to mistakenly believe he was a direct subordinate of Morse. As Morse observed the scene, he shook his head in disbelief. This man was willing to sacrifice his dignity in pursuit of the directorship. The scene shifted to the port of Impel Down, where Admiral Kuroheim stood patiently with the candidate general, Momotaro Gion, awaiting Morse's arrival, exhibiting no signs of impatience. Magellan, having recently expelled the toxins from his system, stood straight in his director's uniform, seemingly indifferent to initiating conversation with Kuroheim, as there was little to discuss between them. Behind him stood Domino, now clad in a black suit, a sight that would surely evoke mixed feelings in Morse. Unbeknownst to him, his former deputy warden had transformed into the personal secretary to the director. The dynamics within Impel Down appeared increasingly intricate, the vice warden scheming to conspire with the warden for a coup, while the deputy warden harbored a desire for vengeance against the warden in honor of his predecessor. In contrast, the director and the warden seemed far more relaxed, indifferent to their respective positions. Before long, Hannibal arrived, escorting the leisurely Morse, who ambled into the port of Impel Down. When did you become so lackadaisical, little one? One might mistake you for Borsalino's aide. Kuroheim teased, observing Morse with a cigarette in hand, swaying as if on a casual stroll, reminiscent of the yellow monkey. Meanwhile, Gion watched Morse with curiosity. She had always been intrigued by him, especially during this escort of Ace alongside Kuroheim, which provided her with further insight into this naval prodigy. Ah, Kuroheim, I had no idea you would personally come. Had I known, I would have raced over with rockets. My apologies for the wait. Shall we head to my quarters for some tea and a brief respite? Morse could hardly fathom that it was Crane herself who had come in person, accompanied by the substitute commander, Guion. It seemed that the Navy's regard for Ace surpassed his wildest expectations. However, it was somewhat unexpected that Garp was absent, likely detained by Sengoku. No need for formality. Come with me to facilitate the handover. We must return promptly to report back, Morse stated, with a benevolent smile. Crane declined his invitation and led him back aboard the ship. Standing before the cell that housed Ace, Crane solemnly recounted Ace's origins and provided a detailed introduction, emphasizing his significance to the Navy. Do you comprehend, Morse? This mission bears immense weight, potentially determining whether these tumultuous seas will find peace in the coming years. Is it truly so grave? Morse replied, suddenly feeling the weight of pressure. But do not worry. I assure you that he will remain safe during his time at Impel Down. Very well. Make haste and escort him back. For now, keep the mask on. The fewer who know his true identity, the lesser the complications. Understood. Let us proceed. I have had a cordial exchange with Bista from the Whitebeard crew. With one hand gripping the masked Ace, who was bound by sea prism stone cuffs rendering him powerless, Morse nodded to Crane and Guion before turning to descend the ship, heading straight for Level 6 of Impel Down. Chapter 122. Awaiting the unfolding of the narrative, it must be acknowledged that Morse, as the newly appointed warden, was quite unskilled in his duties. After much exertion, he finally managed to replace Ace's shackles with those from the cell. This commotion roused the unconscious Ace, who, upon awakening, weakly murmured, "Where am I?" "Ah, you're awake. It appears you truly need to hone your professional skills," Morse mused, lamenting the uncertainty of future opportunities. "Keep at it, worker." After a lengthy, incoherent exchange, Ace comprehended none of it. The dark hood obscured his vision, leaving him unaware of the speaker's identity or his current location. He attempted to harness his fruit powers to incinerate the hood, but after futile struggles, he only felt increasingly feeble. "Who are you? Where am I?" he demanded, his vision suddenly brightening. Thankfully, the dimness of the cell allowed him to open his eyes fully. "Are you one of that scoundrel Doflamingo's subordinates?" Ace spat. But before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. "Oh, I forgot to mention, the jewelry you just donned is also forged from sea prism stone. You are familiar with it, I presume? It is particularly effective against those with abilities, so I advise you to conserve your strength. After all, a fall can be quite painful, and should anyone witness this, they might think me a cruel warden, and I'd rather not find myself summoned to Judicial Island." Ace struggled to lift his head, gazing at the surface of Morse's foot. His eyes clouded as he repeatedly murmured, "DG, DG, DG." It appeared that Blackbeard had indeed imparted a profound lesson upon him. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this individual will have the chance to alter his fate and survive the war atop the summit. Rest well tonight. I shall return to see you, Fire Fist Ace, on the morrow. Morse was in remarkably high spirits, having finally encountered Ace, which also indicated that the day of his departure from Impel Down was drawing near. However, he was determined to extract the Okama King before leaving, for he and the Revolutionary Army had become sworn enemies. It would be a missed opportunity to weaken that insufferable dragon's influence. With this thought, he cast a glance towards the direction of the New World. Meanwhile, deep within the realm of the New Humans, the Okama King, Ivankov, let out a tremendous sneeze, instinctively wrapping his thin short sleeves tighter around himself, muttering, "Has the temperature in the frigid region dropped once more? Can those guards not improve the environment a little? Perhaps by stoking the furnace on the lower level?" As soon as Morse departed from the prison of infinite hell, an air of excitement enveloped the space. "Newcomer, which pirate crew do you belong to? You appear rather youthful. Crocodile, it seems you are no longer the youngest here. Care to share some words of gratitude?" The question, posed by an unknown voice, sparked the interest of the bored old inmates, igniting a lively conversation. "Youthful, indeed. I wonder if he is handsome." "Should I take good care of you?" murmured one of the women, her curiosity piqued. "Haha, this fellow is no mere minor character." Crocodile's words were abruptly interrupted. "Minor character? What are you saying? You must remember, this is infinite hell. Even minor characters are worthy of confinement here. Each of us has made a name for ourselves upon the seas. Once I escape, I shall be the first to eliminate that worthless warden. A young man who climbed the ranks through deceit and arrogance." "That warden is rather handsome," interjected Kizaru. "Silence, you drunken fool. The warden is destined to be my prey. Anyone who dares overlook my beauty shall meet their demise." "Crocodile, please continue. And you, Big Barrel, keep your mouth shut. It serves you right for being denied alcohol. Anticipating the drunken man's attempt to speak, the woman, Katrin, called out to silence him, urging Crocodile to proceed. Everyone, quiet down. Crocodile, young lad, disregard this rabble. It seems you should be acquainted with our new little friend. Do introduce him. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing for me to slay him without knowing his identity. I do not kill nameless individuals. How intriguing. Barrett, are you actually interested in this newcomer? This is rather uncharacteristic of you. In Infinite Hell, aside from the indifferent Red Count, Barrett, a prominent enforcer of the Roger Pirates, was known for his peculiar demeanor. The others were taken aback. It was unexpected for this monster, Barrett, to speak today. The entire cell fell silent, awaiting Crocodile's continuation. Their interest in the newcomer piqued. A child of Whitebeard's crew? No, there's a hint of Roger's aura as well. How curious. The Red Earl, with his eyes tightly shut, murmured to himself in a state of perplexity. The moment Ace entered the cell, he sensed that this newcomer was extraordinary, yet he did not pay it much heed. It was only upon hearing Barrett express interest that he utilized his observation hockey to scrutinize Ace more closely. Upon doing so, he discovered that Ace's aura felt somewhat familiar, thus igniting a flicker of curiosity regarding his origins. Moreover, the fact that a character like Mers was so concerned about this newcomer further fueled his suspicion regarding Ace's true identity. Port Asti, Ace, at the tender age of 17, ventured into the seas and founded the Spade Pirates, gaining renown in the East Blue. Like myself, he had received an invitation from the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea, yet he rejected it without a moment's hesitation. After his defeat in a challenge against Whitebeard, he was captivated by the man's charismatic persona, ultimately becoming Whitebeard's adopted son and serving as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not to mention, he wields the powers of the Mara Mara no Mi, earning him the moniker Fire Fist, and he possesses formidable strength. Crocodile recounted Ace's background with precision. He had long harbored a grudge over Ace's failure to defeat Whitebeard, and thus had kept a close watch on Ace ever since he recognized him as Whitebeard's son after noticing the tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates on his back. Haha, are you jesting, you dead crocodile? How could this fellow possibly be the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division? Is the Navy planning to take action against that old man? Laughter erupted from the other notorious pirates, who shared Barrett's incredulity. They believed it was improbable that the Navy would dare to confront Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. Especially at this juncture. Though they had languished in the depths of Impel Down for years, they remained informed about the vast ocean, gleaning knowledge from the newcomers who joined annually. They were well aware of the dynamics among the 4 emperors in the New World and were skeptical that the Navy would disrupt the existing balance. Crocodile chose not to elaborate further. Truth be told, he too found it hard to believe. Logically, Sengoku, known for his strategic acumen, would not issue such an order. Could it be that during his incarceration, some unforeseen event had befallen Whitebeard? Clenching his fists instinctively, he had never felt such a strong urge to escape from Impel Down. Meanwhile, Barrett and the Red Earl appeared contemplative, seemingly grasping something profound. Noticing that Crocodile had ceased to speak, the group of idle old-timers fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts about escape plans that had been meticulously crafted over many years but had yet to find the opportunity for execution. If, as Crocodile suggested, this newcomer truly was the son of that old codger Whitebeard, then perhaps their long-cherished schemes could finally come to fruition. For Whitebeard's character would never allow his family to languish and Impel Down for a lifetime. At this moment, Morse was not preoccupied with the notion of whether these individuals were plotting an escape. After all, the impending arrival of Monkey D. Luffy posed a considerable dilemma. This fellow was markedly different from Ace. The title of King Luffy was not merely a trivial moniker. Furthermore, both Dragon and Garp were still very much alive. It was certainly out of the question to eliminate him. However, allowing him and Blackbeard to wreak havoc and Impel Down, thereby liberating these notoriously vicious prisoners, was equally unacceptable. After all, he was currently serving as the chief warden of Impel Down. If something were to go awry, it would be a miracle if he managed to avoid demotion, let alone have the opportunity to be reinstated in the Navy with a promotion and a raise. What a headache. Why was it always my misfortune? Perhaps I should just eliminate this group of ruffians first? A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Eradicating these individuals could potentially resolve the troubles brought about by Luffy and Blackbeard at their source. Unfortunately, this notion barely lingered for 2 minutes before he caught sight of the cigar box on his desk, reminding him of Shiryu's tragic fate. Sighing heavily, He slumped onto the sofa, continuing to gaze at the ceiling in a daze. Chapter 123, Prelude, Garp's visit. Knock, knock, knock. The door wasn't locked, was it? Morse, lazily reclining in his chair with a cigarette between his lips, exhaled clouds of smoke, embodying the very essence of lethargy. Lately, it seemed that every visitor felt compelled to bang on the door as if Morse were deaf, and if this continued, he would soon be forced to announce the need for a new door. Not you again, Hannibal. Why don't you and Domino switch places? If you took over my position, you wouldn't have to struggle with Director Magellan for rank. Speaking of Domino, it had been quite some time since he last saw her. How was she faring under the director's command? He had no interest in the position of Chief Warden. He aspired to be the Grand Warden. A mere Chief Warden could hardly satisfy him. Observing Hannibal's somewhat juvenile demeanor, Morse couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In this regard, Hannibal was certainly superior to him. His greatest aspiration remained the avoidance of overtime, ideally with paid leave. Even the ranks of Admiral and Fleet Admiral held little allure for him. How would I know? A new batch of prisoners has arrived recently, leaving me so busy that I scarcely have time to contend for the director's position. Hannibal rubbed his shoulders, displaying an expression that conveyed his utter exhaustion. Morse cast a glance at Hannibal, realizing that he was the only one idling in the entire city of advancement. Very well, once you ascend to the position of director, you shall sit in your office, sipping tea while watching the sunrise. But for now, let us discuss your purpose for visiting me. Do not tell me you have come merely to lament. I cannot believe you would be so idle. Upon hearing the words "become director," Hannibal's weary expression vanished in an instant. Much like the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera, his spirits soared, and with palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Is it true, Morse? Do you also believe I am more suited for the position than that incompetent Magellan? Indeed. It is high time for Magellan to step aside and allow for a worthy successor." Morse opened his mouth, gazing at the excitement etched across his face, utterly at a loss for words. Finally, he merely rapped gently on the table twice, a subtle reminder for him to regain his composure. Bang, bang. Ah, my apologies. The mere thought of that scoundrel Magellan occupying the director's position sends me into a frenzy. Though I utter words of contrition, my visage betrays no semblance of embarrassment. Suddenly struck by another thought, he raised the iron trident and struck the ground with considerable force, speaking with a hint of urgency. By the way, I came to inform you that Admiral Garp is on his way. Would you care to greet him? Is Admiral Garp already here? Could it be that another notorious pirate has been captured? It seems that since my arrival here less than a month ago, a multitude of infamous pirates have fallen into custody. It appears that significant events have transpired upon the seas recently. It seems that Admiral Garp is not here this time to escort prisoners for official duties. Without prisoners, what could his purpose be? Could he have journeyed all this way merely to inspect the prison and impel down? I'm uncertain. I merely overheard this while reporting to Magellan in his office and hastily rushed over to fetch you without further inquiry. Morse rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hannibal now viewed him as his optimal partner for ascending to the position of director, eagerly rushing to inform him of every matter at the earliest opportunity. This newfound sense of importance was rather overwhelming. However, he couldn't quite fathom why Garp had arrived early, as there was still some time before the deadline set by the warlord. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusion, he glanced at Hannibal, who had once again succumbed to daydreaming, and shook his head. Let us go. With Vice Admiral Garp already here, if I don't go to see him, I can only imagine the reprimands awaiting me upon my return to headquarters. And thus, they departed. Delaying further might result in missing the encounter altogether. Unlike the previous occasion, this time Hannibal hurriedly dashed out after finishing his words. Upon reaching the port once more, Morse gazed at the azure sea, overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. He had never before felt such a deep affinity for the ocean, in comparison to the dreary prison life below. His time drifting in the new world had been simply idyllic. Hannibal, surely you must have misheard. There is not a soul in sight, not even Magellan. And look, there are no warships on the horizon. Hannibal appeared equally bewildered. Could it be that he had indeed misheard? Wasn't he Vice Admiral Garp supposed to arrive today? Just as he was about to explain this to Morse, he thought better of it. Well, if they haven't come, they haven't come. It's nice to get some fresh air occasionally. I must say, the sunlight is exquisite. Everything down below is tolerable, except for the cold and the absence of sunlight. It's rather dull, but not too bad. Observing Morse basking in the sun, seemingly oblivious to his complaints, Hannibal casually remarked, "Indeed, such splendid weather is quite rare near Impel Down." Just as Morse closed his eyes to relish the warmth of the sun, Magellan approached from the distance, accompanied by Domino. What brings you here? Hannibal, did you eavesdrop on my conversation again? Magellan, what are you doing here? Hannibal's words were abruptly interrupted by Magellan. Silence. We'll settle this later. Since the chief warden has arrived, I must trouble you once more for a trip. We have newcomers. Newcomers? It seems Garp isn't arriving empty-handed after all. But who could possibly warrant the Vice Admiral as personal escort? A while later, a warning whistle echoed from afar, prompting Morse to fix his gaze on the horizon where a warship resembling a dog's head raced towards them. They're here. Hannibal's tone was laced with urgency. For the visitors were anything but ordinary. The warship gradually steadied at the port, and Garp boldly disembarked, his eyes brightening upon seeing Morse. With a single stride, he stood before him, inspecting him thoroughly before delivering 2 hearty slaps on Morse's shoulder, nodding emphatically as he spoke. Not bad, not bad. You've certainly bulked up since our last meeting. It seems the provisions in Impel Down are superior to those of the Navy. After speaking, he turned to glance at his old acquaintance, Magellan. Magellan, you seem to be in much better condition than before. It appears you have overcome the side effects. There's been some improvement, but I still have a ways to go before I can claim complete recovery. Since Chief Warden Morse has arrived, I shall not intrude any longer. You two may proceed with your discussion. Hannibal, why are you still standing there in a daze? Magellan greeted Domino and Morse before turning to leave. As he departed, he noticed Hannibal still frozen in place and shouted in exasperation. Kapu, witnessing this scene, let out a hearty laugh. Magellan and Hannibal are quite the amusing pair. Much like myself and Sengoku. So, how has life been advancing in the city? I haven't heard from you in ages. I thought the pirates had vanished completely. He jested with Morse, acknowledging the truth in his own words. Ever since Morse reported to headquarters, he seemed to have monopolized the spotlight of naval news. After all, how else could he be deemed the singular supernova of the Navy? Morse let out a sigh, contemplating a rebuttal, yet realizing the truth in the matter. Surely, you did not come all this way solely to see me. If that were the case, I would be obliged to treat you to a fine drink. I have 2 bottles of exquisite wine that remain unopened. Morse, well aware of the purpose behind Garp's arrival, could not help but acknowledge the general of the warring state's trust in Garp. Should Garp wish to extricate Ace from Impel Down, no one could stand in his way. At least, Morse lacked the confidence to do so at this moment. Garp's smile remained unwavering as he called out to his companion behind him. Kobe, hurry and bring him down. He then continued addressing Morse. The individual we have brought this time is Jinbe, captain of the Sun Pirates, known as the Knight of the Sea among the Shichibukai. This fellow refused the mandatory summons from Sengoku and has subsequently been stripped of his Shichibukai title. Most importantly, he intended to assist that white-beard fellow, hence he has been sent here for a period of reflection. Nodding in acknowledgement, Morse instinctively thought, reflection? Is Garp jesting? There is no such thing as reflection in Impel Down. Once one enters, there is no chance of leaving. Chapter 124, has the plot begun? Morse, you have met Kobe before, haven't you? This young lad may not be far behind you in the future. Observing Garp's expression of pride, Morse found it somewhat amusing, pondering when he had become akin to someone else's child. At that moment, Kobe had received Jinbe from Balumeb and solemnly descended from the warship. Morse nodded with a degree of certainty. Although the current situation may not reveal much, the trajectory of the narrative suggests that this pink-haired boy could very well become the lifelong adversary of Monkey D. Luffy, potentially ascending to the esteemed position of Admiral in the Navy. Kobe, my dear fellow, it has been quite some time. Morse greeted the somewhat reticent Kobe. Mr. Morse. Kobe scratched his head, contemplating for a moment, ultimately deciding to address Morse with the title of Mr. After all, Morse had recently been reassigned as the warden of Impel Down and, strictly speaking, was no longer a Navy officer, thus it seemed inappropriate to use his former title and rank. Well then, since you two are here, why not stay a while? Would you like to join me for a tour? Morse, fully aware of Garp's intentions for this visit, proactively extended the invitation to spare the old man any discomfort. Although Garp appeared carefree, Akainu had previously mentioned to Morse that Garp possessed a keen intellect, acutely aware of everything concerning the sea, yet choosing to abstain from the burdensome affairs of the world. All right, I am curious to see what the prison for these notorious pirates looks like, but Kobe, you may sit this one out. Just ensure that you and Bella keep a close watch. Were it not for his deep concern for his grandson Ace, Garp would have preferred not to trouble Morse, being well aware of the world government's nature. With a gentle smile, Morse acknowledged that having an extra person was of little consequence, yet since Garp had said so, he did not press the matter further. Looking at the upright Kobe, he remarked. Then I shall trouble you, Kobe, to wait here a bit longer. Fisher Tiger, is it? Follow me. You may attempt to escape, but your fate will not rest in your hands. After making a gesture of invitation to Garp, Morse proceeded towards the depths of the prison known as Infinite Hell. Outside the office in the frigid domain, minus the rhino brandished two short spiked clubs, glaring intently at Jinbe, prepared to deliver a brutal blow should Jinbe dare to make a move. Meanwhile, inside the room, Morse observed the old man leaning against the sofa, his tone turning serious, even cautious. Old man, please do not act impulsively. I have taken great care of that individual. Since his arrival, he has not suffered any indignities. Surely, you do not wish for the Navy to clash with the world government over such trivial matters? You didn't summon me just to say that, did you? You sound just like Sengoku, droning on without any youthful spirit. Hurry up, Garp exclaimed, somewhat agitated, perplexed by Morse and Sengoku's concerns, questioning whether he was truly the type to conflate personal matters with his duties. All right then, I have the keys. Let us proceed. You engage in conversation, and I will find a suitable room to secure Jinbe, the former warlord of the sea. No need. Place him in the same cell as Ace. They can look out for each other. Look out for each other? How can they do that when they are both locked in a cell? Morse contemplated for a moment, but chose silence. At this juncture, it was prudent to avoid provoking Garp. Should the latter explode in fury, the unfortunate consequences would inevitably befall him, and he had no desire to experience the wrath of Garp's formidable iron fist of love. Very well, gentlemen. I shall heed your counsel. Let us proceed. You may engage in conversation while Jinbe and I take this opportunity to meet with his old acquaintances, who could also be regarded as former colleagues. Furthermore, should you encounter any of your old friends within, I implore you to refrain from violence. These individuals must not perish at this moment. Suddenly, he recalled the likes of Red Count and Barrett, Garp's old adversaries, and worried that they might provoke Garp, who was already in a foul mood, potentially inciting the latter to unleash his wrath upon them. Morse felt that he would be too late to lament such a tragedy, so he decided to issue a preemptive warning. Without casting a glance in Morse's direction, Garp strode out, urging him to hurry, likening his pace to that of the languid Aokiji. Morse opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, clutching the keys and trailing behind, silently praying that the group of prisoners would exhibit some semblance of discernment. At last, they arrived at level 6 of Impelled Down, the infinite hell of the prison, where nearly all of the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million resided. Let us agree, should we encounter any insolent provocateurs, you must refrain from slaying them. At most, a sound thrashing will suffice. Morse could not resist reminding Garp once again, for the predicament posed by the group inside could spell great trouble for him. Garp, however, needed no guidance from Morse. He seized the key and made his way directly towards Ace's cell. Ah, come and see who we have here. Is that not the illustrious naval hero Garp? How has the Navy devolved into mere lapdogs of the world government? They send a supernova here as a mere prisoner, and now they drag in a retired relic to serve as a jailer. Haha, Garp is a jailer. Is he embarking on a second career? Perhaps he should consider the promising profession of piracy. We could offer him a place among our crew. Pizarro's mockery echoed, eliciting laughter from the insipid pirates within. Their jests were far from amicable, given that many of them owed their incarceration to Garp himself. As Garp continued, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, the seas had quieted considerably since these ruffians had been confined, stirring a sense of nostalgia for his earlier, more vibrant days. It appears you are all faring quite well here, each of you looking rather sprightly, he remarked, and as his words settled, a tremendous aura surged forth, pressing down upon all present. Still as spirited as ever, the Red Count felt a pang of solitude. Unlike Garp, he had succumbed to the ravages of time, his former vitality now a distant memory. It was no wonder he had so easily yielded to Morse's temptations. The prison fell into a hushed silence under Garp's almost terrifying presence, as none dared to utter a word. After years of confinement, their physical and mental fortitude had waned, rendering them incapable of contending with Garp. Jinbe, it seems the old man Garp is still at the zenith of his power. It's astounding to think how he maintains such vigor, exhibiting no signs of frailty, Morse remarked enviously to Jinbe. Jinbe, equally astonished, found himself recalling the moment Whitebeard had planted his flag on Fishman Island, a similar aura of dominance radiating from Garp. Yet, he was more astonished by the young Navy officer beside him, who remained entirely unaffected by the overwhelming presence. At this moment, Jinbe himself found it difficult to speak. Let us proceed. It appears the old man has much to discuss. First, we shall pay a visit to your old acquaintance, Crocodile, and allow him to enlighten you on the rules of this place. Fear not. Since my arrival, incidents of inmates being bullied have become rare. Chapter 125. Departure and Infiltration. Garp strolled into Ace's cell as if wandering through his own garden, gazing upon the once spirited youth now reduced to this despondent state. Nearly succumbing to tears. Ace. His face no longer bore the earlier bravado. Ace, upon hearing that familiar voice, abruptly lifted his head, gazing in disbelief at Garp, and stammered, "You old coot." Thud. Garp, crossing his arms, sat cross-legged directly opposite Ace, his eyes brimming with profound disappointment. "Ah, you children truly are a source of constant worry, Ace. Do you realize that I had hoped to cultivate you and Luffy into the finest Marines? Yet, contrary to my expectations, you both have grown into the very embodiment of what I detest, transforming instead into renowned pirates of these seas. Speaking of Luffy." Garp appeared to recall something amusing and continued, "You must have heard the rumors about Luffy. That rascal openly challenged the world government in Water 7, and ultimately, he and his companions stormed Judicial Island, abducting his new ally and leaving the world government in a significant predicament. If it weren't for our most exceptional young Marine intervening, who knows, they might have captured Judicial Island." At this point, Garp seemed to recall the helpless expression of Morse from that time, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Although I rushed over and made him feel the weight of my beloved Iron Fist, he remained utterly unrepentant, and this time, he committed an astonishing crime at Sabaody Archipelago. Truly, he is my grandson." Garp erupted into a hearty laugh. "By the way, you know, I recently told Luffy about his father. And when he learned he had a dad, he was utterly stunned. I can still vividly recall that expression." Observing Garp's joyful demeanor, Ace, despite being a condemned man with no reason for happiness, couldn't help but let a slight smile creep onto his lips. "Is that so? That certainly aligns with his character." However, his tone shifted back to calmness as he continued, "The matter of our father is a burden, whether we know it or not. We both carry the bloodline of a notorious criminal, making it impossible for us to become Marines." At this juncture, he gently lifted his gaze to the silent Garp and added, "Moreover, even though I inherited the name Porgus from my mother, who has shown me great kindness, I shall never acknowledge that bastard husband and father you speak of. He has bestowed upon me neither kindness nor memories. Nevertheless, you speak the truth. He has his own struggles, and you must—" Before Garp could finish, Ace suddenly looked up, his expression earnest as he fixed his gaze on Garp. His tone, though remarkably calm, was imbued with an unprecedented resolve. "Thus, old man, my father is only Whitebeard." Garp was taken aback, earnestly scrutinizing Ace as if he had not anticipated such a declaration. Silently rising from the ground, he turned to leave, and as he reached the doorway, he remarked, "I understand. However, do you realize, Ace, that this time you have dragged your father, Whitebeard, down to hell?" Ace was momentarily taken aback by the words, and after a brief pause, as if a realization dawned upon him, he called out to Garp's somewhat despondent figure, "Old man, what do you mean?" Garp, however, chose to ignore Ace and silently continued his exit. "It seems the old man has concluded matters, and the outcome is not particularly favorable. Please wait a moment. I must escort this fellow below." With that, he proceeded towards Ace, accompanied by Jinbe. The crisp sound of footsteps resonated throughout the prison, accompanied by the clinking of Jinbe's leg chains dragging along the floor. All the inmates appeared to be rendered mute, none daring to utter a word. Clearly, during the nearly month-long ordeal, Morse had left an indelible impression, establishing who truly held authority in this place. Skillfully, he replaced the sea-stone handcuffs on Jinbe's wrists with the shackles affixed to the walls of the prison, casting not a single glance at the dazed Ace. "Jinbe, upon your arrival here, you must adhere to the rules. I am rather averse to complications. And you lot, I expect you to behave yourselves recently. Refrain from bullying the newcomers, lest those formidable beasts come down to play with you once more." The sound of footsteps continued. Morse's footsteps echoed in the hearts of the prisoners. Some of the feebler pirates had even collapsed to the ground. "Thank you, Morse," Garp said earnestly to the approaching figure of Morse. He felt quite satisfied with Ace's situation. At the very least, there were no signs of torment upon him. Morse discerned that Kafue was in a lackluster mood, and out of consideration, refrained from unnecessary chatter, silently escorting him back to the port. As the dog-headed warship gradually receded from view, Morse finally learned from Garp the date of Ace's execution. In 1 week, Admiral Aokiji would personally arrive to escort Ace. embarking on a mission that the Navy deemed capable of altering the course of this era. Gazing out at the sea, Morse was filled with deep reflections. In a previous life, while watching anime, he had perceived the Navy's plan as a complete farce. Ultimately, it seemed to merely sacrifice Ace, the son of the former pirate king, along with the life of the so-called world's strongest man, Whitebeard, to forcibly grant Luffy and his crew a 2-year accelerated journey. However, having personally experienced this tumultuous era, Morse came to understand why Sengoku was rightly regarded as a strategic genius, and why this plan garnered the unanimous support of the Navy's high command. The existence of the 4 emperors had transformed the New World into an independent realm solely for pirates. If this continued unchecked, it would inevitably lead to a repetition of the Rocks incident at that time. No one could guarantee that the Navy would produce another Garp or that the pirates would give rise to another Roger. This was also a significant reason why the world government fully supported Sengoku's initiative. Meanwhile, the Infinite Hell was rife with excitement. Jinbei's arrival had resolved all of Ace's uncertainties, informing the inmates that Whitebeard was set to engage in a grand confrontation with the Navy. It seems Whitebeard's era is coming to an end. What a pity I cannot be out there. Otherwise, I would personally claim Whitebeard's head, Crocodile remarked mercilessly to the two. Half of the people here have fallen before Whitebeard's blade. So Ace, Jinbei, you must understand that no one desires Whitebeard's downfall more than we do. Morse was entirely unaware of the myriad intriguing events that had transpired in the Infinite Hell since his departure. At this moment, he received a new notification from Magellan. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress Boa Hancock, was soon to visit Impel Down, specifically expressing her desire to tour the LV-6 section of the Infinite Hell under his jurisdiction. This indicated that the Straw Hat Captain, Luffy, was on his way, heralding the imminent onset of the Paramount War, as Blackbeard was also poised to wreak havoc within Impel Down. Chapter 126, The Empress, the King of Transvestites, combined. 1 week later, in the office of the director of the Hot Hell, LV-4 of Impel Down, Morse reclined on the sofa, delicately holding a silk handkerchief as he continuously polished his cherished Sakura sword. Why do you linger here? Do you truly harbor no interest in Boa Hancock? After all, she is renowned as the world's most beautiful pirate, he mused. Magellan, having just ended a conversation with a snail phone, observed Morse's lingering presence on the sofa with a puzzled expression. In stark contrast, the likes of Domino, Hannibal, and Little Suddy had rushed to the port at the mere mention of the Empress's impending arrival, eager not to miss the opportunity to behold her. Hannibal, in particular, had forsaken his duties, overwhelmed by excitement. What is there to see? She is bound to arrive eventually. However, Director, why would the world government permit a warlord of the sea to freely enter Impel Down? After all, there are 2 other warlords imprisoned below. Morse expressed his curiosity regarding the world government's decision to allow a pirate of Hancock's stature access to Impel Down. Without such a foolish decree, Luffy and Blackbeard would never have had the chance to wreak havoc within those walls, nor would they have shattered the infamy of Impel Down as an impenetrable fortress, excluding, of course, the notorious Golden Lion. Regardless, she is hailed as the world's most exquisite beauty. Are you truly unmoved? Magellan, appearing in good spirits, even jested with Morse. As Morse was about to speak, he heard Magellan continue. By the way, I hope everything is going smoothly below. The Navy should be arriving shortly. Yet there has been no word from them thus far. No sooner had he finished speaking than the telephone bug in Morse's possession began to buzz. Moses? Enough with the pleasantries. It's Gnarl. I heard you've recently been promoted to the warden of the Push City. How would you feel about a change of scenery? Come work for me as my deputy. Rest assured, given our camaraderie, you'll have free rein to do as you please. The flaw of the telephone bug is that it does not reveal the caller's identity before the connection is made. Had Morse known it was Gnarl, that rotund fellow, he would never have answered the call. Rotund fellow, it seems you've been living quite well lately. Speak your mind quickly, for I am rather occupied. You busy? You'll be busy once you arrive at Push City. Come on, tell me what you're so busy with. Share the amusement. Gnarl had little faith that Morse would engage in anything worthwhile upon arriving at Push City. At best, he would merely clock in each day as a semblance of diligence. It must be said that Gnarl knew Morse exceedingly well, even better than Kevin did. Morse was indeed reduced to the daily routine of merely greeting the inmates. I'll say it once more. Speak quickly, or the next time we meet, you'll understand why the cherry blossoms are red. Although his tone bore no trace of anger, Gnarl felt a chill run down his spine, recognizing that Morse was genuinely upset. He hastily replied, Is there anyone nearby? While this matter may not be of great importance, it is best if it remains undisclosed to others. Morse picked up the telephone bug and stepped outside without the slightest hesitation. Speak, he commanded. I have received the historical manuscript you sent. Several old-timers and experts are quite pleased with it. It is a piece that has never been housed within the government archives. So the issue concerning the devil fruit you inquired about should not pose a significant problem. However, I will require some time to arrange matters accordingly. Understood. Expedite the process. Is that all regarding this matter? Morse's tone grew increasingly impatient. Was this corpulent fellow jesting with him? Was it truly worth keeping such trivial matters a secret? Of course not. Why not take a guess? Gnarl, in an unusually jovial mood, failed to detect the irritation in Morse's voice and instead teased him further. My friend, next time I shall ensure you witness the breathtaking spectacle of cherry blossoms falling in crimson hues. I hope you will be as elated then as you are now. Oh, one cannot even jest these days. I had thought you were my closest confidant. Morse, feeling a genuine sense of annoyance, hoped Gnarl would heed his forthcoming words. Sensing Morse's genuine displeasure, Gnarl ceased his frivolity and spoke earnestly. You must depart from Impel Down post-haste and engage in the Navy's grand scheme. Should you miss this opportunity, your aspirations of ascending to the rank of admiral will remain a distant dream, even if I exert every ounce of my effort to assist you. Upon hearing this, Morse fell into contemplation. It appeared that Gnarl, that insufferable glutton, had received some extraordinary intelligence from the world government. Morse had originally intended to remain and Impel Down to severely weaken the Straw Hat Boy and Blackbeard's crew, thereby preventing Blackbeard from expanding his pirate fleet. However, it seemed this matter warranted careful reconsideration. I understand now. I will remain vigilant. If nothing else arises, I shall terminate the call. With that, he abruptly ended the conversation, denying Gnarl any further opportunity for idle chatter. Why have you returned? What more do you seek? Magellan inquired, astonished by Morse's unexpected reappearance. Where else would I go? Should I linger for a while until Hancock arrives to escort her? That would be rather cumbersome. Could we not simply have Domino or Hannibal accompany her? Must I also be involved in this arrangement? Since when did the Seven Warlords assume such airs? While the Seven Warlords certainly did not, the involvement of the world government altered the dynamics considerably. After all, it was essential to consider the sensibilities of those above, and this was hardly a significant issue. Very well. You attend to your duties. I shall wait here. If she does not arrive shortly, I shall take my leave, and at that point, Domino can accompany her. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Magellan cast a knowing glance at Morse, as if to say that escape was no longer an option. Enter. Before Magellan could finish his sentence, Hannibal had already kicked open the grand door, showing complete disregard for the prison warden's authority. Impertinent Hannibal, could you not simply use the door handle? Were it not for the presence of Hancock behind you, I would surely have charged at you to administer another dose of poison. Captain Morse is present as well, Hannibal interjected. As it happens, Lady Hancock wishes to tour the infinite hell, so I would appreciate your guidance in escorting her. With that, he stepped aside to allow the formidable Empress Boa Hancock to enter. At that moment, Morse happened to turn his head, and his eyes instantly brightened. He instinctively exclaimed, Indeed. She is rightly hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world, the formidable pirate, Empress Boa Hancock. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a pristine white leg came hurtling towards his face. Bang! Reacting reflexively, he raised his weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, to block the ferocious strike. How rude of this man to dare confront her unparalleled beauty. He ought to repent in hell. With that, she formed her hands into a bow and prepared to shoot at Morse. However, he was swifter, disappearing and appearing behind her in an instant. His 1,000 cherry blossoms poised against her neck. With a menacing whisper, he commanded, You would do well to remain compliant, Empress. I harbor no qualms about apprehending a warlord. Remember, this is Impel Down, not a place for your whims. Boa Hancock's gaze sharpened, but she paid no heed to Morse's words, feeling deeply humiliated. The overwhelming presence of her conqueror's haki erupted, filling the entire office, causing both Hannibal and Domino to collapse, caught off guard. In contrast, Morse and Magellan remained unfazed, with Magellan merely shaking his head, seemingly unsurprised by Hancock's reaction. Morse narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of murderous intent flickering within them. He found it increasingly intolerable to deal with this audacious woman. Did she not hear my words? Could she not simply behave herself? As his voice fell, he swung his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, with ferocity. Clang! A hand enveloped in haki swiftly intercepted Morse's fierce strike. Humph! Boa Hancock scoffed at Morse's barbaric actions, her body leaping back with agility. She formed a heart shape with her hands before her, declaring, "Impertinent man, your guilty heart is enamored with my beauty. Harden your body and succumb to my sweet winds." A beam of pink, heart-shaped light instantly pierced through Morse's chest. Yet, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Morse lightly tapped the blade of his 1,000 cherry blossoms, appearing entirely unfazed by the supposed petrification. Indeed, it was evident that no member of the 7 warlords was without their troubles, each one more vexing than the last. Was I destined to clash with them? Apart from Jinbei, the one stripped of his title, it seemed I had to engage in battle with everyone I encountered. Could I not find a moment of peace? Frustrated, he cracked his neck and continued. As the rumors suggest, beauty brings with it the side effect of an insufferable temper. Boa Hancock let out a sultry moan. What an audacious man, to disregard my beauty and dare to critique my temperament. In the next moment, her expression shifted, and with anger, she launched another surprise attack. Sweet winds. Morse maintained a frigid demeanor, his expression unchanged as he gazed at Boa Hancock, who remained untransformed. He found himself utterly devoid of any lustful inclination towards her, for her malevolent disposition was simply intolerable. Very well. Morse exhaled slowly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Boa Hancock, and coldly remarked, "Let us revert to the most primitive method to silence you." Indeed, Boa Hancock was a paragon of beauty, an exquisitely stunning woman, however. Her temperament left much to be desired. Arrogance, capriciousness, petulance, haughtiness, vanity, virtually every unflattering term could be ascribed to her. The amalgamation of such traits in a single woman was not only exasperating, but also evoked a sense of peril and aversion. From Hancock's propensity to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, Morse sensed a profound malice, and he found himself regretting the entanglement with this troublesome woman, knowing full well that he could not simply eliminate her. "I shall see how you intend to quiet me." Hancock swayed gracefully, her long, slender legs rapidly parting. One foot anchored to the ground while the other lifted delicately, poised to deliver a kick at Morse in the next heartbeat. "Enough," Morse declared, setting aside his weapon. After all, Hancock was a guest of the world government and deserved a modicum of respect. Magellan had appeared between them at some point, first regarding Hancock with an impassive expression before shifting his gaze to Morse, shaking his head gently while issuing a command. "Hannibal, cease your pretense of unconsciousness and promptly escort Lady Hancock for a tour." With that, he delivered a swift kick to the sprawled Hannibal. Whoosh! Hannibal sprang up from the ground, appearing far from dazed. "Understood, Lady Snake. I shall endeavor to show you around," he exclaimed, overly dramatic in his invitation. His face adorned with sycophantic eagerness directed at Hancock. "No need," she retorted, her interest in continuing the tour dissipating. "I did not anticipate encountering such discourteous men and impel down." With that, she turned and strode towards the exit, seemingly intent on departing impelled down to respond to the Navy's mandatory summons. After all, the primary objective of her visit had been accomplished, and the tour was, in her view, an abominable affair. Hannibal was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, rushing to position himself before Boa Hancock, appearing utterly captivated by her presence. Magellan observed Hannibal's antics with a look of disappointment, shaking his head and muttering, "Truly disheartening." Morse, with a knowing smile, mused that perhaps his unique temperament was precisely what was needed to lead and advance the city. After all, over the years, he had indeed tarnished the reputation of the city on more than one occasion, hadn't he? Magellan pondered this notion and realized it held truth, at the very least. He had never truly felt anger due to the other's unfiltered remarks. Let us not dwell on that disheartening individual any longer. Since Boa Hancock had decided against continuing her exploration of the subsequent levels of the prison, it was time for you to take your leave as well. Just look at the sofa I recently replaced. It has already suffered damage due to your presence. Upon hearing those words, Morse felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Fearing that Magellan might compel him to partake in an entirely new ordeal, he hastily remarked, "I almost forgot that I have a few unruly prisoners to discipline. I shall refrain from dining with you and take my leave." With that, he swiftly exited the office, leaving no opportunity for his counterpart to retain him. What a character! Magellan observed Morse's slightly flustered figure with a smirk. "Domino, it seems I must trouble you to tidy up here." Returning to the frigid expanse of LV5, Morse felt a sudden discontent. Even his cherished blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, trembled in his grasp. "Old friend, it appears you are still yearning for excitement. Since the Straw Hat Kid and Blackbeard have yet to arrive, let us pay a visit to that flamboyant, dancing cross-dresser." He gently patted the hilt of his sword, as if seeking its approval. His form flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the gates of the LV-5 New Human Kingdom. Without concealing his murderous intent, he called out into the interior, "Do not hide, Ivankov, the king of the transgender. After much haste, I have finally penned a chapter. Though what tomorrow holds remains uncertain as I face yet another night of overtime for publication." Chapter 127, LV-5 New Human Kingdom. Hey, boy, welcome to Impel Down. Level 5, the Kingdom of New Humans. Ivankov, fully aware that evasion was no longer an option, boldly emerged with his entourage. Behind Ivankov trailed a motley array of prisoners, each adorned in rather peculiar attire. Rumors had long circulated about a so-called Devil's Invitation that had emerged in Impel Down over the past few years. Those who received such an invitation would mysteriously vanish from the confines of the prison, as if they had never existed. It seems that this so-called Devil's Invitation refers to you, does it not, Ivankov? Morse curled his lips into a subtle smile, his expression reminiscent of a hunter who has finally cornered his prey. Ah, this is not an invitation from the devil, rather. It is the redemption of the new human kingdom. Ivankov, clad in alluring black stockings, gracefully twisted his body and even cast a flirtatious glance at those surrounding him. The throngs behind him erupted into exuberant cheers as if inspired by some profound force. Indeed, this is a realm of dreams. We are grateful to the esteemed creator for bringing us here, rescuing us from the depths of an endless inferno. The faces of the nearby transgenders radiated fervent adoration. Now, let us welcome our magnificent transgender king to present a dance for our newly arrived companions. Yet, there were some oblivious souls, perhaps having lost their wits during Ivankov's transformation, who, in their naivety, mistook Morse for a new prisoner, their excitement bubbling over. In an instant, the entire LV-5 fell into silence, and Morse widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at his guard uniform, as if to inquire, "Have you lost your mind?" However, upon hearing this, Ivankov instinctively began to sway. Had his subordinates not intervened with remarkable speed, he might have already commenced dancing with his followers. Nonetheless, he could not help but rhythmically move his disproportionately large head. This sway prompted the mindless transgender prisoners gathered behind him to join in, momentarily transforming the scene into a festive celebration, completely disregarding Morse's presence, treating the space as their own dance stage. At this moment, Morse felt an overwhelming sensation akin to a fiery assault on his eyes. It was as if a chaotic dance of demons was unfolding before him, far more terrifying than mere pandemonium, at least during a fray. The demons might retain some semblance of gender. "Hey, the boy standing there, why are you still dawdling? Come join us in the revelry." This proclamation came from the earlier rather dim-witted individual who, without warning, had twirled his way to stand before Morse. With an exaggerated flotation, he cast a sultry glance, simultaneously forming a heart shape with his hands directed at Morse and extended a fervent invitation. "Am I being underestimated here? This is truly lawless," Morse pondered, noting the flamboyant atmosphere that had completely overshadowed the fact that they were in Impel Down, where he served as the chief warden. His lips twitched in irritation as he contemplated whether there was not a single sane soul amidst this madness. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a resplendent cherry blossom tree suddenly materialized amidst the throng. In a swift motion, Ivankov darted to Morse's side, seizing the bewildered newcomer and retreating. Simultaneously, his eyes emitted beams of pink laser light. Morse deftly swayed to evade the impending strike. Although enduring the blow would pose no significant threat, he deemed it prudent to avoid contact with this individual, who possessed the terrifying ability to alter one's very essence. The prospect of becoming a hermaphrodite, even for a fleeting second, was utterly unappealing to him. Meanwhile, at the heart of the crowd, a resplendent cherry blossom tree began to shed its petals, cascading down like a genuine floral spectacle. However, unlike ordinary blossoms, these petals were as sharp as blades, slicing through the air with alarming speed and leaving no avenue for escape. In an instant, pink petals stained with crimson blood danced through the air, conjuring a scene that, if witnessed by Gnarl, would prompt him to declare he had indeed seen crimson cherry blossoms. Such an unappealing boy, rife with feminine hormones, administering them en masse. Ivankov, with fingers resembling syringes, flitted through the throng, injecting feminine hormones into each individual. The wounds on the bodies of the newly transformed healed at an almost imperceptible pace, leaving no trace of scars behind. Among the crowd, Ivankov's subordinate, Lightning Inazuma, with his striking hair, half orange, half white, was clad in a sweater that mirrored his unique coloration. At that moment, he paid no heed to the injured, his 3D glasses obscuring his intense gaze fixed upon Morse, relentlessly searching for a flaw. In the instant Morse lowered his left hand, lightning sprang into action, as swift as his moniker suggested. His hands morphed into colossal scissors, ready to strike. Morse appeared utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught, showing no inclination to evade the lethal strike of lightning. Bang! The two blades severed Morse's body into 3 perfectly equal segments, each identical in length, not a fraction off. Inazuma, be cautious, quickly evade. Hellwink. Ivankov shouted urgently upon witnessing lightning dart towards Morse, desperately attempting to halt the impending disaster. However, he realized too late, or perhaps lightning's speed surpassed even the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Ivankov's urgent cry, Lightning instinctively understood that his strike had failed. His gaze drawn to the ground where Morse's dismembered body lay. Indeed, Morse's remains had inexplicably transformed into a cascade of cherry blossoms, blanketing the entire ground. Simultaneously, Ivankov unleashed a refined version of his deadly gaze, the ray striking precisely into the empty left side of Lightning's form. Boom! A series of explosive roars erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust began to settle, Morse's intact figure emerged, his dark uniform showing not a hint of damage. Truly, it was a testament to the quality of the impel-down uniforms. In comparison to the Navy, they were undoubtedly favored by the world government. As he brushed off the dust from his attire, he murmured to himself, "The officers of the Revolutionary Army are indeed remarkable," with a slight smile gracing his lips. Morse positioned his legs apart. "The Navy's decision to appoint you, the supernova white snake Morse, as a warden and impelled down is quite foolish. However, I must ask, what compels you to seek trouble with us, bothersome boy?" It was evident that the Okama king, Ivankov, had paid a heavy price for his recent actions, his face appearing noticeably smaller than before. "If you have questions, perhaps you can voice them once you survive. As it stands, the Revolutionary Army and I are now sworn enemies. I hope you managed to endure slicing cherry blossoms." Chapter 128, LV5. 5 disappears. The pristine blade gleamed as it flashed through the crowd, accompanied by swirling cherry blossoms. Morse suddenly appeared behind the crowd, elegantly drawing a sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and slowly sheathing it. He then retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket, deftly extracting a cigarette and placing it between his lips as he began to smoke. Behind him, all of the so-called new humans lay defeated on the ground, save for the flamboyant Ivankov, who showed no signs of struggle beneath the glimmer of Morse's blade. It was evident that they would not rise any time soon. However, Ivankov's condition was hardly any better, as a deep gash across his chest, visible to the bone, refused to heal. Blood-red cherry blossoms seemed to bloom from the wound, impeding its closure, despite Ivankov's efforts to flood the injury with his female hormones. He found it impossible to restore himself as he had before, in the blink of an eye. Morse, indeed, lived up to the terrifying reputation bestowed upon him by Dragon. No, he was even more formidable than Dragon had suggested. It was unfathomable how such youth could possess such power. It appeared that leaving this place alive would be a formidable challenge. Yet, despite the dire situation, Ivankov maintained a beaming smile, betraying not a hint of despair. "Embryoso, exhilarating hormones," he shouted fervently, his exaggerated head gradually turning crimson, while an unusual red hue began to rise upon his body. Ivankov understood that the moment for desperate measures had arrived. He immediately injected himself with a surge of adrenaline, rapidly igniting a fervent state of excitement, even feeling an uncontrollable urge to unleash his full fury. This temporary boost in strength came at the cost of severe side effects, yet he cared little for such consequences. After all, the threat of losing his life far outweighed any potential repercussions. Morse did not impede his opponent's actions of activating the buff, particularly considering it had been quite some time since he had engaged in combat. Coupled with his recent inconclusive skirmish against the Empress, Boa Hancock, he found himself increasingly restless, eagerly anticipating Ivankov's forthcoming performance. As he languidly exhaled a smoke ring and even stifled a yawn, he noted that Ivankov was taking far too long to initiate the buff. In the heat of battle, no one would afford him such a luxury. "Hey, could you hasten your actions? I'm beginning to grow impatient. If you continue to dawdle, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, Ivankov unleashed the 44th technique of the new human Ryu, the essence of beauty, enveloped in a steamy aura akin to Luffy entering his second gear. What is this? Is this ancestral second gear meant to be shared? Morse couldn't help but scoff as he slowly drew his sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, observing Ivankov charging towards him with great speed. In the blink of an eye, Ivankov was upon Morse, delivering rapid punches aimed at his back. Why do all the Revolutionary Army members behave this way? Have they been hiding in the shadows for so long that they've forgotten how to confront an enemy head-on? With that thought, he executed the Cherry Blossom Breakthrough, Cherry Blossom Thunder. In a fleeting moment, Morse, disinterested in raising even a single Sakura, gracefully turned his body and lifted his left hand to point at Ivankov, unleashing a cascade of pink lightning from his fingertips. Despite Ivankov's fervent attempts to evade, propelled by his rapid advance, he was struck by one of the bolts, a wave of paralysis coursing through his entire being, rendering his movement sluggish. As the echoes of the galaxy reverberated, Ivankov, fearing that Morse might deliver a decisive blow, exerted every ounce of his strength. He darted around Morse, creating a flurry of afterimages, each visage adorned with a lethal, seductive gaze, blinking with such rapidity that their potency exceeded that of a typical fatal allure by several magnitudes. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds. "Huh, have you witnessed my prowess?" Ivankov exclaimed, panting heavily, his hands propped on his knees. His visage gradually returning to his semblance of normalcy as the strange crimson hue and steam dissipated. "At least this resembles a contest, unlike that crow fellow. But surely you possess more than this." No sooner had he uttered these words than a pink slash tore through the dust, hurtling towards Ivankov with astonishing speed. "Lightning!" Ivankov shouted in sudden alarm. In an instant, his hands morphed into colossal scissors, materializing before Ivankov, who raised the scissors to confront the oncoming pink strike with fervor. With a resounding crack, the scissors cleaved through the air, sending Morse strike into two halves that dissipated into the ether, while lightning was hurled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Worry etched on his face, Ivankov glanced at the unconscious lightning, now completely ensnared in oblivion. Executing the new human fist technique 44, the essence of beautifying strike. He surged forward once more, the sight of lightning's injury and unconsciousness evidently rattling his composure, even leading him to a loss of rationality. "How tedious. You are far weaker than I had anticipated, king of transvestites." In earnest, Ivankov's strength paled in comparison to Morse's expectations, falling significantly short of the formidable prowess exhibited by the likes of Rain Shiryu, proving far less formidable than the rumors suggested. It seems that the realms of anime and reality diverge greatly. However, one truth remained. His medical skills were indeed remarkable. The grievous wound, once laid bare to the bone, had now completely mended, despite being adorned with several petals of cherry blossoms he had deliberately affixed to it. "Let us bring this pointless battle to a close. Scatter." 1,000 cherry blossoms, he murmured softly, raising the 1,000 cherry blossoms toward the approaching Ivankov. In that moment, the blades of the 1,000 cherry blossoms transformed into petals of sakura, swiftly cascading through Ivankov's form like raindrops, erupting in splashes of crimson. Boom. Morse smiled faintly as the scattered cherry blossom blades once again sliced through the bodies of the new humans, gradually coalescing into 1,000 cherry blossoms that fell into Morse's hands. As the bloodied Ivankov, the king of the hybrid beings, staggered towards Morse, he trembled as he raised his fist. Yet before he could deliver his blow, he collapsed to his knees before Morse, seemingly unable to regain his senses for quite some time. Surveying the scene around him, Morse found himself questioning his own prowess. Had his strength truly increased? How could he have so easily vanquished the LV5 kingdom of hybrid beings, even subduing a figure as renowned as Ivankov, a prominent leader of the Revolutionary Army? Though perplexed and still unfulfilled, capturing the dancing scoundrel, the king of hybrids, was enough to grant Morse a few days of respite. Reluctant to summon anyone, Morse unsheathed the 1,000 cherry blossoms and, with a fierce swing directed towards the frigid expanse of LV5, unleashed a swift, pink arc resembling a soaring bird. Shortly thereafter, Deputy Warden Domino, accompanied by a cadre of prison guards, hurriedly approached. Chapter 129, Ace's Departure. Deputy Warden, everyone except Ambrius Ivankov has been confined to the icy region. Should there be any attempts at escape, we will execute them all. Morse spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Very well, Chief Warden." Although her expression was one of utmost respect, the venomous undertone in her voice unmistakably revealed her lingering resentment regarding Shiryu's demise. Domino refrained from inquiring about Morse's source for the long-lost prisoners. Her curiosity was piqued, yet she believed Morse would eventually provide Captain Magellan with an explanation, and she could simply pose her questions to him later. With a slight smile, It was evident that Morse held a considerable admiration for Domino's character. After all, who does not cherish loyalty? Casually holding a cigarette, she effortlessly lifted the now normal-sized figure of the flamboyant Ivankov from the ground, nodding towards Domino as she proceeded in the direction of Impel Down. That will suffice. Continuing this charade serves no purpose. Do you truly believe you can escape, Ivankov? Morse had already discerned that Ivankov had regained consciousness upon her arrival, for he was no ordinary healer unable to mend his own wounds. The hormone fruit had been developed to a terrifying extent by him, and the previous assault had merely rendered him momentarily unconscious. Discovered, have I, Morse? Your keen perception is indeed alarming. However, could you kindly set me down? Being handled in such a manner is rather uncomfortable. Upon finishing his sentence, he cast a flirtatious glance back at Morse, seemingly intent on irritating her further. Without the slightest hesitation, Morse callously discarded the repugnant figure. Ivankov adeptly sprang to his feet, carefully brushing off the dust from his attire, and even lamenting over the torn black stockings adorning his legs, revealing a hint of regret. Paying no heed to Ivankov's exaggerated antics, Morse continued her stride towards the prison. Of course, Ivankov had no intention of fleeing, instinctively touching his now diminutive face. Hesitating in place, lost in thought. After a prolonged contemplation, he glanced at the retreating silhouette of Morse and ultimately resolved to act. Slowly, Ambrioso's growth hormones were injected into his face, and within moments, it returned to half its original size, excitedly touching his rejuvenated visage. A joyful smile spread across his features once more. Morse, wait for me, he called out, his voice filled with exhilaration as he dashed after her. Approaching the familiar prison gates, Ivankov, akin to a watchful warden, nodded repeatedly, even offering unsolicited commentary to Minos, who stood at the entrance wielding two mini mace-like weapons. Boy, would you like me to assist you in altering your appearance, making it a tad more charming? Mino Rhino first cast a glance at Ivankov, then appeared somewhat bewildered as he looked at Morse, weighing the mini mace in his hand as if contemplating whether he could strike his opponent. Shaking his head, he gently patted Ivankov's shoulder twice, prompting the now fully aware of the danger Ivankov to proceed directly inside. I shall grant you a privilege. Choose a room that pleases you, esteemed leader of the revolutionaries. Before Ivankov could respond, the previously tranquil confines of the infinite hell prison erupted into chaos once more. Hey, who is this? Is that not our long-lost pervert? I see you have not perished at the hands of that executioner, Shiryu. The first to jest was a long-imprisoned pirate, a neighbor of Crocodile, who had languished in captivity for nearly 2 decades. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of Ivankov, Crocodile immediately lowered his head, clearly anxious about being recognized. My dear boys, it has been far too long. How have you fared? He greeted the old inmates with familiarity, casting flirtatious glances as he spoke. Noticing the bowed head of the Crocodile, he paused momentarily, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, as if he had encountered something intriguing. Doctor, you have returned. Did you know I once thought you had met your end at the hands of that scoundrel Shiryu? I nearly lost control on several occasions, yearning to avenge you by slaying that wretch. Thankfully, you live. It seems my unparalleled beauty may soon be restored. Instantly, the prison fell silent, only to be followed by an eruption of raucous laughter. Ha ha, you, Diping, claiming to possess unparalleled beauty? You slay me with laughter. Almost in agreement with the tyrant Pizarro's words, nearly everyone joined in the merriment, transforming the prison into a veritable sea of joy. Even the long-silent Ace revealing an uncontainable smile. Quiet down, everyone. It appears you all possess boundless energy. How about we step outside and stretch our legs? Upon hearing the words of Morse, a profound silence enveloped the prison once more. It is worth noting that Morse had previously taken to engaging in brawls, having bested nearly every inmate within the facility, save for the Red Count Barolik left field and the prisoner Ace, who had his own connections. His formidable prowess was such that he could claim to have vanquished the entirety of LV6. This explains the palpable quiet that accompanied his visits. Ivankov was somewhat taken aback. He had spent a considerable duration in this very prison and was well acquainted with the notorious personalities within, fully aware of their unruly natures. It was indeed difficult to fathom how Morse had managed to instill such order. Observing Morse's silence, devoid of any inclination to select inmates, he casually confined the queen of the crossdressers not far from the Sand Crocodile's cell. As part of his daily routine, Morse stepped into Ace's cell. Noting the latter's spirited demeanor and nodding in approval, it appeared that Ace was in good spirits, which relieved Morse, for he dreaded the thought of Garp seeking him out for trouble should anything be amiss. He inquired about Jinbei's recent status and whether there were any grievances regarding their advancement to Impel Down, assuring them of his democratic disposition, willing to accommodate their requests as long as they remained reasonable. Just as Morse prepared to engage in further conversation with the two, Hannibal burst in with great urgency, his iron trident clanging against the ground, a display of his authority. "Warden, the Navy has come to retrieve a prisoner. We must hasten to escort Ace." Morse appeared contemplative. It seemed that the anticipated day had finally arrived. Nodding slightly, Hannibal skillfully affixed the independent sea stone handcuffs onto Ace, hastily seizing him and making his departure, exuding a sense of urgency. Morse, this time, chose not to accompany the others on their journey, as his request to transfer to the Marine headquarters at Marineford had yet to receive approval. Thus, Morse resolved to take the initiative and impart a profound lesson to Blackbeard and the Straw Hat Lad. Chapter 130. What a coincidence. Brother Luffy, you can handle sending him up without any issue, right? I shall return to change into another outfit and, in the meantime, address a few matters. Upon hearing Morse's insinuating remarks, Hannibal nodded, his tone suddenly turning grave. It will be a burden for you, Captain Guard. That fellow Magellan has recently experienced a resurgence of the side effects from his devil fruit, which may diminish his combat capabilities, so I entrust everything to you. Morse nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The escort of Ace to Marineford was a matter that required no contemplation on his part. The Navy must have devised a comprehensive strategy. Upon returning to his office, he tidied up and settled into a meditative posture on the sofa, reflecting on the recent skirmish. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. It was evident that the visitor was not Hannibal. Commander, another member of the 7 warlords wishes to visit. Director Magellan is preoccupied with those troublesome rats and cannot attend, so we must trouble you to accommodate them. Little Suddy entered with an air of shyness, nearly leaping into Morse's arms upon seeing him seated on the sofa. I see, I understand who has come this time. Morse opened his eyes, his tone notably gentle. It appears to be Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. He has just ascended to a position among the 7 warlords and, without delay, requested a tour of Impel Down from the world government. Given that one of the warlords, the Empress, had recently visited, the request was not denied. Marshal D. Teach. I understand. I shall ascend shortly. You may return now, little Suddy. Very well, Commander. She reluctantly departed from Morse's office, her gaze lingering as if she wished to devour him. However, once outside, she quickly resumed her usual stoic demeanor, indicating her mood was less than favorable. Silently, she lit a cigarette, the smoke revealing a rare hint of seriousness on her face. Blackbeard's current status as a warlord was somewhat precarious, and this aspect weighed heavily on Morse's mind. The constraints of his identity within the Navy and Impel Down severely limited his actions, preventing him from indulging like a pirate. After much contemplation, he could only mutter in frustration, "Very well, I shall take it one step at a time." After leaving his office and preparing to welcome Blackbeard, he chanced upon the monitoring room, which was unusually lively. Curiosity compelled him to enter. "Commander, what brings you here? Please, come in. I shall prepare some tea for you." "You lot, stop slacking off and find those rats," the head of the monitoring room exclaimed, somewhat flustered but nonetheless eager to extend an invitation. "No need for that. I'm merely passing through. What is transpiring here? You all seem quite busy." Morse was somewhat taken aback. During his last visit, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil, reminiscent of retired gentlemen leisurely sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. If they were provided with a set of playing cards, they likely wouldn't even notice the passage of time. The head of the monitoring room, with a forced smile, cautiously remarked, "It appears a pirate has somehow infiltrated, freeing several inmates, who are now making their way deeper into the facility. The warden has decreed that we must apprehend them before they reach level 4, the scorching hell, to prevent further chaos." "Oh, such an intriguing character. I am quite curious to see this for myself. Please, Wolf, promptly display the footage for my perusal. I wish to examine it closely." He gestured toward a row of monitors. "You see, the individual at the forefront is the central figure behind this uprising. I wonder if you are familiar with him." Morse burst into laughter, pointing at the central monitor as he exclaimed, "This fellow is quite an intriguing pirate. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. He has emerged as one of the most renowned supernovas among pirates in recent years. Behind him, I presume, stands that unfortunate clown, Buggy. Yet, how did these two end up together? They should be sworn enemies, considering that Luffy is the one who sent Buggy here." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he declared, I shall make a phone call inside. You all may continue your work without concern for me. With that, he swiftly entered the independent office, picked up his designated transponder snail from the shelf, and skillfully dialed. Moshi Moshi, he began, the age-old greeting flowing easily from his lips. Morse here. What brings you to call? Came the resigned tone from the other end, where Akainu responded. Morse, without the luxury of pleasantries, directly addressed the elder. You must be familiar with that rascal, Blackbeard. I fear he is nearing Impel Down, and I worry he may seize the chaos to orchestrate a prison break. Should such an event transpire, may I eliminate him? On the other end of the transponder snail, Sengoku, Garp, Granitsuru, Kizaru, and Aokiji listened attentively. Akainu glanced at Sengoku, seemingly inquiring how to respond to his subordinate. Sengoku gently tapped the table and exchanged a knowing glance with Granitsuru before slowly articulating, if Marshal D. Teach makes any moves to disrupt Impel Down, I grant you permission to apprehend him. As for the troubles from the world government, I shall handle those. Before Morse could interject, Sengoku continued, additionally, once you have dealt with Teach, return promptly to Marineford for your report. I have already communicated with the world government and they have approved your transfer request. When you receive the orders, return to me immediately. Whitebeard is on his way. Did you hear the Marshal's words, Morse? Expedite your current matters, as the Navy requires your combat prowess. Akainu, with concern over Morse's propensity for trouble, coldly added, leaving no room for Morse to argue before abruptly terminating the call. Garp chuckled heartily, clearly amused, while the others smiled, envisioning the frustration etched on Morse's face as he remained unable to voice his thoughts. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened, for facing Whitebeard, even the Navy could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, clutching the incessantly beeping transponder snail, Morse gritted his teeth, contemplating throwing it away in frustration, but ultimately, he tenderly placed it back into his pocket. Upon exiting, he encountered the head of the monitoring room, who stood respectfully holding a cup of tea, not affording him the chance to speak. Morse waved his hand dismissively, stating, just in time, I need to meet a certain rogue. Should I encounter any? He left the thought unfinished, departing the monitoring room and ascending the stairs. Coincidentally, as Morse arrived at the entrance to the Level 3 hunger zone, he heard a flurry of commotion ahead. Casually discarding the half-smoked cigarette, he drew his sword, Shasakura, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he observed the approaching crowd. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Luffy, Buggy, Mr. 3, and the pursuing guards collided in a state of chaos. With Buggy landing directly before Morse, terror plastered across his face. Hey there, gentlemen. Planning an escape, are we? Morse queried, but before he could finish, Luffy, brimming with anger, shouted, You're that bastard from the Navy. I'm here to rescue someone, so step aside, or I'll, before he could complete his threat. Buggy clamped both hands over Luffy's mouth, wearing a sheepish grin as he glanced nervously at Morse. Chapter 131, Blackbeard. Are you going to hit me? Indeed. It is truly you, Monkey D. Luffy, brimming with fervent passion. Morse let out a hearty laugh, unabashed. Then, his gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of menace as he spoke in a low, commanding voice, scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Without a hint of hesitation, the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand immediately transformed into a flurry of razor-sharp petals, hurtling towards the trio with breathtaking speed. Witnessing this scene, Mr. 3 cried out in panic, Hey, this has nothing to do with me. I never intended to escape. I was coerced. You must believe me. Though his words were frantic, his hands did not waver for an instant. In a flurry of urgency, he hastily conjured a massive wall of wax from his candles to shield the 3 from the impending barrage. Behind the trio, the notorious warden of Impel Down, known as the Blue Gorilla Commander, Saradice, had already rallied the fallen guards. Armed and menacing, he fixed a fierce glare at Luffy and his companions, effectively blocking any retreat. Saradice showed no concern that Morse's cherry blossom blades would affect him and his men. After all, he was a man who had personally dispatched the former chief warden. Shiryu of the Ring. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cherry blossom-shaped blades effortlessly pierced through Mr. 3's wax wall, hurtling directly towards the 3. At that moment, Buggy could no longer afford to hinder Luffy. It was better to seek his own safety in this critical moment. In a desperate bid for escape, they scattered, evading the onslaught just in time. True to his reputation for mastery over the chop-chop fruit, Buggy emerged unscathed despite the relentless barrage of blades. While Morse had not fully committed to overpowering Buggy, it nonetheless attested to Buggy's commendable resilience. As for the core figure among the trio, Luffy was consumed by a mixture of rage and urgency to rescue his friends. his rationality completely eroded. He unleashed his second gear, his entire being enveloped in an unusual crimson hue, radiating heat. With a powerful push against the ground, he navigated swiftly through the storm of blades, disregarding his injuries. Determined to confront Morse, the very adversary who had harmed his comrades. With a furious expression, he unleashed a barrage of punches towards Morse, executing the Gum Gum Jet Gatling. Alas, Luffy's current strength, still unrefined and lacking the enhancements of his subsequent 2-year training, proved to be rather inadequate. Morse did not even entertain the thought of summoning a cherry blossom shield. With precision, he raised his hands and effortlessly grasped Luffy's steaming red fists as they surged forward. The rubber jet stamp barrage showed no sign of hesitation, as Luffy swiftly kicked out with tremendous force. It must be said that Luffy, in the throes of battle, was a different entity entirely. His perception was remarkably acute, and his resolve unwavering. Regardless of the formidable adversary before him, he would fight with reckless abandon, risking life and limb until he either succumbed or vanquished his foe. Truly, he was the child of destiny. However, he should finish his power-up before seeking revenge on me. Presently, he hardly piques my interest. As Luffy's feet came hurtling toward him, Morse elevated his left leg with authority, instantly enveloping it in an aura of dominance, and delivered a crushing kick, while simultaneously releasing his grip. The outcome was evident. The unenhanced Luffy paled in comparison to the Morse who had penetrated the depths of level 6 of Impel Down. Like a meteor, he crashed into the utterly innocent Mr. 3, and both were unceremoniously driven into the wall, appearing unlikely to regain consciousness anytime soon. The sturdy construction of the Impel Down walls was the only reason the entire facility wasn't at risk of collapsing. In a flash, he appeared before the dismembered head of Buggy, remaining silent as he lightly flicked it. Understood. Understood. No need to trouble the warden. I shall handle this myself. The scattered limbs rapidly reassembled, lowering their heads and raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. However, contrary to their outward display, a merciless grin crept across Buggy's face, as though his scheme had borne fruit. The specially crafted Buggy Bomb let out a low growl as he exerted slight pressure on his feet, triggering a mechanism within his shoes. In an instant, a miniature Buggy Bomb was propelled forth, hurtling toward Morse. Despite its diminutive size, its destructive potential was formidable. Should Morse take a direct hit, he would certainly feel its effects. I knew you wouldn't be so compliant. Draw Cherry Blossom Fall. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. You haven't even drawn a sword from your sheath. What kind of draw is that? The air. Buggy, envisioning Morse being sent flying by his own Buggy Bomb, lifted his head and laughed triumphantly, clutching his stomach. Yet, before his words could fully escape, Morse drew forth a pink sword made of cherry blossoms from the empty sheath, effortlessly slicing through the special Buggy Bomb. Simultaneously, blossoms encompassed the shattered remnants of the bomb, denying it the chance to detonate prematurely. Warden, I surrender. The words of surrender slipped from his lips almost effortlessly, without the slightest hesitation. Had it not been for Morse noticing the evident signs of fragmentation in his body, he might have actually been convinced by those words. The cherry blossom version of the 1,000 cherry blossoms swiftly sliced through Buggy's dismembered form, each motion embedding a miniature cherry blossom into the ground, pinning parts of his body down, while simultaneously surrounding them with a pink coffin of equivalent size. Morse leisurely approached what remained of Buggy's head, lifted it effortlessly, cast an impassive glance at him, and then tossed it into the hands of the bewildered Saradais. Make sure to keep these fellows securely contained, he instructed, and inform Warden Magellan that if there is any further unrest, he should not hesitate to enforce a more iron-fisted policy. This period in Impel Down calls for a demonstration of its terrifying nature to these irredeemable scoundrels. Otherwise, who knows how many would attempt to escape amidst the chaos. As he walked towards the upper level under the respectful gazes of Saradais and a group of prison guards, he reflected on Luffy's recent performance, feeling both disappointment and a sense of inevitability. After all, Luffy had yet to activate his acceleration, and he had not pulled himself into a theatrical version. Without the influence of Luffy's theatrical antics dulling his intellect, Morse found himself effortlessly overpowering his opponent, rendering any resistance utterly futile. It seemed that the combined strength of the 11 pirate supernovas might not even match his own prowess. Could it be said that this generation of naval supernovas had decisively outclassed their pirate counterparts? Lost in thought, Morse nearly succumbed to self-satisfaction. If Neru were to learn of his musings, he would undoubtedly scoff and retort, "Yes, you are correct, but your navy has only produced one such anomaly." while the pirates boast an abundance of talent. In terms of numbers, your navy has been thoroughly eclipsed. The new era will be shaped by the world government. Behold CP0. Meanwhile, Blackbeard and his crew, tirelessly making their way day and night, finally arrived at Impel Down, gazing upon the imposing fortress of the Inspire prison. Blackbeard wore a look of exhilaration, as if he had already achieved his goal, and with no regard for his surroundings, he laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha ha, Impel Down. Here I come. Lafitte, if this information is indeed true, we shall undoubtedly recruit a band of unruly fellows as our allies, particularly that reign of Shiryu. He would make the perfect right-hand man. Blackbeard was completely lost in his fantasies. However, if he were to discover that the high-priced information he procured from the underworld was utterly inaccurate, one could only wonder if he would seek out the seller to leave a one-star review and inform them that selling false information is illegal. Tone it down a bit. Captain, this is still Impel Down, and the infamous Warden Magellan, known for his impenetrable fortress, is still here. I certainly do not wish to meet an untimely demise in this place. Jekhabaha, do not jest, Lafitte. I am Blackbeard, and I shall not fall in such a manner. My aspirations shall not be so easily extinguished. Let us set forth, my companions, to welcome our new ally. Then Oka, the grim Reaper Q, and the devilish Sheriff Lafitte gazed upon Marshal D. Teach, whose audacious confidence radiated an air of invincibility, and they could not help but smile fervently. Indeed, this is the captain we have chosen, the one destined to lead us to the pinnacle of this world as a formidable pirate. Merus, having just exited the gates of Impel Down, distinctly overheard Blackbeard's boastful proclamations, his countenance darkening with displeasure. As he suspected, Blackbeard's intent in coming to Impel Down was to seek out the scoundrels of level 6. However, it appeared his intelligence was somewhat outdated. One could only wonder which unscrupulous individual had sold him false information. Taking a deep breath, he slowly withdrew his hand from the hilt of his sword, suppressing the urge to eliminate this scoundrel, and approached him instead. Are you the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Marshal D. Teach? He inquired with an icy tone. Should Blackbeard dare to utter a word of defiance, he would not hesitate to draw his blade and dispatch all present. The feasibility of such an act not occupying his thoughts. Van Oka, a top-tier marksman, was the first to sense the murderous intent emanating from Meru's, promptly raising his beloved gun to aim at the center of Meru's forehead. Blackbeard's expression soured at this, contemplating, I am a warlord of the sea. How dare these insignificant minions of Impel Down address me so casually and even project such malice towards me? Gradually lowering his lifted head, he sought to ascertain who, besides Magellan, possessed the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Upon seeing Meru's, a spark of familiarity ignited within him. Yet, he could not recall from where he recognized him. Meanwhile, the devil Sheriff Lafitte did recognize Meru's, but upon seeing the prison garb he wore, hesitated to acknowledge him. This fleeting moment of indecision would yield vastly different consequences. Blackbeard ruminated for a moment, still unable to place Meru's. Yet the thought of appearing foolish before his crew compelled him to act. With a cruel, low chuckle, he resolved to teach this disrespectful man a severe lesson. For he had already intended to relinquish his warlord title, rendering any repercussions from the world government inconsequential. Embrace the terror of darkness. Dark water. In an instant, the black energy of the dark fruit enveloped the right hand, slightly lifting backward before crashing down fiercely in the direction of Morse. Observing Morse seemingly frozen in fear, a hearty laugh erupted as anticipation filled the air, eagerly awaiting Morse to be drawn towards him. He mused that it would be even better if Morse were a devil fruit user, for it was known that any adversary whose abilities came into contact with his dark fruit would find their powers rendered ineffective, leaving them at his mercy. Just as the dark water was about to strike Morse, he swiftly drew his blade. Captain, be cautious. This fellow is the Navy's new monster, White Snake Morse. The moment Morse unsheathed his sword, thousands of cherry blossoms, Lafitte confirmed Morse's identity and shouted a warning to Blackbeard. How annoying. Iato, one thought, blooming flower. Blackbeard pondered. Isn't that guy supposed to be guarding the new world? Though Lafitte's warning caused a flicker of confusion, Morse would not grant them the luxury of time for contemplation. He had endured this arrogant fool for far too long. In his past life, Blackbeard was among his favorite anime characters, but in this pirate world, that admiration had morphed into deep-seated hatred. The mere thought of this individual causing chaos in Impel Down and liberating the lawless prisoners of level 6 filled him with a desire to slay him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, gripping the thousands of cherry blossoms tighter than before, shedding the nonchalance he had displayed in the face of Luffy. The pure white blade was now cloaked in an ominous layer of haki. A bead of sweat formed on Van Oka's brow. He found himself unable to shoot. "Wary of Blackbeard," he warned. "Be careful. This guy's speed is too fast. I can't lock onto his position." As Morse's figure drew ever closer, he could only resort to years of instinct, hastily firing 3 blind shots in an effort to provide Blackbeard and the others with a fleeting chance to counterattack. Though it seemed to unfold slowly, in reality, from Blackbeard's initial throw of dark water to Van Oka's blind shots and Morse's swift assault, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Even the ailing Grim Reaper Poison Q had yet to comprehend what had transpired. It was all over before he could react. The blade of thousands of cherry blossoms, glistening darkly, swept through the air, splattering blood tainted by the dark fruit's influence. Blackbeard's reaction was the most exaggerated. The dual pain inflicted by the dark fruit brought him to his knees, crying out in agony, "It hurts like hell. You bastard, I will kill you." Chapter 132, Blackbeard's Desire to Leave a Negative Review. Fortunately, Lafayette retained his composure, one hand firmly pressed against the bleeding wound on his chest, while the other sought to soothe the writhing Blackbeard. He incessantly murmured, "Captain, hold on a little longer. Now is not the time to confront the Navy. Our primary objective is to uncover how this white snake came to be and impelled down, and clad in the prison garb no less. This is in stark contradiction to the intelligence we previously received. As long as we refrain from taking the initiative, this individual would not dare to breach the accord between the Navy and the 7 warlords." After uttering these words with a sinister smile, he turned to Morse and continued, "Am I not correct, Mr. Whitesnake?" Morse furrowed his brow slightly, casting a surprised glance at Lafitte. It appeared he had underestimated his opponent. This fellow must indeed be the current chief of staff beside Blackbeard, and one could not deny he possessed some noteworthy qualities. With a flourish, he sheathed his blade, uttering not a single superfluous word, even too lethargic to part his lips. At that moment, Blackbeard ceased his struggles and cries of pain, noticing Morse's demeanor remained unfulfilled, which only heightened his displeasure. Just as he contemplated a teasing remark, a familiar pang of pain surged through his chest. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately chose to endure the discomfort. Primarily, he was uncertain of Morse's stance. After all, he was clad in the guise of a prison guard from impelled down. Anyone with sense knew that within these walls, the guards held the utmost authority. Naval officers and sycophants of the world government would have to yield to these inept wardens. Should he truly provoke Morse, it would be better to shed this guise than to face his wrath, for one mere strike from him had nearly obliterated his pirate crew. In a confrontation, he knew none would survive but himself, leaving him as a solitary commander. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, he ultimately feigned a cheerful demeanor and hastened to Morse's side, unashamedly inquiring, "It seems Lord Whitesnake has received a promotion. Why have you taken a position in this wretched place instead of serving in the Navy? As a Shichibukai, I can certainly speak on your behalf to the world government. Would you like me to advocate for your return to the Navy? In exchange, perhaps you could show me around Impel Down later. I've heard the lowest level houses some truly heinous criminals, some of whom were notorious pirates from the previous era." Listening to Blackbeard's serious yet absurd musings, and his intentions to play a game of deception, Morse inhaled deeply several times, ultimately unable to suppress the urge to retrieve his cigarette case. Extracting one to light and taking a couple of deep puffs to quell his impulse for violence. Indeed, Blackbeard was deserving of his reputation as a terrifying schemer who had concealed his ambitions for 20 years within the Whitebeard pirates. It was as if he had forgotten the recent events, disregarding Morse's displeasure, and was preparing to press on with his inquiries. However, before he could utter another word, Lafitte intervened from behind him. Turning, he noticed that Poison Q had already dressed the knife wounds of the 3, and it appeared that within a day, they would be back to their former selves. His expression shifted instantaneously, as if he had received a great affront. He pointed at the bandages on their chests, then gestured to his own injury, where remnants of blood were still visible, as if to question, "What does this mean? Am I not still your captain? You lot neglected to treat me first." Poison Q, maintaining his lethargic demeanor, responded slowly, "We have limited bandages. We must conserve them. Besides, Captain, your constitution requires none of this. It's a waste." After expressing his concern, he gently caressed the injury wrapped in bandages that encircled his beloved horse several times. embodying a sentiment of wishing he could bear the pain in its stead. Blackbeard, nearly overwhelmed with frustration, silently opened his mouth and turned to Lafitte. Voicing his exasperation, "What are you obstructing me for? Can't you see that I am on the verge of closing a significant deal with Morse? Why cause disruption at such a crucial moment?" Lafitte's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from further conversation, merely gesturing towards Morse's retreating figure, subtly directing his attention to Morse's left hand. Upon closer inspection, Blackbeard let out a nervous chuckle, as a familiar pain began to throb in his chest once more. "Good day, Captain Warden." As they approached, the guards they encountered stood against the walls, saluting and shouting in reverence to Morse. At first, Morse was somewhat intrigued, pondering when this group had begun to treat him with such reverence. It was only upon traversing level 1 and approaching level 2 that he encountered Hannibal, hidden in the shadows, and his expression shifted to one of understanding. It appeared that Magellan had heeded his words and resolved to assert his authority over Impelled Down from this moment forth, with Hannibal as his staunchest supporter and executor of this plan. For Hannibal, ascending to the position of Chief Warden paled in comparison to revitalizing Impelled Down, which held far greater significance for him. Blackbeard and his companions had long since moved past their initial shock and were now entirely numb, solely focused on reaching the final level of Impelled Down, hoping for a chance to execute a prison break under Morse's watchful eye. However, Blackbeard harbored a lingering uncertainty. Intelligence had indicated that Shiryu of the Rain was the Chief Warden of Impelled Down. Now, it seemed that Morse had been appointed as the new Chief Warden, while Magellan remained unchanged in his position. This left him uneasy, as his preferred ally, Shiryu, had inexplicably vanished. This inexplicable gap in information stirred a sense of trepidation within him, as he felt that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Exchanging a glance with Lafayette, he steeled himself and continued onward with Morse. After all, the worst outcome would merely entail a tour of Impelled Down, which hardly seemed a loss. Throughout their journey, Morse maintained a stoic silence, guiding Blackbeard and his crew through the various levels, pausing only momentarily outside the cell of the fiery Hell's Heck Kid on level 4. Morse observed Luffy, locked against the wall, and felt a sense of relief. Although he was not confined in the depths of level 6, Hannibal at least had the sense to secure him with a wall of sea stone, which was a testament to a certain level of caution. As for Blackbeard, witnessing Luffy in such a disheveled state, he could not help but burst into laughter, albeit tinged with a melancholic sense of tragedy. After his mirth subsided, his gaze remained fixated on Luffy, and memories of their first encounter involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Though their interaction had been brief, he instinctively felt that Luffy was destined to be his rival, much like the relationship between the Golden Lion and Roger. After all, their meeting in the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island was etched vividly in his memory. He recalled their initial confrontation in the tavern, sparked by trivial disputes over the quality of cherry pie and the taste of the liquor. At that moment, he and Luffy had been at odds with one another. Had he not chosen to retreat and leave the bar, a fierce clash would have undoubtedly ensued with the man now imprisoned before him. In retrospect, he found it amusing that a mere verbal altercation almost revealed his ambitions and capabilities, and instead of departing immediately, he opted to linger by the tavern entrance, awaiting Luffy's emergence. It was even more absurd that he had proclaimed to his companion that Luffy had won their earlier confrontation, only to later loudly declare his long-buried thoughts. A person's dreams will never end. Although Luffy had not appreciated the sentiment, and had become even more irate, leading Blackbeard to leave in a huff, shaking his head at Morse, who showed no signs of departing. He was overtaken by a lingering frustration from those memories and bluntly inquired, "Are you well acquainted with the Warden, White Snake? Should we not continue observing here while we explore below on our own?" Mars cast a glance back at Blackbeard. A fleeting desire to imprison the scoundrel in exchange for Luffy arose within him. After all, the devastation wrought by Blackbeard was evidently greater than that caused by Luffy. Once again, he felt the constraining discomfort of the uniform he wore. Choosing to disregard Blackbeard, he turned and continued his descent, opting not to utilize the staff-exclusive elevator. Instead, he walked alongside Blackbeard and his entourage through the frigid region of level 5, eventually reaching the final layer of Impelled Down, level 6, Infinite Hell. This was the ultimate stratum of Impelled Down, Infinite Hell. "You had best behave yourself, Teach," he warned, "or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Though I may face repercussions from above, it would matter little if I were to dispose of you." Gently resting his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, Senbenzakura, his eyes narrowed, radiating a palpable aura of menace directed at Blackbeard, as if ready to draw his blade at any moment. Blackbeard's brow beaded with sweat. While the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain, he had pressing matters to attend to. Everything paled in comparison to his father's tremor fruit, even the remnants of his nearly discarded dignity. With an awkward smile, he wiped his brow and said, "I jest, Chief Warden Whitesnake. How could I disturb the peace here? I am a Navy officer, a partner of the world government, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. We are of the same faction, after all. I would never disrupt our own order, would I?" Upon concluding his statement, he exchanged a glance with his companions behind him, urging them to support his claims. The pressure Mars exerted upon him was overwhelming, nearly pushing him to the brink of his composure. Regrettably, his companions were far less formidable under Mars' oppressive aura. Apart from the grim Reaper Poison Q, who appeared somewhat unaffected, the other 2 averted their gazes towards the wall, as if discovering something astonishing, too intimidated to meet Mars' eyes. Morse did not press too hard, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "It is best that way. Let us proceed. Once you have completed your tour, you may depart. The advancing city does not welcome you." The sound of Morse's footsteps echoed once more in the desolate, infinite prison of hell. "Whitesnake, must you be so industrious? I have been confined for 20 years, and you are the most diligent warden I have ever encountered. You come twice daily, depriving me of 2 peaceful slumbers. Should there come a day when I manage to escape, I shall surely suspend you and make you watch as I sleep, and then we shall see how you walk." The tyrannical King Abelo Pizarro, the ever-smiling pirate, shouted in fury. It is worth noting that he had only just fallen asleep. And no sooner had he closed his eyes than the sound of Morse's footsteps roused him, and it was quite infuriating. Morse remained unresponsive, rather than engage in trivial chatter. He preferred to take his opponent out for a solitary confrontation. Unfortunately, the presence of an observer rendered such an action impossible. The tyrannical King Abelo Pizarro, true to his reputation, was indeed a denizen of the deepest depths of the impelled-down prison, where fearsome pirates roamed freely. Who was this scoundrel? Not clad in prison garb? Could it be? Just as he was about to continue his taunts, he was met with Morse's menacing gaze, compelling him to mutter a few curses under his breath and turn away to resume his slumber. However, Blackbeard's interest was piqued anew. Just a few steps later, he encountered several notorious pirates of yore, along with one of the former warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, casually leaning against the wall at the entrance. This only heightened his anticipation of the formidable beings that lay within, while he discreetly assessed the odds of seizing the keys from Morse. Upon glancing back at Lafitte, who flashed him a 2-finger gesture, he silently pondered, a mere 20%. The risk felt too great. It would be a shame to miss his father's funeral over such a folly. Ultimately, he decided to abandon this tempting notion, for the sea was rife with nefarious characters. As long as his strength was formidable enough, he need not fear the absence of suitable companions. If all else failed, he could always seek out the desperate souls hiding in the underworld, those fleeing from the 4 emperors and the marines lurking in the shadows. With this resolution, the idea of a jailbreak was entirely extinguished. He obediently followed Morse as they toured the final level of the impelled-down prison. Encountering dozens of once mighty pirates, and even a few who had challenged his father and met with failure, the growing sense of regret weighed heavily upon him, and, under Morse's increasingly swift pace, he reluctantly departed from level 6, the infinite hell. Throughout this excursion, apart from the Tyrant King, they were largely ignored. Even Jinbe, a staunch supporter of Whitebeard, displayed an unsettling calm upon encountering Blackbeard, contrary to the explosive confrontation he had envisioned. Instead of ascending through the levels as they had upon arrival, Morse led them directly to the elevator, arriving at level 4, the burning hell. After handing Blackbeard and his companions over to Director Magellan, he turned to return to his office to gather his belongings. Before leaving, he cautioned Magellan, "Be wary of Blackbeard. I have already communicated with the higher-ups. Should he exhibit any transgressive behavior, you are authorized to detain him." The higher-ups have no qualms about stripping him of his title as a warlord. As for Blackbeard, he had entirely relinquished any thoughts of a jailbreak. The potency of Magellan's poison was formidable, and even a mere waft of it had nearly rendered the most physically fragile among them, Van Augur, unconscious. Now, he yearned only to return to the underworld and confront the scoundrel who had sold him the information, imparting a lesson on the repercussions of underestimating Blackbeard. Chapter 133, Departure. The port of Impel down. Morse, clad in the distinctive black uniform of the warden, bid farewell to Magellan and the others with a smile, exhibiting no hint of reluctance. For he had long since acclimated to the transient nature of his existence. This time, Warden Morse was determined to uphold the reputation of Impelled Down, intending to rekindle the fear that once gripped the hearts of those wretched souls. Hannibal called out to Morse with solemnity, fully aware that Morse was on a mission representing Impelled Down under the naval summons. Although he would inevitably return to the Navy, for the moment, he still bore the title of Warden of Impelled Down, a symbol of the institution's dignity. Magellan's demeanor remained rather placid, as his relationship with Morse resembled that of coincidental collaborators, devoid of any vested interests. Their partnership had always been characterized by a serene and uneventful cooperation. Among the group, the one most eager for Morse's departure was undoubtedly Deputy Warden Domino, who still found it difficult to come to terms with the demise of Shiridu of the Rain. However, the initial thirst for vengeance had waned. Nevertheless, if the opportunity arose, she would still demand that Morse pay his respects at the grave of the fallen Shiryu. Meanwhile, little Suddy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Had Domino not held her tightly, she would likely have clung to Morse's arm, departing with him from Impelled Down. Softly choking on her words, "Lord Morse, will you return? I shall always wait here for you." Morse smiled gently, waved at them, nodded at Hannibal, and then turned to little Suddy with a grin, saying, "I shall certainly return, for I must come back to hand over the reins to the next warden." With that, he waved once more and nodded to Rocco behind him, signaling for Yang Fan to set sail. Farewell to the warden, triumphant return. As he listened to Hannibal's loud blessings accompanied by the guards, Morse paused momentarily in his motion to retrieve a cigarette from his pocket. After a while, he picked one up and placed it slowly between his lips, yet the thought of igniting it eluded him. Rocco, wearing a smile, gazed at the retreating procession of the advancing city and praised, "Indeed, Moore's boss is worthy of admiration wherever he goes," evoking both praise and reluctance. "Ah, by the way, I haven't inquired about you. How did you come over from the old man? To what stage has the situation progressed?" Morse, acknowledging Rocco's compliment, directly inquired about the current circumstances at Marineford. The situation was far from optimistic. Whitebeard had already departed from the New World, and his absence had stirred the ambitions of the other three. However, Marineford was of utmost importance to the Navy, prompting Admiral Sakazuki to be urgently recalled to Marineford. This escalation had intensified the conflicts among the three factions in the New World, with no one capable of intervening. At this juncture, he glanced at Morse, preparing to offer him a chance to inquire. But seeing Morse's expression inviting him to continue, he sighed and proceeded, "Nevertheless, Marineford has now amassed the entirety of the Navy's strength, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Even the 7 warlords have been forcibly summoned, and they are gradually making their way to Marineford to await the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates." At this point, he scratched his head, hesitating as he glanced at Morse, grappling with questions that still perplexed him. Why was the Navy treating the Whitebeard pirates with such gravity? Aren't they merely one of the 4 emperors? They are not the Pirate King. Furthermore, knowing full well that the Whitebeard pirates would attempt a prison break, why risk so much by broadcasting the execution of Whitebeard's division commander, Ace, to the entire world? Was it not blatant provocation for Whitebeard to come to the rescue? After pondering for a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked aloud, "Risk and reward are equivalent." Morse replied succinctly, offering no further explanation, leaving Rocco with a look that suggested he should ponder the matter himself. At the headquarters of the world government, Holy Land Mary Geos. Gazing at the magnificent architectural ensemble before him, Morse was filled with myriad emotions. He had thought the Navy headquarters was impressive, yet he found the world government even more resplendent. It is no wonder that the celestial dragons indulge in such luxuries. Initially, Morse believed that Rocco intended to take him directly to Marineford to prepare for battle. However, halfway through their journey, the scoundrel revealed that they must first retrieve the 7 warlords from Mary Geos. Reflecting on their recent conversation, Morse nearly succumbed to the urge to deliver a well-deserved beating to Rocco. "Rocco, have you miscalculated our course? This is hardly the direction towards Marineford. Have you lingered too long in the presence of the old man, to the extent that you can no longer discern basic navigational routes? If that is indeed the case, I shall have no choice but to send you back to boot camp for further training." Rocco, initially taken aback with joy, quickly recalled something and hastened to clarify, "Boss, I never claimed we were headed to Marineford. My assignment this time is solely to advance and retrieve you, to escort you to the Holy Land of Mary Geos to rendezvous with Commander Tsuru." "Commander Tsuru? How could she possibly be at the world government?" Logically, she should be in Marineford, preparing for the impending confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, Morse remarked, casting a doubtful glance at Rocco. He felt an unsettling sense that this scoundrel had changed during their time apart, perhaps even digging a deep pit for himself. Suddenly, a familiar, boisterous laughter interrupted Morse's musings. He looked up to find none other than the rotund Gnarl, who exclaimed, "Ah, my dear brother, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to worry that the flowers would wilt before your return." Clutching an exquisite wooden box, Gnarl stood with his back guarded by Lucci, whose vigilant eye seemed to detect any hint of danger lurking nearby. Morse lazily stifled a yawn and remarked, "You, insufferable glutton, dare to approach me again? Do you recall my previous warning? The next time we meet, I shall ensure you witness the crimson cherry blossom rain." It appears you were quite eager for that moment. His smile abruptly froze, and his speech faltered as he awkwardly replied, "Do not jest. I have brought you a gift. How could I treat a dear friend in such a manner? It would be utterly impolite." With that, he leapt gracefully to Morse's side, pushing aside Rocco, and proudly presented the box cradled in his arms. Morse cast a resigned glance at Gnarl, who was entirely different from the personnel of other world governments, willing to forsake nearly anything for profit. He accepted the box from Gnarl's hands and tossed it to Rocco, who stood nearby. "I've taken the item. I shall seek you out once my affairs here are concluded." Gnarl chuckled knowingly, aware that Morse had his reservations, and with a wave of his hand, he departed alongside a wary Lucci. Chapter 134, The Seven Warlords. Let us not keep Granny Crane waiting for too long. Upon hearing Morse's words, Rocco eagerly nodded, not even pausing to open the wooden box in his hands as he hurried ahead to lead the way, evidently well informed of Granny Crane's formidable reputation. In the banquet hall of Mariehua, a magnificent dining table stood at the center, laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes. Seated on one side were several imposing figures. Yet only two were indulging heartily in their meal, while the others showed no inclination to partake. Opposite them, a row of naval officers, all at least of rear admiral rank, observed them with cold eyes, devoid of any camaraderie typically afforded to allies. At the heart of the naval ranks sat Granny Crane. Poised and composed, her hands interlaced, her chin resting gently on her fingers as if contemplating something profound. Her expression was one of indifference, seemingly oblivious to the notorious pirates seated before her, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their meal. Meanwhile, the Marines standing behind them were rigid, each more apprehensive than the last. Suddenly, the grand doors of the banquet hall were pushed open with a creak, drawing the attention of all but Mihawk, who lounged with his feet on the table. They were eager to see which audacious individual dared to intrude upon their meal. Doflamingo wore a sinister smile, his strings pulsating with energy. "Ah, quite a gathering. And just as I was feeling peckish. Rocco, hurry and fetch me some utensils. I'm on the brink of starving. By the way, I trust no one has any objections?" With a tone laced with arrogance, a shadowy figure strode into the banquet hall. Yet, after taking only a few steps, the figure abruptly halted, then quickened its pace towards the dining table. "Understood, boss. I shall prepare it at once." Rocco, clutching the box, entered after Morse and quickly approached a nearby staff member to inquire where to procure the utensils. By chance, he caught a glimpse of Doflamingo, who was sulking as he retracted his strings. "Oh, it's you. Do you still enjoy your new position?" Granny Crane greeted the newcomer, her demeanor transforming from ice to warmth, revealing a gentle smile. Morris grinned widely and, with a few brisk steps, hastened to Wan Hie's side, nonchalantly pulling out a chair and plopping down without a care for decorum. He waved casually at the group of the seven warlords across from him, conveying an air of indifference, as if to say they need not mind his presence while he enjoyed his meal. He had already encountered most of the notable figures among the seven warlords, including the Empress, Blackbeard, and Doflamingo, having crossed paths with them in varying degrees. As for those he had yet to meet, like Hawkeye, Kuma, and Moria, he was well informed about them in advance. The assembly of the seven warlords hesitated to make the first move upon seeing Doflamingo. None seemed eager to be the one to initiate conflict, particularly in the presence of the fearsome elder, Wan Hie. With Morris's arrival, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became lively, shedding the earlier weightiness. And even the stern naval officers surrounding him wore smiles. Although he had anticipated the possibility of encountering the seven warlords, he had not expected them all to be dining together. Had he known they would gather, he would have entered much sooner, ensuring their enjoyment was thoroughly disrupted. Despite his tardiness, witnessing Doflamingo's expression akin to constipation brought him immense joy, rendering his late arrival inconsequential. He was determined to indulge in a hearty meal. After all, the provisions in Impel Down were far from lavish, and he had longed for an opportunity to feast. Now the moment had arrived, granting him not only a sumptuous repast, but also a chance to vex this motley crew of warlords. Listening to Grandma He's inquiries, Morse felt as if he had found a pillar of support. He leaned forward on the table, ready to lament his woes. "Do not jest with me, dear lady. You cannot fathom the hardships I've endured lately." He gestured to the attendant standing behind him, instructing, "Bring me a generous portion of food, with plenty of meat." "I cannot abide leftovers." "Yes," replied a nearby naval officer, hastily departing to notify the kitchen to prepare a feast. Meanwhile, he accepted the utensils that Rorinoa had passed to him, placing them on the table as he continued to bemoan his plight to Grandma He. "You see, I have been unable to eat or sleep properly, and to make matters worse, I must deal with a few bothersome ruffians." With that, he shot a fierce glare at Blackbeard and the Empress seated opposite him. Before he could receive any consolation from Grandma He, Morse felt a sharp, scrutinizing gaze directed at him from his right. Turning his head, he beheld the man with hawk-like eyes, reclining in his chair with his feet propped upon the table, hands clasped behind his head, observing him with curiosity. As their eyes met, Hawkeye offered a chilling smile. "When you have a moment, I would like to see your sword." His gaze shifted downward, fixating on Morris's waist. "Your blade must be eager as well, I presume? Perhaps it has reached that restless age." Growing increasingly agitated, do not misconstrue my words. Morse's nonsensical chatter flowed effortlessly from his lips as he shook his head in haste. He jested. Knowing full well that a fierce battle awaited him, he had no desire to squander time and energy in a frivolous exchange at such a critical juncture. "Oh, it appears you are quite intrigued by him, are you? A mere junior naval officer?" A tall figure in the distance scrutinized Morse, posing the question with a hint of curiosity. Before Hawkeye could respond, someone interjected, albeit with a voice as grating as ever. "He is no mere junior officer. He is the infamous White Snake Major, or rather, the repugnant jailer of Impel Down." The speaker lounged carelessly at the dining table, legs crossed. Clad in cropped trousers and sharp-toed leather shoes, draped in a flamboyant pink feather coat. His golden locks framed a visage adorned with sunglasses, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. Among the 7 warlords, his presence was the most ostentatious and arrogant, showing a blatant disregard for the venerable Granny Kizaru. The night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was indeed the most perilous man among the 7 warlords. Beside him, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, unabashed and openly revealing his chest, relished a red bean pie, though several teeth were conspicuously absent, suggesting no immediate intentions of dental repair. Nearby sat the questioner, Moonlight Moria, his head bandaged and resembling a demon with a grotesquely elongated neck. Below them, a figure appeared half-conscious, engrossed in a book with the cover inscribed Bible, presumably a Bible. Utterly oblivious to those around him, this was Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. Alongside the normally proportioned Boa Hancock and Dracula Mihawk, the 7 warlords were complete, save for the Sea Hirojin Bey, whose title had been stripped away. Morse did not spare a glance at Doflamingo. Had they been on the battlefield, he would have swiftly dispatched the scoundrel without a second thought. Soon, the food was served, and Morse unapologetically seized a portion of the meat leg, devouring it in just a few bites. Chapter 135. Amusing moments at the dining table. Beside him, Granny Crane observed Morse's voracious appetite, chuckling as she shook her head. She then shifted her gaze to the 7 warlords across the table, and with a hint of implication, inquired, "Now, they are our allies. In the future, should we encounter them?" Upon hearing this, Moria was momentarily taken aback, suddenly perceiving that the exquisite barbecued meat in his hand had lost its allure. Instinctively, he pondered whether he would have to avoid this group of ruffians in the future. Just as he was about to express his stance, he heard Granny Crane continue, "Let us communicate before taking action." At this point, she cast a glance at Don Quixote da Flamingo, which made him feel decidedly uncomfortable. Were it not for the presence of the 2 individuals, he would have likely unleashed his strings in retaliation for their mockery. The other warlords observed Doflamingo's suppressed fury. Aside from Blackbeard, who remained engrossed in his red bean pie, the others were lost in thought. Moria scrutinized Morse, earnestly assessing what remarkable qualities he possessed that caused the arrogant Doflamingo to remain seated quietly, refraining from toying with his tattered strings, and even enduring the mockery without a hint of departure. Morse, somewhat discontented, set down the skewered meat in his hand and replied earnestly, "Understood, my dear. Once this matter is resolved, I shall engage in a meaningful discussion with a few allies to deliberate on the possibility of coexistence in our future encounters. What do you think?" The flamboyant Doflamingo cast a displeased glance in his direction, neither affirming nor rejecting the sentiment. Logically, Doflamingo had no reason to harbor such apprehension towards Morse, for their previous encounter had culminated in a protracted struggle that left both parties equally wounded, with neither emerging victorious. The transformation of Doflamingo into his current state was primarily attributed to his significant partner, the formidable Kaido of the Beasts, who had cautioned him to be wary of Morse and to avoid provocation unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Morse's recent alarming achievements had only deepened Doflamingo's reluctance to instigate any unnecessary conflicts. Seeing Doflamingo's crestfallen expression brought a sense of joy to Crane, who noted that such a demeanor had not even manifested during the times he had been relentlessly pursued. Nodding, he remarked, "However, you have performed commendably of late, significantly alleviating the pressure on Sengoku to a certain extent. Yet, as a young man, you ought to shoulder more responsibilities. The Navy is in dire need of your rapid maturation, for in the future, it will be your strength that sustains us." Morse drained the glass of red wine in one swift motion and took a hearty bite of steak, chewing as he mumbled indistinctly, "Dear grandmother, please refrain from jesting. You are all at the pinnacle of your prowess, and there is no need for us naive youths to shoulder such burdens." Indeed, just as they had mentioned, it was astonishing how adeptly you had emulated Borsalino's style. Crane laughed and chided. In fact, the last time he returned, he incessantly petitioned Sengoku to have you reassigned from Sakaski's side, claiming that he was the most suitable commander for you, urging Sengoku not to squander your talent, which nearly provoked Sakaski into a confrontation. Morse, in his current state, is a veritable echo of a youthful yellow monkey, possessing the same extraordinary talents and an unparalleled level of lethargy. Yet, when faced with adversity, he never shies away, instilling a sense of reassurance. The Navy has never been a monolithic entity, with each renowned naval figure harboring their own distinctive beliefs. This relative freedom of thought has continuously nurtured an influx of talent within the Navy. In fact, the mightier the combat prowess, the more pronounced the individual's independent character and ideology. As long as they do not stand in opposition, it signifies the Navy's ever-growing strength. Tsurugi rubbed his thumbs together, observing Morse devour his meal with fervor, his expression one of profound satisfaction. Ever since Roger opened the gates of piracy with his demise, the chaotic realm of pirates has seen the emergence of new formidable figures each year, much to the Navy's chagrin, particularly in the past 2 years. From Fire Fist Ace to the current era of the worst generation, new talents with astonishing abilities have arisen like clockwork. In contrast, the Navy, despite the regular influx of new recruits, has struggled to produce elite talents in similar numbers. It is only due to Morse's recent rise that the Navy has been able to hold its head high. Otherwise, Sengoku might have been compelled to activate the long-dormant conscription plan. Even so, should any mishap befall the operation against Whitebeard, the conscription initiative would become unavoidable. Among the younger generation, while figures like Smoker and Tina have proven capable of standing on their own, they still lack the requisite firepower to lead the Navy further into the future. As for newcomers, the only one who inspires anticipation is Garp's pink-haired apprentice. If given time to mature, that young lad could undoubtedly become a pillar of the Navy. Contemplating this, it seems the Navy's future holds significant promise, ensuring that this cadre of veterans need not fear the day of their retirement. As for Morse, he has long ceased to be regarded as a newcomer by the higher echelons of the Navy. He has already been placed in the candidates for a prestigious award, though no one has informed him of this. Should he perform admirably this time, coupled with his previous military achievements, a significant leap in rank would not be out of reach. More importantly, having joined the Navy at a young age and having fought in numerous campaigns, he embodies a profound loyalty to the organization, with family and friends also within its ranks, a stark contrast to Garp, whose entire family is aligned with the Navy's adversaries. Were it not for his remarkable contributions, he would have long been cast aside by his own descendants and confined to impel down for the remainder of his days. Just as Tsurugi was consumed with concerns for the Navy's future, impatience stirred within the banquet hall. Hey, how dreadfully boring. Is that red bean pie truly so delectable? Hurry up and finish, let's not waste any more time here. Under the moonlight, Moria, visibly displeased, picked up the red bean pie before him and took a bite, only to spit it out immediately, casting a disdainful glance at Blackbeard beside him, as if to express his distaste for this heretical choice. It appeared that Moria had no fondness for sweet delicacies, in stark contrast to Blackbeard, who relished various types of pastries. Suddenly, Doflamingo chimed in with a sinister chuckle. Old hag, it seems the person you've been waiting for has finally arrived. Must we linger here and squander our time with him? As he spoke, he deftly flicked his fingers, manipulating 2 strands of thread that animated the cutlery before him, twisting them on the plate with a cacophony of jarring sounds. Morse, without raising his head, diligently swallowed the morsel in his mouth and calmly remarked, "You would do well to keep your voice down. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to discuss the prospect of our next meeting and the possibility of coexisting peacefully." Having said that, he picked up another piece of roasted meat and continued to eat, clearly famished. Chapter 136. Keep jumping. Ha ha ha. Waiting a little longer is no trouble. After all, patience is an essential virtue of the strong, and one must exercise it in all endeavors. Marshal Teach devoured a red bean pie, feigning a bold laugh. Nevertheless, the fleeting expression of regret that crossed his face revealed his concern over Moonlight Moria's choice to discard the dessert, hinting at a lingering grudge. Speaking of which, Jinbei's actions genuinely surprised me. Alas, I had no time to inquire about the reasons when I last saw him. Had I not witnessed the encounter between Blackbeard and Jinbei with my own eyes, I might have been deceived by his fabrications. Finally satiated, with a contented expression, he took a napkin to wipe the grease from his lips. Casting a glance at the others, he reached for a nearby goblet, preparing to down its contents in one go. However, at that moment, a distinct clink echoed from the other side of the table, and upon turning his gaze, he found Mihawk raising his goblet with a smile directed at him. If it weren't for the incessant glances at his waist, Morse might have felt even more pleased. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his goblet and clinked it with Mihawk's before downing its contents in a single gulp. Hawkeye continued to survey the 7 warlords and slowly remarked, "You lot, who now possess the audacity to traverse the seas openly, ought to express gratitude to the world government and the Navy for their leniency. Should you ignore the Navy's summons at this juncture, your fate will mirror that of Jinbei, the obstinate fishman. Not only would your official status be stripped away, but you would also find yourselves imprisoned and impelled down, destined never to be released." Haha. What a daunting proclamation. Is this a warning to us? Old Granny Tsuru, you must understand something. Our acceptance of this so-called official status is merely to avoid trouble. It has never been a favor bestowed upon us by you or the refuse of the world government. In truth, you ought to need us more than we need you. Wouldn't you agree? At this juncture, Doflamingo burst into hearty laughter. But fear not. I have no intention of opposing your navy, at least for the time being. Wouldn't you agree, White Snake? Since our opponent is Whitebeard, I find myself quite intrigued. This time, I shall be able to collect his corpse. Moonlight Moria chuckled as well, making his stance clear. Ha ha ha, such lofty aspirations you have. No need to look at me like that. I will undoubtedly heed the Navy's call, for I desire even more than you to see Old Man Whitebeard halt his advance. Teach first cast a glance at Moria, then burst into laughter directed at Crane. The others, however, disregarded Crane's words. To them, mere presence was the ultimate proof, rendering any further discussion as futile chatter. You are truly tiresome. Allow me to provide you with some amusement to pass the time, Doflamingo proclaimed with a brazen grin, his eyes scanning the cluster of Marines. Suddenly, a menacing smile spread across his face, as if he had identified his target. He raised his hands abruptly, flicking his fingers toward the front. 2 exceedingly slender, nearly transparent threads sprang forth from his fingertips. Blackbeard, having set down his red bean pie, mirrored Moria's eager expression, curious to see what kind of entertainment Doflamingo would conjure. Unfortunately, fate took an unexpected turn. Doflamingo's intentions were destined for disappointment. The moment he lifted his hand, Morse acted swiftly, raising his left hand with a sudden flourish toward Doflamingo. A long spear composed of cherry blossoms materialized in midair, slicing through the threads and hurtling directly towards Doflamingo's face. Doflamingo's laughter persisted, as if nothing had transpired. Is the Navy preparing to breach the treaty? White Snake remains as astute as ever. Such a pity. The spectacle ahead will be lost on a few. After all, I dare not provoke the Navy supernova. Wouldn't you agree, future White Snake Admiral? Cackling heartily, he continued. It seems the show will have to wait. I shall return to my red bean pie. Teach resumed his leisurely indulgence in the pie he had briefly set aside, seemingly capable of savoring it indefinitely. Indeed, the formidable figures of the sea transform into adept gourmands when confronted with their favored delicacies. Why have you halted, Knight Yasha? This is hardly your style. Let the bloodshed commence. Do not underestimate us. Moria's smile was laced with malice. As if anticipating the addition of another prized possession to his collection, Suddenly, Doflamingo's finger faltered, his expression shifting as he beheld the black cherry blossom spear, enveloped in overwhelming haki, piercing through space and halting before him. His smile gradually faded, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Moria, too, felt as if a hand had constricted around his throat, rigidly twisting his neck to gaze at Morse, his shadow writhing beneath him as if poised to break free at any moment. Ha ha ha, this is not my concern. I am merely here to enjoy my red bean pie. Titch let out a couple of dry laughs, even waving the red bean pie in his hand, truly deserving of the title as one of the future emperors. It appeared he was scarcely affected. They simultaneously cast their gazes toward the young naval officer across from them, who was incessantly shaking his wine glass. From him emanated a palpable aura of menace, a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, firmly locking onto Titch, Moria, and Doflamingo. Even more alarming was the fact that this formidable aura of malice had no effect on the others present. Mihawk's eyes sparkled with anticipation for his encounter with Morse. While Crane expressed her delight, Morse had evidently progressed significantly in control compared to a month ago, suggesting that his time in Impel Down had yielded substantial gains. Morse gently set down his wine glass, the enthusiasm for drinking completely evaporating as he fixed a steely gaze upon the trio of insufferable scoundrels before him. He spoke slowly. "You wretched debris of the sea, could you not maintain a modicum of decorum? To be frank, I would not mind offering you as a sacrifice before the battle begins, thus sparing myself the opportunity to deal with your treachery on the battlefield. Wouldn't you agree, Flamingo?" As his words settled in the air, his right hand clasped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation from Doflamingo. At this moment, Morse's mood was utterly dismal. Initially, he had merely sought to seize the rare opportunity of a holiday to venture to Sky Island and procure a historical manuscript for Rocco in exchange for a devil fruit. However, fate had conspired against him when he encountered the Golden Lion. After expending tremendous effort to eliminate that foe, he found himself embroiled in a perilous charade of defying the archipelago. He had hoped that such tumult would conclude, granting him a respite. Yet, he was subsequently dispatched to Impel Down to assist the world government with their clandestine affairs, first engaging in a fierce duel with the notorious swordsman, Shiryu of the Rain. Following that, he faced the Empress and Luffy as they wreaked havoc within the prison, compounded by the unwelcome visit from Blackbeard. Had it merely ended there, he might have counted his blessings, for he did gain something from these encounters, and it was not an utter loss. However, just as he finally managed to enjoy a decent meal, albeit in the company of this wretched group of Shichibukai, the quality of the food had allowed him to temporarily overlook his discontent. Yet now, this detestable assembly of seafaring refuse was depriving him of even the chance to dine in peace, pushing him to the brink of exasperation. To make matters worse, Doflamingo audaciously sought to manipulate the Navy in his presence, as if to further amuse himself at Morse's expense. Even if Morse possesses an exceptionally good temper, it is impossible for him to endure the circumstances any longer. Since he wishes to contribute to the excitement, it would be equally effective to shift his focus elsewhere. The performance of this book has been consistently dismal, resulting in negligible returns since its release. Consequently, I have been unable to meet the word count requirements, which has hindered my ability to receive the minimal support. At one point, I contemplated abandoning the book to indulge in playing Honor of Kings and to immerse myself in pursuing other literature. However, just a few days ago, I unexpectedly discovered that a book at the very bottom of my collection, which I had not attended to in quite some time, had resumed updates. Upon opening it, I was struck by a profound statement. Writing a book is a passion, but completing it is a responsibility. It is said that this phrase originates from the esteemed author Wujishu Chong. Thus, despite the lackluster performance, I am determined to persist in my writing. Recently, I have been hesitant to check the author's assistant in reviews, as I can easily anticipate the criticism directed at my writing. I acknowledge this reality, so there is no need for further disparagement from esteemed readers. I am well aware of my shortcomings. Ultimately, I humbly implore you, esteemed readers, to provide some lenient critique, as I have few readers left to rely upon. Lastly, I wish to modestly request some monthly votes or recommendations. Although the esteemed figures may not remember you, your support will remain etched in my memory for a lifetime. Chapter 137, Navy Headquarters, Marineford. A palpable aura of menace assailed the three individuals. Moria's countenance was grim. The strength displayed by Morse exceeded all his expectations, although he had sensed that his opponent was formidable. He could not have anticipated the terrifying level of hostility concealed beneath such youthful appearance. Damn it, his right hand clenched tightly beneath the table, his gaze fixated on Morse. Were it not for the presence of Crane across from him, he would have rushed forward to claim the fallen. Ha ha ha, this murderous intent remains as fearsome as ever. Teach. Savoring a red bean pie, feigned indifference while glancing at Morse, though a flicker of surprise briefly crossed his eyes. This rogue had indeed held back during their last encounter. Indeed, Doflamingo's unwavering gaze remained locked on Morse, devoid of any mirth, his fist clenched tightly, producing an audible crack. Damn it, Crane. Are you really allowing this fellow to run rampant? After observing for a moment, Doflamingo noted that Morse was still intently focused on him, even wielding a blade. He suddenly let out a dry chuckle and shifted his attention to the elder Crane. Beneath the shade of his sunglasses, his eyes were remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of anger. For him, meaningless rage was merely the lament of the weak. Crane, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile, gently patting Morse's hand. Her joy unmistakable. All right. After all, we are still allies. We must afford some regard to the world government. Morse cast a bewildered glance at Granny Crane, pondering the implication of her words. If there were no world government and only the Navy remained, would he be free to act without concern today? Understanding dawned upon him. Did you grasp that, evil bird? Should there be another incident, I shall not hesitate to sever you, and subsequently, it would be quite convenient to dispose of you and impel down. Fear not, in light of our long-standing friendship, I shall ensure you receive preferential treatment, arranging for you a splendid chamber facing south, allowing you to conclude your days in comfort. His right hand gradually withdrew from the hilt of the Sakura blade, lifting the wine goblet before him and draining it in one gulp. The palpable aura of menace dissipated instantaneously, as though nothing had transpired. Ha ha ha. How obedient you are. However, you should reserve that prime position for yourself. Given your readiness to draw your blade against an ally, I trust that day is not far off. Doflamingo, seemingly impervious to past reprimands, resumed his taunts towards Morse, now that the threat of the cherry blossom spear had vanished. Morse cast a detached glance at him, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips, leaning back in his chair to smoke. Seemingly indifferent to his counterpart's intentions, it would have been preferable if his hands could have behaved themselves. Suddenly, the fallen cherry blossoms on the ground rose again, shooting towards the unwary Doflamingo like rain. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, slightly tilting his body as he forcefully pulled his hands downward. A few slender, nearly transparent threads shimmered in the air, forming a barrier akin to a fishing net against the oncoming shower of cherry blossoms. However, the blossoms, now transformed, were not so easily thwarted by his threats. Morse smiled mischievously, gently flicking the stem of the goblet before him, and the previously obstructed cherry blossoms sprang back to life, swiftly breaching the blockade of Doflamingo's threads and shooting upward towards his head. This time, however, the cherry blossoms did not approach him in a direct line. They lingered above him as if awaiting a command, like rain waiting for the decree of the Dragon King. With a gentle gesture towards the dining table, Morse summoned the blossoms from all directions to assault Doflamingo, compelling him to frantically maneuver his hands, releasing threads to fend off the relentless cherry blossoms. His desperate attempts resembled those of a novice dancer taking the stage for the first time, utterly flustered. Crane observed Doflamingo's predicament and could not suppress a chuckle. This arrogant fellow truly was in a sorry state. Though his laughter was soft, it was still caught by the ever-suspicious Doflamingo, who felt veins bulge on his forehead as he let out a low growl. With a sudden, forceful grasp of one hand, 5 threads coiled around him, blocking the exceedingly bothersome cherry blossoms, while his other hand reached out to seize the group of naval officers watching the spectacle behind Crane. The colorful threads, slender, almost transparent strands shot from his fingertips, and as Doflamingo's arm descended with force, the 5 threads swept toward the naval officers, who were dutifully seated, watching the unfolding drama. Morse furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How dare they still contemplate resistance at this moment? What harm could there be in simply enduring the blows? Suddenly, with a sharp sound, a long blade fashioned from cherry blossoms materialized before the group of Navy officers, cleaving the 5 threads of attack in two. Focus your attention. If you're here to entertain, then cast aside all distractions. Do you understand, evil bird? With Morse's command, the cherry blossoms raining down upon Doflamingo accelerated, transforming from a gentle drizzle into a torrential downpour, mercilessly pelting him. Doflamingo, caught in a bind, kicked the table with frustration, retreating in his chair, his fingers dancing on the surface as if playing a piano. Were it a different setting, Morse would surely commend him for his elegance. Amidst the graceful movements, he struggled to fend off the relentless assault of the cherry blossoms, his situation becoming increasingly dire. "You insufferable wretch." Doflamingo ground his teeth, seemingly preparing to rise from his chair to engage Morse in a serious duel. With a resounding thud, Kuro's face remained adorned with a smile as he struck the table firmly. "Enough. This is not a place for your recklessness, Mingo." His eyes narrowed, sending a shiver down Doflamingo's spine, as memories of a time when he was hunted without refuge flooded back. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a wicked grin, almost baring his teeth as he addressed Morse. "Whitesnake, I truly look forward to our next discussion. I hope your luck remains as fortuitous." Morse smiled gently, dispersing the cherry blossoms above his opponent's head. It is truly perplexing how the foolish Doflamingo dares to issue threats in such circumstances. His audacity is astounding. "You had best not let me catch you in a compromising situation again. Otherwise, I shall follow through on my words. And the auspicious grounds of Innsbruck will surely become your dwelling for the remainder of your days." "Ha ha ha, what a splendid performance this is." Teach had set down his red bean pie at some point, bursting into laughter. "A group of unreasonable men. It would be best to eliminate them all." Boa Hancock, witnessing the cessation of hostilities between the two, spoke with a tone laden with disappointment. "TCH, how dull it is that they stopped so easily. Alas, it appears my collection shall not expand further. I hope Whitebeard will meet my expectations." Moria felt similarly disheartened. Morse cast a fleeting glance at them and remarked with a hint of detachment, "It would be wise to keep your mouths closed. Otherwise, I might not hesitate to let you join in the revelry. It truly dampens the spirit when one cannot enjoy a meal in peace." Tion, observing his demeanor, chuckled and shook his head, seemingly understanding why Akainu held such affection for this young man. Although their temperaments were strikingly different, their shared ideology of eradicating pirates was unmistakably aligned. "Enough. Morse, we are in Mariewa after all. We cannot afford to create too much commotion. And you lot, kindly maintain your silence. If there are no further issues, we shall proceed. Sengoku has been eagerly awaiting your presence." With that, he was the first to rise from his seat. Morse shot a fierce glare at Doflamingo and promptly followed behind Tion, exuding the demeanor of a devoted bodyguard. "Hee. What a dog." Doflamingo's words were abruptly cut short as a long sword, fashioned from cherry blossoms, was poised at his neck, compelling him to swallow the remainder of his statement. Moria regarded Morse with a complex expression. The shadows swirling at his feet betrayed his inner turmoil. Ultimately, he silently lifted his wine glass and took a sip to mask his convoluted emotions. Teach savored his red bean pie, mumbling indistinctly, "This red bean pie is exceptionally delicious. Might I take a few pieces to enjoy on the way?" Boa Hancock slowly rose, adjusting her majestic attire and surveying the room disdainfully. "Has this tedious banquet finally come to an end? At last, I can rid myself of you rude men." With that, she strode directly toward the exit, her countenance suggesting that had it not been for Tion's esteemed position, she would have long since departed, perhaps even refusing to attend this tiresome gathering altogether. Doflamingo, concealed behind his sunglasses, observed Morse's retreating figure with inscrutable eyes and murmured in a barely audible tone, "Hee. Whitesnake, I hope you survive this impending war. My anticipation is palpable." Casting a glance at the immobile Mihawk across the room, he adjusted his pink feathered coat and swaggered toward the exit. "Jihaha, has everyone departed? Such a pity to waste this delectable red bean pie. Alas, I cannot take any with me." Teach, too, did not linger, seizing the last piece of pie before striding out. The grand banquet hall fell silent, the naval officers exchanging glances as they prepared to leave, leaving 3 individuals behind to await the remaining 3 warlords. Quietly, they followed Tion aboard her warship, casting a glance back at the banquet hall before the ship set sail. Shall we truly disregard them? If those unruly rascals stir up trouble here, it could become quite troublesome, especially considering there are even more formidable individuals present. Do not fret, they are far more composed than they appear. Morse, you must understand that they cherish their identity as warlords of the sea more than anyone else. Morse, lost in contemplation, stood at the bow of the ship as if he had grasped some profound understanding. Chapter 138, The Meeting on the Eve of War. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Upon arriving at the headquarters accompanied by Crane, Morse was promptly ushered by the Navy, who had been awaiting the 7 warlords at the port. As he prepared to seek out Akainu to report, Crane informed him that everyone was already waiting for their arrival. With a perplexed expression, He followed Crane to the headquarters grand conference hall. Inside the meeting room, a congregation of high-ranking officials was present. Even the notoriously lethargic Kizaru could not help but exclaim, "Whitebeard is truly formidable. He has compelled us to engage in such a considerable uproar." Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals were already seated at their respective positions, with the elongated conference table flanked by numerous naval officers, all of whom held at least the rank of rear admiral. "Crane, you've returned." Sengoku greeted warmly upon her entrance, then glanced at Morse, whose presence altered his demeanor. Adopting a serious facade, he remarked, "Oh, is this not the chief warden of Impel Down? What brings you here? Someone, do make room for our guest." He nudged Garp, who had dozed off with his head resting on the table. Awakened, Garp was not incensed. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. "Aha! That uniform looks splendid on you, kid. You performed admirably just now. Those ruffians deserved a thorough lesson. Otherwise, they might truly believe themselves to be invincible." At these words, everyone turned towards Morse with kind smiles, acknowledging that the 7 warlords had long been overdue for a proper reprimand. Morse rolled his eyes, deliberately ignoring the disrespectful group, and confidently positioned himself behind his esteemed elder. "Akainu, enough of that. Let us postpone other matters and first discuss the current situation. Gentlemen, the circumstances we face have reached a critical juncture." Sengoku, observing Crane take her seat, straightened his expression and spoke with gravity. "Moreover, we have just received news that the red-haired pirates have come into conflict with Kaido's beast pirates in the New World, although it has yet to escalate into an all-out battlefield. This development surpasses our expectations significantly." "Kaido, you say?" Akainu glanced back at Morse, slowly adjusting his hat, which cast a shadow over his face, obscuring his expression. Morse touched his nose, perplexed by the intentions of his esteemed elder. He had not provoked that scoundrel Kaido recently. Oh, how terrifying. Are the two emperors clashing at such a time? If so, it could be deemed fortuitous for us. In that case, Whitebeard would lack reinforcements. Kizaru exclaimed in astonishment. Sengoku nodded. "One is sufficient. Our objective has always centered on him alone, thus alleviating much of our burden. However, we must not grow complacent. That man is unlike any other. Prior to the onset of battle, we should endeavor to diminish his strength as much as possible, thereby enhancing our odds of victory." After a brief pause, he continued, "Undoubtedly, Whitebeard will mobilize his entire force this time. Aside from his captains, the subordinate pirate crews scattered across various territories will also set sail. Among them, there is one Squard, who might be of use to us." Crane nodded slightly and added, "Squard, that pirate. I recall he once vied with Roger. I never imagined he would now join Whitebeard's crew. Indeed, it is that very individual." Sengoku observed the expressions of confusion among the crowd and elucidated, "We intercepted a communication and fortuitously discovered his name on the mobilization list. Which reminded me of this long-lost figure. Don Quixote's Squard, who thrived during the Roger era, had a conflict with Gold, Roger for reasons unknown, leading to his entire pirate crew being annihilated by the peak of the Roger pirates. Ultimately, for reasons still unclear, he was recruited by Whitebeard. Yet he retains an independent crew, not having become a direct subordinate of Whitebeard." A large question mark hovered over Morse's head as he momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. Was this it? What connection did this have to undermining Whitebeard? Were they suggesting he should stab Whitebeard in the back? Wait a moment. Stab in the back? A sudden spark of realization flashed through Morse's mind as he seemed to grasp something. Yet, one aspect still eluded him. Why had this old fellow overlooked Charlotte Linlin and her Big Mom pirates? Had the old hag not yet emerged from her honeymoon state? Sengoku glanced at him casually and continued with a smile. "In any case, we can utilize him to attempt to weaken that man." Upon hearing this, Aokiji displayed signs of struggle and hesitation, voicing, "Isn't such an action somewhat dishonorable for our navy?" True to their high-ranking status, the naval officers grasped Sengoku's intention the moment he mentioned the adversary's background. Akainu suddenly interjected, "Let us set aside notions of honor for now, Kazan. At this juncture, we must do everything possible to diminish the enemy's strength in order to preserve our own, for our adversaries are not limited to him alone. The others are formidable as well." Casting a glance at Morse behind him, he added, "Moreover, when dealing with a pirate like Whitebeard, who has caused chaos for so long, we need not concern ourselves with honor. Pirates must be eradicated. Allow me to bear the burden of any scorn or ridicule." He turned his gaze to Sengoku, his expression serious, as if transported back to the moment of his enlistment. He declared with conviction, I will take on all of this. Sakazuki, old man. Sengoku regarded him earnestly for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, then all shall be entrusted to you. The sensation of witnessing this in an anime in a previous life was utterly different from being immersed in it in reality. Morse felt as though he were seeing his old man in a new light. He understood that by accepting this mission, Akainu was essentially shouldering an indelible stigma, one that could become the greatest obstacle to his ascent to the position of Fleet Admiral. Old man, perhaps. Morse began to suggest taking on the task for Akainu, but the latter suddenly turned and shot him a fierce glare, compelling him to swallow his words. Sengoku, feigning ignorance, stood up forcefully with his hands on the table and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, we have already discussed the detailed battle plan in our last meeting. Although new developments have arisen this time, our strategy remains unchanged. Complete your tasks diligently. That will be all for today's meeting." Morse let out a sigh of relief as the meeting adjourned. The scrutiny of the old man had indeed been quite uncomfortable for him. With the conclusion of the gathering, he felt liberated and ready to unwind. Loosening his collar, he made his way toward the exit. However, he was promptly halted by the command. "Where do you think you're going? Come with me." His expression stiffened as he observed the figure of Admiral Akainu, and with a resigned sigh, he silently fell and stepped behind him. Witnessing this interaction brought smiles to the faces of Sengoku and the others, significantly lifting their previously heavy spirits. As they stepped out of the conference hall, they beheld the throng below, a sea of enlisted Navy personnel, evidently having gathered in considerable numbers. A storm was indeed brewing. Though the full extent of it remained uncertain, Morse rarely took out a box of cigars, promptly offering one to Akainu while assisting in lighting it, and then lighting one for himself. Observing the bustling naval officers below, oblivious to the impending events, some of whom were exuberantly shouting in excitement, he found the scene quite invigorating. Morse furrowed his brow, shaking his head. I hope they all manage to leave the battlefield alive. After all, they are the very essence of the Navy that tames the sea. Yet, in the realm of war, the notion of everyone surviving is evidently unrealistic. Even the old man lacks that capability, and I, Morse, am no exception. However, having chosen the path of the Navy, they have undoubtedly made the preparations for sacrifice, a truth that I understand more profoundly than anyone else. If I truly wish to assist them, I shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor. Chapter 139. All set. Morse and Akainu leisurely descended the stairs, cigars in hand. Upon their arrival in the city of Marineford, they were met with a stark transformation. The once bustling and vibrant metropolis had now prematurely succumbed to the throes of war. The naval families, who once wore smiles of pride, now approached the prepared warships with expressions etched in worry. Morse casually summoned a naval officer and inquired, "To where are these individuals being assigned?" Upon encountering Admiral Akainu, the naval officer promptly saluted and exclaimed loudly. Then, with a hint of perplexity, he addressed Morse, stating, "Report, sir. These families will be collectively relocated to the Sabaody archipelago for refuge." After speaking, he scrutinized Morse's uniform, pondering when the Navy had adopted such an unappealing attire. Morse feigned ignorance of his peculiar gaze and continued to inquire, "What is the progress thus far, and when do we anticipate the completion of the evacuation?" "Report, sir. All family members have been arranged, and we expect to complete the evacuation by tomorrow morning," the Navy reported. "Understood. Please continue with your work." "Yes, sir." "Morse, let us proceed. We have further tasks to attend to." As Morse was about to proceed, he fell silent upon hearing Akainu's words, gradually uttering, "Why did that matter with the old man?" Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Akainu. "You are not yet qualified. If you wish to assist me, then step up quickly. Do you truly believe this is the end? Remember well, this is merely the dawn of a new era. That old fool Whitebeard no longer holds any significance." Morse was momentarily taken aback, quickly following in the footsteps of Akainu, and inquired, "Then why did you willingly take on this burden just now? Surely you are aware that it could lead to—" "Silence," Akainu interjected. "Today, I shall impart to you the most vital lesson. Remember this well. All our endeavors, sacrifices, and even our conflicts serve but a singular purpose: to restore tranquility to the seas and eradicate the chaos wrought by pirates. If we can achieve this, then all other so-called powers, statuses, honors, and dignities are mere trifles, utterly devoid of value." Aokiji is still young, and at this moment, Morse stood frozen in place, as if encountering Akainu for the very first time. After a prolonged moment, he finally nodded gravely. "I understand. Old man, let us hasten and seek out Squard for a conversation, for the war is on the horizon, and Whitebeard shall not keep us waiting for long. Navy Headquarters, Akainu's office. Morse languidly reclined on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while the teapot before him exhaled steam, indicating that it had just been brewed and awaited consumption. Opposite him, Akainu was engaged in a grave discussion with the old pirate, Squard, regarding the matter of betrayal. Listening to Akainu's assurances of guaranteeing Whitebeard's safe exit from the battlefield, Morse rolled his eyes, utterly perplexed as to whether the man across from him had been rendered foolish by Roger's blows, believing such absurdities. He could not fathom what Whitebeard saw in him. Indeed, times had changed. His thoughts drifted to the band of ruffians he had encountered, aside from the straw-hatted boy, Monkey D. Luffy. Each of the others was more treacherous than the last, spinning lies as easily as breathing, with betrayal being their daily bread. The thought nearly brought him to tears. Akainu shot him a fierce glare. Had it not been for the desire to preserve communication with the simple old pirate, he would have likely smashed his fiery fist into Morse's head by now. Quickly, he lifted his teacup, feigning a sip to mask his sorrow. After Akainu concluded his call with the snail, his gaze fell upon Morse, sprawled lazily on the sofa, and his frustration boiled over. He could never comprehend why. Upon seeing his insufferable subordinate, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing, to teach him a lesson in decorum. Adjusting the hat that had slightly slipped from his brow, he addressed Morse. When did you learn to be as indolent as that Kizaru fellow? Clearly, I cannot allow you to associate with him too much. I am far superior. At least I am far more handsome. Well, I have just arranged matters with that worthless Squard. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, tomorrow he will execute the betrayal according to my orders. However, we cannot place all our hopes on such a person. At that time, you must find an opportunity to divert those troublesome captains. I shall personally take the old fool Whitebeard's head. Observing Akainu's serious demeanor, which even bore a semblance of sacrificial resolve, Morse remained remarkably at ease. Already privy to the outcome, thus devoid of worry. Understood, old man. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to engage first. To gauge the capabilities of the so-called strongest man in the world. I have heard that he is no longer at his peak and is now relying on intravenous fluids to sustain his life. Damn it, be serious. That man's strength is not to be trifled with. If you are careless, you may very well perish on the battlefield. Akainu fixed Morse with an unprecedentedly earnest gaze. He did not wish for his successor to meet an untimely demise through negligence, although this fellow possessed remarkable resilience. The battlefield was fraught with unforeseen dangers. Got it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Loco, that fool, just consumed a devil fruit. I must take advantage of this brief respite before the battle to help him master it. Otherwise, if he falls in battle, your capable little secretary will be no more. After speaking, he directly walked out, seizing the opportunity to stealthily take the freshly unwrapped tea leaves from the table. You scoundrel, put down my tea leaves. Those are just returned to me. Hearing the furious voice of Akainu behind him, Morse quickened his pace, fearing that Akainu would emerge and deliver a beating. He hurriedly made his way to the training camp, ultimately locating Rocco. Observing Rocco, who was engaged in a serious spar with Ein under Zephyr's guidance, Morse couldn't help but wear an expression of affirmation. He rushed to Zephyr's side, hastily presenting the still cool tea leaves in his hands. Old man, how have you been lately? Any new students that meet your expectations? This is a rare find. Exquisite tea leaves with a marvelous flavor. Zephyr didn't even glance at him, casually taking the tea leaves and smiling as he remarked, any of them are less troublesome than you. The fruitability of that fool Rocco is indeed something you found for him. Isn't it? It suits him perfectly, if all goes well. He should survive the battlefield tomorrow. And next time, don't gift me tea leaves you've pilfered, but I'll let it slide this time. With that, he solemnly tucked away the tea leaves, showing no intention of returning them to Morse. Morse rolled his eyes, finding the elder increasingly difficult to deal with. However, upon turning to see Rocco, battered and bruised from his altercation with Ein, his spirits lifted. With the old man having arranged for someone else to train, Morse felt relieved, as he knew that even 10 of him could not compare to a mere finger of Zifa when it came to training. He nodded at Zifa, refraining from interrupting Rocco's session, and quietly departed the training camp to prepare for the impending war. At the moment the battle commenced, no one could ascertain their fate, as unforeseen circumstances were the essence of the battlefield. Chapter 140, The Identity of Ace. A combined chapter, Naval Headquarters, Marineford Square. The newly erected gallows stood empty. heralding that the main event had yet to commence. At 6 in the morning, the crimson sun slowly ascended from the horizon, casting a deeper shade of red upon the clouds than ever before, as if foretelling a day of bloodshed in Marineford. There remained 6 hours until Ace's execution. The crescent-shaped harbor was firmly encircled by nearly 100 warships, rendering it impenetrable. Within the expansive square, a multitude of Navy personnel had gathered, fully equipped and ready for action, comprising elite officers from various branches across the seas. This assembly represented nearly the entirety of the Navy's main force, each sailor boasting at least 3 years of service and having participated in no fewer than dozens of naval battles, far surpassing the mere rabble of countless kingdoms. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that any Navy personnel who survived this conflict could potentially ascend to leadership within their respective branches, exerting dominion over their territories. This was yet another reason the Navy was willing to embark on this war, for these opportunities for military exercises were rare in this post-Roger era. At this moment, every sailor was sharpening their blades and preparing their weapons, under the guidance of the temporary commander as they transported munitions. The entire square was suffused with an atmosphere of tension and urgency, with no one daring to show even a hint of carelessness. Dasky, you must exercise caution. This is unlike any previous encounter. One misstep could cost the life of even a general, Smoker remarked, biting down on his cigar, addressing Dasky, who stood solemnly with her sword. Indeed, Smoker, Finbeauty, and Zango, you two must remain vigilant. This time is truly different, Tina added, her slender cigarette delicately poised between her fingers as she stood beside Smoker. Dasky tightened her grip on her weapon, nodding solemnly. I understand, Mr. Smoker. Finbeauty and Zango nodded in agreement, their faces etched with concern, clearly lacking confidence in their survival. Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the seemingly endless throng of naval forces, murmuring, I've never witnessed a scene like this. He slowly expelled another breath of smoke, glancing around, and remarked, Oh, you must have thought this through, right? What? Tina, also scanning the crowd, appeared to be searching for something. Upon hearing Smoker's disjointed words, she looked puzzled. Smoker opened his mouth, but ultimately replied calmly, Nothing. Be cautious. What are you saying? Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on how to eliminate more pirates. Tina continued her search through the crowd, her gaze unwavering. It seemed those prominent figures had yet to arrive. After a thorough look around the square, Tina expressed her disappointment, noting the absence of the renowned elite vice-admirals, the world-famous 3 admirals, the commanding admiral of the Navy, and the forcibly summoned warlords of the sea. It was important to note that the Navy had been bustling since 3 in the morning, engaged in preparations, transporting weapons, and establishing defensive zones, all of which were the responsibility of these naval personnel. There's no need to search, they have already arrived. Smoker suddenly blurted out, his eyes fixed ahead. Among the bustling crowd, a wide path swiftly formed, revealing several imposing figures emanating an aura of danger approaching from the distance. The surrounding Navy soldiers collectively swallowed hard. Leading the procession was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, striding with his hands tucked into his pockets and an incredibly arrogant demeanor, as if he were about to orchestrate a celebratory dance. Following closely was Bartholomew Kuma, clutching a book, trailing behind with an air of lifelessness, perilously close to losing consciousness. Behind them were the Empress Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, and the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, all appearing rather disinterested. As for Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, he had seemingly vanished upon entering Marineford, thus absent from the ranks of the warlords of the sea. The warlords of the sea had arrived at the battlefield first. Hee. Quite the lively scene, Doflamingo remarked, observing the serious and wary expressions of the surrounding Navy personnel, a grin of discontent spreading across his face. With so many Navy soldiers looking at me with such eyes, it truly sends chills down my spine. Shall we dance together to welcome the war? Upon finishing his words, his hands began to move involuntarily. However, this time, the silken threads did not materialize. After all, this was not a moment for jest, lest that group of scoundrels might not hesitate to turn their blades upon themselves to demonstrate their resolve for this operation. The pirate. Smoker observed the scene from a distance, his tone rife with disdain and contempt. How can the Admiral condone the participation of such trash? It is utterly incomprehensible. Mind your words, Smoker. Strictly speaking, the warlords of the sea are now our allies, and moreover, they have been summoned by the world government to assist us, thereby alleviating some of our burdens. You must understand, our adversary this time is the formidable Whitebeard Pirates, a group that has dominated an entire era. Tina lit a cigarette, her tone somewhat grave. I I cannot dare to hope for their substantial aid. It suffices as long as they do not strike us from behind. Smoker, observing them approach the crescent-shaped harbor's forefront, inquired with a hint of perplexity, why does it feel as though their numbers are not quite right? Among the warlords, only 5 have arrived. The sea hero Jinbei openly refused to engage in battle with Whitebeard, even declaring that should a conflict arise, he would defect and assist the Whitebeard pirates against the navy. Thus, he was sent to Impel Down to continue his delusions. The higher-ups have also decided that once this conflict concludes, Fishman Island will be obliged to provide an explanation. As for the individual replacing Crocodile, Tina had yet to encounter him and remained unaware of his circumstances. Smoker found no fault in this. He had long been aware of Jinbei's straightforward nature, and such statements were indeed characteristic of him. As Tina continued her discourse, she suddenly sensed the entire plaza beginning to tremble. Gasps arose among the Navy ranks, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically from before. The oppressive presence previously brought by the warlords had considerably dissipated. Turning their heads, Smoker and the others beheld several figures clad in the uniforms of Navy admirals, wielding remarkably exaggerated specialized weaponry, striding forward with solemn expressions to stand behind the warlords of the sea in a line. Even the giant admirals have arrived. Truly, they are deserving of their reputation as the world's mightiest race. The sense of oppression they exude is indeed terrifying. Tina regarded them with deep admiration, for it was rare to witness 3 giant admirals appearing together. These giants, hailing from Elbaf, have gradually set aside their prejudices and joined the Navy since the enlistment of one of their kind 6 to 7 decades ago, continually adding to their ranks. Although their numbers have never been substantial, each individual within their ranks is an elite, prompting even the revered generals of the warring states to lament the missed opportunity of assembling an army of giants capable of quelling the turmoil wrought by pirates. This illustrates how formidable the giant race truly is. They are arguably the most favored race in this world, had it not been for their limited numbers. It is likely that the world would have succumbed to their whims long ago. Upon reaching maturity, a giant possesses combat abilities akin to those of an ordinary vice admiral. With some training and tailored equipment, elite vice admirals could even be mass-produced, a thought that is undeniably chilling. As giants began to appear on the battlefield, the vice admirals from various bases, along with the elite vice admirals stationed at headquarters, swiftly arrived at the scene. Subsequently, 3 vacant chairs at the execution platform awaited their long-anticipated occupants as the 3 admirals took their seats. At the center sat Akainu Sakazuki, clad in a striking red suit. To his right was Kizaru Borsalino, dressed in a vibrant yellow suit, while to his left, Aokiji Kazan, distinguished by his white vest and deep blue shirt, stood out as particularly refined. However, they all draped themselves in the Navy's justice cloak, emblematic of the world government's supreme military might. Smoker, could you take a look? Is that guy behind Akainu Morse? Tina's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if she had discovered something intriguing. Smoker and his companions scrutinized Akainu's rear. Indeed, it was him, though they wondered how he came to be positioned behind the admiral without the presence of the other 2 vice admirals. Today, Morse had fully adopted Akainu's style. His silver hair simply tied back and concealed beneath a navy cap. He wore a black impel-down uniform, draped with a justice cloak emblazoned with the word justice. His arms crossed over his chest, gazing straight ahead. Yet, if one were to approach him at that moment, they would notice that his eyes were closed, and a soft snore escaped his lips. It was astonishing that he could manage to sleep standing amidst such tension. One might wonder whether to commend or chastise him for it. Aokiji instinctively considered lowering his eye mask for a quick nap, but abandoned the thought upon catching a glimpse of Akainu's displeased expression. He had no desire to share Morse's fate. How terrifying. Morse is truly confident to be able to sleep so soundly at a time like this. It's quite enviable, Kizaru remarked, deliberately provoking Akainu to gauge his limits while simultaneously digging a pit for Morse. Silence. That scoundrel will receive his due punishment after this, for now. Both of you must keep quiet. The Navy's honor cannot be tarnished, not even by you 2, Akainu growled in a low voice, clearly agitated. Were it not for the watchful eyes of the Navy below, he might have already unleashed his frustration upon the 3 individuals present. Old man, what troubles you? Has Admiral Porcelino once again provoked your ire? Now is not the time for anger, as there are still so many naval officers observing us. Morse was abruptly roused by the voice of Akainu, initially believing that Kizaru had once again provoked him. With a resigned expression, he turned to face Kizaru. As for why Aokiji was not involved, it was because Aokiji only engaged in disputes with Akainu during significant ideological conflicts. At all other times, he completely disregarded Akainu. In fact, it could be said that this seasoned veteran would agree with whatever Akainu stated, rarely offering a rebuttal. Kizaru and Aokiji exchanged a knowing smile, remaining silent. Yet their expressions hinted at an anticipation regarding the outcome of Morse's predicament. It was certain that a thorough beating awaited him. Upon encountering Akainu, Morse chose to disregard him and resumed his gaze forward. However, this time slumber eluded him. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. The admirals are here. With the trio of admirals gathered, victory is assured. Roar, roar, roar. The Navy personnel below raised their weapons, unleashing a tremendous roar. Among the throng, Rorinoa clutched the exquisite blade, the 50s water pavilion, which Morse had recently bestowed upon him, casting a fervent gaze toward Akainu and the others. His expression more fervent than those around him. An and Shuzo stood side by side at the forefront of a group of Navy officers. For reasons unknown, their mentor Zephyr had not participated in this conflict, merely sending the two along with a cadre of instructors from the training camp. Ein surveyed the exuberant Navy personnel around him. This time, the Navy had summoned nearly all deployable forces. Should they falter, the Navy's reputation would plummet to unprecedented lows. Do you see? The entire square is now teeming with transponder snails equipped for broadcasting. The Marshal, renowned as the strategist, would not dare to take such a step unless he was fully prepared. As time gradually elapsed, the clock struck 10, and the sun blazed fiercely over the harbor. The Navy continued their relentless transport of ammunition, with only 2 hours remaining until the execution. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Has it arrived? Morse turned his gaze to the side and beheld, not far away on the high-walled street, 2 executioners escorting a man, bare-chested and adorned with a string of crimson prayer beads, who slowly approached the execution platform, ultimately being forced to kneel before it. Port Casti, Ace. Morse lowered his hat once more, his tone somewhat somber. What a pity. I wonder if old Garp can endure this. In the distance, after Ace fell to his knees, Sengoku and Garp appeared one after the other. Garp, I wish to speak my mind. Is that acceptable? Sengoku asked his dear friend with a grave tone. Garp turned his head, his expression darkening. Do as you please. I am going down. Garp descended the steps, standing side by side with Tsuru, while Sengoku strode directly towards the execution platform, addressing the 2 guards. Step aside. Yes. The guards promptly moved their bayonets aside and stood back. Sengoku produced a speaking snail, adjusted his demeanor, and amplified his voice. I have an important announcement regarding the significant implications of Port Casti, Ace's execution today. This statement caused the naval personnel in the square to lift their heads in anticipation of Sengoku's declaration. Below the execution platform, Tsuru glanced back at the dark-faced Garp, softly reassuring him, "It is not your fault." Garp paused, then feigned a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. In times like this, women certainly possess a gentler touch, little Tsuru. Ace. Among the Navy stood a female officer with orange hair and sunglasses perched on her forehead, her expression a mix of emotions as she gazed upwards. Ace. Speak your father's name, Sengoku commanded. Ace hesitated at the question, then lowered his head, enunciating each word. My father is Whitebeard. Indeed, he can only be Whitebeard. No one else. No. Sengoku exclaimed loudly. We painstakingly scoured that island, all because we heard whispers of a certain man's offspring. Based on the scant information gathered by CP9 and a thread of possibility, we investigated all newborns and their mothers, yet we found nothing. It is no wonder. For your birth was a sacrifice made by that woman, a product of her relentless efforts. This deception eluded our eyes and fooled the entire world. Sengoku spoke gravely. You were born on an island called Batarilla in the South Sea, and your mother's name was Port Casti. Rouge. That woman surpassed any limits we could imagine. Her fierce maternal instinct compelled her to nurture her child for 20 months. When she finally gave birth to you, she succumbed to exhaustion and perished on the spot. He turned to Ace, a year and 3 months after your father's death. The child inheriting the world's most sinister lineage was born. You cannot be unaware of this. Your father, the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. At this revelation, silence enveloped the surroundings. Fire Fist Ace is the bloodline of the Pirate King. Countless naval officers found themselves engulfed in astonishment and dread. Smoker, beads of sweat on his brow, clenched a cigar as he gazed silently at Ace on the platform. Tina inhaled deeply from her cigarette, her expression grave. The Pirate King? Dasky nearly dropped her beloved sword, staring incredulously at Ace above. Is Mr. Ace truly the illegitimate son of the Pirate King? This must be a jest. Ein and Sez looked at each other in disbelief. The bloodline of the Pirate King still endures. The 7 warlords at the harbor displayed similar astonishment. Yet they began to comprehend why Sengoku would go to such lengths, even clashing with Whitebeard, to execute Ace. Hancock murmured softly, only for her ears to hear, "Luffy, your brother is indeed the son of Roger. Does this imply that you—" "Fear not, I shall staunchly guard your front." At that moment, Hancock's gaze was unwavering, evidently prepared to relinquish her title as a warlord for Luffy's sake. Sengoku cast a glance below before continuing. 2 years ago, when you set sail under the name Portgas and gained notoriety with the Spade Pirates, we finally realized that the bloodline had not been severed. However, Whitebeard, having also made this discovery, took it upon himself to protect you, intending for you to become the next Pirate King. No. Ace vehemently countered. I boarded the ship to ensure father becomes the Pirate King. Only Whitebeard possesses the rightful claim to that title. You are the only one who believes this, Sengoku retorted. The reason we have refrained from intervening is precisely because you were under Whitebeard's protection. Furthermore, Sengoku glanced at Garp below and closed his eyes. He had once granted him the opportunity to ascend to the position of warlord. Garp, do not blame me for this. Allowing you to remain unchecked with your talents, you would undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of the next era of piracy. Thus, taking your head here today holds tremendous significance. Sengoku opened his eyes and proclaimed loudly to the vast sea. Chapter 141. The Whitebeard Pirates Arrive. How astonishing. That fellow is indeed of the Pirate King's lineage. The most nefarious bloodline in history still has an heir. This is monumental news. How could this handsome young man be the son of the Pirate King, only to face public execution? Father, I wish to take that man as my slave. Can the foolish Navy halt the execution? Boss, I am 7. Hurry and expedite the publication. This is colossal news. Our newspaper shall surely rise from the ashes. Headline. You fool, think of a better title quickly. What a waste. Do you think I keep you around for nothing? Shock. Admiral Sengoku discovers that Roger's son still lives. In a fit of rage, he summons 1,000,000 Navy troops, plotting. Who hit me? At this moment, spectators across the globe, engrossed in the live broadcast of this shocking news, were rendered utterly astounded, a myriad of expressions gracing their faces. The journalists, disregarding the impending consequences of the execution, exhibited frenzied enthusiasm, fervently scribbling notes and conversing into their phones, fearful of missing the opportunity to report on this extraordinary revelation. Major news outlets sprang into action nearly simultaneously, hastily preparing to print the latest edition, eager to be the first to publish and surpass the esteemed World Economic News Agency, thus claiming their place at the pinnacle of global journalism. In a world already rife with chaos, the declaration made by Sengoku plunged everyone into a deeper state of panic, while simultaneously igniting the aspirations of countless ambitious individuals, particularly the group of supernovas referred to as the worst generation by the Navy. For them, this heralded the dawn of a new era. Report. Admiral Sengoku. As Sengoku had just made his announcement, even before he could turn off the microphone, a Navy officer rushed over, urgently calling out, Admiral, the gate of justice has been breached without any orders, and we have lost contact with the power room. What? Sengoku exclaimed in disbelief. How could this happen? Boom, boom, boom. However, it seemed there was no room for further astonishment as a thunderous sound erupted, drawing the attention of every Navy soldier, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they gazed towards the horizon. Through the mist, an array of ships, each with varying shapes, began to emerge from the depths of the fog. The Whitebeard pirates, along with all 43 of their affiliated crews, were making their approach. Yet, conspicuously absent were the main fleet and the flagship Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. As Morse pondered this anomaly, suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the surface of the crescent-shaped harbor, enveloping a colossal object that gradually emerged from the shadows. With a splash, ships resembling enormous whales, coated in a reflective film, surfaced one after another, illuminated by the sunlight that cast colorful hues upon their surfaces, announcing to the world, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. Damn it, they infiltrated using the reflective coating. Sengoku's expression darkened significantly. Now it makes sense. No wonder there were no traces. The manner in which Whitebeard appeared completely took him by surprise, and for the first time, he felt a twinge of uncertainty about his plan. 5 ships, 1 large and 4 small of nearly identical design but differing in color, were anchored steadily in the harbor. The ship facing Sengoku was the Moby Dick, and upon it stood a colossal figure, sword held high. As the mist dissipated, the visage of this figure became increasingly clear, and an immense pressure enveloped the battlefield. The navy, previously brimming with confidence, could not help but swallow nervously to alleviate their tension. The world's strongest warrior, Edward Newgate, A.K.A. Whitebeard, had arrived. "Gororara," Sengoku, "it has been decades since we last met." Whitebeard boisterously laughed from the bow of his ship, wielding his sword. Sengoku regarded him with a grave expression. Old man, Ace, upon catching sight of Whitebeard, struggled fiercely, however. The suppression of haki combined with the bayonets held by two guards rendered his efforts futile. "Ace, my son, bear with it a little longer." Whitebeard glanced at his distressed son, then forcefully struck his naginata into the ship's deck, fists clenched and crossed at his abdomen. "Are we already eager to begin?" murmured Mels, standing behind Akainu, his eyes narrowing beneath the brim of his hat. What a terrifying man. Is such horror truly possible with just a single move? At that moment, the air began to tremble with Whitebeard's actions. With a resounding boom, as Whitebeard's fists spread wide, the air around him shattered like fragile glass, sending shockwaves that made the very island of Marineford quake. What is happening? A Navy officer stared in disbelief, his voice trembling. In the next instant, a towering tsunami rose from both sides of Marineford, its terrifying height capable of engulfing the entire island. Goodness, is this old fellow a monster? Can the devil fruit truly grant such power? This is utterly unreasonable. Mel spoke, his tone laced with envy, even instinctively scattering a handful of cherry blossoms. He had encountered both new and seasoned strongmen of the sea, and while he had faced pirates of Whitebeard's era, such as Red Count and Golden Lion, their strength paled in comparison to Whitebeard's. Gazing at the terrifying tsunami that had risen to the sky and the man standing resolutely at the ship's bow, he felt a profound awe. Morse instinctively cast a glance downward, where the number of people appeared so insignificant. Should this tsunami crash upon Marineford, even if the Navy managed to retain Whitebeard, they would forever forfeit their power to dominate the world. The Navy personnel below stood transfixed. Gazing at the monstrous wave looming in midair, they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Few among them could maintain their composure in this moment of impending dread. Morse slightly retracted his left foot, poised to leap into action. At such an advanced age, his temperament remains as fiery as ever. Diving headfirst into such a grand display. "Allow me to handle this, Morse." Below the execution platform, seated among the three admirals, Aokiji glanced up at the towering tsunami, lazily addressing Morse. In an instant, he soared from his seat, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he materialized at the heart of the tsunami, extending his hands to touch the surface of the sea. From his palms, an exaggerated chill rapidly spread forth. Ice Age. Where his hands made contact, the water swiftly froze, transforming the colossal tsunami into a crystalline sculpture. "Gororara, Aokiji, you rascal." Whitebeard laughed heartily at the sight of Aokiji above. Two ice spears. After freezing the tsunami, Aokiji manifested several ice spears around his form, launching them swiftly toward Whitebeard. Bang! Whitebeard, unfazed, swung his fist imbued with the power of the Gura no Mi upward, and with a shattering sound, both the ice spears and Aokiji's form disintegrated. Old man. Aokiji has met his end. Witnessing this scene, Morse couldn't help but jest, as if Aokiji had truly perished. The ice shards formed from Aokiji's body plummeted into the ocean, and as they struck the surface, a wave of cold emanated from the point of impact, swiftly freezing the surrounding waters, creating an expanse of ice in the blink of an eye. The sea was frozen in an instant. Fire. Destroy those immobilized vessels. Seizing the moment, the commanding vice admiral began issuing orders. Hey, a solid ground has emerged. Onward. Brothers, the boarding battle begins. Whitebeard's captains plunged from their ships. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, the affiliated pirate crews of Whitebeard near the port launched a counterattack, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire toward Marineford. Just as the cannonballs approached the harbor, several figures suddenly flashed through the air, intercepting the projectiles mid-flight with a flurry of blade gleams. Some figures leapt forth from behind, landing at the port. Marine headquarters. Vice admirals in action. Granny Tsuru stepped back. This minor skirmish is well within our capabilities. Carrying his sword, Fire Fist Ace spoke earnestly. Spare me the pretense, youngsters. I am also a Marine Vice Admiral. Tsuru observed the pirates standing upon the ice and calmly remarked, Moreover, this is Marineford. We have no retreat left. Charge. At the sound of a commanding shout, All Marines roared in unison, leaping from the port to directly engage the pirates. Chapter 142, The Summit. Commence. Morse lowered the brim of his hat and murmured, "Old man, I shall go first. Allow me to ascertain the true caliber of the world's strongest." With that, he forcefully propelled himself towards the execution platform, soaring through the air directly at Whitebeard. One sword style, Sakura's funeral. The blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, was already drawn and firmly gripped in his hand. Suddenly, a wisp of ethereal blue flame materialized before Morse. It was Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's crew. His speed was indeed remarkable. However, the blue flames erupted violently, revealing the figure of the immortal bird, Marco, whose arms transformed into wings that spread elegantly. With a slight twist of his body, he launched a fierce kick aimed at Morse's head. "You are not worthy to lay a finger on our king." Bang! The moment Marco's foot made contact with Morse's body, he sensed something amiss. It felt as though he had kicked a cloud, offering no resistance whatsoever. Indeed, as he suspected, Morse's form shattered instantly, cascading into a shower of pink cherry blossoms that fell gracefully to the ground. A substitute? When did he manage to pull that off? Marco glanced back in bewilderment. He had completely failed to realize that what he had intercepted was a substitute made of cherry blossoms. This Navy officer is rather intriguing. No wonder he dared to charge at the old man alone. How formidable. Morse's mastery of his fruit is significantly greater than last time. Should I consider bringing him under my command? When you run for admiral, I could cast my vote for you. The yellow monkey chuckled slyly, his tone a mix of playful intrigue and earnestness. He found himself increasingly fond of Morse. Both his prowess and character pleased him immensely. If he could truly bring Morse under his command, it would surely lighten his burdens and enhance the enjoyment of his duties, as his current aid was dreadfully dull. What nonsense are you spouting? Focus, yellow monkey. The Navy's reputation cannot be compromised. Akainu's voice remained as stern as ever. How cold-hearted indeed. In that case, I shall join the fray. Marco, the 1st Division captain and a mythical Zoan-type user of the immortal bird fruit, piques my interest. Leave him to me. As soon as the yellow monkey's words faded, his form began to dissolve into golden light, gradually vanishing from his seat before slowly coalescing before Marco. At this moment, I cannot allow you to ambush our future admiral from behind. Have you ever been kicked by light, Marco? With that, the yellow monkey raised his right leg high, drawing it close to his chest, the brilliance illuminating his foot. Without giving Marco a moment to react, he executed a powerful side kick aimed at Marco's abdomen. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the half-beast transformed Marco had no time to respond and was sent hurtling towards the sea, crashing into the thick ice layer with no resistance whatsoever, creating a massive ice crater. Fortunately, Aokiji's powers were sufficiently formidable. The ice was thick enough to prevent Marco from plunging into the depths of the ocean, awaiting rescue. "Marco, Captain! Marco, my brother!" The members of the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed in alarm, yet the Navy would not grant them the opportunity to intervene. The 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu, was on the verge of making a move when he noticed Morse, wielding the blade 1,000 cherry blossoms, drawing ever closer. He glanced at his father, finding himself caught in a dilemma. "Karalalala. Jozu, what are you hesitating for? I am Whitebeard. When have I ever needed protection? Hurry and check on Marco. That old geezer Kizaru's kick is no trifling matter." With that, his right fist was drawn to his chest, radiating a brilliant light. The sight of Marco in distress ignited his anger, compelling him to impart a profound lesson to Morse, making it clear that his son was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who had unknowingly positioned himself beside Garp, observed the chaos below involving Tina, Smoker, and others from the Whitebeard pirates, as well as Morse, who had already reached Whitebeard's side. He reflected, these young ones can indeed stand on their own now. "Garp, do you think it might be time for us to retire?" Garp paid Sengoku no mind, his gaze firmly fixed on Ace, his heart tormented by inner turmoil. Sengoku, at a loss for how to console his old comrade, chose to remain silently by Garp's side, hoping to prevent his friend from succumbing to emotion and ultimately facing a tragic downfall. As for Morse, witnessing Whitebeard's fist poised at his chest, pulsating with tremors, he felt a pang of anxiety. He could foresee that with his strike, he might not even reach Whitebeard before being obliterated by the force of his punch. Indeed, Whitebeard's eyes flared with fury as he launched a devastating blow toward the advancing Morse. The air around his fist fractured into shards, forcing Morse to urgently shift his stance, drawing his sword to his chest in a desperate attempt to block the oncoming strike. As he entered the range of Whitebeard's punch, the shockwave immobilized him midair, rendering him unable to advance. What a troublesome old man. He lamented helplessly. Boom. Morse took a slight step back, somewhat disheveled as he landed upon the deck of the Moby Dick. You are the white snake, brat. I owe you a debt of gratitude for the matter concerning Bista. Had you not spared him last time, I would not have had the opportunity to see him again. With that, he reached for the blade before him, the Tsungyan Chiact, and lifted it with intent. Let us forego the pleasantries of gratitude. I never intended to spare a pirate. It was merely the pressure exerted by your white-beard pirates that compelled me to do so. If there is to be any gratitude, allow me to witness the chasm between myself and the strongest in the world. Gazing at Whitebeard before him, his expression grew grave. This man was unlike any adversary he had previously encountered. A moment's negligence could render the following year his last. With his left hand, he gently traced the blade of his Sakura 1000, then pointed it forward, whispering, "Final scene, White Emperor's sword." This technique, through Moore's relentless refinement, had transcended the need for initial release, evolving into a prelude to Bankai. In an instant, he channeled all the power of his fruit into the Sakura 1000, and a blinding white light emanated from the blade, resembling wings gently flapping in the air. Morse has already devoted himself entirely to the task at hand, eager to ascertain how many rounds he can withstand under the formidable Whitebeard, while also seeking to gauge the path for his esteemed father. An intriguing young lad. He wonders whether these flamboyant maneuvers possess any genuine utility. Thus, he invites a glimpse into what the Navy's so-called new generation is truly capable of. As his words hung in the air, Whitebeard lifted his naginata, elegantly twirling it with both hands, the blade enveloped in the tremors of the quake fruit. With a powerful swing directed at Morse, the ice layer beneath the Moby Dick began to shatter inch by inch, yet the vessel itself remained utterly unscathed. Morse narrowed his eyes slightly, brandishing his sword in a fierce slash. Bang! The clash of blades resonated with a thunderous roar, leaving Morse and Whitebeard momentarily locked in a stalemate upon the deck. The wings of the Sakura blade shimmered with an even more resplendent brilliance, its light flickering at an accelerated pace. Morse abruptly lifted his head, laboriously uttering, "Truly terrifying. No wonder he is known as White." Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming force surged through the blade, sweeping him away. He skidded across the deck, etching a deep gash into the sturdy surface of the Moby Dick, indicating that significant repairs would be necessary post-battle. Little brat, did the warlords not teach you to refrain from idle chatter during combat? Before Morse could regain his footing, he heard Whitebeard bellow, "And you lot. I'll take care of this Navy brat. Hurry and retrieve Ace." Old man. In an instant, the captains, previously forced back by their opponents, rallied anew, ready to break through the encirclement towards the execution platform. Hey, you truly hold me in high regard." With a powerful push of his feet, Morse surged towards Whitebeard once more, the white light flashing across the blade of the Sakura, its wings folding slightly. Clang! Whitebeard stood resolutely before him, brandishing his sword Kanjiunki, completely unmoved by Morse's seemingly full-force strike. Seeing Morse's feigned astonishment, Whitebeard broke into a hearty laugh. "This strike is indeed stronger than the last. Yet it still falls short. To think you would hold back against me, White Snake brat. Are you pitying this old man? How utterly ridiculous." With that, Whitebeard raised his left fist once more to his chest. Morse shook his head with a bitter smile. "Here it comes again. This old fellow's method of attack is remarkably unadorned, yet profoundly unbearable." He couldn't help but wonder when he would reach a point where he, too, could forego flamboyant techniques. Before he could retreat, he saw the white-bearded man's fist, imbued with the power of the tremor fruit, crashing down towards his chest. There was no time for further contemplation. With a thought, a miniature shield crafted from cherry blossoms materialized before him. Alas, it proved utterly futile. Bang! The fist, as large as a cooking pot, pierced through the shield and struck Morse's shoulder with tremendous force, causing him to stagger. As Morse was about to retreat, he suddenly found himself at the mercy of Whitebeard's exaggerated, childlike knife, which came crashing down upon his head with relentless speed, offering him no respite whatsoever. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, he raised his blade to block and parry, thinking to himself, "This old man has no sense of martial ethics. Shouldn't he pause after a single strike to impart some wisdom?" After several exchanges, Morse had yet to even touch Whitebeard before he was sent flying by a single slash, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell helplessly beneath the Moby Dick. "You little brat, you're not yet worthy of concealing your strength. You dare to challenge me in single combat? You still have much to learn. Sengoku, are you ready? I'm coming to rescue my son, Dad, and everyone else. Why? It was I who disregarded your warnings and ran out." My recklessness has led to this outcome, so why do you come to save me? Please, Dad. Take everyone and leave. This is all my fault. Ace gazed at his father and comrades, realizing they had become ensnared in the Navy's overwhelming encirclement. Many had already perished innocently in this conflict while trying to save him, and a profound sense of guilt surged within him, bringing tears to his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting, my son? In this vast ocean, everyone knows that no one can harm my family, not even the Navy. Wait for us, Ace. We will be there to rescue you shortly. As Whitebeard's words echoed, before he could make a move, thunderous booms erupted as countless cannonballs were redirected with fervor toward him. Yet, before these projectiles could reach their destination, a burst of eerie azure flames suddenly erupted in the air, engulfing the cannonballs in a blaze before they could explode. How terrifying! To be struck by light and remain unscathed, yet to repeatedly disregard my presence is a bit. A glimmer of yellow light began to coalesce slowly behind Marco. You truly are a persistent spirit. With a swift turn in midair, Marco unleashed a spinning kick aimed directly at the still-forming body of Kizaru. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on the battlefield below. Seizing the opportunity, Morse rushed to Crane's side, swiftly slashing down a group of oblivious pirates nearby, including a vice captain from an affiliated crew. It seemed to be an outlet for his frustration over Whitebeard's taunts. Turning towards the direction of the 7 warlords, he addressed Grandma Crane. Those 7 warlords are slacking off a bit too much. Should I remind them of their purpose? Facing that old man, Whitebeard, you must be feeling the pressure to still dare to hold back in front of him, now that is truly remarkable for a top Navy officer. As for them, I never held high hopes for their contributions. However, Granny, I have yet to catch a glimpse of that scoundrel Teach. He surely harbors ulterior motives. From this point onward, I shall take charge here, yet I suggest you make the effort to ascertain what that rascal is truly up to. At this juncture, we cannot afford to recklessly unleash our full might. Teach, I understand. Thus, I shall entrust this matter to you. You are indeed correct. This is merely the beginning. And the future of the young Navy rests upon your shoulders. Granny, he is undoubtedly aware that Blackbeard is no ordinary foe, and he must possess some hidden agenda. However, she previously dared not stray far from this assembly of the 7 warlords. Now, since Morse has voiced his thoughts, she seizes the opportunity to investigate what schemes that individual is concocting. It is at this moment that Morse finally has the chance to scrutinize the current state of battle. The scene before him is strikingly different from what he observed in the past. As soon as the Navy and pirates clashed, numerous casualties began to fall, blood swiftly staining the icy surface. This is the battlefield, a hell for the weak and a paradise for the strong, where death reigns as the ultimate theme. Just as Morse is lost in contemplation, he suddenly senses a sharp sword aura is past him. Has Hawkeye made his move? It appears that his black blade, Yoru, can no longer contain its urge. Morse needed not even a glance. From the fleeting strike that brushed past him, he comprehended the intent of Hawkeye. The world's foremost swordsman had long desired to witness the prowess of the strongest individual. Once I ascertain the disparity between myself and that man, I shall then evaluate whether your 1,000 cherry blossoms possess sufficient sharpness. In an instant, Hawkeye darted past Morse, wielding the black blade, Knight, and unleashed a slash into the air ahead, conjuring a terrifying green sword aura that surged across the icy surface towards Whitebeard. As the green sword energy annihilated the ice beneath it, its form expanded ominously. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words and observing the relentless advance of the green sword energy, Morse felt a twinge of apprehension. He pondered whether being remembered by a top-tier warrior like Hawkeye was a blessing or a curse. Yet, judging by the incessant trembling of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, he too anticipated a confrontation with the world's greatest swordsman. In the realm of the arts, there is no first. In martial prowess, there is no second. As fellow wielders of the blade, why should he be overshadowed? Just as Morse was engulfed in exhilaration, Hawkeye's sword energy surged across the ice, poised to strike before Whitebeard. The pirates on the ice all anxiously watched Whitebeard, who, in contrast, erupted in hearty laughter, advancing with his youthful blade, utterly indifferent to Hawkeye's sword energy. Truly, a remarkably confident old man, not only in his own strength, but also in the safety of his sons. As Morse marveled at this audacity, a radiant figure came barreling in from the distance, positioning itself before Hawkeye's sword energy. Boom! A tremendous impact reverberated, causing the entire ice surface to tremble slightly. With a roar, Morse witnessed the green sword energy deviate, spiraling skyward. After a brief flicker of green light in the heavens, normalcy gradually returned. As the ice mist dissipated from the strike, the brilliant figure of Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, emerged from behind. At that moment, half of Jaw's body was encrusted with diamonds, his gaze warily fixed on Hawkeye. Were the circumstances different, he would have disregarded Hawkeye's status as the world's greatest swordsman and his connection with red-haired Shanks, and would have swiftly eliminated the audacious individual who dared to draw a blade against his father. However, the current priority was the rescue of Ace. Chapter 144. The Arrival of the Demon's Descendants. Hawkeye cast a regretful glance at Jaws, seemingly oblivious to the latter's vigilant gaze. He effortlessly sheathed his black blade, Knight, and resumed his observation. He even shot a glance at Mel's, as if to convey that he had taken action and urged him not to disturb him further. Upon witnessing Hawkeye's maneuvers, Jaws finally allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. Having one less formidable adversary was indeed a welcome relief. Following their brief confrontation, an unusual lull fell upon the battlefield as both the Marines and the pirates momentarily ceased their hostilities. Unfortunately, their respite did not last long, and the cessation of combat ignited a new wave of bloodshed as both factions charged forward once more, the cacophony of battle cries echoing across the icy expanse, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on earth. Should the Marines manage to maintain this momentum against the Whitebeard pirates in a war of attrition, they could indeed fulfill their plan to permanently confine the Whitebeard crew to this location. At the execution platform, Ace witnessed the relentless fall of his former comrades, who had once sailed alongside him, their lives extinguished because of him, causing his expression to twist in anguish and remorse. How relentlessly fearless he remained. Was he truly choosing to break through head-on at such a critical juncture? Indeed, he lived up to his reputation. Standing beside Garp, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, noting that Garp's demeanor had improved significantly, allowing him to finally relieve the tension that had been hanging in the air. No longer engaging in futile reassurances, he picked up the transponder snail and, as the former strategist now serving as fleet admiral, Sengoku resolutely reassumed command of the conflict, issuing new combat orders. This is Sengoku. I will take charge from here. Artillery units, adjust your fire. Target the Whitebeard-affiliated fleet and commence bombardment. Upon receiving Sengoku's orders, the previously disorganized Marine forces rallied, as if they had found their guiding star, and their speed in wielding their blades noticeably quickened, intensifying their pressure on the Whitebeard pirates. The artillery stationed in the harbor immediately sprang into action, adjusting the elevation and direction of their cannons, aiming at the rear of the 43 pirate ships belonging to Whitebeard's fleet, beginning a relentless barrage. Although the Whitebeard affiliates responded swiftly, the sheer density of the cannon fire proved overwhelming. No matter how they attempted to evade, they ultimately succumbed to the bombardment, suffering devastating losses that far surpassed those incurred in the prior attrition warfare. As expected of the fleet admiral, the battlefield's dynamics shift entirely under his command. Truly terrifying. Doflamingo cackled wickedly, manipulating his strings to orchestrate a fierce clash between a Marine and a pirate below. The battle raged on fiercely, and with Whitebeard's intervention, his crew began to steadily advance towards the execution platform, their sights set firmly on Ace. Truly, Whitebeard proved to be an awe-inspiring force. With that, Kizaru's form began to shimmer with yellow light, and in a flash, he appeared high above Whitebeard. Yasukani no Magatama. A multitude of lasers surged forth, aimed directly at Whitebeard. As Morse beheld this scene, a cascade of thoughts flooded his mind, pondering whether his own cherry blossoms could achieve such prowess. The 8-foot-long Yada no Kagami wielded by the yellow ape exhibited not only rapid attack speed and extensive range, but its formidable power was equally undeniable. If only his own cherry blossoms could attain such capabilities, clearing out the minions would become an expedited task, perhaps even more. Yet, before his delightful reverie could conclude, Marco's subsequent actions shattered all remnants of his fantasies. The yellow ape's assault did not strike Whitebeard as anticipated. Instead, it was effortlessly intercepted by Marco, who spread his wings wide and thwarted the attack completely. Following this, Marco transformed into his phoenix form and surged towards the yellow ape. Upon reaching him, he swiftly shifted into his hybrid state and unleashed a powerful kick at the yellow ape, plunging both into another fierce skirmish amidst the skies. Morse shook his head in disappointment. The old man Kizaru remained as languid as ever, even at this juncture still indulging in his leisurely ways. Was he truly devoid of any spirit? Meanwhile, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates was not idle. Diamond Joza delivered a powerful punch to the ice surface, causing it to crack and break apart in a circular fashion, ultimately forming a colossal chunk of ice. Witnessing this scene, Morse could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Josu's mastery over his strength was nothing short of impeccable. Though Morse himself had made considerable strides in his own control, he still fell short in comparison to Josu. Through a narrow lens, it was evident that with Josu's command over power, the Whitebeard pirates indeed possessed the capability to challenge the Navy headquarters. Soon after, Morse observed the burly Josu seize the massive ice block and hurl it forcefully towards the execution platform. Such recklessness! Hey, you warlords of the sea. Although Granny Tsuru said to ignore you, I must still voice my thoughts. If you continue to sit back and watch, I assure you, I shall hold you accountable later and relentlessly trouble you. Spitting out the remnants of his half-burnt cigarette, he continued, Do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. Yes, I am speaking to you, evil bird. I guarantee your little enterprise will come to an end. Even Kaido cannot save you, he warned, glancing at the others. The Navy summoned you not for entertainment. With that, Morse's form gradually transformed into cherry blossoms that fell to the ground. By the time Sengoku regained his senses, the thread he had been using to control the Navy had been severed by a flurry of blossoms, which landed glaringly on the back of his hand. Before he could explode in anger, Morse had already appeared before the massive block of ice Josu had thrown. One sword style, Icebreaker. Morse swiftly unleashed several arcs of pink energy from his sword, and in an instant, the enormous ice chunk was reduced to grains of ice, intermingled with countless cherry blossoms. Hurtling towards the Whitebeard pirates, he cast a provocative glance at Diamond Josu, as if to say, See, my control is not lacking either. This display prompted Akainu, who was about to rise, to sit back down with a nod of satisfaction. Whitebeard glanced at Morse, a smile still gracing his face. You little rascal are quite the nuisance. However, he had no intention of directing his wrath at Morse. His sole focus remained on the execution platform where Ace awaited. As long as others did not instigate trouble, he would refrain from striking. Just as Morse hesitated to approach Whitebeard once more, a terrifying sound reverberated across the battlefield, causing all to cease their actions and turn toward the source. Thud, thud, thud. The ice surface conjured by Admiral Aokiji began to tremble slightly. And from behind the Whitebeard pirates, a towering shadow emerged. Here it comes, our ace in the hole. Onward, Oz brothers. Let us rescue Ace. The towering figure before us is none other than the formidable Little Oars Jr. of the Whitebeard pirates. Gazing upon his colossal form, which surpasses even that of the giant vice admiral by more than threefold, one can only surmise that he is indeed a descendant of the demon Oars. Standing at over 30 meters tall, Little Oars Jr. appears from a distance like a mountain, instilling fear in all who behold him. With a thunderous crash, he wields a specially crafted greatsword, effortlessly severing a military vessel frozen upon the icy surface with a single stroke. Upon catching sight of Little Oars, Ace cannot contain himself and cries out, Oars. Ace, ever gentle, resolves firmly, I will never allow him to perish. With that declaration, Little Oars begins to stride purposefully towards the execution platform, as rescuing Ace takes precedence over all else. After advancing a considerable distance, Little Oars is met by several familiar giant vice admirals from the Navy hastening towards him. Observing these approaching little ones, he crouches down and seizes a military ship immobilized in the icy waters, hurling it like a projectile. As the ship tumbles through the air, the Navy personnel aboard plummet to the ice below like dumplings, resulting in numerous casualties. Given the height from which they fall, it proves fatal for many who have yet to master the Navy's 6 styles. Chapter 145, The Demon Slayer Oars. The giant vice admirals of the Navy, confronted with the overwhelming force of the military vessel, find themselves unable to withstand even for a moment, being dragged backward until they collide with the port's wall. Halting their retreat, Little Oars strides unabashedly towards the port, dismissing the previous vice admirals entirely. You shall not advance any further, demon, declares one of the giant vice admirals, whose strength is at its zenith, appearing significantly more robust than his predecessors. Brandishing an oversized military sword that suits his stature, he positions himself before Little Oars, intent on challenging the notion that the demon race is inherently superior to the giants. However, Little Oars pays him no heed, raising his great sword and striking fiercely at the obstructing little one. Clang, clang. Confronted by the formidable strikes of Little Oars, the vice admiral, wielding a specialized saber, appeared rather beleaguered. Despite his strenuous efforts to parry, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly apparent. After only a few blows, he began to stagger backward, unable to maintain his footing. Ultimately, after managing to deflect several of Little Oars' assaults, The specialized saber in the giant vice admiral's grip began to show cracks. At last, following a classic move, the mighty chop, executed with evident fury by little oars, the saber shattered into a multitude of pieces. Gazing at the intact, massive blade in his opponent's hand, and then at the remnants of his own weapon, reduced to merely a hilt, the giant vice admiral found himself questioning whether the blacksmith he had employed had indeed shortchanged him. With a sense of despair, he lifted his head. The chasm of strength was insurmountable. Then, in a swift motion, little oars struck down upon the giant vice admiral's chest, bringing the once proud figure, who sought to alter the world's perception, crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from his chest, staining the vast expanse of ice beneath him crimson as he fell. His face contorted in defeat. Despite his imposing stature, he had met his match today. Against little oars, who towered over him by more than double, his defeat was absolute, nearly costing him his life. Upon witnessing the downfall of their giant vice admirals, the Navy personnel at the port were momentarily awestruck by little oars' valor. Observing his terrifying stature and immense strength, they instinctively began to retreat, gradually clearing a path for him. However, Whitebeard, not far from little oars, did not share in this optimism. With the Navy's encirclement diminished, others would be emboldened to strike without reservation. Moreover, Whitebeard was well aware of little oars' vulnerabilities. Despite the immense power granted by his size, it rendered him a prime target in the eyes of the truly formidable. The demon tribe had never been known for its defensive prowess. With the exceptional swordsmanship of White Snake and his blade, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, which rivaled the might of the most formidable swords, little oars' defenses would appear as fragile as paper in comparison. Indeed, Whitebeard thought, little oars was a challenge he could not easily overcome. Turning towards oars, he bellowed, "Little oars, valor does not equate to recklessness. Leave the ensuing matters to me." Yet, upon hearing Whitebeard's call, little oars did not halt his advance. "Do not impede me, father. I must rescue Ace and bring him back with utmost haste. I understand, you truly are a disobedient child." Whitebeard sighed, but inwardly felt a sense of solace. This was the very essence of the family he had always sought. With a sweeping glance over the battlefield, he forcefully struck the ice beneath his feet with the juvenile blade in his hand, bellowing with unwavering bravado, "You lot, rally together and assist little oars in the aftermath," providing him cover to rescue Ace. Upon hearing Whitebeard's command, his crew of pirates erupted into a chorus of shouts, swiftly converging towards little oars, exerting every ounce of effort to shield him from the obstructive Navy forces. Meanwhile, the few giant vice admirals who had been knocked away by little oars' ship were regaining their composure, gripping their weapons and roaring as they charged once more at the indomitable little oars. Yet, these giant vice admirals were no match for him, despite their desperate resistance. They were swiftly felled by his massive blade, collapsing into pools of blood. Unlike the earlier instance of little oars charging alone, his comrades from the Whitebeard pirates now sought to deliberately protect his advance, only to find themselves confronted by the warlords of the sea, who had been watching from the sidelines. "Hee, that fellow's corpse shall be mine. Do not contest with me, for it will perfectly complement the demon oars' remains," chuckled Gecko Moria, his countenance brimming with excitement as he eyed Little Oars Jr., preemptively reserving his body, yet showing no inclination to act. "Now, my esteemed colleagues, I must take action," Don Quixote Doflamingo declared, his hands forcefully manipulating the battling throng surrounding Little Oars, indifferent to their identities, inciting them to slaughter one another. To him, both Navy and pirates deserved their fate. As long as he remained free of substantial evidence against him, he had no fear of retribution from the Navy. Hancock, witnessing Little Oars attempting to stride over her head, shifted in demeanor, but, considering his intent to confront Luffy's brother, Ace, she suppressed her displeasure, placing her index and middle fingers to her lips for a kiss, subsequently forming a pink heart. As the heart took shape, it began to expand. And with a tug at its base, she released a flurry of pink arrows, akin to archery, indiscriminately targeting both combatants. Anything struck by these arrows would instantly begin to petrify, offering no time for resistance. A closer inspection would reveal that most targets were Navy personnel, with even the pirates struck predominantly being those in a disadvantaged position, on the verge of being felled. Indeed, a woman intoxicated by love appears to disregard everything. Yet this also affirms Hancock's keen insight. Morse stood at a distance, nearly drawing his sword to strike down Hancock upon witnessing her actions. However, glancing at the approaching execution platform where Little Oars was drawing closer, he reluctantly set aside that notion. The immediate priority was to thwart this rampaging behemoth. All else could wait. Nevertheless, Hancock had already been marked for retribution once this matter concluded. He intended to visit Amazon Lily to ensure Boa Hancock understood the gravity of his words. She was not a solitary wanderer like Mihawk, free to act without consequence. In this world, every individual must face the repercussions of their actions, even if she is deemed the most beautiful woman alive. Meanwhile, Little Oars had surged forth to the harbor, confronting Morse and Mihawk, and he swung his blade with fury. He remembered how both had previously dared to lay hands on his father, and anyone who dared to do so must be prepared for death. Upon seeing this colossal figure, Morse remained eerily calm, drawing Senbenzakura from his waist. Mihawk, standing nearby, instantly grasped Morse's intent. Having no interest in such a target, he swiftly departed to rejoin the fray, seeking out the flower swordbista, who was engaged in combat with a Marine vice-admiral. "Leave him to me," he declared directly to the vice-admiral, unsheathing his black blade, Yoru, to parry Bista's dual swords. The vice-admiral, recognizing the futility of opposition, retreated to seek a new adversary. "Ha ha ha. It seems there's no escape. I shall not hesitate to claim the corpses of these formidable foes," Mori mused, brandishing his beloved giant scissors as he observed Little Oars's massive form, reluctant to depart from his position. He understood that as long as Morse was engaged, he would have an opportunity to acquire the body, especially since he had not fully committed to aiding the Marines against Whitebeard, unless, of course, the Marines faced a crushing defeat. Moreover, the prowess of the White Snake swordsman was not to be underestimated. Whether the body could be preserved intact remained uncertain. As for Kuma, he had been overlooked by all, a being stripped of self-awareness, akin to the deceased. "You, who dare to wield your blade against my father, shall perish. Do not obstruct my path. I must rescue Little Ace." Little Oars swung his sword towards Morse. As the blade approached, Morse's fury transformed into a twisted smile. Senbenzakura began to tremble in his grasp, sensing its master's wrath. Chapter 146, Sengoku's Plan. Oars, quickly evade. That foe is beyond your capability. Whitebeard observed the scene from afar, intending to rush forward to intercept Morse. However, just as he was about to act, Aokiji reappeared on the battlefield, blocking his path, leaving him no choice but to shout at the oblivious Oars. Boom. At this moment, Little Oz was beyond hearing anything, as he fiercely swung the large blade in his hand against the port. With a hint of confusion, he glanced down. But aside from a carpet of cherry blossoms, there was no sign of Mels. At that moment, Mels had already executed Flash Blossom and positioned himself behind Little Oz's neck. With a swift motion, the pink sword light flashed by, and Little Oz felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, instinctively reaching back to strike. However, Mels paid no heed to the slap aimed at him, continuously wielding the 1,000 cherry blossoms, the pink light flickering once more. Thud, thud, thud. The port reverberated with 3 heavy footsteps. There appeared the demon's descendant, Little Oz Jr., who staggered forward for 2 steps while clutching his neck, before collapsing thunderously to the ground. At this moment, Little Oz was losing copious amounts of blood from the wound he was pressing against, staining his entire body in a crimson hue. The significant blood loss caused his consciousness to fade. Instinctively, he stretched out his right hand, still gripping the large blade, towards Ace, yearning to sever the bindings that held him captive and rescue him. "Ace, wait for me. I am coming to save you." With those words, Little Oz began to lose consciousness due to excessive blood loss, yet his body continued to writhe angrily in the direction of Ace. "Oz, you bastard. What have you done to Oz?" For the first time, Ace, bound to the execution platform, erupted in fury, roaring his questions at Mels. "Since you've asked, I shall tell you. Remember this. I am the Navy, and I hunt pirates." Morse stood atop the blade of Little Oz, gazing at Ace with an expressionless demeanor, while an aura of lethal intent surged from him, relentlessly advancing towards the Whitebeard pirates. His eyes, brimming with murderous intent, reflected a sentiment he had never felt so intensely since arriving in this world, a profound desire to slay a man. It was because of Ace that the once tranquil and harmonious Marine Ford had transformed into a river of blood, a veritable hell on earth. Concurrently, he found himself increasingly discontent with Sengoku's strategy. From a distance, Sengoku observed the menacing Morse, his fists clenched in anxiety, fearing that Morse might disregard his plan and rush forward to eliminate Ace. Sengoku's concerns were not unfounded. Had it not been for Akainu, who nodded subtly at Morse from below, he would have already charged with his sword, disregarding Sengoku's trivial schemes entirely. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates, upon witnessing the tragic fate of Little Oz, erupted in a cacophony of anguished wails. Among them, the most heartbroken were those donned in masks resembling Little Oz's fanged visage. "Captain Oz, you scoundrel, we are sworn enemies." Whitebeard, too, had witnessed the slaughter of Little Oz, yet he remained silent, for in his heart, Morse was already a dead man. No one could remain unscathed after taking the life of one Eskin upon these seas. Thus, with a single fist clenched, Whitebeard brushed aside the Admiral Aokiji who sought to impede him, and in a flash, he surged towards Morse. Morse had certainly noticed Whitebeard's movements. Yet the strikes that had recently felled Little Oz were not mere happenstance. Coupled with his previous skirmishes against Whitebeard, he had already expended a significant portion of his stamina and was currently in a phase of recuperation, rendering him incapable of evading Whitebeard's furious assault in a timely manner. With a low exhale, the blade of his cherished weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, disassembled into an innumerable multitude of fragments resembling cherry blossoms, swirling around him in an elegant dance. This was the most formidable defensive technique he had mastered thus far, known as the Inviolable Circle. As the Inviolable Circle took shape, Morse distinctly sensed an invisible force hurtling towards him at high velocity. Should it strike him directly, the experience would undoubtedly be far from pleasant. This marked the first occasion he truly comprehended why Whitebeard was revered as the strongest in the world. It seemed he could only wish for a fortuitous outcome. He murmured softly to himself. On the execution platform, Sengoku, upon observing the movements of Whitebeard and Morse, contemplated intervening to obstruct them. However, he appeared to reconsider, refraining from taking action. This moment did not escape the keen perception of Admiral Akainu, who had also set his sights on the unfolding events concurrently with Whitebeard. In that instant, his dissatisfaction with Sengoku deepened. Equally insightful was Sengoku's steadfast companion, the hero of the Navy, Garp. Upon witnessing Sengoku's demeanor, Garp recognized that the current plan had met with utter failure, a defeat so comprehensive that it rendered the fate of the Whitebeard pirates' escape from Marineford irrelevant. The career of his old friend as Fleet Admiral would come to a close, as the younger generation of the Navy would no longer permit him to retain his position. Moreover, due to Ace's circumstances, he would be unable to support Sengoku as he once had. As for the Chief of Staff, although he held a significant title, he would be of little assistance in this dire situation. Boom. Morse gazed at the towering figure before him, instinctively exclaiming, "Old man. Morse, do you recall what I once said? The so-called honor and fame are often of little significance. Are you interested in measuring the mettle of the old man alongside me?" Akainu, with his back turned to Morse, had his right fist enveloped in an aura of intimidation, magma dripping incessantly onto the ground, corroding it into fist-sized molten craters. Behind him, the Justice cloak billowed in the wind, the characters for Justice glaringly prominent. Opposite his clenched fist lay Whitebeard's cherished blade, Kongan cut. "Magma brat. Are you also intent on thwarting me? Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Whitebeard regarded Akainu with contempt. To him, anyone who impeded his vengeance and the rescue of his son deserved death, without exception. This worthless fool is my subordinate, and I shall not stand idly by while you slay him. Moreover, I wholeheartedly concur with his sentiment. Pirates must be eradicated, yourself included. With that, he thrust his right fist forward with great force, shattering Whitebeard's cherished blade, while casting a furtive glance in Sengoku's direction, his eyes laden with inscrutable meaning. "Father is that scoundrel who killed Oars. Avenge him for Little Oars." As a furious cry erupted from one of Whitebeard's pirates, countless members of the Whitebeard crew, under the leadership of their captain, recklessly charged towards Morse. Upon hearing the heartfelt shouts of the children, Whitebeard raised his hands, wielding the tremor-infused blade Kongan cut, and fiercely cleaved towards the two before him. In the instant that Morse laid eyes upon Akainu, all his pent-up frustration evaporated, and he exclaimed with fervent excitement, "What an immense honor! I shall not be polite then, old man. If memory serves me right, this marks our first time fighting side by side. How exhilarating!" As he spoke, the swirling cherry blossoms around him coalesced in his hands, forming the shape of 1,000 cherry blossoms, which he continuously infused with energy into the blade. Unlike before, the blade now radiated not a white light, but a delicate pink reminiscent of cherry blossoms, while the wings that spread forth shimmered with prismatic brilliance. In a flash, Morse darted past Akainu, racing to confront Whitebeard's furious strike. Chapter 147. With a resounding clash, the sound of blades colliding reverberated across the battlefield, causing even the slightly weaker Navy and pirates to collapse in shock. The air around the two was shattered, and once again, the members of the Whitebeard pirates witnessed the terrifying spectacle as the heavens seemed to split apart. The last time they had encountered such a scene was when red-haired Shanks boarded the Moby Dick to engage with their father, Whitebeard. In that moment, an overwhelming question surged through the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be that Morse's strength had reached a level comparable to that of the monstrous Four-Emperor? Red-haired Shanks? Whitebeard was taken aback, for although he was aware that Morse had previously concealed his true strength, he never anticipated such a stark disparity. He had just unleashed a strike without holding back, yet his opponent had managed to deflect it unscathed, a feat that truly exceeded his expectations. Those familiar with their own affairs knew that Morse did not appear as nonchalant as he seemed. His right arm was entirely numb, and he silently lamented, "Indeed. With Whitebeard's furious blow, it is not so easily endured. Had I known, I would not have rushed in so hastily. I could have let the old man take the brunt while I poised myself for a later strike. This sensation is quite overwhelming." As if sensing his internal thoughts, Akainu eyes gleamed with determination. Without pausing to commend Morse, he charged forth, his fist enveloped in molten lava, aiming a devastating blow at Whitebeard's head. Not far away, Diamond Jozu, who had been deliberately shadowing Whitebeard, witnessed this scene unfold with alarm. His diamond form shimmered as he surged through the crowd, intent on intercepting Akainu's strike on behalf of his father. However, the Navy was not to be underestimated. They would not grant him such an opportunity. Just as he advanced halfway, a massive crystal of ice erupted before him, halting his progress. Frozen time capsule, the frigid voice of Aokiji echoed in his ears. Josu's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he could not proceed. A wave of icy pressure surged towards him, and despite his recent shattering of the ice, he had no time to evade. Ultimately, he could only charge forward, only to be ensnared by the cold, rendered immobile, although he would soon break free. It was far too late to assist his father. Simultaneously, similar scenarios unfolded across the battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates, in a frenzy, rushed towards their captain, desperate to intercept the Akainu's assault. Yet the Navy was equally resolute in denying them the chance, as Marco had declared before the battle commenced, generals against generals, kings against kings. The Navy would not allow them to approach their own king. In that instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, fueled by the clash between Morse and Akainu against Whitebeard. As the catalyst of this war, Fire Fist Ace was in tears, his voice hoarse as he cried out desperately to his comrades, urging them to withdraw and save themselves. He was consumed by regret for not heeding his father's counsel and stubbornly pursuing Blackbeard, loathing the cursed blood of Pirate King Roger that coursed through his veins. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was filled with the thunderous sounds of destruction, the air shattering, lava splattering, and cherry blossoms swirling around the remains of Little Ors. In mere moments, the area surrounding the three figures was devoid of any living souls. Akainu's cloak had been torn to shreds, and the imprints of fists upon his chest, along with the blood he coughed from his mouth, bore testament to Whitebeard's formidable power. The situation of Moles appears somewhat less dire than that of Akainu. Apart from the crimson blood trickling from a deep gash upon his chest, he remains otherwise unscathed. Among the trio, the one in the most precarious state is undoubtedly Whitebeard. No longer at the zenith of his powers, he finds himself pitted against the peak strength Akainu and Moles, resorting to a desperate exchange of injuries in the hope of incapacitating the two adversaries as swiftly as possible. Naturally, he bears the brunt of the damage, even neglecting to evade many attacks that could have been dodged. His torso is marked by a vivid crimson fist imprint and countless small cuts adorning his upper body. With a resounding crash, the three momentarily separate, each standing on either side of Little Or's massive blade. Whitebeard gazes at Ace, tantalizingly close yet just beyond reach, with the fury in his eyes intensifying. Morse stood beside Akainu, his sword, the thousand cherry blossoms, now dim and devoid of luster. The once outstretched wings had retracted, suggesting that it would require some time for them to unfurl once more. Who? Morse gasped for breath, glancing back and forth between Whitebeard and Akainu with a bemused expression, scratching his head in confusion, an utterly comical sight. Could it be that the old man and Akainu were unscathed? Was the chasm between us truly so vast? It seemed rather absurd that in this brawl, he alone bore the brunt of the injuries. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to charge once more, aiming to strike Whitebeard, determined to deprive the old man of any chance to regain his strength. As for notions of martial ethics, he deemed them irrelevant at this moment. He merely wished to bring a swift conclusion to this conflict, one that had inflicted heavy losses upon the Navy, to halt the spiraling death toll. Just as he raised his blade, the thousand cherry blossoms, and before he could take a single step forward, a somewhat familiar shout echoed from above. Ah, Morse lowered the already raised 1,000 cherry blossoms, lifting his gaze upwards to behold an astonishing spectacle. Indeed, Luffy proved himself worthy of the title Child of Destiny. As he made his entrance alongside a cadre of notorious criminals from Impel Down, even after being apprehended a step ahead by his own hand. At that moment, Morse's eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth fell slightly ajar, revealing an expression of resigned acceptance. Morse found himself utterly perplexed by how Monkey D. Luffy had achieved such a feat. However, the situation had escalated to this point, leaving him only to ponder the reasons behind it in hindsight. For him, this was hardly a fortuitous turn of events. After all, he remained, in strict terms, the warden of Impel Down. With Luffy and his companions having successfully escaped, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the emergence of this new faction comprising the prisoners who had fortuitously evaded capture from Impel Down further clouded the already ambiguous state of the conflict, rendering it even more inscrutable and seemingly beyond the grasp of the warring states. Morse seemed to have uncovered something, suddenly bursting into laughter as he cast a mocking glance at Whitebeard, as if anticipating a revelation. A whirlwind of yellow sand surged forward, inexorably advancing towards Whitebeard's back. Yet another figure appeared almost simultaneously, the world's son, Monkey D. Luffy. Emerging drenched in seawater, Luffy boldly intervened, swiftly thwarting Crocodile's sand assault aimed at Whitebeard with a decisive kick. At that moment, Luffy exuded an aura of exuberance, displaying none of the weariness one might expect from an escapee. However, it was perplexing how he had returned. Given that the king of the underworld had been dispatched by Morse, it was unclear from where this resilient doctor had emerged. What followed was a scene that would be etched in the annals of pirate lore. "I am the one destined to become the Pirate King," Luffy proclaimed boldly before the towering figure of Whitebeard, seemingly striving to validate his audacity with this seemingly humorous declaration. The word "I" reverberated throughout the battlefield, silencing the chaos in an instant. Observing Whitebeard's expression, Morse could not suppress his laughter, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is the Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy." "What did you say, Morse?" Akainu's eyes narrowed, burning with fury as he fixed his gaze on Luffy, simultaneously questioning Morse. Were it not for the presence of Garp, Akainu would have already charged at this audacious brat. The title of Pirate King would be far better off remaining with that man in the depths of hell. Chapter 148. Buggy's Reluctant Involvement. Whitebeard regarded the confident young man before him with a hearty laugh. He had not anticipated that a mere rookie pirate would dare to claim the title of Pirate King in his presence. Were it not for the familiar hat perched atop Luffy's head, he might have considered expending a bit more energy to dispatch this arrogant youth. With a mighty swing, he slammed his Bicinto into the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that radiated outward, infused with Whitebeard's conqueror's haki. Yet, Luffy remained unfazed, locking his gaze onto Whitebeard with a resolute demeanor, as if to convey, "Do not obstruct my path." Kulalala. Upon witnessing Luffy's audacity, Whitebeard threw back his head and laughed heartily, his sorrow momentarily dissipating. "You are indeed audacious. Stay close to me. If you dare to lag behind, I shall not spare you, snot-nosed brat." "Humph. I shall act according to my own will, not trailing behind you," Luffy retorted, placing his hands on his knees and fixing a determined stare on Ace. The entirety of the battlefield was left in stunned silence by Luffy's bold proclamation. He, such audacity. Is he truly preparing to seize the moment? As soon as Morse's voice fell, he was surrounded by a multitude of pirates. Seizing the moment when the Straw Hat crew had just entered, this group stealthily closed in. At the forefront was the 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu, who had just freed himself from the obstruction of the Navy Admiral Aokiji. With half of his body already crystallized, Diamond Jozu swiftly lunged towards Morse. "Brother Jozu, splendidly done. Charge forth and shatter this scoundrel of a navy who has slain Brother Ors." Clang, crack, crack. Morse, wielding the 1,000 cherry blossoms, executed a flourish with his blade, striking the diamond fist of George with a swift counter. In that instant, petals of cherry blossom and shards of diamond erupted in a dazzling display. Morse, through the sensation conveyed by his sword, discerned that the diamonds generated by diamond jaws were undoubtedly far more resilient than natural diamonds. Despite the razor sharpness of his sword, Senbin Zakura, it merely succeeded in severing a handful of diamond shards. As Jaws observed the increasingly profound gash upon his form, his expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that this adversary would prove more formidable than Aokiji, for at least Aokiji had not inflicted any wounds upon him. This was not indicative of Morse's superiority over Aokiji, but rather a reflection of their disparate fighting styles. In terms of sharpness alone, Morse undeniably surpassed Aokiji. Clang, clang, boom. To thwart a potential coalition between Morse and Akainu against his father, Jaws, disregarding his wounds, engaged in a reckless struggle with Morse. The two commenced a fierce battle upon the ice, with Jaws' attacks being somewhat restrained due to the limitations of his fruit's capabilities, which made wide-ranging assaults arduous. Morse, on the other hand, was a different matter. The incessantly swirling cherry blossoms, coupled with the sword aura generated during his attacks, wreaked havoc upon the surrounding pirates. In a brief span, the pirates encircling them suffered considerable casualties, leaving them hesitant to assist Jaws. Stand clear. Leave this to me. You all go help father pave the way. Jaws commanded. Brother Jaws, hurry. His strength is beyond what you can contend with. As several pirates conversed with Jaws, those around Morse dispersed, turning to engage the Marines blocking Whitebeard's path. At this moment, Luffy, having learned of his connection to Ace from Whitebeard, sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. With a loud shout, he waved goodbye to Whitebeard and charged towards Ace's direction. Meanwhile, those who had escaped from Impel Down alongside Luffy formed a small strike team, having fought their way through all obstructing Marines, significantly bolstering the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. In such an extensive battlefield, morale can sometimes eclipse raw strength. Just as Luffy and his strike team surged forward, a swirl of yellow sand suddenly materialized beside him, gradually coalescing into the form of Sand Crocodile. Hey, just a heads up, you might want to alter your course. Do you see that fellow engaged with the diamond-laden adversary? If you pass by him, he will undoubtedly dispatch you before returning to his diamond duel. Old Sand. Who is that guy? Why should we avoid him? We could simply help Brother Diamond and send him flying. Crocodile and Luffy's strike team stared incredulously at Luffy, whose face blindness had reached an unprecedented level. Idiot, that fellow is White Snake Morse, the chief warden of Impel Down who incarcerated you. Do you truly have no recollection of him whatsoever? Crocodile clenched his teeth, recalling the aftermath of his encounters with Morse, and he felt the familiar ache of his wounds flare up once more. Ah, so it was that fellow. No wonder I didn't run into him at Impel Down. I had intended to send him flying. However, this is not the moment for such thoughts. Rescuing Ace takes precedence. Upon hearing this, the advance team around him sighed in relief, genuinely worried that Luffy, in a moment of reckless enthusiasm, might charge headlong into a confrontation with Morse. After voicing his thoughts, Luffy changed direction and surged forward again, dispatching several Navy soldiers along the way. Yet, he soon encountered formidable opponents, none other than Smoker and Tina, who had been eyeing him for some time. Luffy, my little brother. Keep pushing ahead. I'll handle them, shouted the sea hero Jinbe, charging forward to intercept Smoker and Tina. Crocodile scoffed and continued to advance alongside Luffy. As the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire, Sengoku on the execution platform seized the Din Mushi in his hand, glancing towards his old friend Garp in the distance, and resolutely declared, "What are you all dawdling for? Can a mere rookie really disrupt your offensive against pirates? This guy is a sworn brother of Ace, having grown up alongside him. His veins carry the same blood as the world's most notorious terrorist, the Revolutionary Dragon. He is the biological son of Dracula Mihawk." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the Navy below was taken aback, and their gazes towards Luffy turned increasingly perilous. If they could eliminate Luffy on the battlefield at this moment, it would undoubtedly lead to their rise in status post-war, making the rank of mid-level officer seem within reach. And even the position of admiral not out of the question. Moreover, compared to Luffy, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates appeared significantly weaker. At that moment, on the battlefield's fringes, another individual was on the brink of experiencing his own pinnacle moment. That Straw Hat Kid is stealing the spotlight on the battlefield. We arrived together. How can he enjoy all the glory alone? Exclaimed Buggy. Indeed, Captain Buggy. We cannot let them outshine us. Let us join in and show that bastard Navy our strength. Let us cheer for our chance to see the light of day again. Yes, yes. Why don't we go claim Whitebeard's head? Buggy observed the adoring crowd before him, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement, though he dismissed the last fool's thought as mere nonsense. He would not foolishly engage in battle. There were simply too many monsters ahead, and one careless moment could cost him his life. Chapter 149. Sengoku's plan, casting a glance at the fervent admirers around him. Buggy slowly turned his body, deep in contemplation. How could he surpass Luffy and become the center of attention? As Buggy contemplated the next course of action, a somewhat familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, you there with the red nose. Upon hearing the words red nose, Buggy's fury erupted, and he sprang to his feet, brandishing his throwing knife as if to launch it at the speaker. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bellowed, "Who are you calling a red nose, you bastard? I'll kill you." To his surprise, it was Aizu. After turning around, Buggy finally discerned who had the audacity to call him by that name, and his tone shifted dramatically. Upon recognizing the man's attire, Buggy's expression morphed into one of realization. "I thought it was someone else. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be with the old man Whitebeard? Saving people?" He certainly recognized Aizu, having crossed paths with him several times during his internship with the Roger Pirates, as he was a retainer of Kazuki Oden. Aizu, wielding 2 flintlock pistols, adeptly fired several shots around him, swiftly eliminating a few Navy soldiers attempting to ambush them. "It's been a while. I can't believe you're still alive." Dad often reminisced about the past, lamenting that he thought you had perished. He always said it was a pity to lose someone who could rival Shanks. As he spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over Aizu, and he smiled brightly, reminiscing about their shared moments. After a brief pause, he locked eyes with Buggy, seemingly preparing to invite him to join the rescue of Ace. At that moment, Buggy felt utterly unfortunate, having just contemplated how to evade this conflict, only to find himself cornered by Aizu. Meanwhile, the escaped convicts behind him, upon hearing that the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates believed Buggy could stand against the monstrous Shanks, were filled with an overwhelming admiration for him, akin to an unending torrent of water. The only one in the know, Mr. 3, began contemplating his escape, unwilling to accompany Buggy into certain peril. Encouraged by the oblivious convicts behind him, Buggy completely lost track of his surroundings and, adopting a grandiose demeanor, declared loudly to Aizu and his throng of admirers, "Of course, we came to seek vengeance on the Navy for daring to imprison us and impel down. They shall pay dearly for their transgressions." However, as soon as he uttered those words, Buggy snapped back to reality, swearing to the heavens that he truly wished to avoid any entanglement with the Whitebeard Pirates, let alone confront the Navy directly. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his statement, especially under the fervent gaze of his followers. Hey, Buggy, engaging in battle with the Navy is sheer madness. There's no way we could possibly win with our ragtag group." Mr. 3 tugged at Buggy's sleeve, hastily reminding him, as he still hoped to escape from Marineford alongside Buggy. "What are you talking about? We are indeed here for revenge, aren't we, everyone? And as long as I get serious, these Navy fools will be no match for us." Driven to the brink, Buggy reluctantly uttered words he himself found hard to believe. Meanwhile, Mr. 3, overwhelmed with emotions, found himself shedding tears unconsciously, consumed by a singular desire to escape the chaos surrounding him. He was acutely aware that any semblance of rational thought would shield him from being ensnared in this escalating turmoil. Inspired by a throng of fervent admirers, Buggy had succumbed to a state of self-induced hypnosis, utterly oblivious to the perils at hand. Immersed in his own fantasies, he felt as if his power had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, dismissing the likes of fleet admirals, Whitebeard, and the 7 warlords as mere trifles. Revenge. 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 In that moment, the battlefield was graced by a new legion of fearless avengers. At that juncture, Morse was locked in a fierce struggle with 2 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Having recently regained some stamina, Morse managed to momentarily suppress Diamond Jozu. However, before he could capitalize on this advantage, he was ambushed by the 12th Division Captain, Harda, whose stealthy strike nearly felled him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would likely be lying on the ground, a mere spectator. Harda, despite his youthful appearance and diminutive stature, possessed an extraordinary speed that overshadowed his somewhat lacking strength. The sailor's knife he wielded was astonishingly swift, and his strikes were executed with remarkable stealth. Had Morse not maintained his observation haki since the onset of battle, he might have easily missed Harda's furtive assault. The synergy between the 2 Whitebeard captains, a defensive and offensive duo, proved to be exceedingly formidable, particularly with Harda evading direct confrontation and lurking behind Jozu to strike. Morse found himself increasingly exasperated as the pair focused solely on detaining him, thwarting any attempts he might make to interfere with the actions of their father and the Straw Hat Captain. Just as Morse contemplated how to eliminate these 2 nuisances, a gunshot rang out from the opposite end of the battlefield, heralding the arrival of another combatant. The shot had been fired by Akuzu, who had hurried over after briefly conferring with Buggy. Clang! Morse deftly cleaved the bullet in 2 with a swift stroke of his sword, but the interruption disrupted his rhythm. Sensing an opportunity, Jozu and Harda wasted no time in launching their assault. With a fierce roar, Jose's previously dim diamond form shone anew as he raised his right arm and charged forward, shattering Moore's 1,000 cherry blossoms and leaving him wide open and unguarded. In the next instant, Harda darted out from behind Josu, aiming a devastating strike at Moore's head. In a moment of desperation, Morse could only raise his left arm in a futile attempt to shield himself. Cherry Blossom, 6 Staff-Light Prison. Before Morse, a chain composed of 6 cherry blossom petals suddenly manifested, binding Harda tightly. Before he could catch his breath, Issan's 2 flintlock pistols fired relentlessly at Morse. Each bullet enveloped in a powerful aura. Harda, be cautious. This individual is exceedingly formidable. Avoid close combat at all costs. Issan, exercise caution as well. Simply disrupt his movements from a distance. As long as he does not hinder our father's rescue efforts, that will suffice. With a serious expression, Harda stood opposite Morse, while Josu forcefully charged, knocking Morse back before retreating to their side. Their primary objective was to stall Morse. After their skirmish, they had momentarily abandoned the absurd notion of avenging Oz. Observing the battle, Sengoku was astonished to see Morse holding his ground against 3 commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, not faltering in the slightest. The rapid progress of this young man was astounding, even eliciting a sense of threat. After all, the Navy had never been a bastion of tranquility, with internal factional strife perpetually simmering. The hawkish stance of Morse stood in stark opposition to Sengoku's dovish inclination. However, at this moment, such trivial matters were inconsequential. They would have to be addressed later. Once the war concluded, he would see if it were possible to keep this man permanently and impelled down. At the very least, he would wait until the next admiral assumed command before recalling Morse to the Navy, promoting him to a vice admiral as compensation. In Sengoku's vision, the next admiral would undoubtedly be Aokiji, while Akainu could continue to serve in his current position. After retirement, he could take over Zephyr's role, ensuring optimal utilization of talents. No one could have anticipated that, amidst the chaos of battle, the instigator of this war, the fleet admiral, would still contemplate matters beyond warfare. Should the chaotic navy below become aware of this, their hearts would surely be chilled. Chapter 150. In the next moment, Sengoku noticed that Luffy and his advance team, concealed beneath Whitebeard's protection, were drawing ever closer to the execution platform. He was genuinely concerned about whether Garp would falter at a critical juncture. With a grave expression, Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi and declared, immediately sever the signal from the visual Den Den Mushi. This war, waged by the Navy and the world government in the name of absolute justice, must result in victory by any means necessary. We cannot allow even a hint of unforeseen circumstances. The events that are about to unfold are undoubtedly intolerable for the common folk, shattering the once mighty image of the Navy. The impending tragedy requires no announcement to the world. In mere hours, the only news we shall convey to humanity will be that of our victory. After this declaration, Sengoku signaled his subordinates in the Navy to sever the transmission of the visual phone bucks. This action was taken to expedite the execution, however. It would inflict significant damage upon the Navy's reputation, a consequence he found utterly unacceptable. The rationale behind hastening Ace's execution was twofold. First, it would incite panic within the Whitebeard pirates, leading them to err, thus allowing them to unwittingly breach the meticulously arranged encirclement. Second, the current situation had escalated beyond Sengoku's control, and he feared that if the execution proceeded as scheduled, Ace might be rescued by the Whitebeard pirates. A scenario he could not tolerate. With a command from Sengoku, a series of explosive blasts erupted from the rear of the Whitebeard pirates' camp, followed by thick plumes of smoke rising from their midst. Amidst this obscuring haze, heavy and discordant footsteps echoed, and soon a formidable line of pacifists emerged from the fog, led by none other than the first officer of Kizaru and commander of the science combat team, Bartolomeo. This was Sengoku's true contingency plan, to sever the Whitebeard pirates' escape route, ensuring none would escape Marineford, thereby solidifying the Navy's renown. The harbor of the Navy headquarters, circular in shape with a breach, was now tightly secured by these pacifists, while towering walls of ice, conjured by Aokiji's powers, loomed on either side, leaving no avenue for the Whitebeard pirates to flee. Boom, boom, boom. As the pacifists entered the fray, they unleashed devastating laser strikes upon the nearby pirates, and when the Whitebeard pirates began to retaliate, they were horrified to discover that this group of pacifists was composed entirely of a special metal, remarkably resilient, rendering their weapons ineffective against the defensive layer. In that moment, the morale that had surged with the arrival of Luffy and his companions plummeted once more. Do not falter, my children. Charge into the square and rescue Ace. Whitebeard bellowed. Wielding his childlike blade, Songyun cut, to cleave through the obstructing Akainu, and then he urged his crew with fervent shouts. Hearing Whitebeard's call, his pirates echoed his rallying cry. Fiercely advancing toward the square, intent on storming Marineford with unyielding resolve, Morse's gaze sharpened, and he silently contemplated, I must not allow this group to breach the city walls and enter the square. Fortunately, I eliminated Oz in advance, preventing him from shattering the walls of Marineford as he did in the original tale. Otherwise, the situation would undoubtedly be far more dire than it is now. Taking a deep breath, he regarded the three captains before him, each wearing an expression of vigilance, and coldly inquired, is it truly worth it? To save one person, you have sacrificed so many. Do you not feel any regret? Jaws assumed a defensive posture, his tone resolute. What jest are you making? Since we dared to enter Marineford, we shall not waver. The direction pointed by Father S. Blade is our path forward. Moreover, Ace is our family. What need is there for regret? Iso, with a grave countenance, nodded in agreement, while Harda, standing nearby, appeared less certain. Although he professed a lack of regret, the heavy toll of comrades sacrificed for Ace weighed heavily upon him, leaving him momentarily unable to reconcile his feelings. It seems your thoughts are not entirely aligned. Are they, Captain Jaws? My apologies, but I do not have the luxury of time to linger here with you. I cannot accept the outcome of your incursion into Marineford. Scatter, Senbenzakura. With that, he unleashed a torrent of sword blades resembling cherry blossoms, which surged forth with astonishing speed, thousands of them hurtling towards the opposition. Be cautious. The sharpness of these cherry blossoms rivals that of a blade, Jaws shouted, his hands swiftly enveloped in diamond, forming a solid barrier in front of Izo and Harda. Clang, clang, clang. After a cacophony of sounds, Jaws sensed something amiss. The strength of the blades was significantly diminished compared to before. That white snake fellow undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Sakura, flashing petal slash. Harda gasped, and suddenly the world around him turned crimson, followed by an overwhelming sensation of vertigo. Crack. At the moment his head fell. He gazed upon his own familiar body and realized he had been decapitated by the enemy. In his final moments, he thought, Father, I'm sorry, but I can no longer accompany you on this joyous voyage. It has been a delightful journey. Alas, I shall not witness Ace's rescue. Truly. One could see why Harda was a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He bore no regrets even unto death in his quest to save Ace. Remarkably, even after Harda's head had been severed, his lifeless body instinctively swung its blade forward, intent on continuing the fight against Morse. This scene evoked a sense of respect within Morse for the diminutive fighter. Indeed, no captain from the Whitebeard crew could be deemed cowardly. Harda, with a mournful cry, Izung charged toward Morse, his eyes ablaze with fury. Deprived of the cooperation of Harda and Jaws, this close-range marksman stood no chance against the formidable swordsman Morse. Yet, Morse chose not to strike him down. After all, Jaws was not to be underestimated. Hearing Izong's anguished call, Jaws swiftly turned around, only to behold Harda's headless corpse standing still, its bloodied head wearing a look of shock as it gazed ahead. You scoundrel! Be wary of Izong, this fiend. Before he could finish, Izong, gripping his flintlock, fired relentlessly at his foe while retreating step by step. After a brief moment, he ceased his shooting, sensing that Morse had moved away, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He's gone. What a monster! How could he have severed Harda's head in the blink of an eye? Jaws, on high alert, positioned himself protectively in front of Izong. Now was not the time for sorrow. Should Izong fall victim to a surprise attack from Morse, he would regret it for the rest of his days. For now, he had to bury his hatred deep within, awaiting the day he could claim Morse's head to honor those who had perished today. Meanwhile, as Morse departed, he felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Turning toward its source, he found Whitebeard staring at him with an impassive expression. Morse nodded slightly and raised his sword, the Sakura 1000, in a gesture laden with provocation. If only Whitebeard would recklessly charge at him, it would be all the better. With just Luffy and his companions, breaching the walls of Marineford was an impossibility. Chapter 151, Buggy's Luck? Just as Morse realized that Whitebeard remained unfazed and hesitated to strike first, a naval officer hastily approached him. Colonel Morse, Admiral Sengoku has instructed me to inform you to withdraw to the execution platform immediately. The officer spoke quickly before darting away, casting a glance back at Whitebeard's direction. Is it finally time to wrap things up, Admiral Sengoku? I hope your plan proceeds smoothly. Casting a calm glance at Whitebeard, Morse smiled faintly, somewhat regretfully, then performed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. He turned away, hands behind his back, returning to the execution platform without a trace of longing or interest in further conflict. At this juncture, the battle on the icy surface of the port had reached a harrowing intensity. The pirates, having lost their retreat, had descended into madness, desperately congregating around Whitebeard, while the Navy intentionally slowed their assault, gradually retreating. Morse swiftly returned to the rear of Akainu's chair, observing the already arrived Akainu, and remarked with a playful tone, "Old man, do you think the Admiral's plan can still succeed? I can't shake the feeling that it differs somewhat from our previous expectations." Silence. "What is the situation with those bastards at Impel Down? Did you not claim everything was arranged?" Akainu retorted sharply, "You need to consider how to respond to this matter. As for the rest, you need not concern yourself." With Sengoku's command, a significant number of Navy personnel began to retreat in an orderly fashion under the cover of cannon fire on the icy surface before the port. In the absence of Navy interception, the Whitebeard pirates gradually gathered at the square's forefront, standing behind Whitebeard, preparing for a final offensive. However, upon reaching this point, they soon realized that no matter how fiercely they charged, they could not breach the Navy's defenses. This realization caused the momentum they had just built to wane slowly. Ace surveyed the battlefield, catching sight of his family members with whom he had shared countless days, as well as his sworn brother Luffy and the valiant figure of his father, Whitebeard. Suddenly, Ace's heart grew tranquil, as if he had glimpsed light in the darkest abyss. Garp, unbeknownst to him, had taken a seat beside Ace. Noticing Ace's reaction, he could not help but say, "Do you truly believe this is the entirety of Sengoku's plan? My old friend is known as the strategist." As he spoke, he fell silent, lost in memories of yesteryears. Ace struggled to sit upright, gazing earnestly at his grandfather Garp, and spoke steadily, "Regardless of the outcome, I am prepared to accept the future. I will seize every hand extended to me, whether it be a gesture of support or the edge of a blade. No matter the result, I can accept it. Grandfather, I fear I may disappoint you again, but this time, I shall not be flustered." At this point, Ace's face bore an expression of profound calm, devoid of any trace of hesitation, as he gazed longingly at the great man he called father. Meanwhile, Whitebeard also focused intently on Ace, seemingly understanding the depth of his gaze, and with a hearty laugh declared, "Gururara, my lads, Ace is ready. Charge with me, and let the Navy pay for their foolish plan." Unbeknownst to them, the Navy, under Sengoku's orders, had severed nearly all the image-transmitting snails on the battlefield, leaving only one solitary creature capable of relaying the events of war. A multitude of naval officers fervently scoured the area in search of the missing image snail, but their endeavors were in vain. The creature had been swept away by Crocodile's sandstorm, only to be fortuitously discovered by Buggy, who subsequently delivered it into his own hands. At that moment, holding the elusive image snail, Buggy felt as though fate had once again smiled upon him. This particular snail was the sole one still operational, ensuring that the images it broadcasted would become the singular representation of the battlefield. It was as if the world was now fixated upon him, casting him into the spotlight of public attention. Meanwhile, Sengoku exhibited signs of mounting anxiety, incessantly inquiring about the status of the last remaining image snail. Without clarity on its whereabouts, his plans could not be set into motion, as the associated risks were simply too great. However, Buggy remained oblivious to Sengoku's distress. Fueled by exhilaration at the fulfillment of his long-held ambitions, he began to entertain his newly recruited subordinates with the image snail. As the spectators around the globe beheld Buggy's oversized visage dominating their screens, confusion swiftly morphed into outrage, with reporters among them spiraling into despair. Wasn't this the infamous clown, Buggy? These journalists, well acquainted with this once moderately renowned pirate, had no desire to witness his antics at that moment. Upon realizing that the final image snail had fallen into Buggy's hands, Sengoku felt a surge of exasperation that threatened to rupture his composure. What on earth is happening? Communications officer? Cut off this ridiculous broadcast immediately. I refuse to see that face again. Sengoku's fury rendered him incapable of maintaining his usual calm demeanor, his fists clenched tightly. And had Buggy been standing on the execution platform, Sengoku would have transformed into his colossal form and crushed him without hesitation. Well, that image snail has now ended up in the hands of the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down, the messenger reported, his expression taut with tension, yet betraying a hint of amusement. He had just witnessed Buggy and his crew on the battlefield, behaving like children with a newfound toy. striking various poses to present themselves to the world. If not for Sengoku's imposing presence before him, he might have burst into laughter. Damn it. Tell Morse to get over here and clean up his own mess. I don't want to see that image snail in the hands of that motley crew. Buddha Sengoku was at a loss for words, consumed by a sense of frustration. He could hardly fathom that his meticulously crafted plan would be so utterly derailed by a mere buggy. This reality was simply unacceptable to him. Upon receiving the order, the messenger dared not linger for a moment, hastily making his way towards the nonchalant Mels, who was reclining behind Akainu, smoking and observing the unfolding drama. At that moment, Mels, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, leaned casually against Akainu's chair, engaging in light conversation with the similarly smoking Akainu. Unlike his portrayal in the previous anime, this time during the war, Akainu did not engage in a fierce confrontation with Whitebeard, allowing no opportunity for the latter to advance. Colonel Mels, Admiral Sengoku commands you to retrieve the influential Den Den Mushi from Buggy at all costs. As Morse pondered the words of the commander behind him, a sense of realization washed over him. Could it be that the warlord had reached a dead end? It appears I shall not be able to measure the strength of the Whitebeard alongside you, old man. The responsibility now falls to you. With that, he cast a glance toward the execution platform and nodded at Sengoku. At that moment, 3 individuals occupied the execution platform: Ace, Garp, and Sengoku. Garp, lost in deep contemplation, remained oblivious to Morse's gaze. In stark contrast, Ace fixed his vengeful eyes upon Morse, harboring an unwavering resolve to exact vengeance upon him for the deaths of Ors, Halta, and all his loved ones who had perished due to his actions. You wretch, how could you have slain Ors and Halta? Such a deed is utterly unforgivable. Upon hearing Ace's words, Garp lifted his head and spoke slowly. You cannot kill him. With Morse's strength, should he survive this war, he will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, beyond the reach of anyone's restraint. Ace, however, remained undeterred by Garp's words. His desire for revenge did not wane. He simply fell silent, directing a seething glare filled with hatred at Morse. Yet, in Morse's eyes, Ace was nothing more than a complete failure, a wretched pirate, a pitiful fool, unworthy of his attention. The misfortunes that befell Ace were of his own making. All his tribulations stemmed from his lack of strength. Had Ace possessed sufficient power, the catastrophic Marineford war that left both sides devastated would never have transpired. Morse gazed at him with a subtle smile, unhesitatingly turning to pat the chair of Akainu before vanishing in an instant, heading towards Buggy's direction. Unbeknownst to Buggy, he was about to once again face the sharp edge of Morse's blade. Chapter 152, Betrayal. As soon as Morse departed from the execution platform, he spotted Buggy and the group of escapees from Impel Down gathered at the edge of the battlefield, reveling in their amusement with the Den Den Mushi. Indeed, he was a man truly deserving of the title of the King of Luck. Observing the group of prisoners around him, who had somehow procured an array of cosmetics and professional lighting, he witnessed them transform into lighting technicians and makeup artists, brazenly posing on the battlefield. At this sight, Morse could hardly contain his laughter, understanding why Sengoku wore an expression of exasperation. It was as if Buggy's very existence served as a silent humiliation to the Navy. This reckless display could not be allowed to continue. The Navy's dignity must be preserved. Muttering softly, Morse's footsteps were accompanied by falling cherry blossoms as he silently appeared before Buggy and his companions. Buggy stood before the Den Den Mushi with a foolish grin, while the escapees animatedly narrated his glorious past to the world. Just as Buggy was basking in his triumph, feeling he would soon surpass Luffy and make a name for himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a blade being drawn nearby. Which bastard has unsheathed their sword again? Don't they know I'm live streaming? They clearly lack manners. Buggy's voice barely faded when Morse interjected, apologies, but your broadcast may need to be put on hold, red-nosed clown. Damn it, how many times have I told you not to call me red-nosed? You scoundrel. You'll pay for this. Buggy exploded, disregarding the live stream as he seized a dagger and hurled it in retaliation. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of swords clashing reverberated clearly in the ears of everyone present, while the escapee-turned-photographer instinctively raised his Den Den Mushi to capture the moment. Dressed in a tattered Impel-Down uniform and wearing a cap emblazoned with the word justice, Morse's strikingly handsome visage was for the first time vividly broadcasted to the world, making his existence known to all. Viewers of the live stream were abuzz with chatter upon seeing Morse's captivating features. Who is this handsome young man? He is so attractive. Dad, can I marry him? What the heck? Why did the live stream switch? Where did my Lord Buggy go? But who is this red-nosed clown? Wow. Morse is genuinely handsome. Hey, Hannibal, you scoundrel, get away from me. Don't disturb my viewing of Warden Morse. From this perspective, this fellow appears quite impressive. The next time we meet, we must engage in a spirited duel. In an instant, the entire world was abuzz with discussions regarding Morse's striking appearance, to the extent that even the celestial dragons have begun to covet his unparalleled beauty. It can be said that without contrast, there is no pain. Had it not been for Buggy's presence, Morse would not have made such a breathtaking impression upon his debut before the world. He gently adjusted his cap, smiled at the camera, and pointed his cherry blossom pen directly at Buggy. It has been a long time, Buggy. I am truly curious how you managed to escape. But let us save our conversation for after everything has concluded. I sincerely hope you all can survive this. Upon realizing that the person before him was Morse, Buggy gasped in astonishment. How could he not recognize this individual? Had it not been for Morse's own choice to revel on the seas, he would not have come to this wretched battlefield alongside the Straw Hat crew. Moreover, Morse had just defeated one of the Whitebeard pirates' elite commanders in a 1-against-3 confrontation. The previous skirmish at Impel Down had also made Buggy aware that his fragmented fruit was utterly ineffective against Morse's exceptionally sharp blade. Hand it over. Morse extended his left hand, signaling the newly appointed photographer beside Buggy to relinquish the image-transmitting device. Such an item, detrimental to the Navy, would be better secured in their possession. If all else failed, they might consider shattering it. Buggy surveyed his surroundings and began to ponder the likelihood of his successful escape from this predicament. You may have the item, but you must ensure that my dear subordinates behind me remain unharmed, he stated, fixing his gaze intently on Veer. Despite the palpable tension, his demeanor was strikingly earnest. Morse cast a somewhat surprised glance at Buggy, realizing that life in Impel Down had significantly altered him. According to his understanding, the former Buggy would never have uttered such words. To him, subordinates were merely expendable assets. Are you negotiating with me? Buggy mused, seemingly indifferent as he faced his own image in the snail phone. After hearing Morse's words, Buggy broke into a cold sweat, feigning firmness as he nodded, subtly shifting his body to shield the photographer, preventing Morse from seizing the opportunity to act. Captain Buggy, how could you surrender to others for our safety? Just moments ago, you stood fearless before Captain Whitebeard. Captain Buggy, we shall follow you forever. We will never yield to those despicable Marines. Buggy's mouth fell slightly agape, initially believing that these individuals would abandon him due to his compromise. Yet, observing the situation, it seemed they were even more steadfast in their loyalty. This sensation was indeed peculiar. Is this what it means to have comrades? Upon hearing this, Morse rolled his eyes. Indeed, the luck of that fellow, Baki, was nothing short of extraordinary. With a slight twist of his foot, he poised his sword, 1,000 cherry blossoms, ready to strike forward. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed through the air as Whitebeard's iconic Tremor fruit ability surged towards him. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly countered with a slash. And upon closer inspection, he beheld the central battlefield where Whitebeard raised his left fist, aimed directly at him. Meanwhile, his right hand wielded the young blade, cloud-cutting, pointed directly ahead, where the Admiral Akainu stood, blood spewing from his mouth, clutching his chest in a most disheveled state. Morse's gaze sharpened, revealing that the old man was once again preparing to confront Whitebeard. It seemed he had no time to squander on Buggy any longer. With this thought, he turned his body back, beckoning to Buggy with a casual gesture, while stating, I will honor my word concerning your matter, but I hope you will behave yourselves. Should you take action against the Navy, you should be well aware of the consequences. With that, he delivered a swift strike, causing the thick ice to shatter instantaneously, even allowing seawater to gradually surge forth. Buggy, glancing at the increasing volume of water at his feet and then at the grinning Morse, understood perfectly why Morse had changed his mind. After all, he had just witnessed the situation on Whitebeard's side. He pondered for a moment, intending to propose additional demands. However, before he could utter a word, he raised his gaze to meet Morse's cold, murderous eyes, and with a sheepish smile, he dared not say another word. Without hesitation, he activated his devil fruit ability, grasped the Den Mushi, and flew directly in front of Morse, discarding it before fleeing, fearful that Morse would leave him without his right hand. Morse, having acquired the Den Mushi, turned and departed, utterly disregarding Buggy and his group of admirers. When Buggy and his companions looked back towards Morse, they found his form slowly transforming into cherry blossoms that scattered across the ground, the man himself having vanished from sight. Casually tossing the recently acquired Din Din Mushi to Sengoku without uttering a single word, he dashed towards Akainu's side, ready to assist in repelling Whitebeard's relentless advance. Watching Morse disappear into the distance, Sengoku sighed. What a pity. Yet, aside from Garp, no one understood what he lamented. Observing Akainu, who appeared somewhat disheveled, yet physically unharmed, Morse teasingly remarked, "Ah, old man, this new look suits you well. Just flash those vicious scars at any pirates you encounter. If you tell them they were left by Whitebeard, they'll likely surrender without a fight. Shut up, be cautious. Whitebeard seems a bit off." "Off? In what way?" Morse questioned, his face a mask of confusion, oblivious to any issues with his opponent. Whitebeard, aside from enduring longer than anticipated, bore no signs of being on the brink of death, needing sustenance to survive. At that moment, Whitebeard stood at the center of the plaza alongside his captains and subordinate commanders, calmly directing his gaze toward Ace. The closest subordinate captain was none other than the previously contacted Squardo, who stood beside Whitebeard, bloodied and vigilant of his surroundings. "Squardo, are you all right?" Whitebeard asked, concern evident in his tone. In this moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Whitebeard's heart. Perhaps he should not have summoned his subordinate pirate crews. "Ah, at last, still alive." Squardo replied somewhat coldly. "Is that so?" Marco expressed concern over your unreachability since earlier. "How is everyone faring?" Whitebeard, oblivious to Squard's unusual demeanor, regarded his son as typical aloofness. "The situation appears dire. I arrived here via a shortcut and am not fully apprised of the events that transpired behind me." Sengoku shows no mercy. It seems he is deploying all his forces to besiege us. Whitebeard glanced around, taking in the battlefield filled with cries of battle and the sounds of explosions. His sons were clearly at a disadvantage, and it was evident that he could no longer hold back. "Father, have you discerned the Navy's tactics?" Squard gazed earnestly at Whitebeard, yearning for the man he had always revered as father to provide a reassuring answer that might quell his inner turmoil. "Tactics? That Sengoku fellow. I know him all too well." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Squard clenched his teeth, his expression darkening further. The Navy's encirclement was not unexpected, however. I did not foresee their development of such resilient automatons. It appears the only option is to break through here with all our might. Whitebeard's focus shifted to Akainu and Moria, gripping his sword, Kongun cut, with a steady hand. Unbeknownst to him, Squard had quietly positioned himself behind Whitebeard. "As one of the 43 subordinate pirate crews under your command, we are eternally indebted to you. Your words have always guided our path, and for you, we would brave fire and water without hesitation." With that, Squard slowly drew his blade. "I am truly sorry, father, but I must disappoint you this time." Without granting Whitebeard a moment to respond, Squard continued, "I understand this war is a battle to protect our family, and Whitebeard would never forsake his kin. It is precisely for this reason we are willing to go to any lengths to stand by you. Even when we have known from the outset that this journey would lead us into a hell from which there is no return, not one of us harbors regret." Listening to Squard, Whitebeard felt a mix of solace and guilt, yet there was no time for reflection now. He silently advanced, determined to resolve all troubles at once while he still had the strength to do so. "If only we could be counted among your family." At that moment, a cannonball soared through the air, crashing beside the two men. In the explosive glow, the anguish on Whitebeard's face was illuminated, revealing the bloody tip of a blade protruding from his back. This scene was captured in its entirety by the image-transmitting snail, which Sengoku had yet to retract, broadcasting the moment across the globe. "Ah, Whitebeard, one can only imagine the agony of betrayal by those you hold dear. Regrettably, your journey may be drawing to a close." As Moles opened his mouth, Akainu had already begun to mock him, not giving Moles a chance to intervene. He patted Moles on the shoulder twice, clearly indicating his intentions. But such matters were best handled independently. Everyone present was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that the formidable Whitebeard would be so effortlessly pierced in the chest by his own son? The captains under Whitebeard's command wore expressions of sheer terror. Fully aware of their father's condition, this wound could very well be fatal. Not only were others astonished, but even Squard, who had attempted to assassinate Whitebeard, was incredulous at his own success. Yet, his hand trembled around the hilt of the knife for reasons unknown, and he felt no joy from his accomplishment. Slowly, Squard withdrew his long knife with a crimson handle and took 2 cautious steps back, gasping for breath. Whitebeard's brow quivered slightly. He could not comprehend why his son would betray him in such a manner. Marco swiftly flew to Squard's side, delivering a punch that knocked him down before Whitebeard, holding his head firmly against the ground, ready to crush Squard's skull at Whitebeard's nod. Why did you do this? Answer me, Squard. Enough. Was it all of you who forced my hand? Squard retorted, pinned down by Marco. What did you say? Do you even realize what you've done? Marco's words were cut short by a loud thud nearby. He turned to see that Whitebeard was faltering, clutching his blade, Songyun Xie, and kneeling on one knee. Without a thought for the traitor Squard, Marco rushed to his father's side, supporting him. Father, are you all right? If you keep trying to be strong, your body will. Leave the rest to us. You cannot. Whitebeard raised a hand to signal Marco to cease his words. This was a battlefield, and he could not afford to fall. Marco, understanding his father's intent, nodded in resignation. After taking a breath, Whitebeard glanced in Ace's direction and resolutely commanded, Marco, bring the medicine. Father, that could harm your body if you take it. Marco, I understand, father. With that, Marco retrieved a vial from his pocket and poured out a pill for Whitebeard to consume. This drug, unknown in origin, had been procured at a high price from the underground world. Its effects were astounding, capable of numbing pain and enhancing recovery in a short span. However, the risks were substantial, with reports of individuals perishing immediately after ingestion. Chapter 153, A Heartfelt Father-Son Dialogue. Squard. Whitebeard took a breath, appearing to be little affected by the situation. Upon witnessing Whitebeard's demeanor, Marco let out a sigh of relief, his tense heart considerably eased. It seemed that the unscrupulous merchants of the underworld had not deceived him this time. Let us bring this tiresome farce to an end, Whitebeard. Suddenly, the previously silent Squard let out a loud roar, drawing the attention of both Whitebeard and Marco. Haven't you already colluded with the Navy? Your main fleet and Ace's life are surely safe. They must have made that promise. Squard's voice began to rise gradually, with a particular emphasis when mentioning Ace's name. Listen well, everyone, we have all been duped. Until the moment of battle, I had no idea that Ace was the son of Roger. When you took me in, I was all alone. But do you know why I found myself adrift and solitary on the sea? It was because all my comrades who fought alongside me perished at the hands of that scoundrel Roger, leaving only me to escape. Do you know the depth of my hatred for Roger? Why did you not inform me that Ace was Roger's son? You intended for Ace to become the next pirate king, didn't you? From that moment, I have already felt betrayed by you, not even knowing this. I became good friends with Ace. Were you mocking me? For you, the special Ace has been captured, and all those who entered the harbor from beneath the sea were core members of your Whitebeard pirates. While we insignificant peripheral pirate crews were merely bait to draw the Navy's fire, you sacrificed our 43 subordinate pirate crews to secure Ace's escape from Marineford, to leave this hell on earth. And we, the unimportant subordinate crews, are destined to be annihilated. This was all part of your collusion with Sengoku, wasn't it? My most esteemed father, Captain Whitebeard. The captains of the subordinate pirate crews, still fighting desperately on the battlefield, began to waver upon hearing Squard's words. Their steps toward Whitebeard gradually slowing, resulting in a significant drop in morale. We came here risking our lives for Ace, for Whitebeard. What was it all for? Look closely. Haven't we always been the target of the Navy's annihilation? Indeed, it is true that, aside from the demise of Little Oz and Halta at the hands of Marshall, the Whitebeard pirates have not suffered significant casualties. However, the affiliated pirate crews under Whitebeard have faced extensive slaughter due to their fierce clashes with the peacekeepers and the Navy. The primary reason for this devastation lies in the considerable disparity in strength between the members of these subordinate crews and the elite crew of Whitebeard. Presently, the only escape route has been obstructed by the monstrous creations of the Navy, with ice walls crafted by you and Aokiji sealing off our flanks. We can now proclaim that there is no avenue for retreat. Upon hearing Squard's lamentation, the captains below exchanged glances, and one could no longer contain himself, questioning Whitebeard. Father, please tell us that what Squard said is not true. Yes, quickly inform us that it is not true, father. Whitebeard had remained silent until now, sensing that something was amiss. Casting a glance towards Sengoku, it was evident that this was likely a trap orchestrated by him. The meticulousness of the plan bore the hallmark of Sengoku and Tsuru's style. It is already a miracle that I've been struck. I am prepared to meet my demise. Kill me, Whitebeard. After uttering these words, Squard spread his arms wide, fully surrendering his resistance. You fool. Marco rushed to Squard's side, seizing his collar. You have been deceived. Squard, why do you not trust father? Have you forgotten the years we spent together? Marco gazed at his brother, filled with sorrow and rage. yet overshadowed by disappointment in his wayward sibling. Even you are playing the fool with me, brother Marco. As the captain of the First Division, you cannot be oblivious to this betrayal against us. After all, you are father's eldest son. With that, Squard fixed Marco with a resolute expression, one that spoke of his willingness to return only in death. At that moment, Whitebeard finally broke his silence. Ace is indeed the son of Roger. This is an undeniable truth. It appears they have employed this ruse to sow discord, targeting you, the one most susceptible due to Ace's identity. Once again, Sengoku has achieved his objective. Sengoku, noticing Whitebeard's gaze, slowly raised the remaining influential Den Mushi in his hand and severed the connection. He muttered to himself, "There is no need for anyone to know the remaining details. Whitebeard, your journey is about to come to an end." At this moment, the one most troubled within the Whitebeard pirates must be Marco. He sensed that after listening to Squard's words, the deterioration of their father's condition had suddenly accelerated, as the medicine's efficacy seemed to fall short of expectations. It appeared that their father had not exhibited the calmness he had shown during his earlier confrontation with Akainu and Shiryu. Otherwise, given their father's formidable strength, he would have undoubtedly sensed Squard's intentions, and thus would not have allowed him the opportunity for a successful ambush so easily. The side effects of the tremor fruit, compounded by years of battle injuries, erupted following the fierce clash with Morse and Akainu. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had not taken his gaze off Squard since earlier. After allowing him to express his thoughts, he spoke gravely. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Squard, to raise your blade against your own father is the act of an exceedingly foolish son." Upon finishing his words, Whitebeard raised his hand towards Squard. As Squard braced himself for death, he was met not with the anticipated pain, but rather found himself leaning against a broad chest, feeling the unique warmth of blood. "Even if you are a foolish son, I still love you. Stop jesting. You are jeopardizing our lives." Before Squard could finish, he was interrupted by Whitebeard. "Squard, who is the one that has led your loyal heart into darkness? Akainu told me that by assassinating you, all the pirate crews under my command would be saved." Squard instinctively shouted, then fell silent, staring blankly at the towering man before him. Upon hearing the name Akainu, Whitebeard's understanding grew. The Navy had indeed prepared thoroughly for this scheme. He also grasped the meaning behind Akainu's earlier words. "Is that truly what Akainu conveyed to you? Forgive me. As a father, I only now deeply sense the extent of your hatred towards Roger. However, Squard, the notion of a son paying for his father's debts is utterly absurd. What has Ace ever done to you? How many years have you endured together, fighting side by side? Have you truly forgotten all of that? Listen, whose child Ace is has never been of importance in this vast ocean, since fate has brought us together, not just you two. But all of my subordinates are my sons, my family. Squard, learn to coexist harmoniously with others. Ace has never been exceptional. All of you are the same, throughout. You have all been my family." Upon hearing the words of Whitebeard, Squard's knife fell from his grasp, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, what use is regret? He ultimately struck Whitebeard at his most vulnerable moment, a deed that remains irrevocable. Whitebeard released Squard and took several steps forward, executing the distinctive motion of the tremor fruit, his arms crossing over his chest before he swung his fist to either side. Boom, crack, crack, crack. The air around Whitebeard was once again riddled with countless fractures, and the towering ice walls of Marineford were shattered, creating an escape route for the pirates below. On the square, the eyes of all the pirates rekindled with the hope of survival upon witnessing this spectacle. Their trust in Whitebeard could not be obliterated by the mere words of Squard. As pirates, their destinies lay in their own hands. Upon hearing Whitebeard's thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, all his comrades tightened their grips on their weapons and charged towards the square once more, resolutely choosing to believe in their father, Whitebeard. "Those who wish to join me, throw caution to the wind and charge forward. Let the Navy pay for their actions," roared Whitebeard. The pirates on the battlefield bellowed in unison, vowing to follow Whitebeard to the death. Chapter 154. A duel with Whitebeard once more. While the events within the Whitebeard pirates unfolded, Luffy began his sprint towards the execution platform from the opposite side of the battlefield, decisively defeating the Navy soldiers that blocked his path. It seemed likely that he would reach the execution platform before Whitebeard and the others, though whether he would be able to rescue Ace remained uncertain, especially with both Garp and Sengoku stationed at the platform. Whitebeard, brandishing his Naginata YSH, advanced toward Ace with measured steps, the pirates following behind Whitebeard, witnessing his determination. let out a tremendous roar and launched into one final charge towards the execution platform. At that moment, Sengoku on the platform observed Luffy drawing nearer. His demeanor calm, yet his eyes frequently darting towards Garp, his right hand clenching and unclenching, betraying a hint of anxiety. He feared that his dear friend might lose control and commit an irreparable mistake at such a critical juncture. Meanwhile, on the other side, Admiral Akainu, cigarette in mouth, regarded the three admirals standing before him with contemplation. It was evident that his boss Akainu had shown no mercy throughout the battle, bearing numerous wounds that rendered him quite disheveled. In stark contrast, the other two admirals appeared entirely unscathed, their attire pristine and devoid of any indication of having engaged in combat. Aokiji even went so far as to stifle a yawn, seemingly on the brink of dozing off. Morse cast a fleeting glance towards the execution platform before turning away. Drawing his sword, the thousand cherry blossoms, as he stepped past Akainu and others. The final scene, White Emperor Sword Mode, completed its transition during his stride, and cherry blossoms began to fall gracefully around him. From a distance, the path he traversed became adorned with a delicate layer of cherry blossoms, forming an exceptionally vibrant cherry blossom trail that beckoned onlookers to capture its beauty in photographs. Esteemed elders, I shall not hesitate to proceed, he declared boldly. Let us swiftly conclude this utterly meaningless farce, shall we, Whitebeard? He paused, then continued. It seems I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am Jones Morse, hailing from the North Sea, and I currently hold the position of Warden of Impel Down. Codenamed Whitesnake, it is likely that I shall be reassigned back to the Navy after this encounter. If any of you harbor intentions of vengeance, I implore you to remember my face well, lest you mistakenly confront the wrong individual, for I have no desire for anyone to shield me from the thunder. With that, he spat out the half-burned cigarette from his mouth, executing a graceful flourish with his blade, the thousand cherry blossoms, which now pointed towards the ground as a fleeting pink luminescence shimmered along its edge. He added, lastly, do remember that I am a swordsman, albeit a rather mediocre one. Perhaps a swordsman in name only. Before his words had fully dissipated, he hastened his pace, charging directly towards Whitebeard. Marco, Jozu, Vista, and the others, whose strengths were notable, narrowed their eyes, prepared to intervene. However, Whitebeard's commanding gesture halted their advance. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Whitebeard proclaimed, "This one shall be my responsibility, Ors Jr. and Halter requires someone to accompany them to the afterlife." He lunged forward, seizing the tail of his sword, Songyan Xie, and swung it down with great force. Boom! An exaggerated fissure split the ground of the plaza, as if an earthquake had struck. Old man, your movements are far too sluggish. Do you dare to underestimate me? Morse was brimming with excitement, having appeared behind Whitebeard without noticing, his sword, the thousand cherry blossoms, poised in the air, ready to strike. In the distance, Kizaru observed this scene and couldn't help but express his admiration to Akainu, remarking on Morse's formidable nature. Youth is indeed a blessing. His recovery is astonishingly rapid. How swiftly he is prepared to engage Whitebeard again. Perhaps you should reconsider your stance. I shall await your response until this farce concludes. Kizaru, with a mischievous grin, exaggeratedly rubbed his old waist as he spoke to Akainu. Akainu remained silent, disregarding Kizaru's banter, his eyes betraying a rare flicker of concern. It was Aokiji who interjected, stating, "Now that Morse has made his move, we can no longer afford to stand idly by. Let us take responsibility for those captains. After all, Morse is correct. It is time to bring this senseless spectacle to an end." With that, he vanished in a flash, employing his sword technique to charge towards Marco and the others. Youth is such a blessing, brimming with vitality. Allow me to take on Marco, Kizaru declared, his golden radiance flickering as he instantaneously appeared before Marco. Only Akainu remained, fixated on the direction of Morse and Whitebeard, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. Morse had no intention of teaming up with anyone against Whitebeard, not even Akainu. It was precisely this understanding that led Akainu to choose to support him from the sidelines. Morse's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a terrifying tremor emanating from his left side warned him that if he thrust his blade downwards, it could very well be his own demise. In an instant, Okaiden vanished from the spot, leaving behind a doppelganger crafted from cherry blossoms, allowing Whitebeard to unleash his attack unimpeded. Standing aside, with a slight smirk playing on his lips as he observed Whitebeard gasping for breath, he chuckled. Old man Whitebeard, how does it feel to be stabbed by your own son? It seems your choice of family isn't particularly discerning. You were so easily deceived into receiving a backstab. Upon hearing Morse's words, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. You, a mere whelp, dare to instruct me on how to seek family? You are a century too early. Allow me to witness just how this new generation of the Navy's strongest fares. Concealing one's true strength can indeed lead to demise here. With that, Whitebeard forcefully drove his Naginata, Songyun Xie, into the ground beside him, his right hand gradually pulling back. The air around him began to thicken and even solidify with each motion. As Morse sensed the shift in the atmosphere surrounding him, coupled with Whitebeard's actions, a wicked smile crept across his face, causing the blade of his Sakura to tremble in his grasp. He mused silently, indeed. I seem to have fully acclimated to this world. It is quite uncharacteristic of me to feel excitement at this moment. As Whitebeard's right fist descended toward him, Morse realized that the ground beneath his feet was beginning to tilt. No, it was not merely beneath him. The entire island was shifting in response to Whitebeard's formidable blow. Morse felt no surprise. Rather, he considered this to be the true essence of Whitebeard. The old man had been restraining his power for far too long, and it was now evident that he had come to terms with his circumstances. He had resolved to fight with all his might, striving to carve out a path to survival for his family, including Ace. This was a glimmer of hope, a chance to escape from Marineford. And he himself stood as the first obstacle in Whitebeard's way. As Morse intended to utilize Flash Bloom to escape the menacing reach of Whitebeard's lethal fist, he suddenly found himself rendered immobile. No, to be precise, his speed had significantly diminished. Whitebeard had seemingly condensed the very air within the entire space. With a resigned shake of his head, Morse realized that he had no choice but to withstand the impending onslaught. Thus, he resolved to witness firsthand the sheer terror of an attack unleashed by the world's mightiest warrior. Simultaneously, he yearned to discover the limits of his own capabilities. Could he navigate these vast seas with the same freedom as the revered Admiral Garp, unimpeded by any foe? Chapter 155, Demon Blade Simbin Sakura, Cherry Blossom, White Emperor / Morse elevated the 1,000 cherry blossoms, gazing intently in the direction of Whitebeard. The sky became a tumultuous sea of cherry blossoms, wildly converging upon him, infusing every petal of the 1,000 cherry blossoms and their formidable presence into the blade. It emanated a radiant duality of black and pink light, simultaneously manifesting a pair of wings that unfurled in a magnificent display of pink and black. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly terrifying as he effortlessly broke free from Whitebeard's grasp. Morse smiled gently, his gaze wandering to the surrounding scene. At that moment, Marineford was in chaos. Due to the presence of Whitebeard, numerous structures began to collapse, including the execution platform where the warlord stood. Flash, having broken free from Whitebeard's suppression, swiftly advanced to stand before him, wielding the final vision, White Emperor's sword form of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, which he aimed directly at Whitebeard's chest. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Although Whitebeard was not at his peak and was still gathering his strength, his agility considerably diminished compared to earlier. He managed to raise his blade, Songyun Xie, just in time to block Veer's strike. Subsequently, Whitebeard swung the Naginata with great force, a brilliant flash of white light emanating from the blade. The sensation from the 1,000 cherry blossoms in Morse's hand surged with immense force, pulsating incessantly. Morse felt a slight tremor. The familiar vibrations bore no alteration whatsoever, proving to be quite formidable. Harnessing this surge of energy, Morse retreated momentarily, gliding backward before stabilizing his stance. With a slight shake of his arms, still tingling from the impact, he realized it did not hinder his combat prowess. After a brief moment of movement to regain his composure, Morse charged forward once more. Recognizing that directly confronting Whitebeard was a formidable challenge, he scanned his surroundings and noticed a potential vulnerability in the raised right arm of Whitebeard, which was still in motion. A glimmer of understanding sparked in his eyes. He knew an opportunity had presented itself. With a subtle push off the ground, he executed a swift maneuver, appearing at Whitebeard's right flank. And with a rapid flourish of his weapon, he unleashed the cherry blossom, White Emperor's sword, in the hands of Morse. The black and pink wings of the 1,000 cherry blossoms began to shimmer incessantly. Sensing that Morse's strike was far from ordinary, Whitebeard abruptly turned and once again wielded his Naginata, Unkiri, in an attempt to block Morse's attack. However, Morse's speed was simply too swift. Before Whitebeard could position his weapon defensively, Morse's 1,000 cherry blossoms pierced into Whitebeard's body. As soon as the blade made contact, Morse's expression shifted dramatically. The old man's haki was overwhelmingly powerful, enveloping him in a layer of Busashoka haki in such a brief moment, disrupting Morse's rhythm and affording Whitebeard the opportunity to retaliate. Recognizing that mere Busashoka haki would be insufficient to withstand Morse's formidable strike, Whitebeard abandoned his intention to shatter Marineford and unleashed a left punch, imbued with a concentrated vibration wave, rapidly aimed at Morse's head. Even before the punch arrived, Morse could feel the tremendous force and vibrations emanating from it. If struck, he would likely sustain severe injuries, incapacitating him from further combat, an outcome Morse could not accept. With a resigned sigh, Morse relinquished what seemed to be a momentary chance to eliminate Whitebeard. Tsukinoko, he narrowly evaded Whitebeard's lethal punch, observing the cherry blossom clone reduced to mere powder. Morse feigned a look of terror, dramatically patting his chest. With a slight twist of his foot, Morse raised his blade once more to strike Whitebeard. Although it appeared that Morse was engaged in a vivid battle with Whitebeard, he could distinctly sense that Whitebeard was no longer at his peak. It seemed that Scourd's strike had weighed more heavily than he had anticipated. Were it not for Whitebeard's seasoned combat experience, expertly wielding his naginata in an impenetrable manner, he would have already succumbed to Morse's onslaught. Yet, Morse knew that should he be struck even once by Whitebeard, the outcome would be either death or grievous injury. Given the sheer ferocity of the Tremor Fruit's power, at that moment, Whitebeard was equally astonished by Morse's prowess. Realizing that Morse's strength was now on par with that of the three admirals of the Navy, aware that he could not prolong the encounter, Whitebeard understood that his current stamina could not sustain a war of attrition. Thus, he deliberately exposed a flaw to Morse. As Morse observed the seemingly sluggish strike of Whitebeard, a sense of unease washed over him. Yet, the fleeting nature of opportunity left little room for contemplation, compelling his body to instinctively retaliate with a swift cut. However, what awaited him was Whitebeard's naginata, Syn Kiri, enveloped in the formidable powers of the Gura no Mi. With a thunderous crash, Morse felt an unprecedented force reverberate through his weapon, and to his astonishment, the Sakura blossom, his cherished blade, slipped from his grasp, soaring high into the air. The winged Sakura blossom fortuitously lodged itself directly in front of Akainu, its dual-colored wings fluttering gracefully, scattering pink petals like a gentle rain. Nevertheless, Morse remained undeterred by the loss of his weapon. This was a battlefield where every warrior fought relentlessly, undaunted by the absence of armament. The maxim as long as life endures, so shall the battle resonated profoundly in this moment. Thus, Morse enveloped his arms and forearms in haki, engaging his adversary in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Although his martial prowess paled in comparison to his swordsmanship, the training he received from Zifa and his innate resilience ensured he would not become powerless in the face of adversity. Morse swiftly materialized before Whitebeard, seizing the moment when Whitebeard's recoil left him vulnerable, and delivered a fierce punch directly to his chest. Boom! The blow, imbued with formidable haki, struck Whitebeard squarely, eliciting a fleeting expression of pain across his face. However, he promptly raised his arm and retaliated with a powerful punch to Morse's shoulder. Thud! With a low, resonant sound, Morse felt the exhilarating rush of flying as if propelled by an artillery shell, hurtling through the air. Boom! He was sent flying by Whitebeard's punch, crashing into the ruins of a collapsed building, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, having dispatched Morse, was not unscathed. He bent over, spitting a mouthful of blood. Had he not steadied himself with his treasured blade, he would have faltered. "Little Whitesnake, you are indeed impressive. It seems the Navy has promising successors," he exclaimed, panting heavily as he resumed his advance toward the battlefield. Akainu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, took a step forward without glancing at Morse. He was well aware that Morse would not perish so easily, especially with that demon blade still embedded in the ground. Just as Akainu prepared to take Morse's place and obstruct Whitebeard's path, he heard a melodious chirping from the 1,000 cherry blossoms nearby. Its black and pink wings fluttered and soared toward Morse's direction. Boom! From the debris emerged a bloodstained arm, and soon Morse extricated himself from the rubble. "I nearly met my end. Ha ha ha. That old man is truly terrifying, even after sustaining such severe injuries." His fist remained formidable. With a swift motion, the soaring 1,000 cherry blossoms found its way into Morse's grasp, lifting him into the air. At that moment, all who witnessed this spectacle were rendered speechless, as this day heralded the rise of the demon blade 1,000 cherry blossoms across the seas. Chapter 156, The Whitebeard Pirates. Entering the square, Whitebeard abruptly halted his advance, his treasured blade Konyan cut slicing back toward him, the blade enveloped in a shockwave that shattered the air. Little white snake, you are truly relentless. His voice dripped with menace as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his blade, akin to a torrential downpour. Clang. Morse simultaneously wielded his blade in defense, transitioning from an offensive stance to a protective one, as he once again became entangled in combat with Whitebeard. With a resounding command from Sengoku, metallic walls began to rise from the edges of the circular dock, swiftly encircling the pirates still on the icy surface. The rear, which had been intentionally left open, was firmly held by the pacifists, offering no opportunity for the Whitebeard pirates to breach the encirclement. The towering metal walls that had just ascended were utterly impervious, plunging the crew of the Whitebeard pirates into despair, as they had fallen into the trap laid by the Navy. Ironically, under Whitebeard's leadership, he and several corps captains remained on the plaza of Marineford, outside the confines of the siege. Everything appeared to corroborate Squard's assertions that Whitebeard and Sengoku had engaged in a nefarious secret pact, trading the lives of all subordinate pirate crews for Ace's freedom. However, the port was not entirely sealed off. The demise of Little Oars had resulted in a failure to raise a metal wall, as anticipated, creating a gap that would serve as the sole escape route for the Whitebeard pirates. This was certainly not Morse's intention. He was unaware that Sengoku had such a strategy in reserve. He recalled only that, due to Oars's involvement, Ace had ultimately been rescued, which prompted his immediate desire to eliminate the adversary. Sengoku, recognizing this fortuitous opportunity, promptly ordered his allies to evacuate through the secret passage, simultaneously commanding Akainu to deliver a devastating strike against the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu glanced at Morse, who was still locked in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, and ascertained that Morse was not in immediate danger. Emotionless, he ascended to the pinnacle of the encircling wall, surveying the chaotic scene below involving the Whitebeard pirates, devoid of any semblance of a smile. This was the Fleet Admiral Akainu, unyielding, ruthless, and often described as merciless. He would not permit even a trace of malevolence to exist within his realm. In pursuit of his objectives, he would not hesitate to treat allies and innocent civilians as collateral damage. Thus, casting a glance at the still unretrieved allies below, he showed no inclination to hold back. His voice flat as he uttered, "Meteor Volcano." As Akainu propelled vast molten fists into the sky, the encircled Whitebeard pirates stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ominous crimson heavens above, entirely aware of the impending calamity. Their foremost concern was to break free from this encirclement and rescue Ace alongside their father. In the next moment, Akainu's actions conveyed a harsh truth. Prioritizing their survival was far more critical than aiding Whitebeard. Countless fist-shaped magma blocks descended rapidly from the darkened clouds, crashing down with thunderous roars. The ice-laden square began to fracture, with large holes appearing, and the sea itself began to boil. Yet, the most disheartening revelation for the Whitebeard crew was that the flagship, the Moby Dick, was ablaze due to Akainu's relentless assault. This ignited profound despair among the pirates. For this vessel was not only a vessel of their decades-long journey, but also their home upon the vast seas. Sensing the impending peril behind him, Whitebeard forcefully repelled the entangling Morse. In a swift motion, he ascended above the metallic barrier, witnessing the dire plight of his family below and the imminent destruction of the Moby Dick. He spoke softly, "Forgive me." Observing the severed pirate flag and the relentless Morse at his back, Whitebeard realized that he might meet his end today. Yet, before that fate could befall him, he was determined to rescue his son and carve a path to safety for the loyal family that had stood by him. Meanwhile, Sengoku, standing at the execution platform, caught sight of Whitebeard's unwavering silhouette. Even at this critical juncture, he stood tall, devoid of any hint of weakness. Thus, he resolved to execute Ace prematurely, denying Whitebeard and his allies any chance of intervention. However, certain events lie beyond human control. In a moment that defied expectations, the one who should have perished stirred back to life. Ace! Little Oars, astonishingly still alive, struggled to rise, slowly lifting his arm towards Ace. Ace's lips trembled as he beheld Oars, who, having narrowly escaped death, thought first of rescuing him upon regaining consciousness. Words failed him in expressing his emotions. Just as Oars's fingers were poised to reach Ace, Kizaru, standing among the three admirals, raised his hand with a lecherous grin, directing his finger towards him. A yellow light gathering ominously. What an astonishing will to live, to regain life beneath Morse's cursed blade, truly terrifying. It seemed the only resolution was to pierce through your skull. At that moment, Kizaru's laser had fully coalesced in his hand. He intended to eliminate Little Oars and detonate him, facilitating the ascent of the encircling iron wall beneath him, thereby completely enclosing the Whitebeard pirates. The tide surged forth. A vast expanse of seawater surged forth from the ocean, cascading towards the three admirals and interrupting Kizaru's movements. The deluge caused the laser emanating from his hand to vanish into thin air. In that moment, the three admirals wore expressions of discontent, as the experience of being submerged in seawater proved to be quite unpleasant for those possessing the powers of a devil fruit. As the water receded, Luffy seized the opportunity to suddenly materialize before the trio. Following the course of the original narrative, he launched himself into a reckless assault against the three admirals. Morse was utterly astonished by the scene before him. What was this? Was it possible that the narrative was destined to remain unchanged, despite his relentless efforts? It felt as though the plot had not shifted in the slightest. He bore the painful aftermath of the blow dealt by Whitebeard, which was no trivial burden, even now. His chest throbbed with agony. Were it not for his sheer will to suppress the pain, he would have collapsed long ago. Yet, to be precise, Whitebeard's strength had been somewhat diminished compared to the original storyline, owing to Morse's own actions. However, reflecting on the grievous sacrifices he had made, merely to weaken Whitebeard's power a fraction, brought him no joy. Upon realizing that his attacks were futile against the three admirals, Luffy immediately ceased his assault, attempting to circumvent them in a bid to rescue Ace. Alas, in comparison to Kizaru, his speed was negligible, and he was swiftly sent flying by a kick from the admiral, a sight that made Morse wince in pain. As Sengoku issued another command, two executioners raised their blades, crossing them to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Whitebeard prepared to swing his fist to thwart their advance, a wave of pink sword energy surged towards him. It was unmistakably the work of Morse, that restless young man. Forced to shatter the incoming sword attack with a punch, Whitebeard cast a worried glance toward Ace. The next moment, a smile of relief graced his face. It seemed there was no longer cause for concern. In a flash, two beams of earthy light cut through the air, sending the executioners hurtling away. The source of this powerful strike was none other than Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea, who had a long-standing grudge against Whitebeard. Wasn't it said that this man bore animosity towards him? Having lost his hand to Whitebeard's actions, it appeared that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. At this moment, while Whitebeard exhaled a breath of relief, an undercurrent of urgency surged within him that could not afford to delay any longer. He shouted to the concerned Jozu nearby, "Jozu, it's time to employ our trump card." Jozu nodded in understanding and swiftly contacted his crew. Before long, another ship from the Whitebeard pirates emerged from beneath the waves. This vessel represented Whitebeard's ace in the hole, a contingency plan for his crew. Due to Akainu's previous assault, the ice in front of the harbor had significantly melted. As the last ship of the Whitebeard pirates surged forth from the depths, the morale of the crew soared once more. Once aboard this final vessel, they set their course toward Little Oars. The external ship, powered by the icy waters, faced little obstruction and soon arrived at Little Oars' side. Little Oars understood his purpose. In the final moments of his life, he would carve a path for his brother Ace. "Let us go, everyone." Upon concluding his words, Little Oars struggled to stabilize his upper body, turning to embrace the approaching ship, exerting every ounce of his strength to drag it onto the square. The Whitebeard pirates, after incurring considerable losses, finally proclaimed their incursion into the Marine headquarters at Marineford Square. Chapter 157, Kobe's Grand Dream. Has Blackbeard yet to arrive? I hope Granite Saru does not encounter any unforeseen troubles. Morse scanned the battlefield, still failing to locate the figures of Blackbeard and Granite Saru. After casting the ship onto the square, Little Oars gazed in Ace's direction, a joyful smile gracing his face, before collapsing heavily onto the ground, officially declaring the end of his journey. He had not succumbed to death previously, due in part to the terrifying vitality inherent in his demonic bloodline, and also due to the unwavering belief in his heart to rescue Ace. Now, having assisted the Whitebeard pirates in breaching the square, he was convinced that Pops would surely bring Ace to safety. Little Oars' eyes gradually lost their luster until his breath ceased. For one must understand that Morse's demon blade was not easily confronted. "Oars," Whitebeard murmured somberly, slowly turning his gaze towards Ace on the execution platform. "My children, save Ace and vanquish these Marines." With his sons leaping down from the ship and standing resolutely behind him, Whitebeard gripped his treasured blade, Kong Wise Eye, and raised his arm in a rallying call. At his command, the Whitebeard pirates surged forward, spearheaded by none other than the captain of the 1st Division, the Phoenix, Marco. In that moment, Marco transformed into his Phoenix form, soaring high into the sky, intent on striking the execution platform while the Marines were caught off guard, aiming to rescue Ace. However, just as Marco was about to reach Ace, Garp moved. This elder, bound by the inescapable ties of kinship interwoven with his convictions, ultimately chose the former. To him, the justice behind him was more than mere words. It was the essence of his life's belief. Subsequently, before Marco could react, Garp delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. You couldn't restrain yourself, could you, old man Garp? It's truly disheartening. Shouldn't you be taking a moment to rest? Morse gazed at the figure of Cap, his expression tinged with reluctance, while his dissatisfaction towards Sengoku grew ever more pronounced. However, that was a matter between the two old friends, and not his concern. Nonetheless, some individuals' actions had been indelibly etched in his memory, and after this war concluded, he would ensure they faced the consequences for their deeds. He was not referring to anyone other than the foolish woman, the warlord Boa Hancock, who relentlessly petrified the Navy below. Compared to her actions, the leniency exhibited by the other warlords was insignificant. Even the scoundrel Doflamingo, under Morse threat, refrained from manipulating the Navy, merely controlling a handful of pirates like puppets with his strings. With a casual flick, he dispersed the form of Sakura's final scene, White Emperor's sword unsheathed his blade, simultaneously lighting a cigarette that he placed between his lips as he ambled toward the execution platform. There was no longer a need for him to intervene here. The three admirals were already engaged in a direct confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, and the old man Akainu was set to engage in a one-on-one battle with Whitebeard. A true man's duel. Just as Akainu's actions had not impeded Morse, he would not act in a manner that would tarnish Akainu's reputation at this juncture. It was crucial to note that the current Whitebeard was no longer the strongest man in the world he once was. Clop, clop, clop. The crisp sound of footsteps resonated across the chaotic battlefield, yet aside from Morse, no one paid any heed. The Whitebeard pirates and the Navy were embroiled in a fierce melee in the square, with no mind to listen to the sounds of footsteps. Just as the battle raged on, several pirates from the Whitebeard crew suddenly felt a flash of pink light before them, followed by an agonizing pain coursing through their bodies as they collapsed to the ground. Hey, what are you pretending to be dead for? One pirate exclaimed, witnessing a comrade who had been fighting alongside them suddenly fall without a visible injury, initially thinking he was feigning death to escape the battlefield. The pink light flashing before these pirates was none other than the petals of cherry blossoms swirling around Morse, each petal mercilessly slicing through the pirates in its path. The Whitebeard pirates could only perceive the flickering pink light as their comrades were slain in droves. What is this? Can someone tell me what this is? The unknown specter of death began to unravel the resolve of some pirates within the Whitebeard crew. They were unafraid of visible enemies, but the prospect of an unseen death was utterly intolerable. Hey, isn't that guy who was just defeated by Pops, the White Snake Morse? How is he still here? Everyone, get away from him. This is not someone we can handle. In the midst of chaos, a member of the Whitebeard pirates caught sight of Morse's unusual figure and immediately shouted in alarm to his companions. Suddenly, Morse halted his advance, for before him stood a young Marine with pink hair. A flash of pink light flickered across Kobe's face, causing his legs to tremble, as he had just felt the chilling brush of near death, as though his skull had almost been pierced. Bang! Sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned around to see a pirate, brandishing a sword, slowly toppling backwards. It was only then that Kobe realized he had narrowly escaped decapitation, and he hastily bowed to Morse in gratitude. As if recalling his purpose, he stretched out his arms to block Morse's path once more. Colonel Morse, why? Why must so many lives be taken? What is the true meaning behind this war that has claimed countless souls? At that moment, Kobe stood resolute, unwavering even in the face of Morse. Morse halted his advance, slowly inhaling a puff of smoke as he gazed towards the execution platform where Admiral Sengoku stood. With a decisive exhale, he discarded the half-burnt cigarette from his lips and remarked, such inquiries should be directed towards Admiral Sengoku himself. I am merely a sailor, an ordinary worker like you. When confronted by pirates, what hesitation should a naval officer possess? Brother Kobe, has Grandpa Garp not instilled in you the tenets of the Navy? With that, the cherry blossoms ceased their fluttering around him as he stepped past Kobe and continued onward. If you seek answers to this conflict, ascend there. Reach the pinnacle of this war and confront Admiral Sengoku, the orchestrator of it all. As Morse's figure receded into the distance, Kobe's resolve solidified. He naively believed that if he could persuade Morse to abandon his murderous ways, he could surely sway the Navy's highest authority, Admiral Sengoku, to halt this senseless war. With a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, Morse found the young naval officers far more intriguing than their older counterparts. I hope you achieve your desires, young Kobe. Chapter 158. Ace is rescued. Morse traversed the tumultuous battlefield alone, during which both Navy and pirates instinctively parted to grant him passage. Not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates dared to confront him at that moment. As he neared the heart of the fray, he beheld Whitebeard, shielded by his sons, demonstrating extraordinary prowess in the plaza. Despite his grievous wounds, he was still capable of repelling the Navy's advances with remarkable vigor. Observing this scene, Morse could not help but marvel at the old man's resilience. Truly, he was a formidable being. Afflicted by illness, previously ambushed by Squard, and now pierced through the chest by Akainu, Whitebeard continued to fight with unwavering ferocity. This display of indomitable spirit made Morse feel somewhat inadequate. After all, his own approach was to flee when outmatched, postponing vengeance for another day. Interestingly, after dealing a devastating blow to Whitebeard, Akainu refrained from further assault for reasons unknown, which surprised Morse. However, this peculiar sensation had been occurring with increasing frequency lately, indicating that it might be necessary to reassess his superior upon returning. Morse did not linger and continued onward. It was not until he beheld the stern-faced Admiral Garp, seated in the position of Akainu with his arms crossed, that he halted his advance. Without uttering a single word, he plopped down into the seat designated for Kizaru, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield below, now nearing its conclusion. His interest in intervening had waned. Just as Whitebeard prepared to charge once more in a desperate attempt to save his son, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to half-kneel and expel a copious amount of blood. The force of Akainu's punch was not easily borne. He understood that with the three admirals, Garp, Sengoku, and that young rascal Morse obstructing his path, he could no longer break through in his current state to reach his son. Thus, he entrusted his hope to another. Using his sword, Songyun Xia, as a prop, he forcefully rose to his feet and shouted to all his crew, "Boys, from this moment on, protect Straw Hat Luffy with all your might." This decision by Whitebeard stemmed not solely from Luffy's tenacity and the fact that he was often overlooked by the Navy due to his relative weakness, but also from a significant reason. Standing before them was a paragon of the Navy, the legendary hero Monkey D. Garp. None present, including himself, could hope to breach the formidable defense constituted by the two legendary Marines, Garp and Sengoku, to successfully rescue Ace. Yet Luffy was different. After all, Garp was his grandfather. His true grandfather. At that moment, he was the only one with even a sliver of a chance. Thus, Whitebeard resolved to stake everything he had on this gamble. Upon hearing Whitebeard's command, all members of the Whitebeard pirates promptly rallied to Luffy's side, shielding him as he pressed forward. Among the Navy, Kizaru was the first to react, quickly grasping Whitebeard's intent. The immediate objective was to eliminate the Straw Hat Boy, although the Navy swiftly redirected their primary focus to Luffy. Striving to impede his progress with all their might, Luffy managed to break through the Navy's formidable impediments. Thanks to the luxurious array of protection provided by the core captains of the Whitebeard pirates, former warlord Jinbe, Crocodile, and current warlord Boa Hancock, he surged toward the execution platform, grappling with how to ascend, when the Revolutionary Army's lightning-fast imagination, a subordinate of the Transgender King, resolved the issue for him by conjuring scissors from his abilities to slice a pathway into the ground, creating a direct bridge to the execution platform. Thus, with the entire Whitebeard pirates shielding him, Luffy charged across this makeshift bridge. "Since you've chosen to intervene, I shall involve myself in your family matters," Morse murmured, watching Garp's vanishing figure. Boom. As Luffy rushed forward, nearing the execution platform, a sudden figure emerged before him, obstructing his path. This figure was none other than his own grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. After a heartfelt exchange, both grandfather and grandson charged at each other. Just as Garp intended to subdue Luffy with a powerful punch, memories of Ace and the moments spent with Luffy in their youth flooded his mind. The bonds of familial love rendered his iron fist, which had vanquished countless pirates, incapable of striking his own grandson. Ultimately, he willingly succumbed to a blow from Luffy, plummeting from the floating bridge. "Old man, your leniency is rather conspicuous." Uncertain of the sentiments that the former Admiral Sengoku might harbor upon witnessing this scene, Luffy, at this moment, had finally navigated through numerous perils to reach Ace's side. Yet, a new adversary emerged before him, Sengoku, who had been orchestrating the battlefield. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped Sengoku, but Luffy, desperate to save his companion, had no time to regard Sengoku. He swiftly retrieved the key that Hancock had previously given him, eager to unlock the sea stone handcuffs binding Ace. However, just as he was about to unlock them, a laser beam shot forth, shattering the specialized key in his grasp. To exacerbate matters, Sengoku, now transformed into a colossal Buddha, swung his fist towards them with tremendous force. At that moment, Mr. 3, who had fallen into unconsciousness due to Luffy's indiscriminate use of Conqueror's Haki, fortuitously regained his senses. After a brief exchange with Luffy, he grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly agreed to assist in freeing Ace from his restraints. Observing the rapidly approaching Golden Fist, he quickly conjured a waxen barrier in the shape of a turtle shell, enveloping himself and Ace within it to shield them from Sengoku's impending strike. Upon receiving confirmation, Luffy activated his devil fruit powers, biting down on a wooden object and inflating it into a massive rubber balloon to intercept Sengoku's lethal blow. Although he was still struck, causing him to cough up blood, the execution platform could not withstand the tremendous force and shattered under the impact. At that critical juncture, Mr. 3 fulfilled his promise, hastily crafting a key from wax and tossing it to the now miniature Luffy amidst the perilous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Morse remained indifferent to the chaos, his sole concern being the safety of Granny Kizaru, suspecting that Blackbeard had yet to make his move and was likely plotting something sinister. After Ace was liberated, the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates began their retreat. Having achieved their objective, continuing to battle the Navy held no further significance. However, the Navy was not one to permit a mere entry and exit at will, particularly after the Whitebeard pirates had rescued poor Gasti, Ace. Allowing them to escape unscathed would tarnish the Navy's reputation to an unprecedented low, and the pirates would only grow bolder. Observing this scenario, Whitebeard resolved within himself to protect his sons during their retreat, knowing his time was limited. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed to all present in the plaza, "Listen well. All members of the Whitebeard pirates, I am now issuing the final command of your captain." Before he could complete his sentence, cries of despair resonated from the pirates below. "Old man, what are you saying? We must return to the New World together." "Indeed, old man, we cannot heed this command at all." However, Whitebeard paid them no heed. After taking a labored breath, he continued to declare, "This is where we part ways. All of you must survive and return safely to the New World." The crew under Whitebeard halted in their tracks. "Old man, are you planning to die here? Come with us." Whitebeard clenched his fist, assuming the distinctive pose to unleash the powers of the Tremor fruit. "I am but a remnant of the old era. There is no vessel in this new age that can bear my weight." With that, Whitebeard delivered a powerful punch to the ground behind him, causing a massive fissure to split the plaza of Marineford. He stood closer to the Navy, while all his pirate crews remained on the other side of the chasm. "Go now, my children." After uttering these words, Whitebeard turned his back to his crew. "No, old man," they cried out. "This is the captain's order. This is your command. Do you wish to see you sacrifice yourself in vain? Hurry, retreat." Despite the sorrow etched on their faces, the pirates began to withdraw. Standing still, Whitebeard reminisced about his past, his youth, the moments when he took Marco, Jozu, and others under his wing, and the times they roamed the New World together. "What a long journey it has been. Let us bring it to an end, Navy." With a laugh, Whitebeard embraced his final battle. Although his plan to shield his sons and facilitate their retreat was flawless, he had overlooked the presence of a formidable foe blocking their path. As the Whitebeard pirates began to retreat, one remained steadfast. Observing the Marines charging toward his father, Ace unleashed a torrent of flames across the chasm, sending the soldiers hurtling away. When the flames dissipated, Whitebeard beheld Ace kneeling amid the embers, bidding farewell. Taking a deep breath, Whitebeard rested the handle of his naginata on the ground and gazed at Ace. "No need for further words, Ace. Allow me to pose one last question." Ace lifted his gaze to meet Whitebeard's. "Am I still a worthy father to you?" Unable to contain his emotions, Ace's tears fell onto the ground. "Of course. Being your son is a true blessing." "Garera, Garera." Whitebeard erupted into laughter on the battlefield. "Go forth, my son. Live on in my stead." With those words, Whitebeard turned away, no longer looking at Ace. The latter, too, refrained from looking back, fearing that a single glance would tether him to his father. Though Whitebeard's final command was for him to survive, the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates began their retreat toward the sea, where their escape from Marineford awaited. Chapter 159, Ace. Fallen in the battle atop the summit, the Whitebeard pirates now found themselves pursued by Akainu, and the situation was perilously dire. However, after a brief chase, Akainu realized that if these pirates were resolute in their escape, he would be unable to eliminate the entirety of the Whitebeard crew at that moment. Yet, there were two individuals whom he deemed essential to eliminate, for they bore the most malevolent bloodlines in this world. Akainu would never allow them to leave Marineford alive. Would they rescue Port Asti, Ace, and retreat immediately? Truly, the Whitebeard crew was a gathering of inept fools. The pirates, engaged in their escape, blatantly disregarded Akainu, refusing to fall for such primitive taunts. Nevertheless, given the captain's demeanor, there was little else to expect. Ultimately, Whitebeard was merely a failed remnant of a bygone era. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates ignored Akainu's words, yet upon hearing the term failure, Ace abruptly halted. Failure? Retract your words. Flames began to emanate from Ace as he stood firm, turning to face Akainu. Stop, Ace, do not halt. Let him speak freely. The pirates nearby attempted to pull Ace away, but he forcefully broke free. That man dared to insult his father. He could not simply walk away. Akainu, witnessing Ace's pause, felt a surge of elation despite maintaining a scornful expression. Retract? I shall never retract my words, for they are the truth. Your father, Gold, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and sacrificed his life to open the gateway to a new era of piracy. Though it may be inappropriate for someone of my station to speak thus, he undoubtedly deserves the title of Pirate King. In comparison, what is Whitebeard? He ultimately lacked the courage and spirit to confront Roger in a decisive battle, hiding in the safety of his domain, reigning over a horde of adopted sons. It seems he was content with such a situation. There are many foolish souls in this world who use Whitebeard's name to shield their islands, yet to me, they are nothing more than jesters, parading as heroes after toppling some ignorant pirates. How laughable. When Roger was alive, Whitebeard bowed in his shadow, and even after Roger's death, Whitebeard could never truly become the king. Therefore, it is evident that Whitebeard and Roger exist on entirely different planes. Whitebeard is merely a failure. Upon reflection, he is indeed a pitiable figure, idolized by a band of petty followers, incessantly calling him father, yet after decades of maritime endeavors, he remains unable to ascend to kingship. In his final moments, he was even betrayed by a son deceived by sweet words, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect them. What a tragic existence. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Ace lowered his gaze and approached him step by step. Shut your mouth and retract your words. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Zong hastily called out to Ace, urging him not to be deceived and to return. However, Ace was impervious to any counsel, resolutely advancing towards Akainu. My father bestowed upon us the will to survive. How could someone like you comprehend the greatness of my father? Do not insult my savior, he declared, invoking the name of Whitebeard. With that, Ace unleashed a fiery fist, charging at Akainu, who had been anticipating this moment. The ground around him fissured, spewing forth torrents of magma. The clash of fire and magma resonated in a thunderous explosion. Ace let out a harrowing scream as he was struck and sent flying by Akainu. Witnessing Ace's plight, Luffy attempted to rush to his aid. But after only a few steps, his body succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. Although the injuries he had sustained were treated by the doctors upon his arrival at Impel Down, he had incurred numerous new wounds, compounded by the stimulant administered by his adversaries. At that moment, his body had reached its utmost limit. Observing Luffy prostrate on the ground, Akainu abandoned the temporarily insurmountable Ace and lunged towards the incapacitated Luffy. His magma fist rose ominously, poised to strike Luffy down. Yet, a figure interposed itself before Luffy. With a resounding thud, a necklace of red beads scattered, soaring high into the air. Ace, having been pierced through the chest by Akainu's fist, faced a mortal wound. At this juncture, Ace teetered on the brink of death, and as Akainu prepared to obliterate both individuals with a single blow, a blue-skinned figure shielded them. The force of Akainu's punch was halted by Jinbei, who remained unscathed, his hands enveloped in the armor of Haki. You shall not lay another hand on them. Do not waste any more time. Jinbei, you are a former warlord of the sea and should be aware of the disparity in our strengths. Just as Jinbei was on the verge of being overpowered, a thunderous voice rang out behind him. Jinbei, get out of the way. A burst of blue flames erupted, momentarily repelling Akainu. Meanwhile, Luffy, feeling the immense wound on Ace's back, trembled with urgency. Someone, come treat Ace. Hurry, save Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirates swiftly sought out their ship's doctor. However, upon witnessing Ace's grievous injury, the doctor trembled in fear. What is it? Hurry and save Ace. The stout, somewhat portly doctor found himself unable to face Luffy, uttering a solemn apology. Upon hearing the ship's doctor's response, Luffy found himself rendered speechless. Enough, Luffy, he murmured. I can feel my heart ceasing its rhythm. I sense my life drawing to a close. Ace's eyes began to dim. The reason for his lingering life perhaps lying in the words he had yet to utter. You're lying. Did we not make a pact? Did you not vow that you would never die, Ace? Upon hearing Luffy's plea, a trace of sorrow crossed Ace's face. If not for Sabo and you, my troublesome brother, I would have had no desire to live at all. By the way, if you ever encounter Dayton again, please convey my regards. Strangely, even in his dying moments, he found himself reminiscing about such individuals. Luffy's eyes brimmed with tears. I told you not to die. Yet Ace did not respond to Luffy. He continued to speak softly, fearing that if he ceased, death would claim him instantly, for he still had words to share with his brother. Just as we vowed in our youth. I harbor no regrets in my life. As he spoke, a smile involuntarily spread across Ace's face, as though recalling a cherished memory. You are a liar, you deceiver. Luffy supported Ace with his own body. Without him, Ace would have collapsed long ago. Ace's voice grew fainter, forcing Luffy to lean in closer to hear his words. I did not deceive you, Luffy. What I truly seek is not fame, nor the recognition of my name by all. I have always yearned to know one answer. Was my birth truly a blessing? I have long sought this answer. At this point, Ace struggled to catch his breath. I lack the strength for everyone to hear my words now. What I am about to say must be relayed to all. To Father, to everyone, and to you, Luffy. I am eternally grateful for your boundless love and support, even for one as irredeemable as I, one who has inherited the blood of the devil. It is only now that I comprehend the value of life. Being born and meeting all of you has been such a profound blessing. With that, Ace smiled. Yet his eyes had completely lost their luster. He could no longer rely on Luffy to maintain his upright stance and slowly collapsed to the ground. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gas D, Ace, perished on the battlefield. Chapter 160, Whitebeard's Fury. Garp, what the hell are you doing? A deafening crash ensued as Sengoku pressed Garp's head into the ground. Just hold me down, Sengoku. Otherwise, I shall kill that bastard Akainu. Garp glared at the ground, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Morgans, what is it that you intend? How dare you draw your sword against a comrade? The warriors of the warring states gazed ahead, their hands shimmering with golden light, evidently on the verge of losing control over their seething fury. Morse, wielding the 1,000 cherry blossoms, stood silently before the 2 legendary Navy figures, exhibiting no intention to heed Sengoku's inquiries. His presence alone conveyed a resolute stance, one that forbade Garp from advancing any further, even if it meant drawing blades. Sengoku's dissatisfaction with Morse deepened, and his resolve to keep Morse forever anchored and impelled down grew ever stronger. When Sengoku glanced ahead once more, all that remained was a carpet of fallen cherry blossoms, devoid of any trace of the adversaries. Garp, perhaps as Whitebeard had proclaimed, mused that indeed, there was no vessel to bear them into this new era. Overwhelmed by emotion, he relaxed his grip considerably, nearly allowing Garp to break free. As Garp closed his eyes, the once indomitable aura surrounding him began to wane. Indeed, they were remnants of a bygone age, and there was no longer any necessity to impede the youth in their quest to carve out a new epic. With a resounding thud, a towering figure emerged behind Akainu. Upon sensing this presence, Akainu's countenance shifted to one of bewilderment, for he had not perceived the arrival of this individual. He needed no conjecture to identify the figure behind him. Only the beleaguered old man, Whitebeard, possessed the capability to manifest so unexpectedly. At that moment, Whitebeard fixed a cold gaze upon the unexpected silhouette before him, devoid of any astonishment. To him, both individuals standing there were the murderers of his sons and deserved to perish to accompany their fallen brethren. Clenching his fist, a ring of white light enveloped it, and with a tremendous force, he struck downward, intent on obliterating the 2 ruffians before him. Boom! The 1,000 cherry blossoms of Morse stood before him, absorbing the lethal punch from Whitebeard, which was so powerful that it embedded him into the ground. The white shockwaves emanating from the fist relentlessly propelled Morse downward. Akainu instantly reacted, his fury ignited upon witnessing Morse's plight. In his eyes, Morse held a status that was no less significant than Ace's in Whitebeard's esteem. Both were regarded as successors. Moreover, Morse had courageously shielded him from Whitebeard's devastating blow. Instantly, magma enveloped his entire right arm, and in a flash, he appeared above Whitebeard, descending with a fierce strike aimed at his head. In that moment, his singular desire was to eliminate Whitebeard, just as the latter seemed intent on his demise. Observing this, Whitebeard promptly abandoned his assault on Morse, wielding his Naginata, Kangun Kiri, with a deft motion, meeting Akainu's magma-laden fist with a powerful clash. Boom. Akainu was forcefully sent reeling away by Whitebeard's strike. Morse found himself granted a fleeting moment of respite, however, before he could take any action. He abruptly coughed up a mouthful of dark crimson blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Indeed, the relentless series of battles had taken their toll. The old man with the white beard had truly made his mark. I shall remember that punch. Witnessing Morse kneeling and incessantly coughing blood only fueled Akainu's fury, prompting him to pivot slightly and charge towards the white-bearded figure. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of fists, each composed of molten lava, aimed squarely at Whitebeard. Whitebeard showed no inclination to evade. As Akainu closed in, he retaliated with a devastating punch, this time ensuring that Akainu did not soar back from the impact. Once Akainu landed, the two engaged in a relentless clash. After Whitebeard braced himself against two of Akainu's blows, his robust arms swelled significantly, and with a ferocious swing, he sent Akainu hurtling away. After sustaining such extensive injuries, Akainu found himself momentarily incapacitated. Naturally, Whitebeard would not squander this opportunity and surged towards Akainu. However, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, the injuries within him erupted once more, forcing him to bend forward and expel a copious amount of blood. At this juncture, Akainu had regained some of his strength. Observing Whitebeard's precarious state, he recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one not to be missed. Hellhound. Akainu's right arm transformed into a dark crimson magma fist, which he then propelled towards Whitebeard's chest, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Whitebeard, sensing the impending danger, endeavored to move. However, the relentless battles had rendered him immobile, and the rapid onset of his injuries left him no time for recovery. Boom. Akainu's fist struck true, embedding itself in Whitebeard's chest without any intention of withdrawing. Yet, this was not the end. Without a moment's hesitation, Akainu unleashed the overwhelming force reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, aiming to incinerate Whitebeard from the inside out. A rare smile graced Akainu's face as he declared, "Die, Whitebeard." But just as he prepared to turn away, he sensed something was amiss. The formidable figure of Whitebeard remained steadfast, refusing to fall. Instinctively, Akainu looked up and was taken aback to find Whitebeard glaring intently at him. What followed was even more astonishing. Whitebeard, instead of perishing, seized Akainu's neck with a single hand. A tremendous tremor emanated from Whitebeard's grasp, robbing Akainu of his capacity to resist, nearly rendering him unconscious. As the world around him spun violently, he could feel an annihilating force surging towards him. Boom. Morse. You rascal. Akainu gazed at the figure that had suddenly appeared before him, once again shielding him from Whitebeard's formidable punch, and he felt a myriad of emotions. However, his nature would never permit him to utter words of gratitude. With a swift motion, Morse, having deflected Whitebeard's strike, immediately retreated, utilizing the momentum to grasp Akainu, who had fallen beside him. His body could no longer endure the relentless battle against Whitebeard, and besides, that scoundrel Blackbeard had yet to make an appearance, which left him feeling increasingly uneasy. That man was notorious for his patience. Whitebeard's fist, diverted by Morse due to the influence of Senbon Zakura, collided violently with the ground, causing a multitude of fissures to erupt around them. The Marine headquarters was directly bisected by Whitebeard's assault, resulting in localized collapses. Morse exchanged a glance with Akainu across the vast chasm, both erupting into laughter. Despite their differing identities, they were fundamentally akin, mortal beings willing to risk their lives in fierce battle for those they considered kin. Whitebeard, truly deserving of the title the world's strongest man. As the laughter subsided, Morse called out loudly towards Whitebeard, acknowledging his formidable strength before all. Chapter 161. The Appearance of Blackbeard. You scoundrel, Akainu remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he observed Morse. Haha, old man, what a predicament. A booming laughter suddenly resonated from behind the execution platform, drawing the attention of everyone present. Whitebeard, too, upon recognizing the figure upon the platform, could not restrain himself from tightening his grip on his Naginata. The origin of all these events lay with this individual. You bastard. Behind Blackbeard stood a motley crew of new recruits he had summoned from the depths of Impel Down's level 6, though absent was the presence of Shiryu of the Ring. It's been a while. I didn't expect to see you before your demise, old man. Whitebeard cast a dark glare at Blackbeard. Titch. After uttering Blackbeard's name, Whitebeard swung his fist violently, conjuring a swirling orb of white light in the air that hurtled towards Blackbeard and his crew. Boom. The already shattered execution platform was obliterated, burying Blackbeard and his companions beneath the debris. However, it was not long before Blackbeard emerged from the wreckage. You truly disregard our bond. Yet I suppose you would show me no mercy. Blackbeard approached Whitebeard, a smile playing on his lips. Only you are unworthy of being my son, Titch. You have violated the sole unbreakable rule aboard my ship. You have slain your own comrades. The vengeance for the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, shall be exacted by me. And I will take your wretched life to grant him peace. At this moment, Whitebeard was drenched in blood, yet this powerful man stood tall and resolute. A thick, inky smoke began to envelop Blackbeard, surging towards Whitebeard. As Morse beheld the scene before him, he was struck with shock and a sense of indignation. So, that scoundrel has indeed gone to impel down again. Magellan, that wretched fool, has proven to be unexpectedly inept, even without Rain's assistance. Teach has managed to seize the opportunity with alarming ease. It seems you must now ponder how to contend with the ire of the world government, Morse. At that moment, Akainu, surprisingly, found the leisure to jest with Morse. It appeared that, although Morse's arrival had not significantly altered the course of events, he had at least infused a hint of humanity into Akainu's otherwise ruthless demeanor. Sensing Morse's inclination to act, Akainu firmly restrained his restless form. Be quiet. At the very least, you cannot act at this moment. You must always remember your identity as a Marine. Morse trembled with agitation, struggling against the grip. Just then, Whitebeard clashed with Blackbeard, and after delivering a punishing blow to his adversary, Whitebeard, due to his grievous injuries, ultimately failed to eliminate Blackbeard. This provided Blackbeard and his cohorts with an opportunity to retaliate, and under Blackbeard's desperate command, they unleashed a fervent assault on the already mortally wounded Whitebeard. Finally, after a relentless barrage, Blackbeard and his crew ceased their attack, as no one held any belief that Whitebeard could still be alive. Edward Newgate, has he truly perished? Akainu remarked with a hint of regret directed at Morse. Yet, in the next instant, he was met with a resounding rebuttal from Whitebeard, who had not succumbed but instead addressed Blackbeard with startling vigor. Still alive, are you? Whitebeard gasped before continuing, Roger's legacy shall not be yours. Just as someone will inherit Roger's will, one day, a successor to Ace's spirit will emerge. Though the bloodline may be severed, the flame of consciousness shall never extinguish. It has been passed down through the ages, and in the future, there will arise a figure capable of shouldering this centuries-old legacy and challenging the world. Sengoku. Your world government fears that day, a colossal battle that will engulf the entire world. While I harbor little interest, when the treasure is discovered, the world shall be upended. Someone will find it. That day will inevitably come. Upon hearing this, Sengoku sensed that the situation was turning dire. Whitebeard took a deep breath and then bellowed words that would resonate throughout the world. One Piece. It indeed exists. This sentence was precisely conveyed to the Sabaody archipelago through the fortune of the telephone bug discarded by the warring states, courtesy of the Luck King, Buggy, reaching every corner of the world witnessing this live broadcast. At this moment, the inhabitants of the Sabaody archipelago were astounded by Whitebeard's words, gazing blankly at the screen before them. As they beheld the already deceased Whitebeard, Blackbeard could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly remarkable last words. With the conclusion of Blackbeard's statement, his subordinates, having confirmed Whitebeard's demise, draped a black cloth over his body. Blackbeard then slipped beneath the shroud. And Morse realized he could no longer afford to wait. Even if obstructed by Akainu, he could not allow such a person as Blackbeard to inherit Whitebeard's trimmer fruit abilities. Old man, I am truly sorry to disappoint you. I cannot bear to witness that scoundrel Teach disrespecting the corpse of Whitebeard. Regardless of our stances, the powerful must not be trifled with. As Veer's voice filled with restraint echoed, Akainu released his grip on Morse's arm, allowing him to act freely. Meanwhile, Akainu turned to pursue the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Just as he would not hinder Morse's actions, Morse had no intention of persuading Akainu to relent. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were taken aback by the sudden appearance of cherry blossoms before the curtain. Hey, why does that hideous flower look so familiar? Has anyone seen it before? The large barrel, Baskerville Jot, clearly still in a state of drunkenness, squinted his bleary eyes in annoyance. Damn it, don't speak nonsense. That guy is the White Snake Guard captain. Wasn't he hiding with Akainu on the other side? How did he end up here? You all know his strength. He is certainly not much weaker than the admirals or the deceased Whitebeard. The Devil Sheriff, Lafayette, immediately recognized Morse's cherry blossoms and shouted nervously. Encountering Morse at such a critical time was undoubtedly bad news. Just as they focused on the cluster of flowers before them, several pink flashes suddenly darted across the black curtain concealing Whitebird's body. In the next moment, Blackbeard Teach screams pierced the air. "Ah, you bastard, it hurts. Morse, you scoundrel. One day I will kill you." The black curtain shattered instantaneously amidst Teach's cries, revealing the figures of Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Lafayette swiftly pulled Teach back, nervously inquiring, "Did you succeed, Captain?" "Ah, no, that scoundrel Morse." Lafayette and several of Blackbeard's earlier recruited crew members could only shake their heads in regret. In contrast, the new recruits from the advancing city, led by the tyrannical king, gazed indifferently at Blackbeard writhing on the ground. Although they felt no disappointment, the initial fervor had dissipated, and they secretly resolved to form their own fleets after departing from Marineford, seeking to reign supreme over the seas once more. "Long time no see. Teach and those ruffians from the advancing city. Did you not think to report to me, the current warden, about your early release? You truly do not regard me highly, do you?" Reflections on the conclusion of the Marineford War. Finally, on the 100th day since I began writing, I have completed the saga of the Marineford War. Regardless of whether my esteemed readers are satisfied, I have thoroughly enjoyed the process. In the past, when observing the events at Marineford, I felt that Admiral Akainu was rather solitary, as everyone else was holding back while he fought valiantly, enduring the harshest criticisms and insults. How tragic. Thus, when considering which admiral to follow, I hesitated for quite some time before ultimately choosing Akainu. Although it does not align perfectly with Moore's character of wanting to shirk responsibilities at any moment, it has been articulated nonetheless. Now that the Marineford War has concluded, I can declare my release from the narrative and embrace my freedom. Joyous, let the celebrations commence. For the record, following the Marineford events, Moore's strength will ascend to the level of an admiral, allowing him to roam freely. QQ Group 101-989-1993 Password: Pirates never work overtime. Come on. Let us liven things up a bit. I want to feel the presence of the great gentleman. Additionally, could I perhaps receive a few free recommendation votes or collections? If you were to provide monthly votes, I would be even more appreciative. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers and those who have cast recommendation votes, gifted rewards, and contributed monthly votes. I am deeply thankful. Chapter 162. The War concludes. As the cherry blossoms dance in the air, the blade of the 1,000 cherry blossoms gleams with brilliance. Morse gazes at a group of fugitives, eager to act. Had it not been for the consideration that the war was not yet over, he would have certainly charged forth to eliminate these vile scoundrels. Teach, you had best hope that Granny Tsuru remains unharmed. Otherwise, I assure you that you will not leave Marineford alive. As Morse's words fell silent, the expressions of Sengoku and Garp transformed instantaneously. Blackbeard's limp form froze, sweat cascading from his brow. In that moment, he truly comprehended the terror embodied by Garp and Sengoku. He realized that uttering even a single erroneous word could provoke the two legendary Marines behind him, who would swiftly demonstrate why they were revered as legends by the world. Aha. What absurdity you speak, White Snake. We merely jested with Admiral Tsuru. How could we possibly lay a hand on her? He chuckled awkwardly in the direction of Garp and Sengoku. Just as Morse hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate a fugitive to weaken Blackbeard's strength, Kobe's heartfelt shout resonated across the battlefield, astonishing all who heard it. In the next moment, an unfamiliar yet formidable aura surged from the periphery of the battlefield. Morse recognized it as the arrival of the red-haired pirates. It seemed the war was poised to reach its conclusion, a pity indeed. With this thought, he cast a displeased glance at the members of the Blackbeard pirates before him, causing them to shudder and instinctively raise their weapons, defensively positioning themselves in front of Teach. Just as Morse had surmised, Kobe, tears streaming down his face, stood before Akainu with outstretched arms, pleading for an end to the relentless slaughter. Had Shanks not arrived in the nick of time, wielding his sword to block Akainu's searing magma fist, Kobe might have met a gruesome fate. Even so, the already weakened Kobe collapsed to the ground after the clash between red-haired Shanks and Akainu, evidently in need of rest. However, his recent display would surely be etched in the memories of every Marine present, marking him as a pillar for the Navy's future. After parrying Akainu's attack, Shanks suddenly sensed an aura beside him that rivaled that of his old friend, Mihawk. If I were you, I'd best lower your griffin, otherwise I may not be able to restrain my Sakura. Shanks's voice accompanied the gradual manifestation of Morse's figure amidst a flurry of cherry blossoms. White Snake, you are indeed an impressive young Marine. Unfazed by the perceived threat, Shanks sheathed his sword. Disregarding the gazes of Akainu and Morse as he stepped aside to pick up the straw hat passed down from Captain Roger. I am here to put an end to this war. His tone, though calm, resonated with an undeniable authority, prompting Morse to reflect, truly. He is the man who embodies the strongest will of this sea. How formidable! At this moment, all eyes in Marineford were fixed upon the red-haired figure who had recently arrived on the battlefield. As the war had progressed, this faction led by the red-haired captain had undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable force in Marineford. Concurrently, at the port of Marineford, with the appearance of the red-haired captain, his pirate ship, the Red Force, gradually approached, carrying the full might of the red-haired pirates. Shanks, why are you here? Exclaimed Buggy, who was hovering above, astonished at the sight of the red-haired captain. Buggy, Shanks called out with a smile, his tone imbued with nostalgia, and then tossed his straw hat toward Buggy. Instinctively, Buggy caught the hat. Please deliver this hat to Luffy for me. Although Buggy was initially reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced after Shanks promised him a treasure map he had unearthed. He then soared off in the direction of Law. Watching Buggy depart, Shanks chuckled, reminiscing about how little Buggy had changed. It had been quite some time since he had seen this old friend, and he felt a deep sense of longing. As Buggy tossed the straw hat to Law immediately directed his crew to prepare for an escape. However, Kazan and Kizaru were nearby and would not allow Luffy to slip away so easily. In an icy spectacle, Kazan unleashed his powers to freeze a vast expanse of the sea, promptly followed by Kizaru launching a barrage of lasers at the frozen surface. Should they survive this onslaught? It would only be attributed to sheer luck. Subsequently, the two ceased their assault, disregarding Luffy and his companions. Unlike Akainu, both had varying degrees of acquaintance with the Garp family, and thus, putting on a show was sufficient for the moment. Shanks remained silent and refrained from intervening, for he had come to halt the war, not to exacerbate the chaos. He gradually approached the port, observing the quartet that could determine the outcome of this conflict. One was Sengoku, who had transformed into a great Buddha upon hearing of Tsuru's potential misfortune. Another was Blackbeard, Teach, who had risen again after the departure of Moria. The final two were Akainu, who had returned to the encirclement, and the most dazzling performer of this war, the White Snake, Moria. These individuals represented the various factions within this conflict. One was the leading figure of the Navy's Dove faction, another the leader of the Hawk faction, and the last was the newly emerged force of the Blackbeard pirates, which had erupted after years of patience. Only by quelling these individuals could the war come to an end. As for the Whitebeard pirates, they were no longer qualified to partake in this battle. With only Marco remaining capable of fighting, Shanks gazed at the figures before him and proclaimed, if this conflict continues, it will only result in an endless increase in casualties for both sides. If there are still those who seek chaos, then let us engage. As the words fell, Shanks unsheathed his western sword, Griffin. At this moment, all members of the red-haired pirates stood resolutely behind him. What say you, Teach? No, it should be Blackbeard. And over there, the iron-willed Marine Admiral Akainu. Shanks directed his gaze solely upon Blackbeard, the true instigator of this conflict. Ha ha ha, you're growing more masculine, Shanks. That scar suits you well, Blackbeard mocked. Upon hearing this taunt, Jesus Burgess of the red-haired pirates raised his weapon, aiming it squarely at Blackbeard. Fully aware that the scar on his captain's face was inflicted by him, making the remark an overt provocation, Blackbeard's crew did not back down either. As Van Augur raised his gun in unison, the two factions began to face off across the vast chasm created by Whitebeard's quake. Ha ha ha. Let's call it a day. Although I didn't get everything I desired, it is sufficient. It's too early to engage with you now. We shall depart, brothers. With that, Blackbeard signaled for his crew to retreat. Boom. Just as Blackbeard and his men took a few steps, a flash of pink sword energy surged before them, coinciding with Morse's declaration. Teach, and you scoundrels, await my arrival in the new world. I hope you prove more resilient next time. But be prepared for death when we meet again. Impel Down does not grant the luxury of imprisoning someone twice. Ha ha ha. White Snake, just as I wish. I'll be waiting for you. Meanwhile, all eyes from the red-haired crew turned towards Morse. Although Shanks had confidence in overcoming this newcomer, they had come to mediate peace, not to ignite war, especially since their adversary was not alone. He did not wish to engage in battle with the Marines here. Thus, Shanks focused his attention on Sengoku and stated directly, everyone, I hope you can do me this favor. Whitebeard, Ace. Allow us to handle their funerals. The recordings of their demise have circulated the world. I will not permit anyone to tarnish their deaths further. Sengoku, reluctant to pursue an unnecessary war, especially with the safety of little Ashiruko still uncertain, aimed to swiftly conclude this disastrous conflict. You may take charge, Shanks, but Sengoku interjected, halting the Marine Vice Admiral's protest while fixing his gaze on Akainu, aware that Morse would heed Akainu's command. Noticing that Akainu showed no intention of intervening, Sengoku raised his voice to the heavens. Quickly, tend to the wounded. The war is over. In that moment, all the Marines erupted in cheers, some even shedding tears, as this nightmarish war finally came to an end. Morse also chuckled, as this war, destined to be devoid of significance, had finally come to an end. Although the outcome did not entirely satisfy him, at the very least, it had thwarted Blackbeard's attempt to usurp the powers of the Trimmer fruit, which could be deemed a modicum of change. A group number. It is rather lackluster. I established a chat group when I began writing, and to this day, it has barely reached 40 members, which feels somewhat embarrassing. I kindly invite all esteemed readers who are still following the story to join the conversation. Recently, I have hesitated to peruse the book reviews, as I can only imagine the harsh criticisms awaiting me. I beseech you to spare me the torment of such dreams. QQ group number 101-989-1993. Title: Pirates, Absolutely No Overtime. Chapter 163, An Unexpected Order. 3 days post-war, Marineford. After completing all post-war statistical work, Sengoku, upon receiving a detailed report regarding the events at Impel Down, promptly convened an emergency meeting with all the senior personnel present at headquarters. As Marineford was still in a state of reconstruction, a group of renowned naval officers found themselves gathered in a makeshift, rudimentary office to discuss the crucial matter regarding the whereabouts of the White Serpent, Morse. Ahem, esteemed colleagues, you should be well aware of the happenings at Impel Down. Due to that scoundrel Blackbeard Teach, a significant number of notorious criminals have successfully escaped, resulting in a dire situation. Apart from those who have joined Blackbeard's crew, the whereabouts of the others remain shrouded in mystery, including the likes of Red Count, Bondi Wald, and Douglas Barrett, several infamous pirates from the previous era. Furthermore, the world government now demands that we conceal all occurrences related to Impel Down. As the current warden of Impel Down, you possess the most profound understanding of its inner workings. Please take the opportunity to provide us with a thorough introduction. As Morse narrowed his eyes, he realized that Sengoku was beginning to challenge him. His previous act of drawing his sword against Garp, coupled with his unwavering support for Akainu, had rendered him quite displeasing in Sengoku's eyes. More crucially, this presented an opportunity to secure his position within Impel Down, significantly weakening the hawkish faction led by Akainu, while simultaneously facilitating a seamless transition for the next leader of the dovish faction, Aokiji. In this manner, the dovish faction could continue to lead the navy, suppressing the hawks once more. Suddenly, Akainu lifted his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon Sengoku, exuding an unmistakable intent to clash. Having already established contact with the world government, he felt no trepidation towards Sengoku, the once mighty admiral now at a dead end. What did the admiral's words truly signify? Surely, you must be well aware of my reasons for venturing into Impel Down. Moreover, I was the one who dispatched Blackbeard and his cohorts to Marineford. As for how they returned to create such chaos, it bears no relation to me, the temporary warden who was fully engaged in the Ace Execution live broadcast operation. Wouldn't you agree? Admiral Sengoku? The tone of Morse was somewhat playful. At this juncture, one could not afford to bear the burden of this pitch-black cauldron, for otherwise, the cunning strategist known as Warring States would undoubtedly deny any opportunity for a return to the Navy, although he was not averse to